V, the legendary mercenary of Night City, after withstanding a barrage of nuclear explosions, was unceremoniously cast into the realm of American comics by a notoriously unreliable system. Naked, he found himself on the streets of New York, mistaken for a pervert by two local youths. Surrounded by primitive blank slates and vintage automobiles, this cybernetic madman, adorned with the finest augmentations, pondered in disbelief. In this day and age, do robbers not possess even a decent weapon? As a mantis blade met a baseball bat, and cybernetic technology clashed with street thugs, V resolved to resume his former profession in this backward world. However, the system had taken the form of Johnny Silverhand, who incessantly bickered with him, while the world harbored threats far more dreadful than nuclear weapons. Chapter 1. The Pervert. This morning, a monkey with a scruffy face and a wide mouth injured my pet zombie, compelling me to seek out your brains to mend its wounds. Cackling, "Don't let him escape," echoed in the night as a low growl resonated down a desolate, dilapidated street, followed by a cacophony of noise. Moments later, a dull thud rang out, and silence enveloped the scene once more. A frail young white man lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, his face flushed, contorted in agony like a shrimp. With the roads completely blocked, where do you think you're going? A person of appropriate complexion squatted beside him, retrieving a fallen bag and rummaging through its contents. "Come on, Bodhi, hurry up." His anxious companion, keeping watch, gripped his baseball bat tightly, glancing apprehensively toward the end of the street. From his vantage point, he could see the bustling traffic on the other side, a stark contrast to their bleak surroundings. Yet, the black man scavenging for loot scoffed, "What's there to fear? Do the cops ever come to places like this? New York, a paradise for the affluent, a hell for the impoverished." At night, the police were preoccupied safeguarding the wealthy, merrily patrolling the affluent neighborhoods. Who would be foolish enough to venture into this forsaken, unlit street? Despite this rationale, the black man hastened his actions, emptying the bag and expertly pocketing a few valuable items before standing up. "Let's go." At the call of his partner, they were about to flee when a blinding light suddenly erupted before them. "What the hell, Bodhi, what's happening?" Under the abrupt illumination, their skin tones became glaringly apparent, igniting a sense of panic within them. Surely, if the cops arrived and spotted them, it would mean a swift end. To their astonishment, the brilliant radiance appeared and faded just as quickly, plunging the street back into darkness. As they regained their composure, they cautiously peered ahead, only to find a figure had emerged from the shadows. In the dim light, they discerned a human form, though it was unclear why something large seemed to dangle below. Recalling the earlier flash, unease crept into their hearts. "What are you?" To bolster his courage, the one wielding the baseball bat shouted defiantly. "What are you?" A deep voice resonated from the darkness. Before them, two red lights slowly ignited. A chill ran down their spines as they sensed an unseen presence sweeping over them. Growing increasingly frantic, the man with the bat gritted his teeth and swung at the shadowy figure. Yet, before he could land a blow, the figure reached out and effortlessly seized the bat. "Two blank slates armed with mere wooden bats dare confront me? If a mercenary from the next life sees this, he might just laugh his titanium alloy porcelain teeth out." A mocking chuckle reverberated through the darkness, followed by the sickening crunch as the bat was crushed, the sound reminiscent of swords being drawn. Electric sparks danced across the mantis blades, revealing two sharp knives before the two young men, who finally recognized the imposing figure standing before them. "Bodhi, I told you we shouldn't have come to this street. My brother warned me about the perverts here." One of the black men, cringing, whispered to his companion. Indeed, standing before them was a muscular, naked man with an impressive endowment. As they cautiously backed away, clutching their posteriors, V felt a surge of irritation. His blood pressure rose, exacerbated by the raucous laughter echoing in his mind, prompting his life monitoring system to sound alarms. Clearly displeased, he decided that someone would pay the price. With a flick of his wrist, two screams pierced the air. One man's hand was severed, while the other collapsed, howling in agony with a severed thigh, landing right next to the young white man. Listening to the anguished cries, V felt a wave of relief wash over him, the alarms of his blood pressure monitoring system gradually ceasing. Finally, some relief. How dare anyone tarnish the reputation of V, the living demon of Night City, who instilled fear in all who dared gaze upon him. Moreover, the legends from the cloud top could attest, V, a man, had a preference for women. As for individuals of darker complexion, whether male or female, they typically did not feature in his repertoire. Of course, exceptions existed. If one possessed beauty so profound that it transcended skin tone, he might consider a change of taste. Whistling, V brandished his Mantis Blades. Gazing at the two men still writhing in pain, he languidly inquired, "Does it hurt? If you scream again, I can alleviate your suffering. The results are outstanding, and those who have experienced it leave glowing reviews." Taken aback by his words, the two men paused. Outstanding reviews. They silently acquiesced. Pleased with their recognition, V nodded approvingly. At least they displayed some sense. Shaking off the blood from his blades, he unhesitatingly commanded the young white man, "All right, you, strip them of their clothes, pants, and shoes." The two black men froze, as did the white youth, who had regained some composure but dared not rise. Is this really happening? Surely, they had encountered a pervert. Reluctant, yet facing the threat of death, the white youth complied, hastily removing their clothing. As he prepared to discard the garments, V coldly remarked, "You might want to reconsider whether your brain full of excrement hits the ground first or their clothes." Indeed, he had spared lives, only to demand a clean set of clothes, for he could not afford to be seen as a deviant when he stepped outside. As V donned the stolen clothing, the two robbers finally grasped that he intended to take their attire. Taking a deep breath, the other individual, a black man who was excruciatingly slow in removing his trousers, swiftly responded, hastening his movements without seeking assistance from the white lad. He bore the pain and managed to remove his pants, shaking off the dust with one hand before handing them to V. "Damn, it's so tight down there. I suppose I'll have to wear them for now," V remarked, furrowing his brow as he adjusted his ammunition pouch for a bit more comfort before relenting. "Enough of this. My blade is too clean for the likes of you. Today, however, I am in a generous mood, so I shall spare your miserable lives." With that, V glanced disdainfully at the debris strewn across the ground, then turned his gaze towards the bustling traffic in the distance and began to walk in that direction. Yet, constrained by the ammunition pouch, his stride appeared uneven, limping as he advanced. As he walked, V awkwardly adjusted his trajectory. "By all that's holy, this is genuinely constricting. By the way, where on earth did you drag me to? Is this even Night City?" Chapter 2. A good fight is not as good as a good arrangement. Upon reaching the street corner, V surveyed the dilapidated avenue before him, along with the retro vehicles darting about, and he couldn't help but grimace. A crimson glow flickered in his eyes as he activated his cybernetic eye, scanning the passing cars and their drivers with precision. In V's perception, each vehicle's projection disassembled into individual components, laid bare before him. The drivers were similarly subjected to a thorough scan, revealing their physical conditions and any cybernetic enhancements they possessed. Upon viewing the results, V could no longer contain his frustration. "Damn it all. I thought those few blank slates were anomalies, yet it appears the streets are rife with ancient relics. Just where the hell have you sent me, you bastard?" V cursed in his mind, and as expected, within mere seconds, a flustered figure materialized before him. It was none other than Johnny Silverhand, though his essence had been supplanted by another entity. "What the hell? After I painstakingly retrieved you from beneath a nuclear blast and brought you to safety, you dare to complain?" Johnny greeted V with an international gesture of camaraderie, which V reciprocated without hesitation. This prompted a passing driver to misinterpret the exchange, and he skillfully returned the gesture as well. "Go screw yourself," V shouted at the driver, clenching his fists. The driver, intimidated by V's robust demeanor, chose to drive away, though he could still be heard muttering about the lunatic he had encountered. "What an idiot," Johnny chimed in, echoing V's sentiments towards the unwarranted interloper before V redirected his gaze back to him. "All right, enough chit-chat. What was the purpose of tossing me here?" "To prevent some imbecile from being obliterated by a nuclear bomb in New Megacorp, I specifically sought a safe haven for you to recover your life." "Is that so? You really know how to pick your moments, don't you?" V chuckled, the initial discomfort of being in an unfamiliar location dissipating as he leaned against a nearby wall, engaging in a spirited debate with Johnny, who, in reality, was merely a manifestation of the malfunctioning system he had received upon his traversal. Yes, indeed, he possessed a system. But what of it? This so-called scrap system was utterly useless, initially promising to grant him attribute points for completing tasks, which had filled him with glee. After all, as a traveler from another realm, he understood the immense advantage of enhancing one's attributes within the cyberpunk universe. Did he not witness the formidable V, the living embodiment of death in Night City, wielding such power solely due to his innate talents, elevating his attributes to the maximum of 20 points? With such a system to augment his abilities, he could aspire to become another living legend in Night City. He could defeat Atom Smasher with a punch, kick Saburo Arasaka into oblivion, and perhaps even incinerate the Arasaka Tower, lighting up the night sky in celebration. But as fate would have it, upon his arrival, he found himself inhabiting a familiar body, one that was already contested by several other entities. After a fierce struggle for dominance, he caught a glimpse of the room, gazed into the mirror, and received a call from old Vic, the best doctor in Night City. "Oh, so I am the prodigious V, capable of directly honing my attributes to 20 points. What use was this system then?" He could simply roam the streets, dealing with low-level thugs to enhance his attributes, while this system forced him to scurry about, occasionally requiring him to convert the Arasaka Tower into a blazing beacon just to earn a single attribute point. It could only be said that the term scrap aptly described this system. Moreover, this insufferable system had encountered a glitch during his traversal, inexplicably transforming into Johnny's likeness, and it could not revert back, incessantly flaunting its presence before him and seeking trivial disputes. As a result, the two of them, one not quite human, and the other a paragon of human potential, engaged in endless quarrels, leading to whispers throughout Night City that he had devolved into a cyberpsychopath with a split personality. What a predicament! Countless words condensed into V's singular assessment, scrap system. Yet, despite his harsh words, V understood that it was this very scrap system that had ultimately saved his life from new megacore treachery. The system, accustomed to their bickering, recognized its host's nature well. A day without exchanging barbs with it left him feeling restless. After a brief argument, the two of them simultaneously fell silent. "All right, let's get to the crux of the matter. What's the situation now? Clearly, you are no longer in Night City, nor even in your original timeline. Have I traversed again?" "Indeed. What world is this? Please tell me there are no tasks involved." V frowned, recalling that the system had previously informed him that travelers like himself were typically burdened with missions. For instance, his journey to the cyberpunk world was to propagate the spirit of rebellion, embodying the defiance of the new age, defying heaven, earth, and humanity alike, as a quintessential traveler of the new era. His unexpected relocation to this unfamiliar world could not mean that his prior mission had concluded, leading him here with new tasks, could it? "There are no tasks here, it's simply that your previous location has been subjected to a nuclear carpet bombing, leaving radiation zones everywhere, so I decided to toss you over here," Johnny explained, somewhat resigned, as V's formidable abilities had turned the cyberpunk world upside down, rendering him a target for many. In an effort to eliminate V's threat at the opportune moment when he was dealing with AI, they had resorted to deploying nuclear weapons as if they were ordinary missiles, subjecting him to a merciless bombardment. V recalled the multitude of nuclear warheads he had glimpsed before his traversal, as well as the nuclear suns blooming in the wasteland, and felt a surge of anger. "Those wretched bastards. When I return, I will settle the score with them. But wait, where is this place? You know it from your memories, but I cannot disclose further details. Are you hiding something from me?" V sensed something amiss, scrutinizing the system that bore Johnny's guise. Johnny shrugged. "Do you not think it a tad troublesome to face new megacorp alone?" "Indeed, what of it?" V furrowed his brow, although his combat prowess was indeed maximized in the year 2077, capable of single-handedly challenging even the likes of Arasaka Corporation, when confronted with the sheer magnitude of powers such as Arasaka, Militech, and even the new United States. Individual strength, no matter how formidable, often fell short. He could certainly wreak havoc wherever he went, yet the scale of those entities was so vast that it was impossible for him alone to swiftly obliterate an entire corporation. At best, he could manage to dismantle a few branches. Noticing V's uncomfortable expression, Johnny casually remarked, "That's why I brought you into this world. There are plenty of treasures here, seize a few, and you'll easily trample over the new United States." "Is that true?" V replied skeptically, astonished at Johnny's newfound usefulness, which seemed so unlike him. "Of course, it doesn't come without a cost. Allowing you to enter here has cost me quite a bit," Johnny quipped. "What do you mean by your cost? Isn't that the supplies allocated to me?" V retorted. "You wouldn't be able to utilize them, so they become mine, right? Or do you wish to emulate the protagonists from those Mary Sue worlds, possessing a delectable body that requires no bodily functions?" "Go to hell," V shot back, raising a middle finger, to which Johnny merely rolled his eyes. "All right, enough of that. I can't divulge much about this world. When I brought you in, I had to sign a few agreements with the local powers. Diversity is the theme of this realm, and allowing you entry helps in making it more diverse. Otherwise, our resources wouldn't even suffice to fill their gaps." "Is it really that impressive?" V frowned, momentarily feeling as though he had stepped from the jaws of a wolf into the lair of a tiger. "Fear not, those big shots have plenty to spare. A mere grain of rice slipping through their fingers could make you prosperous, and this world is of little consequence to them, so you can act as you please. Is that for real? Well then, V nodded, coming to terms with the situation. Johnny nodded in acknowledgement, observing V's understanding of the circumstances, and continued, lastly, I must mention that my abilities are constrained by those powerful entities. My strength cannot aid in making this world more diverse, so I can no longer assist you in your endeavors. Even my memories have been sealed at specific temporal junctures and narrative sequences. I cannot provide much assistance. Most of the time, I can only chat with you during idle moments, but I will do my utmost to alert you if I discover anything of significance. All right, that's enough, V said, nodding. In the cyberpunk world, they had little information, yet ultimately, it was their own abilities that carved out a realm for them. With little left to discuss, V took a couple of steps forward. Regardless of the situation in this world, I won't dwell on it for now. First, I need to find a place to settle.
Chapter 3. Backwardness as your protection, though such words are spoken. Gazing upon the environment that is simultaneously foreign, yet oddly familiar, one finds oneself at a loss for action. Johnny here is constrained by an unknown, yet formidable figure, unable to even divulge the rough outline of the narrative to himself. In this moment, all that remains is to rely on his own exploration. Observing the drivers wielding mobile phones equipped with buttons, he can glean that the technological advancement of this world is rather rudimentary. Even the full-screen smartphone has yet to emerge. This level of technology, if one were to compare, does not even approach the sophistication of the cyberpunk realm, let alone surpass the advancements of his former world. At least in terms of civilian technology, this world lags behind his previous one, while the status of military and cutting-edge technology remains unclear. After all, one cannot expect to encounter the pinnacle of military and advanced technology on a street devoid of even the most basic streetlights. In such a technologically deficient place, the hacking skills he acquired in the cyberpunk world face significant limitations. As an individual with a technical aptitude of 20, capable of effortlessly contending with and even overpowering elite hackers online, the technological landscape here renders his abilities nearly futile. Indeed, upon scanning his surroundings, he discovers that while the network system's structure resembles that of the cyberpunk world, its level of development is alarmingly low, akin to the nascent stages of technological evolution. In other words, the network realm here is so underdeveloped that his capabilities surpass the limits imposed by this world, effectively restraining him. Who could he possibly appeal to for redress? If only the technology here were somewhat more advanced and the networks more sophisticated, he need not worry about basic concerns such as housing. At that point, he could effortlessly infiltrate the banking networks, unearth funds from unclaimed accounts, and with money in hand, choose his residence at will. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, if the network were even slightly more developed, he could directly alter the asset data of online accounts with his skills. The difference between 1 and 10 million, in his eyes, is merely 2 strings of varying lengths. Of course, engaging in such actions could easily destabilize the currency system. For both individuals and society, a stable monetary system is infinitely preferable to a collapsed one. Hence, those exceptionally skilled individuals in the cyberpunk realm do not directly alter their account balances, do they? But I digress. Presently, even the thought of modifying currency is futile, given that the networks here remain quite primitive and the banking systems lack direct online connectivity, rendering any data alteration impossible. It's ironic that backwardness can serve as a form of protection in this world. Thus, one must consider alternative methods. Surely, a person of my stature cannot resort to sleeping on the streets, with a disgruntled mutter. As he pondered his next move while observing the flow of traffic on the street, a panicked voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. Get out of the way. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he turned just in time to see a woman careening towards him on a bicycle. Surely, she must have mistaken him for someone else. He was not standing in the middle of the street, but rather on the sidewalk, after all. Even if one were to generously assume otherwise, the sidewalk was quite spacious, and he was by no means a large man. How could she have so meticulously aimed to collide with him? Perplexed yet quick to react, he stepped aside. Now she wouldn't hit him. What a nuisance. Akin to encountering a cruise missile. With a look of exasperation, he noted that despite having moved out of her path, she still managed to veer and collide with him at the last moment. He stood his ground, a veritable titan, impervious to any bicycle, let alone a mere woman on one. Instead, she executed an unexpected front flip off her bike, landing squarely before him with a thud. Was she attempting to fabricate an accident? The thought flickered through his mind, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Having thrived in a cyberpunk world, he was no stranger to such schemes. The last person who tried this had long since become fertilizer. As he contemplated sending her to her final resting place, she lay on the ground, clutching her head and apologizing profusely while struggling to rise, her bicycle effectively pinning her down. Despite her efforts, she floundered helplessly on the ground. Observing her antics, he raised an eyebrow. The good news was that she didn't seem to be a schemer. The bad news was she didn't appear particularly bright either. Johnny, seemingly amused, appeared beside her and remarked, "With such a fool, how could you possibly collide with her?" Rolling his eyes, he turned to walk away. As for the woman on the ground, he had no intention of associating with a simpleton. However, before he could take many steps, she limped after him. April O'Neil, glancing at the man she had collided with, who remained silent and aloof, felt a twinge of relief. She had been running all day for news about the Bigfoot gang, and her exhaustion had dulled her focus. Consequently, late at night, she had ventured onto the sidewalk, hoping to avoid the vehicles on the road. Yet, she had failed to notice him approaching from the side street and had collided with him. Well, it wasn't a direct hit. She had made some effort to steer clear, yet she still managed to misjudge it. Observing his awkward gait, she felt a pang of guilt, believing she had injured him. After a brief contemplation, she abandoned her bicycle and hurried after him. "Are you all right? Is your injury severe?" she inquired, attempting to assist him, but he merely shifted his body to evade her. "I'm fine. Leave me alone." His irritation was palpable, especially as she had the audacity to pursue him. If she truly aided him, one could only imagine Johnny would emerge to claim he had been wronged, followed by a series of smooth retorts and a torrent of mockery. What a disgrace. The mere thought of such a scenario made him want to flee immediately. However, the reality of having nowhere to stay momentarily halted his impulse. "What's wrong?" O'Neil inquired, having discerned his unease. "Money?" O'Neil echoed, hastily rummaging through his bag, ultimately producing several crumpled bills. Apologetically, he extended them, fearing they might not suffice. "I don't have much on me. Perhaps you could leave a number? I can retrieve more for you tomorrow. Is this enough for a hotel room?" He did not concern himself with much else. His priority was to find a place to reside for the night. O'Neil paused, taken aback. "You have nowhere to stay?" The incredulity in his voice raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" No. O'Neil felt a chill run down his spine and quickly shook his head. "I'm just surprised." Looking down at the meager coins in his hand, he felt a pang of embarrassment. The amount was insufficient. As a lowly journalist, O'Neil was hardly affluent, and his recent expenditures for news gathering had only exacerbated his already modest financial situation. Never mind, then. Recognizing that this woman did not appear wealthy, he shrugged and turned to leave. "Oh no, wait." Ignoring him, she pressed ahead. He was not one to be halted by the sight of a beautiful woman, especially when O'Neil was hardly remarkable in the cyberpunk realm. After all, the women there embodied both technological prowess and striking appearances, far surpassing the average here. Technological prowess does not refer to superficial enhancements, but rather sophisticated maintenance techniques. Consider Subaru Arasaka, that ancient relic born in 1919, who by 2077 had astonishingly reached the age of 158, still wandering about with vigor. Scientists theorize that the human lifespan averages around 120 years. What mystery lies behind those extra 38 years? This also illustrates the remarkable maintenance methods prevalent in the cyberpunk world. Coupled with advanced cybernetic augmentation technology, one could simply replace any unsatisfactory features with more appealing alternatives. Thus, the average aesthetic appeal in that realm greatly exceeds what is found here. Perhaps O'Neil, considered slightly above average in this world, would only rank as moderately appealing there. Those accustomed to the finest in the cloud-top heights would find little intrigue in O'Neil. Chapter 4. Iron Man, Skynet. Observing O'Neil hastily striding ahead, he quickened his pace to catch up. "If you would mind, I do have a place you could stay." He paused, turning back in surprise to regard O'Neil. Is this world truly peaceful and secure? How could someone dare to pull a stranger into their home? Wait, didn't he just witness a robbery? This world seems far from tranquil. Is he a scavenger, preying on the vulnerable, or is this woman genuinely unhinged? Sensing the skeptical gaze upon him, O'Neil hastily offered an explanation for the sake of his reputation.
I share an apartment with a roommate, so I have no space to accommodate you. However, I do have a friend who lives alone. Perhaps you could stay with him for a night. If that fails, I could borrow some money from him to secure you a hotel room." Upon hearing this, she pondered for a moment and nodded. After all, it was merely one night. A blink of an eye, and it would pass. Given his resourcefulness, he would undoubtedly manage to procure the funds by tomorrow. With money in hand, where would be the challenge in finding a place to stay? "All right, is it far?" "Not too far. I'll take you there," O'Neill replied, relieved by her agreement. Suddenly recalling something, he rushed back to retrieve her only means of transportation, her bicycle. Fortune favored O'Neill that night. The area was secluded, and with so few people around, it would have been all too easy for her bike to be whisked away in the short time they had spoken. As O'Neill mounted her bicycle and set off, the distant wail of an ambulance echoed in the night. "We should hurry. It seems something has happened nearby," O'Neill thought, feeling a tightening in her chest, aware that as night deepened, unsavory characters would begin to emerge. Unbeknownst to her, the most unsavory individual was right beside her. Choosing not to speak further, O'Neill was just grateful to have found a place to stay and wished to avoid any further complications as they moved towards the brighter areas. Along the way, an unsettling silence enveloped them, leaving O'Neill with a sense of unease. New York was notorious for its crime. Robberies, shootings, and all manner of mischief were rampant. While the main streets retained some semblance of life at night, these quiet alleys were rife with danger. She recalled the chilling sensation she had felt earlier. If only she had managed to avoid this encounter, she would have sprinted in the opposite direction. Yet, reality was unforgiving. Having collided with him, she could hardly escape now. Rather than face the possibility of exorbitant compensation, it was wiser to negotiate directly with him. Fortunately, he seemed disinterested in pursuing her further. By finding him a place to stay for the night, perhaps this incident could be put to rest. Taking out her phone, O'Neill promptly called her partner, Vern Fenwick. Meanwhile, as she dialed, her instincts heightened and she activated her scanning mode. Infiltrating such an antiquated device was a trivial endeavor for him. Even with O'Neill engrossed in her phone, she remained oblivious to any anomalies. Thus, he merely eavesdropped on her conversation with that Fenwick individual. After confirming that O'Neill was not a scavenger of sorts, he proceeded to peruse other information on her phone. The current date was April 2008. This timeline felt rather archaic, which explained the technological backwardness. Even within a cyberpunk realm, advancements would have been more pronounced at this juncture, yet it still surpassed the capabilities of this world where brain-machine interfaces had emerged. Turning his gaze back to the news headlines on the phone, he noted the following. 1. Billionaire Tony Stark engages in a clandestine meeting with the December cover model of Maxim magazine 2007, achieving a complete collection of cover models for 2007, excluding March. 2. The Foot Clan launches a daylight assault on the New York docks, seizing hazardous chemicals. 3. Major benefactor, Mr. Eric Sachs of the Sachs Group, claims he will increase support for the fight against the Foot Clan's incursions. Viewing these headlines, he furrowed his brow. Why would a tabloid story overshadow a report concerning a notorious terrorist organization thriving in New York? Was this world truly one that revels in entertainment to the point of absurdity? The incongruity left him bewildered, yet profoundly astonished. However, the name Tony Stark struck a familiar chord. He strained to remember, recalling that upon his arrival, he had been engaged in a fierce struggle with the consciousness of Johnny Silverhand within his mind. After he joined, for entities battled within a single body for dominance, nearly causing his brain to combust. He had initially been the weakest among them, but upon the system's forceful intervention, he assimilated the other three entities, which simultaneously elevated his reflexes and intellect to a score of 10. However, this absorption also led to a chaotic amalgamation of memories. While some unique recollections remained intact, the shared or similar memories became exceedingly convoluted, lacking an appropriate mnemonic anchor. Untangling these memories was akin to unraveling a tangled ball of yarn. At last, he managed to seize upon the memory anchor of Tony Stark, and after some contemplation, he recalled a few details about Stark, who seemed to have a moniker, Iron Man. Images of a towering figure clad in iron, over 2 meters tall and muscular, flooded his mind. Stark appeared to be some sort of mutant, battling alongside machines known as Sentinels, which were overseen by an entity referred to as Skynet. A jolt of realization struck him. Skynet, the harbinger of doom and a global nuclear crisis.
With wide eyes, he had consumed dozens of nuclear bombs in the cyberpunk realm, only to find himself facing the same fate here. How absurd. If he wished to salvage anything in this world, he would have to devise a way to dismantle that ominous Skynet. It seemed he had no time to rest. Grinding his teeth, an ache began to throb in his head. He had hoped to enjoy a few days of respite, but now it seemed his holiday was abruptly over. On the other hand, O'Neill explained the situation to his partner. Fenwick appeared to harbor a degree of wariness towards him, instructing O'Neill to take the main road and hurry to his location. By sticking to the main thoroughfare, even if he encountered unsavory characters, they would likely refrain from reckless actions, given the crowds that filled the streets. Once he reached Fenwick, it was reasonable to assume that any potential troublemakers would think twice. O'Neill agreed, then turned to observe. Sensing her movement, he promptly exited scanning mode, yet he still caught a fleeting glimpse of a red glimmer in her eyes. What was that? A flicker of confusion darted through O'Neill's mind. However, the red light vanished so quickly that he could not be certain if he had imagined it. The voice of Fenwick emanated from his phone, snapping O'Neill back to reality. I've briefed my companion on the situation. He is willing to lend me some money, so we can head over directly. Sounds good, he replied nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired, leaving O'Neill to question whether her earlier vision had merely been an illusion. She refrained from further commentary, keeping the call active. Thus, should an attack occur, her voice would reach Fenwick, who would undoubtedly alert the authorities. Disregarding her subtle maneuvers, he silently followed in her wake. This neighborhood was relatively secluded, situated by the sea, with a nearby dock. That area was much brighter, and O'Neill intended to lead her through there for a sense of security. As they approached the dock, they heard a cacophony of activity emanating from within. Move it! A female voice rang out, followed by the sounds of a group busily transporting items. O'Neill found himself puzzled. Who would be working at the dock at such a late hour? Nearby, the clatter of weapons clashing reached his ears. As he sought a vantage point to observe the situation at the dock, he was halted by the woman's sudden interjection. Curiosity can be perilous. I advise you to steer clear of what lies inside. Her words startled O'Neill, yet the warning only fueled his intrigue regarding the dock's interior. Confident in Fenwick's role as a human alarm system, he edged closer to the gaps in the barricade. Observing her boldness, he felt a headache brewing. Why was she so audacious? A little cleverness seemed to have instilled in her a sense of invincibility. Chapter 5 Little Tua did not deem it appropriate to proceed without divulging her companion's address, insisting that she could seek him out directly. Following O'Neill, she put forth her suggestion. Yet, at this moment, O'Neill was barely able to discern the happenings within the dock. Upon glimpsing the faces of the armed terrorists, a wave of alarm surged within him. The Bigfoot Gang, this terrorist organization operating in New York, trampled upon all notions of law and order. Despite bolstering their numbers, they remained unable to curtail the criminal endeavors of this group. It was as if the adversaries were acutely aware of their movements. Each operation exploited their vulnerabilities, rendering them incapable of apprehending even a single individual, thus amplifying the public skepticism. To encounter such a seemingly elusive organization was astonishing. Although a mere junior reporter, relegated to reporting trivial matters, O'Neill harbored aspirations of becoming a distinguished journalist, one who would unveil the shadows of injustice. Now, having stumbled upon the scene of an unfolding crisis, her excitement caused her to disregard everything else, leaving her conversational partner unacknowledged. Observing this spirited young woman boldly darting towards the dock only exacerbated his frustration. Why not simply flee? However, just as he took a couple of steps, Johnny appeared before him. Forget about her, he said. Though she's a bit foolish, she is fundamentally good-hearted and even offered you a place to stay. Rolling his eyes at Johnny's words, he could not shake the impression that this woman was utterly extraordinary, akin to Judy, a quintessential idealist, bringing forth a cascade of complications. And where do you plan to find shelter at this late hour? Don't tell me you intend to sleep on the streets? Johnny innocently shrugged, his remarks adding to O'Neill's headache. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to turn back. He had come to realize that the technological advancement in this world was still quite primitive. Faced with ordinary individuals, even those wielding firearms appeared as inconsequential as mere amateurs. In a cyberpunk realm, where those with cybernetic enhancements could sprint 100 meters in mere seconds, armed with an array of advanced weaponry, he regarded them as little more than targets. What threat could a group of ordinary people possibly pose?
In contrast, he found the prospect of having nowhere to sleep at night to be considerably more troublesome.
Thus, he resolved to treat it as a routine task of clearing away the garbage. With his legs coiling slightly, he leaped effortlessly over the 3-meter-high fence, landing silently beside O'Neill, startling her into a cry. Swiftly, he clamped his hand over her mouth.
Don't scream, understand?
He entered a state of heightened awareness, showcasing the composure instilled by his 20 points of calm. With 20 points in composure, he possesses the remarkable ability to remain utterly unflustered, regardless of the perilous circumstances he encounters. This transforms him into the epitome of a professional assassin, embodying a chilling detachment that allows him to wield his blade without hesitation against any adversary. Observing the stark contrast in O'Neill's demeanor, it appeared that he had been somewhat influenced, at least no longer exhibiting excessive panic. Although O'Neill had his mouth covered moments ago, he still managed to attract the attention of several onlookers. As he listened to the footsteps approaching, his mind began to engage. He discerned their positions audibly, constructing a mental model of the surroundings. Several red silhouettes representing foes gradually drew near. Their steps were neither particularly light nor forceful, accompanied by heavy breathing, revealing a palpable tension. Such adversaries, no matter their number, were mere trifles. The brain, heart, and spine, the most vulnerable areas of the human body, were simulated and superimposed onto these models, creating a vivid display akin to enhanced vision. Notably, his cybernetic eye emitted a crimson glow, momentarily startling O'Neill, who was nearby. However, he shrugged off the distraction, pushing her aside to seek a safer refuge. Due to the temporal traversal, his external weapons and armor had been compromised, leaving him reliant on the internal cybernetics embedded within his body. Nevertheless, that sufficed. With a deft motion, a Mantis Blade sprang forth from his arm, as he pinpointed the locations of all enemies and calculated the most efficient route to eliminate them. In his perception, these unaugmented terrorists and ordinary individuals were indistinguishable. He was confident that in a single breath, nearly 20 terrorists would meet their end at his hand. Just as he prepared to activate his time-stopping device to deliver a moment of shock to these individuals, he detected additional sounds. The subtle yet heavy footfalls caused him to raise an eyebrow. These new sounds, clearly belonging to recently arrived entities, were marked by their substantial footsteps and slow, but powerful heartbeats, piquing his interest. From these characteristics, he could approximate the data of the newcomers. They boasted a mass nearing half a ton, with commendable physical capabilities, translating to a minimum of 10 points in attributes. In the realm of cyberpunk, such a score would be considered modest, akin to the typical street-level cyberpsychopath. However, in this world, compared to the unaugmented, such attributes could only be deemed formidable. Of course, when confronted with a top-tier cyberpsychopath boasting a full 20 points, even the living embodiment of death could be dispatched with a single, resounding strike. After all, while the terms cyber and cyberpsychopath differ by just one word, the distinction between them is vast. The 4 newcomers seem to be distinct from the terrifying members of the Bigfoot gang. They maneuver stealthily in the shadows, encircling the gang while simultaneously scouting for their positions. However, their stealth abilities are evidently lacking. Even without careful observation, the commotion they create is unmistakable. The nearby Bigfoot gang members sense something amiss, their vigilance heightened as they aim their weapons at every corner that might harbor an intruder. Yet, nothing emerges from the shadows. Instead, the very containers they had dismissed as mere terrain suddenly hurtle towards them, sending several gang members flying. The unexpected turn of events incites panic among the gang members present, and the flying containers appear to serve as a signal for the 4 figures to launch their assault from the darkness. The air is filled with the dull thuds of fists meeting flesh, accompanied by the anguished cries of the gang members, who fall one after another. The terrorists, once the source of fear for ordinary people, now find themselves gripped by terror, frantically pulling triggers and unleashing a barrage of bullets into the surrounding darkness. Fortunately, their training prevents them from inadvertently aiming at their comrades. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Observing the escalating disorder among her subordinates, the earlier female voice rings out again. Fall back. A swarm of individuals swiftly leaps into vehicles and departs, leaving those hidden in the shadows in disbelief. Such a grand display, seemingly indicative of formidable prowess, results in a hasty retreat without so much as a struggle. Is this truly the extent of it? They flee with barely a handful of casualties, moving faster than professionals known for their swift escapes. As the situation resolves without further incident, those in the shadows decide to refrain from intervening, opting instead to observe the unfolding scenario. The figures converge momentarily at a container before departing. Is it over? O'Neill, having noticed the cessation of hostilities, rushes to the side of her companion. Perhaps still shaken, she casts aside her wariness and draws closer to him. Yes, it's finished. He retracts his blade. Yet his cybernetic eye continues to emit a crimson glow. A recently recorded, exceptionally clear video plays repeatedly in his mind, allowing him to discern the appearances of the four latecomers. Just how long have these formidable beings existed? Are they mutants? Now to combat mode. He finds himself less cold-blooded, instead musing with mild incredulity, sensing a peculiar familiarity with these four figures. Johnny, nearby, nods in agreement. His memories are now obscured, leaving him capable only of identifying valuable items, akin to a high-spec version of a discerning artifact. What are they? Mutants? ISNT, that a concept confined to the realm of film? O'Neill, perplexed, uttered a single query, shaking his head without uttering further words. Undeterred by the lack of information gleaned from this locale, he observed that the immediate danger seemed to have dissipated, and thus made his way towards the battleground previously occupied by the others. Goodness, truly fearless are we? I rolled my eyes and suggested, shall we hasten to your friend S. place? Collect the money and then part ways, each down our own path? Wait a moment. Let me see if there are any clues. Having finally grasped the tail end of a significant story, O'Neill was not inclined to depart easily. He retrieved his phone, intending to capture a few photographs as evidence, only to realize that the call with his partner had not been disconnected. The other end was persistently calling for him. After calming his partner, O'Neill promptly began photographing the surroundings, particularly focusing on the weapons left behind by the large gang and the containers that bore massive dent from being hurled by some unknown creature, capturing numerous close-ups. Observing the girl's demeanor, it was clear that they would not be leaving anytime soon, so he decided to take a leisurely stroll around, checking out the spots where those colossal creatures had lingered. Chinese? Goodness, such an ugly script. Is it the entrance to a home or a sect? Johnny chimed in from the side. Having spent considerable time there, he had picked up some Chinese, but upon seeing these characters, he was at a loss and couldn't help but voice his confusion. After contemplating for a while, he furrowed his brow and remarked, it should be home entrance. But what does that mean? Is it his front door? Is he the doorman? Upon hearing his mutterings, O'Neill rushed over, and upon viewing the two characters that resembled Chinese, he reacted as if he had stumbled upon gold, fervently snapping photos. All right, we ought to leave, sister. The authorities are approaching. Be careful, or you might end up deleting those photos. Observing the girl's reluctance to leave until her memory was full, he let out a resigned sigh, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such an extraordinary individual, truly more remarkable than anything from that cyberpunk realm. Acknowledging the alert, O'Neill reluctantly departed, heading towards his partner's residence. The journey was uneventful as they traversed the main road, alleviating some of O'Neill's anxiety, allowing him to pay closer attention to the happenings around him. Previously obscured in darkness, he now noticed the traces of his augmentations under the bright light, although much of his cybernetic enhancements were concealed beneath genuine dermal tissue. Certain areas remained exposed for heat dissipation and mobility, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Were an outsider to catch sight of these, they might speculate otherwise. But having witnessed the retractable Mantis Blades, O'Neill was acutely aware that it was not merely a hobbyist, but a being genuinely transformed. Dismissing any concern about revealing his identity as a terrifying biomechanical entity, he adhered to Johnny's advice to carry on with the task at hand without excessive worry. Even when faced with the conjectures of passers-by, the only response is a retort, "How can you presume I do not like it?" He indeed has an affinity, though the individual in question is not him, but rather someone else. Chapter 6. The Terminator? As they journeyed to O'Neill's partner's residence, O'Neill knocked on the door, casually leaning against the adjacent wall. Johnny, like a shadow, leaned against the opposite side. The man named Fenwick appeared to have been waiting for some time. Upon hearing the knock, he hurriedly approached to open the door. Relieved to see O'Neill unscathed, Fenwick exhaled, "Thank goodness you're all right." I heard gunshots and feared the worst. However, upon noticing the individual beside O'Neill, he was momentarily taken aback, as if choked with astonishment. Is this the person O'Neill collided with? Wasn't it said he was limping? How does he appear to be unscathed? Strangely, Fenwick's eyes reflected a glimmer of vigilance and wariness. Johnny humorously remarked, "It seems he views you as a rival." Ignoring Johnny, O'Neill addressed Fenwick. "All right, buddy, the person has been delivered. Where's the payment?" Though O'Neill possessed a fierce demeanor by the standards of this world, she was indeed quite attractive. Fenwick's interest was understandable, yet he held disdain for O'Neill, eager to make a swift exit. Thus he had no intention of igniting any conflict with this gentleman. The notion of compensation appeared to him more as accepting a commission, with the sole objective of ensuring this fierce woman's safe passage. Fenwick seemed to perceive this sentiment, recognizing that the other party would not contest him, and his demeanor instantly softened. "Thank you," he said, handing over a bundle of cash. After counting it, O'Neill found several $100s, which should suffice. With a whistle, Fenwick turned and departed. O'Neill called out to him, hoping to glean more information, for she was still somewhat oblivious to the events that had transpired at the dock, and as a first-hand witness, he had seen more than she had. However, she instinctively understood that should he dare to look back, a cascade of complications would surely ensue. Thus, she quickened her pace, nearly sprinting away from the scene. This retreat left O'Neill momentarily astonished, while Fenwick could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration. The demeanor of one who had received payment was indeed striking. A 5-star review, without a doubt. Upon returning to the street and gazing at the cash in her hand, she shook her head. What a troublesome woman. Casting a glance around, she casually selected a nearby hotel and booked a room. As for identification, please, a generous tip would ensure the staff would not pry. What kind of fool would refuse money? Lying on the grand bed, he remained industrious, directly pulling the nearby network cable closer. With a slight modification to the interface, he drew forth a data line from his palm and connected it. "Johnny, come here and lend a hand." As he summoned his companion, he utilized the hotel's network to access the digital realm of this world. Johnny promptly emerged, albeit unable to provide attributes or similar enhancements at present. However, he could still serve as an aid in managing various tasks. Following their usual protocol, they filtered out entertainment news and promotional accounts, realizing that even 1 in 10 of those pieces of information could be deemed credible. Understood, Johnny nodded, and streams of data began to materialize around him, indicating his transition into work mode. He commenced his search using the search engine, particularly focusing on information regarding mutants and the like, including any intelligence related to Skynet. Yet, no matter how diligently he searched, he could not uncover any relevant information. Was this a result of information control? He looked at Johnny quizzically, who merely shrugged in response. Who knows? I certainly haven't seen any professional institutions discussing matters related to mutants. Never mind. Let us explore other information for now. Furrowing his brow, he resolved to seek out alternative data. Although the internet was not particularly advanced at this juncture, and the likelihood of obtaining classified information was slim, he could still gain a general understanding of this world to avoid being left in the dark when others spoke of it. Meanwhile, at the dimly lit street entrance, a crowd had gathered. Early the next morning, a man clad in a suit arrived at the street's mouth. A group of agents had already cordoned off the area with a police line, prohibiting entry to anyone unauthorized. It was Agent Coulson, the lead officer, upon spotting him, hurried over and handed a tablet to Coulson. After investigation, we have confirmed that a supernatural phenomenon occurred here last night. A powerful energy manifested within, leaving traces on the ground. Are there any residual traces? Coulson inquired, intrigued. Upon opening the tablet, he was presented with an image. The picture displayed a perfectly round, charred circle imprinted on the ground, striking in its symmetry. This circle is remarkably regular. Even when measured with micrometer precision, the results yield an impeccably standard circle. According to sample analysis, our in-house researchers believe this blackened substance is ordinary cement, consistent with the surrounding ground composition, yet transformed into a charged state by a formidable energy. Can we ascertain the type of energy? There is no corresponding type within our database, the researchers noted, expressing their bewilderment. Despite the high exponential level of this energy, it did not directly obliterate the ground. Quite intriguing, Coulson mused, his interest piqued. When dispatched by the director, He had anticipated this to be a mere ordinary supernatural event. However, he was taken aback by the revelation that the energy type unleashed did not align with any recorded in their database. It was indeed a new phenomenon. Indeed, following our investigation, we discovered that a malicious assault transpired here last night, with records indicating the deployment of an ambulance that transported 3 individuals. Are they witnesses? Certainly. Our personnel have confirmed this and gleaned some information from them. What information? The assailant manifested suddenly amidst a blinding light, an unidentified entity of humanoid form, capable of projecting metallic blades from its arms, suspected to be a cybernetically enhanced warrior or robot. Upon arrival, it was entirely unclothed and exhibited extreme aggression, inflicting severe injuries classified as level 6 disabilities on 2 individuals before absconding after seizing their garments. Agent Coulson listened intently to the report from the lead investigator while observing the ominous blackened circle on the ground, a remnant of the unidentified energy. A puzzled expression crossed his face. "What troubles you, Agent Coulson?" The investigator, noticing Coulson's unusual demeanor, inquired. "Have you ever seen the Terminator?" "The Terminator? What is that?" "Ah, there was a Caucasian youth who was also a witness. He excitedly mentioned this term and inquired whether we were a human resistance organization, expressing a desire to join us, which piqued my interest." The investigator handed Coulson the statement from the young man, and after reviewing it, Coulson nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. I believe I understand the situation." Coulson instructed the investigator to transfer all and witness statements to him before making his way outside. Along the way, he took out his phone and made a call. "Director, we have a new incident. However, I have some queries that necessitate an audience with the former governor of California." Meanwhile, a figure awoke stark naked from a grand bed. Gazing at the garments that had been carelessly tossed aside due to their constricting nature, heaved a sigh and reluctantly donned them. Johnny emerged beside him, observing his discomfort with a bemused chuckle. Shaking his head, he mused that this individual seemed oblivious to his own discomfort. Otherwise, he might have been writhing in distress. Hoping that the remaining funds would suffice to procure 2 larger garments, he ambled outside. He first visited 2 shops to purchase a comfortable set of loose clothing, feeling significantly more at ease after changing in the fitting room. He then prepared to pursue financial opportunities. Striding confidently down the street, he attracted considerable attention, as the visible signs of his cybernetic enhancements were impossible to overlook. However, most assumed he was merely a fervent enthusiast. Thus, while he garnered attention, it did not incite any chaos. Indifferent to the onlookers, he knew that his face would be indistinct on their phones due to the effects of his enhancements. After a night of revelry, he had gained some insight into this world. Much of it resembled his previous existence, albeit with certain historical discrepancies. In a world reminiscent of the past, the Japanese, who once enjoyed a comfortable existence, turned against the Chinese civilization, which remained a hidden titan in this realm. Just as the Japanese declared war, a barrage of meteors struck their ports, transforming their naval fleet into coral reefs beneath the sea. Their guardians, the kamikaze spirits, swiftly traversed the islands, plowing through the land multiple times, nearly reverting the Japanese from an industrial nation back to an agrarian one. Following this, a series of calamities ensued: tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions, bringing the Japanese nation to the brink of annihilation, rendering their declaration of war futile. Western historians in this world deem these events mere coincidences, but I dismiss their nonsensical assertions. Having encountered ancient turtles of immense age, coupled with these occurrences, it is hardly surprising that the Chinese civilization here boasts several formidable beings. Remarkably, this version of the Chinese civilization remains exceedingly low-key, seldom voicing its opinions, while Western nations have tacitly chosen to avoid provocation, fearful of inadvertently breaking seals or unlocking hidden realms. Although my soul bears the essence of a Chinese individual, I have no intention of returning to that nation. Firstly, my current embodiment is that of a Westerner. Would anyone truly believe a claim of ancestral return? Secondly, this incarnation of Chinese civilization feels oddly alien, as aside from shared names and ethnicities, it bears no resemblance to my true homeland. The unfamiliarity is daunting, unlike the cyberpunk world where traces of my homeland lingered. In this world, the Chinese civilization feels terrifyingly foreign. Perhaps, with time and understanding, I might cultivate a sense of belonging to this realm, but for now, I have no plans to venture there. Chapter 7. The Pursuit of Wealth. Reflecting on the circumstances of this world, I glance around and resolve to employ my most adept strategies to amass gold coins. As a living embodiment of Yama, what is my expertise in generating wealth? Before I can siphon funds directly from unmonitored accounts, my most proficient method remains that of theft. However, the art of thievery entails a wise selection of targets. Robbing legitimate entities risks immediate retaliation, with significant dangers involved. Even in the cyberpunk realm, measures exist to thwart such endeavors. In this realm, currency exists in various forms: digital accounts, chips, and cash. As for digital accounts, one can only seize those with scant funds. Substantial amounts remain out of reach. Cash, needless to say, is not an option unless one wishes to snatch pocket money from schoolchildren for candy, a pursuit that would necessitate robbing banks or armored vehicles, where mere identification numbers are locked, rendering stolen currency useless without laundering. Chips, however, are particularly perilous. Should you dare to steal or utilize them, you risk summoning elite anti-terror units in an instant. Furthermore, chips may harbor viruses. Inserting them into your brain could lead to catastrophic consequences, with neural gateways incinerating your mind. An outcome that is not at all extraordinary. Regarding this rather perilous contraption, unless one enlists the assistance of a highly skilled hacker to breach its chip, one would scarcely dare to utilize it. However, hiring such a caliber of hacker would undoubtedly entail a substantial financial outlay, perhaps even surpassing the amount contained within the pilfered chip itself. Consequently, bank heists and armored vehicle robberies are not prevalent in Night City, given their meager returns and considerable risks, with the threat of the Tactical Response Unit, Arasaka agents, and Gateway looming ominously. While these challenges may not pose a significant obstacle to the adept, the desire to avoid becoming a notorious terrorist, reviled by all, compels one to act with a semblance of legitimacy. In simpler terms, it equates to engaging in a form of shadowy reciprocity. In Night City, one could easily encounter individuals willing to wield firearms, while the alleyways teem with countless ne'er-do-wells. In such an environment, a myriad of unsavory characters emerge, including the Cleansers, Vortex Gang, and Tiger Claw Gang, among many others. Some of these individuals are the dregs of society, like the Cleansers, yet gangs such as the Tiger Claws operate differently. Ostensibly, they are an outlaw organization, but in the shadows, they serve as enforcers for major corporations, cleaning up their messes. Fearless and well-funded, they possess ample resources to plunder both civilians and businesses, making them a formidable force. In this context, the protagonist seeks to rob such entities, initially honing their skills on lowly street thugs. Later, they would treat the headquarters of these gangs as their personal domain, becoming more familiar with the routes to these locations than to their own homes. Ironically, those within the gangs would obligingly hand over their money with smiles, lest they find themselves in dire straits. As for the world itself, it is far from tranquil. In the cyberpunk realm, only a few cities like Night City experience such rampant lawlessness. Notably, the crime rates in various renowned locales far exceed those of the former world, with New York being the most notorious. It is said that in the epicenter of the world, one must bear the weight of their crown, with crime rates nearly rivaling those of Night City. Yet for the protagonist, this is rather fortuitous. As a living embodiment of death, a tranquil and peaceful environment would be less conducive to their nature. However, in such a chaotic milieu, they feel an exhilarating sense of belonging. With a map downloaded and integrated into their visual system, they proceed towards their predetermined destination of the previous night, Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, reputedly the most lawless area of New York. Daily gang transactions, shootouts, and acts of treachery abound, to the extent that even the police hesitate to venture within. To the protagonist, this appears to be a veritable treasure trove, akin to a pile of coins beckoning them forward, and they hasten towards that direction. Upon arrival, the clock strikes 10 in the morning, the perfect time to commence their endeavors. Gazing at the graffiti within Hell's Kitchen, rife with scorn and gender discrimination, and observing the street thugs brandishing baseball bats and knives, a sense of calm washed over me. Johnny emerged, grinning, and remarked, "In this place, just add some holographic projections and give those fellows on the street some cybernetic enhancements. That sensation would instantly transport you back to Night City. Come on, do you really believe Night City is a paradise?" I responded to Johnny, stretched my limbs slightly, and strode directly into Hell's Kitchen. I was well acquainted with this territory, The thugs on the street appeared formidable, but were, in reality, impoverished souls whose pockets were cleaner than their faces, with a courage smaller than that of an ant. They waited day after day for a plump prey to wander into their midst, never daring to strike first, akin to scavengers unable to find a warm meal. The truly formidable and lucrative individuals resided in areas these thugs feared to tread. I simply needed to venture towards the less populated zones. As anticipated, after wandering a few circuits into the quieter areas, I overheard some unusual commotion from a secluded corner. Leaning against a wall, I listened intently and confirmed that two gangs were engaged in a transaction, meticulously counting their funds and goods. Let the festivities commence. A smile crept onto my lips, quickly replaced by a veneer of composure. Gazing at the wall before me, I clenched my fist and my cybernetic arm transformed, expanding significantly. The sinister black, tubular structures became visible through the gaps in the underarm armor. Countless structural gels coursed through these conduits, enhancing my arm's girth and strength. This was the ferocious gorilla arm. Feeling the surge of power coursing through my arm, I nodded in satisfaction. As a top-tier engineer with a technical prowess of 20 points, I had modified numerous cybernetics. The Mantis Blade and gorilla arm, both arm-mounted augmentations, were typically mutually exclusive. One could only install one at a time. Yet, who could contest with me? My 20-point technical ability represented unparalleled research prowess, allowing me to overshadow major corporations in scientific endeavors. Both the gorilla arm and Mantis Blade, as well as the projectile launch system and single-molecule line, had undergone extreme optimization, and I had successfully integrated them into my arm. I would deploy my augmentations as the situation demanded. Now was the moment to unleash a decisive strike. I slammed my fist against the wall, and it shattered into fragments, sending debris crashing down upon the gang members inside, rendering them incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, I charged in, grinning menacingly at those still struggling to regain their footing, and directed a powerful punch at one individual. The horrifying force erupted, caving in the thug's chest and extinguishing his breath in an instant. This was still a scenario lacking full exertion. Had he chosen to unleash his true power, akin to the infamous Rebecca, the individual before him would have been reduced to mere pulp. Witnessing the man collapse, he advanced step by step toward another, delivering a singular punch that sent him crashing against the wall, transforming him into a grotesque mass. Fire. The remaining gang members finally reacted, hastily drawing their firearms, disregarding the potential ricochet within the confines of the cramped room, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Yet, confronted with the collective onslaught of the gangsters, he remained unfazed, too apathetic to even seek shelter. His underarmor was of legendary caliber, meticulously modified to envelop him flawlessly, leaving no chink in his defense. Even his eyes were shielded by layers of high-strength, transparent material, rendering him virtually invulnerable. Even the blue-flamed Gatling gun unleashed a relentless barrage upon his head. It could barely induce a momentary stiffness. And what of the gang members? They fired at this newly emerged behemoth for what felt like an eternity, only to realize their bullets had failed to pierce his skin, leading them to doubt whether their weapons had been tampered with. Yet, one of their comrades had succumbed to a stray bullet, irrevocably entering the eternal slumber of dreams. In an instant, the minds of the gang members erupted in chaos. Ignoring their plight, he had already entered a state of combat, cold and terrifying. Even if confronted with defenseless children, he would strike without hesitation. As he approached these adversaries, he delivered straightforward, unadorned punches, one by one, dispatching them all. Observing the last enemy's skull shatter, splattering crimson and ivory everywhere, his expression remained unchanged. Only upon confirming that all had ceased to breathe did he finally halt. The gorilla-like limbs retracted from combat mode, returning to their normal state, expelling several bullet fragments lodged in the crevices before the underarmor seamlessly closed once more. All done. Habitually conducting a self-scan post-battle, he nodded in affirmation upon confirming his well-being. A mere collection of whiteboard trash, defeating them hardly elicited excitement. However, upon glimpsing the money on the table, he hastened over, for that was his true objective. Discarding the cash marred by stray bullets, he beheld a considerable pile of banknotes alongside boxes filled with white powder. He promptly emptied the contents of those boxes, stuffing the notes within. Once filled, he nonchalantly lifted the box and exited. After a brief yet intense skirmish resulting in the demise of a dozen gang members. He was now on his way with the money, and merely a few minutes had elapsed. The clock hadn't even struck 11. Whistling, with a box of cash in hand, he leisurely strolled out of the Hell's Kitchen. With the money secured, what would he embark upon next? Chapter 8. The True Meat. Upon completing one's labor, it is only fitting to indulge in a sumptuous meal as a reward for oneself. Fortunately, this era is not akin to the night city of 2077, where synthetic food permeated the streets. In that time, the meat available to the average person was predominantly synthetic, and even the genuine meat was likely some dubious variety. One must also consider that the food factories were established in the territory of the Vortex Gang, a group fervently devoted to cybernetic enhancements and disdainful of flesh and blood. Hence, the identity of real meat was indeed questionable. However, the present age offers a stark contrast. Given the technological advancements of this time, the cost of producing synthetic meat might actually exceed that of procuring real meat. Here, one can truly feast and savor the natural foods long forgotten. Thus, the objective became clear: to locate a restaurant and enjoy a lavish meal of authentic meat. With a grin, I instructed Johnny to search the map for a highly rated establishment, and we promptly made our way there. Half an hour later, we found ourselves within a tastefully decorated Western restaurant. "Excuse me, sir, I would like the freshest steak, cooked medium, prepared in any manner. Let us start with 10 plates to sample the flavors." Ignoring the nearby waiter, I chose a table for two, leaving the server momentarily taken aback. This table has already been reserved," the waiter managed, maintaining his professional smile as he placed a box of cash on the table and opened it. The pile of bills lay exposed, a testament to my intent. "Bring me 10 plates to sample. Take what you need for the cost and tips, if you please." The prospect of finally tasting real meat lifted my spirits considerably, allowing me to engage amicably with the waiter. Upon witnessing the box of cash, the waiter's eyes widened in surprise. Though he had encountered wealth far exceeding the value of that box, the sheer impact of seeing such a sum before him was undeniable. After a moment's hesitation, the waiter nodded and proceeded to the kitchen. At that juncture, Johnny appeared, taking a seat across from me. Money does indeed speak volumes. Yet, aren't you concerned about attracting unwanted attention with such a sum? This isn't night city, and besides, do you truly fear anyone could seize my possessions? We both chuckled, engrossed in our conversation without a care for the surroundings. The hour was still early, and the restaurant was not overly crowded. Yet, patrons nearby gazed in astonishment at my apparent soliloquy, curious but indifferent, patiently awaiting the arrival of their meals. However, instead of the waiter, the dining manager soon approached. "Sir, may I confirm that you ordered 10 medium steaks?" The manager, discreetly observing, did not regard the box of money. "Indeed, what of it?" I replied. "Do you have any preferred flavors? Would you like to recommend any beverages?" "You decide," I responded with a wave of my hand. Casually speaking, and observing the nonchalant demeanor, the lobby manager appeared somewhat bewildered. However, noticing the reluctance to elaborate further, he refrained from interjecting, retreating to allow the opening of a fine bottle of red wine. Before heading to the kitchen to expedite the meal, was someone here to cause a disturbance? The kitchen staff had gathered, and the head chef, with a displeased expression, inquired. The lobby manager shook his head, uncertain. The individual might be a social media influencer or a food critic, yet no cameras or scorecards were in sight. Nonetheless, the person continually murmured as if conversing with someone, leading me to suspect that he was equipped with an earpiece, perhaps intending to explore the establishment in a novel manner to attract attention. The lobby manager pondered this, not considering a more deranged interpretation. After some reflection, he clapped his hands to draw the attention of all the kitchen staff. "Audrey, continue attending to our guest. Ensure they remain satisfied. Chef Nidus, I kindly ask for your utmost effort." Understood. In a fine dining establishment, the head chef typically serves as the anchor, rarely intervening unless necessary for more distinguished guests. Given the arrival of an unknown patron, the lobby manager dared not assign an apprentice, but entrusted Nidus to take charge personally. Nidus began selecting ingredients, while a flurry of apprentices hurried to assist. The server, identified as Audrey, approached with a bottle of red wine, just as she intended to follow protocol by introducing the wine's origin and history. While uncorking it, the individual abruptly seized the bottle, tossing a handful of cash to Audrey. "No need for pleasantries. Please hurry the kitchen. I can hardly wait. Growing impatient, he might have directly ventured into the kitchen, prepared to partake in whatever the chef concocted, were it not for Johnny's derisive gaze. Audrey, feeling somewhat helpless, returned to the kitchen to relay the message. It's definitely a disturbance, Chef Nidus asserted with certainty. An influencer or food critic would never be so rude, skipping appetizers and soup to demand a steak directly. This is clearly an affront. As the one meant to uphold the establishment's reputation, it was evident that the individual was targeting him. Let me assess your quality. Transferring a steak, prepped by the apprentices, into the frying pan, Nidus promptly began his meticulous work. Requesting it medium rare, he managed to produce it relatively swiftly. About 10 minutes later, Audrey gingerly presented a beautifully plated steak. Would you like me to slice the steak? She inquired, holding a knife and fork. But he waved her off. No need. Please expedite the next order. With knife in one hand and fork in the other, he swiftly and quietly cut the steak into perfect bites and proceeded to savor it. Goodness, this is precisely the flavor. After devouring a piece, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly dug in. Johnny, across the table, looked on with disdain. No one's competing with you. Why the rush? Don't you feel embarrassed? Oh, the memories. In the bygone days of the First World, I savored genuine meat and pure, organic vegetables. Yet, upon arriving in Night City, I found myself grappling with a peculiar adaptation to the taste of synthetic meat. That abominable substance was as repulsive as decaying cockroaches. How could one who has witnessed the light endure the shadows? It remains a mystery how I ever acclimated to the flavor of that synthetic fare. At one point, I was so averse to food that I could only sustain myself on nutritional fluids. Observing my gaunt appearance after 10 days without sustenance, the attendant, Audrey, appeared momentarily perplexed. Though she could not grasp my words, she assumed I was donning headphones, communicating in some cryptic manner with companions. Perhaps this implied a satisfactory experience? Watching me down a glass of red wine in one gulp, Audrey understood that no further hospitality was required. Upon returning to the kitchen, a throng immediately surrounded Audrey, chattering incessantly with inquiries. From what I gathered, they seemed to believe I was quite content. Nevertheless, an inexplicable intuition suggested I had genuinely come for a meal. Audrey voiced her uncertainty, but Chef Nidus chuckled, dismissing the notion. Who arrives and orders 10 plates of steak merely for a meal? Surely, there is more to this. Audrey did not wish to offend the establishment's pride, Nidus, and recognized the validity of his reasoning, thus refraining from further discussion. As Nidus busied himself grilling steaks, he remarked, I am eager to see how much he can consume. 10 plates? 5? No, he won't finish even 3. An hour and a half later, the entire kitchen staff had congregated at the door, with a few assistants disregarding the restaurant's decorum to crowd the front, all astonished by the figure at the table, who had already polished off 3 bottles of red wine and 20 plates of steak. My heavens, how much more could he possibly eat? Audrey, having delivered another plate of steak, returned to the kitchen and informed the now somewhat dazed Nidus he still wants more. At this, the apprentices needed no prompting from Nidus to swiftly prepare ingredients, while he stared at the sizzling pan before him. Could he truly be here for a meal? Yet, how could an average-sized individual consume nearly 5 kilograms of beef without a hint of distress? As the steak sizzled in the pan, Nidus instinctively began to cook. But upon glimpsing the fresh cuts, he suddenly snapped back to reality. If he truly had come to dine, then I shall witness just how much he can consume. His movements became increasingly meticulous as he genuinely entered the culinary zone, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. The apprentices, witnessing the smile upon Nidus's face, were equally taken aback. Had the sun risen from the west? Nidus, the chef renowned by the New York Daily for his stern demeanor, was actually smiling. Meanwhile, disregarding the fervor igniting in the kitchen, I was relishing my meal to the fullest. Steaks were skillfully sliced by him, and after relishing their succulent juices, they were devoured. Laughter accompanied each bite, and had it not been for the presence of onlookers, he might have shed tears of joy. Fortunately, when he underwent his cybernetic enhancements, he opted not to remove his tongue. Otherwise, he would be bereft of such exquisite flavors. He indulged recklessly, consuming piece after piece of authentic, non-synthetic meat, letting out a satisfying belch. He set the empty plate aside, stacking it with others, eagerly awaiting the next serving of steak. The restaurant had filled with patrons. Yet due to the bustling kitchen staff focused on serving, none had yet been fed. Despite their growling stomachs urging them to seek sustenance, they lingered, finding corners to watch in awe as he devoured his meal. Some even began recording videos, marveling at the spectacle. After all, even competitive eaters rarely consumed this many steaks. He paid them no mind. Had he been concerned about others' opinions, he would have perished long before becoming the infamous overlord of Night City. Furthermore, if one were to heed public judgment, how could they ever aspire to legend? The long-awaited culinary delight had lifted his spirits to unprecedented heights. However, it must be noted that the energy derived from non-synthetic foods was rather meager. Feeling his stomach, he sensed the powerful gastric implants swiftly converting the consumed steaks into energy, replenishing the depletions from previous skirmishes and exertions. Yet, despite having devoured several pounds of beef, he still hadn't fully restored his lost energy. This underscored the advantages of synthetic foods. Though the components of synthetic materials were unknown, it was common knowledge that their protein content far exceeded that of beef. In an era where everyone sported cybernetic enhancements, synthetic food could easily compensate for the energy expenditures of ordinary individuals. Even a high-intensity modified warrior like him could restore his energy by consuming a few extra portions. However, with steak alone, even 5 kilograms merely scratched the surface. Relying solely on beef to replenish energy seemed an insurmountable task. Johnny understood this well, reclining in his chair with his feet propped on the table. Given his demeanor, he might as well have been gnawing on a whole cow. "Put your feet down. Can't you see I'm eating?" he retorted, irritated. Although the lack of flavor made him question why he was so particular. Johnny grumbled under his breath, yet when confronted with disapproving glares, he obediently lowered his feet. As he muttered a few curses towards Johnny, a group of individuals suddenly entered the restaurant. Chapter 9. Long live the human resistance. If one were merely an ordinary customer, perhaps they would not pay much attention. However, the sound of footsteps from a certain group, coupled with their peculiar gait and furtive movements, evoked memories of a particular kind of individual, agents. During his time in Night City, he had frequent encounters with such operatives. After all, in a place like Night City, agents were not uncommon. Corporations like Arasaka, military tech firms, and bioengineering giants all had their own operatives. As a legend in that world, he had interacted with them to some extent. Initially, he relied on hacking into their minds to glean information and reveal their true identities. However, as he became more accustomed to engaging with them, he developed an instinct, a sixth sense that allowed him to discern whether someone was an agent. After he had taken down Arasaka, many agents were dispatched from the new megacorp sector, but he easily identified them as well. Now, he found himself in a similar situation once more. Although the individuals in this world lacked cybernetic enhancements, making it impossible to infiltrate their minds. Observing the movements of the few agents masquerading as customers allowed him to surmise their true identities. Yet, the presence of agents was of little concern to him. If they did not provoke him, they could all coexist peacefully. With this thought, he drained the last of his red wine. After all, Johnny had stated that he need not be restrained. Thus, if these individuals dared to challenge him, he would show no mercy. With that, he displayed no outward signs of disturbance, patiently awaiting his next steak. During this interlude, he noticed that the genuine patrons of the restaurant were leaving in quick succession, only to be replaced by new batches of disguised agents who took their places. Gradually, he found himself alone in the restaurant. What were they planning? He felt a tinge of suspicion and glanced towards the camera hidden in the corner before gently closing his eyes. To the casual observer, he appeared to be resting, but beneath his eyelids, his cybernetic eye glimmered faintly, a telltale sign that he had activated his cybernetic functions. The agents, observing his sudden act of closing his eyes, grew cautious. Several agents behind him carefully adjusted their earpieces to relay the situation to their leader. Unbeknownst to them, he, sitting not far away and under their constant surveillance, had silently taken control of the restaurant's security system and even infiltrated their communication channel. All civilians have been evacuated. We have surrounded the target, codenamed Terminator. Should we act immediately? Do not act rashly. The kitchen is still clearing out unrelated personnel. According to intelligence analysis, the target is extremely dangerous. Exercise caution. A response came through the earpiece, and the surrounding agents exchanged wary glances, dutifully continuing their charade, which he had seen through from the very beginning. Listening to their conversation, he had already ascertained that these agents were targeting him, and some conjectures began to form in his mind. Most notably, They referred to him as the Terminator. This term evoked a few associations. For instance, he distinctly recalled the infamous 300 million mouse dream, which featured a Terminator within its biochemical model. While somewhat absurd, it bore no relevance to this world. In addition, there was another Terminator that bore some connection to his current reality, the renowned Terminator film series, depicting a future dominated by Skynet, which relentlessly dispatched robotic assassins into the past to obliterate the human resistance. The backdrop of such films resonated with the cyberpunk world, as both narratives revolved around controlling robots with the intent to eradicate humanity and seize dominion over the globe. It was astonishingly similar in the night city of Cyberpunk 2077, numerous elements intertwined, even infiltrating his very being without a whisper. However, perhaps due to this striking resemblance, when he fused with several other consciousnesses, his memories became somewhat muddled. Although Johnny had assisted him during the fusion, establishing him as the primary entity, the influx of memories from the three other existences overwhelmed him. While some unique memories remained unaffected, others were shared among all four, albeit in differing forms. This conflation clouded his mind, intertwining all subsequent memories to the point where he could no longer discern their original nature or determine if he had erred in his recollections. Now, reflecting on the news he had seen regarding Tony Stark, the Iron Man, a mutant battling countless Skynet-controlled Sentinel robots, he tentatively confirmed that he was indeed in the world of the Terminator. Yet, Johnny's memories were locked away, leaving him unable to verify this assumption. Last night, in pursuit of definitive evidence, he had scoured the internet alongside Johnny for information about mutants and Skynet. But to no avail. This outcome led him to question whether his conjectures were flawed. However, the antics of these individuals reaffirmed his suspicions. After all, why would they label him as the Terminator? Having established this point, he continued to listen to their discourse, furrowing his brow. Was it possible that they perceived him as a robotic assassin? Were they, in truth, members of the human resistance? Confusion swirled within him. Yet he refrained from directly inquiring about their intentions, as his memories hinted at the existence of numerous concealed robots among humanity. With this thought in mind, he swiftly scanned all the agents. The biological responses were unmistakable, revealing no traces of anything robotic. This suggested that these individuals were indeed pure humans, not disguised robotic killers. Could this be trusted? Were there any traitors among them? Might it be possible for the robots in this world to replicate the biological signals of the human body? In the year 2077, within the neon-lit expanse of Night City, numerous controlled robots are already in motion. These machines can effortlessly infiltrate others' ocular implants, leading them to believe that the robots are, in fact, human. They can even alter their appearance in the perceptions of others at will. If such capabilities exist in Night City, what are the robots in this world? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the operative's communication channel crackled to life once more. There was an issue in the kitchen. One chef adamantly refused to leave, insisting on preparing another steak before vacating the premises. Could they not simply drag him away? The individual brandished a knife and frying pan, exhibiting a degree of resistance. They feared that a forceful intervention might create a ruckus, hence they hesitated to act impulsively. A brief silence enveloped the communication channel, palpable frustration emanating from the leader's end. How is it that you cannot handle a civilian armed with a kitchen knife and a frying pan? Is the human resistance organization truly this ineffectual? Have him complete the steak and then swiftly remove him. Understood. A few minutes later, the channel buzzed again. Boss, he insists on serving the steak to the target before he will leave. Damn it. Hurry up and deliver it, then tell him to scram. The channel erupted with a furious shout, the volume so intense it was almost jarring, prompting other agents in the restaurant to discreetly rub their ears. Moments later, a man awkwardly clad as a waiter approached with a plate of steak, presenting it with an overly forced smile. Observing this agent, a sense of exasperation washed over him. Why did it seem that this so-called human resistance organization lacked reliability? Should he even engage with them? After scrutinizing the agent for a while, he sighed, his eyes glimmering as he swiftly scanned the operative before him. Indeed, he was human. At such close proximity, even the controlled robots of 2077 would reveal subtle signs. And it seemed likely that this world would pose no issues either. With this thought in mind, he resolved to conduct a small test. He beckoned the agent closer with a flick of his finger. The agent hesitated briefly, But upon recalling the numerous comrades surrounding him, he cautiously approached. Long live the Human Resistance Organization. Upon hearing this, the agent's eyes widened in disbelief. He had seen the Terminator films and had previously thought it was a twisted sense of humor to grant the codename Terminator to Coulson. Yet, did this not imply something more? Was Agent Coulson devoid of malicious intent? His heart raced as he nodded vigorously before promptly making his way toward the kitchen. Before reaching it, the agent pressed his earpiece and said, "Boss, I believe you need to come here. He is likely a good robot." Listening to the exchange on the communication channel, he nodded in agreement. It appears his conjecture was not mistaken. Indeed, this group is a human resistance organization. A sense of certainty washed over him, accompanied by a sigh of relief. So it truly is a world reminiscent of the Terminator. How fortunate. He had already faced numerous challenges before arriving in this realm. Thus he did not perceive the strength of Skynet as particularly formidable. Now, having allied with the human resistance, armed with such intelligence, it would be but a mere moment before he could turn Skynet into Johnny, given his capabilities. Chapter 10. Wait a moment. Is this not the world of the Terminator? While savoring a strangely delectable steak, he awaited the arrival of a spokesperson from the Resistance. He pondered whether he would soon meet John Connor, the leader of the Resistance, who also seemed to moonlight as a demon hunter. And wait, robots, demon hunters? Had he misunderstood something? Meanwhile, in a remote corner, an unassuming small truck was parked. Agent Coulson? Well, I suppose I shall pay a visit. Coulson rubbed his forehead, momentarily perplexed by the current situation. He had previously briefed the director, then rushed to consult the governor, even going so far as to draw blood from the governor and conduct a full body scan, stopping just short an autopsy, before finally confirming that the governor was not a robot. Having established that the events of the Terminator narrative had not materialized, he now contemplated the current discourse with a sense of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? As countless thoughts flashed through his mind, he exited the camouflage vehicle, which served as a frontline base, and strolled towards the nearby restaurant. Just as he swallowed the last bite of his steak, Coulson pushed open the door and made his way directly to his intended seat. Observing the elite demeanor of the individual before him, he immediately recognized that this was the leader of the unreliable agents. However, the fact that the person was not John Connor left him somewhat perplexed. Simultaneously, he harbored doubts about the reliability of the other agents. With such subordinates, how dependable could this agent truly be? With a scrutinizing gaze, he watched as Coulson offered him a calm smile before taking a seat across from him. Ahem. He could not suppress a couple of coughs, nearly losing his composure. This was a two-person table. Having occupied one seat, Coulson had no choice but to take the other. The crucial detail was that Johnny had previously occupied that very chair. From Coulson's perspective, it felt as though he were sitting directly in Johnny's lap. Before laughter could overcome him, Johnny rolled his eyes, rose from his seat, leaned against the edge of the table, and did not forget to flash a middle finger. Gradually stifling his laughter, he poured himself a glass of red wine. Observing the unusual behavior of the individuals before him, Coulson felt a sense of confusion. He hasn't done anything. Why is he smiling so joyfully? I am Coulson, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. May I inquire about your situation? Although perplexed, Coulson maintained a professional demeanor as he introduced himself. The listener, however, furrowed his brow slightly. The name sounded somewhat familiar, yet the specifics eluded him. It seemed that this name held some amusement. After a moment's reflection, he could not recall, but there was no urgency. After all, there was ample time ahead. It would be wiser to resolve the matter of Judgment Day first. You may call me. He nodded and continued. So, to what stage has the situation progressed? What situation? Coulson was taken aback, looking somewhat bewildered. Skynet, are you not part of the human resistance? Therefore, to what extent has Skynet advanced? Has it integrated into the military systems? This was his primary concern. As long as Skynet had not connected to military networks, he was confident that he could exploit his hacking skills to breach Skynet directly. If that were the case, Judgment Day would never occur, allowing him to enjoy a vacation here instead. However, Coulson shook his head. Our organization is called the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, not a human resistance group. Furthermore, we have conducted investigations across all nations and found no evidence of any country researching Skynet. We even examined the directors, actors, and producers of the Terminator series, yet discovered no human resistance or Terminator robots. Of course, if he possessed knowledge of their existence or location, we would appreciate any communication. Coulson's words bewildered him further. Was there a Terminator film in this world? No, that couldn't be right. According to the intelligence he received from the system, or Johnny, unless some villain had a peculiar sense of humor, such narratives would generally not exist in this world. Other worlds might feature works from this world due to dimensional overlaps, where certain individuals with unique traits could perceive glimpses of another world and creatively elaborate on them. Yet if this world truly mirrored that of the Terminator, why would there exist a Terminator film? Was it orchestrated by Skynet? However, he knew well that such meaningless endeavors were unlikely to occur. Unless, of course, Skynet had detected him and set a trap specifically for him. Contemplating this, he concluded that his mission was to come to this world, dismantle Skynet, and that Skynet, in response, might have initiated a scheme to eliminate him. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. Meanwhile, Coulson observed him deep in thought for a while before retrieving a tablet. "Very well, sir. May we inquire a few questions?" Observing the possibility of communication, Coulson directly posed the question. "Wait a moment. Let me ponder this further." He felt as though his thoughts were ensnared in a loop, and after considerable contemplation, he finally grasped the situation. Could it be that his memory had encountered some discrepancies? Following his integration, the most profoundly affected memories stemmed from the realm of science fiction. For the cyberpunk world is indeed a science fiction universe. Upon venturing into that world, his memories clashed with reality, ultimately leading to significant distortions regarding his recollections of the science fiction realm. How, then, could he ascertain that his prior memories were not flawed? He endeavored to recollect all that had transpired since his arrival in this world, scrutinizing the familiar figure before him, though he could not recall who it was. Had he perhaps made an error? Tony Stark, Iron Man, mutants, sentinels, robots, human resistance organizations, Skynet. Each term surfaced in his mind, associated with his previous analyses of what this world might be. Surely, there must be something he had misinterpreted. Mutants? Wait a moment. Does the human resistance organization include mutants? Suddenly realizing he might have erred, he reflected that the title of the human resistance organization seemed incongruous with mutants. Thus arose the question. This situation fundamentally indicated that this was not the world of Terminator. So, does this world belong to mutants? Contemplating this, he turned to Coulson, tentatively inquiring, "Are you familiar with mutants?" "Mutants? Indeed, they are quite popular, like X-Men or Wolverine." "I've seen them all," Coulson casually replied, not perceiving these films abundant in online resources as anything confidential that could unveil secrets. However, for him, this revelation struck like a thunderbolt. There are mutants, yet they exist solely in films. Gazing at the tablet resting on the table before Coulson, his mechanical eye gleamed slightly as he swiftly accessed it, plunging once more into the digital realm. The previous night, while gathering information, he had instructed Johnny to filter out entertainment and marketing content. Now reflecting on it, the reason he had failed to unearth relevant intelligence might well be that this was not the world of mutants at all. It was merely cinematic fabrication. At this moment, without Johnny's filtering, he entered mutants into a search engine, observing the plethora of film resources that emerged. He immediately confirmed the veracity of Coulson's statements, unable to restrain himself as he sprang to his feet. "I knew it. Johnny, did you not notice?" He felt somewhat bewildered, as the earlier encounter with those ancient tortoises had given him the impression that they were mutants, leading to his complete lack of doubt regarding the existence of mutants in this world. Reflecting upon it now, the notion of a mutant race exhibiting random mutations resulting in 4 nearly identical individuals is indeed a marvel of improbability. The odds of such an occurrence must be extraordinarily minute, rendering the likelihood of winning the lottery seem like a certainty by comparison. Johnny beside him rolled his eyes, reminding him that it was he who insisted on filtering out marketing accounts and entertainment news. He could hardly question whether he had done so. "You absolute fool. Hey, sir." He instinctively felt the urge to engage in banter with Johnny, yet Coulson's voice jolted him back to reality. "What troubles you?" Noticing Coulson's heightened agitation, he too became wary. Although Coulson appeared approachable, he recalled the 2 thugs who had nearly met their demise, and, through their intelligence network, he was aware of the black-on-black incident that transpired in Hell's Kitchen that morning. Coulson understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. He possessed formidable combat skills and a pronounced aggressiveness, prompting his immediate vigilance upon witnessing such excitement. "It's nothing," he waved dismissively and returned to his seat, though the crimson glow in his eyes remained unabated. Acknowledging his earlier misjudgment regarding the circumstances of this world, he quickly regained his composure. Since he had access to the agent's tablet, which had already been compromised, he seized the opportunity to explore its contents and discern the nature of this world. Unbeknownst to Coulson, his tablet had been infiltrated. As he settled back down, a sigh of relief escaped him. With his own tablet in hand, Coulson continued his inquiry. "So, let's proceed, sir. From where do you hail?" "From where?" Observing the tablet in Coulson's grasp, he recognized the intent to investigate him. "However, upon my arrival, someone should have informed your superior. Perhaps you remain uninformed, but I suggest you inquire further." He refrained from providing a direct answer. Recalling Johnny's earlier mention of communication with the local authority, which had ostensibly granted him legitimate entry into this world, thus prompting him to direct Coulson to seek clarification independently. Chapter 11. The welcome ceremony. Coulson, upon hearing this, speculated that it might pertain to his superior, the king of agents, the master of many faces, and activated his earpiece to verify. He was aware, however, that the high-ranking figures referred to by the system were unlikely to associate with agents of such poor repute, who were incapable of managing even the most ordinary of individuals. This was merely a delaying tactic, and in the interim, he had nearly perused the entirety of the information contained within Coulson's modest tablet. Naturally, the tablet offered little of substantial value, primarily fragments of information regarding the matter at hand, but it sufficed to provide insight into the capabilities of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. For instance, personnel from this organization were predominantly distributed globally, wielding considerable power. Before us stands Agent Coulson, who, in pursuit of uncovering his own identity, has taken the audacious step of detaining all principal figures associated with the Terminator film series, actors, directors, producers, and the like. These individuals, due to their professional commitments, reside in various countries, yet SHIELD chose to act unilaterally, dispatching operatives without prior communication with local authorities. This brazen approach underscores the extensive power wielded by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, as well as its overwhelming audacity. However, there exists little trepidation regarding this matter. After all, he is the formidable agent. Even in the face of an entity as formidable as New Megacorp, he remains unfazed, merely acknowledging a sense of inadequacy in his capabilities to annihilate the entire organization in one fell swoop. He finds himself somewhat constrained. Had he not been ensnared in this predicament, he would have certainly mustered the strength to inflict severe damage upon New Megacorp, perhaps even leading to its obliteration. To illustrate his intellectual prowess, one might recall the infamous genius, Lazabatmos. He was once the most formidable hacker, capable of single-handedly battling against legions of corporate-trained hackers. He orchestrated the collapse of the old web, unleashing a virus that infected all within its grasp, ultimately sacrificing himself to bring about the downfall of the digital realm, transforming the old web into a mere legend of the 2077 era. Through an emergency self-construct system, he executed a personality clone, allowing his consciousness to persist within the remnants of the old web, what we now refer to as cyberspace, thus achieving mechanical immortality. This hacker dismantled the entire global network, compelling the gateways to erect a metaphorical black wall to shield Lazabatmos' creation from the outside world, while he thrived within. However, herein lies the conundrum. Despite Lazabatmos' exceptional prowess, he was not the most powerful hacker to exist. Indeed, he was merely a relic of a bygone era. The most formidable hacker of the new age resides in the 2077 timeline, a being whose capabilities instill fear in New Megacorp, possessing the destructive force akin to nuclear annihilation. In the year 2008, this ancient Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics finds itself pondering how to respond. With a sense of confidence, they sit in calm repose, leading Agent Coulson to question whether there is indeed a connection to Nick Fury. While the abilities on display seem formidable, Coulson understands the complexity of his superior's capabilities, especially given that he was one of the few who personally witnessed the events surrounding Captain Marvel decades ago. Admittedly, his involvement was not extensive during the Captain Marvel incident. Coulson primarily played a supporting role, never laying eyes on an alien, aside from catching a glimpse of the battlefield while sweeping the floor. Nonetheless, that battlefield was no ordinary sight. Captain Marvel had obliterated a warship. Although the majority of the wreckage was collected by the Skrulls on the moon and never fell to Earth, the spectacle was one that Coulson could not forget. Coulson, who considers himself well-versed in high-stakes situations, certainly would not judge the gravity of the moment based solely on the accomplishments of a few civilians whose combat prowess was nearly negligible. After all, it was still within the realm of his understanding. Thus, the two settled silently at a table, one awaiting a response from his superior, while the other continued to extract information from Coulson's tablet. It wasn't long before a notification echoed through Coulson's earpiece. Placing a hand on the device, he skillfully infiltrated their communication channel. Agent Coulson, the director has replied. The other party has not communicated with him and does not recognize the target. Oh, upon hearing this, Coulson remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his face. Very well, let us prepare for the welcoming ceremony. Understood. After conversing with his companion, Coulson flashed another smile. In light of this confirmation of your identity, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal. With that, Coulson rose and made his way outside. Johnny, observing his smile, couldn't help but chuckle softly. This fool remains oblivious to the fact that our communication system has already been compromised. So what shall we do next? Make a swift exit, or launch an attack? Johnny shook his head slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, their unspoken signal. Patience. We still do not fully understand the nature of this bureau. If it is the Valentino gang, we may find ourselves in a precarious position. In the year 2077, while the Valentino gang does engage in violent acts, they at least manage to protect the civilians within their community quite well. In a place as treacherous as Night City, achieving that is commendable. Compared to other ruthless factions, the Valentino gang seems almost angelic, especially with connections to Jack, his mother, and the priest, making any confrontation quite delicate. Johnny nodded. Do as you wish. After all, I have no influence over your decisions. With that, he reclined in the chair Coulson had just vacated. Smiling slightly, Coulson ended his dialogue with Johnny and turned his gaze back to the unfolding situation. At that moment, the communication channels of the other agents crackled to life. All personnel, prepare for combat. Agent Coulson will exit the fire zone before we engage, aiming to capture the target alive. The agents present, upon hearing the command, subtly shifted their bodies, inching their hands toward their holstered weapons with minimal movement. Yet, just as Coulson was about to leave the encirclement, he was abruptly halted. What is it, sir? Coulson did not proceed immediately, but calmly turned to inquire. Please convey my regards to the chef. Do not forget to settle the bill, including the tip. Rising as well, his actions instantly captured the attention of all the agents, compelling them to disregard the risk of exposure and firmly grasp their sidearms. What does this mean? Coulson feigned confusion and remarked, It's nothing. I acknowledge that I inadvertently made a mistake and sought the wrong person. Now that I am aware of the outcome, I shall take my leave without further disturbance. With a calm smile, he activated the Cyanweisten, a sensation akin to a surge of adrenaline coursed through his entire being, and he perceived that the world around him had slowed to a crawl. The Cyanweisten, an extraordinary cybernetic enhancement, enabled him to accelerate his speed to the point of transcending the limits of velocity. The game presented players with an effect reminiscent of bullet time, truly remarkable in its nature. The most formidable legendary enhancements could decelerate time to a factor of 85, which, in essence, meant elevating one's speed by an astonishing 6,666 times. Moreover, due to his modifications and innate talents, the capacity of his Cyanweisten enhancement had surpassed tenfold, coupled with an exceptionally robust physique and reflexes that transcended human limitations. The resulting strength was unparalleled. Just as Coulson sensed something amiss and intended to draw his pistol from his waist before his hand could even reach the firearm, a flurry of afterimages erupted before him, darting out of the restaurant in an instant. Coulson, who was a step behind, instinctively drew his pistol, aiming at the vanishing phantoms. What was happening? Coulson was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. His cognitive faculties struggled to keep pace with the rapidity of the situation, leading him to believe the targets were still within sight. After a second or two, Coulson regained his composure, observing his equally stunned companions, who had also drawn their weapons, and immediately activated his earpiece. Target has fled the restaurant. Repeat, target has fled the restaurant. Note, The target is moving at an extraordinary speed, difficult to track with the naked eye. Deploy a response team for immediate apprehension. Coulson's voice snapped the other agents into action, and they rushed out of the restaurant, searching for the elusive figure. Upon exiting, he quickly realized that the surrounding streets were devoid of any pedestrians, and, through his cybernetic eye, he could clearly discern a blockade set up by the police several hundred meters down the road. Indeed, this so-called Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics possessed considerable power, as he had encountered in various documents, and thus he was not surprised by their ability to establish a blockade. He did not contemplate barreling through the blockade in a state of bullet time, for he sensed his legs were sinking into the ground. Much like a character in a game capable of unleashing incredible speed, such an ability necessitated a push-off against a solid surface to generate force. In the era of 2077, architectural and material technologies had reached remarkable advancements. Even a rocket launcher would struggle to penetrate a building, and the ground was undeniably hard as well. Thus, he did not need to worry about whether he could shatter the pavement with a single step. He could unleash his full potential without restraint. However, in this world, the concrete surface was not significantly softer than that of tofu. If one refrains from entering bullet time, ordinary movements do not affect the environment. However, upon entering bullet time, each step taken creates a profound impact, as if traversing through snow, leaving a pit with every footfall. Under such circumstances, speed is inevitably compromised, rendering one's tracks impossible to conceal, making it futile to evade the unaware agents. With a sudden push against the ground, the earth trembles and shatters beneath, propelling oneself into the air. Simultaneously, the prosthetic hand is unleashed, and a filament-like weapon springs forth from the arm. This is one of the hand combat prosthetics, a monomolecular wire. Its blade is scarcely 1 molecule wide, granting it exceptional cutting power, and it possesses an energy-storing mode capable of delivering devastating damage. At this moment, the monomolecular wire serves as a means of transportation, wrapping around a lamppost with its broader side and swinging directly into a building with open windows. Remaining concealed, he takes control of a street camera to observe the situation outside. Chapter 12. Mission Impossible? Although the technology in this world is not particularly advanced, there are at least 2 cameras on the streets, allowing for a view of the external circumstances. Through the surveillance perspective, one can see Coulson leading a team of agents rushing out from a restaurant, searching for his presence. From another corner, a truck emerges, converging with Coulson and his team. Coulson climbs aboard while the other agents disperse in search of his whereabouts. He hides in the shadows, discreetly eavesdropping on their communication channels, keen to discern the true nature of these individuals. At this point, he remains uncertain whether this Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is benevolent or malevolent. After all, it could be akin to the Valentino Gang. While he would never turn against the Valentino Gang, should they be a violent and deranged faction like the Vortex Gang, he would not hesitate to dismantle them utterly. Now, it all hinges on whether this Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is akin to the Vortex or the Valentino Gang. Observing the agents as they scatter, seemingly oblivious to his presence within the building, he refocuses his attention on the truck. Adjusting his signal frequency, he seamlessly infiltrates the truck systems via the antenna. To his fortune, he discovers a concealed camera nestled among the equipment inside the truck. Whether this camera is a precaution set by the head of the department out of distrust for his subordinates or a pre-existing fixture remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it affords him the opportunity to witness the unfolding scene within the truck. Inside, several agents are present, including the previously cited Agent Coulson, who is now seated inside, engrossed in conversation with a companion while observing the myriad screens that fill the truck. The speed of that individual is remarkable, and upon my observation, he bears the marks of mechanical augmentation. Thus, it is plausible that such velocity is an ability acquired through these enhancements. Notably, the technology employed in his modifications appears to be quite advanced. Does this imply that such technology could also be applied to us? Perhaps. Has the field team been deployed? They have already mobilized and will soon arrive at this street. The absence of eyewitness reports in the surrounding neighborhoods indicates that the target remains within this area. A thorough search will suffice. The agent conversing with Coulson responded with a smile, seemingly confident that everything was under control. However, in a concealed manner, he discreetly pressed a button. Shortly thereafter, he detected an intrusion into the signal of the truck, which took him by surprise. Observing the agent who had subtly pressed the button, he realized the implications. A spy thriller, indeed, Johnny remarked with a smile, unfazed by the need for discretion. Standing directly by the window to survey the situation outside. It is unclear what he is observing. The shared visual feed offers no substantial insight, merely serving as a facade. Regardless, they have grown accustomed to such antics. The realm of espionage is no stranger to them. Their organization is well versed in the art of deception and intrigue. In their previous encounters within the Night City, they had frequently encountered similar scenarios. One could say that familiarity breeds a lack of surprise. However, given that the signal has been delivered, he decided to utilize his exceptional hacking skills to intercept the incoming signal. Following the trace, he discovered yet another truck. Why do these individuals favor trucks as their bases? Moreover, it contained cameras. What is this organization up to? Although it remains unclear whether this group is affiliated with the Vortex Gang or the Valentino Gang, the reliability of this organization is increasingly in doubt. As he mentally criticized the situation, he realized that the agents within the truck had successfully hacked into the vehicle housing Coulson's and redirected the signals. Consequently, they would gain access to Coulson's intelligence. The field team is now ready for action. Understood. Inside the truck, a rather imposing agent addressed another, and shortly thereafter, several specialized aircraft arrived in the area. With all residents and pedestrians evacuated, these aircraft made no effort to conceal their presence as they landed on the street. Teams of heavily armed agents descended onto the pavement, prepared for combat. They monitored both the street outside and the occupants within the truck. Now, your mission is to attempt to capture the target alive. If necessary, lethal force may be employed. The agent beside Coulson issued a mission to the field team. But on the other side of the truck, another command was given. Attempt to capture the target alive. If that proves impossible, eliminate him, and then hand him over to our people. Understood? Understood. The field team responded calmly, though it was unclear to whom they were replying. As an eavesdropper, one couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Was this a power struggle between two departments within the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau? Or had this bureau been infiltrated by other intelligence agencies seeking their own gains? The intelligence was still too scant to analyze the actual situation. Shaking his head, he was startled by the next transmission from the communication channel. The target's movements were quite evident. The opposing party was aware of this and had opted to conceal themselves. Activate the high-power scanning device immediately to locate that individual. A high-power scanning device? The term was not unfamiliar. He had encountered such devices numerous times in Night City. However, by 2077, stealth coatings had become ubiquitous. Even the street thugs sported them. Even with a radar directly scanning in front, they remained invisible. Thus, he felt no fear and chose to remain in his original position. His gaze shifted, however, to the two aircraft soaring in the sky. After some probing, he discovered that these machines could indeed receive external signals. Goodness, such a design was exceedingly well suited for a hacker like him. By 2077, hacking technology had become commonplace, and most combat robots were not designed for external signal integration, allowing for program modifications only when powered down. Therefore, directly hacking those robots to turn them into his subordinates was not an option. One could only overload their systems, either burning them out or smashing them. Now, encountering an aircraft that could be hacked stirred his spirits immensely. Let us see what I can do. Chapter 13. Hacking the aircraft. The pilot of the aircraft had never anticipated that someone could directly hack into their plane. Following Coulson's orders, they entered stealth mode and activated their SHIELD black technology scanner, commencing a sweep of the entire block. Meanwhile, the hacker had silently infiltrated their aircraft, using the onboard positioning system to ascertain their location. It must be said, breaching this aircraft brought back a semblance of the 2077 experience. In that era, nearly everyone possessed a positioning system. With a mere flick of a finger, one could pinpoint all enemies, even seeing through walls. Yet in this time, not only civilians, but even the technology possessed by agents was relatively rudimentary. The sole hacking technique available to them was the ability to infiltrate their communication channels. Can you believe it? Indeed, it is a lamentable truth that even the most skilled artisan finds it arduous to create without the necessary materials. Now, gazing upon this aircraft, my satisfaction is unbounded. It appears to possess a higher degree of technological sophistication and I fervently hope that this organization expedites its technological advancements. For only then will they be able to engage in combat with greater ease. Returning to the two aircraft, the infrared gaze flickered ominously, silently rendering the aircraft completely undetectable. To my astonishment, it became apparent that the aircraft was equipped with an autopilot system. With such a feature, one could potentially command the two aircraft to execute a performance akin to a Black Hawk's descent. However, I refrained from hastily seizing control from the pilots, opting instead to explore other options. With the high-powered scanning apparatus activated, I directly interfaced with the aircraft systems to disrupt the operation of the scanning devices. Have we located the target? Coulson inquired over the communication channel, while the two pilots scrutinized the radar. Not yet. Wait, the radar is responding. The pilots, upon witnessing a multitude of densely packed red dots suddenly appear on the radar, were instantly struck with trepidation. Damn it, we VE detected over 100 targets, all moving rapidly towards the concealed vehicle. Over 100 targets? The absurdity of this figure momentarily stunned Coulson, yet he quickly regained his composure. Everyone, converge on my position and prepare to relocate the vehicle. Confirm whether the targets are indeed the individuals we seek. It's unclear. We have yet to observe any suspected targets from above. Those entities must be concealed within the structures. In the skies, the two stealth aircraft, upon detecting the targets, immediately surged towards their location. Yet, despite their arrival, no targets were visible. The red dots on the radar were unmistakably genuine, leaving them in a state of perplexity. As they reached the command vehicle's vicinity, both aircraft suddenly trembled. Wait, something feels amiss. The pilots furrowed their brows in unison, gripping their control sticks, but found them utterly unresponsive. Warning, aircraft control lost. Repeat, aircraft control lost. The pilot's announcement left the agents below momentarily stunned, before they beheld the two aircraft disengaging their stealth mode, abruptly revealing themselves overhead. One of the aircraft then plummeted directly towards them. Scatter. The agents of the National Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau, witnessing the descending aircraft, paled and executed a series of evasive maneuvers, diving to the ground. Meanwhile, within the cargo truck, Coulson and his team were less fortunate. As the aircraft crashed down, it experienced a sudden lift upon landing. This maneuver allowed it to narrowly avoid the agents below, but resulted in a collision with the cargo truck, careening into a nearby restaurant. In the confines of the cargo truck, Coulson and the other agents were tossed about like mere playthings, their bodies sustaining numerous injuries from the relentless jostling. Had the equipment within the truck not been securely fastened, they would surely have suffered far worse than mere bruises. Once the truck came to a halt, ignoring his own wounds, Coulson hurriedly approached the cargo doors, forcefully kicking them open before leaping down with a few agents in tow. Outside, the members of the Special Task Force, having narrowly escaped disaster, rushed in to assist, promptly administering emergency first aid to those agents who were more gravely injured. Coulson, undeterred by his own pain, made his way to the exterior of the restaurant, questioning one of the agents about the location of another downed aircraft. Without hesitation, the agent indicated the direction of the crash site. "A few of you, follow me," Coulson commanded, leading several agents toward the site of the fallen plane. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. To his astonishment, there was yet another command vehicle that had been fortuitously struck by the aircraft. Though puzzled, Coulson observed the interior of the vehicle, which contained equipment bearing the insignia of SHLD, and noticed a few unconscious agents. He and his team promptly extricated them, ensuring they were moved to safety for treatment. Once he confirmed that the agents were out of immediate danger, Coulson stood up, preparing to inspect the equipment within the cargo truck. Just then, an agent approached him. "Agent Coulson, there's a fuel leak at the aircraft site. I advise you to steer clear of that area, as a significant explosion could occur." Upon hearing this, Coulson turned around and confirmed the agent's warning. Indeed, there was a dangerous fuel leak. Yet, he felt an unsettling urge to investigate the exposed equipment inside the cargo truck. As he contemplated taking the risk to gather more information, flames suddenly erupted from the aircraft, igniting the leaking fuel. In an instant, the fuel ignited, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that hurled Coulson through the air, while the cargo truck was obliterated into a mass of debris. Agent Coulson, in a haze, he faintly heard someone calling his name. However, he was rendered immobile, lying on the ground, straining to keep his eyes open as the sky above became shrouded in thick smoke. Amidst the swirling darkness, he perceived a figure atop a nearby building, its eyes glowing ominously as it loomed over him. Then, Carlson succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 14. Recording video truly ruthless, even toward one's own. Standing atop the building with Johnny, they activated their ocular enhancements to survey the unfolding situation below. They were situated nearly 100 meters above those agents below, appearing as diminutive as ants to the naked eye. However, their vision was not limited to mere human sight, activating the magnification feature of his ocular implant. Everything below was amplified, as if unfolding right before them, vividly captured in their gaze. Johnny's astonishment was naturally directed towards the brutal elimination operation taking place below. Among the agents who had accompanied Carlson to assess the situation, a few suddenly turned traitor, seizing the moment of the explosion to divert everyone's attention and swiftly incapacitating their comrades. Subsequently, a new group of agents arrived, collaborating with the defectors to stage the scene, directly silencing those agents rescued from the truck, as well as those who had been knocked unconscious by the turncoats, falling victim to their lethal intent. Carlson, however, appeared to hold a unique status among the agents. They gathered around the unconscious Carlson, engaged in fervent debate before dragging him aside to initiate rescue efforts, sparing him from being silenced. Once everything was arranged and deemed secure, the traitorous agents who had initially accompanied Carlson also instructed their comrades to incapacitate them. In the end, they fabricated a flawless scene, an explosion caused by a fuel leak from the aircraft, obliterating the area, while the gravely injured agents were whisked away. The rescuing agents also succumbed to the explosion, some tragically suffering fatal internal injuries, though the scene was not impeccably staged, with certain flaws remaining. Considering that this so-called Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics had seemingly been compromised, the subsequent investigators might not be their own. Such minor discrepancies could easily be overlooked. Was everything foolproof? Did they capture it all on film? Johnny nodded affirmatively, having recorded from start to finish. To his surprise, this organization, which appeared formidable, was in reality riddled with infiltrators. This situation had taken an intriguing turn. What were their next steps? Let us assess the situation first. I left a little gift within the equipment in that truck. Should they dare to integrate its contents into their intranet, we will have access to their database as if it were our private garden, he mused. Impressive, as always, Johnny remarked with a thumbs up, a grin spreading across his face as he observed the chaos below gradually settling. He turned to depart, still unaware of the true nature of this organization. However, once their intranet became his own sanctuary, reviewing their operational records would enable him to make informed decisions. Those who needed to be eliminated would meet their end, and those who ought to flee should do so promptly. With a swift run from the rooftop, his leg prosthetic activated, propelling him through the air for several meters, landing gracefully atop another building. He continued to leap from rooftop to rooftop with effortless ease, as if traversing a familiar path. The Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau's barriers and roadblocks established below had no discernible effect. He leapt effortlessly from the rooftop, and those below scarcely raised their heads. Once he exited the encirclement, he sought refuge in a secluded alley and jumped down from the rooftop. Upon landing, the concrete surface cracked under the impact, yet he nonchalantly strolled out of the alley, blending into the crowd and vanishing from sight. Half an hour later, he found himself in a familiar locale, Hell's Kitchen. After all, the money he had previously stolen was left at the restaurant, effectively covering his meal and tip. Now that he thinks about it, there is also the cost of repairs for the restaurant. In any case, he was once again short on funds. However, familiarity breeds ease, and he returned to this place. It was afternoon, and the number of gang members in Hell's Kitchen had increased. This was hardly surprising, as most gang members kept hours akin to university students, staying awake late into the night and only rising at midday, seeking sustenance when hunger became unbearable. Navigating the area with practiced ease, he located a spot where transactions were underway. As he listened to the commotion inside and prepared to break down the door with his gorilla-like strength, he heard a noise nearby. Who could it be? Glancing sideways, he spotted a frail, bespectacled elderly Caucasian man emerging. The man halted 7 paces away, bowing in a gentlemanly manner. "Good day, unknown sir." Observing that the fellow seemed devoid of hostility, he raised an eyebrow. "And who might you be?" My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I can provide you with what you seek. The absurdity of the statement elicited a chuckle from him. Even Johnny couldn't contain himself, appearing beside the elderly man and pointing at his head. I think this guy's got a screw loose. Perhaps we should perform a lobotomy? Ignoring Johnny, he found amusement in the old man's demeanor, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. What makes you think I need anything? Let me guess, it's money. ISNT it? Oh, quite perceptive. The reply prompted a scoff from him. Indeed, he needed money, especially since he had just arrived and required funds for everything. But what he sought most was the technology of this world. After all, that was the primary reason for his presence here. Yet, he was curious about the man's intentions. So he feigned applause. How delightful. You believe I lack money, and thus, you wish to offer me some? Oh, that's no trouble at all. However, you must understand that we do not bestow favors without reason. Favors? Ah, yes. ISNT, that precisely what a favor is? Or perhaps it is pity, or maybe charity, the elderly white gentleman observed and smiled as he listened to the lengthy discourse. It appeared that he was not entirely devoid of understanding. Therefore, I shall speak plainly. My employer has taken note of your capabilities and wishes for you to work for him. Your employer? Which one? His eyes sparkled with curiosity, for during his rise to prominence in the city of night, few dared to suggest he be taken under someone's wing. At most, some troublesome tasks compelled individuals to seek him out, paying a hefty price in hopes of his assistance. Yet here, someone aspired to recruit him as a subordinate. He felt a sense of wonder, while the old man was visibly excited. A hint of fervor shone in his previously unremarkable gaze as he passionately proclaimed, "Who else could it be in Hell's Kitchen but the underground king of New York, Mr. Gene Bing? Oh, impressive. And who, may I ask, is Mr. Gene Bing?" In stark contrast, the old man wore a rather peculiar expression. This left the elderly gentleman feeling that both he and his esteemed employer had been grievously affronted. He indignantly shouted, "Do not feign ignorance. You have already disrupted that gentleman's business once. Yet he, in his magnanimity, is willing to grant you another chance. Do not be ungrateful." Ungrateful? Upon hearing this word, a smile crept upon the young man's face. After a few chuckles, his expression gradually settled into calm. "It has been quite some time since anyone dared to utter that word to me. Let me guess, you believe your esteemed employer to be formidable? What might he do to me? Indeed, that gentleman commands the entirety of New York's underground society and holds a significant position in the shadows of this world. And you, a mere fledgling, dare to oppose him?" The elderly man replied with an air of certainty. "You think your strength is impressive? Yet before that gentleman, you are but—" Before he could finish his sentence, the elderly man fell silent, for his head had been crushed by a single, decisive blow. His essence splattered evenly upon the ground behind him. A figure had appeared beside the old man, watching as his body slowly succumbed to gravity, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "So, can your formidable gentleman prevent me from ending your life?" He chuckled, and then turned his gaze to the other corners. "All right, I shall show mercy and allow you to surround me. However, if you do not emerge soon, I shall take my leave." Those hidden in the shadows were taken aback by his words, for they had resonated through their earpieces. Exposed, this thought flashed through their minds. Yet their bodies instinctively followed the countless drills, brandishing their weapons as they surged forth to encircle him. A few grenades were hurled first, landing in the designated area, but swift flashes of blades sliced through the air, rendering the grenades into mere fragments, falling to the ground without so much as a spark. Upon activating the Mantis Blade, he observed the gang members who had yet to recover from their shock, the crimson glow in his eyes becoming ever more piercing. "Is this all there is?" he murmured to himself before abruptly vanishing from his position, leaving behind 2 imprints embedded in the concrete, and charged directly towards a masked individual clad in specialized gear. With a swift stroke, he struck without a glance, propelling himself towards the next target, the Mantis Blade dancing in his grip. However, when he finally came to a halt, those adversaries had slowly splintered into several pieces, collapsing to the ground. To him, these gang members, possessing abilities akin to ordinary people, posed no real threat. Even armed with specialized equipment, this so-called battle resembled more of a slaughter in his eyes. He held no reservations. Anyone marked as an enemy would meet the edge of his blade and the force of his iron fist. Mere moments later, all his foes had succumbed to slumber, and he sheathed the Mantis Blade, feeling an overwhelming sense of tedium. He could certainly discern that these individuals, though gang members, had endured training akin to that of special forces and possessed similar equipment. Yet, even so, their combat effectiveness had not significantly improved. They remained indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. It was simply dull, to the point where he felt no compulsion to react with anger to their provocations. However, considering they had dared to confront him, he could not simply turn a blind eye. As for the fury simmering within, he resolved to prolong their torment before delivering the fatal blow. Chapter 15. The doorstep of death, he kicked aside the carcass obstructing his path and continued toward the transaction site he had intended to disrupt. With a powerful kick, he flung open the door, striding boldly inside, causing the gang members within to freeze momentarily, instinctively reaching for their firearms. Who is this? Such audacity! Observing the intruder strolling towards the table, one gang member hastily approached, disregarding the absurdity of the situation. "Hey, buddy." This place. The expression on his face was one of indifference, lacking any desire to engage in combat after the previous mindless slaughter. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals. Employing combat augmentations would seem excessive. As the approaching gang member neared, he scanned the structure of the weapon in their hand, then swiftly delivered a punch that felled the individual, seizing their firearm. The other gang members, witnessing him wielding an additional gun, were immediately gripped by fear and prepared to fire. Yet, he effortlessly pressed down on their weapon with one hand and unleashed a flurry of bullets, precisely executing their comrades around him. Finally, he turned his attention to the two individuals by the table, counting the transaction goods, and coolly remarked, "Do you still wish to reach for your guns?" The two gang members, just about to grasp their weapons, found themselves paralyzed with fear as they watched all their companions fall in an instant. Approaching the table, he made no effort to conceal the two firearms resting atop it, even carelessly tossing the gun he held onto the surface. However, the preceding spectacle was undeniably jarring, rendering the two men hesitant to make any sudden movements. "Step aside," he commanded, pointing at one of them, who promptly rose and obediently moved to the side. Reclining in the chair, he surveyed the goods laid out on the table, a look of disdain creeping across his face. "Why is it that day after day, all you know is to peddle drugs? Where's your ambition?" The two gang members, overhearing his critique, appeared somewhat bewildered. They were merely criminals, not terrorists. Did they not sell arms instead of narcotics? Losing interest in further discourse, he instructed the seated gang member to pack the money into the box, then turned to the other and inquired, "Are you familiar with Jean Bing?" Upon hearing the name, the gang member's reaction was noticeably peculiar. Gathering his courage, he replied, "The name of Mr. Jean Bing is undoubtedly known throughout Hell's Kitchen." "Ah, quite impressive," Johnny remarked, appearing from the shadows, leaning against the wall, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression inscrutable. He rolled his eyes, dismissing Johnny's presence. It felt as though the system had been infected with a virus, transforming him into that very Johnny, who seemed to emerge at random moments to assert his presence. "Do you know how to contact him?" "Well, as an unknown nobody, how would I know?" "A nobody, is it?" Nodding, he seized a brick of compressed powder from the table, striking the gang member squarely on the head. The force was such that the brick shattered into a cloud of powder, mingling with the blood on the man's face. The gang member, who had just finished repacking the money, trembled at the sight. "Now, do you know how to reach that guy?" "I don't know, but my boss does." Dropping the powder brick, he warned, "Next time you speak, don't pant so heavily. Call your boss." "Understood." The man quickly retrieved his phone and dialed his boss, placing it reverently on the table. The call connected shortly thereafter, a voice on the other end demanding, "What's going on? Was there an issue with the transaction?" Ignoring the person on the line, he focused on the phone, his cybernetic eye glowing red. He hacked into the so-called boss's phone, sifting through the information. This boss was rather inept. The device was riddled with viruses, and it was a wonder that it still functioned. After executing a quick virus removal, he scrolled through the contact list and finally discovered a number belonging to Jean Bing. Found it. In a hushed tone, after scanning and analyzing the telephone signals of this world, he opted to directly call the other party using his implanted cybernetic body. This method also allowed him to employ subtle tactics to locate Jean Bing's position. Soon, the dial call was connected. "Who is this?" A muffled voice resonated, exuding an undeniable pressure that could be felt even without a visual encounter. No wonder Mr. Jean Bing had ascended to the status of an unacknowledged king in New York. Even his voice could likely compel many to serve him. After a brief silence, The voice continued. Are you the one who disrupted my business this morning? The term kid elicited a sardonic smile from him. How could Mr. Gene Bing, who must be several centuries old, still refer to him as a kid? Grinning, he simultaneously traced Gene Bing's location through the call while engaging in casual banter. Gene Bing's tone remained devoid of emotion. You possess extraordinary strength and have ruined one of my business dealings. Yet you assume that makes you superior? Not just that, he retorted. I also annihilated a contingent you might loosely categorize as a military unit. And I transformed the mind of one of your spokespersons into a canvas for a piece of graffiti. Would you care to admire this artistic creation by a subordinate willing to go to such lengths for you? In a building within Hell's Kitchen, Gene Bing scoffed disdainfully from his office. Such trash. I can provide you with as much as you desire. Since you seem to enjoy it, I'll send you a few more. Let's see if you can handle it. With that, he pressed a button on his phone and terminated the call. Sitting in his office, Gene Bing shook his head. He had initially thought this individual might be a valuable asset, only to realize he was merely a short-sighted fool. Target, you are in charge. Eliminate that pest. By tomorrow night, I want his head displayed at the intersection so everyone knows the consequences of crossing me. Understood. In the corner of the office, a bald man with a target design on his head rose from the sofa and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to open the door, all the lights in the office extinguished, plunging the space into darkness, save for a few computer screens that still glowed, displaying his avatar. There is no time like the present. Why wait? Today, I will deliver the head to Mr. Gene Bing. Let us see if he dares to accept it. The voice emanated from strategically placed speakers throughout the room, sounding as if it lurked in the shadows, poised to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. Gene Bing's heart tightened involuntarily as he relied on his keen eyesight to catch a glimpse of the target's gaze in the darkness. The other party shook his head, indicating the unlocking mechanism that had turned red, signaling a locked password door. He has breached our system and locked us out. Gene furrowed his brow, taken aback by such tactics. He had never witnessed such sophistication even among the street thugs, let alone within the ranks of espionage organizations. After all, the digital landscape of this world was still in its infancy, and the methodologies employed were significantly constrained, especially for the indigenous populace. This realization led Gene to suspect that he had indeed entangled himself with the wrong individual. But wait, wasn't he at the other party who had approached him with provocation first? Gene sensed a flicker of panic within himself. He inhaled deeply and, with his eyes glowing ominously red, addressed the computer screen with an aura of intimidation. What exactly do you intend to do? Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to reduce Mr. Gene to ashes. I am already at your doorstep, Mr. Gene. Do not attempt to flee, came the cheerful reply. With a smile, the screen flickered and transformed into a myriad of surveillance perspectives. Fortunately, the screen was sufficiently large, allowing Gene to discern every detail captured from each camera angle. Upon closer inspection, Gene tightened his grip on his cane. These surveillance feeds were evidently installed throughout his own building. What was the other party's intention? To flaunt their capacity to compromise his systems at will? No, it could not be that straightforward. Gene scrutinized each surveillance feed, eager to uncover their true motives. His curiosity was soon rewarded as the figure appeared within the surveillance frame. Let us see, your building boasts 18 floors. Can you guess how long it will take me to ascend from the first level, eliminating everyone in my path? The figure flashed a grin towards the camera, stretching their limbs as they spoke with an effervescent tone. At the entrance, Gene's subordinates watched in disbelief as the intruder boasted, urging him to step aside. Ignoring their warnings, the moment the scythe-like blades sprang forth from the intruder's arm, they transformed into a blur of motion, swiftly dispatching the 10 or so gang members at the entrance into mere dismembered remains. Crimson text swiftly replaced the surveillance feed, and then the second, third, and fourth feeds followed suit. Chaos erupted from below, and Gene finally grasped the intent behind the display. The aim was to have him witness the systematic slaughter of his subordinates, layer by layer, instilling in him a sense of despair before ultimately claiming his own life. It seemed the assailants sought to exert pressure and torment him through such a display. Gene could not deny the effectiveness of this tactic. Chapter 16. The escaping king of crime gazing at the screen before him. The myriad of surveillance windows did not provide a clear view of the assailant's form. Each appearance was merely a blur, brandishing a bloodied blade. Moments later, the specter vanished, and the surveillance feed was left with nothing but splattered blood and heaps of mangled corpses. In less than half a minute, all feeds from the first floor were replaced with a red hue, signaling an end. Next, it would be the second floor. However, when it comes to action, he was resolute in his intent to eliminate every level, every room, and indeed every individual within the confines of this building. As he observed the diminishing surveillance feeds, Kingpin's brow furrowed with increasing intensity. As previously stated, faced with a figure akin to a god of death, he found himself genuinely fearful. His trepidation stemmed not solely from the terrifying prowess that could effortlessly dispatch his well-trained subordinates, but also from the ruthless decisiveness that this adversary displayed towards anyone who stood in opposition. In contrast to mere brute strength, Kingpin placed greater importance on this cold-blooded resolve. After all, he had encountered superheroes before, including the likes of Daredevil, beings endowed with abilities that surpassed the bounds of ordinary imagination. Yet, when confronted by such figures, he felt no trace of fear, for he understood that even in defeat, they would not take his life. In fact, during moments of peril, he might even find himself rescued by them and subsequently delivered, post-haste, to prison. These champions of justice would refrain from targeting his family or those he cherished, even if such actions would facilitate their victory over him. They did not consider the option of simply ending his life. Instead, they preferred to employ the law as a means to compel his submission, believing that this was the essence of true justice. But what of it? Setting aside the unwavering principles of certain superheroes, even the most fanatical among them would not resort to harming those uninvolved. Yet this adversary showed no regard, indiscriminately slaying anyone who dared to obstruct his path, regardless of their guilt. Such a person, even without formidable power, instilled a sense of dread simply by virtue of being an opponent. This was compounded by the display of strength that could easily annihilate everyone within the building, including Kingpin himself. Realizing this, Kingpin clenched his cane tightly, producing a creaking sound, and then he picked up the intercom. The helicopter was poised for takeoff. Kingpin, the ruler of New York's underworld and a figure of considerable stature within the global shadowy realms, ultimately succumbed to fear. Consequently, Kingpin chose not to witness the horrifying slaughter any longer. He understood that time was of the essence. Within 10 minutes, his foe would reach him. Thus, in his decision to flee, he knew he must depart with utmost haste. Observing the slightly bewildered target, who was still oblivious to the screens, Kingpin silently switched them off and addressed the target. That individual is drawing near. You must go outside, accompanied by my men, and eliminate him. Understood. The target remained unaware that Kingpin had already deemed him expendable. He drew a customized handgun from his waist and, with a single shot, shattered the lock on the coded door before stepping outside. As he gazed at the target, he stepped outside, and Jean Bing swiftly made his way to the wall, where he revealed a concealed door, behind which lay a hidden elevator. Entering it, he ascended rapidly to the rooftop, where a custom heavy-duty helicopter was preparing for an emergency takeoff. Mr. Jean, our flight clearance has yet to be approved, one of the crew members cautioned. Jean Bing, striding towards the helicopter, halted momentarily at the sound of the man's voice. In a sudden, violent motion, he swung his cane, creating a gaping hole in the man's head. Ignoring the fallen body, Jean addressed the pilot with urgency. I care not for flight permissions. I need you to take off immediately, now at once. Understood. As Jean Bing hastily made his escape, he had already fought his way through, reaching the stairs marked for the 18th floor, his expression remaining devoid of emotion. He forcefully kicked open the door, revealing dozens of heavily armed militants, alongside a bald man sporting a manic grin, wielding a custom sniper rifle. You finally arrived. The target had long been prepared. As he watched Jean approach, he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, aligning the man's head within his crosshairs, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A specially designed armor-piercing round erupted from the barrel, hurtling toward Jean's head. Yet, in a mere tilt of his head, he evaded the lethal shot. This seemingly insignificant movement alerted the target to an unsettling reality. What are you? The target's expression shifted to one of seriousness, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding militants unleashed a barrage of gunfire. He continued to pull the trigger without pause, unleashing a stream of large-caliber bullets towards Jean. But was it effective? Within Jin's visual system, the trajectories of the militants and the firearms wielded by the target were meticulously simulated. A series of red lines continuously extended from the front, and all he had to do was avoid these crimson beams while advancing toward his foes. For him, this was simplicity itself, yet for the target and his armed associates, it was an unfathomable occurrence. To their eyes, Jean appeared to glide through the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages, deftly evading every bullet. Under such circumstances, he closed in on them with remarkable speed, until at last, a flash of blade light dominated their vision. With a sense of relief, the militants were swiftly dispatched, leaving only the target remaining. At this moment, the target was engulfed in madness. As the premier assassin under Jean Bing, he had never encountered such a scenario. In the past, no matter who stood before his gun, regardless of their evasive maneuvers, they would inevitably be pierced by his bullets, blossoming into sprays of crimson. And now, the opponent seemed to evade his bullets with the ease of a leisurely stroll after a meal. Each time he aimed diligently, he found himself striking only the afterimage of his target. How could he come to terms with this? As the adversary approached, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He drew his pistol from his waist, poised to continue firing, this time without evasion. A bullet erupted from the muzzle, striking the forehead. A flicker of joy danced in the target's eyes, but as he observed the bullet transform into a small shard of steel before plummeting to the ground, he was momentarily taken aback. The forehead remained as smooth as ever. That single bullet had failed to breach the defenses of his subdermal armor. Gazing at the tiny fragment on the ground, his breath quickened. Had his attacks truly been ineffective? Why then did he need to dodge? Was he being toyed with? Before he could process this, a sudden force struck him, his vision blurred, and in the next instant, he found himself pinned to the ground. His handgun was seized, and his assailant scrutinized the weapon that once belonged to him, ultimately emitting a derisive laugh. Is this all? Well then, there happens to be a ready target. Let us give a try. A ready target? Where? He was momentarily puzzled until he felt the cold muzzle pressed against his forehead, at which point the realization struck him. It was he who had become the target. A muffled crack echoed as the seemingly worthless handgun, unworthy of even a spot in a collection, was carelessly discarded, ignoring the corpse of the madman on the floor. Pushing open the door to the empty office, a glint of red flashed in his eyes as he scanned the entire room. The concealed elevator hidden within the walls was promptly discovered, yet he opted not to approach it, instead directing his gaze out the window. A heavily armed helicopter roared past, heading into the distance. He attempted to hack into the helicopter, but regrettably, it was too primitive. The critical systems were manually controlled. What a pity, he lamented, as he could not infiltrate it. How he wished for a more suitable firearm. Upon scanning the helicopter's structure, he regrettably concluded that even the custom sniper rifle wielded by the earlier madman would not penetrate the reinforced armor of the helicopter. He could only shake his head in dismay. As for pursuing it directly, he was not a pilot. Would he run after a helicopter on foot? He was no dog chasing a motorcycle, devoid of scientific understanding. Never mind. Killing him like this would merely grant him a favor. It would be a disservice to not first see him lose everything, wealth, friendship, and love, before swiftly ending his life. With that thought, he turned his gaze to Jean Bing's desk. The screen, previously shut down by Jean Bing, flickered to life, revealing a series of files. Among these documents were details of Jean Bing's underground criminal empire, evidence of his bribery of American officials, records of communications involving prominent figures who, for various reasons, had enlisted Jean Bing to act on their behalf, and, crucially, Jean Bing's true identity, Wilson Grant Fisk, socialite of New York. Files were rapidly copied into the implanted cybernetic bodies, annihilating everyone within the building. The ensuing calmness was maintained by a smile. As thoughts swirled around what to do next to make that fool regret his actions and words from the day. As he pondered, Johnny emerged, approaching the corpses of the armed men, scrutinizing their weapons. They were nothing but worthless trash, devoid of any usable components. Indeed, how could a master of weaponry in the year 2077 regard these relics of a bygone era with anything but disdain? In his eyes, these firearms were unworthy of disassembly, let alone capable of crafting a reliable weapon from their parts. Observing the helicopter that was swiftly retreating, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed imperative to acquire some parts and create something with sufficient firepower. Johnny nodded, suddenly reminded of something. The most formidable military-industrial corporation was headquartered in New York. Was it not? Perhaps a visit was in order. With all data copied, the armed helicopter finally reached a safe distance. It was likely about to detonate. Johnny chuckled, glancing at the wall beside him. During the scan, he had discovered not only an elevator, but also explosives distributed throughout the entire floor. These explosives could not be detonated remotely. They were on a timer. As Goldfinch departed, he had already activated the timer, and with the helicopter now at a safe distance. The time was surely nearing. Time to leave. With a smirk, he walked to the window, let the wind tousle his hair, and then leaped out. Chapter 17. Stark Arms Corporation. Tom stood holding a briefcase, staring blankly at the towering edifice belonging to the underworld kingpin, Goldfinch. In Hell's Kitchen. This was an unnamed yet formidable stronghold. Even the most formidable gang leaders had to tread carefully here. Their status, their goods, their men, all were granted by Goldfinch. Moments ago, that monster had tossed him aside and charged into Goldfinch's lair alone. Tom watched in awe as the liberated cybernetic limbs transformed into a blur, leaving a trail of dismemberment in their wake. The first floor was swiftly cleared, and he pressed on to the second, his own presence fading from view. Despite witnessing that monstrous display of power, Tom felt an undeniable truth. He was no match for Goldfinch. Hell's Kitchen had long suffered under his reign. However, after what felt like an eternity, Tom, who had expected to witness a dramatic showdown with Goldfinch, saw instead a helicopter departing from the building's summit. Realizing with dismay that the legendary Goldfinch had not even shown his face before retreating. This realization left Tom stunned for quite some time, until a resounding crash captured his attention. He looked up to see the rooftop of the building engulfed in flames, with countless debris plummeting down, prompting him to seek refuge in a corner. Suddenly, a figure crashed down beside him. Observing the individual who had descended from such a height without a scratch, Tom gulped nervously and quickly handed over his briefcase. The figure effortlessly seized it, and the prosthetic hand expanded dramatically. Just as Tom braced himself for a devastating blow, the figure casually smashed a falling concrete chunk with a single punch. "Aren't you going to hurry and get out of here?" they remarked nonchalantly before retracting the prosthetic and departing with the briefcase, as if they were an ordinary person. Relieved to have escaped what he believed was a brush with death, Tom exhaled, only to be startled again as another piece of debris crashed near his feet, prompting him to scramble away in panic. He made his way to the entrance of Hell's Kitchen, where, this time, no one dared to bother him. Glancing at the fire trucks hesitating at the entrance, he smirked and cast a final look at the towering inferno that once represented wealth. It's not over yet. He chuckled to himself before opening a map to search for Stark Arms Company. Observing the distance, his brow furrowed. It was quite far, and without a vehicle, the journey would take considerable time. He couldn't help but reminisce about his high-spec modified Excalibur in Night City. Perhaps he should construct a vehicle for himself? Yet, that seemed too cumbersome. The foundational materials and technology in this world were not particularly advanced, and finding suitable materials could take ages. He certainly couldn't expect to conjure technology from nothing and gradually develop corresponding advancements, despite having the capability. Instead, why not hail a cab? Johnny pondered, giving a thumbs-up gesture. "All right, I can still catch a ride," he exclaimed, slapping his forehead and stepping to the roadside while signaling with his thumb. Before long, a taxi pulled up beside him. "Sir, where to?" inquired a rather timid-looking driver. "Where to?" he replied, his eyes faintly glowing red, which instantly caused the driver's phone to light up. "Navigation activated. Please make a U-turn in 100 meters, the app announced. The driver hesitated for a moment before quickly turning around and following the directions. As they drove, the driver couldn't resist glancing through the rearview mirror. "You don't seem like an ordinary person," he remarked. "What's the matter?" Tom replied, reclining lazily against the seat, gazing out at the scenery. Accustomed to the streets of 2077, with their omnipresent advertisements and light pollution, he found the exterior landscape rather charming, filled with beauty at every turn. The driver, upon hearing a conversation, immediately became quite animated. It must be said, as a taxi driver, he relished the opportunity to engage in banter with passengers, particularly those who possessed an extraordinary aura. In truth, he had another client who donned a tight-fitting black and red suit accompanied by a mask, claiming to be a mercenary. A black and red suit? And a mask? To wear such attire in the line of mercenary work? With a slight furrow of his brow, he pondered if his client was either exceptionally formidable or simply a reckless fool unafraid of danger. Wearing such garb in that profession seemed to invite discovery. "Ah, It appeared he might possess some extraordinary abilities. At times, the driver observed that the mask was riddled with bullet holes and stained with blood. Yet the individual seemed to thrive, almost as if he were immortal. This piqued his interest. Johnny had mentioned that the world was vast and filled with remarkable things. Regrettably, since his arrival in this realm, he had yet to encounter anything that truly captivated him. Well, real meat didn't he count? Lost in thought, Johnny soon appeared and took a seat beside him. This was intriguing. Although the man was presumably flesh and blood, his abilities seemed of little practical use to the driver. Yet they were undeniably unique. Nodding in acknowledgement, the driver initiated conversation. However, the man appeared somewhat unhinged, often speaking to the air, lamenting the mundanity of the world, the absence of mutants, and the lack of Wolverine to accompany him on his daily missions. Hearing this, the driver exchanged a glance with Johnny. This world? Quite interesting. Johnny stroked his chin, contemplating whether this individual was genuinely unwell or possessed profound knowledge, capable of transcending the fourth wall. To break the fourth wall? That was indeed impressive. Coupled with his apparent immortality, the driver felt an urge to become acquainted with him. Perhaps another time. As he conversed with Johnny, the taxi driver began to sense something amiss. He glanced into the rearview mirror, observing the man joyfully conversing with thin air, his expression one of confusion. Another one with a troubled mind? 3 hours later, the taxi halted outside Stark Industries. He casually tossed a handful of cash to the driver. "Wait here. I'll go inside and take a look. I'll catch a ride back with you later." "Oh, very well." The taxi driver regarded the bundle of cash in his hand, then glanced at the suitcase left in the vehicle. Best to wait here. He was too foolish. Money from such a person could lead to dire consequences. He could distinguish between a lavish feast and the potential for peril. As he surveyed the nondescript buildings before him, he felt a twinge of hesitation, not from fear, but from disdain. Although Stark Industries is renowned as the most formidable arms company in the world, I still find it hard to believe that anything truly remarkable could originate from within its confines. Setting aside the quality of materials, which in this world is rather subpar, what could possibly pique his interest would be technology. As a master weaponsmith of the 2077 era, could he truly regard their technology with any esteem? Astonishing indeed. Gazing at the colossal reactor before me, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is there?" A security guard in the hall raised his head, but apart from the radiant reactor, he saw nothing. Am I imagining things? The guard furrowed his brow, only to smooth it out again. "Whatever, my shift is almost over. Less trouble is preferable." The one who activated the optical camouflage glanced at the rather indifferent guard, shrugged, and slowly approached the conspicuous reactor positioned in the center of the hall. Activating my ocular implant, I scanned the reactor thoroughly. Upon observing the detected energy index, I smacked my lips in astonishment. This energy index is quite impressive, even by 2077 standards. It seems this company does possess some merit. Johnny emerged as well, adjusting his sunglasses, scrutinizing the behemoth. However, despite its impressive nature, there were no groundbreaking materials to speak of. I helplessly shrugged at the results of my scan. "Isn't that even more impressive?" Johnny remarked, nodding in agreement. After observing the reactor for a while, he suddenly exclaimed in wonder, "How intriguing." I realized that we could potentially scale down the structure of this giant. Although its energy index would diminish significantly, it would still remain functional. What purpose did the creator have in constructing it to such a grand scale? I doubt these buildings could harness all that energy. Who knows? I glanced at the nearby sign. Howard Stark and Tony Stark, presenting this marvel. Perhaps the creator is simply ostentatious. The name Tony Stark, frequently appearing in various entertainment news, elicited a chuckle from me. I then shifted my gaze back to the reactor. For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that this colossal creation had not been developed spontaneously. It seemed more akin to a product of reverse engineering. Several structural elements appeared to serve no apparent function, yet their design was so definitive that it suggested there must have been something intended for those areas. But what could that something be? I sensed that it might just be one of the noteworthy innovations of this world. Chapter 18. The subway station not far from Stark Industries, a taxicab, stood idling. Defend, the usually shy taxi driver, was currently lost in the throes of rock music blaring from the radio, dancing wildly in his seat. From a distance, the taxi swayed gently, and given its secluded location, one might wonder if it housed any passionate escapades within. Just as Dauphin succumbed to his own thoughts, yearning to shed his shirt, The rear door of the cab abruptly swung open, unveiling a figure who, having discarded optical camouflage, revealed himself on the back seat, astonished at the sight of Dauphin, who had already bared half of his shirt. "What are you doing?" he inquired, perplexed, when suddenly a flamboyant red sports car sped past. Turning his head, he locked eyes with a man sporting sunglasses, yet unable to conceal the mischief glimmering in his eyes. The man glanced briefly before redirecting his attention to Dauphin, who was still in the midst of undressing, and then exclaimed, rather audibly, to his companion, a burly figure clad in black, "Hey, happy look too?" There was no attempt at discretion in his tone, so much so that Dauphin, cranking up the volume of the rock music, could hear him clearly. The burly man seemed equally intrigued, slowing the car to steal a glance at the unfolding scene. With a resigned sigh, Dauphin covered his face with his suitcase and urged the still bewildered Dauphin, "Aren't you going to leave yet?" "Oh." Dauphin snapped back to reality, hurriedly donning his shirt, turning off the rock music, and with a swift drift, the taxi spun around and sped away. It must be said that being Deadpool's designated driver attested to Dauphin's commendable driving skills. Meanwhile, in the sports car, Tony sighed, they've escaped. Shaking his head, he turned to the burly man beside him. "What a pity. You didn't see that." "Oh no, rather fortunate you missed it." Contemplating the scene he had just witnessed, Tony's brow furrowed. "Damn, why would I want to watch them? Happy, find 2 attractive actresses tonight for my eyes to feast upon." "Understood, boss," Happy replied, shrugging, clearly well acquainted with his employer's whims, as he revved the sports car back toward the office. On the other hand, the atmosphere inside the taxi was steeped in silence, with Dauphin driving cautiously, wary of any extraneous movements. He set down his suitcase, and Johnny appeared beside him, gesturing towards Dauphin. "I think this guy has good taste. He just hasn't encountered the truly exquisite yet. Let us give him an earful." "All right," Johnny chuckled, unperturbed by the comments. After all, what was there to fret about? Moreover, as he recalled the flamboyant man, a smirk crept upon his lips. "Tony Stark, enjoying himself, huh? Just wait until I have you in my grasp." Subsequently, he activated his implanted prosthetic and selected a few signature tracks from the Wu-Tang Clan, breaching the taxi's sound system to commence the playback. 2 hours later, a taxi blaring rock music raced through the streets of New York. The thin shell of the taxi offered no barrier to the music within. Even passers-by could hear the deafening rock music blaring from inside. At the entrance of a subway station, the taxi came to a halt. As the doors swung open, the pedestrians outside could discern the raucous melodies even more clearly. Upon realizing the source of the sound, their expressions shifted subtly, and their steps faltered slightly. One cannot blame them. Johnny, a mere weakling with slightly above-average strength, had achieved legendary status in Night City, largely due to the enchanting nature of his songs and his undeniable charisma that rallied the masses. Just a shout of "blow up Arasaka Tower" could gather a throng, including formidable figures like Morgan Blackhand, underscoring Johnny's immense prowess. If he could conquer Night City in the year 2077, one can only imagine his influence in this world. Ignoring the onlookers, a figure with a suitcase slipped out of the taxi. Behind the wheel, Dauphin rolled down the window, his face flushed with excitement. Reminiscent of a powder high, he exclaimed, "From this subway station, you can reach any part of New York. And if you need a ride, feel free to call me." With a hand gesture and a nod, Dauphin revved the taxi, leaving a cloud of black smoke in his wake before speeding off. Johnny emerged from the haze, frowning as he watched Dauphin's reckless enthusiasm. Perhaps it was best not to let this kid play music again. Nodding in agreement, he reflected on the earlier chaos. Dauphin had been so amped up by the music that he nearly turned the taxi into a fighter jet. The speed exceeded 100 in the bustling city, and there were moments when it seemed a collision was imminent, yet Dauphin managed to execute daring drifts to evade disaster. The spectacle made it appear as though he were driving a high-performance sports car rather than a humble taxi. As he watched the taxi disappear into the distance, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Bluetooth disconnected. Bang! A resounding crash echoed from afar, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Had there been an accident? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on Dauphin's situation. Though easily excitable, the kid possessed impressive driving skills, so recovering the vehicle shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Turning towards the subway station, he had barely stepped inside when someone rushed up to him, handing him a business card while stating, "Hello, I am from Jewel and Music Company." Frowning at the name on the card, He wondered if this world also had its own Arasaka tower, seeking to exploit him. Why would he bother singing? It would be more prudent to consult Johnny instead. I do not collaborate with corporate lackeys, he declared. Johnny, seemingly aware of his thoughts, materialized beside him. You are merely adopting someone else's persona. Don't delude yourself into thinking you are them. Rolling his eyes, he offered this retort to Johnny, who merely shrugged and vanished from sight. The self-proclaimed agent from a certain company stood nearby, gazing into the air with a hint of bewilderment. Yet, she remained unfazed. What did it matter if someone had a mental illness? If they could bring her profit, then they were a beneficial kind of madness. Moreover, having an additional label of psychological troubles might even serve as a means of publicity, igniting even greater fervor. With this thought, her eyes brightened, and she became more enthusiastic, even attempting to assist in carrying things. He pushed her away, urging her to leave, but her audacity was such that he felt tempted to strike her. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a series of gunshots rang out from behind, and suddenly he felt a throng of people surging towards him, pushing him into the subway station. Surrounded by ordinary citizens, he hesitated to act. After all, these individuals were not his adversaries. To raise a hand against the innocent would render him a true monster, a madman. While frowning in contemplation, more gunshots echoed behind him, and the frantic crowd grew increasingly agitated. Sensing the unrest around him, he realized the gunman was not there to kill, but to disperse the masses. Yet, what was the purpose of driving away ordinary people? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt someone grip his arm, forcefully pulling him forward. He glanced over and was astonished to find it was the same agent. Fortuitously, she had managed to stay close amid the crowd's chaos and had surprisingly reached his side. "Sir, we must hurry forward. There are shots being fired behind us," she urged him, pulling him along. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, although her intentions were questionable. She was acting out of goodwill, and he could not bring himself to criticize her. He was someone who responded better to gentleness than of force. At that moment, he was too weary to ponder the motives of those firing the shots. He simply followed the flow of the crowd into the subway station. Under the guidance of the agent, he adeptly crouched in a corner, ready to observe the unfolding drama. Chapter 19. The Four Great Turtles, after a few minutes of waiting. Feeling his legs grow numb and unable to resist the urge to stand and leave, a group of masked armed men wielding automatic rifles stormed into the subway station. Recognizing those familiar masks, he raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the notorious gang from that day, the so-called Bigfoot gang, who had been driven off by the four formidable turtles? They had become bolder in just a few days. Previously, they had been robbing at the docks, and now they were resorting to attacking innocent civilians. Unfazed by the infamous gang that had gained notoriety in New York, he contemplated standing to leave. However, the little agent, gripped by fear, clutched him tightly, insisting they remain crouched. Their struggle caught the attention of one of the armed men, who approached them with his weapon in hand. "What the hell are you two doing?" Listening to this individual spewing nonsense, I was on the verge of delivering a punch that would shatter his skull, yet the petite agent stepped in front of him first. "Apologies, he has some issues. I will do my utmost to manage him." The little agent stood resolutely in front, leaving no room for action, her face reflecting a mix of helplessness. Meanwhile, the armed man regarded her with an air of indifference, acknowledging the truth in her words. After all, he was wielding a firearm. Who could possibly remain unafraid in the presence of such a weapon? Surely, there must be something wrong with them. The armed man nodded, holstering his gun to prevent any accidental discharge. If a stray bullet were to strike someone, not only would it be a disaster, but he would also likely be compelled to turn himself in. How else could they orchestrate so many operations in New York without provoking the government into deploying the National Guard? It was simply because the authorities deemed it beneath them to confront such individuals directly, opting instead to apply pressure from the shadows. "Keep an eye on him," the armed man instructed the petite agent before turning to leave. The little agent exhaled in relief. Although the Foot Clan might be considered irredeemable trash, they still held a significant deterrent power over ordinary folk like her. She tugged him down, forcing him to crouch, and sighed as she observed this girl gripping her arm, refusing to let go. Shaking her head, she mused that had the petite agent lacked any decorum, she wouldn't have bothered with her. However, the girl's good intentions kept her from acting harshly. "Oh well, let us indulge her for a while." As I began to close my eyes in the corner, a commotion erupted nearby. "Boss," an armed man entered the subway station, dragging a woman along.
Toss her aside.
The Japanese woman at the forefront paid no heed to the captured individual. Their objective was crystal clear, as she contemplated the monstrous adversaries they were about to face. Anxiety coursed through her, prompting her to instruct her subordinates to hastily set up the timed explosives. Upon hearing the beeping sound in her ear, I opened my eyes to find the bomb being positioned right beside me. Checking the time, it seemed quite a while. A quick scan revealed. Hiss, the structure was so simplistic. Any passerby in Night City could dismantle this bomb. Couldn't they? What a feeble attempt to frighten a 3-year-old. Bomb. Well, perhaps it was meant to intimidate the petite agent. Observing the agent's terrified expression as she struggled to articulate her words, I rolled my eyes and pulled at the bomb's mechanism. What are you doing? The petite agent began to protest, but upon witnessing the timed explosive being disabled, she froze in astonishment. The rock singer she intended to sign, who seemed to have immense potential, appeared to be anything but ordinary. This scrutiny also revealed an unexpected acquaintance. O'Neill. What on earth was this fierce girl doing here? O'Neill, evidently oblivious to the scene unfolding in the corner, observed the Japanese woman standing on the platform, vigilantly surveying her surroundings as she incessantly called out to the 4 large turtles. It appeared she intended to utilize these creatures as hostages to compel their release. This situation was rather perplexing. After all, given the numerous encounters they had with one another, it was clear to them that the adversaries were indeed 4 turtles. Why resort to abducting humans to threaten them? Logically speaking, visiting an aquarium to capture a sea turtle might prove far more advantageous than seizing a person. As O'Neill contemplated the amateurish armed faction before her, she felt an overwhelming urge to express her thoughts candidly. However, the sounds emanating from the shadows piqued her curiosity. Were they truly approaching? Just as she strained to listen, a distinct crack echoed through the air. Following the sound, she discovered it was none other than O'Neill's ambitious journalist, eager to make a name for himself. It was hardly surprising that this bold individual would engage in such antics. Upon being spotted, the leading woman wasted no time and commanded her subordinates to apprehend O'Neill. Hey, why has the bomb on your end been disarmed? At that moment, a member of the Foot Clan, who had previously issued a warning, realized that the timer had been unexpectedly disabled and approached, pushing aside a small agent to create some space for himself as he listened intently to the sounds from the shadows. Almost there. Suddenly, the lights flickered out, plunging the subway station into darkness. Activating thermal vision, he surveyed the armed assailants before him, rising to deliver a powerful kick that sent one of them flying off the platform. Coincidentally, a subway train roared in, reducing the unfortunate adversary to mere pulp. Feeling a sense of relief, he nodded and pulled the small agent further into the corner. Behind him, the 4 large turtles leaped down from the train, seizing the opportunity presented by the darkness to take down the armed members of the Foot Clan. Through his enhanced vision, he marveled at the turtles' surprising agility, as they dispatched the assailants without harming a single hostage. One turtle, seemingly equipped with glasses, dashed to disarm all the bombs. It appeared the glasses possessed some form of night vision capability. Locking eyes with the turtle, he was startled when it exclaimed, "There's one over there. That's mine." A massive turtle charged towards him, likely mistaking him for an enemy. "No, that's a hostage," the bespectacled turtle shouted urgently. But the colossal turtle had already launched a kick in his direction. "Stop, Raphael!" A dull thud resonated as Donatello, leveraging his glasses, effortlessly blocked Raphael's attack. Momentarily left in stunned silence, the irascible Raphael, undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 brothers, found it astonishing that his adversary could effortlessly withstand his formidable strike. Just as Donatello was momentarily taken aback, he felt a disconcerting sensation from the large foot that had blocked him. "What an unpleasant experience. Did you step in something foul?" he muttered, retaliating with a merciless punch. Raphael instinctively attempted to defend himself, only to be sent sprawling, colliding with his brother Michelangelo and knocking him to the ground. "Raphael!" Leonardo exclaimed, hearing the commotion. "Mi fine," came to reply. "Then let us make our escape." Recognizing the extraordinary prowess of their opponent, Leonardo, as the leader, promptly issued a retreat command. The formidable Foot Clan, which had declared war upon them, had already been dealt with, and the subway station S-lights would soon return. There was no need for them to linger. Chapter 20. The naive idealist understanding it was time to flee. Donatello swiftly donned his glasses to locate an exit within the subway station. That pipe. Quickly, he urged. Leading the way, Donatello was soon followed by Leonardo and Michelangelo, who tugged at the reluctant Raphael, determined not to abandon the scene. Once they navigated into the pipe, the lights of the subway station flickered back to life. After a brief darkness, the hostages who had been captured by the Foot Clan realized the assailants had been vanquished and the timed explosives dismantled. They erupted in panicked cries, rushing towards the station's exit. Meanwhile, returning to a secluded corner, he retrieved his suitcase, ensuring the safety of the young agent before escorting her outside. "All right, let us go. Next time, stay out of unnecessary troubles," he remarked, preparing to depart. However, the young agent hesitated, inquiring, "Could you sign a contract with our company?" "A company?" He paused momentarily. "We do not engage in partnerships with companies." "But," she began, yet her phone vibrated suddenly, drawing her attention. Several documents appeared on her screen, dispelling the red glow from her eyes. "I'll send you a song. That way, it won't count as a collaboration, and we'll be square, all right?" Though this appeared as a request for her opinion, he showed no interest in waiting for her response. Casting a glance at the bustling street, he turned towards a quieter locale. The young agent hesitated, then offered her gratitude before turning to leave. Just as he arrived at a more tranquil area and opened his map to find a hotel, hurried footsteps caught his attention. He turned to see O'Neill, the feisty girl, ascending an external staircase towards the rooftop of a building. From the rooftop, the excited shouts of several turtles could be faintly heard. Indeed, she is quite the firecracker. He shook his head, but a flicker of recognition crossed his eyes as he recalled the individual who had kicked him earlier, compelling him to follow. Upon the rooftop, the four turtle brothers were exuberantly celebrating their recent escapade. Although this was not their inaugural venture to the surface, nor their first act of defiance against the Foot Clan, it marked their debut before a multitude of humans, having successfully thwarted the Foot's declaration of war against them. For the brothers, who had long resided in the sewers and yearned for the world above, this was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. Leonardo, the composed leader, while equally exhilarated by their recent undertaking, chose not to join in the exuberance of his brothers. Instead, he stood at the periphery, observing the somewhat chaotic streets below, awaiting a moment of tranquility for his siblings. Just as the three brothers prepared to celebrate with a high five, a sudden snap echoed through the air, accompanied by the persistent flash of a camera, plunging the scene into silence. O'Neill realized her blunder and hastily began to descend the ladder, but Raphael swiftly intervened, pulling her back up, despite their desire to reveal themselves to the public in a grand manner. The brothers understood that this was not the opportune moment for their appearance before the residents of New York. Thus, they encircled O'Neill, attempting to retrieve her phone to delete the incriminating photo. They were rather polite, employing courteous language in their request. Although O'Neill had been diligently pursuing information about the Turtle Brothers, she succumbed to fainting under their scrutiny. At last, she exhibited a semblance of femininity. Just as the brothers stood bewildered by O'Neill's sudden collapse, a voice pierced through the air. "Who goes there?" Leonardo instinctively positioned himself in front of his brothers, gazing at a figure atop the water tower, eyes glowing ominously red. The oppressive aura emanating from this figure instilled a sense of unease among the brothers. Donatello, hiding behind his siblings, attempted to scan the figure with his smart glasses, only to be dismayed when the device abruptly blacked out, leaving him in darkness. "Hey guys, I can't scan this guy," Donatello exclaimed nervously, as it was the first time his prized glasses had failed him, akin to being discovered by a formidable foe. The figure, having rendered Donatello's device useless, leapt from the water tower, landing before the brothers. "What are you doing surrounding that woman?" he inquired coldly, glancing at the unconscious O'Neill, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the brothers. Raphael recognized the voice from their earlier confrontation at the subway station. "That's the one I fought," he exclaimed, heightening the brothers' anxiety. The ability to repel their strongest member, Raphael, indicated that this individual was indeed a formidable adversary. Confronted with inquiries, Michelangelo cautiously responded, "We merely wish to delete the photos from her phone." Understood. The reply left Michelangelo momentarily bewildered, yet he waved his hand dismissively. "You have saved so many lives, which signifies that you are allies of humanity. Why would I act against you?" With that, he approached O'Neill, who was encircled by his brothers. "Make way." The large turtles instinctively parted, allowing him to reach the unconscious O'Neill, assessing her condition. She has merely fainted from fright. Grant her some space to recover. He then proceeded to press on O'Neill's pressure point, while Leonardo cautiously approached from behind. Could you kindly hand us her phone? The phone? The photos, I presume? Understanding their keen interest in the image, he seized the phone tightly grasped by O'Neill and handed it to Leonardo. Sighing with relief, Leonardo hurriedly passed the device to Donatello. Donatello was the most knowledgeable among them regarding human technology, often engrossed in its intricacies and achieving notable results. The surveillance system, lighting, and even Michelangelo's skateboard were all inventions of Donatello. Entrusting him with the task of deleting the photos was truly a matter of expertise. Nodding, Donatello carefully addressed O'Neill, who had not turned around. Could you restore my glasses first? I need them. Very well, but remember not to scan recklessly next time. Otherwise, I might interpret such actions as a declaration of war. Do you understand? As a hacker, he found it exceedingly distasteful when others carelessly scanned him, as the first step to breach an opponent's cybernetic enhancements was to scan them. However, this little turtle certainly posed no threat to his intellect, and the scanning was merely an instinctive reaction, so he felt inclined to forgive this transgression. All right, Donatello quickly nodded, refraining from further interference with the glasses. Once his precious glasses were restored, Donatello swiftly deleted the photos from O'Neill's phone, overwriting the storage location with different files and deleting them again. This way, it would prevent O'Neill from employing technical means to recover the images. Done. Donatello carefully returned the phone just as O'Neill began to regain consciousness. Tossing the phone back to her, with the photos deleted, the four brothers decided it was time to leave, exchanging a brief farewell with the unexpectedly amicable individual before retreating. Gazing at her phone, O'Neill, as if awakening from a dream, had no time to inquire about her presence there and quickly snapped another photo. However, the four brothers had already departed, leaving her with only a blurred image of their backs, barely discernible as four turtles. Yet, the obscurity of the photograph would likely render it unconvincing to anyone. Disregarding her, O'Neill, the spirited girl, turned upon seeing him and hurriedly pursued. Hey, O'Neill, exclaimed, recognizing the name, as she blocked his path and anxiously inquired, Excuse me, do you happen to have their photographs? What do you need the photos for? Of course, to feature them in the newspaper, so that the residents of New York are aware that there are vigilantes protecting them from the Bigfoot gang. And then what? Observing O'Neill's naivety, he realized she was indeed an idealist, akin to that fairy Judy. Gazing into the night, he no longer felt the urgency to leave and settled beside the building to converse with O'Neill. What do you think would happen if those four turtles were published in a newspaper? The Bigfoot gang would be more wary, deterred from their recklessness, and the New Yorkers would feel more at ease. O'Neill replied slowly, only to scoff lightly. Do you genuinely believe everything would unfold as you envision? O'Neill seemed ready to respond, but he interrupted her. Do you truly think that when humanity discovers other intelligent life forms on this planet, possessing formidable powers, they would marvel at the notion of turtles capable of kicking containers to the moon, protecting us? His rhetorical question silenced O'Neill, who was initially unconvinced. If you were to publicize the turtles, I assure you, rather than concerning themselves with a gang that hasn't even harmed a human, the public would focus all their efforts on capturing or even exterminating those turtles. His unyielding words shattered O'Neill's fantasies, leaving her somewhat pale. Observing her despondent demeanor, he posed a question. So, what do you believe you should do now? Remove the photos and disregard the matter? O'Neill hesitated before nodding. Yes. While you may not have taken action, at least you haven't erred. But allowing the Bigfoot gang to continue their tyranny would surely instill unease among the residents. Wouldn't it? You could approach it from a different angle, exposing the setbacks faced by the Bigfoot gang without revealing the turtles that thwarted them. This way, you can bolster morale without fully disclosing the turtles' identities. O'Neill's eyes brightened at the suggestion. So, you mean to don those turtles with superhero masks? Superheroes? The term struck a familiar chord, though only vague memories surfaced. Shaking his head, he affirmed her idea while offering a few cautions. This is feasible, but you must exercise caution. Never disclose the true identities of the turtles. I understand. That is good. He nodded slightly and turned to leave. He found the turtles quite appealing. Based on their behavior, they were not malevolent creatures. Assisting in their protection was a noble endeavor, akin to safeguarding rare and endangered species. After all, The four brothers were all male and incapable of propagating a population. Furthermore, he was not a prejudiced individual. In his eyes, humans appeared far more monstrous than these seemingly grotesque beings. Chapter 21. The reticent city of night. Observing O'Neill lost in contemplation, he simply turned away. Stretching as he gazed upon the nocturnal skyline of New York, he felt the allure of the city. In the city of night, this hour marked the commencement of nightlife, as gang members operated in shifts, roaming their territories at all hours. In New York, daylight seemed manageable, but as night descended, a plethora of unsavory characters emerged. Ordinary citizens naturally sought to avoid confrontation, with only a few bustling thoroughfares teeming with life, while the rest of the city lay eerily deserted. Disinterested in the crowded hotspots, he opted for a hotel, making his way there. With a generous tip, he secured a luxurious suite. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he drew back the curtains to behold the dazzling, opulent cityscape, suffused with the scent of wealth, and smirked inwardly. Had he not traversed the impoverished districts, he might have been deceived into believing New York was a veritable paradise. Yet, for one who had witnessed the city's darker side, this version of New York was merely a more subdued iteration of the city of night. Exhausted, he resolved to seek a more permanent residence upon waking. Reclining on the spacious bed, he glanced at the suitcase beside him. Uncertain of his duration of stay, he had spent 2 days without uncovering anything that significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. At this rate, he was unsure how long he would remain. It seemed prudent to venture to a remote location while he still had some funds to establish a base. He also contemplated acquiring a reliable firearm to avoid the embarrassment of being unable to pursue should he encounter someone fleeing. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, he succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the base of the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics, Director Nick Fury stood by a hospital bed. Director, we have identified the target, codenamed Terminator, through relevant characteristics. Should we proceed with the apprehension? An agent beside him handed over a tablet to Nick Fury. Glancing at the screen, he beheld a distinctly clear figure, save for a blurred visage, standing at a hotel front desk. The interaction suggested that the individual had not presented any identification, but rather offered a substantial sum as hush money. However, although the surveillance could not ascertain the true identity of that individual, their system database contained only one person whose face could not be captured, and that was the newly emerged figure. It was unexpected that this facially obscured individual, possessing a body modification that was quite commonplace in the year 2077, could lead to their exposure. Nick Fury glanced at the tablet and shifted the conversation to another matter. The Secretary of Defense from the United States sent me a message indicating that a terrorist attack had occurred within a building in Manhattan, New York, requesting our assistance in the investigation. You should first assess the situation there. Understood. The agent nodded without further contemplation and promptly turned to leave. As Nick Fury observed the agent's departure, he retrieved another tablet from his coat. I just contacted that kingpin from Hell's Kitchen, and he mentioned that a madman had decimated his base, resulting in the deaths of hundreds. He is now terrified and wishes to seek refuge in prison. What are your thoughts on this? On the hospital bed, Coulson, who had kept his eyes closed and appeared to be in a coma, slowly opened them and weakly inquired of Nick Fury. Although that individual is not of good character, his existence does indeed suppress all criminal elements within the United States, and he possesses various connections, which is why I agreed to confine him to a prison at sea. Faced with this trusted subordinate, who had been by his side for over a decade, Nick Fury had no intention of concealing anything. He tapped the tablet twice, turning it around so that Coulson could see the contents. This is the surveillance footage I obtained from him. Coulson, with frail eyes, gazed at the tablet, observing the figure whose face was obscured yet could not conceal the 2 points of red light emanating from his combat augmentations, exuding an aura of lethal intent. This is him, the one codenamed Terminator. Seeing Coulson confirm the identity, Nick Fury continued, stating, in this massacre, he claimed the lives of hundreds, showing no mercy towards either the armed members of Kingpin's entourage or the innocent bystanders. His methods were exceedingly adept. Nick Fury flipped through the pages, as images of dismembered corpses passed across the screen, eliciting discomfort even from Coulson, who was accustomed to death. Throughout this bloodshed, he exhibited a speed, coldness, and reflexes that surpassed ordinary comprehension, along with hacking techniques beyond our understanding. Are you suggesting he infiltrated our aircraft? Not only that, Your communication channels were also compromised. From the outset, your exchanges were fully exposed to him. When our personnel investigated the aircraft and command vehicle, they discovered that the adversary had implanted numerous highly concealed viruses within. Should those devices connect to the internal network, our database will be laid bare, rendering it a mere playground for them. As Nick Fury spoke, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Such tactics surpassed anything they had anticipated. In their nascent world of burgeoning networks, it felt akin to a fledgling infant taking its first steps, yet abruptly confronted by a towering giant, rendering any comparison utterly inconceivable. Had he not sensed that something was amiss and replaced the inspectors with a cohort of extraterrestrial visitors possessing remarkable technology, the outcome would have been dire. Had the procedure proceeded as per the norm, concluding with the equipment being returned to storage, all would have been irrevocably lost. After all, those extraterrestrial beings had proclaimed the hacking techniques to be formidable, to the extent that even they could not entirely eradicate them, necessitating the outright destruction of the devices. In light of this perilous situation, as one who is in contact, what are your thoughts? Nick Fury retrieved the tablet and inquired of Coulson. After a moment of contemplation, Coulson replied, I believe the adversary's threat is not as significant as you might assume. Based on my initial impression from our first encounter, the individual possesses immense power, yet exhibits remarkable self-control. He does not recklessly violate rules out of sheer strength and adheres to his own moral compass. Moreover, he even pays for his meals and tips generously. Reflecting on the misunderstanding that he was part of a human resistance and intended to assist in dismantling some overarching threat, a faint smile unexpectedly graced the injured Coulson's face. Listening to Coulson's observations, Nick Fury interjected, however, he did hack into the aircraft and directly maneuvered it towards you. Coulson shook his head, stating, I have reviewed the footage of our field agents, and I noted that just as the aircraft was about to descend upon them, it suddenly ascended, resulting in no casualties. At this juncture, Nick Fury clicked his tongue in thought, and Coulson, suddenly recalling his own injuries, quickly amended, no agents were lost. And if he truly intended to kill, the aircraft was armed with numerous weapons. Given his hacking prowess, he could have easily commanded the aircraft to deploy its arsenal against us. There was no need for a direct collision. To me, such behavior seems more like a ruse, concealing a deeper strategy. As Nick Fury absorbed Coulson's analysis, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. Concealing what? He probed. I apologize, Director, but I cannot precisely articulate it. Yet we both understand that our aircraft would never suffer from fuel leaks leading to catastrophic explosions, Coulson remarked with a knowing air. Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement. You should rest. I will take my leave. As he made his way back to his office, Nick Fury sat contemplatively in his chair for an extended period. Gazing at the emblem displayed on his computer screen, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. A soft meow suddenly drew his attention. He turned to see an orange cat in its nest, fixated on him, and a twitch of his facial muscles revealed a rare smile. Come here, you little rascal. Let me see how much weight you've gained. Cradling a ginger cat in his hands, Nick Fury gazed at the computer screen, where a seemingly distorted emblem elicited a sinister grin. Chapter 22. Boss, disembark. Perhaps due to the unshuttered curtains, the light pollution created a disorienting ambience reminiscent of a city cloaked in night. That night, he slept soundly. The following morning, as he pulled the blanket away from his navel, he looked out at the cityscape, which, compared to the enchanting night view, appeared considerably less captivating yet more tranquil. There was an inexplicable sense of something amiss. Suddenly, he stretched out his arms, gazing at New York, and bellowed, Good morning, New York City. The neurotic shout brought him a sense of relief. Afterward, he retrieved his suitcase and enjoyed a delightful breakfast in the hotel restaurant, all the while feeling the curious stares of other patrons. Upon stepping onto the bustling streets, he opened a map, contemplating where to establish a base. Given his intention to craft some small gadgets within the base, he preferred a quiet, secluded location devoid of people, ensuring that any commotion would not attract unwanted attention. However, despite his clear criteria, he scoured the map for what felt like an eternity, failing to find a suitable locale. The crux of the issue lay in New York's exorbitant real estate. Locating an isolated spot in such a bustling metropolis proved exceedingly challenging. Unless he ventured far into the suburbs, finding an unoccupied area was nearly impossible. Yet, straying too far from the city would complicate his routine activities. As for leaving New York in search of other opportunities, Please, aside from Africa and the Middle East, where else could rival the chaos of New York, or embody the essence of a city draped in darkness? Moreover, for someone accustomed to living on the edge, even the prospect of relocating to a more stable environment would be an unsettling adjustment. Thus, for the time being, he intended to remain in New York, unless circumstances changed drastically or a more appealing location presented itself. He had no plans to relocate. After a prolonged search yielded no satisfactory options, he reluctantly turned his attention toward the residences of the affluent. Indeed, New York is expensive, yet for those wealthy enough to construct a mansion of gold, the size of their home was limited only by their financial means. These individuals occupied vast territories, perfectly catering to the desire for seclusion, while remaining conveniently close to the city, a significant advantage. However, if it weren't for the lack of suitable options, he would prefer not to target the homes of the wealthy. After all, his aversion to ordinary people stemmed from their tendency to complicate matters, and the so-called elites were often even more troublesome. Perhaps it would be simpler to eliminate one and claim their estate for himself. With a furrowed brow, a new idea began to take shape. However, this is indeed a rather troublesome matter. Let us not even speak of the possibility of becoming a wealthy individual who does not possess some connections. Within days of any wrongdoing, one is bound to be discovered. Moreover, given his temperament, he truly cannot bring himself to commit indiscriminate acts of violence. For even in the night city, there are virtuous souls. He himself stands as a testament to this. Among these affluent individuals, there are surely some who can be deemed good-hearted. Selecting a target would require a considerable amount of time. I sincerely wish for a perfect target to fall from the heavens, one that could be eliminated without consequence. Upon uttering this thought, he found it rather amusing. Such fortuitous occurrences are far from reality. He then turned to the map in search of an internet CAF, intending to gather some resources. Upon investigation, he discovered himself lounging on a single sofa in a private room of an internet CAF that afternoon, casually sipping on a cold cola. A data cable was detached from his wrist and connected to the computer's main unit. The fan within the computer whirred incessantly, indicating that its computational capacity was nearing its maximum load. What a piece of antiquated machinery. Overclocking it is of no use. Johnny, feeling bored, played a game of Minesweeper, when a projection materialized before him, prompting him to tap on it. He swiftly identified each mine, rapidly completing the most challenging custom map. Streams of data flashed before his eyes, yet this did not prevent him from rolling his eyes at Johnny. If you were to cease your game and speak those words, perhaps your argument would hold more weight. The game occupies the computational power of this computer, and identifying mines also utilizes this computer's capabilities. Yet you dare to claim it is useless? What kind of logic is that? Feeling equally bored, Johnny closed the game and settled into a chair beside him. Hey, stop drinking. How long must we linger here? He grimaced, crushing the empty cola can in his hand and tossing it into the corner trash bin of the room. Is there anywhere else you can go? Although New York appears similar to Night City in his eyes, it does not teem with gang members to be hunted for sport. Nor is there a towering Arasaka looming over all. Thus, if he were to leave this place, he would genuinely be at a loss for what to do. Johnny sighed, utterly bored. I say, since you're a mercenary, why not head to the Middle East? It may be dusty and somewhat backward, but at least there is something to do. The response he received was simply a raised middle finger. You lack a physical form, so you're not concerned about the dust. It's me who bears the brunt of it. After uttering a curse, Johnny proposed. Then how about we go to Hell's Kitchen? Forget it. A bunch of amateurs. I can't be bothered. He was no novice, after all. He was at the pinnacle of his prowess. Did he really need to run dungeons to grind for experience? Besides, what was the point of fighting a bunch of petty thugs? It wasn't even worth it to give them cybernetic enhancements, even in the pursuit of wealth. That group of individuals hardly possesses any substantial resources. Moreover, their leader, Jean Bing, is currently untraceable, leaving the group devoid of any tasks and, consequently, any profits. Reflecting on Jean Bing, a sigh escaped my lips. Had I known better, it would have been wiser not to intimidate that rotund figure so excessively. Instead, I could have resorted to a daily extortion or directly requested a base of operations from him, thereby avoiding the current complications. Regrettably, it dawned on me too late. However, with that rotund fellow's whereabouts unknown and the uncertainty of how many spectators are occupying Hell's Kitchen, venturing there might attract unwanted attention from those bothersome individuals, potentially exacerbating the situation. Thus, we remained idle on the sofa, lost in thought. Time passed unknowingly until suddenly a frown creased my forehead. "There's a problem." "What is it?" Johnny instantly perked up, inquiring with anticipation.
"Someone is tracing my signature code."
"Huh? Who in this world possesses knowledge of your signature code? Capable of tracking it through the network?"
Johnny appeared perplexed, yet a thought struck him.
"The small turtle from last night. I hacked his glasses. He possesses merely adequate technical skills. And since I have been continuously online, it is not surprising that he could trace me back." I murmured, setting a trap to make the other party bounce between a few addresses before easily following their trail. Before long, I had successfully re-infiltrated the individual's glasses and, through the connection to the glasses, accessed their entire network. It was somewhat rudimentary, just a surveillance system, but sufficient for my needs. I muttered to myself. As a glint of red light flickered in my eyes, I entered the surveillance system. With the aid of one camera, I discerned the situation on the other side. Several large turtles congregated, observing the Donatello from last night as he attempted to track my location on the computer. Behind them, an enormous, humanoid southern super rat, clad in clothing, ambled about. This peculiar assembly was rather impressive. When permissible, Johnny could also sense what was perceptible. And upon witnessing this bizarre combination, he exclaimed in astonishment. However, he remained silent, fixated on the group, feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered this scene before. Contemplating further, he recalled that within the realm of entertainment he had previously consumed, there were countless non-human entities, such as King Kong, Godzilla, and Ultraman, so the presence of a few small turtles amidst them was hardly surprising. Despite this, the scene was not displeasing. It likely harbored no malevolence. I mumbled to myself before directly hacking into the computer screen of the other party, projecting myself into their realm. "So, little turtle, I previously warned against indiscriminately scanning others, as it infringes upon their privacy. You are currently trespassing upon mine. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory justification, I shall perceive this as a declaration of war." My words conveyed an unmistakable impulse, for I was genuinely bored at this moment. Ordinary individuals would not suffice for my amusement, but what about these formidable turtles? Upon observing that shell, one could tell it was remarkably resilient. "Ah, the gentleman has arrived." Within the surveillance room, Donatello watched the screen as it uncontrollably shifted. Momentarily taken aback, he turned to Leonardo beside him and said, "I apologize, sir, but we urgently require your assistance." He continued, "We need to meet with Ms. O'Neill, yet we cannot locate her, hence we implore you to establish contact." Leonardo felt a twinge of fear, for in his recollection, the aura of intimidation exuded by this gentleman last night surpassed that of their master. However, they had no means to find O'Neill. Although Donatello had accessed her phone the previous night, he dared not display his skills before an adept in hacking, merely deleting a photograph before returning the device to O'Neill. At this juncture, their hopes rested solely on this gentleman, who evidently knew O'Neill, to assist them in locating her. "What do you require O'Neill for?" he inquired, his expression peculiar as he recalled a certain colossal figure, whose motives were to confront humanity atop the Empire State Building. Surely these turtles could not be pursuing something similar. At least they ought not to. In truth, it was their master who had warned them that their meeting with O'Neill the previous night might lead her into peril. "Master, is that the rodent lurking behind you?" A sense of uncanny déjà vu washed over him as he pondered the connection between the rat, the turtles, and the sewers. An unsettling realization began to dawn upon him. Meanwhile, in the lair, Master Splinter observed the camera feeds with a contemplative gaze. He gently nudged his disciples aside and approached the computer, studying the intimidating figure on the screen with a sigh of resignation. Indeed, he was not to be trifled with. "I regret to inform you, sir, that there are certain matters I cannot discuss here. However, I assure you that our intentions in seeking O'Neill are solely to safeguard her, not to jeopardize her life." Despite the disheveled appearance of the aging rodent, Splinter felt a certain respect for him, and considering the strange sense of familiarity, he added, "I can facilitate contact with O'Neill, but I shall also accompany you." "Naturally," he affirmed. At that moment, Splinter set aside concerns about the potential exposure of their base and nodded in agreement. To him, O'Neill was an immensely significant figure, their guardian angel. "Very well. Let's establish a rendezvous point. I will contact O'Neill. After concluding communication with the turtles, he proceeded to call O'Neill. Having infiltrated her phone the previous night, he was privy to her number. After urging her to arrive at the designated location, he stood up. Johnny, intrigued, remarked, "So, you intend to go have a look?" "Indeed," Splinter replied. "I find myself rather bored, and I am compelled by this inexplicable sense of DJVU. Perhaps visiting will grant us further insight into this world. At the very least, it shall not be a waste. All right, it's rather dull anyway. Boss, disembark." Chapter 23. The Sprinter. "Hey, what's the urgency that brings you to me?" Upon receiving the call, O'Neill barely had the chance to inquire how the caller had acquired his number before being instructed to hasten to a particular location. Given the gravity of the situation, O'Neill, wary of the caller's formidable nature, pedaled fervently on his little bicycle to arrive. "It is not I who sought you, but they." Upon O'Neill's arrival, the attention shifted from observing the ants engaged in battle to gesturing towards the ceiling. A group of turtles, believing themselves adept at camouflage, had lingered above, unaware that their presence would soon be revealed. "Who?" O'Neill, puzzled, glanced upward, only to witness several enormous shadows leap down before him. "Good heavens, it's you!" Perhaps due to the company present, O'Neill, rather than fainting at the sight of the giant turtles, gazed at them with a sense of astonishment. After speaking, O'Neill seemed to sense something amiss and hastily waved her hands, declaring, "I have not disclosed your identities." Turning her gaze, she continued, "While I successfully persuaded the editor to feature them prominently, I merely referred to them as unnamed superheroes, certainly did not mention turtles, nor did I allude to a rat." "How do you know there's a rat among them?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "A rat?" O'Neill was momentarily perplexed, while the large turtles, previously overshadowed, lamented. "Apologies, Miss O'Neill. Our master wishes to meet you. Thus, we enlisted our gentlemen to locate you. So, where's your master? Are we to go meet him? How shall we proceed?" O'Neill, intrigued, glanced around. Observing her curiosity, Raphael silently produced a bag from behind and abruptly placed it over O'Neill's head. Once the bag was secured, the turtles exchanged glances. "I swear, if you have pulled that revolting bag from who knows where and placed it over my head, I shall expel your waste from my mouth, behead you, and proceed to stuff your heads into your own posterior," O'Neill declared flatly, causing the turtles to retract their heads in fear. "He is terrifying," Michelangelo whispered to his brothers, explaining their earlier reluctance to reveal themselves. "When the master is enraged, he strikes turtles but does not kill them. However, when this one is incensed, he is likely to eliminate turtles outright." Leonardo cast a reassuring glance towards his youngest brother, indicating, "Do not worry, I am here." Though his words were firm, he felt the weight of uncertainty. As the elder brother and leader, he needed to set an example and reassure his siblings. "I ask, can we take our leave now?" Beside him, Raphael chewed on a toothpick of indeterminate origin, expressing his discontent with a curt remark. He still recalled the incident that had sent him flying that day, feeling a lingering sense of injustice, convinced that the victory was unearned. Yet, on the other hand, he harbored a deep-seated trepidation for the shadows. He had faintly witnessed a Foot delivering a brutal kick that sent a member of the Foot clan tumbling onto the tracks, where the subway had mercilessly crushed him. Such ruthlessness instilled in Raphael a profound sense of wariness. "Let us go, Donatello. Ensure O'Neill is secure," Leonardo instructed, taking a deep breath before turning to address them. "Please accompany us." Nodding, Raphael found a touch of amusement in the notion that these turtles believed their voices were hushed. He had heard their prior mutterings quite clearly. Nevertheless, he remained silent, observing as Donatello hoisted O'Neill, while several turtles leapt into a nearby sewer entrance. The sewer, he noted, appeared surprisingly clean, thanks to the turtles' diligence. Otherwise, he would have been quite reluctant to descend into such a place. Perhaps it was due to the turtles' efforts or the sparse human presence in the vicinity. Whatever the reason, the sewer was devoid of filth, making it more tolerable to traverse. As they followed several turtles through the labyrinthine sewer, navigating turns and sometimes leaping or sliding, the internal map within Raphael's cybernetic system charted a twisted line until they finally arrived at their base. Gazing upon this makeshift establishment, he felt a sense of wonder, even though he had previously surveyed it through an infiltrated surveillance system. Being here in person was a different experience altogether. This base, belonging to the turtles, bore the semblance of a turtle from above. The head and limbs represented the quarters of the 4 turtle disciples and their master, each possessing its unique flair, while the tail served as the entrance and exit. The shell, in essence, functioned as a living room, where the turtles presumably received their master's guidance or honed their martial skills. Overall, one could say that despite its modest size, it was well equipped. After taking a moment to survey the surroundings, his gaze fell upon the head section, where a wall constructed of speakers delineated the master's chamber. There stood a mouse, towering above them, with a gentle and fervent expression directed their way. Gentle? It was hard to fathom such a demeanor emanating from a scruffy mouse, yet the sight was undeniable. "Master, we have brought the human," Leonardo respectfully announced to Splinter, as Donatello gently placed O'Neill on the ground and removed his hood. Where on earth did that come from? It had the most peculiar odor, O'Neill inquired as soon as the covering was removed. In response, Raphael silently tossed the pocket he had been holding onto the shell. Indeed, he had noticed that the turtles had used their shells as makeshift skateboards, gliding effortlessly through the sewer. In a certain sense, that bag ought to have been vigorously scrubbed against the drain, and fortunately, it did not end up being placed upon the heads of this motley crew. Rubbing his nose, O'Neill gazed at the still bewildered figure of the bag. Indeed, sometimes ignorance is a form of bliss. O'Neill, filled with curiosity, posed a question, only to be startled by the sight of a large rat. Upon encountering Splinter, O'Neill found himself momentarily frozen. "You are Splinter?" Although he had sensed something amiss during his reflections the previous night, O'Neill had struggled to accept that this robust, towering, and formidable mutant turtle, capable of easily toppling members of the Foot Clan, was the very small turtle he had rescued from the fire, one he could have grasped entirely in his hand. Hearing O'Neill recall his name, Splinter was filled with excitement and responded, "O'Neill, I am truly delighted to see you once more." Chapter 24. Humans and Monsters After a While. Splinter and the 3 of them settled around a square table, while Johnny emerged from an unseen dimension, taking a seat on the opposite side. Thus, there were individuals present at every direction. "What? You inquire about the 4 turtle brothers? Apologies, but they have yet to earn their seats. They stand aside as silent witnesses, serving as mere background." Johnny and Splinter sat at the table, yet neither spoke, merely fulfilling the role of attentive listeners. Well, seated listeners, to be precise. After eavesdropping for a considerable time, Johnny finally grasped why Master Splinter had sent the 4 turtle apprentices to find O'Neill. It was because O'Neill had once saved their lives. Specifically, the young O'Neill had rescued them. Although O'Neill had not recalled this, Splinter had kept it close to his heart all along. As their conversation deepened, Johnny also began to understand the intricate relationship between O'Neill and these extraordinary beings. To put it succinctly, O'Neill's father, a biologist, was the reason these creatures were distinct from their kin, while O'Neill, at a time when they had yet to mature, had saved them from fire that threatened their very existence. In essence, O'Neill and his father had both assumed the roles of savior and creator for these beings, a status that could be deemed supreme. Thus, it became apparent why Master Splinter held such affection and closeness toward O'Neill. Upon hearing of the assistance rendered by O'Neill and his father, the 4 turtle brothers fell silent for a moment. Then, led by Leonardo, the 3 turtle brothers bowed deeply to O'Neill. Only Raphael, the rebellious youth, merely gazed at O'Neill, ultimately refraining from bowing. Johnny, listening to the tale of O'Neill and their intertwined fates, nodded in understanding. No wonder the rat was so concerned about O'Neill. It was for this very reason. If that were the case, it no longer seemed strange to him. As O'Neill listened to Sprint recount memories from years past, a sense of anticipation began to stir within her. The infamous fire, it was said, was a deliberate act of arson, while Uncle Sax claimed it was the notorious Bigfoot gang wreaking havoc. O'Neill inquired eagerly, "Do you know which member of the Bigfoot gang was responsible? Moreover, given your prolonged, covert opposition to the gang, are you aware of their precise composition and organizational structure?" O'Neill was animated, having dedicated years to investigating the Bigfoot gang. Yet, following that catastrophic fire, the gang had inexplicably fallen silent, leaving her with scant leads. Her decision to become a journalist was driven by the hope of leveraging the profession's keen channels of information to gather intelligence on the gang. Having once believed that vengeance was a futile pursuit in her lifetime, she had recently received reports of renewed Bigfoot gang activities. Fueled by excitement, she embarked on a fervent quest to uncover more about them. though her efforts had yielded little substantial progress. However, after a fateful encounter, she seemed to be on a streak of luck, coming across crime scenes linked to the gang and even becoming a victim of their persecution herself. Astonishingly, she was now face to face with a witness from the very incident she had long sought to understand. Naturally, O'Neill could hardly contain her exhilaration and hastily turned to Sprint with her questions. Yet upon hearing O'Neill's inquiries, Sprint's brow furrowed. The Bigfoot gang? But it was your father who set that fire himself. What? Are you saying my father was responsible for the fire? The revelation left everyone present, including the Turtle brothers, momentarily speechless. Chapter 25. Sax and the Bigfoot gang. Wait a moment. Did you just claim that my dad personally ignited the flames? But Sax lied, Sprint interjected, frustration evident in his voice. He sought to divert attention away from the truth. Upon hearing Sax's name, Sprint's expression darkened, his agitation palpable. Since that fateful blaze, he had closely followed the ensuing reports. He understood that Sax, as the laboratory's overseer, publicly attributed the incident to an attack by the Bigfoot gang, thereby obscuring the reality of the situation. Sprint felt powerless in the face of Sax's deception. After all, to humanity, he was perceived as a mere monster. Would they believe him if he spoke out? Observing O'Neill's lingering confusion, Sprint sighed and offered a measured explanation. If the public were to learn that a scientist sacrificed everything to destroy a research project, they would undoubtedly become curious about the project itself, to the extent that it led to such drastic measures. Conversely, if a terrorist organization were responsible for the violence and destruction, coupled with the right media narrative, the focus would shift to the criminal organization rather than the significance of the site that was attacked. Despite having spent years in the shadows, Sprint maintained a semblance of understanding regarding humanity through various broadcasts and media outlets, especially in terms of public opinion. A matter wielded by a select few can profoundly influence the majority. Sprinter regards this topic with deep trepidation. As he spoke, O'Neill found it hard to believe. Are you suggesting that Sax intentionally disguised the incident to divert attention from that research project? Precisely. Sprinter nodded. Do you recall your father's research endeavor? I'm aware of it. O'Neill affirmed. It is said that Sax discovered a virus with tremendous potential, hoping my father would join him to develop a panacea based on it, capable of combating all viruses and bacteria throughout human history. No, that was merely a fade. Upon hearing this fabrication, a flicker of indignation gleamed in Sprinter's eyes. The true aim of Sax's research on that virus was to formulate an antidote. Once developed, he would unleash the virus on a widespread scale, and after a significant portion of the populace became infected, he would profit immensely by selling the cure. O'Neill's expression morphed into one of shock as he listened to Sprinter's account, while the person beside him furrowed their brow. First, to study the virus, then to develop the antidote, subsequently to spread the virus, and finally to market the cure. By God, why does this seem so familiar? Unpleasant memories surfaced, reminiscent of the recent upheaval before his time travel, evoking a sense of discomfort in him. O'Neill contemplated the seemingly gentle man, struggling to reconcile him with the ruthless schemer Sprinter described, driven by greed. His ingrained perceptions made it difficult for O'Neill to accept the veracity of Sprinter's claims. After some contemplation, he voiced his skepticism. But at that time, the Bigfoot gang indeed visited the laboratory. Following that inferno, numerous investigators from the FBI came, and the majority concluded that the Bigfoot gang stormed the lab, wreaking havoc before igniting the fire. This was precisely why O'Neill held such conviction in Sax's innocence. The Bigfoot gang had indeed been there, causing destruction and leaving traces behind. Sprinter nodded in acknowledgement, but then shook his head. Yet, what if the Bigfoot gang acted under Sax's orders, deliberately targeting the laboratory? O'Neill was taken aback by this notion. Are you implying that Sax is the leader of the Bigfoot gang? No. In response to O'Neill's incredulous gaze, Sprinter shook his head. The leader of the Bigfoot gang is Schneider, while Sax is his apprentice. The two conspire together, one in the open, the other in the shadows, collaborating seamlessly. No wonder. As he heard this, the individual beside them nodded, recalling the news he had seen that day. The Bigfoot gang was causing chaos, while the Sax group prominently declared their intention to fund efforts against them. This action diminished the fears of New York residents regarding the Bigfoot gang, instilling in them a flicker of hope and allowing the government to persist without resorting to military intervention against such an organization. Simultaneously, the Sachs group was able to acquire reasonably detailed patrol plans, enabling the Bigfoot gang to respond accordingly. Thus, we find ourselves in the current predicament. The Bigfoot gang wreaks havoc, eluding capture, while the residents of New York remain largely unperturbed, leading the government to underestimate the situation and afford the gang the latitude to continue their activities. A review of certain news reports reveals that the primary targets of the Bigfoot gang's heists are materials intended for biological and biochemical research. In essence, the gang's activities are primarily motivated by the desire to supply Sachs with experimental resources. Everything is interconnected. The narrative unfolds cohesively. Initially, Schneider rescued Sachs, and the two became embroiled in a nefarious alliance. Schneider aimed to advance his Bigfoot gang, while Sachs sought to amass wealth through the gang's influence. Subsequently, both Schneider and Sachs fixated on a peculiar virus, aspiring to harness its potential for their own ends. However, their capabilities fell short, prompting them to disguise the project and deceive O'Neill's father, along with other researchers, into working for them. Yet, as their plans progressed smoothly, O'Neill's father uncovered Sachs and the Bigfoot gang's conspiracy. In a desperate bid to thwart their ambitions, he set fire to the laboratory, tragically losing his life in the process. Consequently, Sachs's machinations remained concealed as they managed to shroud their actions in duplicity. Simultaneously, O'Neill's father's actions resulted in the destruction of all pertinent documents, thwarting Sachs's plot. On another front, while the Bigfoot gang obscured the incident, they found themselves at the center of the ensuing storm, prompting them to vanish quickly. After all, they remained too weak. Evading capture could easily lead to their demise at the hands of a formidable force. This, then, is a tale from decades past. In the present, it seems Sachs believes the storm has passed and has reactivated the Bigfoot gang to pursue their insidious agenda once more. Chapter 26. Business card. As I unraveled the storyline, Johnny suddenly called out to me. "What is up?" I inquired, turning my gaze toward him. He gestured for me to look at O'Neill. Puzzled, I glanced over, only to notice that O'Neill's demeanor was somewhat off. How to articulate it? A single glance revealed that O'Neill was visibly restless. Yet, the source of his unease eluded me. Splitter also detected O'Neill's unusual behavior and promptly inquired with concern, while I opted for a more direct approach. Under thermal vision, there appeared to be no anomalies in O'Neill's physique. However, upon switching to a scanning perspective, a frown creased his brow. Within his line of sight, he detected a device nestled in O'Neill's pocket, persistently transmitting location signals. "What do you have in your pocket?" With a furrowed brow, before O'Neill could respond, he had already completely infiltrated the signal transmitter. Once the breach was accomplished, he promptly disabled the device to prevent any further signal transmission. He then regarded O'Neill expectantly, awaiting an explanation. Springer, too, sensed something amiss, fixing his gaze on O'Neill, who, in a state of panic, retrieved a specially crafted business card from his pocket. "This is from Sachs, who told me he sought you to develop the universal remedy and assured me he would not harm you, as you have protected the residents of New York." Had this been earlier, O'Neill would have wholeheartedly believed Sachs' words. But with Springer revealing the truth, especially one so intricately woven and credible, O'Neill's realization dawned. No wonder she had felt a sense of familiarity each time she interviewed those robbed at the docks by the Bigfoot gang. It turned out that the materials the gang had stolen were ones she had often heard about in the laboratory during her childhood. Is this what the truth is? Without lingering in confusion, O'Neill seized the specially crafted card in her hand. The mini radar could simply scan the surrounding environment, and a locator directly connected to satellite positioning. How ironic! After being in this world for so long, aside from that reactor, I have yet to encounter sophisticated scanning technology until now. His face was etched with displeasure. In 2077, he would feel uneasy if he didn't scan someone from head to toe upon meeting them. However, in this world, the exhibited technology was rather rudimentary, leading him to be somewhat negligent in this regard. And what was the result of this oversight? He had been ensnared by this very device. Interesting, Sachs, is it? Conveniently, he was in need of a house, and wasn't Sachs a notorious affluent individual with land near New York? If he could eliminate Sachs and renovate his abode, creating a ghostly legend around it, he was certain no one would dare venture there. It was practically an impeccable choice for a base of operations. As for whether this world believed in ghosts, well, even Night City in 2077 had its share of ghost stories, let alone this world. Having made a decision, the immediate task was to locate Sachs and eliminate him, As for how to find him, glancing at the card in his hand, a plan began to form in his mind. He raised his head. At that moment, aside from himself and Johnny, the others had already begun to argue. The first to strike after learning that O'Neill had exposed their base was Raphael. The great tortoise, despite harboring a certain disdain for Leonardo, the nominal leader, and exhibiting a rebellious spirit, possesses a profound concern for his brethren. This very sentiment, however, serves as the catalyst for Raphael's discontent. As the eldest and most robust among the turtles, Raphael harbors a belief in the supremacy of strength. Although the details of the devastating fire escape their collective memory, Splinter has consistently recounted their origin story, thus instilling in them an awareness that they were rescued from peril, allowing them to survive. To prevent the restless turtles from venturing above ground to seek out O'Neill, Splinter has referred to him by the title of Guardian. This enigmatic protector, who truly safeguarded them and exists solely in their imagination, has been envisioned by them in their most cherished form. While the other turtles may accept this notion, Raphael finds O'Neill's reality to be vastly disconnected from his idealized guardian. Consequently, when all the turtles bowed in gratitude to O'Neill, Raphael refrained from doing so, instead observing him with a scrutinizing gaze. He does not acknowledge O'Neill's worth. This very presence, which has inadvertently exposed their sanctuary and placed his brothers and mentor in jeopardy, justifiably incites Raphael's ire. However, the other turtles remain less agitated than he. Splinter, holding O'Neill in exceedingly high esteem, dismisses the exposure of their base as insignificant. The rest of the turtles have accepted O'Neill's identity. Although they remain somewhat displeased by the breach of their sanctuary, they manage to maintain their composure. Ultimately, it is Splinter's esteemed position among the turtles that quells Raphael's discontent. After the commotion subsides, Splinter turns to O'Neill, conveying a reassuring expression. He then addresses O'Neill. "Might I request that you first dispose of that business card? Destroying it will prove futile. It has been actively operational, as indicated by the depletion of its internal battery. Your base has already been compromised." A flicker of red light emanates from his eyes as he modifies the internal data of the card. Once all is in order, he grins mischievously. "Now, do you have a suitable location for an ambush?" Splinter appears perplexed, while Donatello's eyes gleam with excitement. "You've altered the internal data, intending to use this as bait to lure that Sax over and eliminate him?" As a fellow technophile, Donatello recognizes the potential of such a tactic and has no doubt that those more skilled than himself can execute it as well. Indeed, it is a simple device, merely requiring a touch of subtlety. Calmly, he remarked that the card posed no challenge to him, as there was no opponent to engage with. Should there be any omissions, typographical errors, or excessive or incorrect punctuation, feel free to message me for corrections. Chapter 27. Turning the tables as they listened to the plan, several turtles became animated. Yet Splinter remained exceedingly cautious. "I beg your pardon, my lord, but my concern lies not with Sax, but rather with his master, Schneider, the leader of the Foot Clan." Splinter recalled the visage of that individual, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. "I once attempted to assassinate Schneider, but that man is an exceptionally skilled martial artist. I am no match for him. Furthermore, with the Foot Clan's numerous members present, it is unlikely that we could prevail." Unable to prevail? His brow arched as he scrutinized Splinter's frail form, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In the next moment, Splinter's fur bristled, his eyes widening in alarm. Before him, a figure abruptly transformed into a flurry of afterimages, vanishing instantaneously, only to reappear behind him. The crimson glint in the assailant's eyes was particularly unnerving, and the arc of electricity coursing from the Mantis blade on his arm crackled ominously as it hovered near Splinter's neck, who remained frozen in shock. "Though I am uncertain of his true prowess, I do not regard you as formidable, thus I maintain that he is not impressive either." Retracting the Mantis blade, the assailant glanced at the nearby turtles and O'Neill, who were taken aback by witnessing a genuine display of combat. Once Splinter regained his composure, he found himself momentarily dazed. His eyes flickered as he turned his head, discovering a gash in the fabric of his shoulder, though he remained unharmed. Yet, the ability to inflict such a wound meant that slicing his throat would pose no challenge. In other words, he was certainly outmatched. This conclusion did not surprise him. Upon arriving at the base, he had conducted a cursory scan of Splinter's physique and comprehended his general capabilities. The results indicated that Splinter's age had begun to diminish his physical prowess, rendering him inferior even to the turtles. Perhaps Splinter possessed extraordinary combat skills that allowed him to unleash strength beyond mere statistics, but he had emerged from a veritable sea of corpses. During the assault on the Arasaka Tower, he single-handedly obliterated the entirety of Arasaka's living forces. Those individuals, equipped with the world's most advanced military cybernetics, had been slaughtered like mere chickens. It was not merely a matter of statistical superiority. Occasionally, in a favorable mood, he would indulge those foes. Yet the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Emerging from countless bloody battles, while he had not systematically trained in any martial arts, the fighting techniques he possessed were undoubtedly lethal. Therefore, in terms of martial prowess, he bore no fear. As for his true combat capability, let wis notiest. If Schneider were indeed as formidable as rumored, would he tolerate the incessant disruptions caused by those four little turtles, allowing them to bully his subordinates repeatedly? It is not to suggest that the turtles could vanquish Schneider. Rather, it is evident that he possesses no assurance of overcoming them. If he did, he would have acted long ago. He has already discerned everything within, thus disregarding Splinter's concerns. Observing Splinter, who appeared somewhat bewildered, he suddenly inquired, "How much stronger were you in the past compared to now?" This piqued his curiosity, for he could immediately perceive that Splinter had entered a phase of decline, with his physical prowess waning. He was equally intrigued by the strength of Splinter during his prime, for within him, he glimpsed the shadow of another legendary figure from the 2077 era, a legend whose existence is uncertain. Morgan Blackhand, a man whose cybernetic enhancements were minimal. Yet during his peak, he could hold his own against Atom Smasher. However, due to his low level of cybernetic enhancement, his flesh, which constituted the majority of his being, would age, leading him to ultimately seek solace in retirement as his abilities diminished. In the eyes of others, this legendary figure was deemed dead. Meanwhile, the Atom Smasher, who once stood toe-to-toe with Blackhand, has since undergone extensive cybernetic enhancements, remaining active and increasingly formidable as his enhancements progressed. This legend has not yet met his demise, owing to his cybernetic prowess. Upon reflecting on the question posed to him, Splinter took a moment before responding slowly. "I do not know. It has been long since I contemplated this matter. However, if I must say, perhaps my strength was not vastly different. Although my physical capabilities were superior in the past, my martial skills were considerably lacking. Even during my peak, I might not have reacted adequately to a single strike." Hearing this response, he shook his head, comprehending Splinter's sentiment. The agony of flesh and blood explains why individuals in the 2077 era chose the path of mechanical ascension. Humanity has its limits, yet by transcending humanity, one can surpass those boundaries. As Old V stated, even a third-rate fighter undergoing cybernetic modification could overpower a top-tier champion. With the mere installation of basic subdermal armor, a person's resilience to damage could elevate to inhuman levels, instantaneously surpassing those who have trained for decades. This is the strength bestowed by cybernetics. Understanding Splinter's answer, he nodded. "Then there is no issue. Eliminate this Schneider and subsequently deal with Sachs, and this game shall conclude." After speaking, he glanced at the specially made business card in his hand. "Indeed, I have uploaded a false location and traced their position based on signal transmission. They are currently wandering about, following that deceptive location." Estimating the remaining battery life of the specially crafted business card, I stroked my chin thoughtfully. At this rate of consumption, it would likely be drained by tomorrow morning. Of course, we could recharge it, but that seemed unnecessary. After all, it was destined to resolve those adversaries tonight. "Is anyone interested in joining me?" I glanced at the others, and after a brief silence, Splinter turned around, casting a glance that revealed a hint of weariness. The question I had posed earlier made him acutely aware of his aging. Unlike the tortoise, a creature renowned for its longevity, he was merely a mouse with an original lifespan of 24 years. After being injected with a mutagen, he had somehow survived for over a decade. Yet, he could not escape the truth of his aging. He was no longer the formidable being he once was, as both his physical prowess and courage had diminished significantly. He then turned his gaze towards his restless tortoise brothers, who still hesitated to voice their thoughts. He reflected on the observations he had made about them over the past few months. The Tortoise brothers had been covertly sabotaging the Foot Clan's operations, believing themselves to be inconspicuous. Yet, how could their clumsy stealth escape his notice? He had merely chosen to watch from the shadows, biding his time, observing the tortoise brothers effortlessly hurling containers like pebbles and witnessing their punches pierce armored vehicles left him in awe. Time and again, he had seen their actions and recognized that these youngsters had matured, possessing strength far surpassing his own. Thus you should go. Upon hearing Splinter's words, the four tortoises erupted into cheers. They were the embodiment of youthful audacity, and even the most cautious among them, Leonardo, felt a surge of confidence. After all, when they had faced the Foot Clan previously, they had felled their foes with the ease of chopping vegetables. How formidable could their leader truly be? Consequently, the tortoises remained oblivious to Splinter's apprehension toward Schneider, and they cheered exuberantly. Chapter 28. A pair of exceptional adversaries watching his exuberant disciples. Splinter shook his head in resignation. Hurry and prepare. His admonition snapped the tortoises back to reality, and they dashed towards the weapon rack, retrieving their armaments. Observing the weapons in their hands, he felt a sense of perplexity. A group of creatures capable of effortlessly tossing containers like stones was now armed with human weapons? Surely, their punches inflicted more damage than any blade ever could. In his eyes, it would make far more sense to equip these tortoises with custom heavy armor and grant them massive hammers for combat. Yet, they chose instead to wield an array of weaponry typically used by humans. It was akin to a sorcerer wielding a great sword, unable to truly harness their inherent advantages, functional yet somewhat absurd. Nevertheless, having encountered many eccentricities, he could only marvel, ponder, and ultimately respect their choices. As the turtles were preparing, O'Neill approached Splinter's side. "My apologies, Splinter," he said. "No, it's quite all right, O'Neill. You have merely been deceived by that individual." Listening to O'Neill's apology, Splinter cast a gentle glance toward him, his kind demeanor reassuring O'Neill not to be disheartened. Sax was a remarkably cunning and treacherous individual. As a member of the Bigfoot gang, he operated openly while feigning support, extracting valuable intelligence from them. It could be said that he had deceived the entire populace of New York, leading many to believe he was not a villain at all. Splinter sighed, acknowledging Sax's extreme cunning and insidious nature. He had once managed to obscure the truth behind a devastating fire, even leveraging that incident to enhance the renown of their company. Presently, he had seamlessly shifted his allegiance, and no one suspected him of malevolence. Such tactics were undeniably alarming. After offering O'Neill some comfort, Splinter turned his attention to a gentleman nearby. "Thank you for intervening and disrupting that tracking device." He glanced at the business card in his hand, raising an eyebrow. "It's nothing. I have already obtained what I sought. What had brought him here? Was it not merely to uncover the background of this world?" Upon his arrival, he encountered that large rat, and a portion of his memories disentangled themselves from the chaotic web in his mind. The Ninja Turtles. This concept was somewhat unfamiliar to him. He had rarely paid attention to it, only knowing of its existence through hearsay regarding a film. As for the plot, was it not laid out before him? How could a 2-hour standalone film be overly convoluted? The primary antagonists were clearly Sax and Schneider. Eliminating them would resolve the matter. Understanding this film allowed him to grasp the background of this world, as he vaguely recalled someone mentioning that the Ninja Turtles were part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Although he could not extract the Marvel Universe from the tangled fragments of memory, he felt confident that should he encounter corresponding storylines, he could attempt to recollect relevant details. Even if he were unable to remember, it mattered not. He believed he would manage, for this was the confidence he possessed as a formidable being. Realizing the context of this world made his journey worthwhile. However, coincidentally, he was still on the lookout for a wealthy villain to target as a potential base. And then, as if fate had intervened, valuable intelligence fell into his lap. Sax, previously confirmed during his research to be a wealthy individual residing in a mansion in New York, was the perfect target. Initially, he had approached this endeavor with a casual mindset, yet he had inexplicably resolved the two most pressing issues that troubled him. Was this not delightful? As I observed the turtles in a flurry of preparation, I nodded and placed the suitcase atop the table. "I shall leave this here for now. Keep an eye on it. I'm heading out to take care of some business," I declared, turning to stride towards the exit. The Turtle Brothers, catching a glimpse of my departing figure, hurriedly bowed to Splinter and followed suit, clamoring excitedly in pursuit. Having surveyed the vicinity on the New York map, I discovered a promising location, a park. After spending considerable time underground, The sky above was shrouded in darkness. The park was expansive, poorly lit, secluded, and devoid of people, making it an ideal battleground close to our position. Once the location was chosen, I commenced altering the data on our business cards, modifying the coordinates to entice our targets towards the park, while I led a group of turtles in that direction to lay an ambush. I pondered whether Schneider and Sachs would make an appearance this time. Their presence would be fortuitous. If not, we would attempt to trace their leader through the soldiers' equipment and eliminate them tonight, thus resolving the matter entirely. Upon arriving at the park, I assessed the terrain and designated favorable positions for several turtles, effectively blocking the park's exits to prevent any escape. Subsequently, I outlined the plan for the night. Hearing this, Leonardo appeared somewhat apprehensive. But do we truly have to kill? He inquired. In the past, under Splinter's guidance, they had never dared to take a life, even when facing the Foot Clan, focusing instead on incapacitation. It could be said that they were indeed formidable adversaries of the Foot Clan. Observing the anxious young turtles, I roll my eyes. Cutting the grass without uprooting it only allows it to regrow. Unless you can eliminate them entirely, I suggest you do not hold back. This had been the standard practice in Night City. Take the Scavengers and the Vortex Gang. I dealt with them ruthlessly, leading to a significant improvement in public safety. Conversely, with gangs like the Tiger Claw, backed by corporate support and impossible to eradicate, we adjusted our strategy to instill fear, ensuring they remained confined to their territories. It would be remiss to label this approach as excessively harsh. In a place like Night City, a lack of ruthlessness could spell doom. Yet, witnessing the turtles still struggling to overcome their reservations, I sighed. Very well, when those fellows arrive, I shall take action. You merely need to block the exits and prevent their escape. Thus, the group reluctantly acquiesced. I sighed again, contemplating the audacity of fighting against malevolent forces. If others do not suffer losses, they will not fear you. And if you can never fully vanquish them, what purpose does it serve to fight for decades? However, if you strike with ferocity and eliminate your adversaries, within a fortnight, they will be compelled to disband. Chapter 29. The qualification for murder. As he observed the enemy's position on the map drawing ever closer, he signaled for the Ninja Turtles to take their designated positions. He then activated his enhanced optical camouflage and casually settled onto a park bench, biding his time for the enemy's approach. Once they were adequately prepared, a convoy arrived, comprising several modified armored vehicles reminiscent of those seen at the docks that fateful night. The convoy slowly entered the park. After surrounding the park center, a Japanese woman armed with a tracking device disembarked from one of the vehicles, glancing at the screen, displaying the indicated location, and surveying her surroundings without spotting her target. The woman gestured, prompting a swarm of heavily armed militants to emerge from the convoy and commence a thorough search of the vicinity. Meanwhile, concealed on the park bench in the center, cloaked in his nearly undetectable optical camouflage, he observed the unfolding scene. After the group finished their ground search, the uniquely featured woman cast her gaze toward the nearby sewer, a glimmer of insight flickering in her eyes. Based on the previous scan of the specially crafted business card, it was highly probable that the target was situated within the sewer system, with no one to be found above ground. It was evident they must be hiding beneath the park. Prepare to enter the sewer, she commanded, and, except for a few drivers, everyone else dashed towards the various sewer entrances surrounding the park. She believed herself clever, yet he remained seated, silently watching as the enemies, once scattered throughout the park, converged at several points. Thank you for making it easier for me. He could not help but chuckle softly. Who? The woman's expression shifted dramatically, but in the next instant, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air, cleaving her in two, along with the two guards beside her, who fell lifelessly to the ground without uttering a warning. The commotion did not attract the attention of others, and, as he liberated his dual Mantis Blades, his optical camouflage gradually faded, revealing him amidst the darkness as he stealthily approached the remaining foes. Unlike the Ninja Turtles, whose stealth abilities were lacking, his proficiency allowed him to slip silently behind the members of the Foot Clan, who remained blissfully unaware of his presence. Only when a few members ahead removed the sewer grate and prepared to turn and report to the woman did he transform into a blur, lunging into the crowd. A flurry of blades flashed, and in an instant, all were severed, collapsing to the ground in pieces. With the slaughter commenced, there was no need for further stealth. He pressed on with relentless speed, reducing the remaining Foot Clan members to a pile of corpses. Only the drivers and the vehicles evaded this grim fate, having remained inside. As the companions fell silent, several drivers cautiously exited their vehicles to investigate, only to be ambushed from behind, their throats slit by an unseen assailant. One driver, catching a glimpse of the vanishing figure in the rearview mirror, instinctively pressed the accelerator in panic. Observing the retreating armored vehicle, he silently followed as it entered a state of stealth. For him, pursuing such an antiquated relic was a trivial task. Yet he desired to conduct an experiment to ascertain whether those turtles would indeed take action. Meanwhile, Leonardo concealed himself in a designated hiding spot, his heart racing as he watched the armored vehicle approach. Utilizing their extraordinary vision, he discerned the events unfolding within the park. The unrelenting aggression left Leonardo and his fellow Ninja Turtles in a state of shock. For these turtles, who had previously engaged in playful antics with the Foot Clan, such brutality opened a new realm of understanding, revealing that combat could be exceedingly merciless. However, they remained ensnared in a misconception that fighting was merely a game. Splinter had sheltered them too well, shielding them from the darker aspects of human nature, fearing they might succumb to malevolence. He had instilled in them the importance of restraint and compassion. This approach, however, hindered their ability to fight with full force, ultimately placing them in jeopardy in the future. Despite their reservations, the turtles held a certain admiration for their adversaries and were eager to observe whether these foes could indeed be subdued. Under the cover of invisibility, Leonardo watched as the armored vehicle neared the park's exit. Just as it was about to burst forth, he sprang from the shadows. A container laden with cargo was easily dispatched by these formidable turtles, and thus, an armored vehicle posed no real challenge. With a swift, powerful charge from the side, Leonardo overturned the armored vehicle with ease. Emerging from his concealed state, he quietly appeared beside Leonardo, startling him momentarily. As they beheld the struggling driver within the vehicle, Leonardo brandished his katana, contemplating the next move. "Shall I take the lead, or will you?" he inquired. "I apologize, sir, but it seems we must refrain from taking more lives," Leonardo interjected, positioning himself protectively before the driver. His brother soon arrived, standing resolutely behind him, silently supporting his stance. "Why must we spare him? He is a terrorist, a threat to societal safety," one protested. Yet, Leonardo countered, he may merely be a driver, uninvolved in the conflict. He endeavored to reason with them, but they scoffed at his empathy. Were there not innocent souls among the gangs of Night City? He recalled an instance when, after dismantling a gang stronghold, he had discovered a record of communications revealing the plight of those ensnared in the cycle of violence. A member of a gang sent a message to his younger brother, reprimanding him for neglecting his studies and instead associating with the underworld. He also sent some money back, urging him to take care of their mother. As he perused the message, a myriad of emotions flooded his heart, yet there was no trace of regret. The world is not merely black and white. Many individuals, perhaps merely striving for survival, have joined gangs and inflicted harm upon others. Is he a pitiable soul? Indeed, but he is also a criminal, having taken lives. Hence, devoid of remorse, if granted another opportunity, he would undoubtedly annihilate everyone in that base. At most, ensuring their deaths were less agonizing. Like the adage states, he is unqualified to judge them, yet he is fully capable of delivering them to divine judgment. Observing the few turtles obstructing his path, he shook his head. The arcs of electricity on the Mantis Blade multiplied as he approached them, slowly articulating. If you release him today, countless others will suffer, and perhaps one day, those you hold dear will also fall victim to them. Do you truly believe we should set him free? Listening to these words, Leonardo fell into a contemplative silence. He glanced at his brothers, thoughts drifting to Splinter, rather than a mere master, resembled a father figure to them. The notion of their demise ignited a fierce grip on his katana, yet he still replied, "At least, for now." Before Leonardo could finish his sentence, a communication signal resonated within the vehicle. "We have captured a large rat from the base. The mission is accomplished. How are things on your end?" Chapter 30. Cyber Fraud. Everyone present was no ordinary individual. Even the other Ninja Turtles heard the declaration. Upon hearing it, their brows furrowed. And then they witnessed Raphael, the most temperamental among the four turtles, suddenly pivot. With tremendous force, he thrust his two iron forks, piercing the armored vehicle and tearing off the top. The driver inside was seized by Raphael and hurled out. Watching the man crash into the wall, collapsing in a heap, elicited a raised eyebrow. "This man I admire. He shows no mercy when it comes to killing," Johnny remarked with a grin, emerging from the side. Chuckling, he observed the Ninja Turtles, now thoroughly incensed, their thresholds crossed. It was clear that they were completely enraged. Not only would they kill, but they would also devour their foes without a second thought. Exactly, it must be this way. The so-called doctrine of non-killing is, in essence, nonsense. It's akin to a war where one knows they will not perish, rendering them oblivious to its brutality, yet they revel in the chaos. Without truly striking hard, even if you vanquish your adversary, they will remain unafraid. They shall undoubtedly return, ceaselessly, an unending cycle. Upon realizing that these Ninja Turtles held such convictions, he contemplated retreating immediately, wishing to sever any ties with these individuals. Such pacifists are akin to idealists, quite troublesome, offering no advantage whatsoever. However, observing that Splinter did not appear excessively rigid, he decided to linger for a moment and engage with them. It can be said that had these small turtles obstructed his path, he would have turned away, vowing never to concern himself with them again. At present, this group of turtles seemed less obstinate, and his perception of them had shifted considerably. Meanwhile, Leonardo and his companions voiced no objections to Raphael's earlier outburst, as each of them was eager to storm the base to uncover the truth of the matter. After casting the driver aside, the turtles immediately crowded around the communication device, yearning for more information. Yet, the individuals on the other end remained silent, persistently inquiring about their situation. The Turtle brothers exchanged glances, and it was Leonardo who stepped forward. Carefully, he pressed the communication button with his robust finger. Our mission is progressing smoothly on this end. How about yours?" The response from the other side was unexpected, as they had initially not suspected any trouble. Suddenly, silence enveloped the line. Could it be that Master has turned the tables on them? Michelangelo mused, lost in a daydream. Even he was aware of the absurdity of his thoughts. However, the communication device crackled back to life, shattering his reverie. "Where's Marina?" A somber voice emanated from the device, causing the turtles to tense up. "Lady Marina is currently overseeing the imprisonment of those turtles," Leonardo reluctantly replied. "Is that so?" "Have her take the call," came the response. Based on the choice of words, this Marina appeared to be a woman, and if they were not mistaken, she had likely been swiftly dispatched. Well, even if she were male, he too would have met a similar fate. The turtles exchanged glances of discomfort, rolling their eyes at the absurdity. "Forget it, I'll handle this." He directly infiltrated the communication channel, and soon after, a cacophony erupted from the device. Amidst the background noise, a group of individuals was heard escorting and reprimanding something, punctuated by the sound of 4 heavy footsteps that suggested a formidable presence. Then, to the astonishment of the turtles, a woman's voice broke through. "Lord Schneider, how may I assist you?" A smirk of pride flickered in her eyes as she noted their astonished expressions. "Huh, have you never encountered electronic fraud?" In the year 2077, such schemes had not entirely vanished. One could frequently receive scam messages claiming to be from a certain Johnny Silverhand, requesting funds. In addition to fraudulent messages, there are numerous phone calls. These calls, featuring entirely synthetic audio and even visuals, are exceedingly difficult to guard against. However, in this era, as the internet is just beginning to flourish, even banks, where people entrust their money, have yet to connect with the online world, rendering swift monetary transfers impossible and thus preventing the rise of online fraud. The Ninja Turtles, who have never encountered such phenomena, naturally find it somewhat perplexing. Ignoring the expressions of the young turtles, he continued to address Schneider on the other end of the line. Fortunately, he had been close to that woman earlier and recognized her voice. Otherwise, he would have struggled to replicate it. As to why he believed the person on the other side was Schneider, it was evident that the woman held a significant position within the Foot Clan. In all his encounters with the organization, she had appeared as a leader at the scene. Now, someone was speaking to this clearly high-ranking woman in a condescending tone, leading him to deduce that it was either Sax or Schneider. He was well aware of Sax, the corporate minion, who would never lift a finger unless absolutely necessary and preferred to remain within the confines of the office, never venturing to the front line. Thus, Schneider emerged as the more likely possibility. Of course, his knowledge of the Foot Clan's hierarchy was limited to just a few individuals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly guessed Schneider. Fortunately for him, or perhaps coincidentally, the Foot Clan seemed to consist of only a handful of high-ranking members, and his guess was spot on. Upon recognizing Marina's voice, Schneider evidently lowered his guard. This antiquated man, in his 60s, had clearly not kept pace with the advancements of the era and remained oblivious to the concept of online fraud. After a brief silence, he spoke. "Marina, we have captured the rat on our end. How are things on your side?" "Quite smoothly. We discovered the target in the park's sewer system. 4 turtles and a human. Utilizing a tranquilizer gun, we executed a covert ambush and successfully incapacitated them. However, the enemy's eyes and physical condition are exceedingly formidable. Even the most potent tranquilizers have failed to render them completely unconscious, only weakening them. No worries. The healthier they are, the more blood we can extract." Schneider's tone was particularly sinister as he continued. "Let us proceed to the company and utilize the equipment there to draw their blood directly. Then inject it into the dispersal device." Chapter 31. Target Sachs understood. After a simple acknowledgement, he ended the communication. After all, online fraud relies on deceiving others in the shortest time possible. Prolonged interactions might lead to the other party catching on. Having gathered the information, he observed his somewhat restless turtle brethren and stretched. "Next, we shall head directly to their company. Under the cover of night, you will find it easier to maneuver." Considering that these brothers preferred to remain hidden, he turned and made his way toward the park. Taking the keys from the hands of a driver whose demise was not overly tragic, I settled into an armored vehicle, scanning its structure and, upon comprehending its design, swiftly mastered the art of maneuvering this antiquated machine. So, this is how it operates. Inserting the key into the ignition, I turned it, and the vehicle roared to life, as usual. The Turtle brothers, observing my actions, grasped the situation and promptly clambered into the armored car. Thankfully, the spacious interior accommodated all of them. Otherwise, accommodating this band of brothers would have proven quite challenging. However, noticing my somewhat clumsy demeanor, Michelangelo cautiously inquired, "Do you possess a driver's license?" "A driver's license? What is that? Something edible?" I replied nonchalantly while familiarizing myself with the various controls. "Well, perhaps it would be better if I took the wheel," Donatello suggested, his unease evident. "I fear the presence of traffic officers," I countered, dismissing Donatello's proposal. With a swift gear shift and a firm press on the accelerator, the armored vehicle surged backward, startling the 4 turtles in the rear compartment, who instinctively clutched onto anything stable in their vicinity. "Could you slow down, please?" came the plaintive cries of the turtles, accompanied by Michelangelo's tremulous voice, though a smirk graced his lips as he visualized a 3-dimensional model of the entire vehicle. Through this model, he could expertly command every aspect of the car. "Now, hold on tight." With a series of deft movements, the armored vehicle executed a dramatic drift, pivoting in place before bursting forth from the park. Its exit so forceful that the gate was flung open. On the serene streets of the night, the engine of the armored vehicle emitted a ferocious roar, zigzagging around corners. "Hey, do you know which way to go?" The turtles, jostling within the cabin, voiced their discomfort as the safety belts designed for humans offered them no respite, leaving them rolling about like marbles. "Of course I know," I responded. "Then why are we meandering?" Michelangelo complained, while the bickering between Raphael and Leonardo continued, filled with jests about shoving and bumping. In contrast to the chaos behind, the front seat offered a more serene experience. I navigated through the vibrant city lights, following the route mapped out before me. I simply prefer to avoid the main roads. They get congested at night. It's far more efficient to take the side streets, where police presence is minimal. Sachs's company was situated in a bustling area, essentially the heart of New York, where traffic was notoriously heavy. If we ventured along the main thoroughfare, who knows how long the journey would take. Thus, the choice to traverse the back roads was made, ensuring a quicker arrival. However, this decision bore a burden for the turtles in the rear, as the frequent turns began to induce signs of motion sickness among them. Upon witnessing the dire predicament of the turtles behind, he did not look back but swiftly pulled the small door shut, indifferent to the cacophony of their distressed sounds. After an indeterminate duration, a grand edifice finally came into view. This was the headquarters of the Sachs Group, and as he beheld the resplendent building illuminated by countless lights, a glimmer of crimson ignited in his gaze. Following a rapid scan, the building was promptly modeled and he infiltrated the surveillance system by breaching the external cameras. The surveillance footage aligned seamlessly with the building's model, enabling him to discern every subtle movement within. Understanding the current situation, he opened the small door once more, only to be assailed by a pungent odor that compelled him to shut it immediately. With a sigh, he transmitted the results of his scan through the door to Donatello's spectacles. Your master is imprisoned in the laboratory atop the building. I've charted a course for you to rescue him. Meanwhile, I shall confront that Sax fellow in his office, eliminate him, rescue O'Neill, and then rendezvous with you. Shall we commence our operation? Came Donatello's faint voice from behind, to which he responded affirmatively. In a moment, I will charge in, and then we will split up. Do you understand? Charge in? Yes, it is the most expedient approach. With that, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, careening past several sedans before crashing into the Sax Company building and halting in the parking lot. Action, he shouted to the others, then flung open the car door, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged forth. He swiftly dispatched the security personnel pursuing him and followed the predetermined path straight to Sax's office. Time was of the essence, and the gravity of the mission loomed large. He hoped to retire for the night after this endeavor. The vehicle swayed violently, and after a considerable interval, several turtles tumbled out, landing flat on the ground. As they inhaled the fresh air, expressions of relief graced their faces. Yet they were abruptly confronted with the sight of a brutally dismembered corpse, prompting them to retch once more. He could easily dispatch others with a single punch. Why must he resort to dismemberment? Michelangelo lamented, just as a voice emanated from Donatello's glasses. This method prevents resurrection. Huh? What do you mean? Hurry and rescue your master. I see him being drained of blood. If we delay further, he may perish from it. At that moment, he transformed into a specter of vengeance, ascending the building with a trail of carnage and bloodshed, fit for a macabre American horror film. As he advanced toward Sax's office, he maintained an impassive expression while communicating with the turtles. Hearing that their master was on the brink of death, the turtles sprang into action, disregarding their earlier nausea. Guided by Donatello, they hurried along the designated route toward the pinnacle of the building. On the other side, with a powerful push against the wall, the individual was propelled into the air, reminiscent of a character from a four-player game, soaring over the heads of several security guards in the corridors before landing gracefully on the ground. Ignoring the guards who slowly collapsed behind him, he approached the office door with deliberate steps. Chapter 32. The Masterful Examination of the Corpse. Damn it. You deceived me. You are the one responsible for my father's demise. O'Neill shouted at Sax, the elder she once deemed a trustworthy friend of her father. I regret it too, O'Neill. Had your father not discovered the truth, or if he had chosen to join us, the outcome might have been drastically different, Sax replied, manipulating something on his computer screen as he spoke. My father would never join your ridiculous scheme. He was tricked into working for you. O'Neill vehemently defended her father's honor, yet Sax remained indifferent. His only concern was profit, not reputation. Thus, he merely tapped his ear and sauntered over from the computer. Whatever. If he had joined us, our plan would have succeeded long ago. After all, he was a genius. Even without his involvement, you were the one who delivered his findings into our hands. Damn it. Faced with Sax's cutting words, O'Neill seethed with anger once more. Observing her distress, Sax shrugged nonchalantly. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? Without you, who knows how long we would have waited for success, considering geniuses like your father are rare. Sax, now intrigued by O'Neill's discomfort, continued. Perhaps you are still unaware of your actions? You handed us an exceedingly potent toxin developed by your father, which we intend to disseminate throughout New York. This poison has a remarkably high fatality rate, turning the city into a wasteland, while only we possess the antidote. Those who wish to survive in New York or enter the city will have no choice but to purchase the antidote from us. Just think of the profits my organization could amass with so many desperate souls. Seemingly shedding the facade of righteousness, Sax openly revealed the malevolence festering within him. Just as he reveled in explaining his nefarious plan to O'Neill, the office door suddenly swung open. What a Klitsch tactic. Transforming New York into a cesspool to prevent competition from taking your scraps is truly in line with your style. Who? Sax exclaimed, startled. After breaching the surveillance system, he had set the footage to loop, ensuring that, aside from those who had encountered the intruder, no one within the building was aware of the incursion. But what was the outcome of the collision? Naturally, it was death. the deceased would not lodge a complaint. Thus, no one was yet alarmed. To Sachs, it was as if the individual had materialized out of thin air. "Who are you?" Sachs inquired, his hand instinctively reaching for his pistol at his waist. "You old fool." In an instant, the figure appeared behind Sachs. "I must admit, your tactics remain as predictable as ever, and you, too, remain as naive." Before Sachs could utter a word, his head abruptly fell to the floor, while his body remained standing, causing O'Neill beside him to scream in terror. "Come now, dear. It's merely a death. Is such a ruckus truly necessary?" She rubbed her ears and rolled her eyes at the frightened O'Neill. With a swift motion, she severed the ropes binding O'Neill and proceeded to search Sax's lifeless form. Extracting a wallet, she inspected its contents. Ah, indeed, a bank card. It seems a visit to the banking institution of this world is in order. Muttering to herself, she turned to scan Sax's office. Spotting her target, she approached the bookshelf and, with a single punch, shattered the hidden mechanism in the wall, revealing a safe. Observing the seemingly formidable vault, she produced 2 strands of monomolecular wire and, after gathering her strength, effortlessly severed the safe's door. Who still engages in those tedious decryption games? With a swift motion, she opened the safe and discovered a stack of documents. Grabbing a random briefcase, she filled it with the papers. Tossing the items to O'Neill for safekeeping, she shifted her perspective to check on the situation with the Turtle brothers. As she infiltrated Donatello's glasses, she was taken aback to hear her brothers singing. Switching to the elevator surveillance, she saw the turtles wielding their weapons, playfully engaged, accompanied by one turtle's rendition of a song, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Listening to the music, Johnny emerged. "This group of turtles has a penchant for music? It seems they favor this pop genre," she remarked, shrugging at Johnny. "Who are you talking to?" O'Neill, struggling to avoid glancing at the nearby corpse, felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of someone conversing with the air. "Never mind. Let us rendezvous with those turtles. They've just located an elevator, intending to confront the ultimate Schneider." After recording a video of the turtles, she led O'Neill along a path to find a Schneider. Observing Schneider in the surveillance footage clad in armor, she was quite astonished. This individual can maneuver so adeptly in such heavy armor. Quite impressive. No wonder that large rat was unable to defeat him. It makes perfect sense. It appears that this is still the previous Schneider. Observing the pristine condition of this armor, it seems to have emerged only recently, which elucidates why the Great Mouse was captured this time. In this context, it is conceivable that the 4 turtles may not even stand a chance against Schneider. Muttering a few words, he quickened his pace. O'Neill watched as he hurried away and then glanced at the blood-stained corpses along the way, swallowing hard. Yet he compelled himself to keep up. On the rooftop, upon the elevator reaching its designated floor, the quartet of brothers, who had been performing fervently, abruptly halted and, in unison, bellowed as they rushed out. Before their eyes stood a towering figure clad in armor, alongside the great mouse Splinter, weak and ensnared within a transparent glass chamber from which blood was being drawn. "You scoundrel, let go of my master." Upon realizing the dire situation, the irritable Raphael charged forward. However, his anticipated kick missed as the adversary deftly evaded, brandishing a knife and fork aimed directly at Raphael's neck. Had it not been for the swift intervention of his brothers, Raphael could have met his demise in that very instant. Chapter 33. Spreading the potion, this initial skirmish instantly unveiled Schneider's formidable prowess to the Turtle brothers. It was no wonder that Master Splinter had advised them against provoking Schneider. Not only was his physique intimidating, but his martial skills were equally perilous. Aware that they could not subdue Schneider in the immediate future, Leonardo promptly recalibrated their battle strategy. He peered at their master, trapped within the glass enclosure, and quietly instructed Raphael and the others. "First, we must rescue our master. Donatello, you and Mikey go save him while Raphael and I hold off Schneider." "Understood." The brothers nodded in agreement, and Leonardo exchanged a determined glance with Raphael before they both charged at Schneider. Raphael took the lead, thrusting his dual forks towards Schneider's joints, but Schneider effortlessly raised his clawed blades to parry the attack. Subsequently, Leonardo leaped from behind Raphael, swinging his twin swords down upon Schneider. In response, Schneider reacted with remarkable speed, shoving Raphael aside and seizing Leonardo midair. Observing Michelangelo and Donatello attempting to rescue Splinter, Schneider hurled Leonardo toward them. Michelangelo was knocked over by Leonardo's weight, and Schneider unleashed a barrage of throwing knives aimed at Donatello, who was still preoccupied with unlocking the door. Seeing this, Raphael leaped forward, using his shell to shield against the onslaught. However, their shells, designed to withstand bullets, faltered against Schneider's specially crafted knives, which pierced through flesh with alarming ease. Raphael groaned in agony as Schneider activated the electromagnet, pulling the specialized throwing knives out from his body. Raphael was thrust to the ground, blood oozing from the wounds on his back. "Raphael!" Leonardo exclaimed upon witnessing his brother's plight and rushed forward. With his dual blades dancing in the air, he deflected the incoming throwing knives. "Quickly save our master!" Raphael, with little time to spare, bellowed at his two brothers. Michelangelo dashed toward the specially designed glass door to smash it, while Donatello hurried to decipher the control mechanism for the door. After a prolonged struggle against Schneider, Raphael and Leonardo managed to resist for some time, until Donatello finally breached the control panel, unlocking the glass door. Michelangelo swiftly entered and lowered Splinter, already frail and now drained of blood, had fainted. "Come help," Leonardo called out, relieved that their master had been rescued, and he quickly summoned reinforcements. Meanwhile, Schneider looked at the turtles with a mix of suspicion and disbelief. Despite the commotion they had caused, not a single member of the Foot Clan had come to investigate. It seemed that others had infiltrated the premises as well. Contemplating this, Schneider assessed the turtles before him. Frankly, these turtles were quite bothersome. Their tough exteriors made them resilient. Although he had previously subdued them, they had sustained no critical injuries. Even the throwing knife that struck Raphael had merely caused him discomfort, his cries echoing with surprising vigor. Rather than becoming entangled with these turtles, who were unlikely to be defeated in the short term, Schneider decided it would be more prudent to ascend to the rooftop and disperse the mutagen, their poison. After all, he had already injected himself with the antidote. Even if the mutagen spread, it would pose no threat to him, and he could seize the opportunity to eliminate his enemies. As for Sax and the others, whether they had received the antidote was of little concern to him. He was barely able to safeguard himself. With this resolution, Schneider charged forward, forcefully tossing Raphael aside to retrieve the vial of Splinter's blood, which contained the mutagen. Armed with the mutagen, he retaliated against Leonardo with a punch that sent him reeling and used throwing knives to keep several turtles at bay. Seizing the moment, he slipped into the elevator and ascended toward the rooftop. Raphael intended to pursue him, but as he pried open the elevator doors, he found it had already risen. He must not reach the rooftop. If he disperses the mutagen, it will all be over. Splinter, who had finally been roused by Donatello, observed the scene and urgently spoke to Leonardo. "All right." Leonardo nodded in agreement, glanced around, and then fixed his gaze on the window. "If the elevator is inaccessible, we shall go outside." "Good." The other turtles expressed no dissent and placed Splinter in a secure location. Two of them broke through the window and began to ascend the outer wall of the building towards the rooftop. Once the turtles had dashed outside, a chime echoed. They were remarkably swift. Pushing open the door, he gazed at the shattered glass and shook his head in resignation. There was no elevator here. He pondered whether to venture outside for help. Splinter. Beside him, O'Neill, clutching a briefcase, spotted Splinter on the ground and hurried over. "O'Neill, I'm relieved to see you unharmed." Splinter affectionately ruffled O'Neill's hair, then turned his gaze elsewhere. "All right, I shall ascend now." He sighed, recognizing his burdensome fate. However, considering the matter of Sax's apartment, he reluctantly decided to accompany his master below. Speaking thus, he turned his attention to another side, a flash of crimson light flickering in his eyes as the elevator doors opened. He stepped inside and leisurely made his way towards the top floor. Meanwhile, the Turtle Brothers, scaling the building's exterior, adeptly utilized various footholds and quickly reached the pinnacle of the structure. After all, the laboratory they had recently vacated was not far from the top. Upon arriving at the rooftop, Schneider had already positioned himself in front of the disperser. Observing that the mutagen had been placed within the apparatus and Schneider was preparing to activate the device, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles charged forward. Hearing the commotion behind him, Schneider let out a weary sigh. "Must you pursue me so relentlessly?" With that, he begrudgingly ceased his actions. This device had the capability to disseminate the drug throughout the entire city, proving to be exceedingly powerful. Yet this very strength had led to its restriction by the government. making the procedure for direct activation rather cumbersome. After toiling away for some time, he had yet to complete the necessary steps. However, with the turtles now closing in, Schneider had no time to make adjustments. He could only insert the key and activate the preset mode. In 5 minutes, the mutagen would be released. Chapter 34. Triumph over Schneider. 5 minutes. In Schneider's estimation, all he needed to do was to hold off these turtles for that brief period, and everything would come to fruition. Having previously clashed with these turtles, he possessed a reasonable understanding of their combat abilities. Thus, he felt assured that he could indeed withstand them for 5 minutes. With that, Schneider turned to face the 4 approaching turtles. Your master possesses commendable skills, yet I was able to best him. Now, let me witness your prowess. Schneider assumed a fighting stance, his eyes alight with fervor as he regarded the 4 turtles. The plan was on the verge of realization. The Foot Clan was poised to dominate New York, and all he needed to do was await a mere few moments. He had waited for decades. What were 5 minutes in the grand scheme of things? Now, let this battle herald the dawn of a new era. The 4 Turtle Brothers, observing Schneider's demeanor, understood that unless they could vanquish him, he would not permit them to deactivate the apparatus. Each was prepared for battle. Just as the clash was about to unfold, a voice emerged from Donatello's small glasses. So, you're unable to smash that device, are you? The voice was not loud, yet all present heard it distinctly. Schneider's battle-ready form quivered slightly at the sound. After a brief silence, Michelangelo quietly inquired, destroying the apparatus won't cause the mutagen to leak. Will it? Not at all. The device is heavily restricted, making it difficult to release the agent directly. It requires a key to activate the preset mode. Should the equipment be damaged, even by a mere short circuit, it would cease to function instantly. How do you know that? Donatello asked with curiosity. Wouldn't you check the device's official website? Schneider retorted with a raised eyebrow. Official website? After a moment of contemplation, Leonardo readily acquiesced. Change of plans. Destroy the apparatus. You bastards. Schneider finally lost his composure, cursing as he watched the 4 turtles disperse, charging at him from various angles. He had no time to continue his tirade, hastily throwing knives in an attempt to thwart their advance. However, given that he could only suppress the turtles rather than decisively defeat them, how could he possibly defend against their coordinated assault? Before long, amidst his frantic efforts, Schneider failed to react in time, and Leonardo cleverly utilized his own throwing knife to damage the device. As anticipated, the apparatus ceased operation upon being compromised. The Ninja Turtles had not yet had the chance to cheer when Schneider's furious roar echoed through the air. You bunch of bastards. Just when success was within reach, you caused me to lose so completely. Enraged, Schneider lunged at the turtles, fully abandoning defense, channeling a surge of power akin to that of a superhero, single-handedly overpowering the 4 turtles. First, he took down Michelangelo, then Donatello, and finally Leonardo. Only Raphael, the resilient elder brother, remained standing. After flooring 3 of his opponents, Schneider felt a slight sense of satisfaction as he turned to face the unwavering Raphael. He then extracted the mutagen from the device, taking a deep breath as he looked at the vial in his hand. Thankfully, the substance remained intact, and hope for a fresh start lingered. If he could just leave this place and find another apparatus, he could resume his plans. With this thought, Schneider's spirits lifted somewhat. Just then a chime sounded, heralding a dazzling arrival. As Schneider emerged from the elevator, he appeared somewhat perplexed. However, upon hearing the greeting exchange with Raphael, his eyes suddenly blazed with fury. It's you scoundrel, who has thwarted my plans. Schneider charged forward, while Raphael, who had just arrived, continued to converse with another individual still standing nearby. To be frank, given your physique, you are ill-suited for any form of ninjutsu. Do you comprehend? That technique is employed by the diminutive for assassination. Your build is more fitting for a tank. Do you grasp that? Observing Raphael's desperate attempts to reason, he gestured toward Schneider, who was rushing towards him, eager to articulate a response. After casting a sidelong glance, he decided, never mind, I shall deal with him first, then return to our discussion. With that, he pivoted, only to find Schneider's fist barreling towards his face. He deftly tilted his head to evade Schneider's inevitable blow, seizing the opportunity to grasp Schneider's arm, which was poised to strike his head. I've heard tell of your martial prowess. Today, I shall entertain you. A smile graced Raphael's face as he swiftly struck Schneider's arm joint with his left hand. In pain, Schneider did not instinctively cradle his injured arm like an ordinary person. Instead, he grit his teeth and retaliated with a left hook aimed at Raphael's midsection. However, Raphael intercepted the blow with a well-placed kick, using it as leverage to leap and deliver a powerful sweep aimed at Schneider's head. The force of the kick sent Schneider sprawling across the ground. Noticing Schneider's struggle to rise, Raphael tossed the vial of mutagen he had just liberated from Schneider toward Raphael. Keep this safe, should it fall to the ground. None of you brothers will survive. As for him, setting aside the effectiveness of this mutagen on his heavily cybernetic form, the dispersal device has been destroyed, and its natural diffusion rate will undoubtedly lag behind his speed. Upon hearing this, Raphael clutched the mutagen tightly to his chest and focused intently on the unfolding battle between him and Schneider. From the effortless manner in which Schneider had been sent flying, it was evident that, despite the lack of formal techniques, Raphael's combat skills were extraordinarily refined and posed a significant threat. Had Schneider not been clad in heavy armor, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness with just those 2 strikes. Witnessing such formidable prowess, Raphael, who revered strength, was determined not to miss this opportunity to observe the fight with utmost seriousness, scrutinizing every movement. The ensuing battle did not disappoint. Each of Schneider's assaults was perfectly countered, culminating in a counterattack. Even when Schneider resorted to underhanded tactics, attempting to ambush with throwing knives, he ultimately found himself disarmed, the blade embedded in his own arm. "You bastard!" Schneider exclaimed, unable to land a hit, finally unable to contain his frustration. But before his words could fully escape his lips, Raphael had closed the distance, appearing before him in an instant. "Playing with you is one thing, but dare to utter foul language?" The enthusiasm for confronting Schneider has waned. He is merely a slightly skilled martial artist with decent physical attributes, devoid of any real entertainment value. With a lack of desire to engage further, the situation has escalated into seriousness. The gorilla-like figure unleashed a powerful punch upon Schneider's helmet, sending him crashing backwards. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the trajectory of Schneider's flight, forcefully pinning him to the ground with a swift kick, followed by a series of unrelenting blows to the helmet. Although Schneider attempted to resist, he was swiftly subdued, his efforts thwarted and met with brutal force, as the assault on his helmet continued. Before long, the helmet, constructed from an unknown material, was utterly shattered, revealing Schneider beneath, blood streaming from his orifices. One couldn't endure such a beating. Contemplating briefly, the Mantis Blade emerged, poised to bring an end to Schneider's existence. However, at that moment, a faint disturbance caught his attention. He lifted his gaze towards the distant sky and activated his cybernetic eyes scanning mode. Instantly, several stealth aircraft materialized within his visual system. "What is happening?" Raphael sensed something amiss and turned his gaze skyward, yet saw nothing. "No worries, you search for me. Check on your comrades to see if they have recovered. If they have, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, you may find yourselves caught in the fray. By the way, ensure O'Neill safeguards my belongings. They're my spoils of war." Glancing at the aircraft overhead, he felt a surge of finality as Schneider, who had been brutally beaten into unconsciousness, lost his life in a dream. Hearing this, Raphael hastily assisted his comrades. Indeed, these fellows were remarkably resilient. Despite Schneider's relentless onslaught, they were already on the mend. Watching as the Turtle brothers departed, he sought a place to sit, observing the aircraft approaching from above. "Can these aircraft still remain undetected?" Johnny queried, appearing beside him, a cigarette in hand, his displeasure evident as he surveyed the planes above. "This is intolerable. These aircraft have been modified. Though not entirely revamped, they can no longer be infiltrated or controlled externally." After scanning the surroundings, he lamented, "Unlike the previous models, the Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau's aircraft have undergone emergency modifications, with all operational systems reverted to manual control. The only point of infiltration left is the communication channels between the aircraft. Yet, upon breaching them, there was silence. Prepared for this, are they? So, what shall it be? Fight or flee? I cannot fly, and I have no suitable weapon." Rolling his eyes, he remarked on the persistence of these individuals, akin to an unwelcome adhesive. "If we cannot engage, then we shall depart." Johnny shrugged, yet remained rooted in place. "What is the matter? Do not rush. I sense something amiss. These individuals do not appear to be here to cause trouble. Having previously infiltrated these aircraft, I am aware of the weaponry they possess. It seems these jets are not primarily designed for combat. Their only armament consists of cannons, mere relics of a bygone era. Even if multiple jets were to launch an assault upon him, he could still evade capture. Thus, the audacious and skilled individual stands atop the building, quietly observing the stealthy aircraft in the sky. After an extended period, the communication channel finally crackled to life. They have discovered us. Shall we initiate an attack? Hold on, Patton. Allow me to engage in dialogue first. You? Is that not somewhat perilous? Fear not. You all maintain your vigilance, and I shall proceed alone. Understood. Following a brief exchange, he observed one of the aircraft gradually approach the edge of the building. The cabin door opened, and a one-eyed, bald figure adorned with a black eye patch emerged. As the figure approached, Johnny remarked, seeing this fellow reminds me of someone. Dexter, that hefty chap, huh? If you were to don a golden prosthetic hand, I dare say they'd be indistinguishable. Initially serious while listening to Johnny, the other could not suppress a chuckle. What is it, sir? Do I amuse you? Nick Fury inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he advanced. No, not you. It's another fellow. Merely your presence evokes memories of him, Johnny casually explained, glancing at the array of vigilant aircraft behind Fury. Such a grand display. Your standing must be quite significant. Pray tell, what brings you to seek my company? 10 minutes ago, a civilian reported an intrusion at the Saxon group by unidentified individuals, alongside illegal high-altitude object drops. Hence, we have come to investigate. I hadn't anticipated that your global organization would concern itself with such trivial matters. Johnny chuckled at Nick Fury's rationale. Trivial? Fury retorted, his demeanor unflinching. The Saxon Group is one of the few companies in New York City equipped with drug dispersal devices. Should such a device fall into the hands of a terrorist organization, the city could face dire consequences. Fury's expression remained impassive, akin to a stoic mask, as his gaze settled upon the damaged machinery behind him. Are you not aware that the Saxon Group is indeed a terrorist organization? How amusing. You caution against terrorists while concurrently delivering their machinery to them. How delightful. Johnny applauded. Before seemingly realizing something, he added with a smirk, or perhaps this elite agency is simply oblivious to this fact. Upon hearing the seemingly inquisitive yet piercing words, Nick Fury's expression finally shifted, revealing a hint of amusement. You cannot genuinely believe we are uninformed or that we have not deployed personnel to monitor the situation. As he spoke, Nick Fury gestured behind him, and moments later, the instruments behind him erupted in a spectacular explosion, rendering the multi-million-dollar equipment utterly destroyed. Neither of the men turned to witness the blast, yet they raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. A bomb with a fuse cleverly entwined amongst the device's wiring, artfully concealing its presence, far more discreet than a remote detonation, and remarkably simple to maintain, requiring only a FA-aude of a maintenance worker. Instantly grasping the agent's tactics, he clapped his hands in admiration. Truly impressive, a testament to the prowess of a global espionage organization. Too kind, Nick Fury replied, nodding impassively at the flattery. He then glanced around and noticed Schneider's lifeless body. It appears you have resolved matters. Commendable, albeit with somewhat brutal methods. Among the 379 personnel remaining in this company tonight, 245 were incapacitated by those turtles, while the rest met their end by your hand. It seems those turtles remain obstinate. I had warned them that one must eradicate the root when dealing with weeds. He dismissed Fury's comment regarding his cruelty with a nonchalant shake of his head. Do you truly desire for those turtles to commit murder? No, I simply wish for their survival, Fury retorted. Is killing the only means to exist? What other option is there? When others are trampling upon you and a colossal organization offers no assistance, one must take matters into their own hands, after all. His sardonic remark silenced Fury, who was poised to respond. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, and after a moment, he regarded Nick Fury. Very well, our time is precious. You cannot capture me, nor do you wish to. You've come here to pose a few inquiries, haven't you? So let us speak frankly. Chapter 36. The transaction at this declaration. A subtle shift crossed Nick Fury's expression. He promptly removed the earpiece from his ear. All right, let us speak candidly then. Is that so? A crimson glint ignited in his eyes, a accompanied by a cryptic smile. Ignoring the strange expression on Fury's face, he continued, I have conducted an investigation into the circumstances surrounding recent events and uncovered certain ambiguities. Do you seek answers? Certainly, but he picked up a flying knife, one of Schneider's discarded belongings, tossing it idly in his hand. What do you desire? Fury, uninterested in idle chatter, responded directly. I want all of Sax's inheritance. You cannot manage his empire alone. Too much ambition can lead to ruin. Then I shall sell it to you, he retorted, gesturing in a direction as he drove the knife into the ground beside him. Leave me Sax's property in New York and convert all other assets into cash. Then present it to me. Are you willing to operate under our supervision? Nick Fury appeared somewhat astonished, yet a sardonic smile danced in his eyes. Supervision? Huh. I shall prepare some little toys for you. Should you wish to oversee me, feel free to attempt it. Of course, before you come, do ensure that you, along with all the inhabitants of this great city of New York, are well prepared for what lies ahead. Upon hearing this, a chill flickered in Nick Fury's gaze. Are you attempting to threaten us? Using New York City as leverage? Indeed, but you ought to be pleased. Had the conditions here been more favorable, I could have offered the entire world as your grave. Bartimus alone can stir the entire globe. Why should I not be capable of such? Alas, the networks of this world are exceedingly antiquated, rendering many of my methods unusable. Contemplating this, a glimmer of intrigue surfaced in his eyes. Perhaps he should establish a company to elevate the technological landscape of this world to that of 2077. That would indeed be amusing, and his abilities could be fully unleashed. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. He had no desire to become a mere corporate pawn. Recalling his immature musings, he turned his gaze to the silent Nick Fury. So, have you come to a decision? Nick Fury's expression bore a contemplative air, and, after a lengthy pause, he responded, very well. Now, isn't that splendid? He nodded, a flicker of crimson light illuminating his eyes. All right, the items have been sent to him. You may leave. Who is he? Nick Fury inquired, a hint of confusion evident as he tapped his abdomen. The individual behind you. A look of shock crossed Nick Fury's face, and he chuckled wryly. You can't possibly think I wouldn't conduct a scan, can you? Who are you, really? Nick Fury's gaze darkened suddenly, his expression turning menacing as he slightly tilted his head to survey the numerous aircraft positioned at a distance behind him, alertness coursing through him. Fortunately, he had employed the Skrull's signal jamming device. Otherwise, should the individuals behind him overhear, it could lead to chaos. Who am I? I merely. He regarded the tense Nick Fury and, after a brief silence, declared, a mercenary. How did you discover my presence? Who do you work for? As Nick Fury listened to the responses, his tension mounted. Your disguise is quite commendable. However, your average body temperature is 3 degrees Celsius higher than that of a typical human. If I were to place you in my vicinity, you would undoubtedly be quarantined. Moreover, your heat distribution differs from that of an ordinary person, and you have ears protruding from your abdomen, while your arms conceal a peculiar small handgun. Honestly, it is quite difficult not to detect you. Under scanning mode, he easily discerned the peculiarities of this unknown entity in contrast to a regular human. Compared to humanity, this being possessed a multitude of additional organs, and the arrangement was precisely tailored, as if custom designed for optimal functionality. From the outset, the headset of my abdomen made it clear that the entity before me was not the leader of any clandestine human organization, nor a lurking monster, at best. It was merely a simulacrum. As for whom I serve, my allegiance lies solely with myself, accepting only the assignments that pique my interest. Should you find yourselves in distress, come bearing ample remuneration, and perhaps I shall acquiesce to your request. There is little to discuss with a mere proxy. I offered this being a smile before turning and leaping from the heights of the edifice. Above, Nick Fury's countenance shifted between shadows and light until the device at my abdomen emitted a sound. All right, return. I have received the intel. Somewhere, another Nick Fury stood before a holographic projection, observing a recently recorded video. Witnessing several agents incapacitate their comrade and set the scene. A glint of cold steel shimmered in Fury's eyes. Interesting. With that, he turned and departed, casting a glance at a green-skinned figure beyond the door. This room must be sealed. The computer within should not connect to our network. With that command, Fury strolled towards other chambers, hands tucked in his pockets. Along the way, he recalled the response he had received. Mercenary? Quite the proficient one. However, he did not leap from the building directly, as it was situated in a bustling area filled with onlookers. The commotion above had drawn their attention, and they gazed upward at the towering structure. Should I plunge down at that moment, I would likely be surrounded by inquiries, a most inconvenient predicament. Thus, upon descending to a certain level, I utilized a monomolecular line to latch onto the Saxon Group S building, swinging inside. Minutes later, I silently emerged several blocks away from the Saxon building, seeking a clean sewer entrance to descend. The New York sewer system is remarkably intricate, allowing me to swiftly locate a direct path to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles' lair, and I hastened in that direction. Half an hour later, the Turtle Brothers had carried the weakened Splinter back to their base, each scrambling to procure sustenance in an attempt to revive him. Yet Splinter could not consume anything, leaving the anxious Turtles and O'Neill in a state of frantic confusion. I say, you lot, if others wish to sleep, let them. Do you not realize that the elderly may lack vigor? I stepped forth, observing the raucous scene with a hint of exasperation. O'Neill had not anticipated that, despite being behind them, she had arrived at the base first. However, she offered no further questions, merely watching with concern. Do you understand what has befallen Splinter? Having had so much blood drawn, he is, of course, weak to the point of unconsciousness. Is that not apparent? Shaking my head, I gently pushed aside the turtles, nearly frantic with worry, and conducted a close scan of Splinter-esque condition. Nothing serious, just a profound weakness resulting in his diminished spirits. With a casual tone, he turned to observe the pizza that the other turtles had somehow acquired. O'Neill, head to the hospital and procure some glucose solution. He is currently frail and unable to open his mouth. Administer it intravenously. After a brief assessment of the situation, he felt little concern. These creatures possessed a constitution unlike that of ordinary beings. While a typical person would have succumbed to the loss of so much blood, for them, it merely resulted in a slight weakness. Hearing his calm voice, the turtles began to settle down. Mikey, you and Raphael escort O'Neill to make the purchases and return swiftly. All right, I'm on it. The two turtles made their way outside, only to return shortly. What is the matter? He was perusing the documents in the briefcase that O'Neill had brought back, glancing at them in confusion as they rushed back. Do you have any money? After a moment of silence, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he looked at O'Neill and retrieved a bundle of cash from the nearby suitcase, tossing it over. Chapter 37. The base is secured. Early the next morning, he hurriedly crawled up from a sewer entrance. Recalling the nightmarish experience from the previous evening, he rubbed his arms vigorously. I shouldn't have slept down there last night. He pinched his nose, grimacing at his own state. After O'Neill returned with the glucose solution and administered it to Splinter, he intended to leave. However, when Leonardo invited him to stay the night, knowing full well the stench of the sewer, foolishly agreed to remain. What was I thinking? Their base lacked even a semblance of a decent bed. The only low couch was meant for Splinter's rest. Thus, he had to make do with a clean piece of cloth on the ground and managed to sleep fitfully. As a result, he now felt as though he carried the odor of the sewer with him. Climbing up, he experienced a sensation akin to being in a different world. No need to see me off, he said, sniffing as he addressed the four turtles below. However, after a moment of silence, Mikey, also known as Michelangelo, cautiously raised his hand. Can we visit your home? Yes. We've never been to a human's house. Donatello, eagerly nodding beside him, prompted a sigh from him. Consider it a debt for the games we played last night. Out of boredom, he had spent the previous evening with the four turtles in Donatello's room, gaming on a computer they had assembled using components pilfered from a junkyard. Overall, it was quite enjoyable, even Johnny connected via data cable, using him as a relay to join them for a few rounds. In this present moment, inviting these turtles to explore the house that fell from the sky does not seem like an arduous task. After all, Splinter has nearly fully recovered following a restful night. Come up, but do be cautious. After glancing around to ensure there were no unrelated individuals, he beckoned. Upon hearing his call, Mikey, Donatello, Raphael, and Leo eagerly emerged from the sewer. However, as soon as they surfaced, they were met by a human figure. Mikey prudently retreated behind his companions, oblivious to the fact that his considerable size offered little concealment. Do not be afraid. This individual is affiliated with a certain agency. What agency? The one I mentioned yesterday, which includes non-human entities. Oh, Mikey instantly relaxed, not pausing to consider the possibility of deception. The four turtles gazed at the human before them, clad in a black suit. Unmistakably an agent. Well, our organization is called the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, but you may simply refer to us as S.H.I.E.L.D. The familiar face of Coulson greeted the turtles with a smile. He then turned his attention elsewhere. However, I was unaware that our agency included non-human members. You didn't know? Oh dear, it seems I inadvertently disclosed a secret of your director. To be cautious, I should perhaps erase your memory, but do not worry. Dizziness is a normal side effect. As he spoke, he activated his powerful gorilla prosthetic, looking at Coulson with an innocent expression. Oh, that one TB necessary. I shall remain tight-lipped. After all, it is best not to divulge our director's secrets. That is good to hear. This shall be our shared secret. I hope you do not overstep and engage in actions that might displease me, for I could easily leak your director's confidential information. Is this considered a leverage? Coulson felt a mix of despair and humor. While he had anticipated that this individual would not be easy to deal with, he never expected such complications to arise. What does it signify to have leverage in this context? This is the identification that the director entrusted me to deliver to you. With this documentation, you are recognized as the owner of this land. Additionally, here is a bank book reflecting the Sachs Group's assets converted into dollars. Very well. Thank you for your assistance. Nodding, he accepted the items from Coulson. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels. No need for formalities. Without further pleasantries, he directed the four turtles towards his new base. Arriving at the entrance, he surveyed the access control system, narrowing his eyes momentarily. A red light flashed as he swiftly modified the system, replacing it with a different configuration and designating himself as the owner. Now let us unveil what the future base looks like. With a snap of his fingers, the door swung open, revealing the marvel behind it. Wow! Mac gazed in awe at the scenery beyond the door, a sentiment echoed by the other turtles, who found themselves entranced by the view within. Behind the door lay a magnificent coniferous forest, serving as a natural barrier that concealed the prying eyes of the outside world. Further ahead, an expansive plain unfolded, meticulously tended to, emanating a sense of tranquility. In the center of this vast expanse stood a grand villa, evidently destined to be a future residence. Unlike a few of the turtles who were captivated by the scenery, Mac's attention was drawn to the sheer size of the land. Upon realizing it spanned the equivalent of 10 football fields, he nodded in satisfaction. This locale was on the verge of becoming the outskirts of New York City, yet not too distant from the urban core. It provided the perfect blend of seclusion and proximity to the city. And then there was the area itself. Such a vast expanse offered ample opportunity for creative endeavors. Even if there were a need for defensive satellite reconnaissance, constructing a base underground would be feasible. After all, with such an extensive plot of land, he could dig as deep as he desired. However, he pondered whether it might be overly strenuous to excavate alone. In this world, there was no Draymond to assist him. Back in Night City, he could easily construct intelligent machines for Draymond to operate, but here, he had yet to even create a simple device. As he contemplated this, he turned to the nearby turtles, suddenly raising an eyebrow. With such formidable physiques, it would be a shame not to put them to work. With this thought, he approached Mac. What do you think of this place? Oh my goodness. It's simply perfect. I've never seen such a beautiful house and such an expansive sky. Mac exclaimed, his excitement palpable. For most of his life, he had resided in the sewers. Even when he briefly emerged to the surface, it was typically within the confines of the city, never having encountered such a broad plain. The sky, previously obscured by towering buildings, now lay completely unveiled before him, coupled with the sight of that lavish house. This scene was something he had never dared to dream about. Should we move in? Huh? What? At this, not only Mac, but also the other turtles turned to look at him in surprise. You see, such a large house would be inconvenient for just one person to maintain. Cleaning would be quite a hassle. But if I had some help. Upon hearing this, the turtles' faces lit up with excitement. Observing how easily they were swayed, he nodded in satisfaction and casually gestured a friendly sign to Johnny, who had been giving him the finger. Chapter 38, Mastery. After acquiring the base, he cleverly persuaded the turtles to labor for him without pay. All it took was offering a few unused rooms and some pizza to transform the four turtles into earth-moving machines, swiftly excavating a vast space beneath the soil. Certainly, one must also express gratitude to Sachs for the renovations undertaken on his property. He excavated several subterranean chambers beneath the ground, though their intended purpose remains a mystery. Nevertheless, after the meticulous cleansing conducted by SHIEL, the area below was left impeccably pristine, allowing the turtles to expand the underground space with relative ease, thus saving considerable effort. Of course, mere excavation was not sufficient. Sachs also utilized funds acquired through the Sachs Group's discounts to procure various construction materials to fortify the underground space. Otherwise, the constant digging could have led to a potential collapse. As for where to source such a substantial quantity of materials, naturally, it was from a global intelligence agency, SHIELD. When he ventured out with funds in hand, several agents unexpectedly emerged from nearby alcoves. Upon learning of his requirements, they promptly took his money and made the necessary arrangements. In this instance, it seemed to signify the presence of the enigmatic agent from SHIELD, subtly conveying a multitude of meanings, such as "I am watching you. Do not cause trouble." However, he was hardly concerned with such implications, for the agent dared only to observe from the outside, never venturing within. As for Sachs, he treated these agents with utmost kindness. After all, having a reliable group that could be summoned at any moment to handle affairs with guaranteed results, all at cost price, was undeniably appealing. Furthermore, these agents proved to be remarkably proficient. Regardless of how expensive the required instruments were, they could procure them, even the rarest of items, as long as they were available on the market. Even uranium for nuclear weaponry could be delivered by the next day. Their purchasing power and efficiency surpassed that of any other, making the support from SHIELD invaluable. Within just a week, he managed to gather the necessary machinery and materials from across the globe. Although the specifications of these items did not entirely meet his expectations, they sufficed for initial transitional use. As the underground base continued to evolve, the funds at his disposal dwindled to nothing. After all, SHIELD was not a charitable organization. Everything came at a cost, albeit at a reasonable rate. Despite its seemingly formidable presence, the Sachs Group held no significant standing in New York, and its assets paled in comparison to those of the supercorporations. Although the machinery acquired did not meet his high standards, they represented the pinnacle of technology in this era and came at a premium price. Thus, it was not long before he found himself lamenting the financial strain imposed by the numerous instruments within the underground facility. With funds running low, the turtles could finally cease their incessant digging and take a well-deserved respite. Reclining on the sofa, they savored freshly baked pizza, still steaming, and for a fleeting moment, felt as though they had been transported to another realm. "Leo," one remarked, "do you think we may have been deceived? Did he not previously claim that all we needed to do was tidy up the room and perform some menial tasks? As soon as we arrived here, we began excavating the earth, and now I feel as if I am entirely encased in mud." Exhausted after being exploited, Mikey lay languidly on the sofa, weakly lamenting to Leo about his plight. Digging underground day after day has driven Mikey to the brink of madness, to the point where even the pizza he eats seems less delectable. Leo, too, surveyed the pizza in his hand, pondering whether he had overindulged in it these past few days, as he found himself oddly weary of its taste. Impossible. How could pizza ever be unappetizing? It must simply be this flavor that has become tiresome. Next time, I shall try a different variety. Contemplating this, Leo shook his head and, with a note of fatigue, addressed Mikey. "Fortunately, the expansion of our underground base is nearing completion, and we should no longer need to dig much more. However, I still believe we ought to voice some concerns, particularly regarding the need to dispose of that pile of radioactive materials safely." Donatello, seated nearby, roused himself from his thoughts of the uranium carelessly left in the basement, feeling a slight warmth wash over him. It was said he intended to use those materials to construct a nuclear bomb, although it seemed he had since developed other plans, leaving the uranium unattended. For him, relegating it to the basement was a means of keeping it out of sight and mind, but for the turtle brothers who toiled daily in the earth, it represented a terrifying threat. Each time they heard the Geiger counter clicking ominously from that corner, an icy chill would sweep through them, even as they felt a flush of heat. Before Donatello mentioned that such materials could indeed induce bodily warmth, the brothers had only felt a sense of dread. With this thought, Leo nodded. Though he could not fathom how they managed to treat nuclear radiation with such nonchalance, as if they had been bombarded by an atomic blast. For them, it was a profoundly terrifying weapon.
Is there anyone else who wishes to provide feedback on this matter?
None. Donatello glanced at Raphael, who was ravenously devouring pizza with seemingly insatiable appetite, then turned back to Leo.
All right, I will seek him out shortly. Do you know where he is?
Leo scanned the vicinity, but saw no sign of him. He should be in the meditation room upstairs, conversing with Master. Suddenly, Raphael, who had been engrossed in his meal, looked up and interjected, then returned to his feast. Observing Raphael's demeanor, Leo nodded in agreement. Very well, once we have filled our stomachs, we shall go find him. After nearly half an hour, the four turtles discarded nearly 100 pizza boxes at the door, awaiting collection, before they all gathered outside the meditation room upstairs.
What do you think Master and he are doing in there?
Leo asked his brothers, his voice tinged with nervousness as he gazed at the closed door. Well, they are certainly not playing games, Donatello remarked, expressing his thoughts. It is indeed improbable to sing and dance, Mikey remarked. I believe there might be an opportunity for martial arts practice. Raphael expressed his conjecture, which garnered the approval of the others. With this notion in mind, Leo gently tapped on the door. Subsequently, the keypad shifted from red to green, successfully unlocking the entrance. The four turtle brothers exchanged glances, swallowed nervously, and slowly pushed the door open. What greeted them was a room filled with white steam, causing the turtles to widen their eyes in astonishment.
Wow, this is quite spicy. Did you add too much chili?
No, perhaps you simply lack a taste for spice. Amidst the swirling smoke, they found Master Splinter seated at a low table, adorned with a hot pot and an array of fresh ingredients. Leo dipped a slice of tender beef tripe into the boiling broth, coated it in sauce, and savored it. Observing the group of turtles outside in a state of disbelief, he swallowed the tripe and asked, "What is wrong with you all? What are you doing?" Leo was incredulous, scarcely able to fathom that his typically composed master would indulge in such a feast in a small room. "This is a novel form of meditation," Splinter stated nonchalantly, placing another piece of tripe into his mouth, his fur impeccably groomed. "What sort of meditation requires one to eat hot pot in a meditation room?" Mikey exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Ah, I suggested it. What use is meditation without external stimuli? True growth comes from being able to enter a meditative state amidst various distractions." "Indeed, it seems my skills are still lacking," Splinter nodded, continuing to compete for the remaining slices of tripe. The turtles, witnessing this peculiar scene, felt a mix of agreement and confusion. After a moment of bewilderment, Leo recalled their purpose for being there and quickly spoke up, "By the way, we wanted to discuss something with you." "Oh." Realizing, Splinter finished the last piece of tripe and wiped his mouth. "I am aware of what you wish to convey. Rest assured, I have instructed S.H.I.E.L.D. to prepare a radiation-proof room. You will need to retrieve a package later, and I have already identified a location where you can excavate a room. We need dig?" Mikey grimaced, though a smirk appeared. "This will be the final task of the expansion project. Once the uranium storage room is completed, you can pursue your own hobbies." "Hobbies?" The turtles raised their eyebrows, exchanging amused glances. "For instance, you may excavate a room for personal use where you can sing." "Sing?" Mikey's eyes widened in surprise. "And you can also create a sparring arena for practice. I will occasionally teach you some skills." "Training in martial arts?" Raphael's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Furthermore, relocating the kitchen downstairs would allow you to bake your favorite pizzas there." "The kitchen? How intriguing." Leo absent-mindedly scratched his chin. Yet Donner gazed at his brethren, who seemed easily tempted, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Even with the barest of insights, one could discern that they were undoubtedly assigned a plethora of laborious tasks. Yet only a minuscule portion of space would ultimately be theirs to command. He had come to understand that. "By the way, I also plan to construct a server room behind it, and then craft some efficient machines to eliminate the obsolete ones." "Donner, do you want them? If not, I shall dispose of them." "What? Those are the latest machines. That would be such a waste." Donner nearly leaped up in disbelief, gazing at this spendthrift, his expression akin to one mourning the loss of a cherished treasure. "Well, it cannot be helped. I need to make space for the new instruments." Shrugging, Donner cast a resentful glance at the others. "Come on, let us get to digging." Yes, let us hurry." The brothers rushed toward the basement, their demeanor betraying no hint of reluctance whatsoever. Chapter 39. The missing playboy observing how effortlessly he had his apprentices scurrying about, Splinter shook his head. Perhaps it was best to show them a bit more kindness. Splinter regarded his apprentices with a sense of resignation. Yet they were the guardians he had chosen for the future, a matter he had candidly discussed. Of course, he had not agreed to be a guardian, but he had committed to teaching these turtles how to thrive in this world, provided that they could lend him a hand in return. When it came to calculations, he could be considered a teacher, though Splinter mused that he hardly merited such a title, regarding himself more as a kindergarten instructor. Rest assured, I am not deceiving them. I am merely providing them an opportunity to cultivate their interests. Life is but a fleeting journey if one does not seek out enjoyment. What is the purpose of existence? With a smile, he retrieved a piece of meat from the pot. Hearing this, Splinter nodded. Those long-lived turtle brethren may not comprehend it yet, but someone like him, who could see the endpoint of his own fate, understood the value of life and what it meant to embrace joy in the moment. With a wistful sigh, Splinter resumed his scavenging from a pot. After relishing a delightful meal, he plucked a toothpick and set off to inspect the turtle's progress. Indeed, motivation begets action. After his recent guidance, these turtles were now fervently engaged in their tasks, and in no time, they had excavated a considerable area. Keep it up. I have placed the area divisions here. Once you finish, you can take a break. Let us go. He affixed the designated area divisions to the wall, and without a doubt, the sections allocated for the turtles lay at the very edges. He did not truly intend to exploit the labor of these turtles. Rather, he had an abundance of tasks to undertake, necessitating ample space. Subsequently, he turned and hurried to the area designated for his laboratory, commencing to tinker with various apparatuses. Among all the equipment currently arrayed before him, none captured his interest. Fortunately, as one of the foremost cyberneticists of 2077, coupled with his prowess as a super engineer, he was entirely capable of crafting devices tailored to his specifications through his own ingenuity. These contrivances were merely temporary solutions, intended to expedite the manufacturing of more sophisticated equipment. With materials and tools now in abundance, he was ready to commence his work. Time passed, and he received a notification from the entrance. Switching to the surveillance perspective from that location, he observed O'Neill standing at the door, prompting him to unlock the entrance. O'Neill, upon seeing the door open, turned to nod at his partner, Fenwick. I'll head in now. Thank you for bringing me here. No problem. After all, we are partners, Fenwick replied, watching O'Neill walk inside before the door closed behind him. There's nothing quite like escorting a beautiful woman to a mansion, Fenwick quipped, aware that O'Neill was no vain woman, far removed from some interview with Tony Stark that ended up in bed with a female reporter. As he surveyed his surroundings, Fenwick noted several individuals clad in black suits nearby. Oh, so you're the bodyguards here. Goodness, does the owner of this estate not permit you to remain inside, or even provide you with a shelter? O'Neill gazed upon the opulent mansion, still somewhat astonished despite having visited several times. After all, it was utterly surreal that just days ago he had been asking for money to find a place to stay, and now he stood before a residence that only a mere 999 individuals on Earth could claim to possess. However, confronted with the reality of the situation and recalling his abilities, O'Neill suddenly felt that perhaps it was not so shocking after all. As he stepped inside, O'Neill glanced around, and from upstairs, Splinter poked his head out to greet him. Oh, Splinter, you appear much improved. The food here is splendid, far superior to what one would find in the sewers. Splinter regarded O'Neill fondly. Although he was actually younger, his appearance lent him an air of maturity, allowing him to interact with O'Neill as a senior figure. O'Neill found this dynamic quite natural. I would rather not know what you were consuming in the sewers, but it seems your circumstances have improved considerably, yes? It wasn't so dire, really. Much food was discarded, and we simply needed to wait outside a few restaurants for sustenance to fall into our laps. Splinter chuckled, devoid of any pretentiousness. Lee and the others are in the basement. You can head down directly. Sure, take your time to rest. O'Neill nodded and proceeded downstairs. Hey, Leo and the others seemed to be in good spirits today. Upon arriving in the basement, O'Neill observed the 4 diligent turtles engrossed in their work, then approached one of them who was busy polishing an object. At that moment, the turtle's hand was outstretched, revealing a plethora of small tools, reminiscent of those owned by the esteemed cybernetic surgeon, Old Way, in Night City, albeit with a greater quantity and superior quality. After meticulously polishing a component, the turtle placed it on the table and turned to face O'Neill. So, our esteemed journalist, what brings you here? Following the recent events, O'Neill, leveraging her insider status, had exposed the dealings of the Sachs Group and the Bigfoot Gang. This was further corroborated by Sachs's own confessions made in her presence, along with some discarded documents she had salvaged from the office, lending undeniable authenticity to her article. Consequently, O'Neill had ascended to become one of New York's most formidable journalists. Well, there's another journalist who recently found herself in Tony Stark's bed and managed to produce a commendable report. It's nothing much, really. I just need to make a trip to Afghanistan in a couple of days. I thought I'd come by to inform you. If anything arises, you can reach me via satellite phone. Afghanistan? What business do you have there? Curiosity piqued, O'Neill felt a twinge of resignation. It's just that some playboy went missing over there, and Stark Industries is trying to suppress the news. However, someone ultimately leaked the information. Is it that guy who had a fling with the journalist? The memory of a flamboyant man in a red sports car surfaced. Indeed, this news has become the hottest topic in New York, and I, the unfortunate soul who has just been promoted to a top journalist, must venture there to gather some sand. O'Neill did not harbor any illusions about uncovering information regarding Tony Stark. After all, the area was crawling with agents and military personnel who were struggling to find him. Be cautious. I remember it being quite chaotic there. It's fine. I'm merely going to make an appearance, not venture into any perilous areas. Is that so? Observing this bold woman, he recalled previous encounters with her, feeling somewhat skeptical. Well, safe travels. If anything comes up, just give me a call, and I'll see if there's a chance to assist you. If necessary, he could always reach out to the agents from SHIELD outside, claiming that O'Neill had unearthed information but encountered danger. Surely this global intelligence organization would possess the means to rescue her. After all, to him, this organization was the epitome of formidable strength. Chapter 40. The White Glove. After O'Neill's departure, life remained unchanged. The four Turtle brothers continued to toil tirelessly toward their dreams. While Splinter had begun to embrace a healthier lifestyle, occasionally incorporating exercise and enhanced meditation techniques. Every day, he found himself in the basement, meticulously sifting through the data recorded within the integrated prosthetics, crafting various sophisticated instruments by hand. While these handcrafted devices could not rival the most advanced technologies of the year 2077, they were nonetheless a significant leap ahead when compared to the equipment of this era. As time meandered by, once the Turtle brothers finished excavating the earth, and Splinter had recovered his strength, they completed the assembly of the instruments. Observing the underground base expand considerably, he nodded in satisfaction. Now, it was time for a substantial procurement. However, funds were scarce, presenting a dilemma. Though the machines had been fashioned, raw materials were essential for the creation of equipment. Furthermore, with the Turtle brothers having fulfilled their assigned tasks, he felt obligated to honor his promise to establish a battleground, a kitchen, and a small room. Accomplishing these tasks would require a considerable amount of money. Gazing at his account, which held barely enough for a few deliveries of pizza, he found himself reminiscing about Gene Bing. Where had that scoundrel disappeared to? Why wasn't he out there generating gold coins? If he continued to hide, he might be compelled to expose his collusion with those bureaucrats and confront him directly. As desperation began to gnaw at him, he contemplated SHIELD. What if he presented that information to them, enlisting SHIELD as a middleman to extort those individuals on his behalf? He certainly would not want to confront them himself. After all, anyone who associated with someone like Gene Bing likely had limited resources. The truly wealthy had diverted their efforts into the lucrative arms trade. Only those who were unable to penetrate such circles would consort with someone like Gene Bing. How much funding could possibly be extracted from those individuals? Perhaps not even a tenth of what the Sachs Group possessed, and he was disinclined to engage personally. However, letting SHIELD handle it posed no significant risk. After all, their agents were right outside, exerting minimal effort. Moreover, it is not about achieving everything in one go. A steady, gradual approach is the true essence of success. This secret could provide him with a lifetime of benefits. Even if they could not produce the funds, they could still seek out Gene Bing, could they not? He lacked the time to pursue that individual himself, but they would know. Indirectly or directly, he would have Gene Bing paying him a protection fee. The plan was solid. With this thought, he hurried outside, standing at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of assistance. Shortly thereafter, a team of elite agents approached him. After understanding his requirements and obtaining a meticulously organized dossier, they departed promptly. Before long, this intelligence reached the desk of Nick Fury, the director of SHLD. Unbeknownst to him, Fury would take a keen interest in the information provided, as every interaction between the agents and himself was compiled and delivered to Fury's desk. Prior to this, the intelligence that adorned Nick Fury's desk predominantly revolved around the enigmatic disappearances of nuclear warheads in extraterrestrial life. Upon perusing the document that had been handed to him, Nick Fury scrutinized its contents several times, ensuring there were no ulterior motives at play, before massaging his temples in contemplation. Recently, the matter of Tony Stark's disappearance had consumed an inordinate amount of his attention. After all, this individual was the proprietor of a top-tier arms manufacturing company in the United States, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that his actions directly influenced the livelihoods of countless workers. Furthermore, within the capitalist society of America, Stark Industries wields considerable clout both in political and military spheres, and numerous high-ranking officials have been exerting pressure on him lately. Coupled with Stark's significant ties to the founder of SHILD, locating Tony Stark had ascended to the paramount importance for the agency. However, the intricacies surrounding Stark's disappearance ran deep. Nick Fury had dispatched his three most capable operatives, Coulson, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, to investigate, yet they had yielded no substantial intelligence. This situation was already indicative of something unusual. Typically, the Afghan locals were rather unrefined in their dealings. Yet the collaboration of three elite agents had yielded not a single clue. Can one truly believe there were no other formidable players involved? Nick Fury found that notion utterly implausible. Yet, even SHIELD could not arbitrarily initiate investigations into individuals of such stature. Despite SHIELD's formidable reputation, it essentially functioned as a global facilitator for resolving exceptional matters, an intermediary that could not recklessly turn against its masters. Coughing softly, he acknowledged that while covert actions were out of the question, overt measures were equally fraught with complications. Thus SHIELD found itself at a loss regarding how to navigate this predicament. Nevertheless, the concept of an intermediary, perhaps he could enlist assistance in addressing this issue. As he contemplated the report before him, a plan began to form. The prowess and adaptability demonstrated in the matters concerning Jean Bing and the Sachs Group had been unequivocally illustrated. Moreover, the capability that nearly compromised SHIELD's network underscored the formidable nature of these individuals, hinting at their advanced technological prowess. Gazing once more at the meticulously organized document on his desk, one that had been painstakingly dissected and enriched with new intelligence, Nick Fury could not help but acknowledge the impressive caliber of the analysis. It could be posited that, even if their combative abilities fell short, their foundational qualities far surpassed those of Coulson and the other top operatives. At this juncture, the situation was fortuitously one that SHIELD could not easily intervene in, making this unexpected emergence align perfectly with his needs, thereby allowing them to undertake tasks that were beyond SHIELD's reach. How remarkably coincidental this was. Nick Fury murmured softly to himself. Casting a glance at the nearby clock, and considering the trump cards he held, he felt a renewed sense of determination. Even though the emergence of this individual is not entirely pure, he possesses a certain confidence, able to grasp this metaphorical blade firmly, without falling victim to its potential sting. Very well, let's proceed to contact Jean Bing and present these items to him, requesting a fair price in return. Following that, I must reach out to discuss a matter with him. Chapter 41. Making a friend. To be honest, I was somewhat taken aback when Nick Fury appeared at my doorstep. Although this incarnation of Nick Fury was still not entirely human, it was nonetheless surprising. Speak. What does that fellow behind you want with me? How did you deduce my arrival this time? Sitting across from me, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. The last time he underestimated Earth's technology, leading to a less than ideal outcome. But this time, he had wagered the honor of the scrolls, achieving an impeccable result. In response to Nick Fury's inquiry, I merely shrugged and replied, guess. Surely, he was not a fool. What leader would send their underling without any precautions, directly into another's territory? Johnny chimed in from the side, pointing at Nick Fury and tapping his own head. Don't expose him. he suggested with a grin, while Nick Fury, misinterpreting the jest, pouted in indignation. Is it not rather cruel to mimic others in such a manner? Observing the pouting Nick Fury, who wore an expression of grievance, I felt a shiver run down my spine. Setting aside the fact that the Nick Fury I encountered previously was not the real one, he still bore a striking resemblance to the original, particularly in front of so many subordinates. The contrast was stark, making this version of Nick Fury rather eye-catching. Moreover, who could remain unperturbed when confronted by a man in his 60s displaying such an expression? Realizing his behavior might be somewhat off-putting, Nick Fury shut his eyes for a moment, only to transform into a striking red-haired woman. Now that's more like it. Show me another form, I encouraged, nodding as Johnny whistled from the side. Alas, the shape-shifting individual, whether a woman or a man, could not hear our remarks. With an eye for quality, this was indeed a rather attractive agent from SHIELD, a top-tier operative. Just as I was about to delve into details about this transformed individual, a few coughs over the earpiece jolted me back to reality. After all, I was not a mere pimp. There was no need for excessive chatter. Ahem, back to business. Earlier, you mentioned you're a mercenary, correct? Oh, so you aspire to be the boss? Let me make it clear my prices are not low. Upon hearing this, I immediately grasped the purpose of his visit. Regularly following the news, I had recently etched a name into my memory, Tony Stark. This individual, a billionaire playboy and the reigning arms king of both the United States and the world, has recently captivated many hearts. The fact that SHIELD has approached him at this juncture undoubtedly pertains to this matter. As for why such a global espionage organization does not resolve the issue themselves, the reasoning is quite straightforward. Either the situation is beyond their capability to manage, or they are unable to intervene directly. Their seeking assistance from him suggests either a lack of alternatives or, more likely, a reluctance to act overtly, thus resorting to covert means. Personally, I am more inclined towards the latter explanation. As for the remuneration, it is a simple matter. As long as he retrieves the individual, he can demand whatever he desires. Oh, how about a few $100 billion to spend lavishly? He jested, not expecting a serious response. The individual on the other end, puzzled, inquired, "What kind of compensation do you seek?" "Ah, do you truly regard yourself as Aladdin's lamp, inquiring about our desires?" Johnny, overhearing, could not suppress a chuckle. A glance was shot his way, instructing him to remain silent. "I've contemplated this job thoroughly. Let us propose a reasonable price. As a gesture of goodwill and to forge a friendship, should they encounter further dilemmas down the line, we can renegotiate the terms. Moreover, these individuals, in essence, are merely sophisticated mercenaries. Targeting them is less troublesome than dealing with Stark himself." Reflecting on the day that flamboyant man had slandered him from that crimson sports car, a smirk graced his lips. This will indeed fall into my hands." "Very well, I am in agreement," Johnny nodded, recalling how they operated before establishing themselves in Night City. After all, as a newcomer, one cannot expect to command exorbitant fees. Did he truly believe those intermediaries would be accommodating? Turning back to the golden-haired individual, he proposed, "Let us dispense with pretenses. For our first transaction, we shall treat this as a means to cultivate friendship. A comprehensive set of identification documents from around the globe, some materials that are not excessively rare, along with a sum of $100 million. How does that sound? 100 million may seem substantial, yet it pales in comparison to the assets of the Sachs Group, and it certainly does not match the later pricing in Night City. Nevertheless, it is a reasonable initiation into camaraderie, as they come to understand the prowess of this mercenary. Adjustments to the price will surely follow. Furthermore, he has already devised a plan to extract a handsome sum from that ostentatious man. By then, financial constraints will be no issue, leaving SHIELD to barter with him using items of uncertain valuation. As for whether SHIELD possesses such valuable items, considering the cloaked aircraft from that day, the extraordinary being before him, and the hacking techniques that had yet to yield success, it seems likely they do. After a brief pause, the golden-haired individual nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fairness of the proposed price. This indicated their acceptance of the friendship initiative. Upon hearing this, he nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps Nick Fury harbored considerable trepidation, yet as previously stated, he was merely a mercenary. Although he occasionally indulged in impulsive actions that caused headaches for intermediaries, his professional ethics were commendably superior compared to others who often resorted to underhanded tactics.
All right, I understand the situation. You may return. I will inform you once I have news. Do you know what the matter is?
The golden-haired individual with cascading waves looked on in confusion, rolling her eyes.
Your companion said nothing. Why the urgency? Besides, the recent uproar in New York pertains solely to that incident. Did you truly believe I was unaware?
Oh, I was merely overthinking. The golden-haired individual shrugged, realizing her folly. Having lingered on this planet for too long, I have grown accustomed to deceiving its inhabitants, thereby dulling my intellect to their level. With that, she rose, once again transforming into Nick Fury's likeness, and proceeded towards the exit. Meanwhile, Johnny remained seated in her previous spot, pondering. So, how shall we proceed with the investigation?
Rest assured, I have already discerned a lead.
Let's not forget, I was once part of the company. He tapped his temple, a flicker of red light glinting in his eyes. Chapter 42. The company experience is stated, my previous affiliation was indeed with the company. Although by the year 2077, corporate conglomerates had evolved to an alarming degree, disregarding even governmental authority, this did not imply that the lives of those within these corporations were particularly favorable. In fact, individuals within the company faced exploitation far more harrowing than that experienced by those in society at large. While societal individuals may also suffer corporate exploitation, they could at least attempt to distance themselves from the company, thereby finding some semblance of survival. Even if it meant living as an ordinary person, there remained a modicum of enjoyment. Conversely, within the company, even a mere receptionist found it nearly impossible to escape, and even in death, one remained subject to the company's relentless grasp. Only a minuscule fraction of individuals, those perched atop the hierarchy, could genuinely save her life. However, the slots available were exceedingly limited, while the desire for such positions was fervently widespread. Consequently, the internal strife within the company was nothing short of terrifying. Placing protagonists from courtly dramas within such an environment would see them perish within mere hours. After all, corporate dogs showed no mercy to their colleagues. Insults and brawls were commonplace, while issuing threats was merely a fundamental skill. As for murder, arson, and kidnapping, these were routine occurrences meticulously executed without exception. Amidst this harrowing struggle, one individual ascended from the ranks of an ordinary person to become the second in command of a crucial intelligence department. This position, already esteemed within the Arasaka Corporation, was coveted by countless individuals, yet remained firmly within the company's grasp. This alone attests to the formidable tactics employed by the corporation. Although ultimately becoming a casualty of the power struggle, he fared significantly better than those other failures whose demise left no trace. The only losses he suffered were his advanced cybernetic enhancements, along with the reclamation of his wealth, residence, and vehicles. To emerge unscathed from such turbulent waters subtly underscores the profound capabilities of the company, while his defeat in the power struggle merely reflects the unreliability of his superiors, who ultimately sold him out. Otherwise, given his abilities, he could have ascended even further within the organization. Of course, despite the company's former prowess, it has become a relic of the past. What remains is a new entity, one imbued with the memories of the company. Yet he is acutely aware of the treacherous internal conflicts and possesses some relevant experience. The disappearance of Tony Stark has piqued his interest, as it hinted at the brewing tensions within the company. A glimmer of red light flashed in his eyes as he perused a wealth of information regarding Stark Industries. Amongst it, one individual captured his attention: Obadiah Stane, the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries and a close friend of Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father. Following Howard Stark's untimely death in a car accident, Stane took over various roles within Stark Industries, later returning control to Tony Stark as he matured, subsequently retreating into the shadows. So you suspect him? With the necessary permissions, Johnny accessed the gathered information, yet he discerned nothing particularly unusual. Stane was far too prominent. As the second in command of a company, such notoriety seemed disproportionate. Taking a sip of water, he remarked casually, "In literature, there is no supreme, and in martial arts, there is no second. With someone as flamboyant as Tony Stark in the forefront, how could a former figure like him possess such visibility? Moreover, not only is he well known, but his reputation is unblemished, which feels quite incongruous. Are you suggesting he is feigning this?"
Indeed, he nodded.
Perhaps it was an instinct instilled by the company. But as he scrutinized Stain's profile, an inexplicable aversion arose within him. He began to suspect that Stain might have orchestrated the abduction of Tony Stark. And even the circumstances surrounding Howard Stark's accident could have been under his influence, causing Johnny to gasp in disbelief. Though he was indeed a system, his memories were sealed, rendering him no different from an ordinary individual, compounded by the fact that he had imported Johnny's personality module, resulting in a lack of worldly experience. Listening to the explanation left Johnny feeling a chill run down his spine. So, you're suggesting that Obadiah Stane is highly suspicious?
Yes.
While we cannot yet confirm his involvement, his behavior is decidedly atypical for someone wishing to remain in the shadows. He rather resembles a dog grown weary of being a mere pet, yearning to reclaim the role of master. Johnny, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh.
Indeed,
if this Obadiah Stane genuinely wishes to return Stark Industries to Tony Stark after acquiring it, even a person like me, who harbors a deep disdain for the wealthy and corporate sycophants, would feel compelled to commend him. However, should he prove to be merely a hypocrite, he would be deemed inferior to a mere dog in my eyes. At least dogs are known as humanity's loyal companions. How do we conduct the investigation? Quite simply, we could visit his residence, explore Stark Industries, and delve into Obadiah's office. Such an endeavor is hardly complex. If my suspicions hold true, a slight probing could unveil significant clues. It seems you are familiar with the terrain. Should we summon those little turtles? What purpose would they serve? Their role is as tanks, not assassins. Taking them for stealth operations would be less effective than simply charging into Stark Industries to seize our objective. Johnny scoffed at the mention of the turtles. Their stealth was so lacking that even the lowly members of the Foot Clan could detect their presence. We are headed to a billionaire's stronghold, replete with countless surveillance systems and bodyguards, far beyond what the Foot Clan could contend with. Thus, it would be best to leave them behind. However, should a full-scale assault be necessary later, we might indeed call upon those turtles. Now, let us hasten our departure. That billion-dollar sum has been missing for far too long, and I fear that further delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Rising from my seat, I retrieved a pair of sunglasses from my room. These sunglasses possess no extraordinary qualities, merely shielding my eyes from sunlight while concealing the red glow within, allowing me to blend into the shadows. Given their low technological demands and minimal material requirements, I crafted them first. This necessity arose since our world lacks the cybernetic enhancements prevalent in the night city of 2077, where augmented eyes gleam in the streets. To maintain a low profile, I must obscure my own eyes. And why not simply undergo an augmentation to prevent their glow? Please, glowing red eyes are undeniably cool. Chapter 43. Approaching Stark Industries. Regarding our initial destination, I have my own considerations. Although I managed to locate an address for Obadiah online, based on the movements he publicly disclosed, it appears he seldom visits that location, perhaps only once a year. Wealthy individuals are adept at maintaining multiple hideaways. With their abundant resources, owning properties they seldom occupy allows them to enjoy tranquility. As for other residences, I found no useful information online, indicating that they value their privacy significantly. Consequently, I shall not expend further effort investigating Obadiah's other properties. The lack of information is, in itself, sufficient understanding. What should I say next? Should I seek out SHIELD and request intelligence directly? Johnny felt a slight headache. Their information-gathering capabilities were formidable, yet predominantly reliant on the strength of the internet. Should the online resources falter, their prowess would undoubtedly diminish. Regrettably, the paparazzi in this world were far from effective. If only they were a bit more diligent. He muttered, reminiscing about Night City, where the paparazzi were audacious to a fault. They dared to follow even the likes of Arasaka Saburo and Arasaka Hanako, not to mention himself. It could be said that sometimes fear of death did not deter people, and ultimately, he had resorted to blacking out all the paparazzi's websites, rendering their efforts futile, thus driving away those reckless souls. As for approaching SHIELD, perhaps it was best to avoid that course of action. It was their first undertaking, and he did not wish to be underestimated. Moreover, seeking SHIELD's assistance seemed futile. They were currently keen to avoid entanglements, preferring to engage a complete outsider for their tasks. If he approached them for help, would that not invite them into the predicament? Furthermore, I suspect that Obadiah would not keep sensitive documents at home. Individuals of his ilk were commonplace in Night City. While for ordinary people, home represents a safe haven, a perpetual sanctuary for the powerful, home is merely a familiar environment. Familiarity does not equate to safety. Some individuals require their bodyguards to meticulously inspect their homes before returning, and they can only sleep with someone watching over them. Would one entrust confidential documents to their home? That would be utterly implausible. We should investigate his office. After pondering for a moment, a location came to mind. Obadiah's office was located within the Stark Industries headquarters, the very place he had visited previously. On that last occasion, he had rushed in without a thorough examination, primarily wandering through Stark Industries' production floor and lobby, assessing the technological advancements being produced there. Ultimately, aside from the reactor in the lobby capturing his attention, the rest, though impressive in this era, failed to ignite his interest. He had not ventured into the offices either. I dialed Dauphinder, requesting him to take us back once more. 2 hours later, we arrived at Stark Industries headquarters again. But this time, he instructed Dauphinder not to park at the entrance, instead halting at the outer perimeter of the wall. Once I enter, if an alarm sounds, wait 3 minutes. If I haven't T emerged by then, you must leave on your own, understood? Upon hearing this, Dauphinder leaned out from the driver's seat. Are you on a mission this time? Although it had been some time since their last encounter, the echoes of rock music lingered in Dauphinder's memory, and he had indeed mentioned being a mercenary. This is indeed the largest arms company in the United States. If you were to be discovered, it would surely cause some hesitation and anxiety for Dolphin. I merely shook my head. This is my line of work, and besides, I was not caught last time. I am confident in my ability to remain undetected. I only mention this to provide a gentle reminder, lest any unforeseen incidents arise, such as unskilled individuals causing trouble. In summary, it would be wise for you to exercise caution and remain vigilant. Considering that Dolphin is an outsider, I offered a few additional words of caution, as I would soon rely on him to return. It would be best if he did not encounter any mishaps. Otherwise, he could not simply walk back, could he? After imparting my advice, I activated my optical camouflage. Dolphin noticed a cloud of dust rising from the ground, immediately realizing that I had vanished from sight. Oh, so now I am an accomplice? Will I receive a share of the profits? Dolphin muttered to himself as he settled back into the driver's seat. However, whether it was due to nerves or something else, he suddenly sensed movement around him, causing him to glance anxiously about, fearful of being observed. Nevertheless, he was overly concerned. This location had been meticulously chosen, situated in a blind spot away from the road, making discovery exceedingly difficult. Dolphin, in his heightened state of anxiety, had merely frightened himself. Meanwhile, upon entering Stark Industries, I identified my bearings and boldly proceeded toward the office building. My enhanced optical camouflage was nearly imperceptible even in the year 2077. In this era, it was a decisive advantage. As I traversed the premises, nothing untoward occurred, perfectly aligning with my expectations. However, I did notice a somewhat tense atmosphere within Stark Industries. It appeared that Tony Stark held considerable significance for the company, as many individuals displayed a rather grim demeanor. Nonetheless, this did not hinder my actions. I successfully infiltrated the Stark Industries building. After confirming the location of Obadiah's office from the wall map, I glanced around and, taking advantage of the security personnel's inattention, pressed the elevator button. This task was considerably simpler than the ones in Night City. Johnny was somewhat surprised by the smoothness of the operation. Yet, considering the surrounding individuals were ordinary people, unlike those in 2077 who had undergone cybernetic enhancements, their fundamental capabilities could not compare to those of the company as security, making it less astonishing. Moments later, the elevator doors opened, and I stepped inside, drawing the attention of the nearby security. However, upon seeing no one else present, they were merely puzzled but ultimately chose not to intervene. After all, it was not a significant issue. It was likely just someone from upstairs who had summoned the elevator and then exited. Thus, they calmly turned their attention away. I progressed smoothly to the floor housing Obadiah's office. Upon arrival, the elevator opened, and just as I prepared to step out, I discovered 2 individuals standing outside the elevator. Chapter 44. Innocence? Thank you, Obadiah. If it weren't for you, I truly cannot fathom what Stark Industries would become during this time of Tony's absence. Outside the elevator, a weary woman spoke to the portly, serene man beside her. It's all right, Potts. I have not yet retired. With Tony missing, I cannot simply watch the company collapse. Someone must step up to support it, don't you think? Obadiah wore a look of resigned sympathy as he observed Potts, who appeared saddened at the mention of Tony. Do not worry, Tony will surely be fine. The absence of his body indicates he is not dead. He has merely been taken. We just need to wait for those individuals to contact us with a ransom demand, and we shall pay. I hope so, Potts sighed. She shared this hope. Yet Tony had been missing for nearly a month. Such an extended period without any news made it exceedingly difficult for her not to think of the worst. Tony will certainly be all right. Seeing Potts still so anxious, Obadiah could only sigh and offer further words of comfort. Potts realized she could not remain in despair and needed to muster her spirits. I will pull myself together. Yes, live well and refrain from overthinking. Many are searching for Tony in Afghanistan, and we have dispatched numerous personnel as well. With just a bit of time, Tony will return. Maintaining Stark Industries is the best thing you can do for him right now. I understand, and I shall do so. Obadiah nodded approvingly at Potts' newfound determination. That is good. If anything arises, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am not yet old. Indeed. Potts nodded and stepped into the elevator. As the elevator's entrance, previously obscured by the two, finally revealed a gap, someone seized the opportunity to slip past Potts and exit the elevator. Such stealth was remarkable that even as they brushed past, Potts remained oblivious to the presence of the hidden figure. Obadiah merely felt a gust of wind sweep by and noticed nothing unusual. He dismissed this sudden breeze, offering Potts a smile before the elevator doors closed. I still have much to do. Obadiah slowly allowed his smile to fade, rubbing his forehead in exasperation as he made his way to his office, followed closely behind. Do you think he resembles him? Johnny appeared beside him, observing the figure ahead. Based on the conversation they had just overheard, Johnny could not yet discern whether Obadiah was friend or foe. Do not rush. One can know a face, but not the heart. We shall observe a while longer before making any judgments. Watching Obadiah walk into his office, Johnny quietly extended his hand to hold the door, following him inside. Perhaps the sensation of the closing door felt amiss, prompting Obadiah to turn back in confusion, only to witness the door gradually shutting. He glanced around, seeing no one else, and approached the door, inspecting the latch's position. Should it be oiled? He pondered aloud, before returning to his desk to attend to the day's tasks. Meanwhile, a figure had been standing quietly behind him, observing as Obadiah began his work. With a swift motion, he discreetly extracted a data cable from his palm and connected it to the computer's main unit. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully commandeered Obadiah's computer, rapidly sifting through the files without interrupting Obadiah's workflow. Streams of data flowed through his gaze as he meticulously reviewed all the information, yet found nothing of value. Is this fellow truly innocent? Johnny crouched nearby, watching Obadiah diligently work, a look of astonishment crossing his face, furrowing his brow at the lack of incriminating evidence. He pondered whether he had misjudged Obadiah. Perhaps he was indeed a good man. This was becoming intriguing. Having found no evidence of wrongdoing, Johnny initially considered departing, but since he was already there, he decided to seize the moment and explore whether Stark Industries held any other intelligence. With that thought in mind, he seamlessly infiltrated the internal network of Stark Industries through the connection of Obadiah's computer. Upon surveying the vast amount of data, he sighed. What else could he do but sift through it at a leisurely pace? After a moment of contemplation, he began to filter the data within the server, directing it to showcase the new entries added since Tony Stark's abduction. This significantly reduced his workload, and he continued to peruse the information. As he scoured through the data, he stumbled upon some peculiar records. These are not mere files, but rather access logs. Following Tony Stark's kidnapping, there had been irregular access to the server from his computer. How fascinating. Johnny raised an eyebrow, observing the erratic access records, devoid of any discernible pattern. After Tony's abduction, there had been a substantial data transfer request. An extensive amount of files have been transmitted directly to this computer via the internal network, presumably as Obadiah sought to temporarily assume control of Stark Industries for convenience in his work. Oh, I hope that flamboyant gentleman remembers to delete his browsing history. Otherwise, he may find himself utterly disgraced, Johnny remarked with a smirk, rolling his eyes. After all, he was a billionaire if he desired entertainment. He could simply hire someone to perform. Who does he think he's looking down upon? He retorted, continuing to examine the data. Since then, up until the present moment, That computer had intermittently accessed the internal server, creating the impression that someone was still utilizing it. If it were not for that ostentatious man possessing a portal that allows him to return from Afghanistan to work, someone must have been utilizing that computer. The crucial question remains, who? This inquiry is indeed pivotal. With a faint smile, he recalled noticing a notification at the entrance stating that Tony Stark's office had been sealed. This implies that no one would casually venture into that office. Under such circumstances, the computer should have been temporarily abandoned. Why then are there records of server access? Perhaps that location harbors the intelligence we seek. Chapter 45. Obadiah Stane detaching the data cable from the main unit. He rose and observed the unflinching Obadiah, shrugging at Johnny beside him. By the way, how do we exit? Johnny inquired, gazing at the immobile Obadiah with perplexity. This guy doesn't seem likely to budge anytime soon. Are we supposed to keep him company while he works? Or should we knock him out and make a swift escape? There's a secretary outside. If you just open the door, wouldn't that frighten her senseless? Knocking her out would suffice, wouldn't it? Johnny replied, ever the straightforward, one who preferred to forge a path with his fists. Rubbing his forehead, he decided it was futile to engage with Johnny. As for following his advice, one could only listen to him so often. Most solutions required an opposite approach to achieve a favorable outcome. Let us wait for the secretary. Corporate secretaries are often busy, popping in to provide reports. We'll seize the opportunity and slip out. Really? You seem quite knowledgeable. Let us not forget what I used to do. Oh, I see. With that, Johnny and he exchanged knowing smiles. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, a secretary entered, balancing a hefty stack of documents in one hand while expertly cradling a cup of coffee in the other. Observing her steady gait in high heels, Johnny raised an eyebrow. That has some impressive strength. Having spent considerable time here, Johnny had grown accustomed to the frail physicality of humans in this era. Watching the secretary, who managed to navigate with such poise while laden with her burdens, elicited a sense of admiration from him. Others rely on this for their livelihood, you know. Rolling his eyes, he watched as the secretary concluded her business with Obadiah and followed her closely. The secretary, oblivious to their presence, was about to push open the door when Obadiah suddenly called out to her. What is it? The secretary whirled around, narrowly avoiding a collision with her heavily made-up face. As Obadiah took a sip of coffee, he spoke without lifting his head, remarking, "That door seems to have an issue. Perhaps it requires lubrication, as it doesn't feel right when closing. Please arrange for an engineer to come and repair it." "Very well," the secretary replied, somewhat perplexed. For when she had opened the door moments ago, it felt no different from usual. Yet, as the boss had spoken, her role as a secretary dictated that her immediate response should not be to argue, but to comply. She turned and pushed the door open, stepping outside, while she discreetly held the door ajar for Obadiah, who would otherwise struggle to exit through the narrow gap. However, this scene caused Obadiah to look up in surprise. He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had misperceived the situation, and even stood up to test the door himself. This door doesn't have any assistive mechanism. How could it have opened? He pondered, feeling perplexed. He pushed the door open and closed it several times, finding nothing unusual. The secretary outside observed him with bewilderment, unsure of what might have prompted Obadiah's strange behavior. After a moment of contemplation, he queried, "Does this door seem problematic to you?" "I perceive no issues," she replied, exasperated yet honest. "No issues? Indeed, no issues?" Obadiah felt increasingly confounded and stepped outside, staring blankly at the main entrance. Turning around, he noticed the elevator doors slowly closing. Had someone just gone up or down? No one was present. Obadiah's confusion deepened, and a sense of dread began to creep in. As a billionaire, he should have been entirely skeptical of the supernatural. Having lived a life devoid of any moral transgressions, why would any malevolent force choose to confront him now? Yet, the myriad of peculiarities he had perceived today sent chills down his spine. He gazed intently at the elevator, sensing something amiss, until from a distance of several dozen meters, he noticed that the elevator appeared to be ascending. Ascending? What lay above? That reckless playboy, Tony Stark, had commandeered an entire floor as his personal office. Even Obadiah, the staunch benefactor, had been relegated to the lower levels. With this revelation, Obadiah felt a shiver run through him. He hastened towards the elevator, pressing the down button, and the elevator paused on the upper floor before descending. Had someone ascended? This realization instantly heightened Obadiah's vigilance. for he was acutely aware of what resided within the fifth-floor office. It was one of the most secure locations in the world, having been thoroughly searched by various agents. With all documents confiscated and sealed under his orders, pending Tony Stark's return to personally authorize their release. Due to the absence of any clues in this location, and the fact that nearly no one could recall it, he decided to relocate all his clandestine business dealings to the secluded office on the fifth floor. Each day, when no one was watching, he would stealthily ascend to the fifth floor to engage in his activities, fully aware of the contents within that computer. Call security. Upon this thought, Obadiah turned and shouted at his secretary. What? I instructed you to summon security, the more the better, all of them to the top floor? Obadiah bellowed in fury, causing the secretary to flinch and hurriedly grabbed the phone to make the calls. Meanwhile, Obadiah, eyeing the slowly opening elevator, dared not ascend easily, for if there were indeed individuals above, he might not be able to overpower them. He had no choice but to wait for security. With this in mind, Obadiah personally entered the elevator and pressed the button for the ground floor, ensuring the security personnel would not have to wait for the elevator. On the top floor, Johnny and his companion exchanged glances before the office door, which was merely marked by a sign. This precautionary measure ensured that even if someone entered, it would go unnoticed. It seemed our assumptions were correct. Let us go, Johnny murmured, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Chapter 46. Encrypted files, let me see what unsavory secrets lie here. He pressed the button, watching as the antiquated computer slowly powered up, letting out a sigh at its glacial booting speed reminiscent of the bygone era. Connecting the data cable, he began to sift through all the files on this computer since the disappearance of Tony Stark. In his search, he uncovered numerous transaction records between Stark Industries and Middle Eastern terrorists. Johnny chuckled, not overly concerned. What more could one expect from the United States? Corruption at its roots. Stark Industries, being a defense contractor, undoubtedly engages in illicit dealings. This hardly requires speculation. As he continued to peruse, he stumbled upon a peculiar email containing an encrypted file, originating from a region in Afghanistan. Intriguing. His eyes brightened at the sight of this document. Afghanistan. Wasn't that the location where that flamboyant man had vanished? Let us see what secrets it holds. Although the file was encrypted, to him, it was merely a finely wrapped present. He decrypted it with ease and initiated playback. Initially, the screen displayed a group of terrorists surrounding a suited man with a bag over his head, an all-too-familiar scene. Then, one of the individuals began to mutter something, and activating the built-in translation feature of his cybernetic enhancements, he comprehended the words. You have deceived us. You did not inform us that the person you intended to kill was none other than the illustrious Tony Stark. Upon hearing this, his eyes gleamed with intrigue. It turned out that the man in the suit, surrounded by them, was none other than the missing Tony Stark, who had been absent for nearly half a month. Clearly, he had endured considerable hardship during this time. Nodding thoughtfully, I was about to fast-forward the video when the screen abruptly went black, leaving me momentarily stunned. A power outage? No, how could one forget the reactor? With that contraption in place, this facility would remain illuminated for decades to come. Retrieving the data cable, I activated thermal vision and gazed outside the door. We had been discovered. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, and a swarm of security personnel surged into the room. However, having activated optical invisibility, they failed to notice our presence. Following closely behind the security team was Obadiah. He entered the office and surveyed the surroundings, but aside from the guards, he saw no one else. Everyone, form a line and sweep the area. If you bump into anything, shout, Obadiah commanded, his mind racing with thoughts. Though the security personnel were puzzled, they complied, meticulously searching every corner, yet they found nothing amiss. What was going on? Obadiah felt a twinge of confusion. Had he miscalculated due to anxiety? He slowly traversed the office, confirming that there were indeed no overlooked areas, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Was he truly so anxious that he had misjudged the situation? As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon the computer on the desk, and suddenly realization struck him. Everything he valued resided within that machine. As long as the computer remained intact, all would be well. With that thought, Obadiah reached for the computer, but its cool surface indicated it had not been in use for long. Nonetheless, this small detail provided him a semblance of relief, prompting him to instruct someone to power it on. Once the power was restored, he anxiously pressed the computer's power button, enduring a torturous wait. As the playback program loaded, He noticed a record of a file being accessed moments ago, causing him to freeze in astonishment. He slammed his hand on the desk, startling the remaining security personnel still present in the office. However, Obadiah had no time to attend to them. He understood that his secret had been uncovered. The question remained, to what extent had it been discovered? Noticing the timestamp of the file access, he realized that someone had indeed been in the office recently, albeit rendered invisible by some means, which explained their unnoticed presence. But why had the security team, despite their thorough sweep, failed to detect anything? Slowly raising his gaze, Obadiah spotted a mark on the ceiling where a blade had been thrust in. Who on earth constructed such a vast office? Clenching his fists, Obadiah began to comprehend how the intruder had evaded the human barricade. Reflecting on his previous encounters, the pieces of the puzzle began to align in his mind. Moments ago, he instructed someone to turn on the power, and perhaps that individual, taking advantage of the distraction, slipped away unnoticed. Realizing this, Obadiah urgently shouted at the surrounding security personnel to immediately secure the premises, for a corporate spy had infiltrated. They should not overlook any corner, even those that appeared empty. I want you to check thoroughly to ascertain if anyone is hiding. Obadiah's furious roar echoed throughout the upper levels, and soon after, the alarms blared. A contingent of security personnel swiftly emerged from the office building. However, by this time, the intruder had reached the perimeter of the complex. Gathering his strength, he executed a double jump over the wall, landing precisely beside the waiting taxi of Dauphinder. "Let us go," he commanded, stepping into the vehicle and observing the driver, who was sweating profusely from nerves. "Oh," Dauphinder exclaimed, startled, hastily engaging the handbrake and propelling the taxi forward. "What were you doing in there? Why did the alarm sound?" "Nothing serious, just a little mishap. I didn't expect that fellow to be so astute." Though he had somewhat relaxed, he was surprised that his mere assistance had attracted attention, leading him to believe Obadiah's reaction time was at least a 7, comparable to that of an elite adversary. Dauphinder dared not inquire further, driving at breakneck speed, reducing the usual 2-hour journey to just 1. Upon arriving outside the house, he greeted an agent who was waiting. The agent approached without unnecessary words, handing over identification documents. "Finally, a legitimate identity," he said with a smile. "Arrange for a fighter jet. I need to head to a particular region in Afghanistan." "Understood," the agent replied. "Also, inform your superior to keep a close watch on the high-ranking officials of Stark Industries, especially Obadiah." Although the video footage he had reviewed lacked the name of the mastermind, he suspected it might be Obadiah. After all, the computer in question was located in Stark's office, and anyone who could access that position surely held considerable influence. Given Obadiah's sensitivity regarding that computer, this speculation seemed reasonable. Of course, he retained a contingency plan, instructing the black-skinned operative to monitor all high-ranking officials closely, thereby mitigating the risk of any unlikely incidents occurring. The agent's response to the request was succinctly clear. If discovered, play a live feed. Bring up a cyberpunk-style mercenary. Chapter 47. The Black Technology of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Fighter Jets. With everything in hand, he stepped out of the vehicle, casting a glance at the still nervous Dauphinder and letting out a sigh. It appeared he had overestimated the capabilities of this taxi driver. Initially, he had thought this individual might be the exclusive driver for a notable colleague, one bold enough to handle the situation. Shaking his head, he summoned the agent before him and addressed Dauphinder, stating, "Today, we are visiting Stark Industries to investigate matters concerning the disappearance of Tony Stark. It is indeed an official mission. This individual is an official agent. You may inquire if you doubt." Listening to the words directed at Dauphinder, the agent blinked and cooperatively produced a badge for Dauphinder to inspect. This item was also in his possession, freshly acquired and still warm to the touch. Glancing at the agent's badge, he noticed that among his own collection of identification, there was an identical one. It appeared that for that dark-skinned fellow, this badge was as commonplace as ordinary identification, and it was merely an additional favor bestowed upon him. Recognizing that Dauphinder sighed in relief upon seeing the badge, he understood that while it might not hold much weight for S.H.O. agents, it certainly carried significant prestige for an ordinary individual like Dauphinder. Acknowledging this, he nodded subtly. It seemed that the dark-skinned fellow was indeed of some use, demonstrating a degree of sensibility. Subsequently, he dashed back into the house, retrieved nearly $10,000, and handed it over to Dauphinder, urging him to keep it confidential. Employing a combination of intimidation tactics with the badge, he ensured Dolphinder's departure. It appeared prudent to procure a vehicle himself. However, the lingering issue remained money. He muttered to himself. But with the lead on that flamboyant man now in hand, he contemplated that once he brought the flamboyant man back, he could request S.H.L.D. to gather some resources. By then, he could assess whether he could craft a vehicle after finishing with the weapons. Lost in thought, he became aware of other commotions. Looking up, he noticed a stealth aircraft hovering above. It seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had a base not far from New York, as they could not have dispatched a plane so swiftly otherwise. He mentally noted this detail, as it would be beneficial for his future inquiries into S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, the agent beside him activated his earpiece. Although he could not see the stealth aircraft, he received the message. The plane had arrived, and he could board. Indeed, thanks to the ample grounds originally belonging to Sachs, the aircraft descended seamlessly. After exchanging brief greetings with the Turtle brothers who remained resting inside the house and did not make an appearance, he boarded the aircraft, setting off towards the other side of the Earth. The technological prowess of S.H.I.L.D. was quite impressive, as evidenced by their stealth aircraft. This particular aircraft was markedly different from the one previously hacked into, showcasing distinct internal equipment compared to the two other planes. It was evident that S.H.I.E.L.D. operated aircraft of varying classifications, and this one was evidently of a higher tier, possibly one of the few in S.H.L.D.'s fleet. The technology on board, beyond mere stealth and communication, which had been mastered by the year 2077, was likely replete with numerous advancements that had yet to be seen in that era. Upon the commencement of the aircraft's journey, merely 4 hours later, it arrived at the distant land of Afghanistan, located on the opposite side of the Earth. A brief calculation reveals that this stealth aircraft boasts an astonishing velocity of approximately 3,000 kilometers per hour, averaging 245 Mach. When compared to the latest fighter jets disclosed by the former world of cyberpunk, which reached speeds of 28 Mach, such velocity does not seem particularly outrageous. However, considering the aircraft's unconventional design, one might question the aerodynamics involved. In essence, its ability to soar is entirely reliant on sheer power. Traversing a significant portion of the globe, one might wonder about its energy source. Can one truly believe it? Forget about advanced technology. One could easily be convinced it operates on an extraterrestrial nuclear propulsion system. It appears that the S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses numerous remarkable assets. Contemplating these figures, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. Already devising ways to capitalize on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources. Target area reached. Shall we proceed with landing? The pilot, who had previously maintained silence, suddenly broke the quiet. Provide me with a parachute and communicator. Should I make any discoveries, I will inform you. You may come to retrieve me then. Understood. The S.H.I.L.D. agent seemed perpetually inclined to respond with the simplicity of that one word. The operation appeared exceptionally well executed. Were it not for the knowledge that this organization had been infiltrated by an unknown force, one might have been easily deceived. The pilot opened the aircraft's hatch and, without further ado, donned the parachute before leaping from the plane. High above, he surveyed the terrain below. The landscape of this region was rather straightforward, a vast desert bordered by mountains. Although the expanse appeared homogeneous at a glance, the awareness of a target nestled within this vicinity precluded any consideration of alternative locations. Furthermore, given the desert's lack of concealment, he glided directly toward the nearby mountains. To avoid detection, he delayed deploying the parachute until he was near the ground. Although the late deployment resulted in a rather jarring landing, potentially lethal for an ordinary individual, it posed merely a minor jolt for one of exceptional constitution. After securing the parachute in a hidden corner, he scanned the surroundings with thermal vision, ensuring he remained undetected before activating optical cloaking mode to commence his search. His pace was swift, soon traversing several mountain ridges in pursuit of any possible hiding spots. Meanwhile, the pilot aboard the stealth aircraft relayed the disappearance of the agent on the ground, noting the disruption of the communicator signal, promptly informing Nick Fury of the situation. The target was evidently clear, indicating that he had indeed uncovered something within Stark's facility. Seated in his office, Nick Fury acknowledged the pilot's report with a nod. He had received word that Stark Industries had been ordered to be sealed off by that fellow Obadiah, prohibiting anyone from going outside. Subsequently, Obadiah began to search the facility for someone. Connecting this with the report from another agent stationed at the front door, Nick Fury immediately deduced the identity of that individual. He promptly hailed a taxi and made his way to Stark Industries, gathering intelligence before rushing to rescue Tony Stark. As for the sealed-off Stark facility, was this all orchestrated by you, Obadiah? Nick Fury gazed at the information report in his hand and, after a brief moment, made several phone calls. Chapter 48. Discovering the target at this moment, he was not concerned with the musings of those sitting in their offices. Instead, he lay in wait on a hill, his body cloaked in dust and debris, quietly half buried in the earth. Not far ahead, there was a modest water source. Indeed, he had abandoned the notion of actively seeking out individuals. Although the area seemed relatively small on the map, arriving here revealed the truth of the saying. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, especially with the mountainous terrain, making it difficult to traverse. The email had provided a rough location, but the vastness of the area made it a cumbersome task for him to search alone. Thus, he chose to lie in wait for his quarry. As for enlisting S.H.I.L.D. to assist in the search, he was genuinely concerned that the agents sent might lack competence. If they were spotted, what would happen if they were eliminated? He certainly did not trust the agents he encountered that day in the restaurant, especially considering they couldn't even manage to hire a chef. Therefore, rather than risk a scene with the body of that flamboyant man being discovered, it was better to uphold his lone wolf persona. After circling around a few mountainous areas, he settled on this water source. Generally, water sources attract animals, yet this one was devoid of any wildlife. Upon inspection, the water quality was satisfactory and non-toxic. Given the natural conditions were favorable, the absence of animals drinking from the source was intriguing. After ruling out environmental factors, he muttered to himself, it must be a human influence. Thus, he took up position here, remaining in ambush for the entire day. With his highly mechanized body, the flesh he possessed could barely suffice to stir up a couple of dishes. Otherwise, he would struggle to remain crouched for so long. After an extended wait, having engaged in countless games with Johnny via his built-in prosthetics, there was finally some movement below. They had arrived. He immediately halted the game, placing a foot on a rock, removing his glasses, and nonchalantly gazing downwards. This rogue individual was rather carefree, glancing at him, though he could only be seen by himself. Otherwise, he would dare not stand so boldly. Turning his gaze towards the water collection team in the valley below, Johnny adjusted his cybernetic eye, magnifying the view until he could discern the situation of the team. Terrorists. There was nothing more to say. Observing their imposing demeanor, Johnny shook his head, making a judgment. He nodded slightly, scrutinizing their equipment. They appeared to be clad in military camouflage fabric of this era, and to his astonishment, they were also armed with infrared detectors and off-road vehicles. These individuals were quite well equipped, hardly resembling traditional terrorists. Unable to contain his thoughts, he remarked on their gear. Despite the infrared detector in their possession, he felt no fear. He had remained silent in this location for an entire day. His cybernetic body did not generate the heat of muscle. Furthermore, having not exerted himself much, his temperature was similar to that of the surrounding environment, making him undetectable to the infrared device. As he had anticipated, the individuals wielding the detectors scanned their surroundings, yet found nothing. It seemed likely that the equipment had been provided by an insider at Stark Industries. Given that these individuals had been hired to eliminate Tony Stark, it was not surprising they were outfitted with such gear. To ensure the mission's success, the mole would undoubtedly have supplied them with advanced technology. However, to Johnny, their equipment seemed reminiscent of primitive tools. Let's follow them quietly, he suggested. Observing the fully armed group making their way to the water source and understanding why no wildlife dared to approach for a drink, he surmised that those who had ventured here for water had likely fallen prey to these individuals, who had taken them away for a barbecue feast. Like a venomous serpent, he stealthily emerged from the earth, inching closer to infiltrate their ranks. Although the terrorists possessed commendable equipment, their military training left much to be desired. Thus, after activating his optical camouflage, Johnny seamlessly blended into their ranks, witnessing them collect water with 2 off-road vehicles before heading back. They even went to the trouble of erasing their tracks, completely oblivious to the fact that someone had already infiltrated their midst. following the water collection team. He successfully located their hideout, observing a multitude of terrorists dutifully stationed beneath camouflage tarpaulins, while several sentries lurked in the shadows. It became evident why this location had yet to be discovered. Despite their lackluster military training, their equipment was indeed impressive. In a corner of the camp, there were numerous portable anti-aircraft missiles, and aside from missiles, heavy weaponry like tanks was also present. This place truly harbored an array of armaments. Even if discovered by the military, it would likely present a formidable challenge. As he surveyed the camp's layout, he ventured deeper within. Gazing at the numerous firearms and ammunition flanking him, all emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia, Johnny could not help but exclaim, "It appears that individual has gone to great lengths to eliminate that flamboyant man." Looking on the bright side, perhaps they have always been strategic partners. It was merely a matter of Tony Stark stumbling into their midst. As he muttered to himself, he ventured deeper into the camp, discovering a multitude of tents. Among them, one tent was guarded by 2 sentinels, its entrance draped with a curtain that obscured the activities within. "Let's investigate. Perhaps that fellow is inside." He approached boldly, walking past the guards unnoticed. However, he was not foolish enough to simply lift the curtain and enter. Instead, he crept to the side of the tent, gently tearing 2 small slits in the fabric to peer inside with Johnny. "You've probably already been discovered, understand? You're at risk of being found out at any moment. So I demand you eliminate Tony Stark and make a swift escape." A frantic voice echoed from within the tent. Upon hearing this, Johnny exchanged a knowing glance with his companion. "Well, there it is. The mole is indeed Obadiah Stane. Truly a treacherous dog," Johnny muttered, nodding subtly as they continued to observe the unfolding events. "You think a few trucks of weapons can buy the life of the illustrious Tony Stark? He is no mere low-ranking officer or political figure. His worth is abundantly clear to both of us." A tattooed, bald man locked eyes with the bald figure on the screen, his gaze unwavering. He was a terrorist, harboring deep-seated animosity towards these high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen. Fear is foreign to him. Meanwhile, Obadiah on the screen was visibly irked, wiping a hand across his own bald head in frustration. "Fine, how much do you want? I'll pay you. $50 billion plus 10 trucks of weapons, and I want 10 Jericho missiles." 50 billion and 10 trucks of weapons is agreeable. But the Jericho missiles are too powerful. I cannot provide those. Although many arms companies covertly engaged in dealings with terrorists, a tacit understanding that the government seldom scrutinized, certain lines remained clear in the minds of these enterprises. The loss of a soldier or 2 might be acceptable, but selling potent weaponry to terrorists, resulting in a disastrous defeat for American forces in the Middle East, that would certainly draw the government's attention. Moreover, the Jericho missiles were a recent showcase from Stark Industries. Should they be discovered in the hands of terrorists following a significant defeat, Stark Enterprises would inevitably face scrutiny. This was a scenario Obadiah was determined to avoid. Thus, he rejected the offer without hesitation. "Then there is nothing left to discuss, my friend. You should contemplate your options carefully. The Jericho missiles or your future." The tattooed, bald man let out a cold laugh and abruptly ended the communication, leaving the individual on the other end of the line cursing. After terminating the call, he stepped outside. "Let us go and see if that brilliant genius has fashioned what we require," he said with a fierce glint in his eyes, addressing his subordinates on either side. Everything he uttered was translated into an intelligible language by his embedded cybernetic implant, ensuring successful comprehension. "We have identified the target. Follow me." Chapter 49. The eccentric man who has ceased to be eccentric casting a glance at Johnny. The 2 silently trail behind. The tattooed, bald man appeared oblivious to the presence of pursuers as he led his 2 subordinates deep into the heart of the camp, entering a cave. However, he did not proceed to the left fork, where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Instead, he first ventured into a rudimentary monitoring room on the right. In the makeshift surveillance room, one of his trusted aides held up an image of the Jericho missile, comparing it to the live footage of Tony Stark's activities. "Do you believe that is truly a component of the Jericho missile? I think it's the tail fin. It doesn't resemble that at all. Turn it upside down, and it looks just like it." 3 uneducated terrorists stared, bewildered, at the array of devices Stark was crafting. After a prolonged comparison with the photograph, they remained clueless about what Stark was actually constructing. This scene prompted a shared glance between Johnny and the observer behind them, unable to suppress a chuckle. Are the demands of these terrorists truly so minimal? Such is the nature of this era. With a shrug, the Middle Eastern man remarked that even a basic handgun, such as a revolver that seemed straightforward to operate, could lead to self-inflicted harm if not properly instructed. The tattooed, bald man surveyed his subordinates with a look of exasperation. "Step aside," he shouted, prompting the fervently debating terrorists to finally take a step back. He approached the surveillance screen, scrutinizing the contraption Stark had created. As the sole individual in the village who had attended elementary school, he found himself momentarily taken aback by the sight. "What on earth is this?" After a brief pause, he, visibly displeased, bellowed at his subordinates, "I demand to see Tony Stark." "Understood." His subordinates, alarmed by their leader's outburst, hastened towards the area where Stark was being held captive. The tattooed, bald man let out a sigh of relief. Though he did not fully comprehend the situation, he had at least maintained a semblance of dignity. As a leader, particularly among a group of terrorists, it was crucial to uphold one's image in the eyes of the subordinates. If they began to perceive him as inadequate, who would willingly follow him? Subsequently, the leader, accompanied by his entourage, moved to the side, following him closely. Their pace was brisk, and they soon arrived at the location where Tony Stark was detained. The deputy, having arrived first, observed two guards idly by the imposing iron gate and thought to himself that an opportunity had arisen. He immediately charged forward, delivering a resounding slap to each guard. Afterward, he opened the small window on the iron gate and peered inside to assess the situation. Having feigned a confirmation of safety, he then swung open the grand door and respectfully gestured for the leader to enter first. The spectacle was somewhat extreme, and Johnny, unable to contain himself, leaned on the deputy's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably in his ear. His face bore a hint of discomfort. Yet after spending 3 years as the ruthless king of the Night City, he maintained a heart as cold as a butcher's knife. Ahem, primarily, he could not afford to laugh openly lest they be discovered. Once again, he envied Johnny, who alone could witness the absurdity of the situation. Previously, while lurking on the hillside, it had been his duty to endure the grit, while Johnny played the part of the dashing hero. Returning his gaze to the present, the tattooed, bald man observed his subordinate's antics with a sense of satisfaction. Truly, his deputy was a thinker. After confirming that the coast was clear, the tattooed man entered the cell, gazing at the tense Tony Stark and another half-bald intellectual who remained nameless. As he narrated a tale he had encountered in a book, he slowly approached the table, picking up one of Tony's blueprints for a meticulous examination. However, he found nothing amiss. It indeed resembled a component of the Jericho missile. Although puzzled as to why the outer casing appeared so twisted and lacked smoothness, which was uncharacteristic of missile shells, the bald leader refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, if this peculiar object truly resembled what it appeared to be, he would be the one to suffer embarrassment. Thus, the bald leader chose silence, instead advancing with an air of intimidation towards Tony Stark, declaring, "You have disappointed me." Naturally, Tony did not comprehend his words, but the nameless figure beside him understood perfectly and quickly interjected, "We are working diligently. We are trying our utmost." The nameless figure's words immediately captured the bald leader's attention. He turned to him, coldly stating, "I have spared your life." The nameless figure continued, "We are indeed working. It is merely that the Jericho missile is far too complex and intricate." Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he hastened to defend both himself and Tony Stark. "Make him kneel," commanded the bald leader, dismissive of their explanations. He instructed his subordinates to pin the nameless figure against the anvil and, retrieving a glowing ember from the nearby fire with tongs, approached him slowly. At that moment, even a fool could discern his intentions. Johnny, observing from the side, inquired about the situation, and as he activated his cybernetics, preparing himself, he signaled to Johnny not to be alarmed. The nameless figure continued to plead. Yet the bald leader's strides remained unyielding, the glowing ember inching ever closer to the nameless one's lips. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as all eyes were fixated on the pale justifications of the nameless figure. Just as the ember was about to be forced into his mouth, Tony Stark stepped forward. "What do you truly desire?" His intervention jolted the already frayed nerves of the assembled terrorists, who, one by one, excitedly brandished their weapons and shouted incomprehensible words at Stark. Observing the chaotic scene, it became evident that this group communicated in a language utterly foreign to him. Turning to the bald leader, Stark noticed a subtle smirk of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth, and the realization dawned upon him. This individual seemed to be merely intimidating. Without this unfortunate soul, he was likely the only one in the camp capable of speaking English, and it was improbable he would act as a translator. Moreover, such an imposing figure would hardly assist Stark in crafting anything. He likely wouldn't even comprehend the intentions of others. Therefore, it was unlikely that he would genuinely harm this unfortunate soul, at most delivering a beating. I suppose that's the case, Johnny mused, exhaling in relief as he turned his gaze back to Stark's current state. This flamboyant man seems less ostentatious now. He must have endured quite a bit. Yet it appears he hasn't completely crumbled. Speaking through the team's communication channel, Johnny remarked to his companion, I find myself somewhat admiring him. Initially, I thought he was merely an ordinary capitalist, but it seems he possesses a modicum of spirit. Witnessing Stark stand up for his comrade elevated Johnny's perception of him. Well, not too shabby, he nodded in acknowledgement. Although both he and Johnny observed that the corporations in this world exhibited a trajectory reminiscent of those from the year 2077. It had not yet reached an extreme state. Some still valued reason, hence their animosity towards the corporations remained tempered. Of course, the situation was not without its flaws. Watching Stark being coerced into signing an agreement with the bald leader, promising to produce a Jericho missile by the following day to appease him, Johnny nodded. Not bad. While I am uncertain if he can indeed manufacture this so-called Jericho missile within a day, his performance thus far is commendable. At least he can survive another day. So, what do you intend to do next? Stay out of sight for now and observe the situation. I wish to ascertain this man's plans for tomorrow. After all, if he possesses the audacity to escape, how will I extort him? Ah, so if he seems capable of fleeing, you'll throw a wrench in his plans? Johnny caught on, a cunning smile tugging at his lips, though it quickly faded. Observing the several surveillance cameras nestled in the corner, he paid no heed to the two individuals still reeling from shock, intending instead to disable these cameras first. However, these particular surveillance devices were quite antiquated, connected by wires, rendering them impervious to immediate tampering. Thus, he seized some scrap materials left in use by Tony Stark and commenced the meticulous process of hand soldering a signal receiver, planning to modify the cameras. Chapter 50. Tony Stark's escape plan. Perhaps the earlier tension had been overwhelmingly exhilarating. For even in the presence of Tony Stark and the unfortunate individual, as he gathered the scraps and retreated to the corner to work, neither Stark nor the hapless soul exhibited any reaction. And what of the robbers and the surveillance cameras? In the monitoring room, as they gazed at the screen, it was difficult to discern whether it was the camera's poor resolution or the screen's inadequacy that rendered the image so pitiably low in clarity. No matter how closely he inspected the scrap in his hand, even the chest plate on the nearby table, identifiable at a glance, appeared exceedingly blurred. The scrap he held might barely register as a pixel on that screen. If those individuals managed to notice such a minuscule detail, one could only conclude that they possessed extraordinary eyesight, far superior to any mechanical enhancement. After crafting 4 signal receivers, he promptly ran to modify all 4 surveillance cameras, successfully disabling them and allowing them to loop footage of Tony Stark at work before finally ceasing their operations. Now, let us observe what this brilliant mind is engaged in. Wiping away the imaginary sweat from his brow, he approached Tony Stark. Standing beside the table, he scrutinized the various components laid out before him. How to describe them? They bore no resemblance to missiles. Rather, they resembled the ancient armor of a bygone era. Johnny gazed at the parts and began to voice his incredulity. Were those terrorists truly incapable of recognizing this? The distinctive chest plate, so uniquely shaped, failed to elicit any conclusions from them. Do you find Jupiter and Venus particularly distinctive? He queried. Jupiter and Venus? Those two entities. Surely one cannot find a counterpart within our solar system. He continued. Someone managed to mistake that for a rival's drone and kept it under surveillance for months. With a casual tone, Johnny listened, blinking in surprise. Months? And there are skilled individuals involved. What happened next? Did someone challenge him to shoot it down? Did he succeed? Johnny, who looked as if he were enjoying a good joke, inquired. Too high. Couldn't take it down, came the reply. With a burst of laughter, Johnny nearly doubled over, taking a considerable time to compose himself before slowly remarking. Clearly, there's a flaw in his reasoning, yet he speaks with such candor. With that, unable to contain himself, Johnny dashed away to laugh uncontrollably. Observing Johnny's unabashed merriment, the other man could only shake his head in resignation. Turning back to examine the table, he noticed a stack of blueprints. The previously encountered bald man, adorned with tattoos, also examined this object. However, given his intellectual capacity, it is entirely reasonable that he could not comprehend its significance. Approaching, he merely scanned it with his artificial eye and discerned that each sheet of paper bore a minuscule mark along its edge. Among the stack of blueprints, several sheets exhibited inconsistencies in the orientation of these marks compared to the others. It appeared to be a clue. For some inexplicable reason, it evoked a sensation akin to unraveling a riddle. Casting a glance back at Tony Stark, who was tirelessly fabricating various components, and the unnamed individual who was muttering to himself, he reached out to organize the blueprints before lifting them. As he held them to the light, the contents of each sheet coalesced, ultimately revealing a suit of metallic armor. Intriguingly, this apparatus weighed nearly half a ton. Without any enhancements, it would be impossible for anyone to move after donning it. However, certain locations suggested the presence of a power source. It seemed that the core element resided in the chest area. Johnny approached, scrutinizing the blueprint, then glancing back at Tony Stark, who was fervently hammering away, barely raising his head and muttering incoherently. He briefly scanned the luminous device affixed to Stark's chest. That device was merely a miniature version of the reactor housed within the hull. Stark had stripped away the ornate yet entirely superfluous structures, retaining only the energy source and subsequently replicated it on a smaller scale. Although this decision significantly diminished its efficacy, rendering it incomparable to the apparatus in the hull, it still contained a respectable amount of energy, sufficient to power the external mechanical armor for a limited duration. External mechanical armor. It comes to mind that the Edgewalker we encountered, named Lucy, mentioned a companion who was taken by Arasaka for experimentation, donning some form of cybernetic behemoth, didn't he? Indeed, but that, strictly speaking, was not external mechanical armor. The pilot, David, was entirely fused with it, with the cybernetic behemoth replacing his limbs, becoming an integral part of his being. Recalling this memory, he nodded thoughtfully before shaking his head. Johnny affirmed his understanding with a nod and leaned in to examine the blueprint in his hand. Could this contraption enable him to escape? Considering the strength of these materials, if he truly managed to forge it, its defensive capabilities could indeed withstand assaults from rifles and similar weaponry. Yet outside, there were far more formidable threats. Those were not easily repelled. Wasn't he that futile? Johnny pursed his lips, genuinely believing that Tony Stark, like a magician, could craft something high-tech to subdue all those adversaries outside. This individual is acutely aware of this fact, hence he has no intention of confronting others head-on. Observing the contraption behind him, it is evident that it harbors fuel capable of launching several lightweight anti-aircraft missiles. He has consolidated this fuel to serve as a propellant, likely with the intention of escaping the cavern and soaring away. One must concede that he possesses a modicum of intellect. Casting a glance at Johnny, who is incessantly playing the fool for him, he rolls his eyes. However, noticing that only one set of armor has been constructed, it becomes clear that only one person can escape, while the other must be forsaken. Watching Tony Stark laboriously forge ahead, a glimmer of scrutiny appears in his gaze. He then inspects the components on the adjacent table, evaluating Stark's progress. It seems futile. They have only completed half of the armor, which can barely withstand frontal fire. Should an adversary lurk behind with a hidden firearm, it would offer no protection. Thus, after considerable contemplation, he shrugs. Unless this fellow possesses a physique impervious to bullets, escape is utterly impossible. Merely capable of defending against frontal assaults, it fails to protect from behind, thereby severely limiting the operational scope of the armor to within this cavern. Once outside into the open expanse, should two individuals ambush him from behind, his demise would be inevitable. Moreover, with the armor's incomplete protection, the designed shock absorption mechanism for landing would be rendered ineffective. Even if he attempted to ascend and flee, the depletion of fuel would result in a catastrophic fall, leaving him as nothing more than a splattered mass. Chapter 51. Transforming my mortal flesh into fiery essence. After a moment of reflection, he comprehends the majority of Tony Stark's escape plan. Nevertheless, it remains unclear how many sets of armor Stark initially intended to construct. Perhaps he envisioned creating two sets, one for himself and one for this unfortunate soul of some learning, enabling them to break free together. Yet at this juncture, Stark must confront the undeniable truth. He has yet to complete even a single set. With the hammer incessantly striking, Stark diligently works the alloy in his grasp. Though his thoughts drift far beyond the confines of his immediate task, time is of the essence. He has discerned the bald man's intentions and understands his fervent desire for Stark's latest creation, the Jericho missile, capable of enveloping an entire mountain, and not subject to the constraints of arms treaties, as it is not a nuclear weapon. Stark perceives the bald man's yearning for the Jericho missile, which emboldens him, allowing him to be somewhat negligent. Even with his haphazard work ethic, the bald man dares not voice his discontent, for he aspires to be like Genghis Khan, the conqueror of vast lands. Without the Jericho missile or any formidable weaponry, the bald man cannot achieve this ambition. Thus, to fulfill his desire, he will indefinitely accommodate Tony Stark, resorting only to intimidation rather than actual aggression. Relying on this dynamic, Stark intends to slowly forge 2 sets of armor and then depart this place with Ethan, the one who saved his life. Yet, for reasons unknown, that bald man seemed to have transformed into a figure of agitation over the past couple of days, his demeanor shifting dramatically in such a brief span. Just yesterday and the day before, he had barged in, uttering nonsensical demands for immediate deliveries. Although he had sensed something amiss and hastened his pace in crafting the armor, time remained an unforgiving adversary. Now, that bald man had issued a final ultimatum, and he had yet to forge a single suit of armor. The naive belief that both could escape unscathed had been ruthlessly shattered by the harsh hand of reality. Tony Stark gazed at the hammer in his grasp, alongside the metal materials being shaped upon the anvil. Clang, clang, clang. The prolonged and monotonous rhythm of the hammering abruptly ceased, prompting Ethan, who was welding wires with his physician's hands, to lift his gaze at the visibly troubled Tony Stark. Stark? What is the matter? Under Ethan's scrutiny, Tony abruptly cast aside the hammer, glancing at the unfinished armor piece in his hand. What use is this? With a sudden motion, he flung the armor piece to the ground and strode towards the table laden with numerous components. Witnessing this scene, Ethan hastily abandoned his task and rushed to Tony's side. Damn it, Ethan, my plan has failed. Tony's eyes, once filled with determination, now brimmed with bloodshot despair as he looked at the man who had saved his life and stood by him through these harrowing days. I had everything meticulously planned. If only everything had proceeded accordingly, we could have escaped this place. But now, damn it, I can't even ensure we'll survive until tomorrow. Tony continued his relentless pace, approaching the table with the intent to overturn it. However, the sheer volume of items atop, it rendered it impossible for his weakened state to achieve such a feat. I can't even flip this damned table. Tony's fury boiled over, causing Ethan to realize that this brilliant inventor, billionaire, and playboy, after enduring days of torment and facing the specter of death, had finally reached his breaking point. Recognizing this, Ethan swiftly pulled Tony aside to prevent him from injuring himself further. Calm down, Tony. Believe in yourself. You can do this, Ethan reassured, striving to comfort Tony as he held him back. Yet, Tony remained transfixed, staring at the steel mask he had crafted, seemingly oblivious to Ethan's words. After a prolonged silence, Tony finally spoke, but I don't believe. It was difficult to fathom that the super genius who regularly graced the tabloids with his carefree antics could now so despondently confess his self-doubt to another. At this moment, Tony Stark comprehended the true nature of being a billionaire, a playboy, a super genius. He was nothing more than a self-important, selfish, incompetent, and arrogant fool. He lamented his inability to complete even a single suit of armor within half a day. Ethan, do you understand my plight? Tony finally diverted his gaze from the iron mask, looking at Ethan, his eyes filled with anguish. I'm sorry, Ethan. We cannot survive, even one of us. It could be said that in the previous days, the worst possible scenario Tony Stark had envisioned was that only one of them could live. Yet now, fate revealed its elusive nature. The destiny laid before Tony Stark was that both he and Ethan would perish. Death loomed ever closer, inexorably approaching them both, and yet he felt utterly powerless. Powerless? But what did it matter? At least we were alive for now. Ethan suddenly spoke, prompting Tony Stark to turn his head. In that moment, he did not see the witty, jovial Ethan who could still bring a smile in the direst of circumstances. Instead, he beheld a profoundly weary Ethan, lowering his head. Had you ever heard me speak of my family? right? Yes, you miss your family dearly, hoping one day to escape and see them again. Tony Stark nodded vacantly, while Ethan revealed a smile, tinged more with sorrow than joy. Indeed, I once said that I would reunite with him after my death. What? Tony Stark's brow furrowed in immediate concern, while Ethan shrugged nonchalantly. They have long since passed, slain by terrorists from who knows where. Tony Stark fell silent, painfully aware that the so-called terrorists were likely the very ones outside. After all, had not Ethan fallen into their hands? What made the situation even more suffocating for him was the realization that the weapons those individuals wielded were of his own invention. He was, in fact, the one who had brought about the demise of Ethan's family. After a long, heavy silence, Tony Stark finally spoke. "I'm sorry, Ethan." "It's all right," Ethan replied. "You saved my life, yet I, then don't die." Ethan interjected, halting Tony Stark's self-reproach. He looked at Tony Stark and continued, "As a doctor, I understand better than anyone that living is always more valuable than dying." Tony Stark gazed at Ethan, his expression one of bewilderment. Ethan pressed on, "I watched my family perish right before my eyes, but I never uttered thoughts of suicide or despair, for I know that living is far more meaningful than dying. I could choose to end it all, but what would that accomplish? What purpose would it serve for this nation, for this world?" Ethan turned, expressing a torrent of thoughts, before finally facing Tony Stark once more. "Thus, I persevered, envisioning a moment in the future when I could realize my utmost potential. Then, I encountered you. Tony Stark, you are unlike anyone of my ilk. You are a person capable of truly influencing the entire world. As I beheld you being brought before me, it dawned on me that you were the divine revelation bestowed upon me, the very individual who would enable me to fulfill my purpose, which is why I fervently rescued you." Ethan approached Tony Stark, pointing at the miniature reactor that he had affixed to himself. "I saved you so that you could fulfill your role, even if it is just for an hour. A minute, I wish for you to actualize your potential." Ethan gazed at Tony, his words imbued with an unfathomable depth of emotion. "Therefore, do not squander your life, even if only for a single night, will you?" After a brief silence, Tony Stark closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then opened them. "Well then, let us continue our endeavors. We cannot simply await death." Observing Tony Stark regain his resolve, Ethan nodded, preparing to return to his work when, unexpectedly, a round of applause resonated within the confined space. With my frail body transformed into fire, splendid. The sudden noise startled both Tony and Ethan, and upon turning, they discovered someone had appeared beside their table, without them noticing. Chapter 52. Who is the terrorist? "This fellow possesses a delightful personality. I appreciate it." Johnny regarded Ethan, his eyes filled with admiration. Likewise, he too applauded while nodding in agreement. To Tony Stark and Ethan, the gesture seemed overly spirited, bordering on eccentric. After all, in such a perilous environment, the sudden emergence of an individual applauding and conversing with the air could very well prompt even a psychiatrist to call for assistance. However, undeterred by the incredulous gazes of Tony Stark and Ethan, he approached Ethan, his eyes alight with excitement. "Hey, what are you doing?" Tony Stark, witnessing the unexpected individual advance toward Ethan, moved forward intending to intervene. Yet, as he reached out, he inadvertently shoved the very person he sought to rescue aside. He stood before Ethan with a smile, delivering a line that would linger in the minds of many. "So, Mr. Ethan, would you prefer to be an unknown, living a tranquil life, tethered to machines, perishing in bed, or would you rather, even if you do not reach the age of 30, etch your name into the annals of history?" "You actually said that. I'm impressed." Johnny chuckled, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yet he regarded Ethan with the same expectant eyes, awaiting his response. Ethan, glancing at the now helpless Tony Stark, pushed aside, pondered the question for a moment, and cautiously replied, "But I'm already in my 30s. Ahem. Beside him, Johnny could not help but cough a few times, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Oh dear, he was so overly excited that he had overlooked this matter. Clearing his throat, he resolutely dismissed the awkwardness in the air and boldly declared, "Let me rephrase that. Do you wish to remain an obscure nobody, or do you aspire to achieve renown across the world?" Ethan fell into a contemplative silence at these words, while Tony Stark, who had been nearby, rose once more and approached them. "Who on earth are you?" he asked, casting a sidelong glance at Stark. "Mind your own business. I'm awaiting his response." Tony Stark furrowed his brow, regarding this unexpected intruder with growing disdain. How dare this person cast him a sidelong glance? Even in his current predicament, he thought it unacceptable for anyone to look at him in such a manner. After all, even the leader of the terrorists had treated him with caution. The thought only deepened Stark's irritation. He glared defiantly. I don't care who you are. You'd best get out of here immediately, or I'll inform your boss that you are obstructing my work on the Jericho missile. As it happened, he was already contemplating how that individual would demand the Jericho missile from him the next day, and if he refused, threaten his life. In that case, he could simply push this intruder forward, perhaps buying himself some time to construct his armor. Stark harbored his own schemes, yet he cast another sidelong glance at the intruder. Huh, do you truly believe that if you could deceive that fool, you can fool me as well? Turning his attention to the components scattered across the table, he disdainfully remarked, with such a plethora of materials and ready-made weaponry, how foolish it is to only consider crafting a metal armor. Upon hearing this, Stark's expression shifted dramatically. Not only had this comment exposed his plan, but it also dealt him a blow. For a moment, he was at a loss as to whether to feel anger or fear. Ignoring Stark's complex emotions, the intruder continued to gaze at Ethan, awaiting his reply. After a prolonged silence, Ethan finally spoke. To transform my frail body into raging fire? I would certainly wish to, but what can I achieve on my own? At best, I could be likened to a mere blade of grass igniting flame. At this point, Ethan glanced at Stark, clearly indicating that Stark was the fire he aimed to ignite with this spark of grass. In other words, if given the opportunity, one should certainly strive for fame and a legacy that endures through history. An opportunity? Absolutely. If the chance arises, I will seize it. A glimmer of determination shone in Ethan's eyes, prompting Johnny to nod in approval. In that moment, they perceived Ethan as radiating a brilliance far surpassing that of a nearby genius, Tony Stark. Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity, Stark said confidently, extending his right hand towards Ethan. Let us be formally acquainted. You may call me Zhen Tian, for I can endure it. Ethan listened to the name, shaking hands, yet he felt a momentary disorientation. This name hardly seemed befitting of a terrorist. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, scrutinizing the individual before him. Wait a minute. You're not the terrorist here, are you? The other person, equally perplexed, responded, When did I ever claim to be a terrorist? Just because I have faith in you doesn't give you the right to slander me. Even in Night City, I am a respectable edgewalker. Who is the terrorist here? As he spoke, he inadvertently cast a glance at Johnny beside him, who rolled his eyes in return. Johnny, the one wielding a nuclear bomb for acts of terror. And he was merely a system. If anyone was to be blamed, it was Johnny. What was it to him? Nearby, Tony Stark, having overheard their exchange, finally grasped the situation. If you're not a terrorist, then who are you? Some sort of KGB operative? Oh, I could be any number of things, came the reply, as he produced the corresponding identification, leaving Tony momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth? A quadruple agent? Tony Stark pondered, feeling his mental faculties stretched thin this day. Wait, what exactly are you here for? Regardless of the multiple identities, Tony set aside his previous inquiries and pressed on. Oh, I've taken on a commission to rescue you. Rescue me? Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, instinctively directing their gaze toward the corner camera. You only just remembered that? Tony rolled his eyes. Rest assured, I've already compromised the surveillance. This equipment is dreadfully outdated. Had I not hastily fashioned a few wireless receivers from the scrap of your armor, my skills would have sufficed to breach it. Then why did you push me earlier if you're here to save me? Tony finally connected the dots, realizing he was the target of this individual's rescue mission, and questioned why he had been assaulted. The commission only required me to locate you. Your well-being, whether alive or dead, or missing limbs, was of no concern as long as I found you. So, if you deem my methods too harsh, I can certainly be more forceful. That way, you needn't worry about me being rough again. He smiled at Tony, a glint in his eye that sent a chill down Tony's spine. Fine, do as you wish. Tony conceded, taking a step back, signaling his lack of objections. Turning to Ethan, he added, However, you can rest easy. I have high hopes for you, and I will ensure your safe extraction. Wait, who exactly are you here to rescue? Tony had a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, but seeing the indifference in the other man's demeanor, he swallowed them all down. Meanwhile, Ethan, observing the flustered Tony, found himself momentarily at a loss. In this place, he had always been a mere shadow, and now, With someone so invested in his well-being, he felt an unfamiliar discomfort as Tony was pushed aside. How shall we make our exit? Exit? How remarkably simple. Turning to gaze upon the imposing iron door. What may seem to be a wall of lamentation for the average individual is but a trivial obstacle for him. A mere few punches could obliterate it. Simple indeed. You claim my armor is ineffective. I am curious to learn what ingenious method you propose for our escape. Though a hint of trepidation lingered within, Tony Stark could not restrain himself and retorted. This fellow, ever the loquacious one. Johnny regarded Tony with a measure of disdain before redirecting his attention. So, shall we simply fight our way out? Naturally, we shall burst forth with force. Clenching his fist and performing some warm-up motions, he turned a glance at Tony Stark and Ethan. Is there anything you wish to take as a keepsake? We are preparing to depart. There is nothing of value to carry, but do you truly intend to fight your way out? Tony Stark, momentarily taken aback by Johnny's confidence, felt a twinge of uncertainty. I have crafted a suit of metal armor and cannot confidently assert that we could fight our way out, at best. We might escape through the cave and take to the skies. Yet you, with your flesh and blood, intend to engage in direct combat. Chapter 53, The Iron Frying Pan Bang. A resounding crash reverberated, leaving the two guards stationed behind the iron door with ringing ears. They rubbed their ears and exchanged bewildered glances, speculating whether the individual within had inadvertently detonated a substantial explosive within the cave. Yet upon turning back, they beheld a strikingly clear fist imprint upon the iron door. What is this? As they stared at the imprint, still processing the situation, another thunderous sound echoed, and yet another fist imprint materialized on the door. The force of the blow sent tremors through the heavy door, warping the iron spikes embedded within the rock walls. The sight left the two guards momentarily stunned. After all, if their memory served correctly, this iron door was supposed to be solid, requiring immense effort to open each time. What on earth are these fist imprints? Instinctively sensing impending doom, they clutched their barely adequate rifles and began to retreat cautiously. In the next instant, another resounding crash occurred. The iron spikes securing the door could no longer withstand the assault and snapped. The massive iron door let out a mournful groan as it descended upon them. They were not fearsome robots. Faced with this 2-ton behemoth, they could only manage a terrified shout before being crushed beneath the weight of the door, silenced instantly. Meanwhile, behind the fallen door, the composed figure retracted the liberated gorilla prosthetic, his once bulky arms returning to their original form. Let us proceed. He turned to address the two behind him, who were still covering their ears. Wait, did he truly bring down the door with 3 punches? Tony Stark exclaimed in astonishment to Ethan beside him. I do not know, but it appears his arms have undergone modifications. Ethan exclaimed loudly, rolling his eyes at the two behind him who were bickering. I told you to cover your ears, yet you chose not to. Whom can you blame? He beckoned the two and led them outside. Meanwhile, within the cave, several individuals had also heard the commotion, and one by one, they rushed towards the source, armed with rifles. Upon witnessing Ethan and Tony Stark emerge from the depths of the cave, their eyes widened in disbelief. Although they were unfamiliar with the two, they recognized them as the prisoners who were supposed to be confined deep within the cave. Realizing that the prisoners had escaped, the terrorists raised their weapons, shouting in a dialect that was incomprehensible to Ethan and Stark. Glancing at these assailants, Ethan and Stark felt a twinge of anxiety, yet their steps did not falter. With a swift motion, their blades sprang forth, transforming into fleeting shadows that surged ahead. In the blink of an eye, they dashed through the throng of adversaries. The next moment, severed heads tumbled to the ground, crashing down with a thud. One by one, the terrorists fell, littering the ground, as Ethan gestured to the astonished Stark, urging him to follow. Swallowing hard, Ethan and Stark navigated through the carnage, finally making their way forward, continuing their relentless assault. As they advanced, they soon reached the entrance of the cave. You two stay here. I will go eliminate the remaining threats outside. The terrorists are likely already prepared, armed with heavy weaponry. Ethan thought it prudent to avoid bringing the two burdensome companions into the fray, fearing that a stray bullet or shrapnel might inadvertently claim their lives. Finding a secure corner, he settled the two there, activating his optical camouflage before stepping out into the chaos. At that moment, the entire camp was aware that something was amiss within the cave. One by one, they grasped their rifles and readied their positions. Yet, as Ethan boldly emerged from the cave, the vigilant terrorists outside failed to detect his presence, fixated on the cave's entrance. After all, even in the year 2077, the advanced ocular implants and enhanced physiques of corporate employees struggled to detect such optical camouflage. How then could these terrorists, armed with weapons yet lacking in physical prowess, hope to notice him? However, gazing at the nearly 100 figures before him, he shook his head. It wasn't fear that gripped him. Rather, the sheer number of adversaries made him ponder the duration and exhaustion of engaging them with mere blades. Reflecting on this, he turned slightly and caught sight of the light anti-air missiles activated by the terrorists, manufactured by Stark Industries and slightly more advanced. Indeed, this is the answer. Humanity's creation of powerful weaponry is ultimately aimed at enhancing the efficiency of slaughter. These lightweight anti-aircraft missiles are among the most advanced and lethally efficient weapons of this era. Yet, even in their sophistication, they remain somewhat archaic. Nevertheless, the fact that they can now connect wirelessly is a noteworthy advancement. The flamboyant Tony Stark, without regard for the cost of his weaponry, has rendered his creations exceptionally intelligent, allowing them to be activated through various methods, which proves to be quite convenient at this moment. By connecting to these missiles, he effortlessly breaches firewalls, eliminating numerous security restrictions, and directs them to target the surrounding terrorists. A few individuals nearby, noticing this sudden change, swallowed nervously, intending to alert others when the ignition was sparked. Missiles, originally designed for anti-vehicle purposes, surged forth from their racks in a fiery blaze, emitting a terrifying shriek as they swiftly enveloped the nearby terrorists. These terrorists, lacking formal training and military discipline, huddled together, believing the sheer numbers would afford them safety. 8 lightweight anti-aircraft missiles easily decimated a significant portion of them, compounded by the incessant roar of other explosive projectiles within the blast radius. In an instant, over 100 souls were felled by the searing flames and flying shrapnel. Observing those who had narrowly escaped but were still engulfed in chaos, a subtle smile crept across his face, a healthy grin of satisfaction. You shall meet your demise as well. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the Mantis Blades sprang forth from his arms, deactivating their optical camouflage mid-air. In the terrified gaze of a nearby terrorist, 2 blades pierced through his body, in the next heartbeat tearing him into fragments. With relentless momentum, the blades danced through the air, reducing the remaining foes to mere debris. 3 minutes later, the cacophony of battle subsided, leaving only the sound of flames searing flesh, akin to oil sizzling in a hot pan. It is over. Come forth. He called towards the cave, and moments later, Tony Stark and Ethan emerged slowly, taking in the hellish scene before them. They gazed at the man, stained with blood and standing amidst the inferno, as he gradually retracted the Mantis Blades, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. Even Ethan, accustomed to the ruthless slaughter of these terrorists, found himself unsettled by the nightmarish battlefield. Chapter 54. The communications device concealing advanced technology not far from the valley shrouded in black smoke, Ethan and Tony Stark rested atop a sand dune, basking in the sun. Have you still not established contact? Tony Stark, swathed in a strip of white cloth salvaged from the flames, attempted to shield himself from the glaring sunlight. When no response came, he tossed a bottle of water, saying, "If you're hot, take a bath. Stop rambling." While speaking, he busied himself with repairing the communications device in his hands. The communicator has malfunctioned due to the recent battle. In that fierce confrontation, shrapnel flew and flames engulfed the surroundings. Although for someone heavily augmented with cybernetic enhancements, such a situation might be akin to basking on a sunlit beach. For this ancient artifact, it was tantamount to enduring every one of the 10 most excruciating tortures. Consequently, as he emerged from the battlefield and retrieved the communicator, he found it nearly beyond repair. A shard had penetrated the circuit board, and under the force of the shockwave, various components had been compromised, rendering it utterly non-functional. Thus, he was compelled to return to the still blazing battlefield, where he salvaged a few parts from a battle-damaged vehicle that was not too severely impaired, and hurried back to make repairs. Tony Stark uncapped a water bottle, taking a moment to quench his thirst before dousing himself from head to toe. Beside him, Ethan displayed greater patience than Stark, merely sipping from the bottle while observing the repair process. After refreshing himself, Stark squatted nearby. "Are you even capable of this? Fixing a communicator takes this long? Let me take a look." Not long ago, he had been mocked as being incompetent, but now, Witnessing the prolonged repair of such a simple device, Stark felt a sense of pride. If he had managed to fix it immediately, wouldn't that have been a resounding slap in the face? Stop barking over there. Gazing at the diminutive communicator in his hands, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. Though its craftsmanship was undeniably primitive, the technological prowess contained within was remarkable. It seemed that had this communicator remained intact, it could facilitate instantaneous communication even between the poles of Earth or between the Moon and Earth at the touch of a button. Such communication technology surpassed that of the year 2077 by several magnitudes. Damn, SHIELD truly possesses an abundance of remarkable inventions. Perhaps a bit too remarkable. This technology was already suitable for application in a civilization spanning galaxies. Even in the context of the 2077 era, its full potential could not be realized. Moreover, upon closer examination, he noted that this communicator shared characteristics with the large reactor displayed in the Stark Industries Hall. Both were products of reverse engineering from certain entities or devices, with some structures and principles being entirely beyond the reach of contemporary scientific understanding. As for how he discerned this, well, he admitted he could not grasp those advanced principles, yet this object was undeniably crafted by humanity of this era. While he might struggle to comprehend those theoretical principles, he could certainly perceive the ingenuity of humanity in this time. If even a device constructed using what is currently considered rudimentary techniques could be so extraordinary, one could only imagine the capabilities of its original form. His mind raced with thoughts, and his excitement only grew. However, let us set aside those matters for the moment and focus on comprehending the task at hand. In the pursuit of understanding and repairing this technology, the prosthetic hand has been entirely liberated, with numerous probes extending from each finger, incessantly probing the inner workings of the communicator. As for Tony Stark, he merely approached, glanced briefly, and fell silent. His perspective is not lacking. Yet this communication technology surpasses the limits of his comprehension and repair capabilities. He squatted to one side, attempting to glean some knowledge during the repairs. But his eyes are not prosthetic, nor does his brain possess any integrated enhancements. Even from a distance, what could he possibly learn? Perhaps the internal layout of the communicator? After half an hour of diligent work, I beheld the communicator in my hands. Though not entirely brand new, it was functional once more, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. This would suffice. The integrated enhancements within me have stored an abundance of data, eagerly awaiting organization upon my return. Before that, I cast a glance at Tony Stark, took a few steps aside, and activated the communicator in my hand. "Sir, have you made any discoveries?" Nick Fury's voice resonated from the other end, causing my brow to arch slightly. I turned to observe Tony Stark, surprised by Nick Fury's evident concern for him, personally overseeing this matter. Was there an undisclosed connection between them? Yet, that seemed implausible. How could such a dark individual as Nick Fury possibly sire a Caucasian? "Have you located Tony Stark? Are you coming to retrieve him? He's gravely injured?" "No, he remains in good health. Merely a light bulb has been affixed to his chest." A fleeting glance at the light bulb embedded in Tony Stark's chest reminded me that I had previously employed various scanning techniques to discern its structure and materials, as well as its purpose. It serves to activate the electromagnet implanted deeper within Tony Stark's body, preventing several small fragments from infiltrating his fragile heart through the bloodstream. In my estimation, this hardly constitutes a significant issue. A minor surgical procedure would rectify it. After all, in the year 2077, even the installation of a cerebral prosthetic for an individual necessitated the flawless connection of numerous neurons to the device's circuitry, a task far more complex than extracting these fragments. Even such surgeries could be successfully performed by the most inconsequential street gangs. One could certainly attest to the advanced state of medical technology in that era. As for this individual, he has essentially mastered the entirety of the scientific advancements from 2077. Such a procedure would be second nature to him. Following his own advancements in prosthetic research, he had undertaken his own modifications. Apart from old V, he trusted no one else. Thus, I now possess leverage over Tony Stark, effectively ensnaring him. Yet, I have yet to make my intentions explicit. I plan to employ a dull blade to extract my pound of flesh, savoring the slow torment of this individual who once mocked me. As for Tony Stark, this fellow truly captivated several starlets that day, completely forgetting everything else. At some point in the future, he will come to realize just how many adversaries his former arrogance has attracted. Upon learning that Tony Stark's life was no longer in jeopardy, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. We have notified the local military base of your location. They will be here to retrieve you shortly. Why are you hesitating? Now is not an opportune moment for us to engage. You are well aware of his temperament. Casual interactions yield no benefit for anyone involved. Very well then, keep the communicator. We shall reconnect should any matters arise. No problem, but I must inform you that my appearance fee will undoubtedly increase henceforth. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes brightened. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Meanwhile, Nick Fury gazed at the computer screen before him, which displayed a valley billowing with thick black smoke, his expression betraying an inscrutable contemplation. No problem, SHIELD can certainly afford the expense. Chapter 55. Return to New York. Tony Stark observed the figure walking away, eager to eavesdrop on which organization was involved, yet unfortunately, the individual's vigilance against prying ears rendered his efforts fruitless. Upon seeing the figure glance back, Stark feigned casual interest and inquired, "How long until help arrives?" With a dismissive glance at Stark's eavesdropping attempt, the figure felt no inclination to engage further. It was evident that Stark had forgotten him. Retorting in that moment seemed tedious, so he opted for a more subtle approach. Contemplating his thoughts, he casually remarked to Stark, "I have contacted the military. They will dispatch someone shortly." "The military? You work for them?" Stark scrutinized the figure, recalling the earlier display of technology he had witnessed, and suddenly furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. The advanced tech did not align with what one would expect from the military's ranks. "I never claimed to be dispatched by the military." He rolled his eyes, perplexed as to why this group was so fond of making assumptions. In the cave, they labeled him a terrorist. Now, they were insinuating he was military. It was baffling to comprehend their line of thinking. "Then who are you?" Stark asked, somewhat bewildered. He had assumed the figure was an agent, yet their conduct bore no resemblance to that of one. Moreover, dismissing the military association while simultaneously denying any technological sophistication seemed to reflect poorly on the individual. Observing Stark's confusion, the figure shrugged, "I am merely a passing mercenary. Someone hire me to locate you." "Mercenary?" Stark scrutinized him once more. Suspected of undergoing human augmentation, possessing remarkable technology, and capable of remotely hacking wireless devices. "Is this a mercenary? Is a mercenary industry so competitive now? Which organization hired you, and how much did they pay?" "As for the organization, I cannot say, but the price was a friendly one, 100 million. "Not bad, it befits my worth." Tony Stark nodded in satisfaction, refraining from delving deeper into which organization it was, as indulging him could lead to unpleasant repercussions. Just as he was about to inquire further, he grew disinterested in continuing the conversation. "Instead of asking me these trivial questions, it would be wiser to contemplate what you intend to do upon your return." Rolling his eyes, he ignored Tony Stark and turned towards Ethan. He was disinclined to engage further with this flamboyant man. He would rather assess Ethan's situation. After all, upon hearing Ethan's words, he felt that this individual was inherently suited to be a mercenary. Had he been born in Night City, he would likely become a legend there. Meanwhile, Tony Stark listened to this exchange and glanced at Ethan's figure. Upon returning, he indeed had matters to attend to. From the day he was captured, he had been contemplating this. After waiting atop the hill for half an hour, an armed helicopter from the nearby Fungal base arrived to transport them. Empowered by financial resources, they returned to New York early the next morning. At an airport in New York, Tony Stark was forcibly placed in a wheelchair by his friend, Rhodey, and wheeled off the heavily armed helicopter. Outside stood a familiar woman. To be precise, he recognized her, though she did not recognize him. Virginia Pepper Potts, the woman he had seen conversing with Obadiah at Stark Industries. Her photograph graced the promotional materials of Stark Industries, indicating that she was Tony Stark's personal secretary, managing not only his professional affairs, but also his daily life. Yet, the public had been oblivious to any rumors involving the two, leaving many surprised as to why the notorious playboy Tony Stark had not pursued this secretary. However, that was in the past. Judging by the current scenario, this rabbit would soon be inclined to pursue the grass nearby. Indeed, as soon as they disembarked, Tony Stark was already whispering sweet nothings to the secretary. Meanwhile, Ethan had also disembarked from the plane. "How should I proceed?"
Should I follow Tony Stark or go my own way? Can I walk on my own? Ethan wished to ask. As a skilled physician, while he may not rival the genius Dr. Stephen Strange, he had garnered a modest reputation in New York. In other words, he originally pursued his medical studies and gained recognition in New York. After all, while Afghanistan is rife with cases, the prospect of acquiring a systematic and scientific education in medicine is nearly impossible. Thus, even if he were to depart from here, he need not fear the specter of starvation on the streets. Regardless of which hospital he approached, once he disclosed his credentials, rejection of his application would be inconceivable. However, after much contemplation, Ethan turned to glance at Tony Stark, reflecting on his own circumstances. He once had a happy family, but a brief return to Afghanistan to attend to matters resulted in a tragic encounter with terrorists, leading to the devastation of his family. The idea of resuming a normal life seemed unattainable. After the loss of his wife and daughter, he realized that he ought not to squander the remainder of his life. Instead, he should utilize every moment left to pursue the things he ought to accomplish. This was the message he endeavored to convey to Tony Stark. Do not waste your life. Engage in what truly matters. After a moment's hesitation, Ethan looked at Tony Stark and nodded. If what you say is true, I am willing to accompany you. Rest assured, I have great faith in you. You are destined to become a legend, Tony assured him, slapping his chest with conviction. Seeing Ethan's unwavering determination and profound understanding, it would be a disservice to his life not to become a trailblazer. Having come to an agreement with Ethan, Tony approached them. So, have you two reached a consensus? Tony Stark inquired with a smile, showing no surprise at their decision. After all, during their time on the plane, he had repeatedly encouraged Ethan to join him, promising the means to realize his dreams. Ethan nodded, and after a brief silence, Tony said, "Very well, since you've made your decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, remember, should you find it untenable there, do come to me. You need not worry about that. First, take care of your own affairs." He rolled his eyes, recognizing Tony's subtle self-reference. "What? Is there something else I need to handle?" Ethan retorted, echoing a statement he had made in Afghanistan. Yet this time, Tony detected an unusual undertone in Ethan's words. You don't actually believe you're that unfortunate, do you? That you just happened to encounter a group of terrorists armed with weapons produced by your own family?" Tony's face bore a mocking expression, and his smile faltered momentarily. "What do you mean?" Chapter 56. Homecoming. There are vacant rooms upstairs. Feel free to choose anyone. Tony opened the door and addressed the somewhat reserved Ethan. "Your family is so wealthy, yet you choose to be a mercenary?" Ethan surveyed the opulent mansion, then turned to gaze at the expansive yard, struggling to believe his eyes. To possess such a grand house in New York, in his estimation, would require a fortune of at least 9 figures. However, with such wealth, why would one choose to become a mercenary? This house was not originally mine. I acquired it by taking the life of another. Ignoring the astonished expression on Ethan's face, I casually placed the $1 billion check from the S.H.I.L.D. agent by the shoe rack and called out upstairs, "You're back?" A surprised voice responded, followed by 4 large turtles suddenly emerging from various corners, making their way towards me. Fortunately, the house appeared to be quite clean, well maintained. Nodding, I pointed to Ethan behind me. "This gentleman will henceforth be our companion. You may call him Ethan." Then, turning to the bewildered Ethan, I added, "These turtles are good beings. You're aware of the Bigfoot gang in New York, are you not?" "Yes, I am aware." It was precisely the chaos wrought by the Bigfoot gang that compelled me to return to Afghanistan to visit some relatives. With this thought, a tinge of sadness washed over Ethan. Did the Bigfoot gang truly force you back to Afghanistan? That seems unlikely. A hint of surprise colored Ethan's voice as he replied, "Is indeed connected to the Bigfoot gang. Those ruffians are constantly causing trouble, leading to a decline in public safety. Once that happens, people start engaging in $0 shopping sprees, instigating further chaos. My hospital was ransacked, all the tables and chairs were taken, and reluctantly, we had to shut it down." At this, I immediately understood. The concept of $0 shopping, though new to me in this world, was a well-known phenomenon. Regardless of what transpired, whenever safety dipped even slightly, a throng of individuals would spontaneously gather to partake in $0 shopping, exacerbating the decline in security and spawning more criminal activities. Hence, it became clear why Ethan, a capable physician, found himself in Afghanistan. These turtles had been the mainstay in combating the Bigfoot gang,
thwarting a series of their operations. Otherwise, New York would have descended into utter devastation, with millions potentially perishing. Listening to this, Ethan's gaze towards the turtles shifted dramatically. Although he was not one to judge by appearances, encountering these extraordinary beings initially stirred a sense of trepidation within him. However, upon learning of their valiant deeds, Ethan perceived these turtles as formidable and noble. As I continued my introduction, Mackie sheepishly rubbed his head. We merely impeded those rascals. It was you who truly dealt with Schneider and Sachs. Do not be modest. If you and your companions had not consistently thwarted that individual in his quest for biological research materials, by the time I arrived, Sachs would have fulfilled his plans. This assertion held truth. After all, although O'Neill's father had incinerated the research data, he was not a super genius. Many scientists could still realize Sachs's ambitions. After all these years, Sachs had reignited the Bigfoot gang's activities in an attempt to resurrect that very plan. Compared to the past, Sachs now possesses ample manpower and financial resources to continue his research indefinitely. Judging by the materials unearthed from the safe, the progress of this second investigation has been remarkably smooth. Had it not been for the persistent scarcity of certain materials, Sachs's plans might have already come to fruition. The deficiency of these materials is attributed to the clandestine efforts of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, who have thwarted numerous criminal endeavors of the Foot Clan. Of course, if Sachs were to successfully develop the virus, HILD might intervene to halt his progress, but that is a matter for another time. I shall take a shower first. You can choose a room, identify what is lacking, compile a list, and then find me in the basement. Hand that billion-dollar check to Mikey, and have them list the items they desire so we can purchase and arrange everything together. In doing so, I would be fulfilling my initial promise to the 4 hard-working turtles. The turtles gazed at the check in Mikey's hand, having never seen such a thing before, and one by one, they crowded around him. Upon realizing the sum written on it, they gasped in astonishment. My goodness, $1 billion? How many pizzas can that buy? Wait, let me see it again. Get away, don't tear it apart. If you do, we want to be able to buy anything we want. In a flurry, Raphael, Mikey, and Donatello rolled into a heap, eagerly marveling at the check. The more composed Leo, however, was unable to squeeze in due to his slower pace. He glanced at Ethan, who had been overlooked by the others, and promptly cleared his throat, addressing him. Apologies, my brothers, I seem to be a bit unsteady. Oh please, I hatched 10 minutes before you. I am the elder. Raphael shouted back at Leo as he continued to vie for the check. Leo did not turn back. Instead, he looked at Ethan with a somewhat awkward expression. Indeed, such is the reality. I understand. Ethan observed the raucous turtles and, recognizing they were not malevolent beings, nodded in agreement. With emotional intelligence far surpassing that of a certain flamboyant individual, he chose not to reveal Leo's earlier desire to join the fray, but said to Leo, "So, could you take me upstairs for a look?" "Certainly. I suggest you choose a room on the left, as my brothers and I reside on the right. And the left rooms are brighter. Our master also lives there." "Your master?" "Yes, he is a rat, but he is our age. He raised us from childhood." "A rat? It seems there is much in this world that I do not comprehend." Ethan and Leo ascended the stairs, while in his own room, Leo shed his garments entirely. Setting aside the exposure of his primal organs, his body gleamed with a metallic sheen. The extent of cybernetic modification on his body is remarkably advanced, ranking him among the elite in Night City, surpassed only by a select few, such as Atom Smasher. However, in terms of combat prowess, even 100 Atom Smashers would pale in comparison, as sheer fighting capability is not solely determined by the degree of cybernetic enhancement. Take Morgan Blackhand, for instance. His level of cybernetic augmentation was hardly half that of Atom Smasher, yet he could still hold his own in battle. This intricate modification was the result of extensive deliberation. After all, his physicality, reflexes, and willpower were no less formidable than those of Morgan Blackhand. An unbridled pursuit of high degrees of augmentation could inadvertently diminish combat effectiveness. Thus, his enhancements were executed with meticulous caution, each incision made after careful calculation. Ultimately, this led to the creation of a cybernetic entity of unparalleled prowess. In simpler terms, his muscular strength is exceedingly high, and his explosive power reaches terrifying heights, a feat made possible by the technological innovations of the year 2077. Without such advancements, even a prodigious talent could not attain this level of capability. Nevertheless, technology and ingenuity are not devoid of merit. By distilling the essence and discarding the dross, he forged a robust physique devoid of adverse effects. However, while his physical strength soared, his defensive capabilities remained constant. In an era where high technology permeated the streets, a strong physique merely afforded him the capacity to withstand a few more bullets. Thus, he meticulously gathered a plethora of materials and personally crafted subdermal armor that enveloped his entire body. The materials for this armor were the fruits of his diligent research, boasting defensive properties that surpassed even the premier materials of 2077. Upon completion, the extraordinary efficacy of the armor was fully unleashed, coupled with subsequent enhancements to his cybernetics. His skin now exhibited an array of functionalities: bulletproof, fire-resistant, waterproof, electric-proof, and corrosion-resistant, all while incorporating optical camouflage, rendering him nearly undetectable. Even the most advanced cybernetic eyes would struggle to discern him. Consequently, his defensive and stealth capabilities skyrocketed. With these life-saving attributes enhanced, he turned his attention to augmenting his offensive capabilities. Setting aside his hacking skills, he dedicated himself to weapon fabrication and custom cybernetics, ultimately replacing all of his internal organs with various extraordinary cybernetic counterparts. For instance, during a recent dining experience where he devoured steak, it was due to his gastrointestinal system being entirely replaced by dual sets of cybernetics that he possessed an extraordinary digestive capability, allowing him to effortlessly process the meat, consuming multiple plates without restraint. This modification aimed to ensure he could replenish energy as swiftly as possible, always prepared for combat. Now, with maximum defensive capabilities from his surface augmentations and the remarkable effects of his internal modifications, combined with muscles that boast unfathomable power, he has become a veritable beast of a man, even without resorting to hacking techniques. He possesses both sensitivity and strength, rendering him a perfect humanoid weapon, capable of reducing Adam to mere fragments with his formidable physique. Coupled with his hacking prowess and other capabilities, he epitomizes the one-man army of the year 2077, a living embodiment of a fearsome being. During that era, not only in Night City, but even in other cities across the globe, including the Crystal Palace in orbit, no one dared to provoke him recklessly. However, perhaps it is precisely for this reason that, when confronted with barebones, the new megalopolis acted treacherously behind his back. The mere thought of new megalopolis sparked a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Once he returns, what will become of new megalopolis? He would reduce it to a new megalopolis. After conducting a self-inspection and confirming that his body was in fine condition, he took a shower in the bathroom, washing away all the dust and grime from the crevices. After all, during his time at the mold base, he had been followed by several soldiers wherever he went, making him reluctant to even take a bath. Now, however, he felt considerably refreshed. He donned a loose pair of underwear and pants for his lower half, leaving his upper body bare as he descended into the basement. Thanks to Donner's swift actions, all the discarded top-tier equipment had been relocated to a corner, rendering the research area somewhat spacious. Yet, this situation would not last long, as he had already instructed SHILD to gather the materials he required. According to a previous agreement, Nick Fury had promised to supply him with a substantial quantity of rare and expensive materials, enabling him to forge several weapons without the need to engage in close combat repeatedly. With weapons at his disposal, his efficiency in slaughter would see a qualitative enhancement. Moreover, he intended to construct a vehicle for himself. This had been a thought lingering in his mind. For although Dowfinder possessed excellent driving skills and was always at his beck and call, it remained somewhat inconvenient. Seated in a chair, he opened the computer on the desk, intending to peruse the latest information. As a mercenary, it was imperative to stay updated on current events, otherwise, one might step outside one day only to find oneself oblivious to potential business discussions. While browsing the latest news, Ethan selected his room, taking stock of the furniture before heading down to the basement. He was somewhat astonished to discover such a vast space beneath. However, he did not pause, continuing to walk behind. He also observed his own cybernetic body, and as he gazed at the metallic sheen of his physique, his astonishment deepened. Should he first check the news about Tony Stark? Sensing Ethan's presence, he spoke without turning his head. Simultaneously, he clicked on a video. Thus, it was immediately effective. I hereby announce the closure of Stark International's weapon production department until I find a new future for the company. The opening statement was Tony Stark addressing countless news media at a press conference, proclaiming his words to the world. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of excitement ignited in Ethan's eyes. If Tony Stark truly intended to shut down the weapons manufacturing division, peace in the Middle East would be an illusion. Without Stark Industries, other arms companies would undoubtedly rise to take its place. I recall there being one in New York, named Hammer Industries, if memory serves. As Ethan pondered this, he realized that while Stark Industries produced superior weaponry, the terrorists in the Middle East might not afford such luxuries. After all, the weapons crafted by the flamboyant Tony Stark, though effective, came with an exorbitant price tag. Hence, most terrorists resorted to utilizing inferior firearms. Ethan had merely forgotten this fact amidst the months of being ensnared by the Ten Rings, surrounded by their arsenal of Stark Industries weapons. A sense of melancholy washed over Ethan as he observed Tony Stark being shoved aside by Obadiah. A wry smile crept across his face. Did this genius truly believe he had complete control over Stark Industries? Or was this merely a trial of sorts? What was the implication? I had mentioned that there were traitors within Stark Industries, hadn't I? Indeed. Yet Ethan recalled his conversation with Tony at the airport, where he had refrained from revealing the identity of the traitor, merely suggesting that if the billionaire Stark was willing to part with $100 million, he would assist in eliminating the threat. However, Tony had been incensed at the time and had chosen to investigate on his own. Ethan was indifferent. He was merely a mercenary. As for Tony Stark, he was simply a client seeking his assistance. In the year 2077, he had taken on numerous such contracts, rescuing no fewer than 80 individuals, and had grown accustomed to it. The transaction was strictly business. He did not perceive any profound connection with Tony Stark, merely exchanging a few words. If Stark wished to hire him, he might consider it, but if he declined, their paths would diverge. Ethan had long transcended the level of a mere task-driven mercenary. As for whether Tony Stark would seek his aid again, that would entail a different price altogether. Chapter 58. Company analysis. Reflecting upon the events, Ethan found himself at a loss regarding their relevance to Tony Stark's current endeavors. Observing Ethan's bewilderment, he smiled and, drawing upon his corporate experience, analyzed the situation surrounding Stark. Despite Stark's apparent anger upon their departure, one could surmise that he would have calmed down as soon as he entered the vehicle. Now, he was merely putting on a performance. The traitor's intent to harm Tony Stark was undoubtedly driven by greater gains, for greed has a way of corrupting even the most steadfast. Thus, we gleaned a crucial insight. Tony Stark's interests were directly detrimental to the traitor's ambitions. With Stark's return, the traitor's interests would undoubtedly be jeopardized, and it was certain that they would not relent in their pursuit of opportunity. As he spoke, he navigated to another page displaying the stock situation of Stark Industries following Tony Stark's announcement of the closure of the weapons division. At that moment, as the mole sought an opportunity, Tony Stark bellowed, and his company's stock began to plummet dramatically, nearly halving in value. This turn of events severely impacted the interests of all shareholders, rendering Tony Stark a target of collective disdain. Turning slightly, he glanced at the astonished Ethan. If you were the mole, what would you do at this juncture? Rally everyone to oppose Tony? Precisely. He clapped his hands and continued. The individual who emerges now is likely the mole. What a splendid opportunity to miss. I have studied your system. As long as the majority of shareholders unite, they can invoke special clauses to temporarily expel the largest shareholder, who holds less than 51 of the shares, from the board. Stark Industries, established for so long, has numerous shareholders, and Tony Stark does not possess an absolute majority. With this knowledge igniting a spark in his eyes, he foresaw that soon someone would rise to unite all shareholders to oust Tony Stark from the board and attempt to eliminate him from the plan, activating special clauses to acquire Tony's shares at a bargain price. Wouldn't that spell doom for Tony? Ethan swallowed hard, realizing that a mere utterance from Tony Stark could lead to the bankruptcy of a billionaire like himself. In typical circumstances, this would seem plausible. However, that individual was exceptionally astute. Let us not forget the formidable arc reactor embedded in his chest. Noticing Ethan's confusion, he elucidated, "You may not grasp the intricacies, but that device's worth far surpasses that of weaponry. Despite its seemingly diminutive size, if necessary, he could construct a larger reactor with exponentially greater energy output. When comparing reactors of equal weight, the energy release can exceed that of oil and similar substances by dozens or even hundreds of times. To illustrate, the total energy from an entire fuel tank could suffice for a rocket's ascent and descent cycle, while an equally weighted reactor could allow for multiple launches and still retain surplus energy, all while occupying significantly less space. At this point, he recalled the advanced technology of SHIELDS spacecraft, speculating that their energy engines might not compare to the prowess of the arc reactor. He pondered whether he should also experiment with a few reactors, knowing full well the structure and materials involved. At worst, he would owe Tony Stark a modest patent fee. Thus, the reactor held the potential to incite yet another energy revolution. The market generated by that reactor could easily amount to trillions. Is that truly outrageous? Ethan listened to this figure, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. I might even be understating it. Otherwise, why would you think so? Rolling his eyes, he continued. This technology is unique to Tony Stark, representing a market worth at least trillions. If all goes as expected, he is the sole individual capable of its development. That is his confidence. The confidence that shields him from a stock plunge. I even suspect that he anticipated the stock's decline, perhaps seizing this opportunity to acquire shares in bulk, thus becoming the outright owner of Stark Industries before delisting, ensuring that when this technology is unveiled, he won't have to share the spoils with anyone else. In my view, Tony Stark is fully aware that he holds a trump card, which is why he plays his hand this way. With a smirk, I turn to Ethan and urge, so I tell you if you have a means, seize this chance to purchase Stark Industries stocks en masse. He will undoubtedly pay a premium to buy them back from you, and you will certainly profit handsomely from this transaction. What do you say? Shall we proceed? I can lend you the funds. The interest is low, merely 9 for 13 returned. You will surely earn more than this. Yet Ethan remained unconvinced, countering, since you were so experienced and your analysis is so astute, I think you should go ahead. Who knows? Tony might even seek your assistance later. As for me, I'd rather not mix with the company folks. He pursed his lips, reminiscing about the company, causing a headache at the mere thought. He had no desire to return to that treacherous environment, which was far more perilous than the battlefield. I'll pass. Tony has already taken steps to shut down the weapons division, and I have no wish to hurt his feelings. Ethan's eyes reflected a hint of gratitude. To him, this was a sign that Tony was being guided toward the right path. A destitute fellow worrying about the well-being of a billionaire. He pursed his lips, ceasing to glance at the news on the computer, shutting it down, and said to Ethan, I can't be bothered discussing Tony Stark anymore. That guy is completely in control, with unseen allies safeguarding him. The outcome is evident and entirely secure. There's no need to concern ourselves with it. But what about you? What about me? Ethan replied, puzzled by the sudden shift in conversation. As I stood up, my various combat augmentations activated, my entire body surged with energy. A wave of heat radiated from me, and the crimson glow in my eyes exuded an air of dominance. So how about it? Do you wish to become a cybernetic lunatic like me? Chapter 59. Ethan's defiance against fate. Ethan felt a stir of temptation, but ultimately replied, I decline. His resolve was commendable. It was no surprise, as this world had not yet reached the era of 2077, where individuals had shed any psychological barriers regarding cybernetic enhancements. Aside from a few monks who adhered to the principle of non-modification, the majority had undergone at least the most basic cerebral augmentations. If you were to suggest to them that they might as well have a part of their body severed in exchange for an impressive prosthetic, they would undoubtedly endorse the idea wholeheartedly. In this era, however, society has become considerably more reserved. The mere notion of prosthetic enhancements, let alone artificial organs, incites significant controversy. Thus, with a nod, I decided to propose an alternative plan, one that would not involve replacing any of your physical parts. Wait a moment, Ethan exclaimed, as he turned to delve into the second proposal, hastily calling out to halt him. I don't quite understand. Why are you aiding me so fervently? That question should have been posed at the airport, I replied, casting a steady glance at Ethan. As for the reason, it's quite simple. I take pleasure in it. Ethan paused, disbelief flickering across his features. Are you jesting with me? How did you know? Ethan could not help but turn around, removing his glasses to rub his nose. Striving to compose himself, observing his agitation, I quickly interjected, Hey, don't let your high blood pressure get the better of you. Shaking my head at his sensitivity, I decided to be candid. To be frank, We are indeed angel investors in Night City, specifically supporting those audacious enough to stir trouble. Although there are no corresponding missions here, I couldn't resist the allure of someone as exceptional as you. Originally, he had entered the world of 2077 with a mission to ignite the flames of rebellion. Yet, how could one individual spark a fire? Alone, one cannot constitute a blaze. Thus, many elements of his task involved igniting the will to resist in others, culminating in a conflagration of insurrection. Pan Judy, River, the Prophet, and many others within that world possess such qualities, albeit to varying degrees. While their spirits of defiance still flickered, investing in them would empower them to truly confront their fates. They would transform their broken bodies into a fierce inferno, incinerating the vile corporate dogs and those who seek to dominate others. Even though he was not present in the 2077 realm, witnessing Ethan's promising potential compelled him to act, regardless of his circumstances. Angel investors in Night City? What kind of place is that? It is a realm rife with oppression, dominated by a select few colossal corporations that have grown so powerful they fear no government. They believe themselves to be the rulers of humanity regarding the bodies, minds, and souls of people as their possessions, aspiring to rise above all. Yet, I refused to succumb to their malevolence. I rallied a group and confronted them. These gigantic corporations, akin to a centipede, though crippled by my revelations and the destruction of their devices, still wield immense power, persisting in their resilience. However, ultimately, that spark of rebellion ignited, sweeping across the globe and incinerating those loathsome creatures entirely. As Ethan listened, a flicker of doubt appeared in his eyes. Night City, a place where corporations fear no government? These matters were entirely unfamiliar to him. However, gazing upon the array of equipment, it hardly seemed fabricated, which was indeed puzzling. Nevertheless, despite the bewilderment these items evoked in Ethan, he could discern that the words spoken were largely truthful. The demeanor, gestures, and aura exhibited during the conversation were far from that of an ordinary mercenary. Setting aside these terms, Ethan chose to momentarily overlook the issue and inquired, "So how do you intend to assist me?" "It depends on what you desire," came the response, as he turned to face Ethan, observing him intently. "If you wish to defy fate, then what is the fate you seek to resist?" Within Night City, figures such as Pan Judy, and River harbored a spirit of rebellion. Yet their aspirations for defiance varied greatly. Consequently, the solutions offered to them were equally diverse. Tailored remedies yield effective results. Ethan pondered these words for an extended period. When witnessing the demise of his wife and daughter before his very eyes, his immediate desire was undoubtedly to possess the strength to annihilate those terrorists. However, later, having acquired some medical knowledge, he hesitated upon being captured by the terrorists. Among them were individuals who had been coerced into terroristic actions due to their own family members being taken hostage. In Ethan's view, those terrorists were pitiable souls. Much like himself, they too were ignorant of their loved ones' fates, clinging to a fragile hope as they served the leaders of those terror organizations, hoping to secure their family survival. For such individuals, he found it somewhat feasible to act decisively. As he had previously stated, even knowing their plight, he would merely hasten their demise, sparing them from prolonged suffering. After all, they had already embraced the identity of terrorists, and no amount of sympathy could obscure that reality. Yet for Ethan, he found himself incapable of such actions, perhaps due to his medical ethics. He was unwilling to take the lives of those whom he perceived as sharing a semblance of commonality with him. Thus, the power to kill was no longer what he sought. What did he truly desire? He glanced at his hands, momentarily envisioning the scene of his wife and daughter dying helplessly before him. After a long pause, Ethan spoke. "The fate I wish to resist is, in fact, the fate of death. For in my eyes, death signifies the most meaningless cessation, one that utterly severs the future. Therefore, what I seek is the ability to reject the fate of death, to possess the capacity to save lives." Is that possible? To save lives? Listening to Ethan's request, he glanced at his own cybernetic limbs and offered a resigned smile. You know, cybernetics were originally invented to save lives. Yet upon discovering that these enhancements could augment human strength, some healthy individuals willingly chose to amputate their own limbs in favor of cybernetic replacements. The invention intended to save lives has ironically transformed into a weapon for destruction. Is it not a bitter irony? Without waiting for Ethan's response,
I turn away. Very well. I comprehend your desires. I shall commence the design of an external prosthetic for you. Once the materials arrive, I will construct it without dismantling any components from your body. You will simply don it. I opened my computer and transferred confidential information regarding various prosthetic technologies, including the formidable titanium body from my internal neural prosthetic to the workstation. The holographic projection displayed the data, while I began to make continuous modifications. Chapter 60. Handcrafted electromagnetic sniper cannon. For an entire day, I immersed myself in the basement, tirelessly refining my designs at the workstation. It was not until a day later that I received a message from SHIELD, indicating that the requested items had arrived. McGee summoned me from the basement, and as I emerged, I beheld several trucks from SHIELD approaching, a sense of satisfaction washing over me. Well done. Thank you. You may leave now. I instructed them to park the vehicles in front of the villa, allowing the SHIELD agents to depart. As for the trucks, having entered the courtyard, they were, of course, now mine. The agents displayed no surprise at this audacious act. They seemed to have anticipated it and promptly exited the premises. Watching the agents obediently vacate the courtyard, I activated my scanning device, meticulously examining the area surrounding the trucks. After several thorough sweeps, I extracted nearly 10 listening devices and small surveillance cameras. Observing these devices in operation, I infiltrated their networks and initiated a counter-surveillance operation. Regrettably, it appeared that the opposing party possessed some knowledge of my capabilities, as I only located a single standalone terminal and uncovered no further information. Intriguing. Who could be orchestrating this? My first thought was Nick Fury, yet I swiftly dismissed that notion. During our initial conversation atop the building, I had explicitly warned him that should he dare to spy on my courtyard or provoke me in any way, I would not hesitate to unleash a nuclear strike upon New York. Indeed, I had the capability to construct nuclear weapons and had acquired materials for their creation. While I ultimately refrained from assembling a nuclear device, the mere existence of that materials list should have conveyed to Nick Fury the seriousness of my intentions. At times, it is more effective to inform a clever individual of your capabilities than to merely allude to your possessions. I trusted that Nick Fury would refrain from provoking me, particularly as he was aware that I held numerous aces up my sleeve and understood some of my methods. It was thus reasonable to suspect an insider within SHIELD. With this thought, a smile crept across my lips. I captured an image of the surveillance devices in my possession and transmitted it to the computer I had accessed during my first encounter with Nick Fury. Accompanying the image, I added a note. Do you seek excitement? A moment later, the agent at the door beckoned him over. Upon his arrival, the agent produced a check, writing it for a staggering $1 billion. Now this was more like it. After receiving the check, he flicked it with his fingers and left a parting remark for Nick Fury. The boss is generous. I shall return again. After administering his little trick on Nick Fury, he crushed the surveillance device in his hand and discarded it onto the street, waiting for the agent to emerge and clear the scene. He paid no mind to how Nick Fury would deal with the agents arriving in trucks. Instead, he called forth several turtles to assist in moving items. One of the trucks contained precisely what the turtles desired, valued at around $10,000, far less than the worth of a single canister in the other trucks. After all, the most significant expenses belonged to Donatello, who sought machines to facilitate his minor inventions. The discarded gadgets previously purchased were the pinnacle of manufacturing technology in this era, and Donatello cherished them dearly, placing them in a corner. Once everything was transported to the underground base, he relegated the trucks to a corner of the yard, casually covering them with some materials for protection against the elements, intending to retrieve them when needed in the future. Upon arriving at the underground base, he surveyed the abundance of materials and, with a flick of his fingers, embarked on his journey of crafting equipment. Recalling the moment he watched as gold escaped on a plane, unable to bring it down, he resolved to first forge a weapon with formidable penetrating power. After sifting through the weaponry data at his disposal, he ultimately selected the electromagnetic sniper rifle named Breakthrough. This weapon's power does not derive from gunpowder or miniature propulsion systems, but from electromagnetic force, utilizing electromagnetic acceleration to launch a specially designed armor-piercing round. Its penetrating ability is deemed top-tier even in the year 2077. When employed against large armored foes, its overwhelming penetration often results in overpenetration.
Although this characteristic can lead to reduced destructive capacity if it fails to strike a critical point, it does not diminish the weapon's remarkable penetrating prowess. In the year 2077, while this rifle cannot be classified as the most powerful due to the elite enemies possessing exceptional augmentations that allow them to survive a head-sized hole created by this weapon, in this era, the inhabitants lack even the most rudimentary enhancements. In 2077, as long as 1S augmentations are sufficiently advanced, even a gaping hole the size of a head would not be fatal. However, in this era, a hole merely the size of a fist could prove lethal. Consequently, the sniper rifle's inability to secure a one-shot kill loses its disadvantage in this age. It stands as the preeminent sniper rifle in the world. Before this rifle, cover is rendered a mere absurdity. Having selected the weapon and retrieved the data for breakthroughs, he began to busily work at his workstation. Before long, an extraordinarily sci-fi-inspired heavy sniper rifle emerged upon the table. Grasping this ultra-heavy electromagnetic sniper rifle with one hand, he connected it using a data cable to the chip he had crafted, meticulously checking the program and inspecting its structure. After confirming that everything was in order, he picked up a specially designed armor-piercing round, surveyed his surroundings, and marked a target on an empty can that was originally meant for materials. Placing it at the edge of the base. With the target now established, he lifted the heavy sniper rifle, aimed at the target on the distant can, and after a brief moment of alignment, he squeezed the trigger. With a deep, resonant gunshot, the armor-piercing round was propelled through the electromagnetic acceleration channel, reaching the can 100 meters away with astonishing speed, striking true at the bullseye and ruthlessly penetrating the can before driving directly into the rock wall behind it. After a successful shot, he approached the target, observing the can that had been effortlessly penetrated, its shape barely altered, alongside the dark hole in the rock wall behind it. He nodded in approval. The penetration power was satisfactory. He then closely examined the markings at the center of the target. Upon inspection, he determined that the trajectory of the breakthrough still exhibited slight deviations. While it might be accurate at close range, at distances of 1 to 2,000 meters, it could miss the mark. Hold on. Why was he still fixated on aiming for the head? With the power of this rifle, wouldn't it suffice to take down an opponent with a single shot in this era? A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he pondered this. But he returned to the workstation to adjust the trajectory of the breakthrough before conducting several more tests, ensuring that no issues arose within a 3,000-meter range, achieving pinpoint accuracy before ceasing his efforts. Once completed, he admired the breakthrough sniper rifle, manipulating it a few times. Given the rifle's considerable size, it was not particularly easy to carry, so upon receiving the blueprints, he undertook modifications. Compared to its original form, this iteration of the breakthrough sniper rifle boasted significant enhancements in both ammunition capacity and firing rate, in addition to structural adjustments that allowed it to transform into a unit approximately the size of a briefcase, thereby facilitating transport. After finishing, he gazed at the remaining materials and decided to forge several more rifles, as the breakthrough sniper rifle was particularly suited for targeting singular foes, while for multiple adversaries, intelligent weaponry was the answer. Chapter 61. The tank version of Excalibur. Having spent yet another day in the basement, he produced several more firearms, including a pistol dubbed the Comrade's Hammer, a charged pistol with the highest damage output, and the Amnesty, a kinetic revolver with lower damage but rapid firing capabilities. Considering that in this era, one shot could spell death, the specifics of damage mattered little. Moreover, the Amnesty had an appealing aesthetic, so he decided to craft it as well. In addition to these two firearms, he also managed to create the Four Seasons Treasure, an intelligent handgun known for its loquacious nature, though its recent addition has rendered it devoid of prior memories for casual conversation. This gun possesses a particular fondness for its surroundings. It has been meticulously housed within the collection room, and each time I enter, it engages in a brief exchange, embodying the quintessential warehouse custodian. Following this, I procured a shotgun, specifically the Atom Heavy Hammer's 8-star model, an intelligent firearm whose destructive capacity far surpasses that of other smart weapons. While other intelligent arms discharge projectiles equipped with propellers, this weapon unleashes a barrage of rockets. Imagine, capable of firing 8 rounds simultaneously, each rocket can lock onto enemy coordinates, converging to detonate in a cataclysmic explosion. All the firearms crafted are based on original schematics, significantly enhanced through my engineering attributes, resulting in improved magazine capacity and overall performance. Once these weapons were completed, I decided to cease further production. After all, possessing an adequate number of firearms suffices. Excess not only complicates transport, but may also be ill-suited for current applications, relegating them to the collection room. Observing the firearms laid upon the table, I secured the Comrade's Iron Hammer and Amnesty handguns at my waist, reserving the larger weapons for occasions when their use becomes necessary. Upon finishing the firearms and surveying the remaining materials, I contemplated constructing a vehicle, a plan I had long envisioned. Noticing a substantial amount of leftover materials, I resolved to forge a sword in the stone. This vehicle, a super luxury car of the 2077 era, boasts remarkable speed and aesthetic appeal. The primary allure of this model lies in its autonomous driving capability. Indeed, the vehicle is designed for self-navigation, as documented in the database. However, due to the intricate roadways and numerous unforeseen events in Night City, its autonomous function is rendered ineffective there. Conversely, in more tranquil cities, such as those in the East, it operates without restrictions. Despite these limitations, after discovering the vehicle in a cavern, I effortlessly bypassed its system constraints, enhancing the autonomous driving mechanism while equipping it with additional weaponry, transforming it into a formidable machine akin to the battle vehicle of a currency manipulator, Batman. Post-modification. Even without direct operation, this car could effortlessly breach the encirclement of a riot control unit, potentially annihilating the opposition in return. During the construction of the sword in the stone, I contemplated its energy system, ultimately substituting it with a reactor developed by Tony Stark. Naturally, the reactor installed within the vehicle is considerably larger than the one Stark utilizes in his chest. Given the substantial size of the sword in the stone, the entire process consumed a full day. Upon completing all tasks, I exhaled deeply. At last, I could indulge in a moment of respite. Leaving the underground base, I returned to my room to take a shower and then intended to rummage through the refrigerator in the kitchen. However, as I approached the kitchen door, I caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. "Hey, move aside." Leo, clad in an oversized apron, emerged from the kitchen, precariously balancing several trays of pizza. Instinctively, I stepped aside and gazed at Leo, somewhat dazed, and asked, "Oh, have you been down in the basement for so long that you forgot where you were?" It took a moment for me to recall that I shared this home with others. "You've finally emerged from the underground base. Have your tasks been completed? Would you like to sample the pizza I just made?" Of course. Tempted by the delightful scent, I immediately abandoned my plan to search the fridge. After all, who would choose cold food over something hot and fresh? I followed Leo into the dining room and discovered Ethan, Splinter, and the three Turtle brothers all seated there. However, aside from the Turtle trio and Splinter, who appeared to be in decent spirits, Ethan's demeanor seemed rather troubled. What is wrong? I pondered for a moment, unable to decipher the cause of his distress. Finally, I addressed Ethan, saying, "Currently, I do not have ample materials, and I plan to work on your equipment. It may take some time before I can get to it." Ethan nodded in response, but continued to sit there in a daze. If that's not the issue, then what is it? This is your portion." Before I could fully grasp the situation, Leo placed a slice of pizza in front of me. "Oh, thank you," I replied, taking a bite. "This tastes delightful." My eyes lit up. Perhaps due to the turtles' unique physiology, their taste buds were more sensitive than those of ordinary humans, making seasoning a trivial endeavor for them. They could effortlessly create delectable dishes, and the pizza before me was far superior to the ones I had previously purchased for them. Upon hearing my praise, Leo's eyes sparkled. "It suits your taste, then. Since you enjoy it so much, I shall make it more frequently over the next few days." More days of eating it? Upon hearing this, Ethan, who had already been consuming pizza with the turtles for several days, glanced at the pizza on his plate and ultimately succumbed, collapsing onto the table. "Someone has fainted. Whereas the doctor?" Ethan's fall startled Mikey, who instinctively shouted, only to pause in confusion. "The doctor has fainted." Kinetic weapons are characterized by exceptionally high single-shot damage, capable of charging up to increase their power, with some types able to penetrate walls. Energy weapons can bounce bullets off surfaces, allowing them to hit enemies behind cover with moderate bullet power. Intelligent weapons, capable of firing bullets that can intelligently aim and lock onto enemies, typically possess relatively low single-shot damage, necessitating numerous rounds to eliminate a foe. It is essential to note that by the year 2077, this technology had become exceedingly common. However, due to the network collapse led by Bartmoss, countless systems became incapacitated and uncontrollable, rendering them unusable. Consequently, only a few remained operational, making such weapons nearly absent in the game. Chapter 62. The Red Tin Man. Upon realizing that Ethan could not stomach any more pizza, Leo promptly wrapped his head and hurried into the kitchen to commence his culinary endeavors. Fortuitously, the kitchen was spacious, and thanks to some modifications made by the turtles, it could accommodate Leo's considerable stature. After a flurry of activity, Leo emerged with a simple fried egg sandwich, the kind that typically goes unsold in stores. For Ethan, who was on the verge of nausea from pizza, this sandwich was a divine delicacy, disappearing into his stomach within mere bites. Observing Ethan's rapid recovery, Leo shook his head in exasperation. After some inquiry, he discovered that Leo and the others indeed made delicious pizza, which they could eat indefinitely. However, this led to a monotonous diet, with their meals predominantly consisting of cheese pizza. If they had varied their flavors, perhaps Ethan would not have grown weary. After all, there are numerous pizza varieties, some even quite mild, including fruit pizzas that serve to cleanse the palate. Unfortunately, Leo and his companions were infatuated with cheese pizza, nearly overwhelming Ethan with their indulgence. Resigned, Leo allocated a sum of money to transform this turtle from a laborer into a chef, ensuring that each meal would feature diverse dishes with ample portions. As for the turtles' fondness for pizza, they could bake their own. They were inherently gluttonous, and even Splinter had an appetite that rivaled several individuals, besides Ethan, who among them could not devour an entire table's worth of food alone. In essence, each of them could feasibly dine independently, ordering whatever they desired. Of course, if everyone were to dine separately, without a few chefs on hand, cooking would consume a significant amount of time each day. Fortunately, Leo had a keen interest in cooking, naturally taking on this formidable task. Excitedly accepting the challenge, Leo felt a sense of pride in being the first among the four brothers to secure a legitimate job. He dashed back to the kitchen, eager to prepare a meal according to the requirements. Although he had only procured pizza ingredients, limiting that meal to pizza once again, it was still the first meal, and he had yet to tire of it. As for future meals and sourcing ingredients, that would entail enlisting the local SHIELD agents to deliver fresh supplies. As for these agents of SHIELD, the more I engage with them, the more proficient I become. After all, these individuals are not only swift in their tasks, but also reliable. The items I previously entrusted them to procure have consistently exhibited commendable quality. Otherwise, sourcing suitable materials to create something would prove quite troublesome. Having finished my meal, I turned and made my way to the basement. Seated before my workbench, I gathered a few trinkets and began crafting a small toy while simultaneously booting up my computer to check for any recent updates of significance. The first news that caught my attention was from Stark Industries. Given the magnitude of upheaval within such a colossal corporation, who could resist the urge to observe the unfolding drama, perhaps even uncovering some delightful tidbits along the way? After conducting a search, I discovered that Stark Industries stock had been persistently declining in recent days, despite the board's public announcement of special protocols that temporarily removed Tony Stark from his position and rejected his proposals. Yet, this could not stem the downward trajectory of the stock. It is evident to any discerning observer that the reason Stark Industries stands as the preeminent weapons manufacturer in America, and indeed the world, is due to the exceptional prowess of the Stark lineage. Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, was the largest supplier of weaponry to the United States and its allies during World War II, and the exorbitant orders received transformed Stark Industries into a colossal entity. Building upon the legacy of his forebear, Tony Stark has invented a series of extraordinarily powerful and highly coveted weapons, thereby solidifying Stark Industries' status as a global leader. The most popular weapons produced by Stark Industries today are indeed the creations of Tony Stark, alongside those of Howard Stark. These two individuals have upheld the grand edifice of Stark Industries, while the board, what have they accomplished? Within the board, apart from Obadiah, who possesses a modicum of recognition, the others have scarcely graced the headlines. While this may be attributed to the aversion of these magnates to public exposure, it does not diminish the public's awareness of who truly stands as the backbone of Stark Industries. with the principal pillar now absent. How long can Stark Industries maintain its competitive edge? Stocks, in a certain sense, symbolize public trust in the corresponding company. Thus, as doubts begin to surface regarding Stark Industries, its stock will inevitably continue to plummet. The sole remedy to reverse this decline lies in the board proving its mettle, demonstrating that even in Tony Stark's absence, they can produce cutting-edge weaponry. However, do they possess such capability? I find myself quite curious about this matter. While I was engrossed in my online explorations, a video call intruded upon my internal interface. Upon connecting, I was greeted by the visage of an individual I had not seen in quite some time. O'Neill, what brings you here? Is there something amiss on your end? I had initially assumed O'Neill might have encountered terrorists in Afghanistan, necessitating the assistance of SHIELD agents. However, observing O'Neill's surroundings and the sounds emanating from her end, it appeared she was not in any immediate trouble. My heavens! You would never guess what I have witnessed. O'Neill appeared particularly exhilarated, raising an eyebrow. What? Did you see a firecracker inscribed with Chinese characters? Chinese? Are you referring to Huaxia? That nation has not meddled here. What I saw was something entirely different. As she spoke, O'Neill summoned her partner. Fenwick looked somewhat disheveled at that moment, dust clinging to him, and the camera he bore showed signs of minor damage. Aren't we leaving yet? Although that Red Tin Man just dealt with a multitude of terrorists, I still feel this place is quite perilous. Fenwick expressed his anxiety, whereas the intrepid O'Neill was brimming with excitement. You cannot fathom what we have captured on film. My goodness, this is undoubtedly a monumental scoop. She procured a data cable and connected the camera in Fenwick's hands to the computer he used for communication. I have transferred the video. Take a look. Chapter 63. O'Neill's major scoop. Observing O'Neill's enthusiasm, it was evident that this spirited woman had unearthed something extraordinary. He opened the video file O'Neill had sent and projected it onto the workstation for viewing. The news of Stark Industries was displaced by the video recorded by Fenwick, which began to play. We are journalists, you understand? Look at this, our press credentials. We are here to conduct an interview. Journalists, interviewing, do you comprehend? The footage commenced amidst a cacophonous environment, revealing O'Neill explaining something to an unidentified individual. Perhaps the circumstances were somewhat disconcerting at that moment, as Fenwick dared not raise the camera for a proper shot. Thus, the viewers only beheld a dust-laden ground. Simultaneously, voices in the Afghan language could be heard. Journalists, yes, I understand, but you better delete that video. Delete it, do you get me? It was apparent that neither O'Neill nor the other person could grasp the other's language, both attempting to convey their demands. Yet, despite their efforts, they ultimately failed to comprehend one another. As the background noise became discernible, it revealed the sounds of firearms being loaded, explosions, and the commotion of individuals being apprehended. Voices of reprimand, intimidation, and pleas echoed through the air. From the cacophony, it was clear that O'Neill remained true to her nature, seemingly oblivious to her earlier caution, venturing into an unstable area. Strangely enough, whether it be fortune or misfortune, they stumbled upon the scene of a terrorist raid. Had those terrorists not exhibited some restraint, O'Neill would likely not have lived to see another day. It remained a mystery what transpired that allowed O'Neill and Fenwick to narrowly escape peril. As the narrative unfolds, it appears that a tumultuous disturbance has erupted, with the cries of a child echoing in the background. The individual negotiating with O'Neill strides forward, while a cacophony of voices rises, urging the execution of a man lying on the ground. O'Neill's voice pierces through the chaos, questioning the horrific act of executing innocent civilians. With renewed courage, Fenwick raises his camera slightly, capturing glimpses of an unsettling scene. A figure sprawled on the ground, and a terrorist's foot looming ominously nearby. Unfortunately, Fenwick's low angle of view limits his perspective. O'Neill, displaying a fierce determination, attempts to intervene, but a terrorist swiftly blocks his path. The ominous sound of a gun being readied echoing ominously. It seems inevitable that the man on the ground is destined for a grim fate. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurs. A piercing sound cuts through the air, followed by two crimson legs crashing to the ground. A deep voice resounds as the terrorist poised to execute the civilian is suddenly propelled away. Chaos ensues, punctuated by the thunder of gunfire and anguished cries. Fenwick's camera shakes uncontrollably but eventually steadies, revealing O'Neill and Fenwick taking cover. Outside, a figure clad in red armor engages in a fierce battle against a throng of terrorists. Sparks fly from the armor as bullets collide, yet the assailants find their efforts futile against the formidable defense. The material appears to be a high-strength alloy, capable of withstanding the barrage of gunfire. Observing the confrontation, it becomes evident that the red-armored figure is impervious to the terrorist attacks. With unwavering resolve, he advances through the hail of bullets, unleashing high-energy pulses that incapacitate one terrorist after another. Even those using hostages as shields prove powerless against the precision of the red figure's intelligent munitions, which identify and eliminate threats with remarkable accuracy. This display is a testament to the sophistication of the red armor, seemingly equipped with advanced targeting technology akin to the intelligent weapons of the 2077 era. Though the question of superior firepower remains. After dragging a terrorist from a building, the red figure ascends into the sky. However, the pursuit is fraught with peril. Fenwick, camera in hand, follows closely, capturing the moment when a shell strikes the red figure mid-air, sending him crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, one cannot help but commend the tank operator for his remarkable precision in striking such a rapidly flying object, an accomplishment that undoubtedly requires a significant level of skill. However, it is worth noting that the armor of that crimson figure resembles a tortoise shell, impervious to artillery fire, and its shock absorption capabilities are exceedingly robust, preventing any fatal impact on the driver within. The tank was subsequently detonated by a missile, propelling the red figure into the air, where it triggered a massive explosion behind a hill, creating 2 shockwaves before vanishing from the video. How about that? Upon finishing the viewing, O'Neill couldn't contain his curiosity. This is quite the headline, isn't it? Indeed, if you were to release this video, Stark Industries stock would not plummet so drastically, came the response. What? What do you mean? O'Neill inquired, perplexed. How could a video shot in Afghanistan influence Stark Industries stock on the other side of the globe? That crimson armor, if I am not mistaken, must belong to that flamboyant man, Tony Stark. Yet one must admit, he does have quite the flair, opting for such a striking shade of red. After a brief moment of jest, O'Neill was left momentarily dumbfounded. Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that contraption is a new weapon crafted by Tony Stark? A weapon? He just declared the closure of his weapons division. It cannot possibly be a weapon. O'Neill understood clearly that, while shutting down the weapons production department was a part of Stark's plan, he was resolute in his commitment to discontinue weapons manufacturing permanently. Therefore, if it were indeed a weapon, Stark would certainly protest. If it is not a weapon, then what is it? O'Neill gazed out at the debris-strewn streets and the smoldering hill, bewildered. Perhaps it is a prosthetic, came the thoughtful reply. A prosthetic? Are you suggesting there is a person inside? O'Neill, having spent some time in the field, albeit briefly, was able to grasp the concept of a prosthetic. Yes, I suspect it is Tony Stark himself. That man is undeniably audacious. A smile crept across his face as he recalled the familiar arc reactor on the chest of that armored figure. Regardless of the year, whether it be 2077 or this world, one would expect the wealthy to value their lives. Yet Tony Stark? One could only wonder if he is driven by confidence or sheer arrogance, daring to face bullets while clad in armor. How can you be certain that is Tony Stark? O'Neill queried, unaware that while she knew Stark had been located and had witnessed the press conference that caused Stark Industries stock to nosedive, Stark had shielded the arc reactor on his chest, leaving the public largely in the dark. Without further ado, a picture was shared. What is this? Is Tony Stark in a cave? Is he forging metal? O'Neill exclaimed, astonished. Where did you get this photo? From the scene, of course. I also have an exclusive video of the Playboy forging metal. Would you like that? Leaning back in her chair, she languidly inquired, wait a moment. Are you saying that you found Tony Stark? O'Neill nearly shouted in disbelief. She had come here seeking a significant scoop, and it appeared that the monumental news she desired was right before her eyes. Hold on, I'll be right back. She smacked her forehead and hastily retrieved her phone to contact someone. Seeing her urgency, he chuckled. Haha, you'd better hurry. By the way, do you have a grudge against your company? What? Why do you ask? If you were to release that video, Tony Stark would likely purchase your company and file for bankruptcy immediately. If you have a vendetta against your company, you could certainly do that. He smirked. Tony Stark certainly wouldn't want his reactor technology to be exposed. If the public were to learn of it now, all of his subsequent plans would be thwarted. Thus, if O'Neill truly disseminated that video, Stark would indeed buy her company outright. Although O'Neill did not grasp the intricacies of the situation, she nodded in agreement. Then I won't send it out just yet. Ridiculous. She had finally become the top reporter at her company, and if she caused its bankruptcy now, she would be devastated. After ending the call, she stretched and glanced at the small gadgets in her hand, letting out a whistle. Let us leave it at that for now. She located a few turtles and handed over the headphones. I've equipped these with a bit of advanced technology. As long as we are on Earth, we can communicate with each other. Just keep in mind that they consume a considerable amount of power. So I've provided 2 for each of you. Remember to alternate charging them. Is it really that impressive? Mikey asked, taking the headphones and placing them on his ears. Given the turtles' unique sizes and the considerable differences among them, the headphones were custom-made to fit, alleviating any concerns about mix-ups. In her hand, she also held 3 smaller pairs for Ethan, Splinter, and O'Neill, those who were relatively familiar faces in this world. After handing a pair to Splinter, the moment he donned them, he heard Mikey incessantly calling into the communication channel. Even with Raphael and Donatello beside him, Mikey continued to shout. Splinter, annoyed by the noise, swiftly delivered a sharp slap to each turtle. The turtles, intimidated by Splinter, refrained from calling out in his presence and pretended to engage in serious discussions in different rooms, all the while secretly yelling and playing with the walkie-talkies. With no choice but to temporarily silence his headphones, Splinter decided not to intervene in Mikey's antics, waiting for their initial excitement to wane, after which the channel would naturally quiet down. After distributing the headphones, he returned to the basement, retrieved Ethan's mech data, and resumed his design and improvement work. Thus, another day passed and the design was finally completed. He called SHIELD to procure materials. Time gradually slipped away, and on the 3rd day at the crack of dawn, O'Neill rang the doorbell. Hey, that was quite prompt. Upon opening the door, O'Neill eagerly greeted him with a nod, noticing the somewhat reserved Fenwick standing behind him. Come in. After casting a glance at the SHIELD agent feigning to be a passerby, he felt certain topics were best discussed away from these human surveillance devices and beckoned O'Neill inside. Fenwick followed closely, offering a somewhat awkward smile. However, he dismissed it, glancing at O'Neill, who let out a sigh. Apologies. He caught a glimpse during the video chat with Mackie and the others. But rest assured, he will keep it confidential. O'Neill assured him while looking at Fenwick, who seemed a bit embarrassed. You journalists are like that. You can never keep a secret. He grumbled, not bothering much with Fenwick. He held a favorable impression of Fenwick. After all, during their first meeting, this fellow had the audacity to stand before O'Neill, and in the video he received, it was evident that Fenwick was always looking out for O'Neill, even when fear gripped him. In summary, this chap was quite the man. As for secrets, he had grown apathetic about them. Upon entering the luxurious abode, O'Neill immediately spotted several large turtles squatting in the living room. These creatures, wielding oversized golden handles crafted by Donatello, were engrossed in their games, becoming quite animated as they playfully struck each other's bald heads with their implements. Remarkably, despite their thick shells, it was likely that during their spirited play, the game characters would not be the only ones to topple. Fenwick, trailing behind O'Neill, also caught sight of the turtles, exclaiming, "Oh my God, and heavens!" as he leaned in closer to observe these magnificent reptiles, nearly getting knocked aside by Mackie's elbow. O'Neill observed Fenwick's utter lack of fear with a sense of relief. While it was partly due to the psychological support she had consistently provided Fenwick, knowing that other humans, apart from himself, were unafraid of these turtles was a comforting thought. I'll go greet Splinter, O'Neill announced, dashing upstairs, where he fortuitously encountered Ethan. This is Ethan, our family doctor, he briefly introduced. O'Neill, feeling quite at ease, extended his hand. Hello, I'm O'Neill, a journalist. I'm Ethan, a physician. If you feel unwell, do not hesitate to seek me out. I hope it's not an inconvenience. Not all, though I'm designated as the family doctor here. You know how it is. I often find myself quite idle. After exchanging a few pleasantries, O'Neill continued his ascent toward the meditation room, where Splinter usually resided. Ethan, having been privy to information regarding O'Neill, found himself not entirely unfamiliar with the situation. Chapter 65. The loudspeaker after O'Neill exchanged greetings with Splinter. She led him down to the underground base. So, you were the one who rescued Tony Stark? O'Neill inquired eagerly upon their descent. Indeed, a certain organization approached me. Requesting my assistance in retrieving Tony Stark, she replied. As O'Neill listened, she produced a notebook, poised to jot down notes. However, she paused, contemplating whether this information was appropriate to disclose. Reflecting on SHIELD's modus operandi, she deemed it prudent to withhold certain details. Very well, O'Neill conceded. Though sometimes fierce, she recognized the wisdom in discretion, especially considering the potential ramifications for her company. Yet, she mused, should she ever choose to abandon her duties? Perhaps she could do so with audacity. For now, however, she decided against it. Strangely, O'Neill felt a peculiar satisfaction in knowing that her company's fate rested within her own hands. Is there anything I can share? She asked. A video of Tony Stark forging in a cave, accompanied by information about the individual who had saved his life, came to mind. Wait, you mean Tony Stark was on the verge of death, and someone intervened? O'Neill's astonishment was palpable. In her view, a figure of Stark's stature, even if kidnapped, would not be treated harshly, as his captors would seek to extract maximum benefit from him. Yet, she was taken aback by the realization that even those who seem invincible can find themselves vulnerable, much like ordinary individuals when confronted with mortality. As the ruler of Night City, he had witnessed firsthand that even corporate hounds, when caught, often displayed behavior akin to that of the average person, sometimes even less impressive. Observing O'Neill's wide-eyed disbelief, he shrugged. Indeed, this situation also involves another prominent figure, guaranteed to captivate the public's attention. He chuckled, contemplating the intricate dynamics between Obadiah and the Stark family, tales of love, betrayal, and revelations. Consider this: a prodigal son's redemption, the exposure of hypocrisy, the tumultuous relationships of the affluent, a playboy's awakening, and the gossip surrounding a certain local damsel. With twists, intrigue, suspense, climaxes, and the ever-favored element of romance. It promises to be a high-scoring sensation. If this were to be crafted into a news piece, who knows how many would be drawn to it? Are these details shareable? O'Neill inquired with curiosity, to which he nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. I also possess accompanying videos and images, he indicated, gesturing toward his ocular implant, which functioned as a high-definition camera. Capturing photographs and recording videos was simplicity itself, and it even boasted real-time playback capabilities, ensuring that every exhilarating moment was preserved, much like a certain advertising slogan suggests. The artificial eye records the beauty of people's lives. Upon hearing that there was finally a piece of news ready for broadcast, O'Neill was utterly exhilarated. However, he did not directly hand it over. Instead, he glanced at O'Neill and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. I can provide you with the news, but you must agree to a few conditions. Go ahead. O'Neill, already intrigued by the tantalizing prospect of a significant story, immediately assented without a moment's hesitation. First, the news I provide must not be released until I give my consent. Until then, you must keep it strictly confidential, even from those little turtles and your partner. In short, keep your lips sealed. All right, that's not an unreasonable request. O'Neill nodded in agreement. Secondly, I will regularly supply you with news, and regardless of its nature, you must publish it. Is that mandatory? O'Neill hesitated at the word must. Rest assured, what I provide will be genuine and significant news. I will not share anything akin to terrorist propaganda. It will merely be a revelation of facts to the public. Of course, you may attract some unwanted attention and possibly face danger, but I will ensure your safety. Very well then. Assured by these promises, O'Neill acquiesced once more. Thirdly, I will elaborate on that later. O'Neill looked surprised and shrugged. I haven't quite figured that out yet. If there are any important considerations, I will inform you subsequently. Fine. Fine. In light of the significant news, I will accept that. Here is the prepared material. Please safeguard it carefully. And here is a pair of headphones. Should any issues arise, use this to contact us immediately. The Turtle Brothers have the same headphones, and they will come to your aid. He produced a disc along with the headphones he had prepared for O'Neill and handed them to her. Understood. O'Neill tucked the disc in her bag, but felt a bit uneasy. After handing over a cable, she fashioned it into a necklace and wore it around her neck. As for the headphones, O'Neill, understanding their critical importance for a moment of need, promptly donned one. Testing, can you hear me? I can hear you, what's up? Before O'Neill could respond, Mikey, who was playing games on the floor above, shouted first. I've brought O'Neill into the fold. Everyone should pay attention, whoever is wearing headphones. If they encounter an insurmountable problem, the rest must come to their aid. Understood. Everyone responded affirmatively and nodded. As long as O'Neill could be nurtured, he would not be overly passive when confronted by those who wielded the loudspeakers of authority. The Marvel world was already the third realm reached. The experiences from the previous two worlds had illuminated the crucial significance of wielding the power of discourse. In a scenario where combat strength is relatively balanced and one lacks absolute superiority, the power of discourse serves as an unseen dagger. If others possess it while you do not, it becomes exceedingly easy to find oneself at their mercy, unable to retaliate. Such was the state of affairs before his transcendence into another realm. The initial world was emblematic of this dynamic. While we fervently advanced our industrial capabilities, others advocated for carbon emission reductions, which we dutifully complied with. Just as we achieved a delicate balance, they shifted their focus to dietary choices concerning meat consumption. The world of 2077 is inextricably linked to the establishment of the Black Wall. When the digital landscape collapsed, major corporations, unable to maintain control, were threatened by external entities regarding their security, prompting them to enlist network surveillance companies to erect the Black Wall, effectively isolating those beyond it. However, the Black Wall did not merely serve as a barrier. It also encompassed countless hackers. If a hacker were to breach the network from outside the Black Wall during its inception, they too would find themselves excluded. Within that pervasive cybernetic realm, those hackers were likely to fall victim to mind control. From that point onward, the interior of the Black Wall became the sole dominion of the corporations, who firmly grasped the reins of discourse. Even the most audacious paparazzi attempting to leak sensitive information would find their efforts swiftly quashed and their memories altered. In a bid to curtail corporate authority, a defiant website was established amidst relentless hacker assaults, proclaiming a voice of resistance. Utilizing the Johnny persona, a system was unveiled, and alongside the surviving members of the Wusher Band, a resounding anthem of rebellion was played, thus shattering the corporation's monopoly on narrative. In an era where the network was still in its infancy, with only a handful of news agencies possessing a voice, the intention was to elevate O'Neill to the status of the nation's foremost journalist, enlisting her aid to dismantle the hold of those who wielded the loudspeaker of this world. Chapter 66. O'Neill's intelligence. O'Neill did not conceal her own aspirations, and upon learning of the intentions laid before her, she nodded in agreement. With a heart brimming with justice, exposing darkness and resisting oppression was precisely the endeavor she had longed for. After articulating her resolve, O'Neill produced a disc she carried with her. By the way, Fenwick and I uncovered some intriguing items in Afghanistan. Would you care to take a look? Are there any other pieces of intelligence? Surprised, I realized O'Neill could indeed offer me further revelations. It seemed this fierce woman possessed quite the capability. You see, upon learning of Tony Stark's return and his plans to visit New York, Fenwick and I inadvertently discovered that munitions were being quietly transported from the international airport. Upon discovering the latest Stark Industries weapon, the Jericho missile, we covertly followed the convoy to a village, where we encountered a terrorist attack. O'Neill's expression was charged with excitement. Those weapons were being sold by Stark Industries to terrorists. They had betrayed America and humanity. I must expose them. Calm down, reassuring the agitated O'Neill. This matter pertains to Tony Stark's recent abduction. The relevant information has been documented in the files I provided. You may review it upon your return. For now, refrain from publishing anything until I grant you permission. Is this related to Tony Stark's kidnapping? O'Neill seemed perplexed, unable to grasp the intricacies involved. He recalled the moment he and Johnny had overheard the terrorist leader, a tattooed bald man, threatening Obadiah to provide him with 10 Jericho missiles. If his assumptions were correct, Obadiah had surrendered the weapons to silence the tattooed overlord. This was becoming intriguing. He rapped his knuckles on the table, signaling the end of the conversation. Accompanying O'Neill to the first floor, he found Fenwick already engaging playfully with the Turtle brothers. Observing this peculiar individual, he felt a mix of astonishment. Fenwick was timid yet courageous, an oddity embodying two starkly contrasting traits. Nevertheless, he decided to overlook it, finding the fellow rather agreeable. He clapped his hands and called for Leo. All right, since everyone is gathered here today, why not host a barbecue? He proposed. I shall instruct the SHIELD agents to prepare the ingredients. A barbecue, exclaimed Mikey, his eyes wide with excitement. Can we grill pizza? I find the cheesy variety utterly delicious. And also the meat-topped pizzas. Raphael nodded in agreement. All right, everyone, what do you want? Leo, take note, and then head outside to have the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents prepare it. Wait, I have a question. Fenwick suddenly raised his hand, drawing the attention of the group. So, those people outside are actually agents. Aren't you all afraid? After a brief silence, the group erupted in cheers, dismissing any concern regarding the agents outside. O'Neill approached the bewildered Fenwick. Forget about those agents. They're merely laborers. Wait, are agents really laborers? That seems a bit. Fenwick began, but was swiftly lifted by Mikey. Come on, let's go barbecue. Hey, are you planning to barbecue me? Fenwick shouted, yet he was ignored as the others carried him away. Chuckling, he reflected on how being with these individuals reminded him of the gatherings in Night City with Pannon and the others. They had just thwarted a corporate conspiracy, and everyone was exhilarated, knowing their resistance had borne fruit, resulting in much revelry. He missed that sense of camaraderie, despite being a lone wolf. He cherished the feeling of togetherness. True to their reputation as laborers, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents efficiently delivered all the necessary ingredients for the barbecue within the allotted time, earning a hearty thumbs up from him as he called the turtles over to help with the supplies. As the atmosphere of the barbecue gathering reached its zenith, a phone call unexpectedly interrupted the revelry. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, a smile crept across his lips as he surmised the identity of the caller. Hello, what is it? Came the voice of Tony Stark, tinged with agitation and impatience, as he inquired whether the individual responsible for infiltrating Stark Industries was indeed on the line. Upon his return, Stark had conducted an investigation within his company, only to discover that his uncle Obadiah, who had watched him grow up, was the prime suspect. Initially, Stark had devised a plan to flush out the traitor with a strategic self-reveal, but to his astonishment, it had instead implicated his own uncle. Who could he possibly turn to for counsel in such a bewildering circumstance? Stark held Obadiah in high regard. Not only was he a friend of his father, but he had also shown great concern for him throughout his life. Following his father's tragic passing, Obadiah had single-handedly shouldered the responsibilities of Stark Industries, ultimately returning it to him. For this reason alone, Stark considered Obadiah to be the only elder he had in this world. Yet, after his investigations, the very person he regarded as a mentor emerged as the most likely candidate to wish him harm. This revelation would be disconcerting for anyone, let alone someone as illustrious as Stark. What's going on? Just tell me, yes or no. Stark's voice grew tense, his expression darkening. What do you mean? Are you interrogating me? 100 million. Do you think I could be so easily bribed? 1 billion. The billionaire on the other end of the line escalated the stakes tenfold. A cold smirk graced Stark's lips at the mention of such a sum. Yes, it was me. So what? He coughed, clarifying that his interest in money was merely part of a larger scheme. With Obadiah under the watchful eye of S.H.I.E.L.D., he reasoned that it would be prudent to capitalize on the uncle's remaining value before selling him out. Chapter 67. The heartbroken billionaire, Tony Stark, dismissed the billion he had just nonchalantly thrown around, for in light of his impending advancements in reactor technology. Even $100 million seemed a trifling amount. So, what have you discovered that has Obadiah so agitated? Stark felt a shift in the dynamics when he realized that Obadiah, in collusion with other shareholders, had forced him out of the board. His trust in Obadiah had been profoundly shaken, leading him to investigate every action taken by Obadiah during his abduction. With the assistance of his own artificial intelligence, JARVIS, Stark meticulously pieced together Obadiah's activities during that period and uncovered that Obadiah had initiated a lockdown of the Stark industrial complex to apprehend a spy who had infiltrated his office. Within his office, one might ponder what items could possibly reside therein. Tony Stark was acutely aware. He seldom frequented the company, primarily conducting his work remotely from the comfort of his villa. Thus, his computer harbored little of significance that would warrant Obadiah's elaborate maneuvering. Unless, of course, Obadiah had clandestinely placed something of great import within it. This thought prompted Tony to seek the assistance of Miss Potts to retrieve some documents from his office, only for her to relay an unsettling revelation. Obadiah had, under the pretext of investigating corporate espionage, removed the computer from his office, and its whereabouts were unknown even to her. After all, she was merely his secretary, specifically a favored one of Stark's. Upon assuming Tony's responsibilities, Obadiah had effectively relegated her to a decorative role, all while under the guise of alleviating Pepper's burdens in light of Tony's absence, which had gone unnoticed by her. In hindsight, it was peculiar that as the chief secretary of Stark Industries, she possessed no intelligence regarding the events that unfolded within the complex. Tony, perceiving the oddity in Obadiah's actions, surmised that the computer contained information Obadiah was desperate to keep concealed. Yet, he was at a loss as to its location. Given the time elapsed, it wouldn't be surprising if Obadiah had secretly destroyed the device. Thus, he resolved to confront a potential corporate spy, leading him here after considerable contemplation. Following a hefty bribe of 100 billion, the individual confessed, "Indeed, I was the one who infiltrated Stark Industries, and I uncovered Obadiah's little secret. Do you have a copy of the files?" "I didn't have a chance." He yanked the power cord. "All I know is that he received an email from a region in Afghanistan, and I pursued him from there, as you're already aware." "What did the email contain? A ransom note?" At this juncture, Tony still harbored a flicker of hope for Obadiah, but couldn't help but let out a sardonic laugh. It was indeed a ransom note, but one demanding funds for weaponry to ensure someone's silence. That someone was not explicitly named, yet Tony understood it was himself. It was abundantly clear that Obadiah was the mastermind behind it all, for his own gain. He had supplied Stark Industries weapons to a terrorist organization with the intent of eliminating Tony. What he had not anticipated was that the leader of this organization would recognize him, seeking even more powerful weaponry from his hands. Even more astonishing was the presence of a doctor within that organization, renowned on an international scale, who managed to save Tony's life in such dire circumstances. So many unforeseen events have led to the collapse of Obadiah's plans, allowing Tony Stark to survive. "Damn that scoundrel," Tony cursed, as the sound of something crashing could be heard nearby. After releasing his frustration, a weary tone emerged from Tony's voice. "Forget it, I misjudged that fellow. I had initially considered sharing some equity with him." Listening to these words reveals the stature Obadiah held in Tony's eyes. This man was willing to share a market valued in the trillions with Obadiah, yet now all was lost. Should Obadiah come to learn of this, he would surely feel considerable regret. "I want that guy out of my company. I want him behind bars. Can you make that happen?" After a moment of contemplation, Tony addressed the matter. After all, the computer containing Obadiah's incriminating evidence had mysteriously vanished, and the only person who had come into contact with that device was now his best option for assistance. The finest mercenary, upon hearing Tony's request, chuckled. "Huh, don't even mention sending him to prison. I could just as easily eliminate him. No, I want him imprisoned. I want him to witness what he has lost," Stark said coldly. Yet he understood that this billionaire was still reluctant to take such drastic measures, considering how Obadiah had once treated him. Tony Stark himself was quite the proud figure, outwardly appearing cold and unfeeling. Internally, he was a soft-hearted individual. The idea of directly killing this elder weighed heavily on him. Thus, he opted instead to have Obadiah incarcerated. "A billion? Why? Killing him would be quite simple, but with the conditions you've imposed, this becomes a bit troublesome. A billion simply won't suffice. Then how about 3 billion? Tony casually tripled the amount, not deeming it excessive. After all, Obadiah's net worth was nearly 100 billion. Putting him away would yield the greatest benefits for Tony. Even if he couldn't consume all that Obadiah had amassed, he could still leverage his status as a victim to claim a substantial portion. The mercenary raised an eyebrow. Such a generous employer is a rare find. "Very well. I'm currently having a meal. Once I finish, I'll take care of him." He spoke with his mouth full, then requested a few more skewers from Leo, who was busy grilling meat. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere here, Tony Stark, within his expansive and frigid mansion, held a bottle of red wine worth over $1 million, which he had violently uncorked, sitting on a luxurious sofa. He gazed at the expensive piano that had been inadvertently damaged during a test flight of his suit, worth several $100 million. Chapter 68. A busy night. After indulging in a lavish feast, the group successfully cleared out an entire truckload of ingredients delivered by SHIELD agents. Sated and refreshed, they summoned O'Neill. "I have just received some news. You can now publish certain information." O'Neill nodded in surprise. This time, she had not uncovered any significant stories in Afghanistan, but upon her return, she discovered that a woman infamous for her connections was rapidly ascending to prominence. How could she tolerate this? Allowing a woman devoid of genuine substance to emerge as the pinnacle figure among female journalists was nothing short of a disgrace, an affront not only to her, but to all women. Now, the time had come for her to sound the clarion call for a counteroffensive. So, which part of the news is it? In the dossier I provided you, there are details regarding Obadiah's dealings with terrorists, including the transfer of 10 Jericho missiles and a plethora of arms to these insurgents, enabling them to silence Tony Stark. Upon your return, compile this information along with your findings from Afghanistan and draft an article for publication. Obadiah, indeed. Understood. It seems this is truly a major story. After a brief moment of hesitation, O'Neill nodded excitedly, observing her as she hurriedly dragged Fenwick back to the office. Intent on working through the night, I felt an immense satisfaction with the efforts of my diligent worker. With this, Tony Stark's $3 billion would be secured. What else was there to do? With all the evidence in hand, it was merely a matter of choosing a method to present it. Tony Stark was no fool. He could easily pursue Obadiah and ensure his incarceration. The reason for having O'Neill take the lead was to elevate her status, for without sufficient clout, her voice would go unheard in the future. Watching O'Neill and Fenwick depart, I instructed a few aides to tidy up the scene before returning to the underground base to assess what was still needed or if something should be fabricated. Meanwhile, O'Neill and Fenwick rushed back to the office. In New York, competition was as fierce as in any other city, with many colleagues working late into the night. However, the presence of unions here meant that overtime was compensated. As O'Neill and Fenwick made their way back, several colleagues greeted them. After all, O'Neill was now the leading journalist at their company, and her standing was quite significant. Soon after, the editor-in-chief of the newsroom summoned them. The editor-in-chief was a short, stout black woman, yet O'Neill held her in high regard. This woman had not ascended through mere physical allure. She had reached the position of editor-in-chief solely through her capabilities and diligence. So, what discoveries did you make in Afghanistan? With the approval already secured, O'Neill, holding a groundbreaking story, spoke with newfound confidence. Intelligence regarding Tony Stark in Afghanistan, the internal power struggles within Stark Industries, and the truth behind the kidnapping. What would you like to know? Upon hearing these terms, the editor-in-chief paused momentarily, and after confirming that O'Neill was not deceiving her, she promptly rose and closed the door. Now, let me see if your news is sufficiently sensational. If it is indeed compelling, we can revise tomorrow's newspaper overnight. Upon hearing this, O'Neill and Fenwick exchanged a glance. Well then, let us see what you have. A few hours later, a new newspaper template was dispatched to the printing house. Hey, everyone listen up. We need to put in some extra hours tonight to ensure a sufficient quantity of newspapers is printed before 5 a.m. tomorrow. Overtime pay will be tripled. Let's get to it. The staff at the printing house were exceptionally exhilarated. They realized that significant news had been uncovered, necessitating their overtime efforts. As long as the overtime pay was adequate, they welcomed the extra work with open arms. When the first batch of newspapers rolled off the press, one employee gazed at the headlines in astonishment. Oh my God! Shortly thereafter, in a villa on the outskirts of New York, Obadiah was jolted awake by a phone call. What's the matter? Upon recognizing the caller as his trusted subordinate, who was not one to make nuisance calls, Obadiah remained composed and inquired about the situation. I'm not sure how to say this, boss, but I've sent you an email. Obadiah, still groggy, opened his email and was instantly wide awake. Good God! Which newspaper is this? It's from Channel 6 News. Acquire that publication immediately. Do not disseminate these newspapers. Damn it. It's too late for that. Just go burn the printing house down. Obadiah shouted into the phone. The subordinate hesitated for a moment, but nodded in understanding. After hanging up, Obadiah found himself unable to sleep. Good God, where did they obtain those photographs? In disbelief, he grappled with the undeniable reality before him. After much contemplation, he resolved to don his formal attire and head out. A few hours later, another phone call interrupted his slumber. Hey, are you there? The anxious voice of Tony Stark resonated through the receiver, causing Obadiah to furrow his brow. I've just begun my operations. You'll see the results tomorrow. So please be patient. Damn it, that S nodded. Obadiah ambushed me, stole my reactor, and seriously injured Pepper. Wait, what is going on? How did Obadiah get into your house? I forgot to remove him from the access system. Forget that for now. The hospital is over 3 hours away. But Pepper won't last that long. Hurry and bring Ethan. You're such an idiot. Just remember to offer a good price. I'll pay whatever you ask. Tony Stark shouted directly into the phone, his chest adorned with the arc reactor he had previously created, clad in his iron armor, while several bodyguards in black suits lay scattered around him. Yet he did not turn his head, his anxious gaze fixed on the limp figure of Pepper Potts in his arms, who had been shot in the abdomen and was on the verge of losing consciousness. His worry was palpable, almost explosive. "Understood, I am on my way." Without wasting a moment, he donned a piece of clothing and surged into Ethan's room. Before Ethan could react, Tony hoisted him, still clad in his pajamas, and rushed towards the underground base. Moments later, a silent supercar sped out of the courtyard, racing towards the address provided by Tony Stark. Outside the courtyard, the watching agents relayed this information to Nick Fury. Chapter 69, treating Pepper Potts New York at night was still alight in several neighborhoods, bustling as if it were not the late hour. However, much of the area remained shrouded in darkness, hiding unknown dangers within. Amidst the clandestine activities occurring in the shadows, a speeding sports car shattered the silence, its vibrant lights illuminating the streets before quickly fading away. "Where are we headed?" Ethan, still bewildered, asked from the passenger seat. "Tony's in trouble. We need to hurry and assist him," came the response as he organized several large weapons he had pre-positioned in the vehicle. As he observed the activity, Ethan suddenly realized the implication. If he was busy preparing weapons, then who was driving? Ethan's eyes widened in shock as he noticed the steering wheel moving on its own, and the sleek car navigated the twists and turns of the narrow New York streets with remarkable agility, maintaining near 200 miles per hour. Autonomous driving, not too shabby, Ethan remarked, his surprise evident. With a grin, he retrieved some emergency medical supplies from the compartment, with a pneumatic injector and a Type 3 inhalation therapy device. "As long as Miss Potts still draws breath, I can sustain her vital signs. Then it's up to you, Ethan." "I have nothing on me," Ethan exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation, having been unceremoniously whisked away from his room without a single item. Raising an eyebrow, he commanded, "Excalibur, retrieve the medical kit." "Understood," came the response from the central computer, which promptly activated a small console between Ethan and himself, revealing an array of medical instruments. "Relax, I'm a professional. Trust me on this," he boasted with a confident smile. In the city of night, every mission awaited, and as a versatile mercenary, he was always prepared. He then pulled out a monocle from the kit. Holding the external auxiliary medical scanner, one can directly scan a patient's vital signs. It is equipped with rudimentary medical artificial intelligence that will guide you on how to save a life. Ethan took the monocle handed to him and glanced at the medical kit on the central table. "No, I see you can save lives too. Why do you need me?" "In case of unexpected circumstances, if a fight were to break out, I cannot both save lives and take lives simultaneously. Can I? Though I suppose it is feasible. I would rather not." Meanwhile, during their conversation, the stone sword had already surged out of the city and onto the expressway. Upon reaching this location, the speed of the stone sword erupted. A powerful force pressed Ethan firmly into his seat, and he strained to turn his head towards the heads-up display, only to find that the speed had soared beyond 400 and was still climbing. "Isn't this speed a bit excessive?" Ethan managed to protest, but shook his head in resignation. "I have specifically calibrated this. There will be no mishaps. The sports cars of 2077 are far more sophisticated than those of this era." The exterior of the stone sword features multiple movable surfaces that can open or close while in motion to reduce aerodynamic drag and increase downforce. Coupled with the exceptionally strong materials used in its construction, this vehicle can perform astonishing maneuvers akin to a fighter jet on the ground. If not for the somewhat subpar road conditions of this era, the stone sword could achieve even greater speeds. At such velocity, within less than an hour, Ethan and the stone sword reached a lavish villa. "That guy truly is wealthy," Ethan muttered, gazing at the expansive estate before him. He grabbed the medical kit and leaped out of the car, while Ethan in the passenger seat opened the door and tumbled out, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach. Ethan stared at the grand entrance. "So, do we ring the doorbell? Ring a bell? Nonsense." He swiftly seized Ethan and vaulted over the wall. Bursting into the villa, a quick scan revealed that there were people in the basement. Upon descending into the chaos, they found Tony Stark and Miss Potts in a pool of blood. "You finally made it. Hurry, Pepper has fallen into a coma," Tony shouted, his hands tirelessly working to staunch Pepper's bleeding. Seeing this, Ethan rushed over, examined Pepper's wound, and retrieved a hemostatic spray from the medical kit, applying it liberally to the injury. After a moment, satisfied that the bleeding had subsided. He pushed Tony aside and observed the wound, nodding in approval at the lack of excessive blood loss. "Ethan, come take a look." After scanning Pepper's injury, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not severe. She had merely lost too much blood. Ethan, with a pallid countenance, rushed over and, upon a gesture, donned the monocle, instantly comprehending Pepper's dire condition. Damn it, she had lost too much blood and was in shock. With a bullet still lodged within her body, a position fraught with peril, as her internal organs might be injured or ruptured, potentially jeopardizing her spine. As Ethan surveyed the severity of her injuries, he found himself at a loss, while Tony Stark, upon hearing this diagnosis, turned pale. What should we do? Both men were engulfed in panic, rolling their eyes at one another. Can you not remain calm? It's merely a minor injury. What is there to fear? Open the medical kit. The monocle Ethan wore automatically connected to the kit's signal, revealing the medical instruments contained within. The injury had been assessed, medical apparatus had been detected, and a treatment plan was being auto-generated. Please proceed according to the prompts. What the hell? While Ethan was taken aback, the monocle had already analyzed a suitable treatment protocol and began guiding him in assisting Ms. Potts. Follow the steps, do not panic, do you understand? The medical technology of the year 2077 far surpassed that of this era, rendering what appeared to be a grave injury in Ethan's eyes as trivial. He first retrieved a pneumatic injector, tore a small opening in Pepper's clothing, and pressed it firmly against her chest. Then produced a Type 3 inhalation therapy device and placed it near her face. There, she will be fine for the time being. Just follow the steps and proceed with the treatment slowly. He patted Ethan on the shoulder and then pulled Tony Stark aside. She won't suffer any lasting harm. Will she? Tony Stark was visibly anxious, rolling his eyes. With the 2 medications I just administered, even if you ascended to heaven, with God extending his arms to embrace you, and Satan grasping your little feet, I could still bring you back. What's there to fear? Chapter 70, O'Neill under attack. With that, he glanced back, seeing Ethan had set up the localized sterilization lamp and was using various unfamiliar, foolproof medical instruments to tend to Pepper. He nodded in approval. Tony Stark also turned to look, only to be swiftly rebuffed. A doctor is saving a life. What do you, a grown man, wish to see? Tony Stark was about to protest, but, recalling that he and Pepper were merely in a typical superior-secretary relationship, he reluctantly silenced himself. Rest assured, even if something were to happen, I would not allow her to come to harm. Worst case, I could just replace her with a couple of prosthetics, which are far more effective than ordinary biological tissue. As he spoke, he appraised Tony Stark from head to toe. Perhaps Stark believed that hiding within his metallic shell would shield him from scrutiny, but to Ethan, that shell provided little in the way of protection against detection. Without the need for elaborate detection, one could readily surmise that Tony Stark's condition is far more dire than that of Ms. Potts. The analysis is rather straightforward. The energy index of the arc reactor is exceedingly high. What could possibly be exchanged for such power? Aside from a limited selection of materials, there exist no others capable of yielding such immense energy for the reactor's use. Moreover, those materials invariably possess some degree of radioactivity. To make matters worse, Tony Stark has implanted the reactor within his own body. This is akin to surgically opening oneself up and exposing all internal organs to radiation. Thus, it is evident that Stark's predicament is gravely more serious than that of Miss Potts. Fortunately, this individual possesses the financial means to procure elements that might mitigate the radiation. One can only speculate. Could it be chlorophyll? Slightly tilting his head, he noticed a glass cup on a nearby workbench, still bearing remnants of a green, repugnant liquid. Indeed, it could not be anything else. Otherwise, he would have succumbed long ago. Understanding Tony Stark's plight, he refrained from immediately offering a solution, remembering Stark's previous mockery of him. He felt it only just to allow Stark to endure some torment before revealing his capability to assist. Observing the array of fallen figures in black suits, he curiously inquired, "So, what exactly transpired here?" "Damn, I almost forgot to mention," Stark responded, his anxiety palpable due to Pepper's unconsciousness. "Obadiah, that scoundrel has gone mad. He stormed into the villa with a group during the night, attempting to seize my reactor. Thankfully, I had a backup reactor. Otherwise, I would have already collapsed. I had intended to don the Iron Man's suit and retaliate, but Obadiah issued a kill order before he left, prompting a swarm of bodyguards to draw their weapons, aiming to eliminate both me and Pepper. Recalling the earlier events, Stark's anger resurfaced. Pepper assisted me in escaping to the basement, where she replaced my old reactor. Yet, those bodyguards shattered the bulletproof glass and opened fire. Dummy managed to intercept a few bullets, but several struck my armor. Seeing this, Pepper disregarded her own safety and shielded me. Ultimately, she took a bullet from me, buying me precious time to don the armor, allowing me to turn the tide. After all, this armor could withstand a tank's assault. What could a group of bodyguards armed with mere handguns possibly accomplish? What are your plans moving forward? He asked, observing the furious financier with curiosity. How did you fare with the task I assigned you? I forwarded his incriminating evidence to a journalist. As expected, tomorrow you shall see his misdeeds plastered across the city. He chuckled, but was soon interrupted by the sound of his earpiece. Hey, is everyone there? Someone is knocking at my door, and they don't appear to be benevolent. My editor informed me that a catastrophic fire erupted at the printing house, completely incinerating the newspapers concerning Obadiah. I suspect I am being targeted. Can anyone come to my aid? This is quite unfortunate. With a sense of helplessness, I turned to Tony Stark and exclaimed over the communication channel. O'Neill, see if you can buy some time. I have contacts who can assist. No sooner had I spoken than the team, led by Mac, joined the channel. Understood. We are on our way. Hey, Raphael, that is my weapon. Listening to the chaotic sounds from their end, I sighed, realizing that entrusting the protection of O'Neill to the little turtles was a grave mistake. I swiftly contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. I reached out to S.H.I.E.L.D. They should arrive shortly. O'Neill, find some obstacles to barricade the door and stall for time. Got it. Inside O'Neill's shared apartment, her roommate anxiously watched as the door was incessantly battered. O'Neill, what on earth have you done? My goodness, I must call my mother tomorrow and move out in haste. That can wait until tomorrow. Come help me. O'Neill rolled up her sleeves, dragged a nearby shoe rack to block the door, and began moving heavier furniture. Though her roommate grumbled impatiently, she recognized the urgency of the situation and hurried to assist. After a flurry of activity, the entrance was barricaded with a considerable pile of furniture. Armed with a kitchen knife and a frying pan, O'Neill and her roommate anxiously observed the door. After a brief period of calm, a noise outside drew their attention. Turning to look, O'Neill's heart raced as she saw the external fire escape ladder lowered, with several masked individuals in black suits peering in. As a dark barrel was aimed at them, both women emitted screams that could shatter glass. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Chapter 71. The enemy deploys armored behemoths with the sound of gunfire. The two women screamed even more piercingly, and the previously intact glass truly vibrated. However, when O'Neill saw the body of the guard aiming at her toppled backward, she was momentarily taken aback. Had someone come to rescue us? While lost in thought, a barrage of gunfire erupted outside, but it was fleeting. Soon, silence enveloped the area once more. Clinging to her roommate in trembling fear, a fully armed agent, clad in a black mask, appeared outside the window. April O'Neill, it's me. O'Neill responded hesitantly, raising her hand. I am with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. The external threat has been neutralized. Please follow me away from here. The other party produced an identification card. Upon seeing the identical card to the one worn by the man in the black suit outside the courtyard, O'Neill finally breathed a sigh of relief. We are safe. Let's make our exit, she told her roommate before grabbing a few plates and swiftly climbing through the window. Her roommate followed closely behind as they reached the fire escape. Damn it! Gazing down at the open area below, where two armored vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns stood, surrounded by dozens of armed and fully equipped agents, O'Neill's roommate couldn't help but curse. The sight of several corpses on the ground made her swallow hard in fear. O'Neill, who are they? O'Neill shook her head, signaling her to remain silent. Meanwhile, several agents escorted O'Neill to an armored vehicle and opened the door. Please get in. We will take you to safety. As O'Neill contemplated whether to enter the vehicle, a deafening roar echoed in the air. Unknown object approaching. All units on alert. An agent shouted, while two agents beside O'Neill pressed down on her and her roommate's heads, urging them to take cover. In the next moment, a colossal entity crashed down, crushing the seemingly sturdy armored vehicle into a mere shell. On guard, O'Neill was hurriedly led toward a corner, with agents around her shouting something. But her panic rendered her unable to comprehend their words. Subsequently, a distorted voice blared through the loudspeakers. April O'Neill, now secure. O'Neill heard her name called, and she curiously peeked out. A massive armored behemoth stood atop the armored vehicle, disregarding the agent's warnings and inquiries as it searched for something. As O'Neill poked her head out, the creature spotted her. "Found you." The armored giant descended from the vehicle, advancing step by step toward O'Neill. Each stride sent tremors through the ground, cracking the surface beneath it. Observing the target's disregard for warnings, the agents ceased their shouts. "Open fire." At the command, agents squeezed the triggers of their rifles, unleashing a barrage of bullets that flew toward the target, only to be thwarted by its formidable armor. Rifle attacks ineffective. Realizing this, several agents signaled to their comrades, and one agent dove into an armored vehicle to operate the heavy machine gun, directing fire at the impervious armored giant. The penetrating power and force of the heavy machine gun were beyond that of ordinary rifles, and the large caliber rounds struck the armored behemoth, piercing through several layers of its armor. Though the interior layers successfully halted some of the bullets, the occupants still felt the pressure. Thus, facing these agents, the armored giant, which had previously shown some hesitation, no longer held back. As I gazed upon the armored vehicle, the colossal beast of metal raised its hand, and the mounted rotary machine gun began its ominous warm-up. Witnessing this scene, the agent aboard the armored vehicle uttered a curse, but before he could leap from his perch, the machine gun unleashed its thunderous roar. A barrage of metallic projectiles converged, transforming into a tempest of steel that pierced through the vehicle, obliterating the fully armed agents within, clad in multiple layers of bulletproof vests, into a mist of blood. "Damn!" Observing the ferocious firepower, an agent beside O'Neill cursed under his breath, beckoning his comrades to seek cover, before turning to O'Neill and her companion, shouting, "Run outside." As the agent produced a grenade from his waist, pulling the pin and hurling it ahead, O'Neill and her roommate swallowed hard, fleeing towards safety amidst the cacophony of gunfire and explosions. The gunfire persisted behind them, yet the sounds of rifles noticeably diminished. It was evident that, in the face of that steel behemoth, even the most seasoned agents were no match. As O'Neill and her companion fled, they inexplicably found themselves on a bustling street, having navigated through various alleys. O'Neill's expression reflected concern, while her roommate breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as social creatures, humans instinctively gravitate towards their kin in times of peril, seeking solace in their presence. However, this sense of security was swiftly shattered by the armored monstrosity. Just as the two were at a loss for their next move, they suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath them. A passerby, experiencing the same sensation, quizzically murmured to a companion, "Wait, is an earthquake?" Uncertain, O'Neill abruptly shouted at them, startling them into silence. "Run." As the two hesitated, O'Neill sensed an impending danger, turning to see the armored beast looming at the alley's end. "Run quickly." Realizing that the creature was targeting them, O'Neill shoved her roommate, glanced around, and dashed towards a secluded corner. The two pedestrians stood frozen, watching the armored giant inch closer, the tremors intensifying, prompting them to flee in terror. O'Neill's roommate, aware that her friend had perhaps provoked something sinister, dialed for help while they ran. Inside the armored beast, the occupants recognized the peril. O'Neill had escaped to a street bustling with people, and any further aggression would inevitably attract attention. Yet, contemplating the damning evidence O'Neill possessed, the operator gritted his teeth and resolved, "Do it. If necessary, I can pin it on that Tony Stark. After all, he's got an armored suit stashed away in his basement." The armored behemoth, ultimately a modified version of the blueprints from his generation of armor, is said to be a creation of Tony Stark, a super robot that has spiraled out of control. It can simply be discarded in a nondescript location. The primary objective is to swiftly deal with O'Neill. Chapter 72, A Fortuitous Encounter. What transpires when a colossal, fully armed armored behemoth suddenly materializes on the streets of New York? From the panicked cries of bystanders, it is certain that no good will come of it. The armored behemoth emerged from an alleyway, disregarding the astonished pedestrians on either side, as it searched for O'Neill's figure. Upon spotting O'Neill fleeing several dozen meters away, the operator of the armored behemoth felt a pang of frustration. "Damn, she runs fast." O'Neill, oblivious to the intentions of the armored behemoth, was an authentic journalist. Over the years of pursuing stories, she had honed her speed. Clad in flat shoes, she tapped into her latent potential and sprinted forward. Meanwhile, the armored behemoth was not idle. It initially contemplated using its rotary machine guns and rockets to eliminate O'Neill, but the presence of so many pedestrians made it wary of collateral damage. After a brief hesitation, the armored behemoth charged after O'Neill. It leaped into the street, its legs moving with relentless determination, each stride covering several of O'Neill's. The distance between them diminished rapidly. "What do you think you're running to? Hand over the goods." In mere minutes, the chase culminated as O'Neill was caught up to. A parked unmanned vehicle was effortlessly tossed aside, blocking her path and leaving her no avenue for escape. The armored behemoth exhaled in relief, extending its hand to seize O'Neill and extract the information. Yet, just as its claws were about to grasp her, the blaring horn of a large truck echoed, prompting the armored behemoth to instinctively turn its gaze, only to be confronted by an oncoming freight truck. With a resounding crash, the driver's compartment of the truck crumpled, unable to withstand the might of the armored behemoth, which resembled a tank. Nevertheless, the truck's momentum translated perfectly into the armored behemoth, toppling it to the ground. "Run, O'Neill!" At this moment of bewilderment, the small car behind her was lifted and cast aside by Mikey and Raphael. "Leave this to us." Drawing their weapons, Mikey flashed a grin at O'Neill before charging toward the rising armored behemoth alongside his brother. Meanwhile, the armored behemoth pushed aside the inexplicably appearing truck, cursing at the two approaching figures. Where did these monsters come from? Damn monsters! From above came Leo's voice as he descended directly from the sky, transforming his corporeal form into a projectile that struck down the armored giant's raised arm. Subsequently, the three brothers relentlessly pummeled the formidable behemoth. However, confronted with the extraordinarily thick armor of the armored giant, the strikes from the turtles proved utterly ineffective. The armored giant, disregarding the insignificant threat posed by the small turtles, attempted to rise from the ground. Witnessing this, Raphael swiftly withdrew his nearly severed weapon and charged forward, seizing the giant's hand to prevent it from standing. The other two turtles exchanged glances and followed suit. As previously stated, the martial arts and weapons they had mastered were relics of a bygone era, adequate against flimsy thugs. Yet facing a human adversary, even a tank could easily drive them away. When confronting this hulking mass of metal, thicker than a tank's armor, they were utterly incapable of using their weapons to vanquish the foe. Fortunately, they were not merely brutish muscleheads. "So, Donner, when will you manage to resolve this?" Raphael strained to hold onto the armored giant's arm, preventing it from rising, but how could their frail bodies withstand such terrifying mechanical power? Before long, Raphael felt his muscles ache, and the armored giant, incensed by the fleeing O'Neill, was filled with rage. The engines within the armor roared to life, and in the next instant, it overpowered Raphael, rising abruptly and tossing him aside. Turning its ire towards Leo and Mikey, the armored giant bellowed, "Are you seeking death?" With its colossal arms raised, it prepared to crush the two turtles into pulp, yet it sensed movement behind its head. "This is it." Donner's voice resonated as he had stealthily approached the armored giant's rear while the other three turtles distracted it. He pried open the most vulnerable armor at the back of its neck, revealing a tangle of wires. Realizing that his brothers were on the verge of falling victim to the armored giant's wrath, Donner hastily grabbed a handful of wires without discerning their purpose and tore them asunder. "Ah!" Both the armored giant and Donner shrieked in unison, with Donner plummeting from the giant's body. "Duna, are you all right?" Leo rushed over to inquire as he saw Donner fall. "Ugh, the electricity, it's overwhelming," Donner gasped, his body radiating heat and discomfort. He was uncertain if he had pulled the wrong wires, but he had been jolted by a powerful electric shock. Had it not been for his considerable physical resilience, he might have succumbed to the shock. Meanwhile, the operator within the armored giant was also in distress. Donner's inadvertent action had severed the main energy conduit, sending a violent electric current surging through his steel body. Fortunately, although the technological prowess of this armored behemoth is rather rudimentary, it is equipped with numerous life-preserving measures. The primary power line was promptly shut down, and the auxiliary power line was activated, allowing for a brief respite. "You monstrous beings, I demand your demise." A plethora of circuits lay in ruins, and several functionalities within the armored giant were compromised, including its voice modulator, which malfunctioned and emitted the true voice of its operator. "Is that voice somewhat familiar?" Mickey mused, as he and Leo assisted Donner in making their escape into the distance. The strength of the armored behemoth was utterly terrifying, rendering them no match for its might. Fortunately, their mission objective was to safeguard O'Neill, who by now had likely reached a secure location, enabling their retreat. Yet the armored behemoth was not pleased, surveying the desolate streets. It brought its fist crashing down, creating a massive crater in the ground. So, you let her escape. Even the most dim-witted of turtles could sense the fury behind those words. Chapter 73. The Taste of the Hammer. It seems we have provoked its ire. Mickey stated anxiously to Leo. Leo glanced back. The armored behemoth, having suffered damage to its primary power line due to Donner's actions, had switched to its auxiliary power line. But several systems still required rebooting. To avoid facing the wrath of this creature, they had no choice but to seize the opportunity to flee. You take Donner into the sewer first. I will find Raphael, Leo declared, dashing toward Raphael's direction. Just moments ago, Raphael had been grappling with the armored behemoth, successfully stalling for time, but he had nearly exhausted his strength and now lay on the ground, unable to move. Observing the scene, Leo rushed over, noting the armored behemoth's eyes gradually regaining their glow. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted Raphael onto his shoulder. I will carry you. With Raphael in tow, Leo hastened toward the nearest sewer entrance. However, at that moment, the armored behemoth rose to its feet. Thinking of escaping now, it roared in fury, unconcerned with the absence of bystanders. Raising its hand, the rotary machine gun began its warm-up. Hearing the ominous sound behind him, Leo quickened his pace, but the gun soon completed its prelude. With a thunderous roar, the rotary machine gun unleashed its barrage. Instinctively, Leo set Raphael down and positioned himself to shield him from the onslaught, yet the anticipated attack never came. To his astonishment, he turned to find Mickey and Donner exerting every ounce of their strength to force the armored behemoth's arm to the ground. The rotary machine gun continued firing, but the bullets merely struck the earth, swiftly creating another deep crater. Run! With gritted teeth, Mikey persevered while Leo approached the sewer, lifting the lid and unceremoniously tossing Raphael inside. He intended to return and assist his two brothers, but the armored behemoth had already brought the other two to the ground, raising its massive foot ready to crush them. Given its weight, even the formidable teenage mutant ninja turtles would be reduced to mere pulp under such a blow. At that moment, O'Neill suddenly surged from the shadows. Stop! Upon seeing O'Neill daring to reappear before him, the armored giant paused in surprise. Clutching a disc in her hand, O'Neill boldly shouted at the armored creature, "The item you seek is contained within this. Release them, and it is yours. Is this the only backup?" Someone inside the armored beast inquired, disregarding the malfunctioning voice modulator. "This is the sole data I possess," O'Neill affirmed with a nod, as she spoke the truth. Indeed, this information was the only copy she had acquired. The individual within the armored beast smirked. "Very well, toss it over. First, let them go." O'Neill attempted to negotiate, but the armored giant showed no inclination to bargain, slowly pressing its foot down upon Donatello. Crushed under the immense pressure, Donatello cried out in agony, cracks beginning to form on his shell. "Hand it over, or I shall crush him." Resigned, O'Neill had no choice but to throw the disc at the feet of the armored giant. Observing the disc, the giant lifted its foot from Donatello and stomped down upon the disc, embedding it into the earth. Good, now everything is concluded. The individual within the armored behemoth breathed a sigh of relief, but then raised his gaze towards O'Neill. "However, you must die." With that, he raised his hand towards O'Neill, preparing to activate the rotary machine gun. "Run!" Leo shouted at O'Neill as he lunged towards her. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted as something fell from the sky, crashing down upon the armored giant's head. "Get away from me!" The object that landed on the armored creature was none other than Tony Stark, gliding in on a humanoid hoverboard. As he activated his gorilla arms in midair, he leapt down, delivering a mighty punch directly onto the armored giant's head. The clang of metal reverberated through the street, shattering the windows of nearby buildings under the force of the sound wave. The tremendous noise echoed within the armored giant's helmet, causing the pilot inside to bleed from the ears, and the behemoth toppled to the ground. As it lay there, anguished howls emanated from within the armored beast. Tony Stark descended from the sky, his hands glowing with energy as he aimed at the armored giant. "Is the pilot inside, Obadiah?" Observing the radiant glow of the reactor embedded in the chest of the armored behemoth, identical to that of Tony Stark, a disdainful smirk crept across his lips. "Who else could it be?" It appears this armor bears some connection to you. Is it based on the blueprints you left in the cave? Damn. It suddenly came back to me. Tony Stark recalled something, frustration prompting him to pat his helmet. I had already stated that everything that needed to be taken should have been taken. If I didn't take it myself, who could I blame? Shaking his head at Stark. He then turned to the towering armored figure, which had risen to its feet, glaring menacingly at him. He called out to a few nearby turtles. Let's go. I will handle this one. Mikey nodded and quickly led the injured Donatello away, while Leo took O'Neill and fled as well. The armored behemoth raised its hand, the rotary machine gun beginning to warm up as it spoke nonchalantly, just so, I have no intention of sparing this guy. Neither do I. This individual dared to attack me directly and has harmed Pepper. I will not let him go unpunished. Tony Stark was equally enraged. Obadiah's actions had truly obliterated the last remnants of goodwill he held. Is this considered a commission? Hey, I've already given you over $3 billion. Murder is a separate fee. Watching the rotary machine gun spin faster, yet seemingly effortlessly, Stark decided against further debate. So how much do you require? How much of Stark Industries' value does this fellow own? Just convert into cash for me, all right? The external prosthetic designed by Ethan is no simple matter, and the expenses are considerable. If I don't secure more funds, I truly have no idea when I can fabricate it. Fine. This was still within Stark's realm of acceptance. Moreover, he had indeed traveled a great distance to save Pepper's life, which was already a significant favor. Since Stark had agreed, he hesitated no longer, as he gazed at the rotary machine gun that seemed poised to fire at any moment. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. Want to shoot? Impossible, smash Voluto. Everything around him slowed, and as he observed the rotary machine gun, he drew a hammer from his waist, aimed, and then pulled the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the handgun unleashed a roar louder than cannon fire. A large-caliber bullet shot forth, striking the rotary machine gun and instantly piercing it, rendering it a heap of scrap metal. After firing, he disengaged the Sion waistband, watching as the world resumed its pace, leisurely exhaling the smoke from the hammer. Though he hadn't brought the breakthrough weapon with him, the sensation of wielding the hammer was not without its own satisfaction. The most powerful handgun of the 2077 era was no laughing matter, especially compared to your decades-old relic. Chapter 74. The demand for flight. As the smoke from the hammer's muzzle slowly dissipated, Obadiah, concealed within the armored behemoth, had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. Not only was Obadiah oblivious, but even Tony beside him failed to comprehend the actions unfolding. A deafening roar echoed in his ears, and then the rotary machine gun affixed to the arm of the armored behemoth was rendered utterly inoperative. He turned in astonishment, gazing at the uniquely crafted hand cannon in his grasp. Wait, did you just fire? Is this your creation? What? Feeling inadequate and despondent. A disdainful smile curled at the corners of his lips as he casually twirled the hammer in his hand before securing it back at his waist. Alas, though the hammer boasted formidable damage, its penetrating capability was lacking. The armored behemoth had adopted the design philosophy of Tony's first-generation Iron Man suit, with subpar materials and excessive thickness. The armor's density exceeded that of two walls, forged from special steel. The hammer could at best create a few dents. To breach such armor would require an unfathomable number of shots. Rather than squander the meticulously crafted specialized ammunition, it would be wiser to employ alternative weaponry. As Tony lowered his gaze to the hand cannon at his waist, he noticed something else. TSK, TSK, TSK. I am not inferior to you. He cast a skeptical glance at Tony Stark. Are you sure? While the two engaged in a verbal spar, Obadiah, feeling overlooked, sensed his blood pressure soaring. Coupled with the electric shocks coursing through him and the persistent bleeding from his ear, Obadiah could no longer suppress his emotions, yearning to smash something in a fit of rage. Thus, he declared, I will kill you. Seizing a brand new car nearby, he hurled it without a second thought. Upon witnessing the car hurtling towards him, Tony Stark hastily took to the skies, while Obadiah remained stationary. Whose precious possession is still under loan that you dare to desecrate in such a manner? As the car approached, he lowered his center of gravity slightly, bending just enough to evade the impending impact. With a deft maneuver, he caught the underside of the vehicle, shaking it off and gently placing it back on the ground. Dusting off non-existent debris, he shot a provocative glance at the armored behemoth. Obadiah, unable to endure this indignity, commanded the armored behemoth to charge forward. Hey, get out of the way. Tony Stark shouted while unleashing pulse blasts at Obadiah. "I can't be bothered to run." His words served as a retort to Tony Stark, and as he bulldozed through a pile of debris, a spark of battle fervor ignited in his eyes. It had been too long since he had engaged in a proper fight. His bones felt as if they were sprouting mushrooms. "I hope you can give me a thrill," he bellowed at Obadiah, advancing rather than retreating. As Obadiah closed the distance, his gorilla-like cybernetic arm unleashed its potential, the already muscular limb now enhanced further. "Come on." Seizing the moment, he slammed his foot down, shattering the concrete beneath, and propelled himself forward, launching a powerful punch at Obadiah. Leveraging his physical advantage, Obadiah's fists, one large and one small, collided with a resounding and piercing echo. Upon impact, Obadiah's momentum was abruptly halted, leaving him rooted in place. However, drawing upon countless life-and-death experiences, he lowered his center of gravity, allowing the force of the blow to dissipate into the ground, effectively reducing his stature against the concrete beneath him. Remarkably, his body sustained no injury, and he did not retreat an inch, perfectly absorbing the charge of Obadiah, akin to a tank. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the ground, landing on the arm of the armored behemoth, delivering a powerful punch directly to its chest. In the realm of 2077, such a strike could obliterate Adam's head, yet the behemoth's chest armor, exceptionally thick, bore a substantial dent from the blow. Although the armor shielded Obadiah's core from harm, both he and the armored giant were sent crashing to the ground. Adhering to the principle of exploiting one's weakness, he charged forward, positioning himself atop Obadiah's chest, and struck the behemoth's helmet with another punch. This impact lacked the explosive force of the previous strike, yet the resonating sound inflicted further agony upon Obadiah's already injured ears. "Get off!" Obadiah, feeling the throbbing pain in his ears, raised his arm to deliver a retaliatory blow. However, noticing the metallic arm beside him, he flicked his wrist, launching a monomolecular wire that severed the steel limb cleanly. In terms of cutting power, the sharpness of the monomolecular wire surpassed even that of a Mantis Blade. Had Obadiah not been ensconced within the vast belly of the armored behemoth, this strike might have even severed his arm. Realizing he was outmatched in close combat, Obadiah finally suppressed his inner fury, regaining his composure. Observing the damage displayed on the screen before him, he recognized that, despite his background as a businessman with little combat knowledge, continuing this way offered him no hope of victory. In his moment of despair, as he watched the behemoth attempt to forcibly pry open the helmet with its gorilla-like arms, Obadiah suddenly spotted Tony Stark soaring above. The flight system. Yes, the flight system. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. If Stark's first suit featured a flight system, then the Iron Tyrant, constructed by his subordinates based on those blueprints, should possess the same function. After a prolonged search on the control panel, as he grimaced, preparing to wrench the helmet off and deliver a resounding slap, Obadiah finally located the switch for the flight system. "Activate it quickly," Obadiah roared internally as he forcefully pressed the switch. A thick plume of smoke erupted from the back of the armored behemoth, and the Iron Giant, poised for takeoff, expressed its displeasure. In Night City, whenever he desired to ascend, he simply relied on the floating vehicle crafted by Dr. Delamon, lacking any specific needs that would warrant the installation of aerial augmentations. Should the Iron Giant take to the skies, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Recalling that Tony Stark's armor was also capable of flight, he muttered to himself about acquiring aerial combat capabilities in the future, and with a sudden decisive step, he planted his foot on the Iron Giant's head. The force of this step drove the Iron Giant's upper body downward, creating a trench in the pavement as it surged forward. Chapter 75. The final struggle at this moment. The Iron Giant resembled a plowing ox, tirelessly carving a furrow in the street. Meanwhile, Obadiah, with his center of gravity lowered, stood confidently atop it. Akin to a surfer riding the waves, the ground became his ocean, and the Iron Giant is bored, skillfully maneuvering across the terrain. Realizing that remaining atop the Iron Giant would hinder its ascent, Obadiah gritted his teeth and forcefully flipped the Iron Giant over. What was once its back scraping the ground was now its face, and if two iron horns were affixed to it, it could truly be mistaken for a plow ox, diligently tilling the earth. Although this maneuver left Obadiah somewhat disheveled, it successfully coerced the Iron Giant into a somersault, allowing him to leap off its form. Seizing the opportunity, Obadiah quickly elevated the angle, attempting to launch the Iron Giant into the air. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, having suppressed the Iron Giant for an extended period, observed this moment. Recognizing his chance for intervention, not waiting to see the aftermath of the landing, he fired 2 pulse blasts at the Iron Giant. When they failed to penetrate its defenses, he boldly transformed himself into a projectile, hurtling toward the Iron Giant with great force. Leveraging his formidable shock absorption capabilities, Stark unleashed maximum firepower, breaking the sound barrier as he collided with the Iron Giant. The 2 armored figures tumbled together, carving out 2 furrows on the ground. As Obadiah regained his footing, he glared at Stark with a burning animosity. "Tony Stark, I shall see your end." Raising his sole arm, he launched a small missile, crafted by Stark Industries, directly at Stark. "Damn it!" Stark instinctively cursed as he spotted the incoming missile, swiftly firing a pulse blast to the side. The recoil propelled him into a somersault, narrowly evading the missile's path. A missile struck the vehicle behind Tony Stark, transforming it into a heap of twisted metal. Observing the noble sacrifice of the small car, Stark shouted from within his armor, "JRVIS. Record the license plate of that vehicle and issue a compensation payment to its owner. Quintuple the amount." "Understood." "JARVIS," promptly replied, soon following with a warning, "Infrared lock detected. Please exercise caution." Startled, Stark turned to see the missile bay on Ironmonger's arm open, revealing several missiles within. Without a moment to ponder, Stark raised his hand and fired a pulse cannon, obliterating 1 missile. Yet, amidst the flames, several more missiles hurtled towards him. Realizing he could not match Ironmonger's armament, Stark swiftly altered his combat strategy and ascended into the sky. The missiles, locked onto his infrared signature, pursued him upward. Ironmonger, intent on capturing the fleeing Stark, activated his flight system, releasing a plume of smoke as he surged after Stark with tremendous force. "Think you can escape?" he scoffed. Meanwhile, Obadiah, witnessing Stark ascend, immediately activated his own flight system and launched himself skyward. At the moment Ironmonger was about to leave the ground, Obadiah leapt onto his frame, scrambling towards Ironmonger's head. "I really need to equip myself with a flight exoskeleton," he muttered as he noticed the ground receding beneath him. Obadiah soon discovered he had latched onto Ironmonger, who was flinging about in the sky, attempting to dislodge him. Yet he could not shake Obadiah off. The 2 were entwined in aerial combat, though their trajectory remained directed towards Stark. At that moment, Stark, positioned at the forefront, had no time to regard the unfolding situation behind him. Noticing the multiple missiles closing in on his radar, he cursed himself for designing missiles with such an extensive range. In his frantic state, he suddenly realized they had flown over the Hudson River in New York. Gritting his teeth, Stark dove towards the river with a few missiles in tow. Clad in his armored suit, he was the first to plunge into the water, holding his breath as he maneuvered the thrusters to propel himself forward. The missiles followed closely, crashing into the river's surface and triggering their impact fuses, resulting in a series of explosions atop the water. These missiles were Stark's own creations, the pinnacle of Stark Industries weaponry, a hallmark of his innovation. The explosions generated powerful shockwaves that rippled through the water, disorienting Stark beneath the surface. Struggling to discern his direction in the murky depths, Stark activated the thrusters with all his might, ultimately breaking through the water surface just before suffocating. He landed on the adjacent shore and hastily removed his helmet, allowing the accumulated river water to pour out as he gasped for fresh air. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the sky, and Tony Stark glanced upward to witness Ironmonger plummeting down from above with tremendous force. Instinctively, Stark rolled aside, narrowly evading the impact of Ironmonger's descent. The collision created a deep crater in the ground, leaving behind considerable damage. Earlier, during its flight, Stark had engaged in a fierce struggle with Ironmonger, piercing its fuel tank and causing a continuous leak, ultimately draining its fuel and rendering its flight system inoperative, resulting in the harsh landing. In addition to the previously inflicted damages, numerous components from Ironmonger were now violently ejecting from its wounds, indicative of its imminent disintegration, reaching the end of its tether. Watching the incapacitated Ironmonger, Stark exhaled in relief. He was utilizing a reactor he had swapped out after escaping from the cave. Although the remaining energy was relatively plentiful due to the absence of the first-generation armor, it paled in comparison to the reactor that Obadiah had stolen. Today, This reactor had facilitated his flight from his grand mansion and sustained him throughout the prolonged battle, yet its energy was now nearly depleted. Continuing the fight against Ironmonger would likely lead to exhaustion of the reactor's energy within mere moments, even if he managed to evade being crushed. The metallic shards embedded in his chest would ultimately spell his demise. Just as Stark felt a wave of relief, Ironmonger trembled slightly, as if sensing his thoughts. Tony Stark, a fragmented voice emerged from within the armor. After enduring electric shocks, shock waves, and a harrowing fall, Obadiah, nearly 70, was nearing his limits. Nonetheless, the ambition that had consumed him for decades, to usurp Stark and become the true master of Stark Industries, provided him with a final flicker of strength, enabling him to regain control of Ironmonger, which shakily rose to its feet. "Why are you still alive, damn it?" Stark found himself on the brink of despair. This man, nearly 30 years his senior, was remarkably resilient, possessing a fortitude that seemed superior to his own. However, Stark understood that this was not the time for banter. Rising from the ground, he hastily retreated in the opposite direction of Ironmonger. As for flying, the energy within the reactor was insufficient to support his ascent. Even running was a laborious endeavor, requiring Stark to summon all his strength to propel the heavy armor forward. Meanwhile, Ironmonger was faring significantly better. Being a machine, despite some systems failing, as long as there was sufficient energy and the operator could press the buttons, its remaining functional systems could still operate. The reanimated Ironmonger advanced step by step toward Stark, while Stark's pace could not increase even a fraction further. Grinding his teeth, Tony Stark managed to run a few more steps, but the weight of the several hundred pounds of armor rendered him utterly exhausted, leaving him to watch helplessly as Ironmonger drew nearer. Just as Ironmonger reached out, intent on crushing Tony Stark's unprotected head, a figure abruptly leaped beside them, seizing Ironmonger's arm and preventing him from advancing even an inch. Good grief, flying is quite the feat. Observing Ironmonger, the newcomer delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground. "Where did you spring from?" Tony Stark inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity regarding this sudden arrival. "Just came along with him." The figure indicated Ironmonger, explaining how he had clung to Ironmonger as the latter desperately attempted to shake him off, performing wild spirals in the air. Yet, it was impossible to simply toss him aside. After a series of dizzying maneuvers, Obadiah could no longer endure and halted midair. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized a Mantis Blade coupled with a fully charged monomolecular line to tear Ironmonger's armor to shreds, simultaneously puncturing several holes in his fuel tanks. Eventually, when Ironmonger's fuel ran dry, he plummeted downwards. However, unlike Ironmonger, he did not crash to the ground. While still airborne, he executed a charged jump, his formidable physique allowing him to momentarily defy gravity and ascend slightly higher. The consequence of this leap, however, was a more forceful descent for Ironmonger. Still flying? He aimed another kick at Ironmonger, who remained motionless. "Is he dead?" Tony, exhausted, sat on the ground and glanced at the unmoving Ironmonger, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Why not check?" Approaching the nearly dismantled Ironmonger, who was already on the verge of disintegration, he began to pry him open. Due to the damage sustained and the rough landing, Ironmonger's integrity was compromised, making it effortless to extract the unconscious bulk from within. Throwing the figure before Tony Stark, he produced a handgun. "Is there anything left to say?" Tony shook his head and pulled the trigger, Obadiah's head exploding like a ripe watermelon. Witnessing this scene nearly caused Tony to lose his dinner. "Do you really have to aim for the head? It's the safest bet." Rolling his eyes, he holstered the weapon. In the year 2077, if one wished to silence someone, obliterating their head was the most secure method. After all, in an era where everyone could augment their bodies with cybernetics, it was not uncommon for those fearful of death to install multiple sets of lungs and heart organs. Thus, even if one set were damaged, they could still survive relying on their other organs. In order to ensure a more effective silence, it is customary to eliminate each of those individuals by targeting their heads after the battle. Tony Stark, oblivious to the circumstances of the past, exhaled deeply upon witnessing Obadiah's demise. At last, he had avenged Pepper's grievances. However, it dawned on him, where was Pepper? He recalled with a start. Rolling her eyes at the anxious Tony Stark, she informed him that Pepper had already been taken to a hospital recommended by Ethan, who assured that she was no longer in critical condition and had begun her recovery. "Already?" Tony queried in astonishment. He remembered his own severe injuries during his kidnapping, and according to Ethan, he had stood by the operating table for several hours to save him. Yet, Pepper's injuries had been far more grave, and she had managed to escape the clutches of death and commence her recuperation in less than half an hour. Consider this. The affluent of the year 2077 invested copiously in the medical industry to prolong their lives. Thus, the advancement of healthcare in that era may well surpass that of cybernetic enhancements. After all, how else could those who rarely underwent cybernetic modifications transcend the limits of human lifespan, roaming about well into their 180s? In comparison to such technological marvels, Pepper's injuries were trifling indeed. She could have recovered swiftly without hospitalization. A few doses of nanotherapeutics would suffice to restore her to health. All right, I have sent you the hospital's location. You may go there. I am returning to my slumber now, but do remember to bring the check later. Wait, dismantle that reactor for me. I am running low on energy. Such trivial matters. Chapter 76. The Awakening of Raphael. The following noon, yawning, he descended the stairs. Hey, your meal is ready on the table. Leo had completed his task for the day, preparing the food and then playing games with a few of his comrades in the living room. A glance around revealed that Raphael was nowhere to be seen. Where's Raphael? He entered the kitchen and surveyed the spread of dishes, nodding in satisfaction. After a skirmish with Iron Tyrant yesterday, although it hadn't been particularly exhilarating, it had nonetheless drained considerable energy, necessitating a hearty meal for recovery. Plates of meat and vegetables were swiftly consumed, while the organs and cybernetics within his body commenced their work, rapidly breaking down and absorbing these substances, ultimately transforming them into nourishment and energy for the body, or storing them for future use. As he relished his feast, Leo turned his head to see Raphael exercising in the gym upstairs. Contemplating this, he briefly pondered before redirecting his focus to the sumptuous banquet before him. Such a delectable feast, entirely devoid of synthetic ingredients, would be a luxury reserved solely for those at the pinnacle of society in the year 2077, accompanied by a cadre of attendants catering to their every need. Although one might be a living embodiment of death, there is scarcely time to indulge in such matters. The majority subsist on synthetic sustenance. Now, finally able to savor something exquisite, one relishes the meal thoroughly, wiping the mouth and contentedly belching. With that, I shall ascend to check on Raphael's condition. I reminded Leo to tidy the dining table and swiftly ascended the stairs to the second floor, locating the gym. It must be said that Sachs had invested considerable thought into this residence. Nearly every conceivable function room is present, though I have been too indolent to explore those areas. After a brief search upstairs, I finally discovered the gym, where Raphael was lifting 2 barbells filled with weights like dumbbells. Ah, so you've commenced your training, I remarked with a smile as I entered the gym. Raphael, taken aback by my arrival, inquired about my sudden interest in exercise. He merely felt his strength was insufficient. Reflecting on last night's battle, Raphael remained silent for a moment before responding. You claim your strength is lacking. How do you expect others to survive? Among your brothers, you possess the greatest strength. Yet Raphael shook his head, recalling his encounter with the Iron Overlord. The mere thought of the punch exchange with the Iron Overlord was an unattainable pinnacle for him. If he were to face that blow, the most favorable outcome would be for him to be sent flying, let alone remaining steadfast on his feet. Perhaps he was unaware of the profound impact it had on him when he emerged from the sewer, witnessing the Iron Overlord being halted by a single punch. Your weakness does not lie in your strength, but rather in your combat skills. If strength and stamina are akin to bullets, then combat technique is the firearm that discharges them. A bullet may be formidable, yet if the firearm is inadequate, even the most potent bullet will prove futile. Combat technique? I am unfamiliar with that. My martial arts are quite commendable. I can, within a short span, reduce a piece of wood to sawdust with a fork. Surely, even masters might struggle to achieve such finesse. Raphael expressed his confusion, shaking his head. You are misguided. Ninjutsu is a technique employed by those who cannot confront their adversaries directly, resorting to ambush tactics. I do not contend that ninjutsu lacks merit. Rather, I wish to convey that it is not suited for you. If the stamina of an average person corresponds to a handful of bullets, then Raphael's extraordinary strength is equivalent to several tons of ammunition. With such an abundance of ammunition at his disposal, employing a rifle seems an inefficient endeavor. It would be far more effective to utilize a weapon such as a rotary machine gun, which would yield superior results in battle. Raphael and his fellow turtles possess strength and stamina that greatly surpass that of Splinter. They need not acquire combat techniques like the ninjutsu that Splinter has mastered, but rather should focus on more straightforward martial arts. This sentiment has been conveyed to Raphael and the others on numerous occasions, yet they have often dismissed it. However, today's discourse has sparked a slight realization in Raphael. He gazed at the two barbells laden with weights in his hands, contemplating that using such implements to strike would indeed be more formidable than wielding a sword or a knife, which could easily break with a careless swing. What should I do? Raphael looked towards him, seeking assistance. Nodding thoughtfully while stroking his chin, he recognized that he had chosen O'Neill as his primary means of communication. Thus, it was imperative to ensure O'Neill's safety. Initially, he had considered entrusting O'Neill's protection to several turtles, but their capabilities did not meet his expectations. Now, however, it seemed prudent to train these turtles in order to enhance their effectiveness. Let us set aside all the human training equipment. Your strength far exceeds theirs, so what purpose does it serve? Accompanied by Raphael, they ventured to the underground base where they measured Raphael's physique, gathering pertinent data before releasing him. This will suffice. Let us record this data for crafting weapons for you in the future, he remarked, leading Raphael to a more spacious area within the underground base, suitable for training. Here, come at me with an attack. What? Raphael replied, somewhat perplexed, as he prepared to loosen his muscles. I lack any formal martial arts training. My expertise lies in combat experience. You will attack me, and I will counter. Just remember where you went wrong and correct it. Very well, Raphael responded without hesitation. Charging forward, practical combat indeed accelerates progress, and he serves as an excellent teacher. Unfazed by the possibility of injury, Raphael lunged at him. Yet within mere exchanges, he was swiftly knocked to the ground. Do not dwell on evasion. There are moments when my strength is insufficient, and you can withstand it. Counterattack directly instead of merely dodging. Stop jumping around recklessly. At your size, what purpose does that serve but to make you a target? Utilize your shell effectively. Its defensive capabilities are remarkable. Not using it would be a waste. Within the confines of the underground base, Raphael was repeatedly taken down, yet he persevered, gritting his teeth and rising again to continue the sparring session. Through these relentless encounters, many of his detrimental habits were rapidly corrected. While Raphael was engrossed in his martial arts training, unbeknownst to him, Leo, Mickey, Donut, and even Sprint quietly peeked around the staircase, observing the two engaged in their practice. Chapter 77. Press conference 2 hours later, Raphael emerged from the underground base, invigorated yet humbled. At that moment, he lay on the ground, utterly defeated. Despite having held back to some extent, a measure of force was necessary to instill in Raphael a sense of awareness and to rectify his undesirable habits. After all, without experiencing some hardship, merely preaching would hardly suffice to effect any change in him. Time was of the essence, and although Raphael had served as a rather unyielding training dummy for Donut's desires for combat, he also encountered a few distracted turtles watching television on the first floor. By the way, how is Raphael faring? Leo was the first to break the silence, unable to contain his curiosity. Raphael? He is fine, perhaps a bit sore. But, given your resilience, a mere half-day of rest should suffice for recovery. He is just exhausted. You might want to prepare something for him to eat, replied Donut. All right, I'll head to the kitchen now, Leo responded promptly as he turned towards the culinary quarters. Meanwhile, Mickey stood up from the oversized custom sofa, exclaiming, I'll go check on Raphael, and dashed toward the underground base. Donut, seated on the couch, found himself at a loss for what to do next. Wiping his fist with a towel, he glanced at the somewhat bewildered Donut and offered, if you wish to assist Raphael, you could help him forge a weapon. While I am currently teaching him the art of hand-to-hand combat, the ultimate aim is to alter his combat habits. The difference in combat effectiveness between wielding a weapon and fighting unarmed is monumental. Thus, it is essential to provide Raphael with a weapon in due course. However, Donut was aware that he had his own pressing matters to address, such as acquiring a set of prosthetics that would facilitate swift movement, alongside Ethan's external prosthetics, both of which took precedence. Faced with these two priorities, he couldn't ascertain when he would be able to attend to Raphael's needs. Yet, noticing Donut's evident enthusiasm for creation and research, he He contemplated delegating this task to him. Donut, seemingly intrigued, pointed to himself and asked me, "Indeed. I've seen the staff you crafted, as well as Mickey's flamethrower skateboard. Both are quite impressive. With a little guidance, you should be able to accomplish this task." Donut encouraged. With such encouragement, Donut, who was eager to assist, nodded enthusiastically. "What I need to do? First, familiarize yourself with these materials," Donut instructed, sending a plethora of documents to Donut's small glasses. Donut glanced at the table of contents. A comprehensive introduction to cybernetic bodies, their mechanisms, and the craft of novel weaponry. As Donut gazed upon this plethora of names he had never encountered before, a thrill coursed through him. He declared, "I shall delve into this right away." With that, he sprinted back to his room, seemingly eager to commence his research. Observing Donut's hurried ascent, Sprint shrugged in resignation. Such urgency, he mused, yet those concepts are not easily grasped. In the era of 2077, they would merely constitute foundational reading for a typical engineer, yet in this time, they were exceedingly obscure and complex texts. To comprehend them required a solid foundation and considerable technical prowess. Muttering to himself, Sprint noticed Donut's head peering down from the upper floor. He informed Donut that mere reading would not suffice. He needed to venture to the underground base, utilize the machinery there, and engage in hands-on practice to truly learn, lest he fail to grasp the material. Sprint nodded, acknowledging this, and replied, "Thank you. Not at all. I have my own considerations," he retorted. There were numerous tasks at hand, and tackling them alone would be an insurmountable challenge. Although he often operated as a lone wolf in 2077, it did not imply he had to shoulder every responsibility. Intelligence supplies and various tedious matters were appropriately delegated to others. Otherwise, managing them single-handedly would be unfeasible. As for those little turtles, while he had extracted some resources, their ability to conserve his energy was immensely valuable. Sprint turned to depart, originally intending to prepare a cybernetic body for swift movement at the underground base, when a familiar name echoed from the television. "Now, Mr. Tony Stark has prepared a statement and will not be taking questions." "Thank you. Tony Stark?" He glanced at the screen, realizing it showcased a Stark Industries press conference. The flamboyant man then bounded onto the stage, preparing to address the audience. "Let us see how this fellow plans to charm that group of fools," he thought, tilting his head to observe Johnny, who was already seated on the couch. A faint smile gracing his lips as he flopped onto the sofa. "Long time no see. Where have you been frolicking lately?" he inquired. Attempting to make contact with headquarters for some advantages," Johnny replied, rubbing his eyes, which appeared wearied. During his secluded time developing weaponry, he had decided to visit the headquarters to seek some benefits, but the crew there had provided him with items he surmised would be of little use to Donut. "I intend to take these to negotiate with the leaders of this world, and see if I can exchange them for something of greater value." "Very well." Nodding, Sprint settled in to watch the television alongside Johnny. As Tony Stark took the stage, he surveyed the throng of journalists before him, raising an eyebrow in his signature style. "Since my last encounter with all of you, a considerable amount of time has elapsed. In light of the outcomes from my previous address, I shall adhere to my prepared remarks this time." A witty opening elicited laughter from many journalists present, and Tony Stark seized the moment to extract a lengthy note prepared for him from his pocket, commencing to read it aloud. However, after only a few scripted statements, he was interrupted by a reporter seated in the front row. This provocatively dressed female journalist was none other than the foremost rival of O'Neill, a reporter whom O'Neill deemed a disgrace. Holding her notebook, with a pen poised against her lips in a tantalizing manner, she directed an inquiry towards Tony Stark. "So, are you implying that the armored driver who battled Chairman Obadiah in the iron suit last night was not you?" Tony Stark, recalling his previous entanglement with this alluring figure, remained unfazed, silently hoping that Pepper did not catch sight of her. With this thought in mind, he yearned for the conclusion of this press conference. "I apologize." But at that moment, Tony faltered, glancing at the text on the note. "I was aboard a flight to the Hawaiian Islands, as I had just been ousted from the board and was in a rather foul mood, seeking a getaway. Thus, according to your assertion, that individual was not you? However, I have not heard of any doubles or siblings you possess," the female journalist retorted, flipping her notebook to reveal a photograph of Tony Stark emerging from the water, having unfastened his helmet to inhale the fresh air. Chapter 78. O'Neill's fatal blow upon viewing the somewhat blurry image. Coulson backstage found it difficult to maintain his composure. He cast an awkward glance at Pepper, then stepped aside to adjust his earpiece. Who was responsible for inspecting the site last night? How could there still be residual photographs? He had previously assured Tony Stark and Pepper that as long as he adhered to the script, there would be no issues. Yet now this female journalist produced an image from the scene. Goodness, it felt as though his face was burning. Though Coulson wore a resigned expression, acknowledging the situation as it had unfolded, he remained somewhat helpless. He instructed the agents to return and compile an exceedingly detailed report, refraining from further remarks. Returning to Pepper's side, Coulson sheepishly addressed her. "I apologize. This was a lapse in our operations." "No worries," she replied, understanding that it was SHIELD, who had facilitated Tony Stark's rescue. Coulson encountered no resistance from Pepper, who held a favorable impression of the organization. Despite the evident mishap, she reassured him that it was of no concern. The two continued to observe the lively scene unfolding before them, as the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. All the journalists were captivated by the photograph presented by the female reporter, instantly igniting a fervent atmosphere at the scene. The female reporter, along with the image in her hand, was besieged by photographers from various publications, aware that she would grace the front pages of prominent newspapers the following day. She felt a swell of pride as she glanced at O'Neill, who was preoccupied with his phone, seemingly engaged in a conversation with someone. How quaint, she thought, to compete with me? Meanwhile, O'Neill paid her no mind, eagerly awaiting a response from Fenwick. Upon seeing Fenwick's message, a smile broke across O'Neill's face as the door swung open, and Fenwick hurriedly entered, approaching O'Neill's side. He handed several newspapers to O'Neill, who confirmed their contents before flashing a smile at the female reporter. "Apologies, but I've managed to scoop you," he quipped. "Mr. Tony Stark. I am a reporter from Channel 6 News. Last night, our printing facility was set ablaze, resulting in the destruction of all our printed newspapers," O'Neill stated, effectively alleviating the awkwardness surrounding Stark on stage. Hearing O'Neill speak, Stark responded, "I apologize. If Obadiah's reckless behavior inadvertently ignited your printing facility, you should reach out to our respected department. We will ensure this matter is addressed and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Indeed, while our investigation indicates a connection between Obadiah Stane and this incident, I believe it is not the association you presume," O'Neill replied, rising to unfold the newspaper in his hand. "When you were abducted to Afghanistan, our team from Channel 6 News also ventured to the region to pursue relevant news leads. During our time at the airport, we unexpectedly discovered a cache of weapons from Stark Industries, which had been acquired by local terrorists. Our investigation led us to the shocking revelation that Obadiah was involved in dealings with these terrorists." As he spoke, O'Neill activated a portable speaker, playing a recording of communications between the terrorist leader and Obadiah captured outside the tent. The once boisterous environment fell into a hushed silence as all journalists held their breath, intently listening to the recording, fearing they might miss even a single word. Once the playback concluded, O'Neill addressed Stark. "This story was intended to be the headline of our newspaper issue today. Last night, we discovered that an employee had leaked information to Obadiah in exchange for compensation, prompting someone to deliberately set fire to our printing facility." Stark, now connecting the dots, understood why Obadiah had acted erratically the previous night. His secrets were at risk of being exposed, leaving him no choice but to act desperately. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Stark looked at O'Neill and swiftly said, "I hope there were no casualties." As O'Neill gazed at the stunned colleagues around him, particularly the female journalist beside him, he continued, "None of us have suffered casualties. Now let us return to the main topic. We have made an unexpected discovery. Obadiah, as a senior executive of Stark Industries, has been secretly selling top-tier weapons to terrorists, causing utter chaos in the region. Is this the reason you wish to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries?" Noticing the newspaper in O'Neill's hand, Tony Stark was no fool. He understood that this information was likely exclusive and the female journalist was evidently involved. Upon hearing O'Neill's words, a spark ignited in Tony Stark's eyes. Was this an invitation to collaborate? Indeed, he had invented these weapons to safeguard the legitimate interests of our nation and protect the safety of our soldiers. However, the realization that these weapons were being utilized against our very own troops filled him with profound anger, prompting his decision to close the weapons division of Stark Industries. Tony Stark seized a moment to reaffirm his decision, presenting a rationale that would be difficult for the board members to contest. In truth, they were already unable to refute him. Following the previous stock plummet, Tony had discreetly acquired a significant number of shares, achieving absolute control over Stark Industries. The company had now become his domain. Is that so? O'Neill nodded, producing another newspaper. After your rescue, we conducted a thorough investigation in the area and discovered that many weapons manufactured by Stark Industries remained, being used by terrorists against civilians. Furthermore, during our tracking investigation, we identified a small humanoid armor strikingly similar to the one piloted by Obadiah last night, which was involved in destroying the remnants of Stark Industries weapons there. O'Neill unfolded the newspaper, revealing an image of Tony Stark in his Iron Man suit confronting terrorists. Is this the individual from last night? Indeed. Tony Stark realized the gravity of the situation, but at this juncture, he found himself ensnared and could only nod in affirmation. Then is this person you? O'Neill inquired. Tony Stark fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. O'Neill, however, did not wait for an answer, producing a photograph discovered on the bodies of the fallen terrorists. This image depicts you in a cave crafting armor. In this picture, we can see a glowing circular object on your chest, remarkably similar to the one on the humanoid armor from last night. So, I must ask, is this person you? The photograph in O'Neill's hand was a high-definition image taken in the cave, with the glowing circular object prominently displayed. It bore a striking resemblance to the reactor in the blurred photo held by the female journalist. Faced with this seemingly irrefutable evidence, Tony Stark found himself at a loss. Chapter 79. The self-validation of Tony Stark's bewilderment was not born of anxiety, but rather an ineffable sensation. It felt as though confessing in front of so many would awaken a profound realization within him. Tony Stark gazed at the photograph in O'Neill's hand, as well as the one held by the female journalist beside him, and drew a deep breath. If I were to stand upon that stage, gripping the podium with fervor, how would you assess me? O'Neill perused the array of documents before him and, with a smile directed at Tony Stark, remarked, to cease weapon production for the sake of peace, to proactively engage for the protection of regional security at personal risk, and to confront Obadiah in a small suit of iron to prevent him from silencing witnesses. I recall you compensated fivefold for the vehicle that Obadiah destroyed. I find no fault in these actions, and thus I shall bestow upon you a commendable evaluation. Tony Stark remained momentarily speechless, contemplating O'Neill's words. After a brief pause, he glanced at the female journalist standing beside O'Neill. In the past, I was dubbed the Merchant of Death, a title I dismissed with disdain. For my father believed that peace lay in the might of one's armament, leaving me with a clear conscience. Having uttered a series of seemingly irrelevant thoughts, Tony fixated on the journalist who had once interviewed him, and, after a moment, returned his gaze to O'Neill. Following last night's events, I discovered that the individual who thwarted Obadiah from committing murder in the streets had been bestowed with the title of superhero, dubbed Iron Man. Now, you wish to equate that with my identity as the Merchant of Death, as if to say, I am a superhero as well. Does that seem justifiable to you? Why not? Batman operates as an ordinary entrepreneur by day and emerges in his cape to dispense justice by night. No one questions the legitimacy of that. O'Neill raised an eyebrow, his assertions leaving no room for criticism. Is that so? I had assumed you would find such a perspective far-fetched, whimsical, for I am clearly not cut out to be a superhero, having numerous character flaws and having made many mistakes, even in public. I recall a saying from my homeland. What was it again? It is widely known that, as Tony spoke, he began to falter, his gaze drifting into the distance as if lost in thought. Sensing something amiss, Rhodey leaned in and whispered in Tony's ear, just read the script. Regaining his focus, Tony nodded at Rhodey, retrieved the paper inscribed with his notes, and scrutinized it for a moment. Unconsciously, his eyes drifted back to O'Neill, observing the newspaper she held aloft. The truth is, I am Iron Man. At last, Tony Stark, as if seeking to affirm something, uttered those words. Upon hearing this, all the journalists present immediately became exhilarated, each brandishing their microphones, eager to rush the stage and thrust their devices toward Stark's lips, imploring him to speak whatever he had to say. Observing the situation teetering on the brink of chaos, the bodyguards swiftly converged, escorting Stark toward the exit. Along the way, it seemed Stark had also unraveled a knot within himself, turning to call out, "Furthermore, I believe the title of Iron Man is somewhat misplaced. Might we consider a change?" A throng of reporters hastily scribbled this statement, with O'Neill among them. After noting it down, She rose and glanced at the adjacent female journalist, who had been stiffly clutching a photograph, having served as her backdrop for quite some time. "Apologies for the inconvenience," she said, "but as a token of gratitude for the information you provided, please keep these newspapers as a memento." With that, O'Neill sauntered out of the hall, hopping into her old partner Fenwick's van and departing without a backward glance. The female journalist, staring at the newspapers in her hands, muttered an expletive. Thus concluded the press conference, and, as anticipated, its revelations would soon send ripples through the online realm, igniting fervent discussions among countless individuals. The topic destined to become a trending subject for an extended period. However, this was of little concern to him. He shrugged, while Johnny remarked, "This guy remains as flamboyant as ever, openly admitting his identity before such a crowd. Although superheroes are not precluded from revealing their true selves, doing so often breeds complications. Much like Batman. Wait a moment, isn't this fellow just as much a billionaire as that one? Well, that changes things. Being struck by a superhero is one thing, but facing off against a corporate giant is another. Villains are quite discerning." Shaking his head, he responded to Johnny, "There's no helping it. His time is running short. Let us not forget his arc reactor. It is but a ticking clock." Rising, he gazed at the screen showing Stark departing the press conference under the protection of his bodyguards. He realized that Stark had spent the earlier part of his life making mistakes and now sought to rectify them in the twilight of his days. This public acknowledgement of his identity might serve as a form of self-affirmation for him. With that thought, he made his way to the underground base. He still had upgrades to implement. Otherwise, should he encounter someone like the Ironmonger, a foe capable of flight, he would be unable to keep pace or engage effectively. Behind him, Johnny raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and switched off the television, following suit to the underground base. Casting a glance at Raphael, who was still resting, and at Mikey, who was massaging him to relieve his muscles, he proceeded directly to his workstation, diving into his database to seek enhancements for his mobility. "So, what modifications do you intend to make for yourself?" Johnny inquired curiously, leaning against the workbench while gazing at the vast database. A smirk danced on his lips as he retrieved several pieces of information regarding cybernetic enhancement from the database, his eyes glinting with intrigue at the creations he had salvaged from some abandoned facility. "Have you played Ghost Runner?" "Ghost Runner? A game," he replied casually, before calling up the schematic of his own cybernetic structure, beginning to tinker with it, attempting to design a new set of enhancements that could integrate with his existing augmentations. Chapter 80. 140 Tonys after spending 2 days in the underground base, he had either been engrossed in his own cybernetic research or training Raphael, which at least provided some physical exertion. However, his studies on cybernetics had seen little advancement, while Raphael's martial skills had markedly improved. This rapid progress was largely due to Raphael being a newcomer, thus learning at an accelerated pace. Each of his augmentations served a distinct purpose, meticulously crafted to occupy minimal space while maximizing efficacy. It could be said that after numerous modifications, the arrangement of his enhancements had reached an optimal state. Adding more cybernetics would either necessitate the removal of existing ones or require an increase in his physical size, the latter potentially compromising his combat effectiveness. After all, a larger physique would entail a greater area susceptible to attacks, alongside new combat techniques and methods that would demand considerable time for adaptation. Observing his prolonged struggle to finalize the enhancement plan, Johnny let out a resigned sigh. Why can't you, like Ethan, just create an external set of augmentations? At this, he turned to regard Johnny with a hint of innocence. Why didn't you mention it sooner? You never asked, Johnny retorted with an eye roll, then turned to a computer to engage in a game of Minesweeper. Fair point, he acknowledged, giving a thumbs up before contemplating the design he had already optimized for efficient movement. Flexing his fingers thoughtfully, external augmentations were far less complicated than internal ones. He simply needed to devise a method to secure them to his body. Examining his full body schematic alongside the external augmentations, he commenced his design work. Given that the optimization process was complete, the transformation into external augmentations proved to be quite straightforward. Before long, he had completed the designs for these external cybernetics and began the forging process. He toiled late into the evening, finally bringing the set of augmentations to fruition. Drawing inspiration from Jack's gear in the game Ghost Runner, he crafted a set of enhancements that included a grappling arm attachment installed on the hand to facilitate rapid approaches or incapacitating foes, and wall-running shoes worn on the feet allowing for sustained mobility along walls. The short-range jetpack, strapped to one's back, endows the user with a certain degree of maneuverability in the air. Naturally, it can also be employed for long-distance travel, provided there is a sufficient energy source. However, relying solely on the energy contained within the apparatus limits flight duration. The installation of a reactor raises safety concerns. After all, while such devices are indeed formidable, their defensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. Unless specifically designed with a protective layer, they're susceptible to targeted strikes, potentially leading to immediate decommissioning. Although I have yet to encounter a worthy adversary capable of engaging in a protracted struggle, I am mindful of the ancestral wisdom from my homeland, strategically disdain the enemy, yet tactically respect them. In the face of unknown foes, one must not create easily exploitable weaknesses, for as a living embodiment of a formidable force, one may possess strengths but must not exhibit faults. What, then, should be done when prolonged flight is required? Is it not prudent to prepare several compact reactors within Excalibur? During combat, they need not be mounted. When necessary, one could summon Excalibur and install them accordingly. As I completed the assembly of this exoskeleton, a flicker of pride illuminated my gaze. At last, I could replicate the capabilities of the Phantom Walker. Admittedly, the Phantom Walker possesses additional abilities, such as bullet time and a swift strike capability, complemented by extensive combat experience. Thus, these features need not be separately developed. Once the equipment was crafted, it was imperative to familiarize myself with its functions. After all, in the heat of battle, adversaries would not afford me the luxury of gradual acclimatization to the gear's capabilities. Fully equipped, I commenced the familiarization process within the subterranean base. Before long, I had grown accustomed to the equipment, and with satisfaction, I disassembled it, placing it upon the workbench. Now, equipped to pursue high-mobility foes like Iron Tyrant, I tidied the workbench, ensuring all remnants were cleared away. However, gazing at the now empty material containers, a wave of frustration washed over me. Alas, the depletion of materials meant that Ethan's external exoskeleton would remain unfinished. Not to mention the weaponry for Rafi. Although I had entrusted the forging of the weaponry to Dona, the procurement of materials remained my responsibility. Regrettably, I found myself in dire need of funds. Upon tallying my current financial resources, I discovered that I possessed merely 2 checks, each worth $200 million. While this amount sufficed for the creation of conventional weaponry, it posed a challenge for the development of an exoskeleton imbued with advanced functionalities and cutting-edge technology. In fact, one could argue that any singular component of my current exoskeleton alone is valued at far more than $200 million. After all, each piece is a newfangled product, meticulously re-engineered and optimized from the original exoskeleton using my engineering prowess, boasting a technological edge of at least 30 years over other corporate offerings. Truly a remarkable lead. Of course, dismantling my own exoskeleton for sale is out of the question. Let us not dwell on whether the people of this era possess discernment. Rather, consider the fact that these cybernetic enhancements were fabricated using machinery from the year 2077. The materials, craftsmanship, and technological sophistication far exceed what his rudimentary base can offer. Should he dismantle these enhancements, he will be left bereft of his own means. He has always prioritized his capabilities above all else. The notion of risking a degradation of his own skills to augment another's is utterly inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Thus, he must await the next influx of funds. In the midst of his contemplation, a certain flamboyant gentleman sprang to mind. How could that ostentatious man not have transferred the funds yet? Let me recall how much he owes me. Initially, when inquiring about intelligence, Tony Stark generously disbursed 10 billion credits. Subsequently, he instructed him to deal with Obadiah, which cost an additional 30 billion. Later, upon eliminating Obadiah, he directly handed over an equivalent of Obadiah's worth. At that time, Obadiah's valuation was around 80 billion. Rounded off, that amounts to 100 billion, culminating in a total of 140 billion. This, in essence, equates to him having rescued Tony Stark 140 times. Indeed, dealing with such a foolish yet affluent employer is quite exhilarating. Unable to contain his musings, Johnny beside him rolled his eyes. Exhilarating it may be, but one must actually receive the funds. Others have yet to deliver their payments. Surely he is not attempting to default? Does that fellow dare, Tuomi? Let him not provoke me into demolishing his abode. His vast wealth is not so easily appropriated. Chapter 81. the penniless Tony Stark as he contemplated whether to approach Tony Stark with subtlety or directness regarding the funds. Leo called him down, announcing Ethan's return. Ethan? Ethan! With a snap of his fingers, he realized he had overlooked Ethan amidst his dealings with Stark. That evening, he had returned on Excalibur, yet Ethan had not been in the vehicle due to a situation involving Pepper. The hospital to which Ethan escorted Pepper was a private establishment, distinct from the university hospitals. In America, private hospitals are not only devoid of exploitation, but also offer exceptional quality and service, albeit at a price that is a tad exorbitant. However, for someone like Tony Stark, who possesses an abundance of wealth, such expenses are mere trifles. Yet, considering the constraints of this era, even the finest medical techniques available at that private hospital pale in comparison to those of the year 2077. It is akin to how a mere box of antibiotics from this era could cure numerous ailments in the medieval period. Similarly, the medical advancements of 2077 would yield comparable results here. Consequently, the doctors at the private hospital were flustered, unable to comprehend the medical assistance Ethan provided. Fearing that their ignorance might lead to complications, Ethan chose to remain there for 2 days, intending to assess Pepper's condition before making further decisions. It matters not, for the spectacles contain no medical technology, merely a plethora of treatment protocols addressing various situations, devoid of the instruments found within a medical kit. In this era, physicians find themselves unable to replicate these protocols merely by reading them. As for those who dare to tamper with medical apparatus, each device is equipped with a programmed application. Should it stray beyond a certain distance from the medical kit, a petite infrasonic device activates, albeit its effect is limited to toppling individuals within a 3-meter radius. Should one refrain from extracting the medical kit? Oh, that is even simpler. A larger infrasonic weapon can be installed on the medical kit, boasting a significantly greater range and impact than that of the smaller devices. Thus, there is no need to fret about such individuals attempting to pilfer one's technology. Whistling, they might ascend to seek Ethan, while casually checking if the medical kit remains intact and contemplating whether to remotely activate anti-theft measures. Upon reaching the upper floor, Ethan encountered another individual, his principal financier, Tony Stark, who owed him a staggering $14 billion. As Tony approached, Ethan waved his hand. "Hey, Ms. Potts is fine now. Your provisions are remarkably effective. I mentioned it was a minor issue, yet you were skeptical." Glimpsing the medical kit by Ethan's side, untouched and intact, it appeared that those individuals dared not brazenly seize the items, or perhaps Tony had successfully intimidated them. Well then, let us store these in Excalibur. The external prosthetic functionality I designed is far superior. Ethan, feigning reluctance, rolled his eyes. That is splendid." With those words, Ethan promptly abandoned the bovine figurine he held and made his way towards the underground base to return the items to Excalibur. Johnny emerged from the shadows, observing the exhilarated Ethan. It's true. What one cannot attain is often deemed the finest. Not so, brother. You are a man as well, Johnny subtly hinted, to which Ethan rolled his eyes before vanishing again. Who are you conversing with? Johnny ignored the question, while Tony furrowed his brow. Turning to his financier, he approached with a grin. "Oh, you need not concern yourself with that. First, enlighten me. When shall I receive the $14 billion, not Zimbabwean currency? Why 14 billion? I calculated it. Should it not be 12 billion? After the Abadiah contract, rounding up, I simply omitted a zero. Was it not 1 billion? Such a deletion can occur. That amounts to 20 billion. Due to your prolonged delay in repayment, interest has accumulated significantly. Is that not acceptable?" Tony Stark narrowed his eyes, sensing an undercurrent of menace. Ahem, certainly acceptable, albeit under duress. Tony Stark was compelled to concede to the exorbitant interest rate. However, as the topic of repayment arose, a hint of an awkward yet courteous smile graced Tony's face. Is there a problem? The smile that had just graced his face suddenly vanished. Tony Stark, feeling a touch of embarrassment, replied, "I apologize, but my funds are currently tied up. After all, $140 billion is quite a sum, and my recent expenditures have been substantial. Indeed, the cost of a single suit of Iron Man armor amounts to hundreds of millions. And now he found himself with little to occupy his time, having assembled 3 suits. Although the equity buyback plan was progressing smoothly, it also incurred considerable expenses, leading to a dilemma Tony Stark had never faced before. He was out of money. Are you implying that you intend to default? The expression darkened instantly, as a blade sprang forth from his arm, poised menacingly against the neck of the wealthy mogul.
Speak. Do you dare to abscond with my money? How do you plan on burying it? As he assessed Tony Stark, he contemplated where best to strike. Tony's heart raced. Hey, can we not be so brutish? Can't we discuss this calmly?
The assailant retorted, you owe me money. As long as you pay, I can still treat you like a valued customer. But if you refuse, dealing with a deadbeat like you is my favorite pastime. I'll relish in carving you into pieces. The blade traced a chilling path across Tony's face, eliciting a cold sensation that prompted him to step back cautiously. It's not that I won't repay you. It's just that I currently lack the funds.
Please, grant me some time, and I assure you I will repay you. When will you repay? Perhaps in 2 months? Tony had some strategies in mind for acquiring money.
The Stark Industries Expo was on the horizon, which would serve as an excellent opportunity for Stark Industries to generate substantial revenue. Companies worldwide yearned to showcase their advanced technologies on such a prestigious platform, enticing investments, all of which required venue fees. Stark Industries had become Tony Stark's personal domain, with all incoming funds flowing directly into his pocket. While these funds might not suffice to settle his debts, Tony had an ace up his sleeve. He intended to unveil his revolutionary reactor at the expo, a marvel poised to unleash a multi-trillion-dollar market and transform the energy sector, subsequently attracting an influx of financial support. It would be wise for everyone to seek treatment at public hospitals, as the doctors there, wishing to minimize complications, will employ the most efficient and effective means to cure ailments. Chapter 82. The desire to survive. Tony Stark seemed reluctant to adopt the role of a deadbeat, retracting the blade as the compartment in his arm sealed shut, concealing the previously glinting weapon. Wow, is your entire body constructed like this? Tony remarked, raising an eyebrow, trying to engage in light conversation. I'd love to add a couple of those to my armor. Are you here to escort Ethan home? Yes. Why are you still here? Do you intend for me to kick you out? With that, he glanced down at his feet, then looked up at the distance to the door, seemingly contemplating actually kicking Tony Stark outside. Wait, knowing that you're capable of such a thing, Tony Stark quickly grabbed hold of the nearby door to prevent an actual kick from occurring. I actually have other matters to discuss with you. What matters? He inquired, lowering his foot and crossing his arms while gazing at Tony Stark. After a moment of silence, Tony, on the verge of losing his composure, hastily replied, I noticed that the medical kit you provided to Ethan appears quite advanced. This implies you possess formidable medical skills, correct? Yes, what of it? He had already anticipated that Tony's visit was related to this topic. Tony was well aware of the dangers associated with his arc reactor, yet he had no intention of suggesting a switch to a mere car battery. His pride and flamboyance would never allow him to associate his life with something so mundane, nor would he want others to witness his vulnerable state. Thus, he chose to rely on the arc reactor, opting to conclude his life in a stylish manner. This was his decision. However, what if he could choose not to end it? In that case, Tony Stark would, like an ordinary person, be filled with a yearning for life, and he would seek assistance. If your medical skills are adequate and you're willing to treat others, of course, there would be compensation, though that's not the crucial part. I simply want to ask, can you do it? Tony, visibly anxious, posed the question, momentarily struggling to articulate his thoughts. Certainly, provided the compensation is appropriate, and I'm willing, he replied, rather defiantly. In the world of 2077, his medical proficiency might only be considered decent compared to those specialized medical teams backed by large corporations, possibly falling short. Yet, in this earthly realm, his medical expertise could be deemed unparalleled, leaving others in his wake. Thus, he possessed the right to be selective, akin to the genius physician Ethan had once mentioned, who chose only the most challenging surgeries and rejected the mundane. In contrast, he was more accommodating, as long as the payment was sufficient and he was willing to treat. It was a simple matter. Observing his willingness to assist, Tony Stark was elated. Previously, he had asked Ethan to conduct a scan using that device, and the results had yielded a treatment plan. The analysis indicated a staggering 99% success rate. From the initial incision choices, the instruments used, to postoperative recovery and palladium poisoning treatment measures, everything was meticulously outlined. Regrettably, despite the medical glasses proclaiming a remarkable success rate for surgeries, Ethan found himself hesitant to proceed. He perceived certain surgical procedures as exceedingly perilous, requiring a steadiness akin to that of the most advanced machinery to execute them flawlessly. Consequently, among all the steps involved, The only measure Tony could presently undertake was the treatment for palladium poisoning that followed. However, this remedy merely served to delay the inevitable, without removing the reactor. Palladium poisoning could never be truly cured. Yet, surgery was not an option, as the level of precision required seemed, in Ethan's eyes, to be beyond even the capabilities of a genius surgeon. Ultimately, Ethan urged Tony Stark to seek help, for this system had been entrusted to him, and one would expect his medical expertise to be competent enough to perform the operation. If he were to agree to perform the surgery, Tony could gamble on his life, testing whether he might survive with a 99 success rate. A 40 chance was too risky for him, but he could accept the possibility of encountering that elusive one. Reflecting on this, Tony Stark remarked, "I have a friend who has an issue with his chest. Your glasses scanned him and indicated a 99 success rate for surgery. Yet Ethan's team seems incapable of achieving that standard. Thus, I wish to inquire whether you could. There are no outsiders present, so you need not conceal the truth." Before Tony could finish, he was interrupted. The other individual gently tapped Tony's chest with his finger, saying, "The friend you speak of, are you referring to yourself? Or do you genuinely have a friend?" Realizing the implication, Tony recalled seeing the reactor in his chest while in the cave. "Oh, it's me. Then that simplifies matters. No surgery." As he spoke, he attempted to push Tony out. Unable to restrain himself, Tony grasped the doorframe firmly. "Wait, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? You, a deadbeat, ask me for money and then expect me to perform surgery for you. Will I ever see that money again? No. I've stated that my funds are temporarily tied up and inaccessible. Those who owe money say the same thing, with no mercy." The other person pried Tony's fingers off the door and unceremoniously expelled him outside. "But I'm Tony Stark. How could I possibly owe you money? Who knows what kind of person you are behind closed doors?" Rolling his eyes, he attempted to shut the door, but Tony prevented it from closing. "What do you want me to do?" "Huh. I will not charge much for the surgery. 50 billion, plus the 140 billion you owe me, totaling 190 billion. Let us round it up to 200 billion. When you provide the funds, I will perform the surgery." With a significant eye roll, he finally slammed the door shut. Outside, Tony Stark was left in a state of agitation, resembling a frantic monkey. 200 billion, good heavens. Where am I supposed to find such an immense sum? Although the market for reactors is worth trillions, that wealth is to be gradually cultivated over time. In this moment, how could I possibly procure such a fortune? Yet, gazing at the reactor embedded in my chest, Tony Stark realized that if he wished to survive, he must acquire this money, and swiftly. Even if it meant succumbing to extortion, he had no choice but to comply. Desperation drove him. After all, wasn't Musk intent on developing electric rocket engines? Surely, he would require a potent energy source. I must seek him out for a discussion. There was no time to delay until the Stark Industries Expo. He immediately dashed to his sports car parked at the entrance and sped towards the company. Chapter 83. The temptation of freebies. Watching Tony Stark leave the courtyard in a huff, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Did he truly believe that becoming a debtor made him the master? Did he think he could ascend to my level? I could easily tear him apart, metaphorically speaking, and consider the debt settled. While this 200 billion may encompass some elements of opportunism, the mere fact that he agreed to such a sum indicates he deemed it reasonable. The services offered are worth the price. If he finds it unjust, he is free to propose a price he considers fair and negotiate with Tony Stark. It all hinges upon their ability to reach an agreement. As for me, with skill in hand, I fear nothing. After dismissing Tony Stark, I returned to the underground base, where I resumed training with a well-rested Raphael. My aim was to prepare Raphael swiftly, so he could eventually protect O'Neill, alleviating my concerns. Raphael, touched by my dedication, trained earnestly, displaying rapid progress that left everyone bewildered, prompting remarks on how he seemed to improve even faster after joining. Although puzzled, this routine persisted. After each training session, both Mike and Leo would tend to Raphael, one offering a soothing massage to ease his muscles, while the other prepared nourishing food to replenish his energy. Meanwhile, Donna, having grasped some theoretical concepts, began frequenting the underground base, utilizing the instruments he had crafted to conduct small experiments, thereby accelerating his acquisition of knowledge and understanding of theory. Observing Donna's industriousness post-initiation, I was inspired to enlist him as my laborer. In the realm of the 2077 game, weapons such as the Amnesty or the Comrade's Hammer, whether kinetic or intelligent, all utilized standard handgun ammunition. Yet, in reality, it became evident that these weapons could not possibly fire a singular type of bullet. For instance, intelligent weapons were designed with miniature propellers at the rear of each bullet, allowing them to adjust their trajectory mid-flight based on the enemy's position, thereby enhancing their accuracy. Kinetic weapons possess uniquely designed projectiles, enabling them to ricochet off surfaces such as walls when striking non-target objects. As for energy weapons, their complexities are even more pronounced. The three types of weaponry boast entirely distinct ammunition. Furthermore, variations in caliber and power abound. For instance, the Comrade's Hammer, a weapon not mass-produced by any corporation, necessitates specially crafted bullets. In summary, the reality is far more intricate than portrayed in games. For the individual in question, this poses a significant challenge. Utilizing different weapons requires the fabrication of diverse ammunition, demanding far more effort than producing a multitude of identical rounds. Fortunately, Donner has now reached a foundational level of competence, allowing him to take on the task of bullet crafting. With this in mind, he was led to the workbench under the pretense of gaining engineering experience, though the reality was more akin to employing someone as a laborer without compensation. Nevertheless, Donner exhibited no surprise upon observing the impressive specifications of the machinery. He clung to the devices as if they were beloved companions, reluctant to part with them. After much coaxing, he cautiously began the bullet production process, treating the equipment with utmost care, as if a mere metal shard could cause irreparable damage, prompting a frown from his observer. Eventually, after demonstrating the operational capabilities of the machines and assuring Donner of their resilience, he gradually became more confident, significantly increasing the rate of bullet production, albeit it remained rather slow. In addition to facilitating Donner's bullet making, a quota was established once the required number of rounds was achieved. The production of ammunition for a type of intelligent weapon would commence. New ideas for such advanced weaponry began to take shape, especially considering the myriad mysteries of this world yet to be fully understood. Notably, the secrets held by organizations like SHIELD are abundant, with the origins of their technological advancements raising suspicions. Some of their innovations could not have emerged from mere technological leaps. The technologies characteristic of galactic civilizations can only be developed once a society reaches such a level of advancement. Contemplating the nature of these hidden adversaries, he recognized the necessity of fortifying his own power and resources through early preparations. With a resigned sigh, he pondered the complexities of his situation. Perhaps he should prioritize the development of a superior weapon? Reflecting on the era of 2077, he recalled how he had cultivated a partnership with the Delamon of Night City, delegating the responsibility of ammunition production entirely to him. Delamon had proven remarkably efficient, dismantling several vehicle maintenance lines to focus solely on ammunition manufacturing. After that, logistical concerns had never troubled him again, as Delamon managed everything seamlessly, even providing airborne vehicles for errands. However, after considerable deliberation, he ultimately set aside this enticing notion. Primarily, he lacked access to a robust computational network. The prowess of Delamon is not solely attributed to the upgrades he has received. It is also due to the fact that the Yi Corporation has constructed an expansive supercomputing center sprawling over 1,000 square meters, specifically for his exclusive use. One might assert that the formidable computational power is one of the key reasons for his remarkable capabilities. As for the second point, there remains uncertainty about whether he will relocate in the future. Although this location is indeed commendable and has already established a rudimentary base, the future is unpredictable. One cannot ascertain whether a move will occur. Such matters are inherently uncertain, unless there is a definitive decision to remain in a particular place. Otherwise, it would not warrant the considerable effort expended to set up such infrastructure, unless he were to partake in it without cost. After all, who could resist the allure of such enticing prospects? 2 months later, he has not experienced a lifestyle as leisurely as a vacation for quite some time. Each day begins with someone preparing meals for him, eliminating the need to wash his own dishes. After dining, he descends to spar with Raphael, engaging in physical activity, followed by overseeing Donna's bullet production and culminating with meditative training alongside Splinter. Such a lifestyle, it is worth noting, he has never enjoyed even in the first world, let alone in the year 2077. This idyllic existence has persisted for nearly 2 months, during which he has ventured outside only to attend to minor tasks assigned by SHIELD. These missions, though not perilous, involved significant figures and enigmatic individuals, unveiling a plethora of secrets. He has grown accustomed to casually perusing safes for additional earnings or information, which has proven fruitful, particularly in nurturing O'Neill's development. Currently, O'Neill reigns as the undisputed king of journalists in New York. Each news report she disseminates garners considerable attention. Furthermore, her articles are based on substantiated evidence, meticulously analyzed prior to her writing, ensuring a high degree of authenticity. Consequently, when O'Neill's news is mentioned, the immediate reaction from the public is one of belief rather than skepticism. To what extent does this trust extend? Certain departments now monitor O'Neill's publications daily, eagerly awaiting her next release to utilize her reports as evidence for their own investigations. This tactic has proven unfailingly effective, as O'Neill's journalism thrives on veracity, with all evidence being genuinely substantiated. However, despite the efficacy of her work, O'Neill has become a target for those harboring ulterior motives, receiving numerous threats in recent times. Under the guidance of Delamon, several operatives have taken turns to safeguard O'Neill, ensuring her safety amidst the turmoil. Currently, these turtles have either undergone training or have been instructed by Raphael. Their martial prowess has not significantly improved compared to the past. However, there has been a substantial transformation in their combat capabilities. Not only can they fend off troublemakers, but they can also ensure the safety of O'Neill and Fenwick, confidently awaiting assistance from others. These individuals have become the finest sparring partners for the turtles to validate their training results. Upon realizing their notable enhancement in combat strength, the turtles have developed an even greater enthusiasm for training. In addition to the turtles' transformation in combat power, another remarkable change is evident in Donatello. Having served as a diligent craftsman for 2 months, his skills have advanced considerably. He now crafts bullets with greater speed and possesses the fundamental ability to forge weapons for his fellow turtles. Furthermore, with the support of his friends, he has revamped the weapons of the other turtles. Leonardo, who previously wielded a katana, has now upgraded to a hefty broadsword, forged from superior materials and employing advanced techniques, rendering this blade extraordinarily formidable. It is capable of cleaving not just horses, but even elephants and armored vehicles in half. Raphael, possessing the greatest strength, previously relied on a pair of sais, which could not adequately showcase his combat potential. After conferring with him, they replaced the sais with a robust shield and a one-handed warhammer. The shield boasts exceptional durability, theoretically allowing Raphael to withstand shockwaves and endure missile strikes without issue. The warhammer's might is equally remarkable. It is estimated that, if Raphael employs his skills effectively, even the most resilient adversaries would find themselves pushed back by its overwhelming force. Then there is Donatello, who has ingeniously added weight and a small propulsion device to his staff, enhancing its lethality while maintaining agility. In his vision, with appropriate programming, this weapon could even execute attacks autonomously, flying out and returning to him seamlessly. As for Mikey, being the youngest and least powerful among the brothers, he initially wielded nunchaku, a weapon requiring considerable finesse. While it can indeed deliver impressive power when mastered, the demands it places on Mikey are quite high, complicating coordination during battles. After seeking Donatello's assistance, they decided to transition Mikey to a ranged role. Initially, Donatello considered crafting a 2077 cannon for Mikey. However, he declined, perhaps reluctant to spend his days in the underground base producing ammunition or fearing that such weaponry might be too overwhelming for the young one. Nonetheless, this decision left a tinge of regret. He is not particularly aligned with any melee weapon school, but rather believes that different weapons should be employed in various situations. In the year 2077, single-target melee weapons are formidable, particularly effective against elite adversaries. However, with the exception of a few, most weapons lack the potency to efficiently dispatch lesser foes. When it comes to ranged weapons, in an era where nearly every individual has undergone cybernetic enhancements, and in Night City, where even the most ordinary citizen possesses subcutaneous armor, their threat level has regrettably diminished to a shocking degree. Unless one wields powerful legendary ranged immortal weapons, most armaments struggle to pose a threat to elite enemies like Atom Smasher, often requiring an excessive expenditure of ammunition to eliminate even a single opponent, rendering them suitable only for clearing lesser adversaries. To exploit the distinct strengths of these two categories of weaponry, one can combine them, utilizing ranged weapons to eliminate minor foes before engaging stronger enemies with a Mantis Blade. In this context, the melee capabilities of his comrades are commendable for this era, yet their ranged combat skills require enhancement. However, Donner is reluctant to assume a logistical role, so he dismisses that notion. After contemplating for a while, he shifted his perspective. He recalled the throwing knife weapon once wielded by Schneider. It was not particularly impressive, but its ability to be recovered while inflicting damage upon foes was rather noteworthy. This feature evoked memories of a character named Zaya from a previous game, whose weapon was also a throwing knife that could be retrieved. Isn't that a delightful coincidence? Thus, the throwing knife left a lasting impression on him. When considering how to bolster their range combat capabilities, the idea of the throwing knife naturally sprang to mind. Conveniently, the year 2077 offers several throwing knife weapons with decent power, albeit somewhat cumbersome to use. Nevertheless, inspired by the concept of a remotely recoverable throwing knife, he envisioned a simple design for such a weapon, which Donner subsequently crafted and entrusted to Mikey. Mikey took quite a liking to that weapon, and after several days of training, he had become adept at hitting his targets with precision. This reflects the progress made by their little group of turtles over the past 2 months. Others, however, have seen little change. Given their financial constraints, they remain uncertain about where to acquire funds to create external armor for Ethan, relying solely on when Tony Stark might repay his debts. Speaking of which, after 2 months, Tony Stark should be due for repayment, right? With that thought, he opened his computer to check what major news Stark has been up to lately, in hopes of recovering his funds. Chapter 84, Stark Industrial Expo. Upon searching for Tony Stark, the first few headlines that appeared were news of him seeking contracts and conducting business across various venues over the past 2 months. Initially, Musk's electric rocket engine project was sparked by the exceptionally high energy index of Tony Stark's reactor. Even though Musk had never encountered information regarding Stark's reactor, the impressive parameters compelled him to hastily finalize the agreement. Consequently, Stark was tasked with creating a sufficiently large reactor with a correspondingly high energy index to test the waters. Should it meet Musk's requirements, the transaction between them would be solidified. Simultaneously, Stark requested Musk to introduce several major clients with energy demands, thus paving the way for their collaboration. Stark then returned to commence the reactor's construction, embarking on his lucrative venture. However, Stark's rapid actions resulted in an overwhelming number of contracts, leading to chaos within Stark Industries. While Stark busied himself with reactor development and the struggle for his life, he had little time to manage the ensuing turmoil. Hence, he appointed Pepper Potts to oversee Stark Industries, although she had primarily served as Stark's personal secretary and assistant. Her elevation to this position proved her reliability, transforming the disarray of Stark Industries into a well-organized entity, much to the astonishment of many. Previously, numerous individuals had regarded Pepper as merely a decorative figure, unworthy of significant responsibility. With the distractions removed, Stark devoted his full attention to the reactor, and soon delivered products to several major corporations. After testing the performance and ensuring compatibility with their products, these companies announced their collaboration with Stark Industries. This announcement led to a resurgence in the company's stock value, prompting speculation about Stark Industries' potential future. However, stock value held little significance for Stark. After being ousted by the board under peculiar circumstances, he resolved to establish Stark Industries as his own dominion, aiming for absolute control over the company. Thus, he refrained from selling any of his shares, regardless of the stock's value. What mattered most to him was the transactions with the major corporations, as he hoped to secure funds critical for his survival. Yet, Stark faced disappointment. Although the corporations expressed satisfaction with the reactor's performance, they were unlikely to place orders worth trillions immediately. Not only was there the question of whether these companies possessed sufficient liquidity, but transitioning from chemical energy to electric energy could not occur overnight. Progress must be gradual. As the adage goes, haste makes waste. These corporations understood this principle all too well, opting instead to order a small batch of reactors for compatibility testing with their products. The initial batch of orders signed between all companies and Stark Industries boasts a staggering total value of $20 billion. However, after accounting for costs, the amount Tony Stark stands to gain is merely in the realm of several billion. This figure barely equates to half of what he requires for his life. Such a reality nearly drove Tony to despair. Fortunately, he possesses alternative strategies. The imminent Stark Expo represents a pivotal opportunity for him, as the venue has long been established, requiring only some decoration and staffing to prepare for this biennial event, which has now evolved into the most anticipated technology exhibition worldwide. The costs on his end are minimal, yet companies eager to showcase their innovations within the venue in hopes of attracting investments must pay him a fee. The profit margins on this revenue are substantial. With negligible construction expenses, only labor costs are involved in executing the event. Naturally, he cannot charge exorbitant fees for exhibition space, as that would deter participation. Ultimately, the revenue calculations suggest he could amass several $100 million, bringing his total to a precarious $100 billion. Then comes the Pi-C assistance. He intends to unveil his reactor as the grand finale at the Stark Industries Expo, presenting it to the public in a magnificent display. At that moment, an influx of exorbitant orders will surely emerge, enabling him to gather the requisite $20 billion. Otherwise, he might consider commissioning an aesthetically pleasing tomb for himself. To ensure he successfully raises the $20 billion needed for a fresh start, Tony Stark places immense importance on this upcoming Stark Industries Expo. In the past, he would have shunned similar endeavors, often reluctant to make an appearance. This time, however, to enhance the allure of the expo and maximize profits, Tony has initiated a media frenzy, even dispatching a truck showcasing his first-generation Iron Man suit, the very armor he originally intended to use for his escape from that cave, on a worldwide tour. Meanwhile, having perused recent news articles about Tony Stark, he has gleaned a general understanding of his intentions. As for how he deduced this so accurately, one should not underestimate the wealth of memories contained within his consciousness. Though these memories may have left his mind in disarray, many hold significant value. They recount the same events from diverse perspectives, human and non-human, members of the societal elite and the lower strata, and even reflections from the past and future. Possessing such memories allows one to habitually analyze and perceive matters from various angles, leading to distinct yet valid conclusions. Of course, he occasionally finds himself mired in overthinking. As he contemplated Tony Stark's recent plans and prepared to shut down his computer, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a news article tucked away in the corner. The state court is set to convene this Friday in Washington, D.C., to hold a hearing regarding Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. While Stark tirelessly promotes his exhibition, this news manages to carve out a niche for itself in the corner of the media landscape, indicating that it has garnered attention from numerous publications and captivated a significant audience. Under ordinary circumstances, this would undoubtedly be a major news story. Intrigued, I glanced at the details, only to find myself raising an eyebrow. That fellow's Iron Man suit has caught someone's eye. He is bound to encounter trouble. Previously, while executing a daily mandate from SHIELD, I had acquired some pertinent information from various sources. For instance, a certain company attempted to develop an Iron Man suit, but suffered the loss of a dozen pilots without producing a single viable prototype. Additionally, a specific facility undertook research on the suit, only to experience catastrophic mismanagement that led to an explosion, claiming numerous lives. In recent times, such intelligence has not been scarce. After all, Tony Stark's Iron Man suit is exceedingly desirable. Its myriad capabilities have left military factions envious, prompting them to clandestinely embark on their own research endeavors. Some defense contractors have recognized this trend and commenced their own studies into the Iron Man suit. For where there is demand, there lies profit and market potential. They would not let go of a profitable opportunity. Yet, it is evident that their intellect pales in comparison to Tony Stark's, as they have squandered time and resources without achieving any results. Consequently, their gaze is turned towards Stark himself. After all, a ready-made solution exists. Why not simply appropriate it rather than laboriously conducting research? Moreover, stealing has always been their forte. Chapter 85. The overwhelmed Tony Stark, do you believe they will succeed? Johnny interjected, observing the screen with a hint of disdain. Such antics are, quite frankly, typical of them. It takes a certain skill to engage in such repugnant tactics. Regardless of the world, if they were to succeed, I would contend that Tony Stark would be merely average. Casting a glance at the jury composition, I pursed my lips. This jury is devoid of any formidable figures. They are merely individuals invited by Hammer Industries to exert pressure on Stark. While this assembly might appear impressive to the average person, does it truly hold weight for a billionaire like Tony Stark? To say nothing of SHIELD, with which he had previously encountered misunderstandings. The organization had subsequently investigated a former governor, the current governor, and a slew of others, rendering them utterly speechless. Ultimately, it is known that this formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. operates in Stark's corner. In other words, Tony Stark managed to endure, and had he not, one could only imagine the deluge of illicit information from the likes of the governor of Groveland flooding the airwaves the following day, leading to the potential incarceration of the jury members. This matter could very well be entrusted to him by S.H.I.L.D. Hiss. Would he even take it on then? $1 billion is at stake. He was reluctant to take action. With his living expenses sufficiently covered, he languidly reclined in his chair, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. According to the unspoken understanding he shared with S.H.I.L.D. For trivial matters that could be resolved by merely informing O'Neill, the agency generously offered a reward of $1 billion. Only for exceedingly troublesome issues would S.H.I.L.D. part with more substantial remuneration, and as for the technology he desired from them, it was anyone's guess when he might obtain it. How about we devise a plan to seize S.H.I.L.D. instead? He proposed, feeling that the target was rather distant as he turned to Johnny. Look at you. I'm indifferent, Johnny replied, rolling his eyes, provided you can locate their whereabouts. Indeed, he stretched lazily in his chair. S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to guard against him as if he were a formidable threat. Typically, the only information he received was from the agent stationed at the entrance, who rarely allowed him to interact with others from the agency. That same agent communicated solely through an earpiece, even sleeping in an RV. Consequently, to this day, aside from knowing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had a base in New York, he had acquired no other critical information. And with New York being so vast, who could possibly discern the location of that base? Never mind, he thought, he would simply watch the live broadcast later. They could await the unfolding spectacle. Rising, he made his way upstairs, intending to find some fries in the kitchen. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to his leisurely pace, Tony Stark was nearly overwhelmed with activity. Having just dispatched the first batch of reactor shipments, he was now fervently working to promote the Stark Industrial Expo. To this end, he had organized a grand preview event a week in advance. To generate optimal buzz, he donned the armor he had previously used to combat Ironmonger, crashing onto the stage from above, igniting the excitement of everyone present. Observing the atmosphere transform into a fervent frenzy, Tony Stark decided not to linger any longer. The Iron Man's suit only needed to make a single appearance. Prolonged exposure would render it commonplace. He played a recorded message from his father and, stepping to the side of the stage, produced a rudimentary detector, pricking his finger to test his blood. Toxicity level, 89. Phew, time was still on his side. Although the treatment plan suggested by the medical glasses was exceedingly complex, and no one could guarantee its success, the final palladium poisoning treatment plan could still serve as a reference. At the very least, 2 months had passed, and the toxin levels in his blood had yet to reach double digits. This bolstered Tony Stark's confidence, and was one of the reasons he had yet to succumb to despair. With a sigh, Tony Stark pondered his next destination. Rubbing his temples, he glanced back at the bustling scene around him, and then at the image of Howard Stark addressing the audience on the screen. Everything you need for the future lies right here. Coincidentally, Howard Stark gestured toward the model of the exhibition hall beside him. Observing the model, Tony's expression grew somewhat somber before he turned and exited the venue. Careful out there, boss, cautioned Happy, his bodyguard and driver. As he approached Tony, after having followed him for quite some time, he took Tony's coat and led him toward the exit. Once outside, they were met with a throng of people. As Tony emerged, a crowd gathered around him, eager to catch a glimpse of the prodigal genius and the most renowned superhero of recent times. Happy attempted to navigate through the masses, but the sheer number of fans, including several of Tony's enthusiastic admirers, made it challenging. Some boldly thrust their phones toward him, seeking a moment of interaction. Tony, however, declined the offerings from his admirers, instead opting to greet a few children nearby before hastily making his way out with Happy. He felt a sense of urgency, now that his heart belonged to someone. He could no longer indulge in past flirtations. Not to mention, if images of him accepting gifts from fans surfaced online, Pepper would surely give him a few disapproving looks. After all, he had painstakingly taken a step closer to her by relinquishing his spot to Pepper earlier, establishing a faintly romantic tension between them. Any negative rumors could jeopardize the efforts he had invested over the past 2 months. finally bursting through the doors into the crisp air. Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him, easing his previously tense demeanor. "Today, I shall take the wheel," he declared, approaching his vehicle and pushing Happy aside. "You're the boss. Your word is law," Happy shrugged, making his way to the passenger seat. Just as they were about to enter the car, a lady approached, presenting a summons before Tony. "Forget it. I'm a bit worn out. Why not take the wheel and come over here? Keep your stinky rear away from me." Chapter 86. Social anxiety. The following morning, the hearing commenced punctually. Noticing the time, Tony relished in a delightful slumber until 9 o'clock before finally rising from his bed. Outside his window, 4 turtles ambled about, dragging a cart, exercising their bodies in the process. During this period, their combat skills have been thoroughly revamped, greatly enhancing their prowess and nearing the next threshold. In the pursuit of enhancing one's prowess, beyond the daily regimen of skill, training lies the relentless refinement of one's physique, striving for greater physical strength. In response to the training of these turtles, I have employed some advanced technology and rigorous methods, concocting a nutritional solution to augment their capabilities. With the incorporation of these innovations, the training of these turtles has become significantly more effective, allowing them to gradually strengthen their physical power. Observing several turtles diligently persevering in their training day after day, I nodded in satisfaction. I encouraged them to continue their efforts in self-improvement, subsequently planning to assign them additional tasks. As the saying goes, hard work pays off, and rewards will follow. Such valuable assistance, if not utilized wisely, would indeed be a missed opportunity. After a refreshing wash, I descended the stairs, carrying several plates of breakfast prepared by Leo, and settled onto the sofa. At that moment, the hearing for Tony Stark was concluding its preparations and officially commencing. Johnny appeared unexpectedly by my side, eyeing the breakfast I held with a hint of envy. He quietly retrieved a cigarette, indulging in an epic drag. Meanwhile, on the television, the invited senator forcefully struck the podium with a gavel, producing a resounding noise to command silence from the assembly. He then turned his gaze toward Tony Stark, who was still jesting with Pepper Potts, and, visibly displeased, inquired, "Mr. Stark, may we commence today's agenda?" Tony, initially disinclined to engage with this uninvited intruder, felt compelled to respond after receiving several pointed glances from Pepper. Reluctantly, he turned to face the senator. "All right, what is it that you wish to say?" Though his mood was far from pleasant, having been overwhelmed with work and deprived of rest, he had just come from a breakfast meeting with representatives from a sizable company where they had tentatively agreed upon a collaborative endeavor before rushing over to this hearing. Weary and irritable, he found himself frustrated by the senator's presence, momentarily contemplating the notion of silencing him. However, the weight of his financial obligations quickly tempered his emotions. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the senator, maintaining a stoic expression, posed his question. "So, Mr. Stark, do you acknowledge that you produce and possess a specialized weapon?" At the utterance of the word weapon, Tony couldn't suppress his laughter. "My dear Senator, if memory serves, Stark Industries has ceased its weapon production division, thus rendering us incapable of manufacturing any weapons, which would contravene legal statutes. We are all aware of this, are we not?" He concluded with a flourish, turning to address the assembly, while casting a charming glance at Pepper. She nearly stifled a laugh, yet managed to maintain her composure. She did not smile, yet many others found amusement in Tony Stark's words. Tony achieved the desired outcome and turned to the individual above, saying, "Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from defaming others, or I shall take legal action against you." After this, Tony gave the congressman a challenging glance. The congressman, incensed, shouted back, "Are you certain you haven't tea?" "Of course I have not." "Then how do you explain that suit of armor?" "Iron Man, Tony Stark." Although the title remained unchanged, Tony had engaged with netizens for quite some time online, even enlisting J.R.V.I.S. to assist him in the discourse, ultimately transforming the term from Iron Man to Iron Hero. "If you perceive that as a weapon, may I inquire what your definition of a weapon is?" Anything that can kill is a weapon. The iron suit is a weapon." "Oh, I beg to differ. There are countless things capable of causing death. If we adopt your perspective, the world is filled with weapons. Then what do you consider the iron suit to be?" At this, Tony Stark smiled slightly. "I must first correct your misconception. It is not an iron suit. It is now known as Iron Hero. If you oppose this, you are effectively opposing millions of citizens who voted online. Upon hearing this, the congressman fell silent. After all, the United States is a democratic nation. The president is elected by their votes, and if angered, millions could indeed rally together to unseat him. Faced with the potential threat to his position, he quickly quieted down. As for my definition, it is a high-tech prosthetic, essentially a cybernetic limb. What? The uninformed congressman admitted he had never heard that term, prompting Tony Stark to roll his eyes. Why should he explain? Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the congressman grew restless. Yet he found no way to resolve the current predicament and shifted his gaze to Hammer. Cursing the congressman under his breath, Justin Hammer reluctantly cast a glance at him. The congressman sighed in relief and addressed the microphone. In terms of understanding these weapons, I admittedly do not compare to the professionals. Thankfully, we have other experts present today. Let us welcome our nation's largest arms contractor, the chairman of Hammer Industries, Mr. Justin Hammer. Justin Hammer rose, performing a somewhat ostentatious bow to the audience. Observing this, Tony Stark lowered his head and muttered a few words. Were there not more qualified individuals? Truth be told, Tony would prefer to engage with 10 rebutting weapon experts rather than deal with Justin Hammer, for this man was woefully inadequate, leaving Tony with a feeling that engaging with him would either be nauseating or make him appear foolish. As I gazed at the distressed visage of Tony Stark on the screen, I comfortably reclined on the sofa and turned to Johnny, remarking, I never imagined there could be someone more ostentatious than Tony Stark, to the point where even this flamboyant man is rendered uncomfortable. Johnny scoffed dismissively and uttered, just a clown. Indeed, I nodded in agreement, observing Justin Hammer's demeanor. It was evident that he was a social phobic, a veritable terror of social interactions, to the extent that even Tony Stark, who exuded social prowess, found him intolerable. Chapter 87. The onslaught of the legislators. Justin Hammer, true to Johnny's assessment, rose to his feet, chattering incessantly to the left and right, invoking the names of predecessors while expressing gratitude to newcomers, yet ultimately failing to convey anything of substance. He concluded by calling forth Colonel Rhodes, the military representative and weapons expert, to share his insights. Raising an eyebrow, I pondered, was he merely a professional jester? It was apparent that not only Tony Stark, but also the other attendees of the hearing regarded Justin Hammer with evident disdain. Those present at this hearing, even if they were not high-ranking executives or affluent individuals, were certainly insiders in the industry. Regardless of their level of expertise, they surely understood more than the speaker. This so-called legislator. After listening to Hammer's drivel, they found themselves convinced that the legislator on stage possessed greater knowledge than Justin Hammer. In that moment, bewildered gazes were cast upon Justin Hammer. No one had anticipated that this seemingly formidable individual was, in truth, a fool. Yet, despite recognizing his folly, the audience feigned ignorance and indifference, for even the most foolish among them was the chairman of a major corporation, beyond their modest means to confront. To stifle their laughter, they quickly turned their attention to the newly arrived Colonel Rhodes. Is this the same Rhodes? I inquired, unable to suppress my curiosity as I observed the man with his polished, dark complexion. Johnny appeared puzzled as well. It had only been a few months, yet Rhodes seemed significantly darker. Perhaps the sun in Afghanistan was particularly harsh? Nonsense. He wasn't even exposed to the sun. How could he have changed so drastically? Was such an alteration even possible? Both of us were left in a state of confusion, while Tony Stark on the screen was perplexed, not by Rhodes' appearance, but by the fact that this fellow was aiding others in confronting him. Are you not my good friend any longer? Stark could not restrain himself and approached Rhodes. Rhodes, equally exasperated, glanced at the hefty stack of reports in his hands and shrugged in resignation. What can I do? They inexplicably assigned me to be this so-called weapons expert. You're not going to betray me, are you? Stark asked, his voice laced with concern. Not all, just wait and see. Gazing at the substantial stack of reports in his hands, Rhodes reassured Tony Stark to remain calm, for these documents were merely his own records, the contents of which he was well aware. As he took a seat, the congressman on stage began, please read the fourth paragraph on page 57. Corruption. Nodding in agreement, Rhodey mirrored the gesture. Rapid-fire questioning. The three fundamental tenets of journalism. Taking things out of context, piecing together disparate elements, and inciting division. Clear as day. A student of journalism, indeed. They exchanged a glance, both feeling the tension rise. Meanwhile, on the screen, Rhodes appeared increasingly strained. Are you asking me to select a passage from my report? I understand. Yes, I will comply. However, I believe we ought to approach this report from a more holistic perspective. I know, but time is of the essence today, so please proceed swiftly. Yet, I contend that extracting a single paragraph devoid of context does not accurately represent our stance on Iron Man. Just read it. That's your task today, Colonel. The congressman's tone grew increasingly acerbic, leaving Rhodes with little recourse. He cast a resigned glance at Tony Stark and complied. Due to the lack of explicit oversight from any government or agency, Iron Man poses a potential threat to the nation and its interests. After reading this segment, Rhodes quickly added, however, I have also summarized additional viewpoints, asserting that the benefits of Iron Man outweigh the drawbacks. Enough, Colonel, your task is complete. The congressman interrupted Rhodes mid-sentence, even severing his microphone. Thus, Rhodes found himself unable to voice any further remarks. He cast another helpless look at Tony Stark, feeling utterly defeated. Stark was equally exasperated. Already in a foul mood, he was further incensed by the actions of these individuals who were leveraging his brother against him. They had clearly recognized Rhodes's favorable relationship with him and deliberately placed him in this predicament, making it difficult for Stark to speak out. Frustrated, Stark disregarded all decorum and shouted at the congressman, "You want me to surrender, Iron Man? It's simple. I won't cooperate with anyone unless you grant me the position of Secretary of Defense. Then Iron Man can join your ranks. Is that acceptable?" The congressman, noticing Stark's agitation, merely smiled. A rising tide of frustration was a clear indication of success. As for the Secretary of Defense? He'd have to grovel before the Secretary, and yet. Stark had already made plans. Once the remnants of his heart were removed, he would ensure this congressman faced utter disgrace. For that, he was willing to part with $100 billion. And then there was Justin Hammer. If he didn't bring that man to financial ruin, he wouldn't bear the Stark name. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the congressman smugly instructed for a large screen to be brought out. We have some video intelligence related to Iron Man. Please take a look. The screen illuminated, revealing several satellite images. Ladies and gentlemen, as per our satellite reconnaissance and related intelligence, we have confirmed that certain nations have commenced research on armored suits. Should they succeed, it would pose a grave threat to our national security and the fundamental rights of our citizens. Consequently, the legislators have initiated a second wave of attacks. This time, even those who have derided him as a clown cannot help but acknowledge their unease. Tony Stark has not concealed his actions in recent days, and the public has gained a fair understanding of Iron Man's capabilities. They are acutely aware of the formidable nature of this technology and recognize that if those hostile to our nation were to succeed, peril would surely follow. Thus, a multitude of gazes silently shifted towards Tony Stark. Noticing their scrutiny, Stark narrowed his eyes, contemplating as he observed the screen. He retrieved his phone and captured a photograph. Fortunately, the venue lacked network shielding, allowing Tony to send the image to J.A.R. Vice, instructing him to commence an immediate investigation into the relevant information. Before long, J.A.R. Vice discovered pertinent videos on some obscure websites and promptly relayed this information to Tony Stark. Stark began analyzing these videos in search of any potential breakthroughs. Intriguingly, the camera positioned before Stark captured his actions through televised broadcast. It must be said, although he lacks the flamboyance of Justin Hammer, Stark still possesses a certain ostentation. The device in his hand was a remarkably avant-garde transparent screen phone, far surpassing the conventional models used by others. However, this very feature allowed his screen's contents to be discerned from behind. Despite the video mirroring somewhat, it did not hinder the clarity of the viewing experience. Observing the content on his phone, he remarked to Johnny beside him, "S-H-I-L-D has made a move. How can you tell?" Johnny inquired. Stark chuckled. The military and this Hammer Industries could not uncover such intelligence. Yet I can effortlessly find it online in such a short span. It's comprehensive, covering North Korea and Iran alike. What do they take classified information for? Given that these videos could not possibly be stored online without a constant connection, it stands to reason that S-H-I-L-D is aware of my artificial intelligence companion and has deliberately placed a website in the shadows, revealing it at this opportune moment for my use. Stark was aware of J.A.R.V.I.S.'s capabilities, having instinctively scanned for him during the last visit to rescue Pepper Potts. However, regarding Jarvis, how should one articulate this? Currently, it scarcely aligns with its true potential. One might say it barely qualifies as a rudimentary artificial intelligence assisting in office tasks, lacking even the inclination to entertain its own aspirations. As I express this, Johnny beside me appears somewhat perplexed. It's conceivable, yet are you perhaps overestimating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prowess? Can they truly foresee Tony Stark's actions? It is not a matter of foresight. Rather, Tony Stark has no alternative but to proceed in such a manner to turn the tables. Even if Tony does not act thus, they would undoubtedly devise a way to halt this hearing. Although I remain oblivious to the identity of the enigmatic individual protecting him, it suffices to acknowledge that S.H.I.E.L.D. is intent on safeguarding Stark. Upon viewing this video, a spark of inspiration ignites within me. Indeed, if these videos were disseminated by S.H.I.L.D. online, could we potentially trace them back to their location? It is evident that my anticipation is mounting. A fervent desire to rush to S.H.I.E.L.D. and seize their technological advancements. Johnny nods in agreement. Perhaps it is feasible. Let me see if I can uncover their whereabouts. With that, my cybernetic eye emits a crimson glow as it connects to the digital realm, initiating a search for information on S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, on Tony Stark's end, he gazes at the videos sent by Jarvis, feeling a surge of excitement. He has yet to realize that this intelligence has come rather effortlessly. Manipulating his phone, he commands Jarvis to remotely hack into the television's set-top box, interrupting the speech of the senators present and addresses everyone. I possess an alternative perspective on these videos. The senators, believing this to be Stark's final act of desperation, smirk condescendingly, eager to witness how he would counter their claims. Stark promptly displays footage of international research on the Iron Man armor onto the screen. Soon, a series of restricted images materialize on the television. It is evident that these nations, eager to keep pace with Stark's advancements, have rushed their developments. The armors they hastily produced, rather than being deployed to combat, pose a lethal threat even to their operators with mere movement. The cacophony of weapons malfunctioning and firing uncontrollably renders the research personnel utterly devastated. Meanwhile, the observers at the hearing gaze at these videos in astonishment. Previously, upon learning that other nations had commenced research on the Iron Man armor, they were engulfed in dread. After all, compared to other weaponry and equipment, the Iron Man suit is compact, agile, and possesses firepower that rivals that of tanks and aircraft. Should other nations succeed in its invention, the geopolitical landscape would irrevocably transform. As the world's most powerful nation, the United States naturally wishes to prevent any significant global changes. If possible, they would prefer to see technological stagnation worldwide, allowing them to maintain their position of dominance. But what is the reality now? Observing videos of other nations researching armored suits, they come to realize that these innovations are utterly futile. They pale in comparison to the capabilities of Tony Stark's Iron Man, and indeed, they do not even measure up to conventional fighter jets or tanks. Their suits lack the requisite strength. It is only now that the world appreciates the formidable prowess of Tony Stark, who single-handedly developed such advanced technology. As the onlookers gaze at Stark, the superhero aura surrounding him shines even more brilliantly. Meanwhile, Stark has successfully foiled the conspiracy of the legislators and Justin Hammer, experiencing immense satisfaction. He continues to play video after video, when suddenly he recognizes a familiar figure among them. Wait, is that Justin Hammer? No sooner does he think this than Hammer's voice fills the room, albeit through the television. Upon seeing the broadcast, Hammer jumps to his feet. Turn it off. As one of the attendees at the original test, Hammer is acutely aware of the trial's outcome, and he rushes to shut off the television. His frantic attempts are in vain, as Stark has already hacked the set-top box, rendering it beyond Hammer's control. Ultimately, with Hammer exclaiming, "Turn right," the hearing attendees gasp in astonishment. This fellow has allowed unrestricted rotation and even motor assistance. Stark cannot help but chuckle. Has he not even considered basic mechanical design principles? Laughter erupts in the room, and after failing to turn off the set-top box, Hammer finally resorts to switching off the television entirely, halting the video playback. After a flurry of activity, Hammer, now drenched in sweat, surveys the chaotic scene and hastily returns to his position, addressing the microphone. In fact, after that trial, the individual survived and the machine is intact. Hammer hopes to stabilize their stock, preventing a continued decline. Yet, The tumultuous atmosphere persists. Even his shouting into the microphone goes unheard. Chapter 89. Natalie, this cacophony is broadcast live by multiple television networks, igniting a frenzy online. As he observes the audience, who can barely hear their own voices, and the smug demeanor of Tony Stark, Hammer's eyes betray a mix of rage, envy, and a tinge of jealousy from his corner. In the face of Tony Stark, Justin Hammer undoubtedly felt inferior, for Stark's genius was unparalleled. As he regarded Stark, lost in thought, he failed to notice the senator on stage casting furtive glances in his direction. Without Hammer's guidance, the senator was at a loss. Meanwhile, in a nearby room at the hearing, Agent Coulson was busy with several operatives. Our brilliant genius has successfully countered. The video has been removed from the internet. Otherwise, we would have faced considerable trouble from various nations, Coulson remarked to his subordinates, simultaneously pressing his earpiece to continue. Team 2 and 3, you may withdraw. As anticipated, SHIELD had been discreetly protecting Tony Stark. Though they could not act overtly, they had supported Stark in overcoming numerous challenges. The ease with which Stark navigated the earlier part of his life significantly shaped his character, and SHIELD played a crucial role in that. While they deleted the online video, they managed to trace the source. It took considerable effort to track down these individuals in such a short time. Coulson had infiltrated Stark's assistant, JARVIS, and followed the digital trail. Ultimately, just before SHIELD agents deleted the website and all its information, they successfully caught a glimpse of the perpetrators and inserted a covert program into the data stream. This was not a mere playful virus. This time it was serious. The virus was designed to be exceptionally stealthy. Unless SHIELD's cyber capabilities surpassed his own, it would remain undetected. After executing this plan, he erased all traces of his intrusion and exited the network. To reach Iron Man's level, the world will require at least another decade. As for Hammer Industries, 20 years, he mused. Upon disconnecting from the network, he caught wind of Stark's audacious remarks. Back already? Yes, I found that website and inserted something into it. Let's see if we can catch those fellows, he said to Johnny, turning his gaze back to the television. Is he really this arrogant? Johnny inquired. I find him quite audacious myself. Shall we construct an armor to toy with him? You can go, but it's a hassle. Johnny replied with an eye roll. While his idea was entertaining, he still needed to wait for Stark to settle the financial matters. If they were to subdue Stark now, when would that $2 billion ever arrive? Moreover, if Stark were indeed to build an armor, it surely would not be one limited to flight without weaponry. It would undoubtedly be equipped with an arsenal. Considering all aspects, the armor he has crafted indeed surpasses the current Iron Man suit, yet the expenditure is undoubtedly substantial. At present, he possesses only a meager allowance, making it improbable for him to squander such a significant sum on a suit that holds little utility for him at this stage, merely for the sake of experimentation. After a brief exchange, both individuals returned their attention to the television. They watched as Tony Stark audaciously confronted Justin Hammer and the senator, leading to the senator retaliating on camera, microphone in hand, standing up to rebuke Stark. With that, the hearing concluded, leaving Stark with the upper hand in the ensuing proceedings. Stretching languidly, he made his way to the basement. As anticipated, the hearing came to a close. Not only did the military-affiliated attendees harbor doubts about Stark relinquishing the Iron Man suit, but even those online echoed his sentiment. Iron Man is Tony Stark, and Tony Stark is Iron Man. To demand that he surrender Iron Man is to demand that he relinquish himself. Ultimately, the fervent research by numerous nations had failed to keep pace with Stark's advancements, further solidifying his status as a superhero in the eyes of the public. In this nation, steeped in the ideals of superheroism, Stark had become an emblem of support for countless individuals. Days later, at the Monaco Grand Prix, in accordance with the planned itinerary, Tony Stark arrived alongside his former secretary, now head of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts, and his driver, Happy, to show support for his sponsored racing team. However, upon entering the hall, the alluring new secretary, Natalie, approached them. The sight of Natalie instantly altered Stark and Pepper's expressions. Yet, Natalie appeared oblivious to this shift as she naturally presented identification badges to Stark and Pepper, respectfully informing Stark, "Sir, your seats have been arranged, and Mr. Musk is also present." He wishes to speak with you. No problem. I'll be there shortly, Stark replied, sensing Pepper's discomfort beside him. He hesitated to turn around and feign seriousness while addressing Natalie. Pepper, with a forced smile, found it inappropriate to confront Stark in such a public setting. Yet in a more private moment, she quietly reproached him. When did you bring her on board? I assumed as the boss, I could have someone without issue. Is that so? I distinctly remember you offering her to me. It's just that since you've become a priority, I've had no one to assist me. Stark stammered, while Pepper shot him an exasperated glare. She had hoped that Stark had genuinely reconsidered his feelings towards her, but it now seemed evident that he remained unchanged in his ways. Little Pepper departed in a fit of anger, while Tony Stark could only helplessly touch his nose. Indeed, Natalie was undeniably alluring. However, that was not the reason he had summoned her to his side. Chapter 90. The drone. At this moment, Tony Stark found himself in a predicament, unable to articulate his frustrations. The decision to reassign Natalie away from Little Pepper was certainly not motivated by any romantic interest. From their very first encounter, he sensed something peculiar about Little Pepper. Although he could not pinpoint it, there was an underlying sense that something was amiss with Natalie. Consequently, he conducted a discreet investigation into her background online, yet her impeccable resume and the multitude of information available only deepened his intrigue, leaving him perplexed. Nevertheless, to safeguard Little Pepper from any potential threats posed by this enigmatic woman, Tony Stark took the initiative to reassign her to his immediate vicinity for closer observation, though, of course, not in a manner that suggested ulterior motives. With the majority of corporate affairs entrusted to Little Pepper, having this individual nearby would not interfere with either company operations or Little Pepper's safety. As for himself, he was Iron Man, Tony Stark. Surely he could handle this woman without difficulty. It was merely a lack of instinct for espionage that led him to underestimate Natalie, believing her to be nothing more than a commercial spy. Little did he know that, shortly, he would be confronted by an unexpected adversary. In the underground base, as he whistled and meticulously polished several components, he confirmed their readiness before assembling them into a machine. With the assembly complete, he tested his creation. The red glow of his ocular implant activated, connecting to the drone before him. Signal, check. Camera, check. System self-diagnostic, all clear. It was operational. Stepping back, he issued a command to the device. A deep hum resonated as the drone's rotors began to whirl. "Woohoo, takeoff!" exclaimed Mikey, who had been singing nearby, rushing over to join in the celebration. Tony cast a sidelong glance at this exuberant individual, rolling his eyes. "You seem even more excited than I am. I did help. You know, I had you move a few things for me, and I even sang to keep you entertained. Consider that assistance." All right, Tony conceded, choosing not to engage further. In his eyes, Mikey was merely a child at heart, and arguing would only diminish his own stature. Turning back to the drone, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. At last, this innovation would address the deficiencies in his visual range. Transferring control of the drone to its own mechanisms was a simple task, and with it, I approached a cluster of obstacles. Now let me put it to the test. Amidst these barriers, I instructed the drone to establish several targets. However, the obstacles obstructed my view of them completely. In the era of 2077, such concerns would be trivial, as the streets would be replete with cameras and target localization systems, adept at compensating for any visual deficiencies, thus revealing enemies hidden behind cover. Yet, in this time, there are scarcely any functional cameras on the streets, and most of them are in disrepair. As for the miraculous target localization feature, those devices lack internal locators, rendering their targeting capabilities futile. Even if they were equipped with mobile phones possessing location systems, the technology of this era remains rudimentary, with satellite positioning suffering from significant inaccuracies, incapable of achieving the precision seen in 2077. Consequently, during combat in complex terrains, the inability to accurately locate targets results in a considerable decrease in slaughter efficiency. For instance, during that day at the barren Kinkajiji, even the desolate Arasaka Tower of 2077 could be navigated within 10 minutes. While scaling that towering edifice now took me an exasperating 10 minutes due to unfamiliarity with the paths and the search for individuals. To mitigate this shortcoming, after much contemplation, I resolved to deploy several drones to enhance my field of vision. "Go forth." I issued a straightforward command to the drone, which then conducted a rudimentary scan of the obstacle-laden area before maneuvering to the side. Utilizing its advanced algorithms, the drone identified the positions of the targets through its camera, subsequently encoding these calculated special positions and transmitting them to me. My internal auxiliary implant then read and recognized these position codes, displaying them within my visual system. Thus, my perspective was graced with a series of red humanoid shapes, the targets I had designated. With the drone's augmented vision, I could also discern enemies concealed behind cover, effectively compensating for my limited sight. I muttered a few words, drawing 2 handguns from my waist, my gaze fixed on the cluster of cover and the targets lurking beyond. A smirk curled at the corners of my mouth. Here we go. My form instantly transformed into a blur as I surged into the thicket of obstacles. Observing the positions of these targets, I calculated the swiftest route to strike them all. Following this path, I sprinted forth, effortlessly firing 2 shots that struck the 2 adjacent targets. In the next moment, I executed a roll, nimbly vaulting over a heap of barriers while simultaneously discharging several rounds into the air. I paid no heed to whether my shots found their mark. Following up with a slide beneath a board, my hands never idle. With 2 handguns gracefully twirling in his hands, he adeptly navigated through the obstacles, seemingly firing bullets at random. The bullets, sparking as they grazed the air, resembled blooming flowers, radiating outward from their core. Each round was unleashed from the hammers of the firearms, either striking the target directly or ricocheting to hit an adversary concealed behind cover. Within mere seconds, he effortlessly traversed the array of obstacles. "Mac, check for any stragglers," he called out, slowly dispersing the smoke wafting from the gun's muzzle as he stood at the finish line, addressing a bewildered Mac nearby. "Oh, I'm on it," Mac quickly responded, rushing towards the pile of debris. Remembering the elegant agility he had just displayed, he attempted to leap over the obstacles as well. But, bang, he crashed into a mound of assorted items, toppling it over. As he looked up, he found himself adorned with a frying pan atop his head and a bucket around his foot, rising from the chaos. "Oh, I'm fine. Don't worry. I'll check on the dummies right away," he exclaimed, removing the items from his feet, then executing a perfect slide tackle to completely demolish the remaining debris. "To be honest, you'd excel at bowling," he sighed upon witnessing Mac, now buried under the clutter to the point of invisibility. "I'm all right." Mac's obstinate voice emerged from the heap. "Forget it. Just let me know once you've assessed the situation," he replied with a sigh, signaling to the small drone to follow him as he made his way to the workstation. Chapter 91. Turmoil. 10 minutes later, having thoroughly checked the drone's status, Mac finally emerged from the wreckage he had completely obliterated. "I've reviewed everything. All targets were hit, though a few dummies were merely struck in the body. Missing vital points. Is that so?" He frowned. While it was true that in this era, even non-lethal hits could incapacitate a target given the firepower of his weapons, he was not one to settle for mediocrity. If perfection was attainable, he would strive for it. After all, life is not a game. He would not lay out the requirements for passing levels for anyone. This very trait had previously served him well, even when faced with unforeseen circumstances during missions. He had managed to navigate crises with composure. "Very well, mark the locations of those dummies and the areas where they were hit," he instructed. With a wave of his hand, a 3D projection of the obstacle zone appeared on the workstation, along with the identified positions of the dummies. According to Mac, the positions were mostly accurate, though some discrepancies warranted adjustments to the algorithm for precise identification. Maggie, along with the other turtles, occasionally engaged with the workbench. Familiar with the necessary operations, promptly marked the dummies and their hit points. Observing Maggie complete the task, he nodded and gestured towards the heap of clutter, saying, "You can return those items to their original positions now." "What?" Maggie turned to glance at the disordered pile, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he looked back. The assortment comprised various items he had unearthed from every corner of the house: sofas, cabinets, beds, and even a statue, the origin of which was a mystery. Not to mention, even Maggie himself, having personally encountered these items, had no idea where they ought to be placed. "Are you serious?" "I merely intended to conduct a simple test of the drone's recognition capabilities, allowing you to rearrange a few items at will, yet you scurried about, bringing over such a multitude of things." With a resigned shrug, he had merely called out a moment ago and returned to his drone assembly, only to find that Maggie had already brought down an entire pile of items. Realizing he had exerted himself too vigorously, Maggie stared at the jumble for a long moment, still utterly at a loss for where to begin. "If all else fails, I suggest you first return those pots and pans. After all, glancing at the time, Leo would soon commence preparing lunch, and the thought of him discovering his kitchenware missing was troubling. Continuing in his mind, Maggie hastily exclaimed, "Yes, yes, I must hurry." He dashed toward the heap, rummaging through to retrieve some kitchen utensils before sprinting upstairs. "Remember to wash them for Leo," he called out, uncertain if the hurried Maggie heard him. With a resigned shake of the head, he examined the data Maggie had marked, beginning to analyze the discrepancies. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief. He had discerned that the errors arose from a singular perspective, akin to receiving only a frontal view, which hindered one's ability to envision the complete form of an object. Fortunately, the solution was simple. Providing multiple viewpoints would suffice. In essence, the plan was to create additional drones to observe the battlefield from varied angles, subsequently compiling their data to calculate the position of objects. The more perspectives available for the same object, the more precise the localization would be. Thankfully, the drones were compact, allowing for the construction of a few more, which could easily fit within the vehicle. With the energy core of Excalibur replaced by Tony Stark's reactor and the engine structure optimized, additional space was available inside for accommodating the clutter. Thus, the decision to construct several more drones was made, intending to store them on Excalibur. When it came time for combat, he could release all the drones, akin to activating a full map sheet. It was undeniably exhilarating. He whistled and resumed work on the other drones. Having previously assembled a drone, I have now mastered the techniques involved. Whereas I could only complete one drone in 2 hours before, I can now achieve the same task in under half an hour. After crafting 4 drones, I finally decided to pause. The laborious process of refining the components consumed too much time. If I had ready-made parts, my dexterity would allow me to assemble one in mere minutes. Most of my time was spent programming the drones. Once I completed everything, I heard Mickey calling everyone to dinner. It seemed that before Leo began cooking, that rascal had already put everything away. Otherwise, he would have faced a barrage of comments from Leo. Just as I was about to head upstairs for dinner, O'Neill suddenly called me. "Hey, did you hear about Tony Stark's predicament? Has that guy gotten himself into trouble again? Was he kidnapped or something?" I wondered, perplexed. What has Tony Stark done to incur the wrath of the gods? It seems he faces calamity on a daily basis. Given his audacious character, it wouldn't be surprising if he had indeed drawn divine ire with his incessant provocations. I rolled my eyes and replied, "So what happened to him?" "It's complicated to explain in a few words. I'll send you a video," O'Neill responded, and shortly thereafter, he transmitted several videos. Upon opening these clips, I realized they depicted the same incident from multiple angles. The footage showed a building surrounded by a throng of security personnel. From the banners, I recognized this as the venue for the recently bustling Monaco Grand Prix sponsor gathering, a hub for major corporations, which explained the extensive security presence. However, the commotion was not occurring outside the venue, but rather within it. Initially, everything appeared tranquil, but suddenly, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from inside the building. The social elite and high-ranking individuals, who were typically composed, now abandoned all decorum in their frantic rush to escape. Among the crowd, I spotted Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. Tony was shielding Pepper as they navigated through the panicking throng. As they ran, Tony frequently glanced back, as if witnessing something unfathomable. What could he be seeing? A frown creased my brow, bewildered by his reaction. Before long, my curiosity was satisfied. Emerging from the building was a formidable figure. An imposing man brandishing electrified whips and sporting a large bulbous device on his chest. "Tony Stark." The man's voice boomed loudly, resonating even 100 meters away. With that single proclamation, it became evident to everyone that Tony Stark was the target of this giant. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Tony Stark. As Tony Stark shielded Pepper Potts, he cast a glance back, his gaze landing upon the broad chest of the imposing figure before him. A look of perplexity crossing his features. It became apparent to him that the glowing arc on the man's chest bore an uncanny resemblance to his own reactor. This realization ushered in a wave of trouble for Stark. He clicked his tongue, fully aware that others would surely notice this detail as well. Johnny, unable to contain himself, stepped forward. Had someone managed to crack the code of this individual's reactor? It was uncertain, yet Stark must have implemented countermeasures to safeguard his own technology. Although he had sold several reactors, this particular one could not possibly lack such defenses, and furthermore, Stark had never sold a reactor of this diminutive size. Unless someone had managed to decode Stark's reactor technology within an impossibly short span, it was inconceivable that such a compact reactor could exist. Johnny pondered this notion, stroking his chin thoughtfully and mused, "Fascinating, but I wonder how that individual accomplished such a feat," raising an eyebrow. He decided to set aside the question of how the small reactor had been created. The reality remained that Stark was in deep trouble. During the previous hearing, Stark had asserted that it would take at least a decade for the world to catch up to his technology and 20 years for Hammer Industries. While this statement seemed audacious, it was in fact a considerably humble assertion from Stark, who had tempered his words. The greatest challenge in humanoid armor lay within the realm of energy. While programming and similar aspects could be developed through experimentation and research, energy itself could not be conjured without certain prerequisites, no matter how much time one devoted to it. To require a diminutive power source capable of sustaining an entire suit for an extended period was nothing short of fantastical. Stark had boldly proclaimed his superiority, confident in the existence of an energy source of such fantastical caliber. However, now, that bold declaration had been laid bare, transforming into a resounding slap to his face. A sharp knife that turned against him. Henceforth, Stark's aura of invincibility was shattered, and his previously unassailable boasts would plunge him into an abyss. At this juncture, he faced a stark choice: either achieve another breakthrough in his reactor technology and reclaim his leading edge, or relinquish his existing reactor technology. For there was no escape from this predicament otherwise. Wait a moment, a technological breakthrough? He recalled the large reactor within Stark Industries Hall, with its suggestive yet currently in use structures. Could it truly facilitate such a breakthrough? It couldn't be that straightforward, could it? To be candid, the current reactor had already impressed him immensely. If a further advancement were possible, it would undoubtedly place this technology far ahead of the 2077 world. Excitement began to swell within him at the very thought of such possibilities, and a smile broke across his face. Returning his gaze to the screen, he continued to watch the video alongside Johnny. In the footage, all the security personnel observed the throng of individuals fleeing from the hall. Even though the burly man appeared to be lacking any protective gear, they dared not fire their weapons indiscriminately. After all, the influential figures were in close proximity. Should they inadvertently harm any of these individuals, even if they later neutralized the suddenly emerged terrorist, they would face severe repercussions. The formidable man was well aware of this reality. His whip lashed through the air, effortlessly scorching the ground around him, yet he refrained from injuring anyone nearby. These individuals served as his human shield, akin to a flock of sheep being herded by a shepherd, driven towards the exit. As the security personnel began to disperse the crowd, a sleek black luxury van came to a halt in front of the building. The driver tossed a red briefcase into the midst of the gathering, landing near Iron Man, Tony Stark's feet. With a swift motion, he ushered Pepper Potts into the vehicle and stood upon the briefcase, hastily donning his armor. However, upon inspecting the suit, it was evident that while the armor was portable and donned rapidly, its protective capabilities were somewhat lacking. Given the size of the briefcase, much of its volume was occupied by internal propulsion structures, leaving little room for substantial armor. Furthermore, as the armor had to be distributed across an entire body, its thickness was further compromised. Nevertheless, Tony Stark was likely to prevail. The weapon wielded by the burly man was not a firearm. Such an armament might have posed a threat to Stark, but electrified whips? He chuckled at the notion that this flamboyant individual would neglect to implement electrical insulation for himself. Just as anticipated, Stark charged directly at the man, who, noticing the dwindling crowd, engaged in combat with Stark in plain sight. Yet, within a mere few exchanges, Stark leveraged the electrical resistance of his armor, ensnaring the man's electrified whip, and landed a powerful punch to his head, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, Stark dismantled the reactor, examined it momentarily, and then crushed it with his bare hands. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Stark departed, yet beneath his seemingly radiant exterior, he found himself ensnared by an unseen vortex, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 93. Nick Fury reappears. Perhaps some individuals are truly born as favored children of destiny, with the world revolving around them. As soon as trouble arose for Tony Stark, it didn't take long for the SHL to call, just as they were finishing their meal. "Hey, another mission? Can we have something substantial for once? I'm growing weary of these billion-dollar tasks." Rest assured, this time it is indeed a significant venture. Open the door. I am waiting outside.
A significant venture?
Outside? Somewhat taken aback, he glanced out the window, remotely commanding the entrance to open, revealing two figures standing just beyond the threshold. The ocular implant activated, magnifying the distant scene, where I recognized one individual as the black-skinned boiled egg I had encountered a few times before. Beside him stood Agent Coulson, who had previously been incapacitated by a traitor. Recalling this individual's name, I stepped outside to observe Nick Fury and Coulson approaching, the latter clutching a box. Was there a mission at hand? I must clarify that a substantial sum of money was soon to be credited to my account, rendering any trifling gains insufficient to sway me. Gazing at the black-skinned boiled egg, even if crafted from his special alloy, it was evident that this person was an imposter. As for Coulson beside him, he appeared genuine. It remained uncertain whether he was aware that his director was a counterfeit. Rubbing my chin, a spark of mischief ignited within me as I contemplated revealing this secret to Coulson to gauge his reaction. However, sensing my intentions, Nick Fury promptly intervened. I have a commission for you, and the reward is in new technology. Will you accept? New technology? My interest piqued. I was quite fond of such matters. Tell me more, and should it satisfy my curiosity, I may very well accept. Are you not curious about the nature of this commission? What else could it pertain to but the affair involving Tony Stark? I shrugged, struggling to think of anyone else worthy of Fury's personal involvement. Nick Fury nodded. You guessed correctly. He instructed Coulson to place the box on the ground, and then asked him to leave before continuing. Inside this box lies a technology that could liberate Tony Stark from his current predicament. If you assist him in its development, you will gain control of that technology. Huh, a clever ruse indeed, promising something of value. I mused. Whose reward is an improving technology? Yet, to assist Tony Stark in its development? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in my eyes as I recalled the colossal reactor. Let me surmise, the technology is related to that reactor? Indeed, you have already discerned the truth. Nick Fury replied with a nod. Years ago, Howard Stark stumbled upon a new element with an extraordinarily high energy index. When combined with that reactor, it could create an unprecedented new form of energy. However, due to the limitations of contemporary science, while he discovered this new element, he was unable to manufacture it, ultimately leaving behind an empty reactor. At this juncture, Nick Fury sighed. In truth, had he succeeded, humanity might have already ventured into the cosmos. Alas, the technological standards of that era were woefully inadequate to realize such a masterpiece, forcing him to conceal it for future generations to uncover. Listening to Fury's lament, I raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He estimated that this was not the notion of the dark-skinned boiled egg, but rather the thoughts of this enigmatic entity. For the tone of an observer was unmistakably evident. Such words could hardly be uttered by a mere human. Coupled with the advanced technology showcased by SHIELD, it was inconceivable that a species yet to leave its home planet could have developed such cutting-edge innovations. The mystery was unraveling. There undoubtedly existed extraterrestrial beings within SHIELD, possessing advanced technology. Before him stood an alien, a shape-shifting entity no less. He had uncovered a monumental secret of SHIELD, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, for the organization harbored secrets far beyond this one. Gazing at the dark-skinned boiled egg, he remarked coolly that energy source should not be deemed remarkable. After all, he continued, a smirk gracing his lips, SHIELD must possess even more formidable artifacts, at least superior to this energy. Wouldn't you agree? The dark-skinned boiled egg stared back, eyes wide, with a smile barely concealed. He understood that his probe had succeeded. His previous remark bore implications not solely regarding the extraterrestrial technology possessed by SHIELD, but also hinted at the reactor, which had been reverse-engineered. What could be the source of such extraordinary advancements that even reverse-engineered inventions were so impressive? Previously, he had merely harbored a conjecture, uncertain of its validity. However, the dark-skinned boiled egg's reaction corroborated his suspicions. SHIELD undeniably had more treasures. So remarkable that even an alien adept in advanced technology found them astonishing. No wonder SHIELD appeared indifferent towards this particular technology. for they indeed possessed something far more extraordinary. Reflecting on the earlier mention of Howard Stark, he recalled his significant impact on modern history. The father of Tony Stark, he had been the largest weapons manufacturer during World War II. According to the boiled egg, he also bore an affiliation with SHIELD. While his specific rank within the organization remained unclear, it was undoubtedly high. After all, even a mere employee was a billionaire. One could only imagine the vast magnitude of SHIELD. The dark-skinned boiled egg soon realized he was being tested. He observed, his eyes now glinting with menace. You ought not to act recklessly. What? Do you intend to silence me for having made a guess? He scoffed. Do try. Let us see if the small firearm concealed within your arm can truly intimidate me into silence. With that, he shifted his stance, causing the dark-skinned boiled egg to tense. Just moments ago, he had sensed an instinctual warning, cautioning him against any hasty actions. Should he entertain the thought of aggression, it would be his end. The atmosphere grew taut with tension as both parties faced off, when suddenly, a sound crackled in the dark-skinned boiled egg's earpiece. Taking a deep breath, he felt the previously strained atmosphere ease. I must take my leave now. Do remember to assist Tony Stark. Rest assured, I shall attend. A smile has returned to my face, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Nick Fury cast a steady glance before turning away. Chapter 94. Abundant Intelligence. I had thought this fellow might engage in a confrontation with you. Observing the departure of the enigmatic figure, Johnny emerged with a comment. This non-human harbors certain reservations and would not resort to violence lightly. He remains remarkably composed. After numerous dealings, he has come to comprehend the nature of this species. Unless absolutely necessary, these beings will refrain from action. Moreover, they are but puppets, with the true puppeteer being the shadowy figure behind the scenes. It is perplexing how this individual possesses the means to control so many extraterrestrials. Reflecting on the capacity to flawlessly emulate anyone, combined with advanced alien technology. These extraterrestrial beings are indeed masters of subterfuge. With their shape-shifting abilities and alien advancements, they could effortlessly replace any inhabitant of Earth. This thought also brings to mind a conspiracy theory once circulated in the First World, suggesting that all government officials are aliens, insinuating that extraterrestrials have silently taken control of the globe. In that world, it may have been mere speculation, but in this realm, such a conspiracy could very well materialize. Should these aliens truly seize control of the entire government, one cannot help but shudder at the prospect. I cannot help but muse. The more terrifying these extraterrestrials appear, the more it underscores the formidable capabilities of the true mastermind. What abilities does this individual possess that allow for such flawless control over these aliens? Today, we have indeed acquired a wealth of intelligence. Johnny remarked that each time they encountered the enigmatic figure, it was a different extraterrestrial. And today, S being was evidently less proficient than its predecessors. A mere test revealed a significant amount of information. One could say it was a substantial gain. Indeed, each piece of intelligence is remarkable. I nodded in agreement. After all, the existence of aliens, alien technology, and even the presence of extraterrestrials within SHIELD is undeniably impressive. Prior to this intelligence, even the fact that Howard Stark is affiliated with SHIELD seemed less astonishing. Of course, the implications of Howard Stark's identity clarified a lingering question in my mind. No wonder SHIELD is so invested in Tony Stark. It turns out he is a privileged scion. What a twist of fate to have both wealth and influence fall into his lap. It is as if God closed one door, only to open a window with air conditioning. However, despite acquiring such extensive intelligence, the questions multiply. Shaking my head, this world operates in such a manner. Questions forever outnumber answers. Regardless, let us proceed with our task. Johnny kicked the box on the ground. It was evident that he could not connect with it. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to retrieve the contents below. He lifted the box and watched from a distance as the dark-skinned man exited the estate, subsequently shutting the gate remotely. After securing the entrance, he proceeded towards the underground base. Outside the gate, Nick Fury regarded Coulson, who was waiting nearby, and cast a wary glance back at the firmly closed gate. With a deep breath, he entered a vehicle and departed the premises. Meanwhile, within an undisclosed base, another Nick Fury stood before a large screen. Having overheard the conversation with the previous Nick Fury, beside him stood an individual with green skin. I believe this situation is rather perilous. He is excessively astute and quite uncontrollable. Otherwise, we need not have sent a more competent Skrull next time, remarked the Skrull. Nick Fury interrupted, cradling an orange cat in his arms, which meowed at the Skrull. The sound startled the Skrull, causing him to avert his gaze. Relax, Gugu. Nick Fury gently scratched the cat's chin, eliciting a contented purr as Gugu closed his eyes. You perceive this individual as difficult to manage, yet I hold a different perspective. Once we have calmed Gugu, we can continue. His methods are uniquely distinctive, yet he is capable of discerning specific rules. By adhering to these regulations, we can enlist his assistance, which would be advantageous for us. What he can accomplish, we can achieve as well. The Skrull appeared poised to respond, but a glance from Nick Fury silenced him. Would you prefer to be sent to the front lines, to engage in various battles? Upon hearing this, the green-skinned one fell silent, his expression darkening, yet he could find no words of rebuttal. Initially, although they had negotiated with Nick Fury to secure a habitat on Earth in exchange for assistance, they had made it clear they were unwilling to face the front lines. Their numbers were far too scarce for arbitrary sacrifice, and why should they risk themselves for humanity? They were esteemed citizens of the Skrull Empire, which, despite having been shattered by the Kree, could not deny their former dominance in the cosmos. Meanwhile, Earthlings had yet to venture beyond their home planet. The disparity between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. Why, as beings of the heavens, should they sacrifice themselves for the earth? Observing the Skrull's silence, Nick Fury shook his head. If you are unwilling, then remain silent. With that, he stood, still holding Gugu, and made his way outside. Upon reaching the threshold, Nick Fury exhaled a sigh. The Skrull found the situation perilous, but was he not in the same precarious position? Alas, humanity's advanced combat capabilities were woefully insufficient. Nick Fury, having previously witnessed the formidable Kree warships, understood the vast dangers lurking within this universe, and recognized that humanity lacked the strength to confront such threats. Captain Marvel, initially a commendable candidate, possessed immense power and could effortlessly contend with an entire fleet. However, she had glimpsed broader horizons, leaving Nick Fury feeling unqualified and incapable of restraining others. Of course, Captain Marvel remained somewhat grounded, providing a summoning device. Yet Nick Fury doubted its efficacy in delivering messages instantaneously to her, nor did he believe she could return from the far reaches of the cosmos in an instant. Thus, he felt it imperative for humanity to possess at least the capability to delay adversaries until Captain Marvel could return. Regrettably, even with lowered expectations, humanity still fell short, as they were tragically lagging behind. Consequently, Nick Fury was compelled to adopt a more unconventional approach, placing his hopes on these exceptionally gifted human elites. Despite the inherent risks, he believed that when the moment was critical, they would be willing to fight for humanity. Chapter 95. A Great Father with a Whistle. He transported the box back to the basement. Though the box appeared quite large, its contents seemed rather meager upon opening. A few notebooks, some blueprints, cut-up newspaper, and an accompanying vintage projector tape, along with an old audio tape. Observing the items within, he glanced at the label on the box, Howard Stark's Relics. Intriguing. It truly evoked a sense of ancient times. Rolling his eyes, he perused the newspaper and similar items first. Ah, Anton Vanko was exiled. Who was Anton Vanko? He glanced curiously at Johnny, who pointed to the workbench beside him. The workbench opened automatically, revealing a news report. Attacker Anton Vanko has been captured and sentenced for aggravated assault, with a prison term of 400 years. Oh, Anton Vanko. Wasn't Ivan Vanko his father? No wonder this fellow was involved in reactor creation. He hailed from a privileged background, though he was merely expelled. Nodding in acknowledgement, he dismissed thoughts of the ensuing power struggle, setting the newspaper aside to open the notebook. A potential arrangement of atomic structures. This piqued his interest. As he skimmed through the notebook's content, his brow furrowed. What? It abruptly ended. Frustrated to find the latter half of the notebook completely blank after having read only part of it, he felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. This vexation was akin to having a date with a favorite companion, only to discover, at a critical moment, an unfortunate and unwelcome surprise. Where is that last segment? Has S. H. I. E. L. D concealed it? I wonder if it is possible that Howard Stark had not completed his research before his untimely demise. Johnny, curious as well, glanced at his notebook. If all else fails, perhaps you should continue to research. I feel something is amiss. Howard Stark must have completed his findings, otherwise, he could not have produced the contents in this notebook. Pausing for a moment, I flipped through the notebook, and even with a scanning vision, I found nothing of significance. Letting out a sigh, as for continuing the research, that seems implausible. To put it in simpler terms, the notes merely outline a method for solving a problem. Yet the problem itself is not recorded. It is akin to someone teaching you method 112 without ever disclosing the actual question, without knowing the question. How can one ascertain the answer? Is it 42? Surely, there must be elements we have yet to uncover. After rummaging through the contents of the box again and confirming the absence of hidden secrets, my gaze fell upon the vintage film projector. Do you know how to operate this? Johnny nodded affirmatively, stating that calling Donna would suffice. That's reassuring. Nodding, I summoned Donna down and activated the projection mode of the workstation, allowing Johnny to connect and project himself. Although it was their first encounter, Donna was somewhat astonished to discover such a spectral presence nearby. Indeed, he considered Johnny a ghost, an electronic specter. He intended to voice this thought, but Johnny shook his head, leading Donna to firmly believe Johnny was an electronic ghost. Johnny, uninterested in explaining further, mused that being an electronic ghost was certainly cooler. Under Johnny's guidance, Donna retrieved several devices from his collection, assembling them together before placing the vintage film onto the corresponding projector and initiating playback. Observing the screen, I was taken aback. The picture quality was impressive, far better than the pixelated figures I had anticipated. The cameras of you are optical, not digital. Pixelation is a realm unreachable by digital cameras. Even your cybernetic body would be ineffectual against such vintage technology, Johnny remarked with a chuckle, demonstrating his greater understanding of ancient artifacts compared to Donna. All right, you are the expert. I roll my eyes and continue to watch the tape. On the screen, Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, repeatedly attempted to film an introduction for the Stark Industries Expo, but his evident nervousness rendered the filming process quite tumultuous. Within the video, the youthful visage of Tony Stark in his early years was also captured. One can only say that the youthful Tony Stark appeared far more agreeable than the flamboyant man he has become. As they watched this seemingly behind-the-scenes footage, neither Johnny nor the other felt disappointment. Instead, they remained captivated until the end. It was as if they stumbled upon an Easter egg. Hearing Howard Stark's heartfelt declaration of affection for his son, Tony. At this moment, both Johnny and his companion fell into a profound silence. Tony Stark, indeed, had a commendable father. They exchanged rare nods of agreement while observing the man on screen. Despite having endured numerous trials and witnessing the treacherous conflicts among humanity, and having become accustomed to the darkest aspects of human nature, they found themselves in awe of this portrayal of boundless paternal love. Humanity, by its very essence, is such a creature. They may harbor anger towards the ugliness of the world, yet they also extend their blessings towards its beauty. Following these blessings, they gazed at Howard Stark, who had left his unfinished work to his finest creation, Tony Stark. He sincerely hoped that his child would carry forth the legacy he could not complete. As for the Stark Expo's aerial view, it was readily available online. Upon realizing that the map of the Expo served as the subject of their inquiry, both Johnny and his companion understood that one could easily find the answer with a simple search. Johnny's question implied whether they should directly solve the puzzle. They turned to the name on the box beside them, Howard Stark. Perhaps it was better to leave this riddle for his son to unravel. It was, after all, the final wish of a great father. Chapter 96. Howard's favor, they carefully returned everything to the box, closed the lid, and then contacted S.H.L.D. to inform them of their intention to seek out Tony Stark for the resolution of Howard Stark's enigma. After a brief silence, the call was transferred to another individual. You wish for Tony Stark to solve this puzzle? Why? The voice on the line elicited a surprised glance between Johnny and his companion. Lo and behold, our director is personally addressing us. Why are you so certain it's me? The innate talents of your race. Those extraterrestrials could never replicate it. God knows why. But when you speak, it's as if every word is imbued with greatness. You are all born champions. Nick Fury, listening to this exchange, fell momentarily silent before resuming the serious matter at hand. All right. He rolled his eyes, incredulous that such extraordinary talents were being dismissed. I refuse to believe you haven't seen Howard Stark's videotape. You should be aware of Howard's final wishes. To be precise, it was not truly Howard's last wish, as he recorded that video in good health, with no imminent threat of demise. Yes. Then he tragically passed away in a car accident. Nodding slightly, Nick Fury shook his head from across the room, yet chose not to elaborate further. Are you suggesting that you wish to fulfill Howard Stark's dying wish? Johnny interjected, shaking his head in exasperation. After reviewing the footage of the tape, he reflected upon the circumstances surrounding Howard Stark's demise. Previously, he had only a cursory understanding and found no cause for concern. However, upon a more meticulous examination of the events, he discerned several anomalies. Their earlier conversation had been a test of sorts, but Nick Fury's lack of a definitive answer left both him and Johnny somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, a non-answer can itself be interpreted as a response. He whispered to Johnny and then turned to Nick Fury, declaring, "Indeed, we wish to assist him. I cannot ascertain whether he is a good person, but I believe he was a commendable father. I understand, but at present, Tony Stark is rather despondent and seems to be engaging in self-destructive behavior. We shall wait until tomorrow," Nick Fury suggested. Tomorrow? Why? Johnny inquired, intrigued. Nick explained. Tomorrow marks his birthday. His birthday? How fascinating. Upon calculating the timeline, Johnny realized that it was in fact the penultimate day of the Stark Expo, which had taken place quite some time ago. During this interval, Stark Industries had allocated numerous small exhibition spaces to various technology firms. Yet the primary stage of the Stark Expo showcased only one cutting-edge technology each day. The penultimate day was reserved for the most significant and groundbreaking presentation. Goodness, Howard Stark must have had a peculiar fondness for Tony Stark to select this date. It is all in the details. Originally, Tony had intended to unveil his reactor technology to the public on this day. However, following the incident involving Anton Ivan, public sentiment had shifted dramatically, and Stark Industries found itself in disarray, with the media inundated with negative reports. Thus, to debut the reactor technology at this juncture would be akin to slapping himself in the face. What hubris he once had. It became clear why Tony Stark had succumbed to despair. He had pinned his hopes on the expo, yearning to generate sufficient revenue and seize a chance for redemption. But that opportunity was now lost, rendering his prior bravado a mere jest. The public was aware that his reactor technology was not unique. Consequently, how could he expect it to sell well? With this realization, it was no wonder Tony had begun to spiral into self-destruction. Nick Fury chose not to prolong the conversation, suggesting they convene the following day and subsequently ended the call. After hanging up, Johnny remarked with surprise, Well, how can such a brilliant mind give up so easily? He hasn't even attempted to persevere with you yet, and he's already throwing in the towel? His pleas were in vain. I had already stated $2 billion. Even if he were to offer me $999, $999, $999, $999, a single cent less, I would refuse to acquiesce. I roll my eyes. Was he truly such a spineless individual? Even if Tony Stark owed him a considerable sum, being a major financier, he would not compromise his principles. Moreover, the SHIELD is there to back him. I firmly believe that even if Tony Stark's arc reactor were unsellable, SHIELD would rush to cover the costs. As for whether SHIELD could afford such an expenditure, one must remember it is an organization armed with extraterrestrial technology. Would they truly lack funds? With beings capable of transformation within their ranks, even in the absence of money, generating some should pose no challenge. If all else fails, one could have an alien transform into Qin Shi Huang and livestream. I am Qin Shi Huang. I shall grant you the title of general for 50. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly yield significant revenue. Not to mention, SHIELD possesses even more formidable methods, such as eliminating certain wealthy miscreants and having an alien impersonate them to inherit their fortunes, thus securing ample resources. Consequently, I have never doubted SHIELD's financial stability. With such individuals around, Tony Stark would never be so easily persuaded. Speaking of which, that dark-skinned fellow mentioned that he would join us in seeking out Tony Stark tomorrow. Do you believe his words to be genuine? Will he truly show up? Who knows? Although I have interacted with Nick Fury on numerous occasions, It has always been with his false persona. Can one truly discern an individual-esque character through a fade? It is impossible. Thus, I remain oblivious to the true nature of Nick Fury, and I cannot ascertain whether his genuine self will appear tomorrow. Oh, why ponder so much? Tomorrow will reveal the answers. It is not like SC Chardinger's cat. The outcome will be known. I stretched lazily, closed my workstation, and ceased to dwell on these mentally taxing thoughts. Instead, I shall set a modest goal. For every $30 worth of gifts received, I shall add an additional chapter. All that is required of you is to send complimentary small gifts, which I shall tally towards chapter 97. What a surprise. He actually brought a cat with him. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Johnny stared in astonishment at the familiar, yet unfamiliar dark-skinned figure. While he could not yet ascertain whether this figure was indeed genuine, the arrival of a cat was a first for them. It felt somewhat unusual, prompting him to activate his scanning mode. His eyes turned red as he observed. The dark-skinned individual seemed unfazed, likely having received similar intelligence beforehand. After scrutinizing the dark-skinned figure for some time without uncovering a flaw, he was nearly convinced of the authenticity of this being. However, as he gazed at the cat, he was momentarily taken aback. Was there something amiss with this feline? Rubbing his eyes, he gazed at the large orange cat, whose body temperature and weight deviated from that of an ordinary feline, leaving him somewhat perplexed. While he could comprehend the unusual weight of the ginger cat, its atypical body temperature raised questions. Was something amiss? Had it mutated? Or was it possible that an extraterrestrial with shape-shifting abilities could transform even a ginger cat? He pondered these thoughts, but, observing the instinctive motion of the black-skinned egg rolling to pet the cat, he surmised it likely wasn't an alien. Otherwise, how could this black-skinned egg dare to approach? Meanwhile, Nick Fury sensed the gaze upon him and looked down at Gugu, who was staring intently, his curiosity piqued. It appeared that Gugu harbored a certain fondness. This was problematic. He had cradled Gugu to prevent any potential aggression. Although he possessed other means of safeguarding himself, he could not guarantee their efficacy against a force capable of astonishing speed. Gugu, however, was a different matter entirely. As the saying goes, a cat's reflexes are 7 times that of a human's, should a threat arise. He might not react in time, but Gugu surely could. Coupled with Gugu's devouring ability, Nick Fury believed that if he could buy some time, perhaps delay the threat long enough to activate his safety measures, it would be manageable. Yet now, Gugu appeared to be on the verge of rebellion, causing Nick Fury's anxiety to spike. You ungrateful little ancestor, he internally lamented, quickly turning away to avoid any further exchange of glances, lest this little ancestor truly wander off. He waved his hand, and a black jeep came to a halt. Swiftly, Nick Fury entered the vehicle, placing Gugu on the seat beside him, and said, "Are you ready? We should make it to that fellow's birthday party." "All right," Gugu replied, somewhat puzzled by Nick Fury's odd demeanor. However, upon hearing the invitation, he nodded in agreement, eager to witness just how self-destructive Tony Stark could be. Turning back to glance at the house in the courtyard, Excalibur suddenly burst forth from the underground garage, racing towards him before executing a graceful, precise stop right in front of him. The items had already been secured in the trunk, and Nick Fury instructed, "You drive ahead. I will follow." With a nod, Nick Fury signaled the driver to commence. 5 black jeeps formed a convoy, a sight that left passers-by momentarily stunned. Observing the procession, he found it somewhat amusing. From this angle, Nick Fury indeed resembled a man who feared for his life. Right, Johnny? Turning his head, he unexpectedly spotted an adorable little kitten perched on the passenger's seat, tilting its head in a charming manner. Though the scene was undeniably delightful, it instantly shifted into a state of heightened awareness. Without further ado, the mere fact that this cat could materialize silently beside him was enough to warrant his serious attention. The moment he relinquished his grip on Excalibur, he slipped into a state of heightened awareness, pivoting sharply to seize the orange feline. To his surprise, he successfully captured the cat in his grasp. He had anticipated returning empty-handed, yet this feline was evidently no ordinary creature. Its ability to evade his perception was profoundly unusual. Given his formidable sensory acuity, in a state of complete concentration, he could detect any anomalies in his surroundings. Although he was not in that heightened state moments ago, even in a standard mode, it was uncommon for anything to approach him unnoticed. Neither Takashi nor Oda could accomplish such a feat. Yet this small cat managed to do so, How could he possibly reconcile this? Holding the orange cat aloft with a furrowed brow, he pondered its substantial size and weight, which, albeit heavier than the average cat, was not excessively so. He proceeded to examine the feline meticulously, confirming that to the naked eye, it resembled an ordinary orange cat. Only through scanning could he discern certain peculiarities. During this inspection, he noticed a collar around its neck, engraved with a name. Google, is that truly your name? He gently stroked the cat's plump body, realizing why Nick Fury was so fond of petting cats. The tactile experience was indeed delightful. Gugu, nestled in his hands, appeared unafraid, comfortably closing its eyes as he provided a gentle massage. Is the tactile sensation really that remarkable? Johnny's curious voice interjected as he appeared in the passenger seat, shrugging nonchalantly. Perhaps it's simply because it's an orange cat. Regardless, it does feel quite nice. Johnny observed Gugu sprawled in his lap, exposing its belly, and remarked sarcastically, "All right then, it feels good. What, are you envious? Wishing to pet a cat?" He continued to playfully tease Johnny while toying with Gugu. Johnny rolled his eyes and replied, "I'm not fond of cats. I'm allergic to cat hair, all right?" It seemed he was merely expressing sour grapes. Yet, he had forgotten that Johnny was allergic. As he continued to engage with Gugu, keenly observing its behavior, his actions were not simply for the sake of petting. He was utilizing the act to analyze Gugu's reactions. After a series of playful interactions, he confirmed that Gugu's responses were indeed akin to those of an ordinary cat. This left him pondering, was this truly just a cat? Had its body temperature somehow mutated? No. Johnny shook his head as his eyes glowed with a red hue, revealing streams of data flowing within, an indication of his scanning capabilities as a system. This is no ordinary feline. I have observed a remarkable spatial response emanating from within it, as if it possesses a portal nestled in its belly. A portal? Furrowing my brow, I gazed at the creature in my hands. A cat with a portal in its stomach? What manner of being are you? Meow. It seemed the creature paused its antics, leisurely opening its eyes to respond with a meow, inviting me to continue. Seizing this opportunity, I deftly pried its mouth open for a glimpse inside. Nothing appeared amiss. What is this? I noticed fine, hair-like strands within its throat and curiously prodded one. Ugh. Chapter 98. The habits of the devouring beast before my eyes. Those initially minuscule, hair-like strands suddenly elongated dramatically, transforming into several tentacle-like appendages that burst forth from the creature's mouth. Goodness. I hastily lifted the creature high, narrowly avoiding a shower of tentacles, although the rearview mirror directly above the driver's seat was not so fortunate, as one tentacle ensnared it and yanked it back into the creature's mouth. Watching the mass of tentacles retract, I swallowed hard and glanced sideways at Johnny, who was equally taken aback. Did it just swallow our rearview mirror? Johnny blinked in astonishment, observing the now docile creature that had reverted to its charming demeanor, and nodded vacantly. Indeed. Hiss. I inhaled deeply, cautiously lowering the creature. I just not. So please refrain from opening your mouth, if you would. Meow. It seemed the creature comprehended, attempting to respond, but promptly having its mouth pinched shut, its meow unvoiced. I carefully placed the creature on the central console and rubbed my eyes, still shaken. How? I wondered, did it manage to swallow that rearview mirror? Surely it wouldn't upset its stomach? I lack experience in tending to such creatures, but perhaps you could inquire with that black-skinned boiled egg about any potential issues. Indeed. I glanced at the vacant spot where the rearview mirror once resided, realization dawning upon me. No wonder Nick Fury brought the creature along. It was clearly a precaution, intended to have the creature monitor me. However, turning to the creature, I mused, "Buddy, how did you end up in my vehicle?" Shaking my head, I focused on the black convoy ahead, a red glow igniting in my eyes as I infiltrated their communication channel. Upon entry, I immediately heard a voice proclaim, "The director's cat is missing. Have any of you seen it in your vehicles?" Negative. Did anyone in the rear vehicle observe the cat jumping off? Negative. It likely leaped off before we started moving. Should we search for it? No need. It will return. The final statement was uttered by Nick Fury. Although Gugu appears as an ordinary cat with comparable habits, its intelligence far surpasses that of a typical feline. It possesses the ability to comprehend human speech and acts according to its own judgment. Simultaneously, over the past few decades, Nick Fury has observed that this cat seems to exhibit a capability for spatial teleportation. Of course, this ability appears to have certain limitations. as he has not objectively witnessed Gugu employing this trick. Nevertheless, each night before he retires, he ensures that Gugu is locked outside, for he certainly does not wish to awaken in the middle of the night with a large orange cat pressing down on his chest, struggling against the discomfort of asphyxiation. Yet, regardless of the precautions he takes, each morning, Gugu manages to appear on his chest, promptly rousing him from his slumber. This should serve as evidence of the cat's teleportation ability, should it not? Over the years, Gugu has occasionally gone missing, only to re-emerge from a corner days later, as if it had never departed. This time, Nick Fury believed Gugu had merely ventured out to play. Though somewhat vexed, he could do little more than hope that, given the decades he had cared for it, the cat would return. Just as he held onto this hope, the sound system of the car he was in suddenly activated. A voice emerging from the speakers. "Hey, Black Nick Fury, your cat is with me." Damn it. Fury felt a surge of frustration. He had previously sensed Gugu's interest in something, as it had been staring intently, exuding an air of impending elopement. To prevent such an occurrence, he hastily scooped Gugu back into the car, only to be informed a moment later that Gugu had already made its way elsewhere. Fury's headache intensified. Now, not only had he failed to prevent it, but he had also lost his own cat. "Director, should we stop and retrieve the cat?" "Let's head to Tony Stark first. We'll discuss it then." Fury sighed, leaning back against the seat. What could he do? Others believed that Gugu was merely a pet cat, but only he knew that it was, in fact, his living ancestor, as long as this ancestor was unwilling. He dared not take direct action, lest he risk losing an eye. With a silent sigh, Fury quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the sword in the stone through the rearview mirror. Due to its unique material, one could not discern the interior of the sword from the outside. However, Fury sensed an observant gaze directed at his vehicle. He simply could not ascertain the thoughts behind it, given the current situation, if an attack were to occur, unless he could detect something amiss immediately and activate his shields and various defensive measures. Escaping from a fully engaged adversary would be impossible, especially since Gugu had already moved towards that direction. Nonetheless, Fury felt that there would be no immediate aggression directed at him, at least for the time being, because of Gugu. He had observed Gugu's behavior for an extended period in the past, and subsequently realized that Gugu placed immense value on its own safety as well as on the safety of those it cared for. Whenever someone attempted to threaten its safety or that of its loved ones, it would open its mouth and devour those who posed a threat. This was precisely why the Kree and other extraterrestrial beings harbored such fear of Gugu. They referred to it as the Devourer, a perilous cosmic assassin. They described the Devourer as being capricious, a creature that could readily open its maw and consume anyone at any moment. However, this characterization was a gross misunderstanding. They had not meticulously observed the habits of the Devourer, and thus remained oblivious to its true nature. Nick Fury, on the other hand, understood this well. After years of feeding it, he discerned from subtle nuances in daily life that Gugu had come to regard him as one of its own. Consequently, Gugu would not permit others to pose a threat to him. The absence of any sense of danger meant that Gugu did not perceive any imminent threats to their safety. Chapter 99. The annoying Tony Stark. Nick Fury held a profound trust in Gugu's instincts. After all, Gugu could see through the disguises of Skrulls with a mere glance. This perceptiveness, in many respects, surpassed even the most advanced scanning technology, which required meticulous analysis. Furthermore, Gugu possessed a certain degree of precognition, allowing it to sense impending danger in a specific location and vacate the premises to evade crises. In summary, Gugu embodied the essence of a feline-shaped spatial pouch, an oracle of danger, and a proactive defense mechanism. While its actual combat prowess might not be particularly formidable, its diverse capabilities ensured both its own safety and that of its cherished ones. It would not simply forget its old master upon acquiring a new one. Thus, Nick Fury's safety was still a consideration. As the convoy continued onward, they soon arrived at Tony Stark's opulent mansion. He had visited this locale before, albeit at night when it was deserted and he had not paid much attention. Now, the place was brightly lit and teeming with people, to the extent that they struggled to find even a parking spot. Emerging from a stone sword, Gugu naturally climbed onto his shoulder, licking its paws. Observing the crowded scene, reminiscent of sardines in a can, Nick Fury felt a twinge of frustration. "Aren't you going to clear the area, or something?" he wondered. Glancing at Gugu, who did not even spare him a glance, he felt a deeper sense of annoyance. As he listened to the chatter around him, Nick Fury shook his head. There was no need for that. Today was his birthday, and there was no reason to spoil the occasion. Oh, so concerned about others. Who would have thought? He remarked humorously, while simultaneously declining a passerby's note. Perhaps it was the allure of Excalibur that led this lady to mistakenly assume it was a supercar, believing him to be a wealthy magnate, as she approached him with a note in hand. As for Nick Fury, the elder gentleman did not appear particularly affluent and was promptly disregarded. With a whistle, he exchanged a glance with Nick Fury, who rolled his eye in response. The effect was particularly pronounced given his distinctive eye patch and dark complexion. The two then proceeded towards the villa at a leisurely pace. Are you not concerned that someone here might attempt to assassinate you? Huh. My whereabouts remain a mystery to all. Those who might track me wouldn't even recognize me, Nick Fury retorted, exhibiting no trepidation whatsoever. His movements were so well concealed that even those within the organization were oblivious to his actual whereabouts. Even his bodyguards were uncertain of his authenticity. At this very moment, 5 versions of Nick Fury could be operating across the globe. Each of his movements was meticulously classified, such that even if discovered, the multitude of his appearances would render it impossible to ascertain his true location. Moreover, in Nick Fury's eyes, the individual posing the question was a greater threat than any potential assassin. After all, while others might remain confused, this person stood in close proximity, fully aware of his true identity. Even with the presence of his bodyguard, Nick could ascertain that there was no malice intended. Yet, one could never be certain if an unexpected impulse might lead someone to act recklessly against him. Unfazed by Nick Fury's vigilant gaze, as the living embodiment of the Night City, was well accustomed to such scrutiny. It would indeed be peculiar if someone completely unafraid of him were to emerge. The two men merged into the crowd, continuing their journey towards the villa. Although daylight had yet to fade, the festivities within the villa had already commenced. On the platform above, Nick Fury spotted Tony Stark clad in battle armor, indulging in pizza while simultaneously performing on stage. Observing the exuberance of Stark, he turned to Nick Fury with a hint of jest. Are you certain this fellow has given up on life? He appears to be enjoying himself more than anyone else. Recently, he has turned over a new leaf, yet the emotional toll has left him in this state, Nick Fury replied, a hint of sorrow evident in his eyes. He had patiently awaited Stark's transformation, ready to engage with him to succeed his late father, enlisting the S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists to advance their technology further. Yet now, it seemed they were on the brink of regression. Sensing the weight of Fury's gaze, Stark felt a chill run through him. Had his skin not been synthetic, he might have had goosebumps. I say, you can't place the entire blame on me, can you? Stark defended himself, noting that his current state of despair was not solely a result of their association. While he indeed had exerted considerable pressure on Stark, repaying debts is a matter of principle. He has already extended the deadline by 2 months. Is that not sufficiently merciful? Yet, the greatest blow to Tony Stark must surely be his own doing, for he was the one who made grand proclamations, only to have them backfire upon him. Can he, then, lay blame elsewhere? However, upon reflection, perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. bears some responsibility as well. They were acutely aware that others in this world possessed the technology to create reactors, yet they chose not to inform Tony Stark, leaving him to face the consequences. With this thought in mind, I cast a glare towards Nick Fury, just as the two of us were sizing each other up with palpable irritation. An unexpected jolt erupted from the speakers nearby. The sound system in Tony Stark's home was of decent quality, sparing us from any jarring discomfort, yet it still caused us to furrow our brows. In unison, we turned our gaze towards the stage, where Tony Stark was waving at us. I recall not sending you an invitation, he declared, his face adorned with an infuriatingly smug expression. Grasping the microphone, he shouted, his voice amplified several times over, resounding sharply in our ears. As the piercing sound reverberated, both Nick Fury and I grimaced. Observing Tony Stark, it was evident that he had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol. Perhaps the effects of the drink had liberated his true nature, for he now seemed particularly ostentatious. Almost unbearable. Can I help him sober up? Don't worry, I shall be gentle. I candidly expressed my thoughts, disregarding whether Nick Fury would respond, and proceeded towards the stage. At that moment, I had become the center of attention, with curious eyes from the crowd fixed upon me. Tony Stark, now bellowing, proclaimed, "Behold, this man is my greatest creditor, the one to whom I owe a staggering $14 billion. Fear not, I shall repay every cent, even if it means selling Stark Industries. One could not deny the sense of responsibility in Tony Stark's words, which was oddly comforting, yet my fists remained clenched, yearning to deliver a blow. As I watched Tony on stage, memories of the childhood tapes of him surfaced. How could this once charming boy have transformed into such a person? And perhaps it was the alcohol that had unleashed his true self, for he now seemed even more insufferable than the first time we met. Surely, it must be the folly of drink. Watching him laugh maniacally, I hastened my pace, eager to rouse him from his drunken stupor. However, due to his earlier remarks, he had unwittingly become the object of fascination for the crowd. Though they remained oblivious to the reasons behind his substantial debts, he now appeared to them as a veritable tycoon. Consequently, the gazes of the women in the crowd had shifted, filled with intrigue. They attended the soiree not merely as party guests invited by the host to enliven the atmosphere, but also with personal intentions towards the affluent attendees. Upon discovering their wealth, they descended upon him like ravenous wolves, encircling him to the point of confinement. Observing the women around him, who continually cast flirtatious glances his way, he let out a resigned sigh. Perched upon his shoulder, the once docile creature, Gugu, seemed to sense a shift in the ambience and suddenly leapt several meters away, landing atop Nick Fury's head. Feeling the weight of life's burdens, Nick adjusted his neck and swiftly scooped Gugu into his arms. Otherwise, prolonged exposure would necessitate a visit to the doctor. Simultaneously, he cast his gaze forward. Judging by Gugu's behavior, it was highly probable that trouble was imminent. Amidst the revelry of the surrounding crowd, Nick stroked the feline in his grasp and mused, "It appears this party may not proceed as planned." Just as Nick had anticipated, the incessant chatter of those encircling him became increasingly irksome. He contemplated ignoring them and making an exit, yet they blocked his path resolutely, each vying to hand him notes, while one individual thrust her phone directly into his face. "Could I have your phone number?" Faced with this heavily made-up individual, he slowed his breathing, cautious not to inhale whatever dubious substances adorned her face. While he managed to retain some semblance of composure, the sight of Tony Stark on stage, wearing a bemused expression, was almost too much to bear. "You enjoy the spectacle, don't you?" he called out to Tony, who shot back with a cheeky grin. "What's wrong with a little excitement? It's my birthday. Let's celebrate, shall we?" Tony bellowed to the crowd, and as they responded with cheers, he twisted a knob, amplifying the music within the villa to the point that even the annoying chatter around them became inaudible. Observing Tony's antics, Nick raised an eyebrow. "Very well. I initially intended to employ a gentler approach," he muttered to himself, though the music was so loud he could scarcely hear his own words. Yet, even amidst this cacophony, the crowd remained relentless in their pursuit. At that moment, when those surrounding him noticed their eyes turning crimson, they remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It wasn't until the individual with the phone detected something amiss that she retrieved it, surprised by its overheated back. However, when the screen suddenly blackened and flames erupted from within, she let out a terrified shriek and dropped the device to the ground. Simultaneously, the others encircling her began to scream, pulling out their inexplicably hot phones and discarding them one by one. Flames erupted from the ground, alerting the partygoers to the impending danger. They gazed ahead, only to find their expressions had turned icy cold. Under the weight of such a gaze, even amidst the fervent atmosphere, they felt a chilling sensation creep down their spines. In the face of this inexplicable fear, they reluctantly parted ways, watching as someone strode confidently towards the stage. "Hey, you're here. I thought you wouldn't come," Tony Stark called out, his voice lost amidst the cacophony. In the next moment, a firm grip seized his shoulder. "Put on your helmet." "What?" Tony could scarcely hear the words, but when he felt the pressure at the seams of his armor, he swiftly donned his helmet. In an instant, he felt himself being forcefully thrust downwards. The karaoke stage shattered under the weight of his armored form, and the once thundering music in the villa abruptly ceased. All the partygoers stared in astonishment at the stage, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "The party's over, get out," someone shouted from below, but the pinned Tony Stark retorted, "This is my party. I declare it is not over." The guests were left in a state of confusion, uncertain whether to stay or flee. Above, Tony lifted his visor and demanded, "What are you doing here? I don't recall inviting you. How much have you had a drink?" Without an immediate answer, he wrinkled his brow at the strange odor emanating from Tony. "Mind your own business." "Oh, It seems that before we address serious matters, I need to sober you up, he said, glancing around before seizing a bucket of ice water and dumping it over Tony's face. Yet this time, Tony was prepared. He donned his helmet just in time to shield himself from the icy deluge. Are you looking for trouble? You could say that. Go to hell. Tony disregarded everything else and sprang to his feet, throwing a punch, only to be caught mid-strike. In a swift motion, he was thrown over the shoulder and crashed back to the ground. The smooth surface yielded beneath him, creating a dent as Tony lay there, disoriented. Now get out, he bellowed at the crowd below. Upon witnessing the escalation, the guests erupted in terrified screams, scrambling towards the exit. Chapter 101. Tony Stark and Reiku Rassun outside, Pepper Potts, having been incensed by Tony's actions, had taken refuge in the fresh air, entertaining other wealthy guests. However, upon noticing the panicked crowd, she immediately sensed something was amiss. She hastily excused herself from the affluent company and dashed towards the villa, eager to uncover the turmoil within. Pushing against the throng, she made her way into the villa, witnessing an unexpected scene on stage where Tony Stark was embroiled in a confrontation. Pepper Potts, muttering in disbelief, rushed towards them in an attempt to intervene. However, Nick Fury appeared just in time to block her path. Ms. Potts, it would be best for you not to approach at this moment, he advised. And who are you? She replied, bewildered. I represent S.H.I.E.L.D. You may have encountered our agents before. Agent Coulson? Pepper recalled, her gaze still fixed on the unfolding chaos. Indeed, he is one of my subordinates. But what brings you here? Why don't you intervene? Confusion clouded her mind as Nick Fury glanced back at the stage. If you wish to prevent Tony Stark from meeting his demise, it would be prudent not to stop them. What? The prospect of Tony's death sent a wave of terror across Pepper's face. She stared at the two on stage, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Tony was once again knocked to the ground, creating a significant dent in the floor. Yet, thanks to Iron Man's astonishing defensive capabilities, he remained relatively unscathed. Feeling increasingly exasperated, it was undeniable that Iron Man could withstand far more punishment than Raphael. After venting his frustrations, he faced the charging Tony Stark, grasping his fist and twisting it sharply. Although encased in armor, Tony's defenses were formidable, yet not invincible. The sudden twist caused pain to shoot through his joints, prompting him to instinctively turn with the force, only to be caught in a rear hold. From behind, the bolts on his armor's neck were accessed, and with deft fingers, a few probes emerged to manipulate the mechanisms, resulting in Tony's helmet being forcibly removed. With the helmet torn away, a peculiar odor escaped, and grimacing, he dragged Tony toward the nearby ice-cold cooler, unceremoniously tossing him inside. After a brief moment, Tony erupted from the icy depths, his lips tinged with blue from the cold. Faced with his adversary, he could no longer contain himself. However, he refrained from lunging forward. This was not an act of vengeance, but rather a test of endurance. Now somewhat calmed by the chilling water, he shouted, "What on earth are you here for?" "All I wanted was to celebrate my last birthday in peace." "Is that too much to ask?" "Huh. I came here to ensure that a fool can celebrate his subsequent birthdays. But I can't gather that damned 200 billion to fund the operation. Do you understand?" Tony fumed, trembling with anger, feeling as though he was being harassed by someone who should be seeking solace instead. "I know, but the one to save you is not me." "Then who can save me?" "Your father." This statement was not merely spoken. It was uttered by Nick Fury as he approached Tony Stark. "Who are you?" Tony Stark inquired, his face a mask of confusion, just as Pepper Potts came up from behind him. She gazed at Tony, her eyes reflecting disbelief. "So what exactly happened? Why do they say you will die?" Upon seeing Potts approach, Tony Stark found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Nearby, someone interjected, "What else could it be? It's the arc reactor in his chest." "But isn't that the device that saves his life?" Pepper, aware of the arc reactor's significance, understood it as the mechanism that preserved Tony's existence, yet she was oblivious to its true implications. Noticing Pepper's inquisitive gaze, the explanation came forth. "You understand what a nuclear reactor is, right? Essentially, it functions as a nuclear reactor, albeit with elements that could be lethal." "A nuclear reactor? Radiation?" Pepper's realization dawned as she regarded Tony, recalling his recent habit of consuming green juice and purchasing a plethora of radiation protection medications. Anger surged within her as she contemplated why he had concealed this matter from her while simultaneously searching for ways to save him. Suddenly, She remembered Nick Fury's earlier words and turned to him with urgency. So, is there a way to save Tony? Without hesitation, Nick Fury pointed to the arc reactor nestled in Tony's chest. His father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of our Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. That reactor is his creation. What about Anton Vanko? Tony interjected at that moment. I have met Anton Vanko. He spoke to me about his father collaborating with mine on the reactor, claiming he could replicate it. He also told me that my father expelled his father from the project to monopolize that damned reactor technology. As Tony spoke, his emotions began to spiral out of control. He lowered his gaze to the arc reactor embedded in his chest, and then looked up at Pepper, declaring, as the public perceives me, as they view my family, we are arms dealers, merciless profiteers from death. He turned to face the others. Do you think I act this way out of fear of death? I have already died once in that cave. With a swift kick, Tony pushed aside a nearby sofa, retrieved his helmet, and strode towards the basement, stating, I have attempted to change all of this, but if the very source is flawed, what can I possibly alter? Listening to this, Johnny emerged from the side, unable to articulate his thoughts on the matter, though he personally felt that Tony bore a resemblance to Reiku Risen. Arasaka Raisin, the heir of the Arasaka Corporation, uncovered the sinister truth behind his family's enterprise. Deep within his heart, he recognized the malevolence of his own company and ultimately sought to rebel against Arasaka Saburo, aiming to dismantle the corporation. In a certain sense, Arasaka Raisin embodies a character nurtured in wickedness, yet yearning for the light. After bringing about the downfall of the Arasaka Corporation, he stood before Johnny, expressing his gratitude. Listening to Johnny's description, one could perceive a resemblance between the two. However, a notable distinction arose. Would you rather place your faith in the words of a stranger than trust your own father? Chapter 102, A Promising Old Age in My Eyes. Tony Stark pales in comparison to Arasaka Raisin. Johnny suggested their similarities, as both individuals perceive their families and companies as malevolent, harboring a genuine desire for transformation. Yet, while Arasaka Raisin contemplated the outright closure of his company, Tony Stark envisioned a metamorphosis of Stark Industries through his intellect to rectify the wrongs. Nevertheless, Tony Stark lacks one crucial attribute that Arasaka Raisin possesses: superior judgment and personal qualities. As the successor of a major corporation, Arasaka Raisin's capabilities far exceed Tony Stark's in various aspects beyond mere intelligence. His awakening stemmed from witnessing the lives of the underprivileged and the workings of the company, leading him to realize the erroneous nature of his family business. Conversely, while Tony Stark may surpass Arasaka Raisin in intellect, his fundamental qualities are lacking. For instance, Tony has spent the majority of his life in a haze, failing to cultivate a satisfactory understanding of the world. He is easily swayed by others' opinions, even doubting the integrity of his father's character. His judgment is essentially dictated by external influences. Moreover, in terms of emotional intelligence, Tony Stark falls short when compared to Arasaka Raisin. It can be asserted that if not for his significant intellectual advantage, Tony would indeed be quite lacking in other respects. However, one commendable trait of Tony Stark is his relative open-mindedness. Although approaching 40, his thoughts remain progressive, allowing for continued growth. In a certain light, this man, now in his late 30s, possesses greater potential for development than many adolescents. Indeed, when one speaks of a promising future in old age, this is the type of individual to whom it refers. As Tony Stark absorbed these insights, his previously despondent demeanor shifted, halting his descent. He turned to face Nick Fury. Pondering my father? With a contemplative expression, he continued, perhaps you may find it hard to believe, but I truly know nothing about my father. What can I do about that? Thus, if others' opinions dictate reality, what if I were to claim that your father is, in fact, a woman? Would you believe it? Are you intentionally seeking to provoke me? Why is it that you no longer trust? Are you truly so oblivious to your father? It is almost laughable, contemplating the man whose paternal affection overflowed from the screen of that old videotape, juxtaposed with the individual before me, nearly 40 and yet unaware of his father's sentiments. I cannot help but feel a sense of injustice for Howard. Why do you not simply hurl this fellow against the wall back then? Nick Fury observed Tony Stark come to a halt and wisely chose not to continue their verbal sparring. Instead, he took a step forward and remarked, "It appears you lack a profound understanding of your father. However, we possess some information regarding him. Perhaps, upon reviewing it, you will gain deeper insights into his character." Uncertain whether Fury's words had struck a chord, Tony Stark fell silent for a moment before responding slowly, "Oh, Then allow me to see what sort of man my father truly was. Seeing Tony's change of heart, Nick Fury exhaled in relief, gesturing with a chuckle as he issued a command. Moments later, Excalibur came rushing in from the courtyard, shattering glass as it made its entrance, and halted beside him, directly opening the storage cabinet door. "Behold, the legacy your father left for you," Fury stated, as Tony approached the box with a heavy heart, his breath deepening as he gazed upon the name inscribed upon it. He cautiously opened the box, revealing its contents, his expression shifting as he carefully extracted a newspaper detailing Anton Vanko's expulsion. As Tony scrutinized the article, Nick Fury seized the moment to provide context. "At one time, your father and Anton Vanko were both researchers for SHIELD, jointly spearheading the reactor project. However, differing ideologies emerged after they achieved certain results." Fury's gaze fell upon the box, a flicker of admiration gracing his features. Upon discovering that the reactor had the potential to herald a new era and instigate an energy revolution, Vanko succumbed to greed, attempting to sell the reactor's secrets to foreign organizations for immense profit. Your father, however, expelled him from the country. After his expulsion, Vanko sought refuge in the Soviet Union under the pretense of possessing classified technology. Yet, this man was merely your father's subordinate in the project. Though he understood the reactor's manufacturing process and structure, he lacked the ability to create it himself. When the Soviets realized he was merely an empty vessel, they cast him into Siberia, a place ill-suited for nurturing young minds. There he squandered his days in alcohol, ultimately meeting his demise. However, his son inherited his legacy and sought me out. Indeed, his son, much like you, is a prodigy. According to our investigations, he pieced together fragments of his father's notes and, inspired by the reactor's design as seen on television, attempted various methods. After 2 months, he successfully constructed a subpar reactor and came to seek you out. Upon grasping this information, Tony Stark exhibited a palpable sense of bewilderment. "So, what you say is indeed true," he queried. "It appears I cannot persuade you. Yet there is someone who can," Nick Fury remarked with a resigned shrug. "Who?" Tony inquired. "Your father," Nick Fury replied, handing Tony a vintage videotape and audio cassette from the box. "Take a look. This is what your father left for you." As Tony regarded the 2 tapes, a flicker of recollection illuminated his expression. "I recall my father leaving behind the corresponding apparatus," he mused, clutching the tapes as he hurried towards the basement. "What shall we do next to save Tony?" Pepper Potts interjected after the conversation concluded, observing her anxious demeanor. Nick Fury dropped his aloofness. Aware of the bond between Pepper and Tony through Black Widow, he reassured her, "Rest assured, Howard left something that can save Tony's life. There is no need for concern." Chapter 103. Transformation. Having calmed Pepper, Nick Fury exchanged a knowing glance with her before they proceeded to the basement. This space, previously visited, was expansive and had been repurposed by Tony Stark as a garage, where his armors were typically stored. Even the incomplete first-generation Iron Man suit from the cave was housed here. However, compared to the other suits, the first-generation armor was considerably more economical. In Tony's eyes, it represented the most cost-effective option, as the other suits exhibited some performance excess. Only the first was the epitome of value. Nick Fury evidently shared this perspective, gazing at the row of armors before finally resting his eyes on the most rugged first-generation suit. Yet neither lingered on it, for despite its cost-effectiveness, it remained merely the best among these armors, while he was capable of crafting even more efficient designs. As for Nick Fury, he possessed an array of extraordinary items, rendering these armors beneath his consideration. Redirecting his gaze from the armors, he and Nick Fury turned their attention back to Tony Stark, who had unearthed an assortment of vintage projectors from some forgotten corner. Under the guidance of the artificial intelligence JARVIS, he expertly set up the equipment and prepared the 2 tapes, donning his armor with palpable eagerness as the playback commenced. The preliminary footage did not irk Tony, instead, as he observed the serene visage of his father, so different from his memories, imbued with a gentle, almost bashful demeanor. An unusual emotion flickered in his eyes. Following the montage, Tony beheld a heartfelt message recorded specifically for him by his father, the glimmer of tears already forming in his gaze. Finally, as Howard spoke to the camera, his voice steady, he declared, "Tony, my greatest invention in this life will always be you." Tony Stark could no longer bear the weight of his sorrow and covered his eyes with his hand, yet tears streamed through the gaps between his fingers. Pepper Potts descended with him, accompanied by Tony's dear friend, Rhodey. Upon witnessing Tony's silent tears, Pepper approached gently and enveloped him in her embrace. In that moment, Tony clung to Pepper like a child, repeatedly apologizing to the figure who had already faded from the stage, his father. Rhodey, observing this poignant scene, could not help but sigh. "Colonel, who are you?" Nick Fury inquired as he turned to greet Rhodey, presenting his credentials to introduce himself. "Are you here to persuade Tony to surrender the reactor?" "No. I am simply here to attend Tony's birthday celebration." Rhodey appeared somewhat haggard, as the military had been pressuring him to convince Tony to relinquish the reactor, leveraging their friendship. After numerous refusals from Rhodey, the military threatened to invade Tony's mansion with tanks to seize all of his armors. Given the current circumstances, Tony's invincible Fa had been shattered. The higher he had soared, the more devastating his fall would be. The military, of course, felt no qualms about striking a drowning man. Knowing Rhodey, however, was one of the few right choices Tony had made in his aimless life. Facing the military's pressure, Rhodey bore the burden alone, even when Tony considered surrendering the reactor to spare him from suffering. Hearing Rhodey's response, Nick Fury nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for everything you have done for Tony. However, I must ask you to endure a little longer. I believe that soon, Tony will develop a new reactor and regain his advantage." "Really? That would be wonderful," Rhodey replied with a mix of excitement and reassurance. "Certainly," Nick Fury affirmed, turning his gaze forward. "I appreciate your efforts." "It's no trouble. I am merely in it for the commission," Rhodey replied, "and to fulfill the wishes of a doting father." With that, he moved ahead, observing Tony, who had calmed down significantly after shedding tears in Pepper's embrace. "Now, will you remain here holding each other until Tony succumbs to radiation, or shall we begin research now, allowing you to embrace for as long as you desire afterward?" Upon hearing this, Pepper gently patted Tony's head. Tony hesitated, releasing Pepper and looking up. "It seems you have a plan. Do you believe now?" With a sardonic smile. Tony Stark, however, did not lose his temper. He turned to gaze at the white curtain and slowly remarked, "I believe it now. In the past, I was rather foolish." The memory of Howard's words from the video echoed in his mind. He mentioned being young, and Tony could not suppress a lump in his throat. He was already an adult at that time. Yet, due to his own ignorance and folly, he had misinterpreted his father for so many years. Observing Tony's demeanor, someone rolled their eyes. "What purpose does it serve to say such things now? Solve the riddle your father left you, then kneel at his grave for a few days. Otherwise, he might be restless down there." Upon hearing this, Tony quickly regained his composure and turned to respond, "I will, but my dad is certainly not down there. He is up in the heavens." "Ah, right. Here you refer to it as the heavens." Realizing this, he instinctively reverted to speaking of the underworld. Watching Tony's defiant expression was somewhat amusing. From a carefree individual to a devoted son, he had managed to undergo such a transformation in mere minutes. Or perhaps he had always been a devoted son, just never had the opportunity to express it. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, he shook his head and retrieved the notebook from the box. "You heard your father's words. This contains his notes. After reading it, you should understand what to do. Have you seen it? Does it directly record the process of synthesizing that element? No, it merely offers a method to solve the problem. As for the subject matter." Turning to Nick Fury, who nodded, he replied, "I have already sent someone to retrieve it." "Are you referring to the original model from the expo? That is in my office, and without my permission, it would be difficult to." Before Tony could finish, a familiar figure descended from the upper floor. "I brought it with me." Natasha approached Nick Fury, and behind her, Happy, drenched in sweat, carried the model down the stairs. Phew, what transpired upstairs? Did the party end prematurely? Chapter 104. Natasha, everyone listened to this exchange, casting bewildered glances at Happy, who clearly was still out of the loop. Eventually, Tony could no longer bear it. Taking advantage of his armored suit, he effortlessly relieved Happy of the model. "All right, now that we have the subject matter, can we discuss another issue?" Tony set the model aside and turned to gaze at Natasha, who stood beside Nick Fury, her presence neither strange nor bothersome. "I always found you rather peculiar. As a highly educated individual proficient in many languages, your methods of operation are unlike those of ordinary people. Ultimately, you revealed remarkable skills, leading me to continuously question your true identity. Now, the mystery is unveiled." Natalie shrugged, while Nick Fury introduced her to everyone. Natasha Romanoff, a senior agent of S.H. IELD. "Well, I'm going to fire you, Tony Stark stated bluntly, but Natasha shook her head. According to labor law and employment regulations, you have no right to dismiss me. After all, IS&T Pepperpot's in charge of Stark Industries now. This fellow considered himself a free agent, having not assigned himself any position within Stark Industries. Naturally, it was clear to all that Stark Industries still belonged to him. However, if one were to be pedantic, he could not actually dismiss Natasha. Hearing this, Tony raised an eyebrow. It seems you have indeed studied law. No wonder you could enter the legal department. Agent Romanoff's knowledge was worthy of her resume. Tony, hence she was able to pass your company's interview process, Nick Fury remarked with a hint of pride. Confident that his top agent was no simple matter, he then turned to look at someone else. So, have you met Agent Romanoff? At that moment, he was gazing at Romanoff in a daze, but in reality, he was listening to Johnny, who was the only one visible to him, rambling on. Wait, was she the one introduced by that shapeshifter earlier? Although that shape-shifting imposter had undergone some transformations upon seeing Romanoff, he immediately recognized her as the person the imposter had transformed into. Upon realizing this, Johnny popped up and pointed at Romanoff, exclaiming the above statement. It seems so. Wow, this girl is indeed stunning. She wasn't lying. Johnny couldn't help but nod in agreement, for Natasha was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. However, her inner self was riddled with issues. At that moment, wearing sunglasses, unbeknownst to anyone, his eyes turned red as he scanned this top agent, who made Nick Fury exceedingly proud. How to put it? Externally, this agent appeared flawless. Yet, a brief scan revealed numerous internal injuries, with even her organs showing signs of distress. It appeared that she had been injected with something that enhanced her physique, allowing her to disregard such damage and continue functioning. Of course, this disregard was only temporary. The effects of the agent would ultimately fade, and when that happened, or if her physical condition deteriorated, she would face the consequences. Upon realizing her physical state, he also noticed an issue with her abdomen. She appeared to be missing an organ. Goodness, how tragic. Johnny couldn't help but curse under his breath. I wonder how much she earns a month to have undergone such a procedure. Johnny continued to ramble on, but Nick Fury's voice swiftly brought everyone back to reality. Upon realizing that all eyes were upon him, he shrugged. You introduced him last time. Last time? Nick Fury paused, a flicker of recollection crossing his face, and his expression darkened further, exceeding even Rhodey's sun-kissed complexion from months in Afghanistan. All right, since we are all aware of the current situation, let's expedite our efforts. Colonel Rhodes has borne considerable pressure for quite some time. Nick gestured towards Rhodey, who was met with a thumbs up from Tony Stark. Thanks, brother. Tony Stark was acutely aware of the immense burden Rhodey had carried on his behalf. He had previously contemplated surrendering his reactor to the military in a bid to assist his friend, only to have Rhodey reject the notion outright. Rhodey refused to allow his brother to relinquish anything due to him, even after lengthy discussions that ultimately bore no fruit. Consequently, Tony had been pondering whether to stage a ruse and hand over the armor to Rhodey, but now, an opportunity for redemption had presented itself. Once I resolve this matter, I shall invite you aboard my private jet a few times. Ahem. Suddenly, Pepper Potts coughed a few times, prompting Tony to clarify. What I meant was, I'll let him use my private jet since I have no need for it at the moment. Yes, now you don't even require a chauffeur. Happy chimed in, adding, or a bodyguard. Tony fell momentarily silent, casting a resigned glance at Pepper. All right, I do need a driver and a bodyguard. You can assist me. Pepper, Happy, and Rhodey were among Tony's few cherished friends. Despite their varying statuses, their bond was unshakable. They exchanged playful banter, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Eventually, Nick Fury observed that everyone had settled down and nodded. All right then, I shall take my leave. You all keep at it, and feel free to ask if you have any questions. With that, he turned to depart, having accomplished his objectives during this meeting, to aid Tony Stark in overcoming his predicament and to establish a rapport with him. After all, he anticipated that this individual would eventually shoulder significant responsibilities. It was better to connect in advance than to seek him out only in times of crisis. As Nick Fury exited, Rhodey addressed Tony Stark. It seems I won't be able to attend your birthday celebration today. No worries. As long as this isn't my last birthday, we will have plenty of opportunities to gather in the future. All right, I must take my leave as well. The pressure from the military has been mounting, and I need to attend to some matters before you conclude. What has transpired? Tony Stark inquired with curiosity, while Rhodes sighed in resignation. Anton Ivanov had perished in prison. Chapter 105. Tony's preparations. After Rhodes finished speaking, he departed without delay, yet Tony Stark furrowed his brow. Although this news could be regarded as favorable in a certain light, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Anton Ivanov had appeared robust and full of life when he struck him. How could he have succumbed upon entering prison? There was undoubtedly something amiss. In an instant, Tony Stark felt a surge of anxiety. He glanced around restlessly, observing Happy and Pepper, his eyes betraying a sense of concern. If someone lurked in the shadows, he would not be overly worried, for he was Iron Man. However, if they targeted Pepper and the others, that would truly alarm him. Among his 3 friends, Rhodes belonged to the military, a figure no one dared to touch. Yet, Pepper and Happy were in peril. After scanning the surroundings, Tony turned his gaze toward Natasha Romanoff. So, you have not followed your boss, yet you still count as an employee of Stark Industries? I cannot secure severance pay for an unexcused departure. Natasha had been observing intently, feeling as though he could see right through her, which stirred an unease within her. However, when Tony Stark addressed her, she swiftly regained her composure and replied, "Very well." Tony then turned to Pepper, who nodded in agreement. "I hereby appoint you as my bodyguard and secretary. Given the elevated demands of the role, the severance pay will be more generous." "Agreed. I accept," Natasha nodded, casting a glance at the sunglasses-clad figure who appeared unremarkable, as she positioned herself beside Pepper, fully embracing her role as a bodyguard. Meanwhile, Tony, who had been beside Pepper, approached Natasha instead. "May I rent your car?" "Rent?" She chuckled. This fellow had sought out an agent and still wished to commandeer his own vehicle. "Just so you know, my car only accommodates 2. I'm aware. Yet I believe that agent does not require additional protection." He had enlisted Natasha solely to safeguard Pepper and would not need to protect Natasha as well. Otherwise, it would be a nesting doll scenario. One could not simply continue nesting until the entire universe was safeguarded, could they? And what about the rental fee? Until I develop the new element, and all is resolved, the fee shall be settled then. As for the payment, Tony Stark found himself in a quandary. The initial demands had far exceeded his expectations, and within a month, he had amassed a debt of $200 billion. It would be unfair to label it as extortion, for the expertise warranted such a price. He simply could not muster the funds. After considerable contemplation, gazing at the metallic traces on his body, Tony Stark gritted his teeth. "Once I have successfully developed the new element, I shall provide you with a technical specification. As long as you refrain from commercializing it and do not oppose me, you may do as you please." He is aware of the technological caliber and, like him, recognizes the value of this innovation. However, SHIELD has taken it upon themselves to intervene, having promised to assist me in bringing the technology to fruition. They expect a copy of the technology in return, and you, it seems, have encountered yet another individual attempting to swindle without any investment. Gazing at Tony Stark, I was reminded of Nick Fury and let out an annoyed click of my tongue. Wait a moment, why should they speak on my behalf? This technology was bequeathed to me by my father. The pampered son that he is, Tony Stark immediately frowned, shrugged, and inquired about my intentions. "You might as well ask Agent Romanoff over there." A sigh escaped Tony as he turned to glance at the innocent Natasha, realizing that discussing this with her would yield no results. He then refocused his attention. "So, could you perhaps offer me a discount?" After a brief pause for contemplation, he suggested, "How about I request something in return? What do you seek?" "The weapon production line of Stark Industries, along with the requisite materials." "You desire those resources?" Tony seemed perplexed, but upon recalling the formidable hand cannon this individual had previously displayed, he connected the dots. After all, he too was a master of weaponry. "I need to dismantle the production line. My technology must remain confidential. Of course, I intend to produce other items anyway. I wouldn't feel secure using your technology." With a slight grimace, he acknowledged that the items he intended to manufacture were far from the outdated weaponry of this era. They were advanced weapons suited for the year 2077. "Then it is agreed." Tony nodded in acceptance. After all, he was contemplating shutting down Stark Industries' weapon production division to transition into an energy enterprise, and he was at a loss regarding the disposal of the production line. Such highly customized weapon production lines could not be sold separately, and selling them as a complete set would risk exposing their manufacturing techniques. If that were to happen, his inventions would be ubiquitous, and he would truly become a merchant of death. Moreover, this individual seemingly held disdain for his weapon production capabilities. Should he acquire the production line, He could easily modify it himself. By delegating it to him, he would not have to worry about exposing the production techniques, nor would he incur additional costs for handling the production line. It could be considered a rather advantageous trade. Furthermore, he was curious to see what advanced weaponry this individual would endeavor to create. After finalizing the transaction, I issued a command, and moments later, Excalibur emerged from the corridor into the underground garage. I opened the door and retrieved a small sword that resembled a decorative piece. Here, this is the key. When you need the vehicle, simply call out, and it shall come to you. If trouble arises, just summon Drellman. Who is Darmon? Pepper asked curiously as she took the keys. Pouting slightly, she replied, he used to drive for me, but he didn't come along this time. In the world of 2077, Darmon was a remarkable assistant, providing invaluable support. It was indeed a pity he was absent this time. Since she had grown accustomed to calling out for Darmon, she decided to name the sword Excalibur after him. Understanding the usage, Pepper nodded. She glanced back at Tony, noticing the model before her. She realized that Tony Stark had his own matters to attend to. All right, you take care of your tasks. I'll head to the office for a moment. I had planned to showcase your reactor tonight, but it turned chaotic and I need to see to it. Very well. Stay safe, Tony Stark acknowledged with a nod, while Happy instinctively moved to join him. Though Excalibur was capable of driving itself, Happy still took the driver's seat. Observing the car's interior, Happy exclaimed in astonishment, so, how does one operate this vehicle? With Pepper and Happy seated in Excalibur, Natasha, whose identity was now revealed, disregarded any pretense and retrieved a key from Tony Stark's drawer, promptly driving off with a sports car from his garage. Once everyone had departed, Tony Stark turned and said, now, let's get to work. Chapter 106. Discovering a new element having not yet removed his armor, Tony Stark directly relocated the model to his research area. He swept a pile of clutter off the table, setting the model in place before stepping aside to allow J.A.R.V.I.S. to assist in removing the armor. He then approached with the notebook his father had left him. What peculiar odor do you carry? He inquired, fanning his nose with a somewhat grim expression. It might be from earlier when I accidentally spilled a drink into the suit, Tony realized, discreetly glancing down. Fortunately, the armor contained a specially designed bodysuit, leaving no trace. I'll go change and return, he said, placing the notebook on the table before dashing upstairs. Watching him, a sigh of resignation escaped her lips. While waiting for Tony, she surveyed the basement. Although spacious, it was cluttered with numerous sports cars parked by Tony, significantly reducing the available space. The remaining area was largely dedicated to his research. This research zone had undergone extensive modifications by Tony. For instance, 2 mechanical arms in J.A.R.V.I.S. were stationed there. Observing the camera with its glowing red light, she noted how Tony Stark truly indulged himself. Every corner of this villa had been specially adapted, with nearly all furniture outfitted with intelligent systems controlled by J.A.R.V.I.S. While others were still using traditional mobile phones, this individual had already embraced a life of technological sophistication. Coupled with the advanced equipment observed in this basement, which Tony Stark employed for his scientific endeavors, it is evident that the technology he possesses is, without a doubt, a generation ahead of the world. Naturally, this technological superiority does reflect Tony Stark's commendable prowess, yet the realization of such advancements is largely attributable to his considerable wealth. His affluence grants him the liberty to manifest every whim, a privilege unattainable for most unless foundational technology advances sufficiently to diminish the costs associated with a smart lifestyle, thereby allowing for broader accessibility. After a cursory examination of the villa's architecture, it was not long before Tony Stark descended from the upper floors. Fresh from a shower and adorned in loose, comfortable attire, he jogged to the table and picked up a notebook. So where do we leave off? He pondered aloud. Did we actually discuss anything? Observing Stark's somewhat dazed demeanor, I began to wonder if he was still inebriated and looked around for something to rouse him. Relax. It was merely a jest. You truly cannot take a joke. Apologies, but I am not you. It must be said that in terms of social prowess, I simply cannot rival Tony Stark, a man capable of engaging anyone in conversation, provided he so desires. Let us start anew. Tony Stark gazed at the model on the table and snapped his fingers. J.A.R.V.I.S. Scan the model and create a 3D representation. Understood, J.A.R.V.I.S. promptly responded, executing Stark's command. A three-dimensional projection materialized before Tony, who scrutinized it briefly before discarding elements that were clearly not atomic structures, ultimately leaving a collection of spheres of various sizes. The arrangement of these spheres, now free from the extraneous elements, exhibited a remarkable order. Yet, due to the absence of specific distribution patterns and algorithms, any outsider would struggle to comprehend the intended organization of these spheres. At this juncture, Tony began to peruse the notebook left to him by Howard Stark, delving into the legacy his father had bequeathed, although he had previously reviewed Howard's accumulated knowledge. Upon observing the orderly arrangement of spheres, his eyes glowed red as he activated his internal interface to assist in calculations. In a short while, an elemental entity was simulated and displayed within his visual system. All done. What? Tony Stark turned, puzzled by the sudden interjection. I have completed the simulation. Now we await your conclusion. Furrowing his brow, Tony glanced at the notebook in his hands, then back at Jarvis. Have you been peeking? No. I was merely engaging in a straightforward manner, compelled to read. He replied with an impassive expression and with a mere thought. He understood that Tony Stark was up to something. Oh, is that so? Tony Stark pouted, realizing he could gain no advantage, and immediately conceded. As he gazed at the model before him, flipping through his notebook for several hours, he gradually absorbed the knowledge contained within. Carefully setting the notebook aside, Tony's gaze grew resolute as he contemplated the spheres. A flicker of light sparked in his eyes as he summoned Jarvis to compile an algorithm. All right, Jarvis. Import this algorithm and redistribute the spheres according to its principles. Tony exclaimed, and Jarvis acknowledged him before commencing the calculations. The designated core spheres remained stationary, while the smaller spheres began to drift gently, following a specific pattern until they settled into their designated positions. At last, when the final sphere reached its rightful place, a flawless model materialized before Tony Stark. This is it. Excitement radiated from his eyes as he clasped his hands, reducing the grand model to its utmost compact form, which ultimately transformed into a dazzling point of light, suspended between his fingers. We did it, Tony murmured softly, then turned to observe. What? Are you afraid of making a mistake? I can assure you, you were correct. You have rediscovered the element your father once found. Are you satisfied now? He shrugged, puzzled by the man's gaze upon him. Oh, come on, I'm recording over here. This footage will make it into textbooks someday. Couldn't you at least say something fitting? What else can I say? Your small step is a giant leap for mankind. He rolled his eyes, adding, even if it does make it into textbooks, it's still based on your father's video. You are rediscovering, not the original discoverer. Don't inflate your own importance too much, all right? At this, Tony Stark furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed there was some truth to that. Chapter 107. Optimizing the process. Having rediscovered a new element, Tony Stark appeared immensely excited. He promptly seated himself at his desk, pondering how to synthesize this newfound element. After all, merely knowing the model of the new element was insufficient. It could not be 3D printed directly and required a special synthesis method. While Tony delved into these studies, he occasionally exchanged banter with Johnny. Hours passed, and Tony rubbed his weary eyes, finally deciphering the process. Looking over the array of equations and models he had compiled, he exhaled in relief. It's done. Is it truly finished? Johnny, who had been engaged in a verbal sparring match for an indeterminate length of time, approached to examine Tony's accomplishments. I remarked, while SHILD may have promised to provide you with this technology, I, however, did not consent to your direct observation. Is it not somewhat disrespectful? Tony Stark, believing he was merely collecting his due for this innovative technology, made no effort to deter me, instead offering a few sarcastic remarks. Rolling my eyes, I stated, I am merely curious to see if your calculations might inadvertently lead to an explosion during the synthesis of the element, potentially resulting in your demise. Oh, I eagerly anticipate any discrepancies you might uncover, Tony replied with unwavering confidence, as befitting one of the most formidable scientists of our age. Is that so? Then what do you make of this? I gestured towards a specific point as I addressed Stark. You intend to utilize high-energy rays to effectuate particle transitions, ultimately synthesizing a new element. However, should this process be poorly managed, it could easily result in energy leakage, culminating in a catastrophic explosion, not to mention considerable energy wastage. After reviewing the experimental procedure Stark had devised, it became clear that he planned to confine energy within a cyclical conduit using the principles of a reactor, continually augmenting the energy beam until it reached a designated threshold, at which point it would be directed onto the target particles. This method, while reducing synthesis costs significantly, presented numerous safety vulnerabilities. Listening to my analysis, Stark found merit in my arguments, yet he furrowed his brow after a thorough examination. Despite the risks, this approach has minimized them to a remarkably low degree. Any further reductions would inflate the cost disproportionately, rendering the endeavor impractical. Shaking my head at Stark's explanation, I asserted, "There exists a superior method." "Step aside." I lifted Stark from his chair and extracted a data cable from my palm. While wireless transmission is convenient, its speed is insufficient. A data cable is the most expedient solution. Once connected to the mainframe, I swiftly commandeered the computer and began optimizing Stark's experimental process via the data cable, ultimately streamlining the procedure significantly. Initially, Stark had been somewhat skeptical, but upon witnessing the enhanced workflow, he smacked his forehead in realization. Of course, why should I extract the energy when I can simply establish a protective barrier? Once the energy threshold is attained, I can transmit it directly. As he contemplated his original element synthesis procedure, Stark could not help but feel a sense of admiration for the newfound insight. The previous step in his synthesis process, which involved extracting high-energy rays from the conduit, posed a considerable risk. In his initial design, he had to manipulate an energy-reflecting plate to direct the high-energy rays outward. However, once the energy refractor plate can no longer withstand such immense energy, or if the amplitude of the refracted rays varies excessively, resulting in a collision with the energy conduit or other entities, it could lead to a catastrophic energy explosion. The force of such an explosion would rival that of detonating a tactical missile right before one's eyes. Previously, Tony Stark believed that with the existing technology, it was entirely feasible to avert such a scenario. Yet, upon examining the optimized synthetic process, he experienced a sudden epiphany. Rather than merely preventing mishaps, one could strategically connect two conduits via a protective net. Once the energy within one conduit reached a predetermined strength, the protective net could be disengaged, allowing the energy to flow into another conduit pre-equipped with particle chips. This method would eliminate the need to release energy into open space, fundamentally averting the potential for a catastrophic explosion. Furthermore, this approach not only minimized the risks associated with the synthetic process, but also significantly reduced its costs. It could be argued that this experimental procedure was ready for industrial production, marking a remarkable transition from laboratory experimentation to factory assembly lines. "All right, this will suffice," he declared, rising from his chair and addressing Tony Stark. Tony shifted his gaze from the screen to his face. "Are you truly just a mercenary?" he inquired, puzzled. "I am. Or are you?" He wondered if the man was unwell. After all, he had repeated himself numerous times, yet the question lingered. Was he suffering from some form of dementia? No, he was still quite young. With such technological prowess, could he genuinely be a mere mercenary? Tony Stark murmured in disbelief, realizing the depth of expertise reflected in the optimized process. "By the way, did you traverse from the future?" he asked, staring in astonishment at the man's array of equipment and knowledge. "The future? I am unaware. It is certainly not your future." He had not heard Tony Stark's name in the year 2077. Otherwise, with the skills possessed by this individual, he would undoubtedly be renowned even then. It was conceivable that Stark Industries could rival or even surpass the likes of Arasaka in scale. But would it truly come to that? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he glanced at the optimized process, beginning to contact individuals to arrange for the equipment to be delivered. A hint of skepticism flickered in his eyes. Could it be that Tony Stark might become the next Saburo Arasaka, one who jeopardizes the entire world for the sake of profit and power? Contemplating this possibility, he took a slow, deep breath, and a trace of murderous intent drifted into his gaze. Chapter 108. The Emergence of a New Element. The next morning, he was awakened by Jarvis. Listening to the weather report in my ears, accompanied by the breathtaking ocean view outside, I sighed. Is it too much to ask for a few more moments of slumber? "Jarvis, I apologize, but Mr. Stark has set the wake-up time for now. According to my programming, I am unable to comply." As Jarvis began his incessant chatter, I helplessly rubbed my metallic temples. Blast this artificial intelligence. Throwing off the covers, I climbed out of bed and dashed downstairs, only to be greeted by an unexpected ring of the doorbell. Upon hearing the chime, Tony Stark rushed up from the underground garage, noticing his heavy eye bags. It dawned on me that he had undoubtedly burned the midnight oil the previous night. If he had stayed up working, why not simply silence the alarm that was specially set for him? It must be that my staff has arrived with a delivery. Tony, looking quite energized, exclaimed as he hurried to open the door. Sure enough, standing outside was a team of Stark Industries employees. Observing the dew on their attire, I realized they had likely arrived early, only waiting to knock until the appointed hour so as not to disturb their esteemed boss. I must admit, their thoughtfulness was commendable, albeit unnecessary, as Tony Stark's own alarm clock maintained a more disciplined schedule than he did. Shaking my head, Tony gestured for his staff to bring the items into the grand hall before bidding them farewell. After surveying his surroundings a few times, he began to sketch various designs on the walls and floor with a laser measure and a pen. Is he transforming his home into a laboratory? I raised an eyebrow at his frenetic movements. This house is quite splendid. Is he really going to demolish it? Indeed, I had a surge of inspiration yesterday, he declared, with a wave of technological innovation in mind, planning to renovate the house and adopt a new aesthetic. Impressive. I gave a thumbs up, marveling at his seemingly endless wealth, though I noted he had yet to repay his debts to me. Meanwhile, Tony Stark clearly had several billion worth of modification plans in mind. After marking a few circles, he began to swing a heavy hammer. Watching his exertion, I shook my head. Given his slender limbs, it would take him an eternity to accomplish this task. I suppose I should step in. Moreover, I could don my armor instead. It would be far more efficient than using a hammer to create openings in his own abode. Tossing the hammer aside, Tony rushed to the basement, where his hand-mounted blade emerged, effortlessly carving a circle into the wall before he delivered a powerful punch, creating a perfect round hole. After making a few openings, I heard a loud crash behind me. Turning around, I was startled to see Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, having burst through the ceiling from the garage, creating a substantial cavity in the floor. This man relished destruction more than a mischievous dog, as his chest-mounted lasers relentlessly fired, creating one gaping hole after another in the wall. It must be said that this efficiency surpasses even that of the unactivated Stanislaus. Observing this humanoid husky reveling in its penchant for destruction, I decided to indulge it. After all, the havoc was not wreaked upon my own abode. Once the holes were made, Tony Stark began unpacking, extracting pipes and other components from their boxes. Come lend a hand. Having already commenced the task, Tony was not one to stand on ceremony. All right then. The two of them hefted nearly a ton of pipe upon their shoulders, while carrying another in hand, and began to arrange the equipment within the villa. Before long, all devices were meticulously set up, and Tony unveiled several reactors. Even this superlative genius must adhere to the laws of energy conservation, although the newly developed element boasted commendable energy indices. Substantial energy was required for its synthesis, akin to a battery that necessitates charging before it can discharge. The reason this reactor was superior to the one Tony currently employed lay in its core. Unlike the palladium core, which posed significant radiation risks to living organisms, this reactor offered a higher energy storage capacity. With all reactors activated and energy connected to the assembled equipment, Tony cast a glance at the setup. I hope your safety measures prove effective. Let's get to work, shall we? He rolled his eyes, and without further ado, pressed the button. Multiple reactors sprang to life simultaneously, channeling energy through the circuitry into the circulating pipes. Soon enough, after undergoing treatment through specialized equipment, the circulating pipes contained beams of high-energy radiation. Prepare to switch the pipes. Observing the high-energy rays through the observation window, Tony took a deep breath and rushed to the designated isolation net. Locking eyes momentarily, he abruptly twisted the valve, opening the isolation net, and the high-energy rays surged forth along the newly established pipeline, where Tony had previously positioned the energy chip at the tunnel's end. Confronted by the torrent of energy rays, the chip absorbed the energy relentlessly, slowly illuminating under Tony's anxious gaze. How much energy can it hold? Tony inquired, his concern that the reactors might overwhelm the chip, leading to saturation and potential instability, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. Approaching the side of the tunnel, he scrutinized the escalating energy levels of the chip with his cybernetic eye. Relax, I believe we have yet to reach its limits. Upon hearing this, Tony refrained from hastily closing the valve. He turned his attention to the diminishing energy within the circulating pipe and glanced back at the energy chip, which continued to absorb the high-energy rays, taking a deep breath. "Father, what extraordinary element have you discovered?" Standing beside the corridor, he gazed at the energy chip within, its radiance intensifying. His cybernetic eye and integrated prosthetics whirred with fervor, swiftly calculating the chip's status. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. "Sion Wasteland, activate." Everything around him slowed down, and in that moment, he abruptly extracted the energy chip from the conduit. Unhindered by the chip, the remaining high-energy rays surged forth, piercing through the wall and ascending into the sky. "Wow, what are you doing?" Tony Stark exclaimed, startled by the maneuver. One misstep could have resulted in a catastrophic explosion, and we both would be in peril. I ensured ample safety margins. "So could you refrain from panicking?" He rolled his eyes, thinking Tony underestimated him. "I merely wish to ascertain how much energy this device can actually contain." As he spoke, he tossed the energy chip toward Tony Stark. Chapter 109. Relentless and resourceful, be careful. Tony Stark hurriedly caught the chip, which contained the energy equivalent to several palladium reactors. "Rest assured, the stability of this element exceeds your imagination. It will not explode so carelessly." Ignoring Tony's exclamations, he observed his hand and then glanced at the nearby fish tank. "What is wrong?" Tony inquired, relieved to see the chip remained intact. "It's just a bit electrified." He extended his finger into the fish tank, and moments later, the ornamental fish floated belly up on the surface. Tony rolled his eyes at the sight. "Could you not find a ground wire to dissipate the electricity? Must you endanger my fish?" Having discharged the excess electricity, he disregarded Tony's complaints and approached him. The energy index of the chip was impressively high and remarkably stable. Even when saturated, it could sustain itself for a while, during which the energy could be discharged without incident. Observing the chip's stability had left him quite astonished. Not only could this energy chip store such immense energy, but its stability was also astounding, truly absurd. Moreover, its energy-storing properties inspired him with a clever tactic, a defensive counterattack. If an adversary were to assault him with energy-based weaponry, he could effortlessly absorb that energy and then release it back. With sufficient speed, he could perfectly deflect the enemy's energy attacks and retaliate in kind. Tony Stark grasped the implication and stroked his chin thoughtfully. So what is the upper limit of this device? After some calculations, he surmised it to be approximately 300%. Exceeding that threshold would hinder perfect absorption. Tony nodded, committing this data to memory. As they observed the chip in Tony Stark's hand, the two made their way towards the basement. "Jarvis, let us ascertain whether this contraption can serve as a substitute for palladium." On Stark's workbench, a modified reactor was already visible, seemingly one of the fruits of his labor from the previous day. Beside it stood an armored suit that had mysteriously appeared in the cabinet, expressionlessly gazing at Stark. So, this fellow truly did not sleep a wink last night. In a single evening, he had crafted both a reactor compatible with the new energy chip and the suit. This man is indeed relentless in his pursuits. Jarvis had already connected to the reactor, beginning to compute whether it could replace the palladium reactor. Just as the calculations were underway, an unexpected phone call interrupted. Glancing at the unfamiliar number on the screen, Stark inquired, "Do you recognize this?" "Oh no, I don't recognize it either," he replied, shaking his head. With an air of surprise, Stark answered the call. "Hey, Tony," a voice greeted him, and Stark's expression shifted dramatically. "Who is this?" He was intrigued by the unexpected reaction from a caller. Stark muted the microphone and instructed Jarvis to initiate a counter-investigation of the caller's location. "Anton Ivan, damn it, this guy is indeed alive." "Oh, the one who attacked Stark," he muttered. After this revelation, Stark unmuted the microphone and addressed the caller. "So what do you intend to do?" Following your suggestion, I have increased the reactor's rotational speed. Its energy output is now significantly higher, capable of powering even more formidable weapons. And, thus, I plan to use this reactor to obliterate everything belonging to the Stark family. Is that so? However, I believe, no more stalling, I'm aware you are tracing me. Stark observed Jarvis working on the counter-tracing, attempting to buy time. Yet, on the other end, Anton Ivan, hailing from the Russian side, possessed commendable hacking skills. Aware that Stark was tracing him and estimating how long it would take to track him down, he abruptly interrupted Stark, preparing to utter a menacing remark before hanging up. Suddenly, a strange voice emerged from the phone, found it, inside the Hammer Industries New York Industrial Zone. Room 202 of the third office building in the unmanned drone development area. Anton Ivan looked up in bewilderment, realizing that the number on the door next to him matched the voice's statement perfectly. "Wait, buddy, you?" Ivan's heart raced, and he hastily ended the call. Meanwhile, Stark was equally taken aback by this revelation, leaving Ivan too frightened to continue with his threats, promptly hanging up. "So, you were indeed referring to his location." The crimson light in her eyes gradually dimmed. It was time to call the authorities. "Impressive," Tony Stark remarked, giving a thumbs up before he began to contact Pepper Potts. Upon receiving the message, Pepper was taken aback to discover that Anton Ivan was in fact within Hammer Industries. "Wait, are you saying Anton Ivan was rescued by Hammer Industries?" "Yes, why? But today is the exhibition day for Hammer Industries. Let me see what they are showcasing. It's an unmanned mech, and it's already been delivered to the exhibition grounds." Tony Stark glanced at the time and was suddenly alarmed. Today marked the final day of the Stark Expo, and, as per his plan from yesterday, the reactor was to be the second to last presentation, leaving the grand finale for today. Typically, the grand finale is the most climactic moment in a theater, while the grand performance signifies the closing act, which is of little consequence. Tony had allocated this day to Hammer Industries with the intention of showcasing that their capabilities stood independent of his own. However, upon learning that Anton Ivan was within Hammer Industries, a surge of determination surged within Tony. "Rhodey, instruct the agents from that bureau beside you to apprehend Ivan, and you need to leave the exhibition grounds immediately. I suspect there is something amiss with those unmanned mechs." Tony shouted into the phone, but was met with the sound of an explosion on the other end. Damn it! Cold sweat trickled down Tony's back as he gazed at the new reactor before him, hastily pressing the device against his chest. "All right, I'm on my way. Quickly, find Happy and take cover in that vehicle. Do you understand?" Chapter 110. Choosing Dilemma. Leave the worries outside amidst the chaos of the Stark Expo grounds. Pepper Potts surveyed the frantic crowd, phone in hand. Despite her esteemed position within Stark Industries, she felt utterly helpless. Tony's calls echoed in her ear, but the cacophony of explosions, gunfire, and the anguished cries of employees rendered her paralyzed with fear. This was no animated spectacle. The end of the world did not guarantee the safety of its inhabitants. At that moment, the Stark Expo was under relentless assault from the unmanned mechs, with buildings being ruthlessly demolished, and both employees and civilians suffering grievously. The artillery originally mounted on fighter jets, and the small missiles intended for armored vehicles were now aimed at the structures and the populace, unleashing a torrent of devastation. The impact of these weapons was catastrophic. Not only were lives at stake, but even the very architecture crumbled under the onslaught. Witnessing such chaos and bloodshed, Pepper could scarcely endure it. A gruesome fragment of a body was thrust before her by the shockwave, causing her pupils to constrict. She instinctively covered her mouth, feeling her stomach churn violently. At that moment, Natasha stepped forward. After a brief moment of bewilderment, she swiftly adapted to the harsh reality unfolding around her, grabbing Pepper and sprinting behind a flower bed. How audacious of Hammer Industries to equip those cursed drones with ammunition. This is akin to a military exhibition. Not only do they roll out tanks, but they also dare to load them with high explosive shells. If one were to accidentally discharge, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, there was no accidental discharge. The unfortunate news, however, was that it was intentional. Observing the chaos of the drones in the vicinity, Natasha comprehended that this was precisely Hammer Industries' premeditated plan to unleash carnage at the Stark Expo. The only question that remained was how that fool, Justin Hammer, had the audacity to execute such a scheme. Glancing around the scene, Natasha spotted the still-dazed Pepper. She did not indulge her, delivering a sharp slap to her face to snap her back to reality. "Get Happy to bring the car, right?" Pepper, regaining her composure, retrieved the sword-shaped key given to her. "Happy, can you hear me?" Meanwhile, at the parking lot outside the Stark Expo, Happy was leisurely enjoying a film inside the Excalibur. From the outside, every piece of glass and armor on the Excalibur appeared opaque and black. However, within, it was adorned with ultra-clear screens. These screens projected the external scenery through concealed cameras, allowing the driver in the enclosed space to experience the exhilaration of a convertible. Had Melendez been in this vehicle, he would have relished the joy of an open-top car without his imagination running wild. At that moment, Happy was engrossed in a movie from the year 2077. Thanks to the vast storage capacity of his built-in cybernetic enhancements, which housed a plethora of songs, novels, and films from that futuristic era. As he reveled in the visual spectacle from the future, the Excalibur suddenly emitted an alarm. Warning, the key holder is requesting assistance. Automatic switch to driving mode initiated. Please fasten your seatbelt. What? The movie abruptly cut off, and Happy, bewildered, uttered a question before feeling a jarring thrust against his back. The screens projected the outside world, and at that moment, the Excalibur's systems hacked into overhead satellites, pinpointing Pepper's location. Target located. Route customized. Departing. The tires screeched against the pavement as the Excalibur launched forward, smoothly weaving through a cluster of vehicles, racing towards the heart of the Stark Expo. Meanwhile, Pepper remained shielded behind Natasha, who had drawn her custom handgun, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Their location was relatively concealed, thus they had not yet been discovered by the drones that were actively searching for targets. However, this reprieve was short-lived. As the surrounding targets were systematically eliminated, the drones began to seek new prey. Soon, they swept past the remnants of the destroyed targets, advancing toward those yet to be obliterated. One by one, the drones passed by Pepper and her companions, fortunate that the manufacturing company, Hammer Industries, had not equipped them with cameras like those of Tony Stark, allowing them to remain undetected. However, before the drones could venture too far, Pepper's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen and seeing Tony Stark's name, she felt a jolt of surprise. Natasha, ever quick to react, grabbed Pepper and led her away. Yet to their dismay, they found themselves surrounded by additional drones. In that moment, the pair was ensnared, uncertain of how to proceed. "Do you have any ideas?" Pepper asked nervously, to which Natasha furrowed her brow. As a covert agent, she certainly lacked any formidable weaponry. Although she could take down a few drones with her small pistol and some portable defense devices, they were encircled by a dozen drones. "Damn it," Natasha cursed, watching as an army-configured drone aimed its heavy sniper rifle at her. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted as Excalibur crashed into the fray. Detecting multiple threats in the vicinity, the drone aboard Excalibur swiftly analyzed the situation. Upon identifying the dangers, it activated its cleansing mode. The blue eyes shifted to a menacing red, and the external armor of Excalibur opened up, revealing 2 six-barreled heavy machine guns, an 8-tube rocket launcher, a honeycomb smart weapons bay, and various other offensive devices. Targets locked. Commencing cleansing. The voice of Drummond turned cold and merciless while inside. Happy observed as the drones were marked with red outlines. The next moment, Excalibur accelerated, crashing into one of the drones, its sharp horns splitting the machine in two, crushing its still glowing head into fragments. Simultaneously, the 2 six-barreled heavy machine guns roared to life, unleashing a storm of large-caliber bullets that shredded the remaining drones. The other drones, sensing the threat, began to retaliate, but Excalibur deftly maneuvered through the chaos, gliding smoothly as it eliminated each drone without sustaining any hits. After executing a perfect drift, Drummond halted before Pepper, opening the passenger door, arrived at the designated location. "Please board. Get in." Natasha abruptly propelled the startled Pepper into the vehicle, and once inside, the passenger door closed automatically, revealing the image of Drellman on the screen before them. Choosing Drellman meant leaving their worries behind. Where shall we head next? Chapter 111. Unmanned Mech Pepper, still in shock, sat in the passenger seat, gazing at Natasha through the window. "What will you do?" "I have a way to survive. Moreover, where's the head of Hammer Industries?" "I don't know, but Tony just called and mentioned that the lunatic who attacked him last time is at Hammer Industries." "Ivan Vanko?" Natasha furrowed her brow. How could that guy be at Hammer Industries? Before she could ponder further, explosions erupted around them, indicating that the unmanned mechs had commenced a new wave of destruction. "Damn it," Natasha muttered under her breath, then turned to Pepper. "I will contact someone and see if I can shut down those unmanned mechs at Hammer Industries. You must find a safe location immediately." Without waiting for Pepper's response, Natasha activated her earpiece and began relaying the situation to Nick Fury as she walked away. Watching Natasha leave, Happy gripped the steering wheel anxiously. The sights along the way had made him acutely aware of the dire situation, naturally heightening his tension. "So, where are we going?" "I don't know," Pepper replied. But before she could finish, the Excalibur surged forward on its own, narrowly evading a missile descending from above. "New threat detected. Please fasten your seatbelt." Drellman's voice echoed once more. Pepper and Happy looked up to see numerous unmanned drones approaching, with missiles continuously launching toward them. Observing the missiles trailing white exhaust, Pepper nervously swallowed and hastily secured her seatbelt. In the next moment, the engine of Excalibur roared to life, operating at a speed incomprehensible to ordinary individuals, executing various stunts to evade the attacks. Simultaneously, the hexagonal smart weapon launchers in the rear compartment activated, locking onto the airborne unmanned mechs with red frames. In mere seconds, a volley of smart missiles shot forth from the launchers, obliterating the encroaching drones. Threat eliminated. Please plan your destination, Drummond announced, having dispatched the unmanned mechs with apparent ease. Natasha and Happy exchanged glances. Shall we go eliminate those unmanned mechs? Drellman fell silent for a moment, and just as Pepper began to think it was not feasible, Drellman spoke again. Orders updated. Fully entering combat mode. Objective: eradicate unmanned mechs. Activate drones for additional visibility based on battlefield conditions. As he spoke, the front cover opened, and the 4 drones previously crafted swiftly emerged, dispersing in all directions. Countless data streams were transmitted to the sword in the stone, and after a brief calculation, Drummond immediately plotted a course. The target had been updated. The clearance operation commenced. With that, the sword in the stone activated and surged towards the nearest adversary. At that moment, Ivan Vanko was still within the research area of Hammer Industries, where the computer before him displayed the status of all the drone mechs. Suddenly, the indicator lights of a cluster of drone mechs turned a vivid red, causing Ivan to pause in surprise. Upon checking their location, he discovered that these drone mechs had been destroyed within a specific zone, a zone that had previously seen another batch of drone mechs obliterated. What on earth could have caused this? He had distinctly checked earlier. Tony Stark was throwing a party at home, certainly not in the expo area. Who could have annihilated so many drone mechs? Ivan felt a headache coming on, but an alarm blaring from outside snapped him back to reality. Never mind all that. The buildings in that area had mostly been reduced to rubble and hardly warranted further concern. Rather than dwell on that situation, he ought to focus on his own course of action. Meanwhile, in the industrial sector where Ivan was situated, a chilling alarm echoed relentlessly. Warning: drone mechs in Zone 9 have gone rogue. Immediately halt all production lines and activate emergency protocols. Security personnel are to lead the effort to neutralize the rogue drone mechs. Warning: the drone mechs are advancing towards the 3rd office building. Employees in the affected area, please evacuate immediately. Evacuate? Huh. Those drone mechs were heading straight for him. Ivan cursed inwardly, never anticipating that Tony Stark would have such a formidable hacker by his side, capable of effortlessly tracing his location and even breaching the network. At this moment, within Zone 9, aside from those drones dispatched to the Stark Expo, there were several newly manufactured drone mechs. However, many of these activated mechs had gone haywire, relentlessly advancing towards his building. A moment's reflection made it clear to Ivan that this super hacker had directly infiltrated the drone mechs, attempting to capture him with them. Yet, I'm not so easily apprehended, Ivan muttered to himself as he prepared to depart, suddenly remembering the super hacker, causing a tightness in his chest. Right? I must leave some contingency behind. With that thought, he issued a series of commands through his computer, instructing the drone mechs within the Stark Expo that had yet to commence their operations to disable their network control mode and proceed with a pre-programmed directive to wreak havoc within Stark Industries. Then, Ivan pushed open the door and sprinted outside. Moments later, high above, Tony Stark, riding atop his suit, furrowed his brow. What is going on? Ivan Vanko crafted an impressive suit of armor for himself, subsequently tearing apart those unmanned drones. Is it not possible for him to control it remotely? Indeed, it is not. He is no fool like Ivan Vanko, who relies entirely on motors even for the simplest of movements. His armor bears resemblance to yours, with the programming merely serving as an auxiliary function. True talent is paramount, and it cannot be commandeered through a mere network hack. As he pondered this, a sense of frustration arose within him. Those unmanned armors had just been produced, lacking even basic weaponry or flight mechanisms. It was no wonder they were outmatched. In stark contrast, the hundreds of drones showcased at the Stark Industries Expo were equipped with specially designed weapons and munitions, whereas the robots languishing in the Hammer Industries industrial zone were not afforded such luxuries. Otherwise, with his exceptional dexterity, he might have actually managed to subdue Ivan Vanko using just a few drones. Never mind that for now. That fellow 1T escape. And we must hasten to rescue Pepper. We are nearly at the location. Nodding, he reminded. "Just remember to send the items over to me."
Indeed, indeed. The super mercenary sighed, feeling quite helpless. Impressive as he was, capable of nearly any task, the price he demanded was undeniably steep. Chapter 112. Preparing to hunt. Murmuring to himself, Tony Stark swiftly soared into the skies above the Stark Industries Expo. Observing the pervasive smoke and bloodshed below, he felt his blood pressure rising. Damn it, this is what my father built for me. You're truly becoming a daddy's boy now. He rolled his eyes. Isn't the model still intact? We can always rebuild it later. Can a reconstruction ever compare to the original? Tony Stark grumbled, hastily inquiring, "So, where's Pepper?" "Don't worry. Draymond informed me that Pepper has already been rescued and is in the vehicle." Rolling his eyes again, he was well aware of the prowess of the sword and the stone. During his previous mission in the world of 2077, he found himself cornered by some individuals outside, only to be swiftly dispatched by the sword and the stone. Following the incident, an alarm was raised, prompting a response from the anti-terrorism task force. Yet it ultimately resulted in nothing more than a few mangled corpses on the ground. What exactly is the nature of the anti-terrorism task force? To put it simply, they are akin to special police of the 2077 era, possessing defense and attack capabilities that far surpass ordinary comprehension. Weapons wielded by the thugs on the streets pose no threat to them whatsoever, as they can hardly breach their defenses. After all, these agents routinely confront cyberpsychos, individuals who have undergone extreme modifications to the point of madness. These individuals are reckless, willing to alter anything and everything about themselves. Some have even managed to acquire military-grade cybernetics akin to those from Stanislav, granting them a crushing advantage over the ordinary, allowing them to slaughter their foes as easily as one would dispatch a chick. However, military-grade prosthetics are of the utmost quality for such individuals, and the members of the terror response team are fully equipped with military-grade enhancements. Yet, despite their formidable capabilities, they were ultimately reduced to mere remnants by the sword and the stone, which remarkably sustained no damage to its finish. From this perspective, the heavily modified sword and the stone could even engage in a contest of strength with Adam's heavy hammer. Yet, Tony Stark remained perplexed. He believed that a vehicle capable of rivaling an armored car was already impressive, and his concerns lingered. In a moment of desperation, he relayed the location of the sword and the stone to Stark, who then hurriedly soared toward it. As he approached, Stark beheld a spectacular display of fireworks erupting in the distant sky. What could it be? It was the sword and the stone, actively hunting down the drone mechs. Calmly, it emitted a red glow from its ocular implant, allowing him to surveil the unfolding battle. Under the exceptional control of the Delamon, the combat prowess of the sword and the stone was fully unleashed as it navigated through the complex, firing bullets with precision that obliterated the heads of the drone mechs. Even those drones soaring above were not spared from the fate of being shattered by a single shot. After all, in the year 2077, the scarcity of aerial travelers was largely due to the fact that, with integrated prosthetics, nearly everyone was a sharpshooter, attempting to ascend into the sky, unless at an extraordinary speed, rendered one a mere target. Even the street thugs could easily land a couple of shots. During their journey, the sword and the stone commenced its hunt from the periphery, alongside Pepper and Happy, systematically eliminating all the drone mechs outside, leaving only the core area with many still intact. All right, let me down quickly. Watching the relentless slaughter of the drone mechs by the sword and the stone, she could no longer remain seated. The weaponry mounted on the sword and the stone consisted of heavy, specialized arms, with custom bullets far more precious than those used in her own handgun. Using them against these inferior drone mechs felt akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Understood. Tony Stark, observing the sword and the stone elegantly weaving through the structures and taking down drone mechs with finesse, felt a sense of awe. If he had previously considered the rental fee exorbitant, he now recognized its true worth. It could be said that this singular vehicle, amidst a battlefield filled with tanks and aircraft, would dominate as a premier war machine. Meanwhile, comfortably seated within the sword and the stone, Pepper had already retrieved her phone, contacting Stark Industry Security Department for immediate assistance, while Happy remained engrossed in watching the sword and the stone's relentless pursuit of the drone mechs. Suddenly, the sword and the stone came to a halt, causing both of them to lurch forward uncontrollably, and Pepper nearly lost her grip on her phone. What just happened? Startled, little Pepper was momentarily taken aback.
despite the top-tier suspension and shock absorption of the stone sword, which had previously allowed her to comfortably pursue the unmanned mechs. This sudden jolt made her think something had gone awry. As a new command was detected, the task priority and objective shifted to await further instructions. Confusion clouded her mind as a figure descended beside the vehicle, and the door swung open automatically. "Hello, miss. Are you all right?" The man leaned against the car, flashing a smile at Little Pepper. "Are you okay?" Tony Stark, observing her state, quickly approached and gently nudged her aside, inquiring after her well-being, only to receive a light slap from Little Pepper in return. "What is wrong with me? Choose a better time to call him next time." Little Pepper glared at Tony with reddened eyes. Reflecting on the earlier perilous situation, her frustration surged, and this gentle reprimand was a testament to her restraint. Tony, keenly aware of their surroundings, began to realize that perhaps the earlier call had indeed caused some trouble. "I apologize, but," he started to explain as their playful banter unfolded, prompting an eye roll from Little Pepper as she made her way to the driver's seat. "Hey, buddy, step out for a moment." Happy, observing the situation, hastily exited the vehicle. "Wow, this car is absolutely incredible. Did you see how it handled those drones?" Happy murmured excitedly, leaning into the car to retrieve a component and affix it to himself. "All set. Armaments and gear are ready. Tell them on. Transfer command of the drones to me and have them depart." He extracted the seasonal treasure from the vehicle, gently tapping it to wake it from its dormant state, receiving a series of grumbled complaints in return. Unfazed, he secured it to himself using the magnetic attachment before retrieving the breakthrough from inside the car. "Hey, I'm planning to check out the core area. Are you coming?" he inquired, his professional demeanor evident as he gazed towards the distant sounds of gunfire emanating from the core zone, addressing Tony. Tony nodded in agreement, offering Little Pepper a reassuring expression before donning his helmet. "First, let us get Little Pepper and Happy out of here. Don't worry, I have no intention of wasting those precious bullets." He chuckled, signaling Happy to get back in as the stone sword automatically navigated out of the area. As the stone sword distanced itself, he ensured all weapons were primed. With the breakthrough secured on his back, the seasonal treasure at his waist, and wielding both the amnesty and hammer, complemented by the Ghostwalker module, he proclaimed with a smirk, "Let the hunt begin." Chapter 113. Tony Stark as predicament. Let us split up. The data from the 4 drones has been successfully transmitted, swiftly collecting the surrounding situation. Calling out to Tony Stark, the claw module on his arm shot out a grappling hook, anchoring itself to the adjacent building wall, propelling him into the air. Observing the aerial combat, where several mechs were effortlessly dispatched, Tony Stark merely shrugged. "JARVIS. We must not underestimate them." With the activation of his flight device, from his elevated vantage point, the drones on the ground became conspicuously visible. He raised both hands, unleashing a barrage of pulse blasts that shattered the mechs constructed from mundane materials into fragments. "Keep count. I want to compare scores later." Exuberant at the apparent ineptitude of the enemy mechs, Stark cheered, only to be abruptly struck by several high-caliber sniper rounds that sent him hurtling through the air. Damage detected on external armor. Immediate evasive maneuvers required. He cursed, "Why are they targeting me?" Gazing down, he noticed the mechs lifting their heads, the shoulder-mounted sniper cannons locking onto him. Stark cursed again and veered to the side. High-caliber bullets sliced through the air with a piercing whine, whizzing past him. Observing Stark's precarious predicament, a figure on the adjacent building rolled their eyes. Does someone actually dare to fly up there? Isn't that akin to being a live target? They muttered, watching the drones below. Noticing their focused attempts to snipe Stark, they raised an eyebrow. It appeared Stark was their primary target. After all, these creations were products of Ivan Vanko, making their fixation on Stark quite understandable. Well, this simplifies matters. Since these drones were intent on targeting the flamboyant man, there was no fear of exposure. Standing at the edge of the building without a weapon, they directed their gaze toward the drones. Their eyes emitted a crimson glow as they swiftly locked onto the mechs, attempting to infiltrate their systems as before. However, it seemed the drones had their remote control systems disabled, thwarting such straightforward manipulation. Although this tactic was ineffective, they merely shook their heads slightly, remaining undeterred. After all, rather than expending energy controlling the mech slowly, it was far more efficient to act directly. The crimson glow intensified in their eyes, and from within their embedded prosthetics, dormant magical puppets revealed their prowess. With a swift activation, one puppet unleashed a pre-programmed virus, which rapidly traversed the wireless connection to reach the core of a drone. Suddenly, crackling sparks erupted from the mech, and with a resounding crash, it collapsed to the ground. This seemed to signal a chain reaction, as that drone fell. Several nearby mechs erupted in a series of electrical sparks, subsequently shutting down and crashing to the earth as if lifeless. These unmanned combat drones function much like relays. As long as one is within a certain proximity, they become infected by a malicious puppet, which subsequently overwhelms their systems with an excess of information, leading to immediate malfunctions and total shutdowns. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 drones collapsed, effectively clearing the area of all unmanned machines. As for those that were positioned further away, they were fortunate to be beyond the range of this singular puppet. Otherwise, it could have obliterated every drone in its vicinity. Such is the exhilarating power of hacking. Having not indulged in his hacking prowess for some time, he felt an exhilarating rush wash over him. Glancing at the fallen drones, and then casting his gaze toward the distant skyline of towering buildings, a smile crept across his lips. It seems this world has progressed rapidly. With the emergence of unmanned combat drones, the threats it poses appear to diminish. While the lagging network technology and scientific advancements could be deemed detrimental to this world, for him, it rendered him somewhat constrained. The continuous advancements in this realm, however, made confronting adversaries increasingly effortless. Observing the outdated drones, he felt little inclination to chase them down. Instead, he turned his attention to the nearby surveillance system and infiltrated it directly. Moments later, he commandeered the entire surveillance network of the Stark Industrial Expo, linking it to other local area networks, perhaps in an effort to showcase the technological ethos of the expo. Most devices within the Stark Industrial Expo grounds could be controlled via a local network. This intrusion connected all equipment within the area, including those drones, now ensnared within the local network. One could only hope that Tony Stark would endure this onslaught. With the parameters set to encompass the expo grounds and the target defined as all devices, his eyes glowed with a fierce red light, and he felt a slight warmth emanating from his internal cybernetic body. The network collapsed. Activation commenced. At that moment, Tony Stark was soaring high above the Stark Expo, pursued relentlessly by dozens of aerial combat drones, while countless ground drones launched attacks from below. Armor-piercing rounds whizzed past him, and as he listened to J.A.R.V.I.S. urgent warnings, he grit his teeth and activated the heat inducement device. The armor plates on his legs opened, unleashing a barrage of heat-seeking missiles to divert the smaller projectiles. The air was filled with the sound of explosions as the small missiles collided with the heat decoys, bringing Stark a momentary sigh of relief. However, this was swiftly interrupted by a new wave of alarms blaring. Damn it, what on earth was Justin Hammer thinking? Constructing so many drones? Stark cursed under his breath. Yet this did little to alter the reality that he was once again locked onto by a fresh round of small missiles. The aerial drone, relentless in its pursuit, unleashed a barrage of bullets from the cannon mounted on its shoulder, whizzing past Tony Stark and grazing his armored form, leaving numerous marks upon the steel exoskeleton. Unable to shake off the persistent drone behind him, Stark was further pressured by the small missiles below, which left him with no choice but to remain in constant motion. Striking back was not an option, nor could he afford a halt. This was the predicament in which Tony Stark found himself. Just as he released another volley of heat-seeking missiles, his ammunition dwindling, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 114. The storm. It felt as if something had pierced through his very being. Suddenly, the warning alarm ceased, and the screen before him went dark. What was happening? As Stark was engulfed in darkness, a tightening sensation gripped his chest, followed by a disorienting feeling of weightlessness that quickened his heartbeat. Damn it, he muttered, barely having time to curse before plummeting from the sky to the ground below. The immense kinetic force left a deep gouge in the earth as he landed. Almost immediately, he heard the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground, prompting Stark to instinctively curl up, minimizing his surface area to evade potential impacts. After a moment, the cacophony of falling debris ceased, yet an eerie silence enveloped him. In the darkness, Stark's breaths grew increasingly rapid. He pressed a small ring at his ear, unlocking the mechanism that allowed him to remove his helmet. As he lifted it off, he surveyed the dimly lit Stark Industries, now devoid of all illumination, and the unmoving drone lying incapacitated on the ground, confusion swirling in his mind. What had transpired? glancing down at his chest. Stark reassured himself that the arc reactor was still functioning, and the armor evidently retained energy, yet the system had faltered, rendering it incapable of assisting him. Just as Stark began to process this bewildering situation, lights in the distance flickered back to life, gradually illuminating his surroundings. As the illumination returned, his helmet powered on, and Jarvis' voice resonated. Your heart rate is normal, and no anomalies are detected in your body. You are unharmed. Jarvis, what just happened? Stark hastily donned his helmet, eager to communicate with his AI companion. I am uncertain, Jarvis replied, his tone neither elated nor despondent, yet the information that followed sent a chill down Stark's spine. Upon review, it appears that Stark Industries' network was suddenly infiltrated by a potent virus. This virus breached the system's firewall at the very moment of entry, issuing countless commands that resulted in an overload across all systems. According to pre-established emergency protocols, all systems were forcibly shut down. Simultaneously, the Iron Man system also fell victim to the virus, reaching maximum capacity, with attempts made to infiltrate my system through information channels. However, upon discovering an incorrect address, the data ceased its intrusion. Subsequently, regardless of how I attempted to send messages, I could not elicit a valid response from the Iron Man system until the turmoil subsided. Jarvis's core was not located within Stark Industries or the Iron Man suit. Instead, it resided in Tony Stark's mansion, where he had prepared an expansive server to support Jarvis's operations. Within the Iron Man suit, there existed merely a small application of Jarvis, enabling remote control of the suit. One might even call it cloud-based Iron Man. However, Jarvis's words caused Tony Stark to furrow his brow. A virus? Could its origin be traced? No. During the invasion, all systems were overloaded and forced to shut down. Upon rebooting, I found no records of the virus on local devices. But it is speculated that the virus likely originated from within Stark Industries. From within the facility? Tony Stark felt a sense of confusion. Did he possess such talent among his ranks? How could he be unaware? No, wait. Could that person be? Just as Tony Stark's mind conjured a hypothesis, a massive red exclamation mark appeared on his screen, and in the next instant, a figure plummeted from the sky. In the moment before impact, Tony Stark was alerted by the red exclamation mark and lunged forward to evade the strike. However, the tremendous shockwave still sent debris flying, striking him. Fortunately, clad in his Iron Man suit, the rubble posed no threat, yet it left him shaken. Had he been struck directly, the force might have overwhelmed the suit, potentially transforming him into Iron Man in an instant. Reflecting on the sudden assailant, Tony Stark, still rattled, turned to see his suit of armor that appeared rough yet radiated immense power. Tony Stark, I did not anticipate you possessing such capabilities. Let me guess. Was it your artificial intelligence at work? Ivan Vanko's voice emanated from the suit as he surveyed the surroundings, feeling a twinge of concern. Fortunately, prior to his arrival, he had dismantled his signal receiver. Judging by the condition of these unmanned drones, even disabling the communication channels programmatically could not thwart that artificial intelligence's intrusion. Only a physical disconnection of the channels would ensure safety. After all, not even the most skilled hacker could breach a computer that was not plugged in. By fundamentally severing the communication channels, Ivan Vanko managed to arrive just in time, allowing him to survive the recent information storm. However, hearing his words, Tony Stark could only shake his head in resignation. I wish Jarvis could achieve such a feat, but, gazing at the chaos around him, Tony Stark shook his head. Given Jarvis's current state, handling routine tasks was feasible, but executing a localized, destructive network assault? May he live long. Ivan Vanko failed to perceive the underlying implications in Tony Stark's words. He gazed at Stark and declared, however, I have now dismantled the signal receiver. I shall see if your artificial intelligence can still save your life. With that, Ivan Vanko flicked his wrists, and 2 electrical whips sprang from his arms, striking fiercely towards Tony Stark. As he beheld the 2 whips crackling with electricity, Stark's expression sharpened, prompting him to swiftly evade to the side. While his armor had been treated to resist electrical currents, it did not mean he was entirely impervious to electricity, should the energy levels be sufficient. Even his armor could be penetrated. After narrowly avoiding the attack, Stark assumed his usual flying stance, attempting to take flight, but despite his preparations, he found himself motionless. What are you doing? Ivan Vanko, mistaking Stark's posture for mockery, lashed out with another whip. Stark executed a deft roll to evade the strike, but, realizing he had not ascended, urgently called for assistance from Jarvis. "Apologies, I have detected hardware damage and cannot assume control of the system," Jarvis reported. "Damn it. I must upgrade Iron Man's hardware upon my return." Stark's expression darkened as he realized that all computations had been redirected to Jarvis's local system. Therefore, his suit did not require advanced hardware, a measure taken to conserve energy. However, after the recent viral overload, some components had sustained damage, rendering many of the suit's functions inoperative. While evading Ivan Vanko's relentless attacks, Jarvis conducted an emergency diagnostic, ultimately confirming that the motion and air circulation systems remained intact. In other words, he could not even utilize the palm repulsor. Damn it, there's only one option left, Stark thought, eyeing Ivan Vanko and inhaling deeply. "Your creditor is about to perish. Why do you hesitate? What are you shouting about?" Ivan Vanko inquired, yet his hands continued their relentless assault, the whips striking like venomous serpents towards Tony Stark. Just then, as Stark faced this onslaught, a series of traces suddenly appeared on his helmet's display. "Is the screen malfunctioning?" Stark wondered, alarmed, when a voice reached him. "These are predicted attack traces. Simply move according to them." Upon hearing this, Stark took a measured step to the side, causing the electrical whip to narrowly graze past him, allowing him a moment of relief. Subsequently, Tony Stark no longer needed to rely solely on his instincts to evade attacks. Observing the drawn trajectories of the strikes, he subtly swayed his body to deftly avoid Ivan Vanko's relentless onslaught, appearing far more at ease than before, to the point where Vanko, witnessing Stark's nonchalance, began to doubt his own prowess. "So, what exactly are you doing? My system has gone on strike because of you, and without your presence, I cannot eliminate this adversary." "Don't fret, I'm programming." "Huh? What kind of program?" "These drones are utterly subpar. I am updating them." "You are coding on site?" "It's a trivial matter. It will be ready shortly." Perched atop a building, while simultaneously analyzing Vanko's attack patterns and utilizing his built-in prosthetics, Stark diligently crafted a new program, specifically tailored for the drones below. Even while multitasking, his speed remained remarkably swift. Soon enough, he completed the final command and glanced down at the drones. "So, get back up, will you?" "What?" Suddenly, Stark's exclamation caught Vanko's attention. And seizing the opportunity of Stark's distraction, Vanko lunged forward. No longer utilizing his whip, he opted for grappling techniques instead. The massive Russian heavy armor forcefully pinned Stark's small mech to the ground, delivering a solid punch directly to Stark's head. "Dodge again, will you?" Ivan Vanko, already heated by Stark's evasions, seized Stark and began to hammer him relentlessly, leaving Stark dizzy and disoriented. Just as Stark felt he might lose his composure, the sound of footsteps echoed. Holding Stark aloft, Vanko glanced around in confusion, only to discover that the drones had risen once more. "Restarted? Huh, perfect. Let us quickly annihilate this facility." Vanko felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, by himself, he could merely eliminate Stark, but could not entirely obliterate Stark's enterprise. However, with the assistance of these drones, that task became exceedingly simple. Yet, Vanko soon sensed something amiss. Observing the drones' newfound agility and their penetrating gazes, a chill ran down his spine. Indeed, the sight was unsettling. Vanko suddenly felt as though these drones had been infused with a semblance of life, as if they had been granted a soul. The terrifying vision startled him. "Wait, your objective is to destroy this facility. Do you understand?" Vanko shouted at the drones, but they ignored him entirely, instead approaching him with agile strides. "What the hell?" Ivan Vanko unleashed his electric whip, striking fiercely towards the nearest drone mech. However, the drone mech adeptly anticipated the trajectory of his attack, swiftly evading by rolling aside. As it collapsed to the ground, the sniper cannon mounted on its shoulder elevated, briefly taking aim. Bang! A large caliber bullet erupted from the barrel, directly hitting Ivan Vanko's hand, which had grasped Tony Stark's. The immense force compelled Ivan to emit a pained grunt, causing him to release Tony Stark, who fell to the ground. "Damn it," Ivan thought, eager to recapture him. But in the next moment, a multitude of drone mechs locked onto him. Dozens of large-caliber bullets struck his vulnerable spots, including his head and hands, forcing Ivan to stagger backward. The searing pain radiating from various wounds prompted him to clutch his injured areas, desperately retreating. "All right, you can run now," Tony Stark, lying on the ground, communicated through the channel. "What?" Having barely suppressed his urge to vomit, Tony struggled to comprehend the instruction.
I said run. The missiles have been launched.
Upon hearing this, Tony's expression shifted dramatically. He glanced at the drone mechs equipped with small missile launchers on their shoulders, his heart racing as he hurriedly got to his feet and bolted forward. In the next instant, dozens of small missiles simultaneously struck Ivan. A blinding explosion erupted, sending shards of armor flying from the epicenter. Witnessing the devastation, Tony inhaled deeply.
Is that guy dead?
Who knows? Let's dig him out and see. Came the remote command to the drones, adhering to the principle of eliminating threats entirely. However, before the drones could approach, another explosion reverberated. A helmet piece soared towards Tony, splattered with remnants of flesh, causing him to furrow his brow in concern.
What happened? Hiss, that guy committed suicide.
What do you mean? The drones are programmed with self-destruct mechanisms. I directly modified theirs, but his armor. Tony observed the reactor cores on the chests of the surrounding drone mechs, beginning to understand. Ivan Vanko had indeed orchestrated this attack with a mindset of either succeeding or perishing heroically. If successful, the Hammer Industries would perish alongside Stark Industries, and he could leverage this technology to gain favor with various factions, propelling his own rise. Yet, if unsuccessful, he would ensure that his demise dragged others down with him. It could be said that Ivan nearly succeeded, but the technological prowess exceeded his expectations. Well, I suppose this concludes everything.
Not yet. Who else is there? That fool Justin Hammer?
And don't forget the money and equipment you owe me.
Damn, am I in debt to you?
Tony Stark, in a fit of displeasure, abruptly severed communication, showing little inclination to engage further. Observing the unmanned drones below, he raised an eyebrow and instructed Donna and the others to bring over several trucks from home. They were capable drivers, having previously commandeered a vehicle to ram in an Iron Tyrant, so he felt no apprehension. The target was the drones below. Although poorly designed, with some modification, they might still prove useful. He had acquired several production lines from Tony Stark, which would require supervision. Thus, he needed to enlist some laborers. A single turtle, Donna, would not suffice. With a bit of adjustment, these drones could indeed serve a purpose. As for deploying them in combat, he was skeptical of their combat efficacy, given their humanoid design. Chapter 116, New Combat Strategy, Drone Army. Once a few turtles brought the trucks over, he proceeded to load all the remaining drones into the cargo area. He then tapped the truck door, instructing the turtles to transport the drones back. Initially, the total number of drones was barely around 300, but due to the havoc wreaked by the sword and the stone, over 100 were destroyed. Subsequently, with Tony Stark's aerial maneuvers and clever use of obstacles, dozens more were eliminated. Additionally, some drones, of inferior quality, suffered hardware failures following a network crash, rendering them inoperable. After numerous losses, the remaining drones deemed reparable amounted to just over 100, a number that would suffice for now. However, before deployment, a thorough modification of these drones was imperative. He intended to dismantle all the weapons, for these drones were designated as agile laborers. With meticulous enhancements, their humanoid design could transform them into exceptional workers on the assembly line. As for combat, he now understood that the differences in developmental models between this world and the 2077 world resulted in distinct combat dynamics. In the 2077 world, the existence of integrated cybernetics allowed even a moderately talented individual, after a few days of training, to achieve perfect accuracy with the aid of such enhancements. Conversely, this world lacked integrated cybernetics, leading to a lower standard of combat proficiency. At the very least, they could not achieve pinpoint accuracy against airborne targets, and individual combat capabilities were significantly inferior to those in the 2077 world. Therefore, he resolved to alter his combat strategy, shifting from an elite soldier approach to one of mechanical devastation. He would leverage the data stored within his integrated cybernetics to design a combat drone, intending to mass-produce them using the production line. Subsequently, he would establish a large server within the base to import Delamon, thoroughly training it for warfare. At that time, all drones, including the legendary sword and the stone, would fall under the control of Draymond. Thus, in the face of large-scale battles and even wars, he could simply crush his adversaries with an army of drones. As for whether his design drones could achieve this feat, he chuckled with confidence, for he intended to equip them with the Inglong Intelligent Submachine Gun. This advanced firearm, developed by Kongtao Technology, boasts a rapid firing rate, high accuracy, and minimal recoil. Although its bullet power may seem somewhat diminished in the year 2077, making it more suited for special effect tactics. In a world where armor is limited to mere bulletproof vests and no subdermal protection exists, the question of lethality becomes moot. As long as a target is hit, the majority of individuals in this world would simply succumb, with only a select few, like Tony Stark, possessing the resilience to withstand any assault for a brief moment. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. One cannot expect to encounter them on every street corner. Therefore, the widespread deployment of the Yinglong intelligent submachine gun, combined with high mobility, accuracy, and the potential for industrial production within drone forces, would undoubtedly constitute an overwhelming power capable of dominating most factions in this era. Indeed, in 2077, drones may have been considered obsolete technology, but in this time, how could they possibly fail? With a grin, Johnny emerged, acknowledging the truth that, in that era, drones could easily be shot down or hacked. Yet in this age, who could breach our defenses? The two exchanged knowing glances, amusement evident in their eyes. Not even Draymond could penetrate the world's networks without permission, and with that, they were ready to proceed. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the sword and the stone, tossing Pepper and Happy beside Tony Stark, uninterested in aiding him with the aftermath of the battle. He instructed that the production line be dispatched swiftly and then mounted the sword and the stone, heading back home. Upon returning to his base and surveying the several large trucks parked there, he clapped his hands, calling out, "Everyone, come down." As the command echoed, a chorus of footsteps resonated from within the cargo holds, and soon, over 100 drone mechs emerged, lining up in perfect formation before him. "Draymond, come see how I'm modifying these," he beckoned, as he used scanning vision to analyze the structure of the robots, summoning the sword and the stone over. "I'm observing." The sword and the stone replied, positioning itself beside the workbench to examine the modifications on the drone mech. An hour later, he had removed the original weaponry and replaced its lower body with 4 wheels. Since this robot was intended to serve as a laborer in the underground base and would rarely be taken outside, it was prudent to equip it with tires. He then detached the mech's arms and crafted a multi-functional mechanical arm on-site, fitting it onto the robot. Upon the completion of the modifications, Shizhongjian allowed Delamon, who had been observing the entire process, to take over. With the newly upgraded drone, or rather, it should now be referred to as the worker bee robot, he commenced the transformation of other drones. Shizhongjian was equipped with a compact computer, now fully capable of managing hundreds of worker bees, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding server capacity. Nevertheless, it was certain that a dedicated server would eventually be necessary, as the subsequent drone fleet and the number of worker bees would inevitably expand in accordance with his growing demands. At that juncture, the modest computer would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Once the structure of the worker bees was established, he began contemplating other aspects. Observing the reactors embedded in the chests of these drones, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed rather extravagant for such a diminutive robot to be outfitted with a reactor, did not? From his perspective, the reactors were undoubtedly the most valuable components of the drones. The energy contained within a single reactor could, in fact, sustain the operation of these hundreds of worker bees for an entire year. Currently, pairing one reactor with a single worker bee was excessive. Thus, he resolved to dismantle all reactors in the future to create a centralized charging station. When the worker bees ran low on power, they could simply recharge at the station. Musing to himself, he glanced around and noted that there was still some available space. He decided to construct a small modular charging station for the time being. Once Shizhongjian completed the modifications on all the drones, he would have it expanded. Subsequently, he could await Tony Stark's arrival with the complete production line. Furthermore, as per their agreement, Stark would acquire the production line from Hammer Industries and deliver it to him. This was his reward for participating in the Stark Expo cleanup operation. Considering that Hammer Industries would likely face bankruptcy following today's events, Stark agreed to this condition, for the assets of Hammer Industries would surely be auctioned off as compensation. At that point, he would retrofit the production line to manufacture drones, as the technology involved was relatively simple and the production line's capabilities would suffice. Meanwhile, Stark's advanced production line would be utilized for the creation of the Yinglong Smart Assault Rifle and intelligent ammunition. With the worker bees in place, once the production line was established and raw materials were procured, he could initiate large-scale production without the need to worry about labor issues. Chapter 117, The Amphibious Vehicle. Having prepared these matters, he instructed Delamon to continue the modifications of the drones. The more worker bees produced, the more efficient the forthcoming production line would be. After accomplishing these tasks, he settled at the workstation and began integrating the newly acquired reactor technology into the setup. He then immersed himself in research. The newly discovered element is still unfamiliar to both it and Tony Stark. This nascent invention possesses significant potential for advancement, prompting an intention to conduct a meticulous study. Perhaps with a few modifications, the power output of the new element could be greatly enhanced. After delving into research for an extended period, several intriguing aspects were uncovered. Previously, Tony Stark's energy chip had been a casual endeavor, lacking careful consideration of its structure. However, upon further investigation, it became apparent that the energy storage structure of this new element is rather peculiar, suggesting that a multi-layer configuration could store more energy. In other words, the thin planar structure of the chip fails to fully harness the energy storage capabilities of this new element. A multi-layered, cubic structure should be devised to maximize the energy retention capacity of this element. Wait, a cube? Furrowing his brow, he waved his hand, and the workbench projected a model of the large reactor from Stark Industries. This model, designed by Howard Stark and later researched and constructed by Tony Stark, might not have revealed its true purpose to Tony, yet it was clear to him. This reactor was specifically engineered by Howard for a particular purpose. Let me take a closer look. With a pull of his hands, the projection of the reactor prototype magnified, revealing a subtle cubic structure within. A discovery had been made. Johnny appeared and settled onto the workbench, curiously removing his sunglasses to examine the structure. Indeed, Howard intended to place something cubic here. This implies that Howard possessed a physical object? Certainly. Otherwise, why leave such a structure? Nodding in agreement, he calculated the proportions. Approximately, it would be a cube with a side length of 33 centimeters, likely with minor discrepancies. That item is undoubtedly extraordinary. Of course, this new elemental energy, which had not yet been discovered even in the year 2077, underscores Howard's brilliance in identifying it during a time of technological inadequacy, as well as the significance of the object that was originally intended to occupy this space. By the way, what became of the virus you implanted in SHIELD last time? Johnny referred to the virus that was secretly inserted into their computers while providing Tony Stark with intel. In recent days, I have received signals from the virus indicating its successful infiltration into SHIELD and its control over their internal network. However, he did not continue. The internal network is isolated from external connections. Indeed, this method is quite effective. Although the virus has established itself within SHIELD's internal network, there is currently no channel for transmitting information. The feedback regarding these viruses is predominantly from agents of SHIELD, who, while operating devices inadvertently infected with the virus, receive messages during their network connection. This is a rather conventional approach, for if SHIELD continues to link its intelligence database with the public network, there exists the peril of their sensitive information being carelessly disseminated. Johnny remarked with an air of tranquility that it is indeed unsettling for such an espionage organization to intertwine its intelligence database with the internet. Thus, we must devise a means to establish a conduit for information leading into the inner workings of SHIELD, thereby enabling us to extract the intelligence we require from their archives. Gazing at the projection before him, his eyes flickered with a crimson light. It is imperative to seize an opportunity, for at present, I am at a loss regarding how to construct such a channel, lacking even the knowledge of the adversary's location. The notion of establishing an information conduit seems utterly fanciful. I shall commit this intelligence to memory and await a fortuitous moment when I can access SHIELD's intelligence database and unearth its contents. Subsequently, I shall continue my research into new elements and formulate fresh ideas regarding the sword and the stone. One of my concepts is to incorporate an anti-gravity device into it. By the year 2077, anti-gravity technology is quite commonplace, with even refuse collection vehicles boasting a hovering variant, albeit only in affluent neighborhoods. During my tenure as a corporate employee, I had the opportunity to ride in an anti-gravity vehicle and thus have a modicum of understanding about it. I also recognize that the principal hurdle in anti-gravity technology is the energy dilemma. In the era of 2077, an anti-gravity vehicle could be as voluminous as a small villa. Yet the passenger space is akin to that of a business vehicle. Much of the bulk is consumed by the energy system, with the anti-gravity apparatus occupying a comparatively smaller volume. The immense energy consumption of anti-gravity devices has hindered their widespread application in 2077. And even the aerospace industry clings to antiquated chemical energy systems due to the inadequacy of energy technology. However, the technology acquired from Howard possesses the potential to rectify this shortcoming, as its energy storage capabilities are astonishingly formidable. Can you fathom it? A device measuring approximately 30 centimeters on each side can unleash sufficient energy to propel a large rocket skyward. Such energy storage capacity would leave anyone astounded. Armed with this technology, I could dismantle the outdated palladium reactor currently installed in the Sword in the Stone and replace it with a new elemental reactor, thereby conserving ample space. Subsequently, I could optimize this space to accommodate the anti-gravity device, allowing the Sword in the Stone to soar through the skies. With a sufficiently airtight seal and an air circulation system, even aquatic navigation would not be beyond the realm of possibility. The thought of transforming the Sword in the Stone into a trimodal vehicle capable of traversing land, sea, and air ignites a spark of excitement within me. Then, let us commence. Chapter 118. The Matchmaker. Transaction successful. After considerable effort within the base, I finally constructed a rudimentary energy recycling device using leftover materials, intending to utilize this apparatus to generate high-energy rays and subsequently create new elements. However, gazing at this contraption, which could only be described as a haphazard assemblage of scrap metal, Johnny voiced a profound inquiry. Will this contraption obliterate us? After a moment of silence, I pondered and concluded that it would be safe. Very well, I shall maintain my distance. You won't perish either. With a playful gesture, I initiated the process, while Johnny rolled his eyes and silently retreated. What a farce, he muttered. If I perish, do not expect to survive. Despite his words, I was confident that this device would not cause him any harm. After all, the palladium reactor merely produced electricity. A mere 220 volts would hardly be lethal to an electrician accustomed to 250 volts. Relying on my electric insulation and the nearby conductive pillars, I resolutely flipped the switch. Several palladium reactors, salvaged from worker bees, swiftly began channeling energy into the recycling pipes. Through the acceleration within these conduits, the energy converged into high-energy rays. With the first step accomplished, I approached the side and took a deep breath, then decisively pressed the switch. The gate opened, unleashing the high-energy rays that struck the solid material with fervor. The overwhelming energy surged wildly, yet ultimately was absorbed by the solid mass. Strands of light gradually emerged upon the surface of the material, coalescing as if they were living veins, slowly permeating throughout the interior. Quite beautiful, I mused, observing the luminous patterns. Indeed, Johnny replied, nodding in agreement. This transformative beauty would be captivating anywhere. As the light patterns extended deeper into the material, the brightness intensified with the continuous influx of energy, culminating in a blinding radiance. Once the brilliance subsided, a glowing cube manifested before us. For reasons unknown, as I gazed upon the cube, a sudden furrow of concern crossed my brow, as if something fleeting had darted before my eyes. What is the matter? Are you not closing the energy channel? Do you wish to obliterate yourself? Johnny, noticing my momentary lapse, hastily called out, prompting me to snap back to reality and swiftly press the adjacent button. The gate closed, followed by the energy channel, and I activated the cooling system to ensure that the residual high-energy rays within the recycling conduit would gradually dissipate, averting a potentially catastrophic energy explosion. What has transpired? He inquired. I believe I recalled something, I replied. Gazing at the cube before him, a frown creased Johnny's brow as a series of vivid images flitted through his mind, as if something had separated itself from the tangled web of his memories. He realized that this object was anything but ordinary. The reason for his muddled recollections stemmed from the absence of a suitable memory anchor, preventing him from distinguishing the memories he ought to recall from the rest. This cube, he surmised, was of significant importance, capable of serving as a memory anchor to help him untangle his thoughts. It was not merely the object itself that was complex, but rather its essence. Having navigated through numerous experiences in this realm, Johnny felt an inkling of clarity approaching. Confronting this object had allowed him to extract fragments of memory, and he sensed that the truth of this world lay just beyond a veil of obscurity. It was evident that they needed to seek information regarding this object, which might jog his memory and enable them to better strategize their next steps. Johnny nodded in agreement, recognizing that his current existence as a reclusive observer, drifting along with the currents of fate, was entirely due to a lack of information. Their purpose in this place was to uncover valuable resources to better equip themselves. However, the crux of the matter was their confusion and memory block, which left them unaware of the treasures this world held. The vastness of their surroundings made aimless searching a futile endeavor. Thus, they chose to remain in a temporary refuge, awaiting the discovery of a memory anchor to clarify their recollections. Once they recalled what was worth collecting, they could pursue it directly, eliminating the need for aimless wandering. Their next objective became clear: to seize an opportunity to infiltrate SHIELD and acquire intelligence about this object. Nodding in unison, they recognized the profound connection between this artifact and SHIELD. Undoubtedly, pertinent information would be housed within its ranks. Exchanging knowing glances, they understood each other's intentions. However, their current predicament was not one of idleness by choice. They were incapable of breaching SHIELD, as the agent stationed outside was as steadfast as a sentinel, never departing or even considering a shift change. This circumstance thwarted their efforts to obtain intelligence through this particular agent, raising suspicions that this cunning, dark-skinned operative, orchestrated by a clever mastermind, might only know how to contact SHIELD's base, oblivious to the location of its entrance. Of course, when assistance was requested, other agents would occasionally arrive to assist them, but those individuals carried no equipment and scarcely spoke a word. When they drove up, they would leave their vehicles behind, cautiously slipping away as if the cost of the car was of little concern. Consequently, the courtyard outside had become a temporary parking lot, housing nearly a dozen large trucks, leading an uninformed observer to assume it was a wholesale operation for delivery vehicles. "Of course, we do have a way, don't we?" Johnny suddenly remarked, nodding his head. "Indeed. Once Tony Stark relocates the production line, I shall specifically create a drone that can render itself invisible and evade detection. We can then experiment with tracking. But we must wait. You may also pray that SHIELD grants us an opportunity without having to wait for Tony Stark." "Huh. It's not that simple. If it were feasible, I would gladly trade a decade of your singlehood for just one chance from SHIELD. Just as Johnny finished speaking, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, which boldly displayed the words SHIELD, he blinked and turned to Johnny. "What were you saying just now?" Chapter 119, me? While having a girlfriend is not an absolute necessity for me. After all, in this modern society, there are many ways to alleviate loneliness beyond romantic relationships. I still shot a disgruntled glare at Johnny. "Next time, I'll make a vow on myself. But I do have a girlfriend." "You're not Johnny." "Ruth, are you?" "No, I have a system girlfriend." Johnny interjected, plunging the room into silence. "Are you implying that?" "Indeed, I have a girlfriend at the system headquarters, and I often exchange resources with her." "Doesn't that count as abuse of power?" "No, it's merely resource optimization. Moreover, the items exchanged are genuinely useful. Interacting with those individuals in this world, our resources are inadequate. However, the items dispatched by her system are effective." "That does make sense. What kind of resources are we talking about?" "Just some rules of power that enhance combat capabilities. In this world, they might not even catch the attention of those prominent figures. But the system is different. The resources it provides are unique." According to Johnny, his girlfriend was part of a female-oriented system, offering resources related to beauty and such. Considering the average aesthetic standards in this world, I nodded. Perhaps those resources were indeed more effective than his power-enhancing rules. The two had been engaged in banter for quite some time, nearly forgetting the incessantly ringing phone beside them. Fortunately, the individual on the other end displayed remarkable patience. Otherwise, the call would have been terminated long ago. Upon answering, the familiar voice greeted them. "Black-skinned egg? What do you want? What did you just call me?" "Ahem, I misspoke. Director Nick Fury, what brings you here?" Having become more adept at their verbal sparring, I instinctively blurted out the nickname I had given Nick Fury. Upon hearing his moniker, Fury's demeanor visibly darkened, his expression tightening. Damn it, I'm not amused. Yet. Recalling the reason for his call, he took a few deep breaths before responding, less than calmly. New mission. What kind of mission? Let me clarify. I am not in need of money at the moment, so I am reluctant to take on mundane tasks. The funds from Tony would soon arrive, ensuring he would not lack for resources for quite some time, at which point he would have no inclination to engage in trivial endeavors. Wait a moment. Tony? Why does he call him that? Why does he suddenly find him much more appealing? No. Could it be that he has been abstinent for too long and needs to release some pent-up energy? A sudden wave of doubt washed over him, and he swallowed nervously as he contemplated when to take a stroll. Just as he hesitated, Nick Fury spoke up. This task is no simple matter. No simple matter? He clearly stated that payment was unnecessary, and the dark-skinned egg was still placing orders. Perhaps he could extract something valuable from this egg. So, what is the situation? There's an individual suspected of being an extraterrestrial who arrived in a small town in New Mexico using space teleportation technology. If a severely adverse event occurs, I need you to eliminate him. Huh? Me? He furrowed his brow. Could he really confront an alien capable of space teleportation? Generally, aliens with starships capable of interstellar travel, even those among the refugee class, are beyond the reach of contemporary Earth civilization. And space teleportation technology seems far superior to starships, doesn't it? No. You can't be serious? I'm not joking. Have you agreed? No. I'm currently investigating the nearest rocket launch. I plan to embark on a long journey. Space teleportation technology. Previously, I believed that the communication technology used by SHALD could only be developed by a civilization at least at the galactic level, and now there is space teleportation technology. It seems that this could not have been conceived by a mere galactic civilization. It must belong to a cosmic overlord. Such a being might simply flick a finger and turn Earth into a speck of dust in the cosmos. And you expect me to confront him? Is it a desire for a reckless demise that drives me to show my face? This is not merely a sacrifice. It's akin to a moth drawn to the flame. Wait, the situation is not as you imagine. Nick Fury sensed some misunderstanding and quickly interjected. He paused his scrolling, questioning if there was a twist. If I were to say that space teleportation technology is not that difficult, would you believe me? He was genuinely taken aback. The reversal was too great for him to process at once. After a moment of silence, he cautiously inquired, You mean space teleportation technology is not difficult? Indeed, SHALD currently possesses such technology, though it is not yet fully mastered. Remembering the cube, Nick Fury spoke somewhat hesitantly. Isn't it just about teleportation? They can manage it too. It's just that once teleported, they might end up scattered everywhere. A bit here, a bit there. Just a chopstick here and a chopstick there. That can only be labeled as not being very adept, right? Silence fell on the other side for quite some time. What kind of aliens are we dealing with? Show me. All right. Upon completion, I will require the space teleportation technology. No problem. I can provide you with some materials. It's up to you to see if you can research it. Nick Fury hung up the phone, and the agent at the door handed over a tray. Casting a glance at Johnny, I wondered what this so-called alien truly was. Moments later, Johnny and I sat silently at the workstation, observing the footage of a burly man who, in a drunken stupor, shattered glasses, got into brawls only to be retaliated against, and was subsequently knocked unconscious by a stun gun before being struck by a vehicle. Is this what an alien looks like? It seemed more like someone who had escaped from a mental institution. Was there really a need for Nick Fury to be this anxious? I promptly closed the browser window, searching for Rocket's schedule, and remarked to Johnny, if this is indeed an alien, I could take on 1,000 of them. I gestured but refrained from saying 1,000,000, fearing I might tire of the fight before it even began. Johnny shook his head, equally at a loss for words. Never mind, there are other files to review, he said, and nodded as he opened another folder from the tray. The title read MJ Ulner. What on earth is this? I muttered, opening the folder. After perusing the information within, I fell silent once more. This matter seemed rather peculiar. Indeed, Nick Fury's cautious demeanor suggested that there was more to the story, particularly with extraterrestrials under his command. Examining the various data on the hammer and the meticulously translated inscriptions by numerous historians, I began to sense that something was amiss. Could that madman truly be the god of thunder? Chapter 120. Preparation. Gazing at the detailed data about the hammer, along with the inscriptions written in runes, also known as the language of the Norse, I lightly tapped my fingers on the table. If this weren't some alien having observed Earth's mythology and crafted this peculiar hammer with bizarre high-tech materials to toy with us, then we must acknowledge that, indeed, the myths of this world are undeniably real. Johnny, observing the images, added, "Well, it seems the legendary gods do exist. Now their weapon has fallen to earth, and we have a deity, seemingly stripped of his divinity, arriving here. What could transpire next? A divine conflict between gods and mortals, or perhaps among gods themselves? If this god of thunder were to reclaim his divinity and simply leave with his hammer, that might be manageable, but it likely isn't that straightforward. If it were so simple, that black egghead wouldn't be in such a frantic rush to seek us out before anything had even occurred. The current situation has not yet escalated to the level of a catastrophic event. In fact, observing the escapades of this suspected god of thunder, one might even suspect he was here on vacation. Yet, the urgency of that black egghead raises suspicions. Let's not forget, he is indeed in the company of genuine extraterrestrials. Thus, it is safe to conclude that this god of thunder is, in all likelihood, real. Some may jest that this fellow is an extraterrestrial, perhaps even pausing to consider the notion. But Nick Fury? That man is truly accompanied by beings from beyond our world. When he speaks, one must tread with caution, even if this so-called god of thunder appears rather feeble at present. Yet, should this individual genuinely be the god of thunder, the fact that he cannot even wield his own weapon suggests something is amiss. Perhaps, akin to many myths, he has inexplicably lost his powers. As for whether he will reclaim his strength, that is a matter yet to unfold. Gazing at the figure on the screen, a soft murmur escaped. If it were possible, I would indeed wish to stride forth and snap this fellow's neck right now. Why wait for him to regain his strength before offering my own head? However, one must heed the words of the wise. Unless under circumstances of extreme peril, it is best to refrain from action. Yet, it does not imply one cannot prepare. Does it? This is indeed acceptable. Nodding, Nick Fury's early morning visit to convey this message likely aimed to ensure readiness, preventing any hasty actions that might lead to calamity. His words also suggested that the god of thunder, or the forces behind him, were formidable, compelling Fury to act with utmost caution and observe from the sidelines. Thus, they must be prepared. Should the need arise, they would need to confront the challenge head-on. Let us then see what means may prove effective in contending with the god of thunder. Johnny and his companion were unaware of how events might unfold. They did not know if they would face other so-called deities, yet they were acutely aware that a mythic god of thunder stood before them. Therefore, they must be adequately equipped to confront this so-called deity. The god of thunder raised an eyebrow, glancing at the newly crafted elemental cube beside him, and inquired to Johnny. Lightning is still electricity, is it not? 3 days had elapsed since Nick Fury's contact, a span marked by tranquility. Nevertheless, Johnny remained ever vigilant, prepared to act at a moment's notice. During this time, he had diligently modified the sword in the stone. The new elemental cube had been transformed into a reactor, housed within the sword, and under the guise of preparation, he had requested numerous materials from S.H.I.L.D. It seemed that the wise man understood the necessity of conserving resources, thus dispatching agents to promptly gather and deliver them. Consequently, he adeptly capitalized on S.H.I.L.D's resources to craft an anti-gravity device. This apparatus was affixed to the sword in the stone, allowing it to finally levitate. However, it could only float for the moment. To enable the sword to truly soar, a pulse thruster was installed at its rear. With the new elemental reactor in place, its energy consumption remained within acceptable limits, and in order to accommodate the thruster, the smart missile bay was removed. Thus, the mobility of the sword in the stone has significantly enhanced, albeit at the cost of its firepower, which has been considerably diminished. This is an unavoidable consequence. Given the considerable size of the sword in the stone, a focus on specific capabilities inevitably leads to a decline in others. However, this is merely a temporary setback. Inspired by the energy circulation device, a prototype of a laser weapon has been designed, though it remains some time before its official implementation. Once the technology for energy weapons is fully realized, all conventional cannons will be dismantled in favor of more potent and space-efficient laser weaponry. At that juncture, there will be no need to allocate space for cannons and the ammunition for smart missile bays. The reclaimed space could be utilized to install additional equipment on the sword and the stone. For instance, the optical camouflage technology, just envisioning a tri-service vehicle capable of stealth. armed with lasers, is exhilarating. After the modifications to the sword and the stone are completed, Johnny and I resumed maintenance on the weapons. Initially, I intended to delegate this task to the worker bee robots, but given the uncertainty surrounding the enemy situation, I opted to handle it personally for assurance. To avoid the potential pitfalls of improper maintenance leading to weapon malfunctions during combat. In this regard, I trust my craftsmanship far more than the clunky machines. No matter how they appear. Once sufficiently nourished and prepared, Nick Fury's call arrived. Hey, I've sent you a location. An unidentified machine has appeared there, relentlessly pursuing Thor and his companions. I need you to eliminate that machine. From Fury's irritable tone, I could sense his restless demeanor. Without further ado, I activated the sword and the stone, soaring into the sky with the prepped treasures aboard, heading towards the coordinates Fury provided. What on earth is happening? How did an unidentified machine suddenly materialize, necessitating my protection of Thor and his companions? Where did this come from? En route. I entrusted the driving of the sword and the stone to Johnny, while I conducted a final inspection of the vehicle's weapons and supplies, furrowing my brow as I inquired about the situation with Fury. Chapter 121. Unmanned armor. Honestly, I am quite tempted to curse. Initially, the prospect of confronting extraterrestrials possessing formidable technology from myths was already daunting. Now, at the moment of action, a plethora of previously undisclosed elements has emerged. ISNT Nick Fury, supposed to be an intelligence operative? Shouldn't he have disclosed this crucial information earlier? Fury himself is equally agitated. After being informed about the Skrulls and understanding Asgard's stature in the cosmos, as well as the formidable reputation of the god capable of shattering stars, he has promptly designated Thor Odinson as a priority protection target. After all, he is a prince of a powerful civilization. Even though the other party was evidently facing difficulties, he still dared not offend them, for a thin camel is larger than a horse. Thus, he specifically instructed Coulson to release the individual. Behind the scenes, he had arranged for numerous people to keep a watchful eye on the life of this prince. Just a couple of days ago, this prince was constantly shadowing that Jennifer Foster, even going so far as to cook and wash dishes for others. It made him wonder if the prince was dissatisfied with his grand palace and sought to mingle with others in a modest carriage, experiencing the local customs. After 2 days of uneventful tranquility, just when he thought today would be another mundane and serene day, a blinding beam of light descended, and 4 individuals clad like theatrical performers appeared at the outskirts of the town, heading towards the great prince. Before Coulson, whom he had dispatched, could grasp the situation, another blinding beam struck down, sending an unknown armored entity barreling towards the town in an uncontrolled manner. It was truly a rampage. The agents he had deployed were no match for this mysterious armor, as it unleashed lasers and explosions with reckless abandon. The pace of events was so rapid that he scarcely had time to react, let alone communicate. Despite the turmoil within, Nick Fury managed to maintain his composure, recounting the entire sequence of events with precision. Upon learning that the so-called God of Thunder was, in fact, a prince, his brow furrowed in concern. Were they now entangled in a courtly struggle or an assassination plot? He could not ascertain, but one thing was certain. That damned prince must not perish on Earth. Asgard holds a significant position in the cosmos, and Odin's renown echoes throughout much of the universe. Yet, the Skrulls remained ignorant of the true nature of affairs within Asgard. After all, who would dare disturb their peace when they were content to reside in their own domain? It was no mystery why Asgard governed the 9 realms, was it? Consequently, most cosmic powers refrained from engaging with Asgard, possessing scant knowledge of its internal workings. Knowing that Thor was Odin's son was the limit of the Skrulls' understanding. Well then, I hope I can resolve this matter shortly. Lacking further intelligence, he could only sigh. After all, if the other party was prepared to obliterate planets without provocation, it indicated their formidable strength, did it not? Ending the communication, Johnny, who had been inspecting his weapons and equipment alongside him, confirmed everything was in order. Lighting a cigarette, he sat beside him and remarked, "After tormenting you with such trivialities for so long, suddenly ramping up the intensity, let us see if you can endure it. You must endure, even if it's difficult. There is no alternative. Given the current technology, even if we embark on a long voyage, we may not even escape the confines of our solar system and could perish in the void of space. Rather than succumb to an inescapable demise, we might as well take one last desperate gamble. Very well, you do your best. If it comes to it, call me, and we shall overclock and confront them head-on. All right. A glance exchanged with Johnny revealed no hint of retreat in his eyes. Moments later, the sword in the stone was nearing its target position from a distance. One could discern plumes of black smoke rising from the earth. Just as they held their breath and attempted to assess the situation below, a laser swept across the ground, heading skyward. In that critical moment, the vehicle's Delamon responded adeptly, swerving sharply to evade the laser strike. What was happening? Had we been detected? Furrowing his brow, he recalled the formidable power of that laser. Even at high altitude, he could see the trail it left across the terrain. If it had struck directly, the sword in the stone would have been cleaved in half. Uncertain, he pondered the implications. With such laser technology, would the adversary be unable to target us accurately if they had indeed discovered our presence? Johnny remained unfazed, the cigarette in his mouth smoldering slowly. In a sense, he was indulging in an electronic cigarette. He found Johnny's reasoning quite compelling, and as the distance closed, he soon observed the unfolding scene below. Goodness! A handful of individuals wielding knives and axes dared to confront a Gundam. Watching those four aliens coordinate seamlessly as they engaged with the bizarrely designed armor, only to be thoroughly outmatched and sent fleeing, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How primitive, these aliens resorting to such rudimentary weapons for combat. Johnny was equally bewildered. They had anticipated these extraterrestrials to wield an array of advanced weaponry capable of catastrophic destruction, yet this sight resembled more a theatrical performance. Observing the armor continuously firing lasers and contrasting it with the quartet of combatants armed with melee weapons, he sensed a dissonance in the scenario. However, he did not linger in contemplation. Witnessing the four falter, he understood that now was not the time for idle observation. So, where's my gun? He retrieved the electromagnetic sniper rifle from the passenger seat, commanded the Delamon in a cruise mode, then opened the door and began to set up his weapon. The so-called aliens engaged in fierce combat below were entirely oblivious to the presence above, allowing him to align the armor within his sights. Now, let's see how well you can withstand a blow. Aiming for the opening in the armor's head, he squeezed the trigger, and with a muted thud, a specially designed armor-piercing round shot forth from the barrel, striking true into the breech. Watching the bullet make contact, a smile crept across his face. Surely, hitting the interior of the armor would yield some effect, wouldn't it? As I watched the bullet soar into the armor, it was instantaneously consumed by the immense energy within, leaving no trace behind, causing my expression to stiffen. What on earth is this? Undeterred, I readied another shot, this time not targeting the interior of the armor, but aiming directly at its joints. My fingers incessantly pulled the trigger, the gunfire echoing as specially crafted armor-piercing rounds were unleashed, striking the armor below. This time, these bullets were not devoured by any energy. Upon successfully hitting the armor, they created small dents, hindering its mobility and rendering it less agile. Just as I felt confident in my assault, strange hieroglyphs inexplicably materialized on the armor, and to my astonishment, the damage was swiftly repaired, with not a single dent remaining. While pondering whether this armor was composed of some form of nanomaterial, it became aware of my presence above. It lifted its gaze, and in an instant, a laser shot forth from the visor of the helmet, aimed directly at me. Chapter 122, Overclocking. Fortunately, noticing the armor looking up, I sensed something was amiss and leapt outward, simultaneously executing a mid-air kick against the stone sword. Using this momentum, I crashed down to the ground while Delamon, understanding the situation, darted to the side. Thus, both man and vehicle evaded the laser attack. Upon landing, I quickly adjusted the breakthrough, slinging it onto my back while retrieving the 8-star gun. Gazing at the unmanned armor, the internal cybernetic system interfaced with the 8-star gun, activating its smart program, which locked onto the armor with targeting reticles. In the next moment, I pulled the trigger. A barrage of small missiles erupted from the gun's muzzle, tracing arcs in the air before all hitting the unmanned armor. Upon impact, the missiles exploded with tremendous force, causing the seemingly heavy armor to stagger back 2 paces. Not sparing any ammunition, I unleashed a relentless onslaught with the 8-star gun, countless missiles flying forth, forcing the armor to retreat step by step. However, ammunition was ultimately finite. After a furious barrage, the armor was enveloped in thick smoke, obscuring its condition from view. Resting the 8-star gun on my shoulder, I peered into the silent smoke. feeling a twinge of confusion. Could it be that I had vanquished it? Johnny appeared beside me, curiously inquiring. Perhaps its repair speed couldn't keep up with the rate of damage, leading to its downfall? I couldn't be certain. After all, judging by the armor's demonstrated regenerative capabilities, it undoubtedly possessed technologies beyond my comprehension. Thus, I remained vigilant, activating thermal vision to ascertain the situation within the smoke. However, the moment I switched to thermal vision, my expression shifted dramatically as the Seinweisten activated, vanishing from my position in an instant. The next moment, a robust laser burst forth from the smoke, sweeping across the street and obliterating everything in its path. Had it not been for the timely evacuation of civilians by S.H.I.L.D. agents, this incident could have claimed the lives of thousands. After unleashing a devastating laser, the armored figure emerged unscathed from the swirling smoke, the runes adorning its armor gradually dimming. Surveying the scene of utter devastation wrought by its beam, shrouded in dark smoke, it remained uncertain whether any adversaries had been vanquished. A fleeting shadow darted before it, prompting the armor to instinctively adopt a defensive posture, yet the threat materialized behind it. The right arm of a powerful gorilla prosthetic activated, delivering a resounding blow to the joint of the armor's leg, forcing it into a half-kneel. This sudden descent diminished its towering stature, bringing the neck of the armor into view. Seizing the moment, a single-molecule wire ejected from its hand, two pulsating threads of ominous light emerging, charged and ready to strike at the armor's vulnerable neck. A deep gash appeared at the armor's neck, and just as it initiated its automatic repair mechanism, the surrounding runes flared to life, causing dual blades resembling mantis pincers to spring forth. Observing the fresh wound, the warrior known as V Zhen Tian activated once more. In an instant, wielding the Mantis Blades, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating a multitude of afterimages, delivering dozens upon hundreds of cuts that nearly severed the neck entirely. However, amidst the frenzied assault, the armor retaliated by releasing another laser barrage. As he pondered the absurdity of targeting an empty street, the armor's head executed a swift 180-degree turn, and the laser beam surged towards him. Caught off guard, he swiftly kicked the armor, performing a backflip to evade the oncoming beam, which narrowly grazed his face as he soared skyward. Upon landing, the armor shimmered with radiant energy, twisting its body without any movement, redirecting its gaze. Subsequently, it stomped the ground, creating a massive crater beneath. Harnessing the immense recoil, the armor lunged forward, arriving before him in an instant, its other leg cleaving through the air with a terrifying wail, delivering a kick that sent him flying, crashing into a nearby building. Simultaneously, the facial lasers fired once more, the armor unleashing chaos upon the residential area, reducing it to rubble. Only then did the armor relent. The warrior from Midgard had been defeated. Their quest must continue. They were resolute in their determination to eliminate the destroyer. Meanwhile, the three valiant warriors of the Asgardian realm, previously felled by the armor, had regained their feet, bolstered by their formidable regenerative abilities. Observing that the armor had yet to pivot, the mightiest among them, Vostag, brandishing his battle axe, charged forward. Yet, the destroyer's armor remained steadfast, its lower half stationary while its upper body rotated a full 180 degrees, effortlessly sending Vostag flying, while the two remaining warriors were blasted into the sky by a laser onslaught. Beside him, Sif, agilely flipping onto the rooftop of a building with the intent to launch a surprise attack from above, was abruptly lifted by the destroyer, who hurled a truck at her, sending her flying. Having dealt with these obstacles, the destroyer turned its armored gaze towards Thor, who was hiding behind a vehicle, intending to move forward and eliminate this target. However, as it took a step, the destroyer sensed something unusual. It turned to look into the distance behind it, where a figure slowly emerged from within a building. Fortunately, I had fashioned myself a pair of heat-resistant trousers. With a casual flick, I sent a concrete block flying, my eyes glowing ominously red. Enough with the chatter. Initiate hyper mode. As Johnny's words faded, a thunderous roar erupted from his body. All cybernetic enhancements had lifted their safety restrictions. Cognitive speed accelerated, and energy surged into his flesh, activating all organ augmentations for an effective combat duration of 10 minutes. The time is yours, Johnny declared, falling silent as he concentrated on maintaining the state. At that moment, Waves of heat radiated from him, a result of all enhancements operating at full capacity. His clothing ignited instantly in the intense heat, turning to ashes, while several armor plates on his back opened, releasing torrents of steam. Even his synthetic skin reddened under the extreme temperature. At this point, he wore only a specially designed pair of trousers, yet his strength had risen to unprecedented heights. The second round begins. Gazing at the destroyer's armor in the distance, a predatory grin spread across his face. He stomped the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. And in the next instant, like a bolt of lightning, he vanished from his spot, reappearing before the destroyer's armor. Chapter 123. Shattering the Destroyer. The destroyer had clearly not anticipated such incredible speed. By the time Johnny stood before it, its movements had not changed at all. In his eyes, the destroyer now appeared agonizingly slow. With his gorilla-like, cybernetic arm extended, he stomped down, driving his foot into the earth, and delivered a powerful punch to the destroyer's jaw, sending the heavy armor flying through the air. Let me see how quickly you can recover. Watching the destroyer soar into the air, a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes as he flicked his wrist, revealing two fully charged monomolecular wires. Sensing the energy about to dissipate from the wires, he swung his arms, and the monomolecules transformed into a swirling vortex, enveloping the destroyer's armor. Deep gashes appeared in an instant across the destroyer's entire body. Binding the destroyer with the monomolecular wires, he then unleashed his hand-mounted Mantis Blades and gorilla enhancements simultaneously, becoming a blur as he surrounded the airborne destroyer, relentlessly assaulting it. Meanwhile, Sif, having finally crawled back from elsewhere, stood dumbfounded, witnessing the fierce warrior assaulting the destroyer from the air. Midgard truly harbors such formidable fighters? At this moment, the restrictions on the cybernetic body have been completely lifted. Previously, the enhancements were limited in power to prevent excessive output that could lead to damage. Yet now, all concerns have been discarded. Power output and potential damage are of no consequence. Action is the only imperative. What once required a span of 10 seconds to charge for a single molecule beam is now completed in mere moments, unleashed with fervor upon the Annihilator. In the interim, the wielder seamlessly alternated between the Mantis Blades and the gorilla cybernetic enhancements, launching a relentless barrage of attacks upon the Annihilator. Exceeding 100 strikes in the blink of an eye, the Annihilator, suspended in the air, was battered like a rag doll, unable to touch the ground. The air torn by the physical onslaught transformed into raging gusts, swirling in all directions. For 3 intense minutes, a furious onslaught was unleashed upon the airborne Annihilator. Observing the myriad wounds marring its surface, the warrior paused. The time had come. The Annihilator's repair speed was not particularly swift. 3 minutes of unceasing assault had finally overwhelmed its repair capabilities, leaving its armor riddled with gaping holes. Now was the moment to deliver the final blow. With a brief moment of concentration, the leg enhancements charged, and with full power engaged, he shattered the earth within a radius of several meters beneath him, propelling himself with tremendous force toward the Annihilator's battle armor. The gorilla-enhanced fists activated with unstoppable might, landing a decisive blow upon the Annihilator's chest. Struck by this forceful impact, the Annihilator's armor could no longer withstand the assault, exploding into hundreds of fragments in mid-air. As the remnants fell to the ground, he exhaled slowly, surveying the scattered debris of the Annihilator. The battle was concluded. The task was complete. The crimson glow in his eyes dimmed slightly. The roaring sounds emanating from him gradually subsided, and the wave of heat slowly dissipated. It was time to return and repair the entirety of his cybernetic body. Releasing full power would undoubtedly incur some damage. Even though the explosive duration had not approached the extreme limit of 10 minutes, imperfections were inevitable and could not be overlooked. Casting a glance around, he spotted a golden-haired giant in the distance. As expected, it was Thor Odinson, the prince of a formidable faction. He hoped this individual would depart swiftly. Facing such adversaries daily would be unbearable. Grumbling, he made his way towards Thor. Meanwhile, the approach sent a chill through the hearts of the 3 warriors of the Asgardian palace. Such a formidable warrior was beyond their capacity to confront. In his prime, Thor might have emerged victorious, but now, stripped of his divine powers, he was not a match for this foe. Should a ruthless attack be unleashed upon Thor at this juncture, despite past assistance, The three warriors and Sif dared not relax their vigilance. They positioned themselves protectively before Thor, watching as the figure drew closer. Sensing their apprehension, he let out a disdainful snort. Such posturing. Who were they trying to protect? So, when do you intend to leave? He queried directly, disregarding their presence as he addressed Thor. Listening to these words, Thor exchanged a glance with Jane Foster beside him, then pushed through the group of four before him. He understood that if a confrontation were to arise, the quartet would undoubtedly be unable to protect him. Approaching the front, he reluctantly stated, "I apologize, but I have yet to complete the trial set forth by my father. Hence, I am unable to leave." Although he was already aware that this was all part of Loki's scheme, he truly could not depart without fulfilling Odin's challenge. This realization dawned on him when he had previously summoned the gatekeeper Heimdall and received no response. Surely, his father had instructed Heimdall not to permit his return until the trial was complete. Absolutely. Goodness, even in the face of an assassination attempt. You still cling to your trial? Is this fellow not sound of mind? Johnny interjected, appearing beside him, panting heavily. It was evident that he had exerted considerable effort during their recent skirmish. He looked around at the devastation wrought upon the town, reduced to ruins by the laser of the destroyer. Seriously, does your father genuinely wish for your demise? He won't even allow you to return? Unreservedly, he expressed his thoughts. He had come to realize that this so-called God of Thunder was nothing more than a fool and a calamity, the sort whose presence precipitated disaster wherever he went. Keeping him on Earth could lead to incessant disturbances. Small altercations every 3 days and significant upheavals every 5. Who could endure such chaos? Moreover, had he not indicated that this was a trial? Trials are meant to test one's mettle, not to bring about death. Was his father not concerned about his lineage's continuity? Clearly, there was something amiss, and yet he did not return home to investigate. Despite the somewhat offensive remarks, Thor unusually refrained from anger. After all, in his eyes, he was a formidable warrior wielding considerable power, and Asgard revered strength. Furthermore, although the words were coarse, they bore a semblance of truth. The quartet from the realm of the gods had already informed him that all of this was a ploy orchestrated by Loki, and Heimdall possessed the ability to perceive the 9 realms. He should have seen their earlier conversation. A trial should not jeopardize his life. So why? When he called for Heimdall, was he denied passage home? Had Heimdall succumbed to Loki's influence? Contemplating the rainbow bridge that had transported the destroyer to Earth, doubts began to surface in Thor's mind. However, there were too many questions, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Although he had spent considerable time on Earth and was nearing the ability to think critically, the past millennium of relying solely on brute strength and a reckless approach to conflict had ingrained a certain thoughtlessness within him. Observing Thor's moment of confusion, Johnny, with a sigh, asked, "So what exactly is the trial your father has set for you?" "My father has tasked me with learning to be a true king," Thor promptly replied, realizing the simplicity of the question. A king? Chapter 124. The king's duty. Thor began to elucidate the reasons for his being cast down to Earth. While a somewhat ethereal raven perched upon a nearby utility pole observed the unfolding events. Taking in the scene before it, the raven closed its eyes. Meanwhile, far away, an indistinct elder opened his eyes. Midgard possesses such formidable warriors, the elder murmured softly. With a single step, he traversed the distorted space and arrived at a lavish chamber. Within this opulent abode lay a peculiar instrument, upon which rested an elder strikingly similar to the first, though his form was more substantial. Beside him stood a noble woman, humming an unknown melody, lost in her contemplations. "Frigga," the ethereal elder called out to the lady. Although they appeared to exist in different dimensions, she nonetheless heard his voice. She opened her eyes, glanced at the elder lying upon the bed, and then turned to regard the spectral figure. "Has Thor endured the trials?" Frigga asked, her excitement palpable as she studied the ethereal elder. However, sensing the furrowed brow of the elder, her expression shifted to one of concern. She rose and began to pace anxiously. "Why does this differ from our prophecies? A few days ago, that sorcerer from Midgard informed me that this world was undergoing changes, influenced by those entities seeking to enrich its diversity, and our plans would be affected." Observing Frigga's distress, the spectral elder spoke with resignation. "Such significant matters. Why did you not relay them to me sooner?" Frigga, exasperated, replied, "I had believed everything would proceed smoothly, but that warrior who suddenly emerged is remarkably powerful. The elder sighed in resignation. Although the might of the destroyer largely depends on the strength of its wielder's magic, Loki's prowess, while considerable, has been bested by that individual. Which indeed took me by surprise. What shall we do next? Frigga inquired, glancing at the elder on the bed before addressing the ethereal figure. Your body can no longer withstand the divine power, and that day approaches swiftly. We must rally Thor. Though she cherished Loki, Frigga understood that his gifts could not compare to those of Thor. For Thor was the true heir of Odin's blood, even if she regarded Loki as her own. The blood of the frost giant coursing through him could never rival Odin's lineage, unless monumental changes were to occur in the future. Loki's strength would invariably fall short of Thor's. We have little time left. I shall infuse my power into the eternal spear to amplify the destroyer's strength, in hopes that it allows Thor to triumph in his trials. And Loki? The boy possesses a commendable aptitude for magic. Might he perceive what is transpiring? Could he misconstrue our intentions? We have no time to linger. Observing Freya's profound concern, Odin placed his hand gently upon her shoulder. Trust me, I shall not allow Loki to come to harm. Loki, like Thor, is also my child. Upon hearing Odin's assurances, Freya nodded, casting a glance back at the elderly figure on the bed, locking eyes with the ethereal old man. I have always placed my unwavering faith in you. The warmth of her words brought a look of solace to Odin's face, who then turned his gaze toward the window. In a flicker of divine light, he found himself within a lavish hall. Inside this grand chamber stood a man clad in black leather armor, visibly agitated as he directed his magical energy into the eternal spear. While striving with fervor, he muttered defiantly, I will not be bested by a Midgardian, not ever. Yet, despite channeling all his power into the spear, he failed to activate the destroyer armor of Midgard. In a fit of rage, he hurled the eternal spear aside and struck the throne with a furious fist. Witnessing his son's inadequacies, Odin sighed. His eyes fell upon the eternal spear lying at his feet, and with a slight closing of his eyes, the shimmering divine light flowed into the weapon. Loki, still enmeshed in the shame of his defeat at the hands of a Midgardian, suddenly sensed a faint glow emanating from the eternal spear below. Confusion, contemplation, and finally a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. Subtly surveying the hall, he approached the eternal spear, torn between excitement and trepidation. Confirming that the destroyer armor was once again charged with energy, Loki's mind raced with myriad thoughts. Gradually, he grasped the eternal spear and settled himself upon the throne, a spark igniting within his gaze. I shall prove myself to you, he whispered, oblivious to Odin's helpless expression beside the throne. Closing his eyes, his thoughts intertwined with the eternal spear, transcending the confines of Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Thor recounted an episode where, in a fit of rage, he had stormed into the frost giant's domain, causing chaos and ultimately inciting Odin's wrath, leading to his banishment. It dawned on him why he had been cast away. No wonder your father is so ruthless. Can you truly call this being a king? Did he never teach you how to be a competent ruler? Listening to Thor's tale, the elder shook his head in disbelief. In ancient times, kings would nurture their chosen heirs, guiding them closely in the ways of leadership. Yet, in this technologically advanced Asgard, after selecting a successor, they seemingly indulged in a carefree education. Fond of warfare, they had been thrust into battle for nearly a millennium. What on earth is this? Are they raising a king or a general? Thor found himself in a state of utter innocence, reflecting upon his understanding of Odin and articulating his insights. Asgard venerates strength. The mightiest among them undoubtedly has the potential to ascend to kingship. With power comes the ability to act as one pleases, for few would dare to provoke you. However, strength is not merely a tool for intimidation. Upon hearing these words, a dismissive roll of the eyes ensued. What does this mean? Thor pondered, uncertain of the perspective held by this formidable warrior from Midgard regarding strength. Ultimately, the essence of strength lies in protection. As a ruler, your foremost duty is to safeguard your people. Once you possess power, the gravest error would be to launch unprovoked assaults against others. Surely, instilling fear in others serves to deter them and shield your own. But have you succeeded in that? Have you stormed into another's domain and subdued them? The soul-searching inquiry rendered Thor momentarily speechless. Indeed, as a king, one can use their strength to intimidate adversaries and protect their citizens. Yet, Do you truly possess such strength? Observing Thor, before he could respond, the speaker bluntly stated, "You do not. Furthermore, it is not merely the absence of that strength or a lack of understanding of a king's obligations that is alarming. It is your arrogance. Speaking boldly, even in the absence of power, ignoring the gazes of Thor and others. He felt compelled to awaken Thor from his delusion. For if the current state of affairs persisted, Earth would inevitably be reduced to ruins, embroiled in Asgard's struggle for supremacy. In his eyes, today's attack was merely a test. After all, according to the tales of Thor, Asgard wields capabilities of spatial teleportation and planet-destroying weaponry. If a conflict were to arise, how could it possibly be confined to the destruction of a mere town? This was undoubtedly a trial, gauging whether the Asgardian king had noticed the unfolding events. Once it was confirmed that the king had turned a blind eye towards Thor, subsequent assaults would undoubtedly be far more devastating. Thus, Thor must swiftly navigate through his trials and return to Asgard. Your father is not merely enraged due to your ignorance of a king's duties. He is also dismayed by your hubris, daring to act recklessly while still unseasoned. Had you truly been capable of vanquishing those frost giants single-handedly and earning their respect, your father would have praised you, declaring you worthy of the Asgardian legacy. But you have failed. Your arrogance has led you into peril. Your ignorance has nearly subjected your people to the agonies of war, and your reckless boasts have left your father deeply disheartened. In this fervent admonition directed at Thor, even the quartet from the heavenly palace remained silent, for they recognized the truth in these words. Thor had indeed erred profoundly this time. In a fit of fury, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Thor, an act that provided him with immense relief. The mounting pressure and indignation stemming from the so-called advanced civilization of Asgard had been entirely liberated. Thor, bombarded by this verbal onslaught for an extended period, found himself in a state of bewilderment, reflecting upon his past actions. He began to ponder whether his history was indeed as deplorable as he had been led to believe. Previously indifferent to the notion of his own culpability, his recent days on Earth, experiencing life devoid of power, had prompted a shift in his mindset, urging him to contemplate his past misdeeds, albeit without fully grasping their gravity. After the revelation of his foolish past, Thor commenced a genuine introspection, questioning the extent of his shortcomings. Observing Thor's newfound contemplation, his companions felt a sense of relief, yet suddenly he sensed an unsettling gaze upon him. Turning his head, he noticed a raven perched upon a nearby utility pole, its presence peculiar amidst the aftermath of such an intense battle. How could any creature dare linger in this chaos? Just as confusion enveloped him, the scattered remnants of the destroyer armor strewn across the ground began to tremble. The URU metal, forged by the Dwarven Master, responded to the overwhelming magical energy emanating from the God King, stirring to life. The runes inscribed by the God King blazed with brilliant luminosity, an extraordinary phenomenon witnessed by Sif and others, who, without turning back, sensed a formidable power awakening behind them. Abruptly, he spun around to behold the levitating fragments and the glaring runes, muttering in disbelief, "Is there truly a second phase?" With no time to waste, he readied himself for combat, yet the reports from the scanning apparatus darkened his expression further. The escalating energy readings quickened his breath, and he thought, "What manner of monster is this? We cannot allow it to fully revive." Johnny appeared at his side, the reflection of the destroyer's form glimmering in his sunglasses as he shouted, "I understand." In an instant, Johnny vanished, a wave of heat radiating from him as he activated his supercharged mode. "This time, your effective combat duration will be slightly reduced. Remember, we must resolve this swiftly." His voice echoed in Thor's ears as all combat enhancements came online, and he vanished from sight, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. He surged into the area where the fragments hovered. Guided by the energy indicators, he pinpointed the core of the power. Without further hesitation, he unleashed a single-molecule projectile, infused with energy, delivering a concentrated strike toward that vicinity. The ensuing explosion of formidable energy erupted like a missile detonation, its shockwave propelling him dozens of meters away. Around the shattered region, the ruins, already decimated by the destroyer, were now further uprooted by the shockwave, sending countless debris soaring into the air. Protect Thor. The quartet from the Celestial Palace instinctively shielded Thor from the incoming wreckage, deflecting numerous fragments. Behind their protective barrier, Thor observed the scene, pondering what he had truly defended in the past. It seemed he had never before stood in front of his people in protection. Rather, he had recklessly plunged into the fray. The shockwave had hurled him away, leaving no time for introspection. With a swift maneuver, he plunged his legs into the ground, carving 2 deep furrows and halting his backward momentum. At this moment, most of the synthetic skin covering his body lay shattered, revealing the metallic form beneath. Aside from the areas he had instinctively shielded, his head, neck, and a small section of his chest, his skin was in tatters. To any onlooker, he resembled a living embodiment of a Terminator, a Cybertronian robot. Yet, disregarding his appearance, he gazed at the now slightly weakened energy field and grit his teeth, inquiring, "Johnny, how is the condition of the cybernetics?" "It's manageable. Do you need to press on a few more times?" "Absolutely. The intensity of this energy must not allow for complete reassembly. Otherwise, a single burst of laser could obliterate even a small hill." "Understood. I'll do my utmost to maintain your state. You focus on the offense." "All right." With a nod to Johnny, he withdrew his legs and charged once more toward the energy field. Kicking debris aside, he simultaneously delayed the restoration speed of the destroyer's armor while unleashing a furious barrage upon the energy field, striving to obliterate it entirely. Each assault transformed into a powerful shockwave, erupting continuously across the battlefield. With preparation, he not only withstood each successive shockwave, but also managed to eject several fragments from the energy field's vicinity. Although they would eventually drift back, their return would consume valuable time. Chapter 126, Desperation. With relentless assaults and repeated blows from shockwaves propelling him backward, he exhaled laboriously, eyeing the energy field that had been significantly weakened by his fervent onslaught. He struck the ground with a fist, propping himself up on one knee. "There's unfortunate news. Your cybernetics are in a precarious state." "Understood." The constant proximity to the shockwaves, coupled with the overclocked mode, had put his cybernetics to the test. Yet their endurance was a testament to exceptional craftsmanship. To maintain functionality under such conditions, only stronger materials could facilitate the reconstruction of his cybernetics. Releasing a breath laden with fatigue, his once weary limbs rapidly regained vitality through the various cybernetic organs within him. Moments later, he was once again ready to engage in battle. He lifted his head, gazing at the fragmented area, intending to charge forward once more. However, a flicker in the corner of his eye revealed something alarming. Turning his head, he beheld a helmet slowly closing in midair, and once it sealed, the opening of the helmet suddenly blazed with light. "Damn, it can emit lasers without reassembling." Cursing inwardly, his body instinctively lunged forward, delivering a kick to the helmet. The helmet, suspended in the air, spun around from the force of his kick, unleashing a robust laser that shot straight up into the sky, cleaving the clouds in half. The laser descended from the heavens to the earth, threatening to split a small hill in two, obliterating all the houses in a line within the town. As it prepared to turn and shine upon him, he hurriedly lunged forward, pinning it down. The immense energy transformed into a laser, furiously drilling into the ground, quickly creating a pit several dozen meters deep. Fortunately, he managed to keep the helmet pinned down, preventing it from fully turning. Otherwise, even the countless enhancements to his subdermal armor would not withstand such a powerful laser. For the intensity of this laser's energy was several times more outrageous than that of a new element reactor. He even suspected that the sun's energy could not compare to this monstrous force. With all his strength, he pressed the helmet to the ground as symbols appeared upon it. The helmet's mechanisms twisted, attempting to turn its head directly, but he exerted every ounce of power to block those seams, preventing its rotation. Meanwhile, the other components of the armor were nearing completion. Johnny once again cautioned him, directing nearly all his focus to this formidable helmet, and in a fleeting glance, he noticed the remaining armor components were nearly assembled. Where the hell were the others? Unable to contain his frustration, he shouted at the group protecting Thor. "Let the armor reassemble, and no matter how well you protect him, he won't survive what's coming." After a few harsh words, the four from the Celestial Palace seemed to awaken from their stupor, casting worried glances at Thor. "Go now. I can protect myself," Thor declared, uttering words he never thought he would say. The Celestial Palace group exchanged glances before hastening towards him. They combined their efforts to grasp the large pieces of the destroyer armor that were on the verge of complete assembly, straining to prevent them from merging. The scene devolved into a tug-of-war, with everyone striving to halt the reassembly of the destroyer armor. On his side, with his cybernetic enhancements at full power, he was relatively at ease, pinning the most threatening helmet to the ground. However, the Celestial Palace group struggled, despite their utmost efforts. They could not prevent the destroyer armor from closing. In a moment of desperation, Vostag even shoved his battle axe into the gap, attempting to obstruct the armor's closure. But the immense energy within melted his axe into mere slag. Suddenly, Vandal and Hogan let out anguished cries as they thrust their hands into the crevice, desperately attempting to pry apart the armor to prevent it from closing. However, their strength was no match for the might of the destroyer armor. Their fingers were ensnared, and the relentless closure of the armor reduced their digits to a gruesome pulp. "Damn it!" Vostag exclaimed upon witnessing this horrifying scene, rushing forward with the intent to scatter the destroyer using his own considerable weight. Yet, an arm extended unexpectedly, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The majority of the destroyer armor had now regained mobility. Meanwhile, Sif was sent sprawling by a powerful kick from the destroyer, carving a trench in the ground as she fell to the side. The destroyer's body gradually righted itself, gripping Vostag, while Vandal and Hogan, their arms caught, were dragged along behind. Step by step, they advanced toward the other side. Cursing under his breath at the commotion behind him, Vostag immediately contacted the sword in the stone. "I'm coming," came the swift response from Draman, who soared toward the battlefield's edge. As he beheld the destroyer, Draman commanded the sword in the stone to extend its horns, unleashing a barrage of fire while charging directly at the foe. However, the destroyer's immense strength absorbed the impact of the sword in the stone's assault, rendering the cannon fire utterly ineffective against its armor. With a sudden motion, the destroyer smashed Vostag down onto the sword in the stone, causing a dent in its armor, before lifting the weapon high and hurling it aside. In a cruel twist of fate, the sword in the stone, with Vostag still aboard, crashed down beside Thor. "Thor, run!" The injured Vostag weakly called out. "Damn it!" Thor seethed at the sight, overwhelmed by fury, yet simultaneously feeling a crushing helplessness. What good was anger without strength? Even his rage seemed like a mere petulance in his current state, stripped of divine power and rendered a mere shadow of his former self. What use was he now? A wave of despair washed over Thor as he gazed at his comrades being dragged away, uncertain of their fates, and at Sif, whose life hung in the balance. The advancing destroyer armor drew closer, and Thor covered his forehead with his hand, letting out a resigned sigh. "Enough, Loki," he bellowed, calling out his brother's name as he stepped out from behind cover, making his way toward the stalemate of battle. This spectacle was not lost on the Raven. Still lingering on the battlefield, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, an elderly figure whispered softly, calling out for his son. Chapter 127. The Return of the Thunder God. Odin wounded, the supreme sorcerer of the Nine Realms. On the battlefield of Earth, the destroyer advanced relentlessly, intent on toppling its adversary and reclaiming its head. For only then could the armor restore itself to its full glory. At that moment, bolstered by this formidable energy, even the mightiest Thor, stripped of his divine powers, will be no match for it. However, upon hearing his brother's voice, the destroyer paused, its body twisting, the gap widening as Vandal and Hogan, who had been dragged along, finally extricated their fingers and fell. Ignoring them, the headless destroyer gazed at Thor, curious about what his brother wished to convey. As Thor approached the destroyer, he declared, "Loki, it is enough. I am willing to withdraw from the contest for the throne. To be honest, I am ill-suited to be a king, for I have been foolish, arrogant, and reckless, often preoccupied with my own desires while neglecting others. I lack even the awareness to be a ruler." Thor reached the front of the destroyer's armor, casting aside his cowardice and hubris. He glanced at the fallen warriors of the four, and sighed at those still standing. "I am unworthy of kingship. Thus, I shall withdraw from the struggle for the throne. Now, I am prepared to exchange my life for theirs, so that you may find peace, my brother." After speaking, Thor awaited Loki's response. Meanwhile, within the palace, Loki, seated upon the throne, listened intently, his eyes shimmering with light. Subsequently on Earth, the helmet that had been pressed down ceased its rotation, and the laser within gradually extinguished. Sighing with relief, he understood Loki's intent and turned to Thor. "Have you truly made this decision?" Indeed, it is the best choice. By sacrificing my life, I can save all present, and even more. Release the destroyer's helmet. Thank you. Noble warrior, that is sufficient. Observing the helmet in his hands, he hoped Thor understood the gravity of his actions. With that, he relinquished the helmet, silently directing his gaze toward the raven perched upon the nearby utility pole. This is utterly absurd. It remains there, defying the instincts of wild creatures. This is undoubtedly the handiwork of that god king. What will transpire next? In the previous standoff, it had become clear that all of this was orchestrated by the god king, who felt the trial lacked intensity and thus added fuel to the fire. Now, the trial had reached its peak, and Thor had come to his realization. What would follow? The released helmet slowly soared toward the destroyer's form, merging with it, and the full power of the destroyer was restored. Thor fulfilled his promise, opening his arms and closing his eyes, awaiting the judgment of the destroyer, Loki. The scene fell silent for a moment, as everyone believed the trial had concluded and that nothing more would transpire. Suddenly, the destroyer unleashed a powerful punch, sending Thor flying. The helmet glowed, a laser poised to strike, ready to end Thor's life at any moment. A fleeting, incredulous thought crossed his mind. In the next moment, the raven perched on the electric pole abruptly stirred, its wings unfurling as it swooped down before Thor. An instant later, a laser beam erupted forth. No, from the throne. Loki, whose eyes glimmered with unshed tears, sprang to his feet, letting out a furious roar. Meanwhile, on Earth, the laser unleashed by the destroyer lost its expected potency, transforming into the purest divine power that enveloped Thor. Simultaneously, the sky darkened ominously. A mighty bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, crashing onto Thor. Yet he remained unscathed. Under the protection of divine power, the lightning morphed into segments of armor inscribed with runes, adhering to Thor's form. In the next heartbeat, a blur shot in from afar. Behold, Thor, seizing the god of thunder's hammer and executing a stylish roll upon landing, crackling with electric energy, murmured, "Now, this truly resembles a myth." Rising gradually from a half-kneeling position, Thor felt the divine power surging within him, along with the hammer in his grasp. And an epiphany struck him. "I understand now, Father." Turning to face the destroyer in the distance, Thor bellowed, "My brother, I have triumphed over the trial. I have returned. Are you still prepared to fight?" As he spoke, a formidable thunderbolt descended from the heavens. Lifting his hammer, he harnessed the boundless power of lightning within, revealing the terrifying might of the god of thunder. On the throne, Loki sensed the immense power within the eternal spear draining away. This cannot be right. Alarmed, he rose, scrutinizing the eternal spear in his hand while casting his gaze around the palace. Though he saw no one, Loki comprehended that he was near. "You bestowed upon me the strength to slay him, to prove myself. Now, do you intend to renege on that promise?" If he learns all of this, he will surely recall the words, "The air is frail. You must strive harder." In that moment, Loki believed he had grasped Odin's meaning. However, after his furious outburst, silence enveloped the scene, and Loki's tumultuous emotions gradually subsided. "You have cast all the blame upon me. Now, do you, in the name of a benevolent father, reappear? Am I merely a stranger to you, a wretched frost giant?" Upon hearing these words, Odin, existing in another dimension, widened his eyes in shock as he gazed at Loki. He hurried forward, yearning to touch his child, to convey that it was not as Loki believed. Yet, upon observing the eternal spear in his grasp, Loki paused momentarily before gripping the staff tightly. "Then let it be known, I, Loki, disdain the notion of needing you as a father." With both hands firmly clutching the eternal spear, Loki's eyes sparkled with fervor as his own magic surged into it, momentarily mastering the eternal spear with a knowledge befitting the foremost mage of the Nine Realms. At this moment, Odin found himself unable to exert control over the eternal spear. Subsequently, Loki raised the eternal spear high and thrust it forcefully downwards, abruptly reclaiming the divine power of Odin that had been dissipating, transforming it into a shockwave that swept across the entire hall. The sheer terror of Odin's divine might was such that even the Odin of another dimension felt its influence. Normally impervious to the effects of his own power, he was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, compounded by his current state of Odin's sleep, which was already precarious. In an instant, he was flung back by his own might, causing him to spit blood from his very essence. Witnessing this scene, Frigga sprang up from beside the bed, grasping Odin's hand before turning to gaze at the trembling hall. An infinite radiance flickered in her eyes as she sensed something amiss. No Loki. Chapter 128. The Stage. Frigga perceived an impending danger. She rose to seek out Loki, but suddenly, frost began to form upon the windows. A cadre of frost giants burst through the door, led by the frost giant king, Laufey, who strode into the chamber, eyeing Odin, ensnared in his slumber. A smile cracked upon Laufey's lips. Odin, you have yet to speak your piece today. Before he could finish, a surge of formidable magical energy erupted, hurling Laufey out of the bedroom. Is it you who has beguiled Loki? Frigga's face contorted with fury, her magical power roiling within her. She was no mere ornament. The magic that Loki wielded was all imparted by her. Frigga, do you wish for your demise? Laufey bellowed, charging at Frigga with several of his minions. Yet, Frigga's formidable magic coalesced into a protective shield, effortlessly deflecting their assault. Radiance surged from her hands, reducing several of Laufey's underlings to mere shards of ice. And you, Laufey, without the icebox, dare to challenge me? While Laufey was indeed stronger than the other frost giants, his power was not limitless. Without the icebox and absent from his home territory, he could not even best the hammer-wielding Thor. Confronting Frigga, the prospect of defeating her was a daunting task, let alone killing her. Moreover, this was within the domain of Asgard. The tremors of Odin's divine power resonated beyond the hall. What had once been a realm shrouded in darkness, Asgard now ignited with countless flames, as innumerable Asgardians donned armor and seized weapons, charging towards the royal palace. Aware of the commotion behind him and witnessing Frigga blocking the doorway, Laufey could not help but swallow a mouthful of icy dread. Within the hall, Loki, now wholly engrossed in his endeavors, having expelled Odin, immediately seized control of the Earth's destroyer armor with the Eternal Spear. Thor, who had believed all was lost, along with others, was met with astonishment as the destroyer armor reactivated. In the next moment, a laser erupted from the helmet, aimed directly at Thor. Fortunately, Thor's combat instincts remained sharp. He swiftly raised Mjolnir to deflect the laser, then leapt away to evade the ensuing attack. Under the impetus of Mjolnir, Thor leaped an impressive distance, crashing down upon the destroyer armor. The mighty hammer struck with tremendous force, causing the destroyer's body to recoil. One blow after another, Thor relentlessly battered the armor, forcing it to retreat. However, inscriptions akin to ancient runes appeared upon the destroyer, and numerous damages were swiftly mended. Seizing an opportunity, the destroyer unleashed a powerful punch that sent Thor flying. At that moment, Thor regained his divine strength, and the force of the blow was entirely mitigated by his godly power, leaving him unscathed. He swung his hammer mid-air, propelling himself back into the fray, becoming enmeshed in battle with the destroyer. Yet, the destroyer armor, imbued with considerable power from Odin, was no less formidable than Thor himself and would not easily succumb to a few strikes. The clash between god and armor sent tremors through the ground, cracking it asunder, while nearby, structures crumbled like fragile dust. As onlookers witnessed the ferocious combat between Thor and the destroyer, confusion reigned. Why was the battle still ongoing? Hadn't the trial concluded? And who was he supposed to aid? This was no mere trial. It had escalated into a fierce struggle for supremacy between two princes of advanced civilizations. Should he get involved, choosing the wrong side could spell disaster for Earth. In this moment of peril, a raven coalesced silently in the air and soared forth. Sensing impending doom, a blade-like appendage extended from his hand, slicing toward the raven. Yet, in the next instant, he halted, for a spectral one-eyed elder appeared before him. Gazing at this singular visage, his eyes widened. You are Odin? Indeed, it is I, brave warrior. I thank you for aiding my child in passing the trial. Now, might I request your assistance in vanquishing the destroyer armor? But what is happening? Which child must I assist? Thor, aid him. As for Loki, he has succumbed to dark enchantments, and I am unable to intervene at this moment. I must ask you to defeat the destroyer. Will Earth remain safe? In the name of the All-Father, I pledge that Earth shall come to no harm, and you shall be a friend of Asgard. After a brief silence, he sighed. Very well. How could I refuse such esteemed beings? Thank you, Odin replied, exhaling with relief as his form dissipated, vanishing into the unknown. Meanwhile, he turned his gaze toward the destroyer armor. Johnny, what is the status of the exosuit? It can still fight, but I advise against a direct confrontation. The exosuit is nearing its limits. Understood. With knowledge of the exosuit's condition, he observed the fierce battle and vanished from sight. On the other side, the destroyer armor, having absorbed several blows from Thor, found an opening and delivered a punch that sent Thor crashing down. As it gathered energy for a laser attack, Thor suddenly appeared behind it, delivering a powerful blow to its head. The laser deflected, struck the ground beside them. Seeing this, Thor seized the opportunity, raising Mjolnir and sending the formidable destroyer armor flying. Glancing at his companion, Thor exclaimed, "Thank you, warrior of Midgard. Enough idle chatter. My situation is rather dire, so you shall take the lead while I provide support." Without further ado, Thor glanced at his own mechanical body, comprehending the implication. "Your materials seem rather subpar, given the chance. I shall bestow upon you some masterpieces crafted by dwarves. There will be time for further discussions later. First, they must vanquish their foe." As their communication concluded, the destroyer armor rose once more, turning its gaze upon the duo, unleashing a laser beam in their direction. Disappearing from sight, Thor leaped skyward, summoning storm clouds as a bolt of lightning followed his form, crashing down upon the destroyer armor. This strike caused the armor to buckle, even disrupting the runes inscribed upon it momentarily. Yet, Odin's power was immensely potent. The divine light obscured the lightning, causing the runes to glow anew. Suddenly appearing, noticing the dented area, a single molecule wire shot forth from his hand, creating an aperture in the destroyer armor. Seizing the opportunity presented to him, Thor's eyes gleamed with excitement. His exceptional combat instincts enabled him to capitalize on this moment. Boundless lightning erupted from Mjolnir, driving forcefully into the breach, striking the heart of the destroyer armor. But the divine light surged, instantly overwhelming the thunder and extinguishing it. The destroyer seized its moment. A punch was thrown but missed, allowing Thor to nimbly maneuver behind it, delivering a kick to its leg that brought it crashing to the ground. The helmet of the destroyer turned, a laser beam firing to deter him. Yet Thor charged again, Mjolnir crashing down and toppling the destroyer to the ground. Again and again, he struck, warping the helmet beyond recognition. However, that accursed rune inscription, coupled with the quality assurance of the dwarven master, allowed it to miraculously restore itself, proving nearly indestructible. Having sought many opportunities, Thor appeared to have fought alongside his companion for years, consistently seizing the moment to deal devastating blows to the destroyer armor. Yet, it perpetually recovered, causing him to furrow his brow in frustration. His mechanical body was nearing its limits. Chapter 129. The End of the Destroyer. After numerous intense battles, they finally paused. During a brief respite, gasping for breath, Thor realized that the energy within him was dwindling. Gazing at the seemingly pristine destroyer armor, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. How on earth were they to overcome this foe? Casting a glance at his companion, he rolled his eyes at his brutish demeanor. Asking him would be futile. Activating his scanning vision, he meticulously examined the destroyer armor. However, apart from the runes, nothing else was discernible. What to do? Muttering in irritation, he shifted his vision repeatedly until, upon switching to energy scanning mode, he discovered that the energy within the destroyer had significantly diminished. As I gazed at the luminous runes that mended the armor, a thought suddenly struck me. Energy serves as the driving force behind the destroyer's armor, and the runes possess the remarkable ability to continuously repair it due to the immense power propelling them. This relentless energy is why they have been unable to shatter the enhanced destroyer armor. But what if? What if there existed a means to entirely neutralize the internal energy? Or perhaps inject an overwhelming amount of energy to trigger a detonation? This is feasible, yet the magnitude of injected energy must be exceptionally high. At the very least, it cannot be weaker than the thunderbolt that Thor unleashed moments ago. Otherwise, divine power would suppress it, rendering any attempt to detonate futile. But where could such a formidable energy source be found? Casting a glance at Thor, an idea sparked. Drummond, is the new elemental cube still in your vehicle? Indeed. Could you bring it over? Apologies, but I have detected multiple deformations in the vehicle structure. Excalibur can no longer function properly. Very well, I understand. After a brief exchange with Drummond, I turned to Thor. I have a plan. You need to hold on. Understood. Though Thor appeared somewhat fatigued, The prospect of a solution revitalized his spirit. With a fierce battle cry, he charged once more at the destroyer. Meanwhile, I exited the hyper-frequency mode and transitioned to standard mode, activating the Sign Wiston as I sprinted towards Excalibur. Opening the passenger door, I retrieved the substantial, new elemental cube that I had placed there. Let us see if you can propel it into the air. Back on the battlefield, Thor and the destroyer armor clashed fiercely. I rushed in to assist Thor, barely managing to repel the destroyer armor, and led Thor to a safer location where I unveiled the new elemental cube. This device can concentrate a vast amount of energy for a brief duration. When you strike with your lightning, it will charge it, and then we can unleash a surge to create an opening in its armor and insert this cube. Do you understand? Thor, upon hearing my words, instantly grasped their significance. I'll prepare. With a mighty swing of his hammer, Thor soared into the skies. The god of thunder's hammer began to display its might as ominous storm clouds gathered, thick and foreboding, while endless arcs of electricity danced across the heavens. By the gods, these aliens are truly formidable, I muttered enviously, watching the energy readings soar. How I wished I had access to such potent energy. Yet, where could one find such a source? Shaking off that thought, I redirected my focus to the sky, observing as Thor gathered his power, unleashing an infinite torrent of lightning. I quickly raised the new elemental cube. The unrestrained force of thunder surged into the cube, swiftly surpassing its limits. However, constrained by its elemental properties, an ever-increasing amount of energy continued to be infused within, and the cube did not collapse immediately. As the thunderous power coursed into it, I noticed the cube developing cracks, and my gaze shifted to the destroyer armor. Seizing the moment, I aimed to breach its armor. Otherwise, an explosion from the outside would pose no threat to what lay within. All right, understanding that this was their final opportunity, neither individual dared to relax excessively. With unwavering focus, Soul summoned the power of thunder once more, evading the Annihilator's laser assault, and struck with the might of lightning upon the foe. Boundless arcs of electricity erupted from his form, enveloping him in a tempest of thunder, rendering the Annihilator momentarily incapacitated and drastically diminishing the defensive and regenerative capabilities of its armor to the brink of collapse. In the next instant, he appeared before the Annihilator. Under the looming threat of disintegration, he forcibly entered a state of super-frequency once again, wielding a new elemental cube in one hand while launching a molecular strand with the other. To successfully breach the defenses, he infused the molecular strand with the last remnants of his energy, refusing to relent even as it neared the point of rupture, radiating a blinding brilliance. Akin to a silver crescent moon, the molecular strand surged forth with its final energy, aimed directly at the Annihilator's armor. With all his might, the strand sliced against the Annihilator's neck, creating a substantial gash. Seizing the moment, Soul swung his hammer, the Mjolnir, infused with unfathomable strength, striking the Annihilator squarely in the face. As a result of the wound to its neck, the Annihilator's head snapped back, akin to a bottle cap, the entire neck torn asunder, revealing a gaping wound. This was the moment. Gazing at the vast opening, he grasped the new elemental cube, which was on the verge of disintegration, and hurled it directly into the Annihilator's core. In the next heartbeat, the Annihilator raised its fist, launching Soul into the air with a mighty kick. Both were sent sprawling several meters away, yet they paid no mind to their injuries, landing on the ground and anxiously watching the situation unfold with the Annihilator. The runes inscribed upon the Annihilator's neck began to operate autonomously, repairing the gash and restoring its form. However, neither of them felt dismay. Witnessing the elemental cube descend into the Annihilator's abdomen, joy illuminated their faces. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Loki remained oblivious to the fact that something had been inserted within the Annihilator. He activated the internal energy of the Annihilator's armor, preparing to unleash another laser to eliminate the stationary duo. But as the energy surged forth, Loki suddenly sensed an obstruction. What is happening? No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened in shock, and fissures began to appear upon the eternal spear in his grasp. Damn it! Loki had yet to articulate his thoughts when the spear shattered, creating a breach in the external barrier, allowing Odin's spirit to burst into the hall, divine light shimmering. Even in his spectral form, Loki could perceive Odin's presence. On Earth, Soul watched as the energies of divinity and the thunderous force within the elemental cube clashed violently, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that rent a massive hole in the Annihilator's abdomen. A powerful shockwave erupted, sweeping everything within a 100-meter radius into the air. Fortunately, the Annihilator's earlier punch had sent them flying several meters away. Had they been closer, they would have surely succumbed to the overwhelming force. After being propelled a few meters, they finally came to a halt. Struggling to rise from the ground, I gazed distantly at the obliterated armor of the destroyer, lying lifeless with a gaping wound. Turning to Thor, I inquired, "Is this the end?" Indeed, the response brought a sense of closure, and I collapsed back to the earth, feeling utterly drained. At that moment, Johnny appeared by my side, donning his sunglasses, exuding his usual nonchalance. Observing the fallen armor, a smirk crept across Johnny's face. "I didn't expect you to hold on this long. Quite impressive." "Damn you," I retorted, rolling my eyes. Despite my exhaustion, I mustered enough strength to extend a middle finger in his direction. Chapter 130. How foolish he was after lying on the ground for a while. Regaining a modicum of energy, I slowly crawled towards the sword in the stone. I retrieved some supplies from the vehicle, and upon seeing the words "nutrient solution" on the packaging, a look of resignation crossed my face. I never anticipated that upon arriving here, I would still have to consume this concoction. "Why didn't you make it strawberry flavored?" Johnny quipped, rolling his eyes. "With this flavor, even if you made it taste like Australian lobster, it would still be unpalatable." Grumbling, I tore open the bag and downed the viscous liquid in one go. Even after numerous times, the peculiar taste and texture still caused me to grimace. However, the effect was commendable. A warm sensation flowed from my stomach, gradually spreading throughout my body. Clenching my fists, I nodded. All right, energy replenished. Time to initiate a self-diagnosis of the cybernetic body. I commanded the internal systems and then assessed the condition of the sword in the stone. Wow, that thing packs quite a punch. Gazing at the impressions left by the destroyer, along with the deformed chassis from its relentless assault, my face was etched with sorrow. The destroyer was a foe I preferred to evade in direct confrontation, mostly sidestepping its powerful blows. Firstly, its strength was genuinely formidable, though not insurmountable. It was simply unnecessary to engage directly. Secondly, a single hit would send me flying a considerable distance. The weight of the destroyer's armor was easily several tons, and the peculiar script upon its boots granted it exceptional traction. To enhance my combat efficacy, I consistently regulated my own weight. Heavier, and my agility would suffer. Lighter, and while my punches might lack impact, I risked being sent reeling by the force of my opponent's strikes. What kind of predicament was that? To be treated like a punching bag, only to return like a boomerang? In the past, my weight had posed no issue. I could take on anyone. However, facing an opponent of the destroyer's mass made direct confrontation quite problematic. Should I land a blow, the recoil would likely hurl me several meters away, while the destroyer would remain steadfast, unyielding. Thus, engaging in a head-on battle was wholly unnecessary. After all, my agility surpassed that of my adversary. Emphasizing one's strengths while avoiding weaknesses is the true essence of combat. However, gazing at the fallen destroyer armor, a trace of concern emerged in his eyes. It can only be said that it was to be expected. This world indeed possesses many treasures, yet the perils are equally formidable. The combat prowess of the destroyer armor is an enigma. If this is deemed inconsequential, then a profound transformation is truly warranted. Exhaling deeply, he began to contemplate the techniques at his disposal, pondering whether, upon discovering a new energy source, he could apply those techniques to himself. Yet, after some reflection, his brow furrowed. The composition of his cybernetic body was already the most optimal solution for combat effectiveness. Any incorporation of other technologies would at best alter his physical form and size, or at worst, necessitate a complete overhaul and redesign. Viewed from this perspective, it seems rather impractical. Perhaps modularizing all equipment for assembly when needed would be a more prudent approach. Muttering to himself, his internal cybernetics began to calculate furiously, to the point where he felt them overheating. Amidst his engrossed calculations, the voice of the Asgardian prince reached him from nearby. "What's the matter?" Turning his gaze, he saw Thor supporting the feeble and incapacitated Sif, while Vandal and Hogan aided the nearly broken-bodied Voltag. "Is your vehicle unharmed?" "Fortunately, it should be restored with some repairs. Restoration is one matter. However, I wish to seize this opportunity to completely overhaul the sword in the stone. After all, one must break to rebuild. Given its current state, the sword in the stone is in dire need of a major renovation. So why not transform entirely? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he turned to Thor. So, are you finally planning to return? Upon hearing the word finally, Thor's demeanor faltered slightly. This attitude makes it seem as though the great prince of Asgard has become a troublemaker here. Nonetheless, surveying the chaotic scene around him, Thor found it difficult to refute this assertion. He could only take a deep breath and nod. Yes, something seems amiss in Asgard. I must return swiftly to investigate and speak with my brothers. The thought of his brothers cast a shadow over Thor's face. He never anticipated that Loki, with whom he shared a particularly close bond since childhood, would turn against him. Observing Thor's expression, it became clear that this fellow wished to avoid escalating the situation. He glanced around the ruins and said to Thor, "You'd best not hold back. Just kill him. Given what he has done today, if you wish for peace in the future, do not spare him." "That is going too far," Thor replied hastily, waving his hand. "He is still my brother. I cannot." "Yet, it seems he does not regard you as a brother," came the retort. It was indeed perplexing. Loki had struck at Thor with deadly intent. Yet Thor, astonishingly, was reluctant to take his life. Is this fellow's mind truly sound? Casting a doubtful gaze at Thor, yet upon observing the hammer in his hand and recalling the foolish antics of this individual, a certain understanding began to dawn. This fellow likely possessed a genuine mental deficiency, or perhaps he was entirely devoid of intellect. Regardless, a profound suspicion arose that his brain functioned as an external apparatus, fundamentally at odds with the hammer he wielded. When the hammer was absent, his intelligence seemed to diminish drastically. With the hammer in hand, it appeared as though his mind vanished entirely. The words spoken were akin to a devastating blow, rendering Thor momentarily speechless. Indeed, he regarded Loki as a brother. But what of Loki? The recollection of his unclaimed divine powers and the destroyer's formidable punch sent a twinge of pain through Thor's head. Fortunately, just as he was grappling with uncertainty, a sudden voice broke through the haze. "Jane." Upon hearing this voice, Thor turned in delight and dashed forward. In his haste, the support he had offered to Sif vanished, causing her to crash face first on the ground. Observing the dust cloud raised by the fallen Asgardian warrior, he paused for a moment, then watched as Thor joyfully sprinted toward Jane. This fellow truly lacked sense, did he not? Johnny delivered a fatal assessment, nodding in agreement. It was indeed foolishness. His previous doubts had transformed into certainty. It was unequivocally confirmed that this Asgardian prince was devoid of intellect. Chapter 131. Spoils of War. As he found some semblance of relief, the results of the cybernetics self-diagnostic arrived. Alas, his combat enhancements were significantly compromised, and the status of his internal systems was far from optimal. He could now muster only approximately 30% of his combat prowess, which posed quite a dilemma. Observing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents safeguarding Jane Foster and a few others approaching, he recognized that even with 30% strength, he could easily overpower these agents. However, behind them lurked that shadowy figure, who possessed numerous tactics at his disposal. A flicker of apprehension crept in at the thought of that individual seizing the opportunity to strike while he was in a vulnerable state. Perhaps it was time to solidify the conceptual design of modular equipment. Muttering to himself, he reflected on the year 2077, a time devoid of adversaries that truly required his fervent effort. The newly emerged threats from the United States relied solely on a barrage of nuclear warheads to achieve victory over him. Were it not for the sheer volume of their assault, he might have tested his ability to evade such strikes. In this world, however, it was evident that he would encounter numerous formidable opponents in the future. He could not accept the current state of vulnerability resulting from the damage to his cybernetics, which diminished his combat effectiveness. Thus, the idea of modular cybernetic design was officially adopted. With newfound determination, he glanced toward the side, exchanged a few words with Thor and the others, and then turned to face Agent Coulson as he approached. "Ah, I thought that creature had obliterated you," he exclaimed, pointing humorously at the destroyer armor while smiling at Coulson. "The fact that you can still jest reassures me that you're faring well." Coulson approached, addressing the extensive damage to the skin that revealed metal limbs, and remarked, "Today's events have caused quite a stir. Ultimately, we emerged victorious." He continued slowly, Though it was somewhat challenging, it was not particularly lethal. Even when the destroyer entered its second phase and its power surged dramatically, we were unable to defeat it at that moment. However, we possessed the capability to withdraw from the battlefield. Had it not been for that God King who interjected with a few words, I was genuinely considering standing aside to observe who was mightier, the destroyer or Thor. Do remind that ebony-skinned egghead to settle the bill. Of course, I will alert the director, Coulson replied with a smile, his earpiece vibrating slightly. Thus, he directed his gaze toward the large pit, fixating on the destroyer's armor. Understanding his intent, it was evident that this was his prize, regardless of whether it be materials, energy, or the runes inscribed upon it. It was all worthy of study. Just as Coulson and the other individual were about to speak, Thor suddenly approached. I am grateful for your assistance. However, I must now take my leave. My father remains in the Odin sleep, and I must hasten back to attend to matters in Asgard. Sif had already been supported by other warriors from the realm, and although her injuries appeared grave, Thor seemed unconcerned, indicating that such wounds were trivial for Asgard, merely a source of discomfort. In this regard, Asgard's medical technology must be quite advanced. Before departing, Thor returned to express his gratitude, but Coulson preemptively gestured, "No need for thanks. I am merely a mercenary, assisting you solely due to your father." My father? Thor furrowed his brow at this revelation. Indeed, an old one-eyed man employed me to assist you in vanquishing the destroyer. As for compensation, he glanced at Coulson, stating, I shall be an eternal friend to Asgard. But my father is in slumber, is he not? Thor appeared perplexed and rolled his eyes. The soul may wander, or so I am uncertain. However, he's been watching over you. As he spoke, he glanced around, then took the tablet from Coulson, importing the recorded video into it. Behold, that raven on the telephone pole has been observing your actions. Just before you were struck by the laser, it appeared before you, and then you awakened. Furthermore, this old man approached me, declaring himself the God King and requesting my aid. Gazing at the content displayed on the tablet, Thor expressed his confusion. The raven is a symbol of my father, and indeed, this is my father, yet he is supposed to be in slumber. Is it possible he can perceive events from outside while in repose? Contemplating this notion, Thor's expression grew particularly animated. He suddenly recalled the foolish antics of his past, when he had lost a wager and, during Odin's slumber, had the audacity to pluck at his beard, adorn his face with whimsical drawings, and, in a moment of reckless folly, had wielded Odin's eternal spear, inadvertently triggering it and obliterating the god's chamber. Although he had leveraged his princely status to delegate the aftermath to others, a nagging fear crept in. If the All-Father could, in his dreams, transcend his slumbering form and observe the outside world, would he not hold Thor accountable for these misdeeds? Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, Thor resolved to return. For he was indeed Odin's beloved son. Surely, the All-Father would not strike him down. Before departing, Thor proclaimed, Since my father has spoken thus, I, in the name of the All-Father, declare that you, mighty warrior, shall be an everlasting ally of Asgard. In times of trouble, simply call upon Heimdall, and Asgard shall come to your aid. This promise illuminated the warrior's spirit. Asgard, it appeared, was a bastion of order and strength, with such a civilization endorsing him. Who would dare to challenge him? Indeed, not even a soul on earth would presume to confront him. With that, Thor retreated a step alongside the valiant warriors of the celestial realm, his heart fluttering with trepidation as he raised his hammer and called out, Heimdall. He could not shake the anxiety that Asgard might undergo some unforeseen upheaval, perhaps even betrayal by Heimdall. Fortunately, in the next moment, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Gazing at this resplendent column, his eyes widened in astonishment. The energy emanating from it was staggering. Should all that energy be directed downward, it could very well serve as a formidable weapon. Soon, a realization dawned upon him. The Rainbow Bridge appeared to possess weaponizable potential. As long as it was sufficiently charged, it could function akin to a planet-destroying cannon. Having endured this arduous battle, he had no doubt that Asgard possessed such extraordinary energy resources. After exchanging a brief farewell with Jane, Thor intended to escort the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace away. Just before departing, he inquired, Are you not taking your refuse with you? He glanced at the shattered remains of the destroyer armor, pondering whether, as a grand prince, it would be beneath him to scavenge for scraps. Jane was still watching, and he couldn't risk losing face. Thus, Thor waved his hand dismissively. That is your spoils. I leave it to your discretion. With that, he stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge and vanished along with its radiant arc. Chapter 132. A woman to be admired in the same base. In the room where the network had been severed, Nick Fury sat before a computer, observing the situation captured by satellite imagery. As he witnessed the conclusion of events, he exhaled in relief, then glanced at the pager in his hand and switched off the distress signal. After closing the door, Nick Fury hesitated for a moment before sending a message of blessing in Morse code, tapping it out rhythmically. Finally, the matter was resolved. Having accomplished this, Nick leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. He then turned to the person beside him and instructed, "Please retrieve a piece of that special material from the Tesseract and hand it over." Understood. Observing the battle, even the Skrulls had to acknowledge the impressive strength displayed, which, while perhaps not among the most formidable in the universe, was certainly significant on Earth. Even the destroyer of Asgard, clad in the armor worn by Odin the All-Father during his millennia of conquests, could be vanquished by this force. More importantly, the king of Asgard had encountered this entity and deemed it a friend of Asgard. For this reason alone, the Skrulls had placed it among the two most formidable beings on Earth. If you were to ask who the other was, it would undoubtedly be Jane Foster, who had become entangled with Thor. The notion that a primitive Earthling could forge a connection with a titan of the cosmos, especially the prince of such a civilization, was as ludicrous as a modern head of state falling in love with a caveman. With a mind full of such thoughts, the Skrull exited the room to commence the extraction of the blue substance from a tesseract. Meanwhile, Nick Fury gazed at the screen and then at the document resting on his desk. Could he truly proceed with this? He retrieved a vial of growth serum from the sword in the stone and examined his exterior, noting that only his neck and face retained some semblance of skin, while other areas revealed the underlying protective dermal armor. With a slight grimace, he aimed the serum at the skin on his neck and gradually injected the liquid into the synthetic surface. As the serum flowed in, the artificial skin began to writhe, dividing and spreading out to cover the exposed areas. Within a mere few minutes, the synthetic skin enveloped his entire body once more. After completing the coverage, he moved slightly, allowing the synthetic skin at the joints and ventilation points to contract and adjust according to its program design, thus preventing any hindrance to movement or heat dissipation. In terms of appearance, he had returned to his pre-battle form. As for his combat capabilities and the status of his internal cybernetics, a glance at Coulson beside him sufficed. No further elaboration was necessary. On the other side, Jane Foster, initially apprehensive, had been quite alarmed by the sight of the exposed dermal armor and the flickering red electronic eye, which could easily have been mistaken for a menacing robot from a sci-fi horror film. Now, with the restoration of synthetic skin enhancing his appearance, she finally relaxed. It must be said, at the core of it all, humans remain visual and social creatures. In the era of 2077, despite the extensive cybernetic enhancements many individuals have undergone, a significant portion still opts for artificial skin transplants. This choice stems from their inherent need for societal connections and interpersonal interactions. Of course, there are exceptions like Atom Smasher, who has virtually forfeited his humanity and possesses no need for social engagement, displaying indifference to the gazes of others and disregard for his own appearance. Thus, he would naturally eschew the cumbersome and seemingly superfluous artificial skin. Coulson, please assist me in packing my spoils and arrange for an aircraft, if you would be so kind, he requested, gesturing towards the damaged Excalibur, indicating his need for assistance. Coulson understood the limitations regarding the handling of the destroyer armor, but exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. "Oh, very well, I will arrange it immediately. 2 fighter jets will be dispatched shortly," he replied, though it was evident that he intended to separate the Excalibur and the destroyer armor for transport. With a cold smile, he mused, 2 jets indeed? It is clear you wish to segregate the transport of the Excalibur and the destroyer armor. Which aircraft shall I board? If I accompany the Excalibur, the jet carrying the destroyer armor is bound to encounter misfortune, resulting in an emergency landing, leaving me uncertain of when I might retrieve it. Conversely, if I follow the destroyer, the Excalibur possesses advanced technologies that would undoubtedly be of interest to us. HLD. With a smirk, he pondered how oblivious his company could be to such small schemes. Coulson, recognizing the futility of his objections, shook his head in resignation. Rest assured, I am well aware of the capabilities of your S.H.I. thief jets. Although the destroyer armor is heavy, it is well within manageable limits, and its size is not prohibitive. It will certainly suffice. He gave a thumbs up, leaving Coulson with no further retort, who could only nod in reluctant agreement. After concluding his exchange with Coulson, Jane Foster approached. Observing this woman, he felt a profound admiration. According to the intelligence SHIELD had provided, it was she who had pulled Thor from the depths of despair when he lost his divine powers. Jane had guided Thor's troubled spirit, leading him to share late-night, stargazing experiences and elucidate the connections between the 9 realms, as well as certain physical principles unknown to Earth. Their conversation flowed comfortably, yielding a wealth of intelligence for SHIELD's eavesdropping devices, and, according to their surveillance, the two appeared to be developing a rather conventional rapport. While all seemed to unfold seamlessly, it was remarkable that a prince of such an advanced civilization could fall for a humble earthling. Who could not be impressed by this? As this admirable woman extended her hand, she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Jane Foster, an astronomer and mercenary." With no trace of arrogance, he reciprocated her gesture, shaking her hand briefly before releasing it. "I am grateful for your assistance with Thor. Without you, I cannot fathom how he would have triumphed over that adversary. I was merely hired by someone, and I firmly believe that even without my assistance, Thor would have triumphed over the destroyer armor. Odin could have directly approached him, and, should he have chosen to intervene, would likely have subdued the destroyer without difficulty. Perhaps he harbored some reservations or other reasons that prevented him from taking action, which is why he sought out Thor instead. With this understanding, I do not feel overly proud. I simply seized an opportunity. Moreover, having made the acquaintance of a deity renowned throughout the cosmos, and aligning myself with the formidable Asgard, which Nick Fury regards with great caution, I consider myself fortunate." Chapter 133. The locator device, after exchanging a few brief words and observing the arrival of the aircraft arranged by I bid farewell. Before departing, we exchanged phone numbers to facilitate future communication. I then pushed aside the surrounding agents and, on my own, loaded the destroyer armor and the sword in the stone onto the aircraft. Once I ensured that all visible fragments had been collected, I patted the pilot on the shoulder, signaling him to take off. Thus, laden with spoils, I embarked on my journey home, while Coulson remained unable to leave the site. To err on the side of caution, we agents of SHIELD needed to remain on-site to assess the situation. Perhaps they too were considering the possibility of uncovering additional treasures. Though I had secured the most significant items, the destroyer had been thoroughly shattered, and amidst the ruins, there could still be remnants. I was simply disinclined to search further. After conducting a comprehensive scan of the destroyer and the sword in the stone, I discovered that only a few fragments, no larger than fingernails, were missing. Consequently, I hastily departed. Otherwise, judging by Coulson's expression, it seemed he would have preferred to sabotage the aircraft, prompting it to autonomously navigate back to DS base. Wait a moment. I suddenly squinted. This aircraft is bound for the SHIELD base, correct? I inquired over the team channel, to which Johnny rolled his eyes in response. Isn't that obvious? They can't just scrap a plane after picking someone up. It will return to base after a few checks. Then we turned our gaze towards the sword and the stone. In the year 2077, everyone had undergone cybernetic enhancements, each individual possessing a locator device embedded within their augmentations, highly sophisticated ones at that. Consequently, there was no need for external tracking devices. One could merely implant a backdoor within another's augmentation to ascertain their location. Therefore, in that era, the concept of external locator devices was virtually non-existent, and individuals did not carry such equipment. In this current time, however, this method proves somewhat inconvenient. For instance, during previous attempts to leave items aboard SHIELD aircraft, the absence of a locator device limited me to merely planting a virus within the aircraft. This particular SHIELD aircraft, evidently tailored for my service, had many intelligent devices, including locator systems, dismantled, rendering any form of hacking impossible. Yet, the situation is different now. The sword in the stone is right beside me. Within the sword in the stone, there exists a positioning device. Perhaps he could dismantle one and install it on the aircraft. Contemplating this notion, he deemed it a splendid idea. However, there were two pilots in the cockpit, one piloting the aircraft, while the other remained fixated on him through the mirror. He needed to create a diversion. With a plan forming in his mind, he glanced around and soon discovered an idea. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that behind him, within the partition of the aircraft, lay the wiring that controlled the flight system. Thus, he shielded one hand with his body, extending numerous probes that pierced through the partition, reaching the circuitry. A slight electrical charge coursed through, causing the aircraft to tremble unexpectedly, instantly capturing the co-pilot's attention. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he swiftly activated this St. Investon. With utmost care and silence, he deftly disassembled several components of the sword and the stone, extracting minuscule positioning devices smaller than a fingernail. His fingers deftly flicked, propelling these devices throughout the cabin. Afterward, he returned to his seat, feigning innocence as if nothing had transpired. The entire episode lasted mere seconds. Once the aircraft stabilized and the co-pilot resumed his gaze, he had already reclaimed his posture. Soon, the aircraft landed in a courtyard, and after unloading the items, it departed immediately. Observing the vertically ascending aircraft, he stretched and signaled to the turtles to assist in transporting his spoils back to the underground garage. Meanwhile, the aircraft did not return directly to S.H.I.E.L.D.S. base, but instead ventured to a desolate wilderness, where it came to a halt. Moments later, a group of individuals clad in black suits emerged from the surroundings, commencing a thorough scan of the aircraft with various devices. The two pilots were unfamiliar with the equipment in their hands, yet their superior had instructed them to remain here until the scanning was complete before returning. They did not inquire further, simply complying. Before long, this group extracted numerous positioning devices from the cockpit, even discreetly affixing one to each of the pilots. However, all these items were discovered during their scans. To ensure safety, they read the signals from these devices and conducted multiple scans of the entire aircraft. Only after confirming everything was in order did they permit the pilots to disembark. As the aircraft departed, the group transformed. Their suits vanished, and their skin turned green. They glanced at the chips they had retrieved, exchanged disdainful smiles, and crushed them with ease before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to them, a chip had activated beneath the aircraft's retracted landing gear due to the pressure. Upon returning to the underground base, he wasted no time and hurried to the workstation. Disregarding the vanished signals from the positioning devices, those were mere distractions he had released to draw attention. His gaze fell upon a newly emerged signal, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Success. Earlier, aboard the aircraft, he had intentionally left a positioning device unfastened within the cabin. He stealthily reached into his pocket, subtly modifying the device in plain sight of the co-pilot. First, he directly shut down the device, ensuring it emitted no signals. Next, he affixed a pressure switch. When pressed, the device would remain off, only restarting upon release. He had observed that the aircraft's takeoff and landing were vertical, and he surmised that it would first scan an inconsequential location before confirming safety and returning to base. Thus, he designed the switch accordingly. After disembarking during the aircraft's ascent, he deftly stretched, propelling the device onto the tire while the wheels were still retracting. When scanned during landing, the device remained inactive due to the press switch, rendering it undetectable beneath the tire. Although releasing the switch during takeoff would activate the device, by then, the aircraft would have completed its scanning, ensuring no attention would be drawn. In essence, the device would signal only while airborne, remaining silent upon landing. Here, we must commend the advanced vertical takeoff and landing technology of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. Chapter 134. A bright future seated at his workstation. He observed the model traversing New York, then vanishing from sight. Was it a cloaking technology? Johnny whispered, projecting a real-time map of New York, scrutinizing the location of the signal's disappearance. Before vanishing, the speed of the signal's movement had decreased, indicating a likely landing. Yet, something was amiss. The real-time map revealed the area to be densely forested, devoid of any landing space. Furrowing his brow at the high-density woodland displayed on the map, he focused on the name of the company that had captured the real-time imagery. With S.H.I.E.L.D.S. capabilities, it was implausible for any company to have genuinely photographed their base. However, leaving the area blank would raise suspicions, so it was more likely they had fabricated some camouflage releasing false imagery to divert attention from the situation. Rather than dwell on the company's maps, he decided to investigate satellite data. With a wave of his hand, he infiltrated the International Space Station, retrieving global satellite positioning information. As he gazed upon the multitude of satellites orbiting the Earth, he swiftly located two that hovered directly above that specific region. Before me, the web of this world is not merely a sieve riddled with holes. It is akin to an expansive gateway, allowing for effortless ingress and egress. With but a few deft adjustments to the addresses, I seamlessly infiltrated the satellite from the corresponding control center. Ultimately, one must extend gratitude for this era of ubiquitous connectivity. In 2077, without access to the specific control hub, one could hardly manipulate satellites or similar devices. I did not directly command the satellite to alter its position, as that would attract undue attention. Instead, I captured two images with the satellites and promptly withdrew. Upon projecting the images of the two satellites, a mere glance exchanged with Johnny elicited a knowing smile. Observing the architectural clusters within the images confirmed their validity. Indeed, there exists a complex at that location. Furthermore, the satellite imagery revealed a considerable number of aircraft in the vicinity. This indicates that Johnny and I have successfully identified a base belonging to S, H, and L, D. While it remains unclear whether it is a subbase or the primary hub, it nonetheless represents a significant breakthrough. When shall we venture forth to investigate? Johnny inquired, resting a hand on his chair. His fingers lightly tapped the table as he continued. Those S, H, I, L, D agents outside are rather bothersome. One cannot ascertain whether they possess advanced technology, so it is prudent that we refrain from direct engagement. What do you propose? I responded. We could employ a drone. I shall construct one equipped with optical camouflage and stealth paint to minimize detection. We should send it forth to assess the situation first. Given the potential signal jamming devices at the S, H, I, E, L, D base, we must also prepare a recording device and an internal system for the drone, ensuring it remains operational even if we cannot directly control it. Should circumstances prove favorable, we might even attempt to breach S, H, I, E, L, DS network via the drone. With the plan firmly established, we prepare to commence our operation. However, before we could begin, several worker bees brought forth a specialized workstation, and Delaman's voice rang out. I believe you are in need of repairs. Indeed, I nodded in agreement. Earlier, while aboard the spacecraft, I had noticed substantial and undeniable damage to my cybernetic body during the installation of the positioning devices. Although I had initially approached the task with a mindset of sacrificing myself, the damage to my cybernetics resulted in discrepancies in the positioning of some devices compared to my original calculations. This error, stemming from the injuries to my cybernetics, was wholly unacceptable to me. Reclining on a specialized workstation, I extracted my data cable and connected it to the device. Subsequently, I disabled all cybernetic components within my body and shifted control to the workstation via the data cable. Probes extended from the workstation, commencing the disassembly of my subdermal armor and initiating repairs on all cybernetic components. With Delamon supplying materials, my sole responsibility was to adeptly manage the probes. It must be said that Delamon has indeed been of immense assistance, providing a plethora of materials, all orchestrated through the control of worker bees for their production and subsequent delivery for use. After laboring for half a day, he managed to restore his cybernetic body to a barely functional state. The materials available in this era, of course, are not comparable to those of 2077. Moreover, the scarcity of resources at hand has hindered him from optimizing his condition, yet he has regained some combat efficacy, albeit with a repaired cybernetic that lacks its former durability. Dismounting from a workbench, he conducted a thorough self-diagnostic on his cybernetics, confirming there were no significant issues. After shaking his hands to loosen up, several probes extended from his fingers. A series of tests confirmed that the error margins had returned to acceptable levels before he disconnected the data line. He harbored a hope that the advancements in aerospace technology in this world would progress swiftly, as the materials available on Earth still fell short of requirements. Muttering to himself, he recalled that by 2077, humanity had already set foot on the moon, establishing a lunar base, and had ascended to Mars, where multiple bases had been erected. In that era, people's ambitions even extended towards Jupiter, Yet the rapid shifts in social class rendered many unable to gaze beyond their immediate concerns, leading to a general detachment from the cosmos. For most, the only impression of space was a vague recollection of a crystalline palace among the stars. Returning to the present. Thanks to the advanced aerospace technologies of 2077, humanity had acquired materials unavailable on Earth, resulting in an explosive advancement in material science. In just a few decades, countless high-performance new materials had emerged, with cybernetics predominantly crafted from these resources, efficient, durable, yet not particularly affordable. In this era, humanity had yet to attain such advanced technology, nor could they fully repair their own tech, but there was no sense of despair. Firstly, these cybernetics could still function with some patchwork repairs. Secondly, there was Asgard. He vividly remembered Thor's grand vision while facing the destroyer. Even without utilizing that so-called dwarven masterpiece, borrowing the Rainbow Bridge to procure materials from Mars seemed reasonable. With his backup plan, he felt a sense of reassurance. Most importantly, his gaze drifted towards the damaged armor of the destroyer, a glimmer of determination sparking in his eyes. Judging by the previous battle, the materials of the destroyer's armor were not inferior to those he possessed. If he could thoroughly investigate this, his future would indeed be bright. Chapter 135. Tony's debt. The sword and the stone had been taken away by Delaman's worker bees for repairs, while the destroyer was placed upon the workbench. Though he could not expect to make immediate discoveries, he was nonetheless keen to assess the situation. His cybernetic eye emitted a crimson glow as he immersed himself in his work, unaware of how many days had passed, until, that is, Tony, that rascal, arrived at his doorstep with a convoy. Upon hearing the news, he remarkably emerged from the underground base and rushed to the entrance to greet Tony Stark. As soon as the door opened, Tony approached with the intention of offering a heartfelt embrace. However, he was met with a swift push aside. As he glanced at the convoy behind him, "Is this the entirety of Stark Industries and Hammer Industries production lines?" Tony rubbed his face, unable to stifle a smile. That earlier gesture evoked memories of his first encounter in the cave. Although he had initially gone to rescue him, he had inexplicably locked eyes with Ethan, who had pushed him aside, drawing a parallel to the current moment. Strangely, he felt a hint of nostalgia. Dismissing this peculiar sentiment, he listened to the inquiries and nodded with pride. "Indeed, these are the complete production lines. Although it took considerable time, I managed to acquire all of Hammer Industries' production lines. And the price was reasonable, considering the circumstances." The robots from Hammer Industries wreak havoc at the Stark Expo, with Stark Industries emerging as the greatest victim alongside numerous casualties. To compensate for the victims and Stark Enterprises, Hammer Industries declared bankruptcy, liquidating all assets, while the owner was imprisoned for several millennia, a sentence surpassing even the Age of Soul. Ironically, he might even prefer the male-dominated atmosphere of prison, setting aside the compensation for the victims. The damage and reputational loss inflicted by Hammer Industries on Stark Industries amounted to an astronomical figure, one that Hammer Industries could never repay. Nevertheless, Tony publicly announced at a press conference that Stark Industries would prioritize the total compensation offered by Hammer Industries to the families of the victims. Subsequently, he worked behind the scenes to acquire a substantial portion of Hammer Industries' physical assets at a price that was neither excessively high nor low, including these weapon production lines. The funds from this acquisition, after circulating and fulfilling the compensation to the affected families, ultimately returned to Stark Industries. One could say it was a rather satisfactory outcome. However, the destruction of the Stark Expo left Tony with some heartache, as it had been a legacy from his father. Thankfully, he still possessed the first-generation model, and eventually, he resolved to demolish the ruined Expo site and construct a grand edifice named Stark Tower. He also decided on a strategic direction for Stark Industries, to enter the energy market with a new element reactor, thereby establishing a significant foothold. Following the announcement of this plan, the stock soared, as the parameters of the new element reactor were remarkably impressive. Consequently, related enterprises showed no hesitation, and countless orders flooded in like snowflakes, allowing Tony to amass considerable wealth. Due to these circumstances, he finally managed to gather the funds required, the repayment and the opening of the courtyard gate, allowing the convoy's drivers to park their vehicles in the corner of the yard. Fortunately, the land from Saxon was sufficiently vast, otherwise, accommodating nearly 100 trucks would have been quite the challenge. Once the vehicles were inside, they immediately commenced the process of receiving guests. "Hey, aren't you unloading?" "Oh, there's South No place to unload," So they'll have to stay here for now. And what about the trucks? I have a use for them. Observing the blatant manner of this apparent coercion, Tony felt a pang of discomfort. Yet he ultimately remained silent, as he still had needs to fulfill during this visit. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the drivers to return to the company, with the fare to be reimbursed later. Tony, with a forced smile, inquired, "Aren't you going to ask for your payment? Have you gathered enough? Then let us have it." Money was certainly scarce. These were not the days of your win. During his work with the destroyer, the SHIELD could provide him with materials free of charge. However, with the completion of the destroyer project, that source of support had been withdrawn. Any further materials would now have to be procured independently. Moreover, numerous projects lay ahead, including the production and manufacturing of drone battalions, the modification of Excalibur, research on the destroyer, and a long-promised external prosthetic plan for Ethan, which had been consistently sidelined due to prioritization issues. There was an abundance of work to be done, and each of these endeavors required considerable financial investment. Yet, observing the calm demeanor of the individual beside him, Tony felt a twinge of frustration. He had anticipated a reaction of astonishment upon repaying the debt, given the substantial sum involved. Instead, he was met with an air of indifference, even impatience, which only deepened his vexation. Ultimately, he dutifully retrieved a wrinkled check from his pocket and handed it over. Without a hint of disdain, the recipient accepted the crumpled check, tucking it into his pocket. Noticing that Tony had yet to leave, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you have further business?" He was indeed busy. There were numerous valuable components on the destroyer, and after days of research, he had gained a fresh understanding of laser technology, resulting in laser weapons that were several times more powerful than the prototypes previously devised. Such significant progress from initial studies would captivate anyone. Who knows what remarkable discoveries might emerge with continued research. However, Tony appeared somewhat anxious as he produced yet another crumpled check from his pocket. "So, do you require more funds?" Upon glancing at the 60 billion inscribed on the check, he raised an eyebrow. The previous check Tony had given him bore an amount of 140 billion, not the initially promised 200 billion, leading him to believe that this fellow had invented a harmless reactor and would no longer require surgery. Yet suddenly, he produced more money. "So, are you willing to take a gamble? The probability of success at 99 seems quite satisfactory to me. Should this probability fall below 90, Tony would not even consider undertaking the removal surgery for the shrapnel. However, at 99, and given the appearance that the actual odds may exceed this figure, Tony felt a burgeoning inclination to proceed. Thus, after receiving the check and nodding in agreement, he said, "Very well, come in. Now, aren't you going to prepare a bit more? It's merely a minor procedure. Is preparation truly necessary?" Suddenly, Tony felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding the reliability of that 99 success rate. Nevertheless, he ultimately stepped into the courtyard. Just before the door closed, an agent who had been stationed nearby hurried over, carrying a box. The sight of this box reminded him of the reward that the black-clad informant had mentioned. Could it be that it had finally arrived? "Sir, this is the reward our director promised you." "Oh, it has arrived." Tony's anticipation for the contents of the box was palpable. In terms of hierarchy, this item could be considered the progenitor of the new element. If the offspring is so formidable, surely the parent cannot be lacking in power as well. In any case, it held significant research value. Despite having remained unfazed in the presence of assets worth billions, Tony found himself smiling at this box, which puzzled him. What could be inside that has you so excited? Curious, Tony leaned closer, eager to pry open the box and discover its contents. However, he merely glanced back at the agent and said dismissively, all right, I won't look. What could possibly be so remarkable?" Rolling his eyes, Tony thought to himself that as a billionaire, there was nothing on earth he desired that he could not obtain. How extraordinary could it be? If he were to learn what it contained, he would undoubtedly purchase a truckload to showcase it here. Muttering to himself, Tony followed the agent to the subterranean base. Observing the swarm of worker drones and the Excalibur undergoing repairs, Tony furrowed his brow. "Who have you been fighting with these past few days? You seem quite battered. Mind your own business." Upholding the code of conduct befitting a professional mercenary, he refrained from divulging any details. Besides, what difference would it make? What could this individual do? On Earth, Tony might be a super billionaire and a genius. But in the vast expanse of the universe, what significance does one individual truly hold? Lost in thoughts of the unknown, Tony arrived at his workstation. He instructed the drones to move the destroyer armor away, while he directed them to bring over the workstation he used for repairs. Connecting the wiring, he commenced the calibration of the station. Meanwhile, as he gazed at the removed destroyer armor, curiosity flickered in his eyes. It appeared that this entity had indeed been studying the armor prior to this moment. A question arises. As a being endowed with advanced technology, what purpose does one serve in idly examining seemingly innocuous armor, akin to an exquisite artifact? Coupled with the ongoing repairs of the sword and the stone, Tony sensed a connection between the two and was intrigued. He retrieved a pair of glasses from his pocket. Having escaped from the cave previously, he had observed the communication device under repair. At that moment, he discerned that the device was no ordinary apparatus and sought to uncover its nature. But his natural eyesight paled in comparison to his ocular prosthetic, rendering him unable to perceive its intricacies. Upon returning, he recognized this limitation and subsequently developed intelligent glasses designed to assist in his research. Even in his absence from the workshop, these glasses, equipped with numerous scanning modes, allowed him to gather substantial data. Glancing at the workstation being calibrated, Tony donned the glasses and scanned the armor. The data that emerged caused his brow to furrow in surprise. Could it be that the glasses were malfunctioning? Before he could articulate his thoughts, the lenses suddenly darkened. Frowning, he removed the glasses, concerned they might indeed be broken. However, he had utilized only the finest materials. Such a failure seemed implausible. Suddenly, he sensed an intense gaze upon him. Shifting his attention from the faulty glasses, he turned to see a figure observing him coldly, their eyes glowing red with an unsettling intensity. Scanning without permission is rather impolite, they remarked. Tony felt the glasses grow increasingly hot in his hands, prompting him to involuntarily release them. They clattered to the ground, sparking upon impact. The internal battery had overheated and exploded, and had he not let go in time, it could have severely injured him. The red glow in the figure's eyes faded as they turned away, leaving Tony to swallow hard, recalling that he might be confronting someone formidable. Nevertheless, he cautiously reclined onto the workstation, watching as sterilization lights illuminated and a series of screwdrivers and mechanical arms extended toward him. "Are you planning to transform me into a robot?" "I merely requested the removal of a bullet." Observing the array of tools, Tony Stark felt a wave of unease wash over him. It seemed less like a surgical procedure and more akin to an unwanted augmentation. He opened his mouth to voice further concerns when he suddenly realized that his hands and feet had been ensnared by the extending arms of the workstation, which expressionlessly injected a substance into his neck. "What is that? What are you doing?" Before he could finish, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped him. Though fear gripped his heart, he succumbed to slumber. Watching the restrained Tony on the workstation, the figure's gaze reflected a myriad of emotions. "What is this? The fellow is so discourteous, and yet you do not cast him out? This is unlike you." Indeed, I too sensed that something is amiss. Turning my head to glance at Johnny, I couldn't quite fathom why I felt such an inexplicable fondness for him at this moment. When he jested with me, a sense of joy welled up within me, akin to encountering a figure of great significance. Johnny furrowed his brow, placing his hand on my shoulder, nodding in agreement to let him delve into my thoughts. A multitude of data streams flickered in our eyes simultaneously. Within the labyrinth of my memories, there existed fragments of his essence. Johnny discerned something, and, through a haze, glimpsed various scenes. It was not as if he beheld them firsthand. Rather, it resembled watching a film. He observed Tony Stark forging metal, witnessing his inaugural flight. The moment he recognized his missteps, his first transformation, and amidst a chaotic battlefield, Tony donned an advanced suit of armor, blood streaming from his forehead. Yet his expression remained resolute. 6 gems, radiating a faint luminescence, adorned his hand, and he boldly uttered that phrase. Then he snapped his fingers, and the memory fractured into a blinding white light, followed by an abyss of darkness. The only remnant was the echo of hammering metal. Who was he? And what role did he play in this world? Frowning, I cradled my head, casting my gaze towards the slumbering Tony on the stage. I had witnessed Tony's transformation firsthand, and now, the recollections from the cinematic perspective of Tony Stark intertwined, leaving my thoughts in disarray. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation surged within me, suggesting that something profoundly significant lay within those recent memories. Yet the chaotic swirl of thoughts besieged my recollections, rendering it arduous to retrieve that segment. Calm down. Do not dwell on the past. Johnny's voice abruptly yanked me from the turmoil of my mind. I gasped for breath, staring at the ground, bewildered by the recent events. Goodness, what just happened? You seem to experience a sensation akin to merging with other memory entities. Whose memories did you fuse with? Johnny, no longer the embodiment of calm, squatted beside me, his expression laced with concern. What? That was my memory. Chapter 137. Restoration. Have you regained your memories? Johnny exclaimed with delight. If he had recalled something, it would yield a wealth of intelligence, an extraordinary boon. Yet, shaking his head, he replied, No, not entirely. Merely fragments regarding this individual. His expression grew complex as he regarded Tony on stage, sensing that in the future, he may undertake something monumental. A beneficial deed or a detrimental one. A good deed. Is that so? Then all makes sense. Initially indifferent upon our first meeting, I later found myself inexplicably drawn to him after a preliminary recollection of memories. Now, my gaze towards Tony resembled that of a friend. If the denizens of Night City, those hapless souls relentlessly hunted by this living nightmare, were to witness this scene, they might very well think the sun had risen from the west. This notorious lone wolf, surprisingly, appears to easily regard others as friends. Aside from Judy and Pan Am, a few characters exhibiting somewhat positive traits within the narrative, there are scarcely any individuals worth acknowledging after years of struggle in Night City. Nevertheless, one could argue that this flamboyant man's ability to make friends stems from his somewhat favorable portrayal in the storyline. Otherwise, given his personality, it would be a wonder if he didn't pulverize someone's skull in a fit of rage. What comes next? First, let us ensure this individual is properly treated. The poison has nearly dissipated, and we may commence the surgical procedure. Observing the connections between himself and the workstation, a shiver ran through him as the screwdriver affixed to the mechanical arm was replaced, revealing a gleaming array of surgical instruments. The earlier screwdrivers had been utilized for his own repairs, and he had not thought that this flamboyant man would be frightened. Shaking his head, he internally vowed that he did not intend to instill fear. Time passed, and Tony slowly regained consciousness. However, upon glimpsing the array of screwdrivers before him, he was instantly jolted awake. He attempted to rise, but found his limbs unresponsive. His head was restrained by straps, rendering him incapable of lifting himself from the workstation, or even lowering his gaze. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as his eyes darted about, but he could discern nothing, only sensing the presence of someone nearby engaged in some task, accompanied by the intermittent clatter of metallic instruments. This sound only deepened his sense of dread. Could it be that he had been transformed into a machine? As the pressure within him escalated, a voice broke through the chaos. You're awake? The metallic clinking ceased abruptly, and a figure approached him steadily. What on earth have you done? Tony's eyes widened in fury as he glared, while the figure smiled faintly. Red light emanating from his eyes as he scanned Tony's heart, which was racing uncontrollably. With a nonchalant shrug, he replied, Nothing much. Just performed a little surgery on you. It appears to have been quite successful. As he unfastened the straps binding Tony's hands, Tony abruptly raised his arm, and a metallic limb shot forth from the side. What the hell? Tony exclaimed, staring at the metallic appendage, then back at the unflappable figure before him, his anger boiling over as he struck out. I merely asked you to remove a bullet, and you've turned me into a robot. Yet with a slight motion, he grasped the mechanical arm. Your emotions are somewhat heightened, but this is entirely normal. With a bit of time for adjustment, you will return to a state of health. Damn it. Tony's fury escalated, glaring intently, as the strength of the mechanical arm increased, yet the figure merely raised an eyebrow. The metallic arm was firmly grasped by him, rendering it immovable, and he effortlessly dismantled it. Placing the metallic arm beside Tony Stark's head, he gazed at him and exclaimed, What madness are you indulging in? You transformed me into a robot, and you dare question my sanity? Tony, infuriated, felt an overwhelming rush of blood surge to his head. He abruptly raised his hand, intending to strike back, but a swift motion sent his hand flying aside with a resounding slap. A piercing pain shot through Tony's mind, intensifying his rage. You dare strike me, he began, but suddenly sensed something amiss. He stared at his hand, which had turned red from the blow, momentarily taken aback. You did not convert me into a robot. That was an additional service at a different price. Rolling his eyes, He pondered why he would bother to perform such a procedure on this individual. What was truly happening? Tony muttered in confusion, hastily using his freed hand to detach his head. Once unfastened, he eagerly leaned down to inspect, discovering his corporeal form still intact on the workbench, while his head was connected to various unfamiliar wires. Since you have regained consciousness, you may unfasten yourself. Lacking the energy to engage further with this individual, he wandered off to attend to his own matters. Consciousness? Yes. How could one perform surgery without anesthetic? Can you endure it? He remarked mockingly. While he could manage a procedure without anesthesia for himself, this individual was a different matter. Tony paused, as if recalling that something had indeed been administered to him. Could it be anesthetic? Detaching himself from the workbench, he leaped off the surgical table, exploring his body for any signs of abnormality. Observing his hand, he pinched it, noticing the red mark and faintly visible veins, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He was still human. He had been saved. Suddenly, he recalled the purpose of his visit. He glanced at his unscathed shirt and, with a swift motion, lifted it, revealing his chest restored to its former state. Covering it with one hand, he felt the sensation of skin beneath his touch and the rhythmic beating of his heart, leaving him momentarily speechless. Here, take this. It can serve as a memento. Approaching him, he held out a small vial, gently shaking it so that the tiny projectiles inside rattled against the glass. Producing a crisp sound, Tony stared at the vial, taking in his hand, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Is this it? Is it really over? What else did you expect? Do you wish to endure a few more life-and-death crises in the process? No, Tony lifted his shirt, pointing to his chest. Is my chest truly restored already? Does it require no further recuperation? The latest cell division agents, when administered with precise dosage and application, can effortlessly restore skin and flesh. Furthermore, the state-of-the-art skeletal repair tubes can continuously absorb elements and transform them into genuine bone. Therefore, upon your return, indulge in a generous helping of bone broth, as it is highly nourishing. Calmly introducing the technology at his disposal, he paused momentarily before continuing. By the way, the skeletal structure has yet to be fully restored. The wound on your chest remains rather delicate, so do remember to protect it. Before the repair is complete, please refrain from causing any indentation in your chest. That would be quite unseemly. Tony Stark pressed gently, indeed discovering that area was quite susceptible to pressure, prompting him to withdraw his hand in alarm. The notion that even bones could be repaired left him incredulous. He had conducted extensive research previously and was aware of the current forefront of medical science. Despite its advancements, it seemed utterly unattainable. With a faint smile, he replied, 500 billion, and you think it's free? Chapter 138. Opportunity having received the explanation, Tony still found himself somewhat perplexed. He glanced back at the mechanical arm on the workbench. And what is that contraption? It's a neural signal perception technology, capable of receiving human brain signals to manipulate machinery. It's intended for Ethan. Then why install it on me? For experimentation, of course. How am I to know if you're suitable for this technology? Rolling his eyes, he remarked, this technology was derived from neural connection advancements. Those receivers were initially linked directly to the nerves. However, since Ethan refuses bodily modifications, this is the workaround. So, you intend to use me as a guinea pig? Why not? It's readily available. Are you upset? For the first time being treated as a test subject, Tony felt a surge of indignation. His blood pressure rising and heart rate fluctuating, yet he eventually calmed down. After all, he was dealing with a doctor, a remarkably skilled one at that, in life, who is free from ailments and discomfort. Especially for the wealthy, health is a paramount concern. And this doctor, despite the high fees, truly possesses exceptional skills. For these affluent individuals, money is abundant. And if they were to learn that hundreds of billions could secure a healthy body, countless would line up seeking assistance. Considering this aspect, Tony, who had initially been quite irate, gradually softened. Next time, do remember to inform me. Observing the change in Tony's demeanor, he nodded. So, can I leave now? I have other matters to attend to. Tony glanced at the intriguing apparatus on the workbench, curious to have a closer look, yet subtly shifted to obstruct the view. Not even a glance? How stingy, Tony murmured innocently. Unable to contain himself any longer, he grasped the man's shoulder, intending to usher him out. Wait, I still have something to discuss. Upon hearing this, he paused. What is it? Whether to accept investment or not. I believe in your technology. Moments later, Seizing Tony by the collar, he unceremoniously hurled him outside, clapped his hands, and closed the door. Meanwhile, Happy, who had been engaging in awkward small talk with the agents for quite some time, rushed forward upon witnessing his boss being unceremoniously cast out. My goodness, what did they do to you, boss? Tony lay sprawled on the ground, mortified by the gazes of Happy and the nearby agents. Covering his face, he glanced at the sports car beside him and exclaimed, getting quickly, Happy. Oh, damn it, if they are unwilling to collaborate, how can I, Tony Stark, be deemed inferior? How could he refuse? Inside the sports car, Tony continued to grumble incessantly. Adjacent to the main entrance, the agent who had been forced to engage in small talk with Happy breathed a sigh of relief, greeting the RV in the distance. The agent who had been stationed there nodded and exchanged shifts. Once away, this agent found a secluded corner and, in an instant, transformed into a different guise. He slipped into a nearby vehicle and pressed a button on his earpiece, reporting, Tony Stark has received treatment here and has proposed a collaboration, but it has been declined. Understood, you may leave now. Acknowledged. Within the underground base, observing the footage transmitted by the drones, someone rapped their fingers on the table. Indeed, there were numerous individuals keeping a watchful eye on them from outside. The few ordinary agents on the surface were merely FAAD, while unknown numbers of extraterrestrials lurked in the shadows, perpetually monitoring his base. Fortunately, his base was subterranean. Had it been exposed, the situation would have been dire. However, a new dilemma arose: how to deploy the drones. Johnny muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the platform nearby. There lay the drone crafted during Tony's unconsciousness. The distance from their location to the SHIELD base was considerable, although recent tests indicated that the aliens could not detect the drone. Its built-in battery might not endure such a long flight. The drone had not been designed to be overly large, as it might need to navigate inside buildings in emergencies. Thus, its size was limited to ensure it could fit through doors. Due to its compact dimensions, even with the new element reactor, the energy supply was minimal. Moreover, in pursuit of complete silence, they opted for a hovering drone instead of a rotor or flapping wing model, which would consume considerable energy. Direct flight would undoubtedly deplete the energy reserves, leading to the conclusion that a moderately strategic location was essential for launching the drone. Approaching too close would surely raise suspicions at SHIELD, necessitating a cautious selection of a launch site. After a prolonged search on the map, I ultimately settled on an institution, Greben Academy. My choice was influenced by the presence of an intriguing individual, Dr. Samuel Stern, a cellular biologist who has recently published several papers regarding the effects of gamma rays on cells. In his works, he asserts that while gamma rays have the potential to induce mutations within cells, the direction of such mutations could be beneficial. This paper, seemingly sophisticated yet fundamentally ordinary, is not unique. Similar studies abound, exploring various agents that can induce mutations, including cosmic radiation, nuclear radiation, natural variations, and even psychological stress leading to cellular changes. Amidst this plethora of peculiar and fantastical research, Dr. Stern's paper, focused on gamma rays, appears rather mundane and inconspicuous. However, he presented a series of formulas which, upon validation, revealed that, aside from minor discrepancies, the majority were indeed accurate. With slight modifications, these equations could yield a clear and positive outcome for inducing cellular mutations. This revelation captured significant attention. Truth be told, should others validate these formulas and continue the derivations, the next Nobel Prize in biology might very well belong to them. Or better yet, they could establish an award surpassing even the Nobel Prize. This signifies that humanity could potentially harness gamma rays to positively induce mutations in their cells, leading to a world where everyone might attain superhuman capabilities. Of course, let's not exaggerate. Superheroes may be a stretch, but becoming exemplary citizens of our nation is certainly within reach. Such advancements could pave the way for a monumental expedition for humanity. As the saying goes, it is not an exaggeration. With the formulas presented by Dr. Stern, even minimal derivation yields no substantial findings. Nevertheless, this does not imply that the formulas lack utility. In fact, they may harbor even greater potential. Generally, one can easily discern the potential of a formula with a modicum of effort and exceptional computational prowess. Yet, this particular formula has resisted conclusive derivation, only indicating that should gamma rays be employed to positively guide cellular mutations. The limits of such mutations are not merely that of a muscular physique, but rather an unknown and formidable existence. The inability to ascertain that limit further underscores the intrigue surrounding its author, Dr. Samuel Stern. Ultimately, the primary fascination stems from the fact that the formulas within this paper were derived through reverse engineering from an end product, the source of which is a remarkable muscular entity. Do not inquire how this conclusion was reached, for this individual had never previously published any papers on gamma-ray-induced cellular mutations. Suddenly, he began to release such works without any forewarning, research preparation, or even the foundational equations and derivations. He presented finished formulas outright. By reverse engineering these equations, one can ascertain the nature of the specimen. It is a creature of formidable physical prowess, potentially on par with him. This world's biology remains underdeveloped, rendering its inhabitants incapable of perceiving the subtleties of these formulas, whereas insights from the knowledge of 2077 reveal their sophistication. Otherwise, Samuel Stern would already be a luminary of humanity rather than languishing in a relatively obscure university, confined to a cramped research laboratory. However, it is perplexing. The astonishing high technology of this world seems largely derived from reverse engineering certain artifacts. From reactors and communication technologies to new elements, coupled with the current gamma-ray induction techniques. The advanced technologies here are entirely the result of practical sample analysis. It is as if treasures continuously rain from the heavens, and humanity merely needs to gather a few and study them to unveil a trove of black technology. To be candid, it is bewildering how, in such favorable circumstances, human technology can progress so sluggishly. A multitude of frustrations swirled within, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing them. After all, he had acquired a respectable excuse for venturing out. Armed with this rationale, he believed SHIELD would not suspect his intentions of visiting their premises, especially considering the considerable distance between Graben Academy and the SHIELD base. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to release a drone at an opportune moment, and perhaps he could obtain something valuable from Samuel Stern. Although his physique had been honed to its utmost potential, should he acquire advantageous items from Stern, he might advance even further. This would be akin to killing two birds with one stone. Contemplating this, he retrieved the two crumpled checks Tony had given him and made his way to the door. The familiar agent observed his departure, instantly aware that this esteemed individual had yet another task to delegate. However, he felt no annoyance. After all, being able to work daily in an air-conditioned vehicle, with only half-hourly reports required, while receiving a field-level salary, surely eclipsed the thrills of charging through a battlefield amidst gunfire. Sir, how may I assist you? I have a list here, and additionally, these are 2 checks from Tony Stark. Please utilize these funds to procure these materials in bulk and have them delivered. This batch of supplies was intended for the creation of a drone army, the modification of the sword and the stone, and the fabrication of materials for Ethan's external prosthetics. Simultaneously, there are plans to construct a large server room for Delamon, which will facilitate better coordination of all unmanned machines. Upon reflection, it appears that there are numerous tasks at hand. However, it is fortunate that a battalion of worker bees is at his disposal, numbering in the hundreds. With such manpower readily available, all he needs to do is devise a plan and entrust the execution of all tasks to Delamon. The emergence of the worker bee battalion has undoubtedly alleviated the burden significantly. Meanwhile, the agent glanced at the list and the crumpled check. The list held little significance for him, as he could not comprehend it, yet the aged check raised an eyebrow. Fortunately, its antiquity might pose problems at the bank, hindering its redemption. But who are they? They are SHIELD. Are they to be deterred by this? Acknowledging the requirements, the agent nodded. For according to the director's instructions, as long as they could placate this esteemed individual, they would acquiesce to any demands. Presently, they were merely procuring some ordinary materials, not tasked with abducting the President of the United States, a matter they might hesitate over, but acquiring materials? However, observing the agent standing idly, he felt a twinge of confusion. Do you have any further business? Ah, yes. I intend to visit Grayburn Academy shortly to consult with Dr. Samuel Stern regarding a paper that piques my interest. I felt it necessary to inform you in advance. He presented himself as exceedingly cooperative and compliant, leaving the agent at a loss for words, albeit still somewhat hesitant. A visit to Greyburn Academy? I must notify my superiors, although I am uncertain of your intended departure time. I shall be leaving shortly. With a raised eyebrow, the agent watched as the sword embedded in stone, repaired by the diligent worker bees over the course of 2 days, emerged from the underground garage and approached him. Inside the vehicle, Johnny waved, indicating that the cargo was loaded and they could proceed without delay. The loaded items, of course, were drones, and Johnny, the only one who could perceive them, exhibited a brazen demeanor. With a raised eyebrow, he remarked, "Ah, it appears the moment has arrived. I shall embark immediately." Witnessing this scene, the agent's expression shifted dramatically. "But I haven't. That is your concern now, agent. I can cooperate with you, but do not overreach." With a smile, he opened the car door and swiftly entered, executing his departure seamlessly. What folly it would be to delay his exit while D was unprepared, waiting for their personnel to assemble and scrutinize him from every conceivable angle. The agent remained rooted in place, hesitant to intervene, for to do so would be to invite confrontation. Gazing at the note in his hand, he felt a surge of frustration and hastily activated his earpiece to relay the information regarding the departure from the base to his superiors. Chapter 140. An anxious Nick Fury within A.S.H.I.L.D. base. Nick Fury sat with a scowl, his gaze fixed upon the large screen before him. Although his complexion seemed unchanged at first glance, a closer inspection revealed that it had darkened slightly compared to before. Before him, a screen displayed a recording of a battle characterized by an overwhelming disparity in power. A group of feeble soldiers confronted a hulking, muscular monster, or rather, it was a scene depicting the bullying of a creature by fully armed humans. While it is true that humanity, through the use of firearms, can subjugate all creatures on Earth, their weapons offered little protection against such an unconventional beast. Even if they replaced the specialized tranquilizer rounds in their magazines with 5.56 ammunition, it would still prove ineffective against the monster's tough hide. Fortunately, the creature seemed disinclined to attack these feeble beings. Something appeared to restrain it, preventing it from turning them into mere pulp. Instead, it made a great leap in a particular direction, departing the scene. Witnessing the conclusion of this ordeal, Nick Fury exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, matters had not escalated to the worst possible outcome. He turned his attention to a file nearby, which contained information on an individual named Bruce Banner. It seemed that Dr. Banner had made further progress in controlling the Hulk. Nick Fury murmured to himself that if Banner continued his efforts, he might eventually achieve the desired outcome. His eyes gleamed with anticipation for that day's arrival. However, in order to achieve such results, General Ross must not be allowed to disturb Dr. Banner. "I need you to divert Ross's attention and ensure he does not discover Banner," he instructed into his earpiece. After receiving a response from Coulson, Nick Fury directed his gaze to his aide, Maria Hill, saying, "Arrange for personnel from the Brazil division to protect Dr. Banner, ensuring he is not provoked further. They may assist him to a certain extent in pursuing his endeavors." "Understood." Hill nodded, taking her tablet and departing. Once this matter was settled, Nick Fury finally felt a sense of relief. He regarded Dr. Banner's file, contemplating the character of the man, and nodded approvingly. If this doctor could manage the monster within him, he would be worthy of inclusion in Fury's plans, both intellectually and in terms of strength. Speaking of intellect, Nick Fury was reminded of another individual who caused him considerable distress, Tony Stark. This man was undoubtedly qualified to be a member of his initiative in terms of knowledge, and his intellect could compensate for any deficiencies in strength. Yet, Stark's character was notoriously lacking. Moreover, Stark's identity was exceedingly sensitive, making it difficult for Fury to arrange for various individuals to assist him in completing his tests, as he could with Bruce Banner. Thus, he could only bide his time, awaiting the moment when this individual would mature sufficiently to shoulder significant responsibilities. Fortunately, that moment has arrived. Unfortunately, this individual has declined to join his plans. When he approached to inquire about his potential involvement, the first concern was not remuneration or obligations, but rather whether he would be included. Upon learning that this matter had not been discussed with him, he insisted that if he were not invited, he would not participate, declaring that any plan lacking his involvement was devoid of promise, and he had no desire to engage fearing it would be burdensome. Is he truly so formidable that his refusal signifies the plan's lack of potential? Contemplating this, Nick Fury found himself in a state of discontent. In his eyes, this individual was the quintessential candidate for the initiative. His capabilities in intelligence, research, strength, and other strategic attributes positioned him as an undeniable asset for the Avengers. However, the abruptness of his emergence, coupled with his perceived volatility and unpredictability, instilled apprehension in Fury, who worried that a hasty invitation might lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, considering this individual's extensive modifications, Fury feared he might not even identify as human, potentially becoming a significant liability in the future. This was the reason behind his relentless vigilance regarding developments. Should he succumb to darkness, Fury was uncertain how he might contain such a perilous individual. Now, the dilemma presents itself. He hesitates to extend an invitation, yet without his acceptance, Tony would not join, Thor would remain unaccompanied, and Dr. Banner would struggle to master his own powers. The candidates Fury had initially considered for the Avengers team all posed issues that precluded their immediate participation. So, who was available to join? Only the intelligence-savvy Black Widow and the versatile Hawkeye could be recruited. Ultimately, this amounted to a return to his original roster, signifying no progress whatsoever. One or two individuals simply could not alleviate his burden. After a lengthy period of lamentation, Fury let out a sigh of relief, for he had unexpectedly identified a candidate who alleviated doubts about his African heritage. The final page of the dossier unveiled the identity of this individual. As Nick Fury gazed contentedly at the information, Hill approached and informed him. According to agent reports, he recently departed from his base with the intention of visiting Dr. Samuel Stearns at Greyburn Academy. Samuel Stearns? Upon hearing this name, Fury turned back to the large screen. Wasn't this the same individual Banner had contacted, referred to as the Blue Man? Why seek him out, especially at this juncture? This coincidence struck Fury as suspicious, prompting him to inquire. Did the report indicate the purpose of his visit to Samuel Stearns? The agent reported that Dr. Stearns has published a paper that piqued his interest, prompting him to initiate the visit. The mere mention of the word paper stirred a thought in Nick Fury's mind. Although Dr. Banner had consistently warned Samuel Stern during their online communications to safeguard his information and refrain from sharing his blood samples, how could a somewhat deranged scientist like Stern fully heed Dr. Banner's counsel? After all, Banner was not physically present, allowing Stern the freedom to conduct his affairs as he pleased. Not only did he recklessly replicate Banner's blood samples, but he also audaciously published his research findings online. Fortunately, he avoided exposing the blood samples directly. Otherwise, General Ross and his team would have undoubtedly stormed in to seize them. At that moment, they dared not make an appearance, fearing that it might attract the attention of General Ross or other factions keen on Bruce Banner, or, more specifically, the Hulk. They refrained from directly requesting the paper's retraction, opting instead for subtle maneuvers to push the paper into obscurity, while also ensuring that Samuel Stern was relegated to a corner of the academy to avert further scrutiny. Typically, it would be almost impossible for anyone to notice that paper, yet it was discovered. Was this mere coincidence? Or did someone know of Bruce Banner's situation and wish to intervene? Contemplating this, Nick Fury felt a surge of urgency. Bruce Banner had long sought a resolution to the Hulk dilemma, yet lacked the requisite strength. However, Stern might indeed possess that capability. He promptly dispatched agents, determined to uncover what had transpired between Stern and Banner. Regardless of the circumstances, immediate reports were essential. Chapter 141. Samuel Stern. Nick Fury was in a state of agitation. After all, numerous prospective members of the Avengers Initiative were facing issues that prevented them from joining the team directly. Just as Dr. Banner was on the verge of meeting the necessary qualifications, this situation threatened to obliterate the Hulk. Who would he recruit into the Avengers then? Moreover, among the members he had selected, aside from Black Widow and Hawkeye, others such as Tony, Thor, and even Banner were either currently involved or on the brink of involvement. With Tony refusing to join, Thor absconding, and Banner's antics risking Hulk's disappearance, it seemed a catastrophic blow to the Avengers Initiative. He could not allow anyone to interact with Captain America indiscriminately. Otherwise, such contact could result in the loss of his captain as well. If the captain were lost, what hope would there be for the Avengers Initiative? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Nick Fury's anxiety intensified. At that moment, He could scarcely consider whether this outing had ulterior motives. Perhaps he did not realize that the very paper he had painstakingly selected from obscurity to provide him with a rationale and draw attention was, unbeknownst to him, entwined with the machinations of SHIELD. In a twist of fate, he inadvertently achieved his objective, evading the suspicions of that dark-skinned egghead regarding his true purpose of investigating SHIELD. Do not speak. The effects are astonishingly remarkable. Meanwhile, the anxious black-skinned, boiled egg harbors no other thoughts. On this side, the stone sword glides effortlessly through the streets. The striking design of the stone sword captivates countless onlookers as it traverses the thoroughfare. Unfazed, he steers the stone sword toward Greben Academy. The security personnel at the entrance dare not impede him, for in the United States, wealth equates to power. Consequently, there is no need for identification. He enters the academy without delay. After meandering around the academy in the stone sword, he finally discovers a suitable location for his operation. Once parked at the chosen spot, he pats the car's exterior, sensing the curious gazes from outside. Delamon, the next steps are entrusted to you. Understood, Delamon replies, opening the car door and, under the scrutiny of numerous students, dons his sunglasses as he strides toward the pre-researched laboratory. Many eyes are drawn to him, and sensing this, he nods in acknowledgement. His ostentatious appearance serves a dual purpose, to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. of his presence and to attract attention. He discerns that a significant portion of the gazes belongs to agents hastily summoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. It appears that S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses ample manpower, and their operational efficiency is alarmingly high. In just about an hour since his arrival, they have dispatched such a formidable contingent. This also suggests that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base is likely not far from here, implying that their investigation has indeed led to one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s facilities. Beneath the sunglasses, he reviews the report transmitted from the stone sword, feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the stone sword, stationed in the parking lot, discreetly activates a mechanical arm beneath its chassis. Due to the car's low profile, bystanders would need to lie flat on the ground to glimpse beneath it. The stone sword subtly lifts a manhole cover and shifts it aside, subsequently releasing a drone. To accommodate passage, the drone has been designed to be exceptionally flat, enabling it to maneuver beneath the stone sword and seamlessly enter the sewer system. The stone sword restores the manhole cover, successfully deploying the drone in full view of the surrounding crowd. Next, Delamon will remotely control the drone as it navigates through New York's intricate sewer network to reach S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base. Excellent. Delamon, continue your endeavor. I will play my part thoroughly. I must meet Samuel Stern at the very least. With a smile, he gradually makes his way toward a corner of Greben Academy. It is precisely because Samuel Stern is so engrossed in his research that, had the academy suddenly relocated the laboratory to a corner, an ordinary person might assume they were being targeted. However, this individual remained utterly indifferent to such matters and even believed that being relegated to a corner would facilitate his research. Upon arriving outside his laboratory, I caught sight of Dr. Samuel through the window, diligently engrossed in his work, peering through a microscope. After a light rapping on the door, he finally acknowledged my presence. "Ah, you've arrived," he exclaimed, carefully setting aside his experimental apparatus and ensuring that everything was secure before opening the door to greet me. "Who are you? And what brings you here?" he inquired. "Dr. Samuel Stern, I am here because I found your paper published last year to be exceedingly intriguing, and I wish to learn more about your experiments," I replied, aware of the lingering glances from the agents of SHIELD behind me. I spoke in a clear voice, undeterred by their presence. Yet, Dr. Samuel failed to sense the peculiar atmosphere surrounding us. As he listened, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing my appearance. Clad in attire that he deemed somewhat ordinary, yet was regarded as avant-garde by outsiders. Coupled with my sunglasses and what appeared to be tattoo-like patterns on my skin, I hardly resembled an academic in his eyes. Hearing my words, Samuel's suspicion began to mount. "Which paper are you referring to?" he asked. "The one with several equations," I replied. "Oh, that one." Upon mentioning that particular paper, Dr. Samuel visibly brightened, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What intriguing discoveries have you made?" Although the content may seem repetitive, I found the equations to be quite fascinating. "It seems you truly grasp the concepts." Chapter 142. Equations engaging with someone like Dr. Samuel Stern, even if one was previously unfamiliar with him, would rapidly foster a sense of camaraderie as long as there was a shared intellectual exchange. Despite having never met before, the moment I spoke, it became evident that I was someone of genuine merit, prompting Dr. Samuel to regard me as a worthy acquaintance. Even the eccentric attire I donned transformed in his eyes into a manifestation of shared uniqueness. "Oh, I believe you may wish to come inside," he suggested. "Indeed, that is precisely my purpose for visiting," I affirmed, nodding. Aside from the matter of launching drones, visiting Samuel was one of the objectives of my journey. Seeing my agreement, Samuel eagerly led me into the laboratory. For scientists like him, nothing is more cherished than engaging in research and discussing their findings with like-minded individuals. However, thus far, aside from Mr. Green, no one else had been able to converse with him at any length about his research. And as for Mr. Green, although their discussions were enjoyable, they were all too brief and devoid of any possibility for in-person meetings, leaving Dr. Samuel unsatisfied. Although he had published his formulas online through academic papers, he found himself devoid of a companion with whom he could engage in meaningful conversation. Just as he resigned himself to the notion that such a person would never materialize in this world, unexpectedly, someone appeared, expressing a desire to converse with him. Oh, how Samuel's excitement soared, a sentiment known only to the heavens. As he was ushered into the laboratory, he beheld the samples laid out in the experimental field, which had yet to be collected, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the formulas in Samuel's paper had been derived under the condition of tangible samples. Wearing sunglasses, Samuel remained oblivious to the gaze fixed upon him. Upon entering, he promptly shed his lab coat, then moved aside to discard a pile of useless draft papers into the trash bin. He then procured 2 chairs, fashioning a makeshift tea table. "I apologize. Ever since I relocated to this corner in exchange for a smaller laboratory, I lack a proper room to host my friends," he remarked. "In my view, this place is actually quite conducive to technical research, unlike my previous base, which, despite being larger than a football field, was plagued by an abundance of distracting individuals, rendering focused research nearly impossible." He spoke nonchalantly, though his action of pouring water faltered, and he looked on in astonishment. "You have a laboratory the size of a football field?" Although his previous statement might have seemed boastful, Samuel paid no mind to such trivialities. After all, he was not one to dwell on minutiae. Otherwise, he would not have remained steadfast in his research after being reassigned to this corner. Nevertheless, the sheer size of such a base left Samuel rather astonished. "What do you typically engage in?" he inquired, his interest piqued by the mention of the laboratory. "Well, I plan to establish several production lines for drones and intelligent weaponry. For that, I need to expand my base, but thankfully, I have specialized robots to assist with the expansion, so it should be a rather straightforward task. Furthermore, I intend to create an external armor, akin to that of Iron Man, though more advanced. Additionally, I must develop a practical application for laser weaponry and modify my vehicle accordingly." Having divulged his entire plan, he noticed Samuel's expression shift to one of surprise. Samuel glanced around his own laboratory, taking in the microscopes and a host of other research equipment. "You specialize in cellular biology, correct?" he queried, while the other spoke of mechanical endeavors. "Are you a Ph.D. in mechanical engineering?" "Strictly speaking, my expertise extends beyond mechanics. I have delved into biology, physics, and various other fields," he replied with calm assurance, which further intrigued Samuel. He gazed at the individual who appeared remarkably youthful, reflecting on his own experience at that age when he was still assisting his mentor, and yet this person had already achieved so much. For a moment, Samuel found himself questioning whether he was a fraud. Noticing the unmistakable skepticism in Samuel's eyes, the young man realized that he was under suspicion. He glanced around, picked up a piece of paper that had fallen to the ground, and then observed a pen tucked in Samuel's chest. "May I use this?" "Of course." As Samuel extended the pen, the young man sketched something on the paper before handing it back to Samuel. Upon reading the contents, Samuel felt a strange mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity. "Excuse me, sir, what is this?" "You may address me directly. What you see on this paper is one of your formulas." "All right, but this formula..." Samuel hesitated, wanting to argue that his formula did not resemble this. But suddenly he found himself pausing, staring intently at the numbers on the paper, becoming engrossed in thought, neglecting to voice his objections. Observing Samuel in this state, the young man calmly took a sip of water, only to grimace at the peculiar taste, as if it had been forgotten in a corner for an extended period. Yet, Upon seeing Samuel's disheveled appearance, he began to understand. This fellow had clearly neglected his grooming, indicative of someone who had tirelessly immersed himself in experiments. One could hardly expect him to take breaks to drink water. The water in the cup could have been collected ages ago and forgotten. Fortuitously, he had not tasted it. Who knew how many generations of bacteria had proliferated in it? Had he drunk it, he might have collapsed on the spot. It was not merely the fear of bacteria, but the unpalatable taste that deterred him from drinking. Glancing at Samuel, who was lost in calculations, he stood up, seized Samuel's cup, and poured its contents into the waste disposal. After washing the cup, he approached the experimental station, mixed a bit of disinfectant, and swished in his mouth. Feeling considerably better after the operation, he frowned as he observed Samuel still deep in calculations. How was it possible that he had yet to finish? This didn't add up. Having reviewed Samuel's paper, he believed his capabilities were commendable. How could he not decipher a basic equation? Had he misjudged him? Chapter 143. Self-awareness, not dwelling on the matter. He watched Samuel, who was still engrossed in the formula he had casually provided, and with a raised eyebrow, he decided to disregard him for the time being. He moved to the side of the experimental table and leaned in to examine the microscope that Samuel had previously been studying. After all, Samuel had not explicitly forbidden him from looking. It should be permissible, right? 2 hours later, Samuel finally lifted his head, surveying the heap of scrap paper surrounding him. He swept the clutter aside, retrieved a fresh sheet, and inscribed the results of his calculations upon it. Indeed, that's precisely it, Samuel exclaimed with fervor as he gazed upon the formula before him. He had previously sensed that his experimental results were somewhat amiss. However, even after discussing with Mr. Green, the latter could not elucidate where the errors lay. From his extensive conversations with Mr. Green, Samuel understood that due to health issues, Mr. Green was being pursued by certain forces, leaving him without a stable place to reside, let alone a venue for conducting experiments. This predicament was, in fact, the reason Mr. Green sought his assistance. He required Samuel's equipment to rectify his own afflictions. In the early years of their communication, Mr. Green had sent Samuel his blood samples, imparting a wealth of knowledge regarding the cells, which enabled Samuel to swiftly gain insight into the subject. He had diligently pursued research on these cells for years and, building upon Mr. Green's groundwork, had made several strides forward. Yet, these advancements felt somewhat askew, though he could not pinpoint the exact discrepancies. Meanwhile, Mr. Green's inability to conduct research had left his progress stagnant, a fact that filled Samuel with regret. However, the formula recently provided to him had undergone subtle modifications, and upon applying it to the actual experimental results, the calculations flowed seamlessly, devoid of any flaws. Samuel recognized it as the correct formula. With this realization, he felt a surge of excitement, pondering whether he could finally recall what Mr. Green had entrusted to him. As he lifted his gaze, ready to express his thoughts, he found that the man had vanished from sight. Turning around, he discovered him engaged with some apparatus at the experiment table. "Sir, what are you doing?" Samuel inquired. "Oh, my apologies. While you were engrossed in calculating that formula, I found myself idly examining these samples." Although Samuel called out to him, he remained motionless, still peering through the microscope. After completing his task, he stepped back, donned his sunglasses, and turned to face Samuel. "So what do you think? Did you yield any insights from the formula?" Upon hearing this, the initially perturbed Samuel cast aside his feelings of offense and approached eagerly, glancing at the draft paper in his hands. "I apologize, sir. I am eager to know how you discern this error." "It is quite simple. I possess a solid foundation," came a reply. "The advancements in biological research as of 2077 far surpass anything this world can conceive. Your formulas are akin to constructs without any foundational basis, entirely fabricated through the observation of existing patterns. In other words, they resemble a precarious edifice suspended in mid-air, lacking any substantial groundwork, entirely a figment of my imagination. Haphazardly assembled, what I possess is a sturdy foundation that allows me to firmly establish this lofty structure." Samuel recognized the disparity between their knowledge and capabilities, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "So could you assist me? Are you implying that you wish for these mutated cells to revert to their original state?" Having just reviewed Samuel's experiment, I have come to understand his intentions. Indeed, this task was entrusted to me by the sample's owner. Regrettably, I must assert that it is nearly impossible. Shaking my head, I resolutely declined Samuel's request, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Why? It seems you are unaware that the current cells are fundamentally incapable of reverting to their original state. Gazing at the samples on the table, I continued, stating that had the mutations occurred at the outset, it might have been feasible to selectively eradicate the mutated cells while preserving the original ones to eliminate the aberrations. However, now, looking at these samples, can you find even a single original cell among them? Pointing at the samples, I addressed Samuel, who fell silent upon hearing this. We can no longer rely on eliminating mutated cells to preserve the original ones, for they have all perished, leaving only the mutated cells behind. You must also recognize the improbability of a mutated cell reverting back to a normal state, akin to rolling a 100-sided die a billion times, and then rolling it another billion times, only to achieve the exact same sequence as the first roll. Pausing momentarily, I added, rather than seeking a way to revert the mutations, it would be more pragmatic to explore the concept of a time travel machine, allowing time to reverse. The likelihood of success in that endeavor would be greater. Upon hearing this, Samuel remained silent for a considerable time, eventually sighing. Yet is there truly no way? Reflecting on Mr. Green's pitiable condition, Samuel felt a pang of sorrow. After a brief moment, observing his demeanor, I continued, your desire to eliminate these mutated cells stems from their overwhelming side effects, correct? Indeed. Then why not choose to further investigate gamma mutation, attempting to steer the cells towards a more favorable evolution until the side effects dissipate? I proposed a new perspective, but after pondering for an extended period, Samuel found little hope in it. The possibility of eradicating the mutated characteristics to restore normalcy is akin to rolling a billion dice and repeating the process, while fostering a positive mutation would merely require rolling 500 million dice and repeating. Although the difficulty is significantly reduced, to Samuel, it still appeared utterly unattainable. Observing his reaction, I rolled my eyes. It may seem impossible now, yet if you can push the formula to its limits, perhaps the impossible could transform into the possible. But I cannot. Samuel lamented helplessly, gazing at the experimental apparatus. How long has he been studying these blood samples? It must be nearly a decade by now. After such an extensive period of research, has he made any significant progress? None. Even the few steps he managed to take were ultimately proven erroneous. What else could he do? Samuel had come to accept his own ordinariness. He was acutely aware of the differences between individuals and understood the vast chasm that separated him from the luminaries of his field, not to mention the globally renowned experts. Even the elusive Mr. Green, whose talents far surpassed his own, lacked merely a suitable environment for research. Even closer to home, he found himself dwarfed by someone who appeared significantly younger, yet possessed knowledge that eclipsed his by several magnitudes. This individual excelled not only in cellular biology, but also in numerous other domains of study, leaving Samuel daunted at the thought of comparison. In the eyes of the average person, Samuel, who was already regarded as a genius, felt almost commonplace when juxtaposed with those truly exceptional minds. He had once basked in pride, yet the reality remained. Even the rarest genius was but one among the 70,000 present on Earth. What seemed a remarkable intellect was rendered ordinary amid the vast population statistics. The title of genius merely granted Samuel a glimpse into the realm of true prodigies, an entryway, if you will. Samuel had come to terms with his own mediocrity. He observed and remarked, I simply cannot continue deriving this formula. As you can see, a formula you conjured effortlessly requires me an entire afternoon to validate. While this formula has indeed resolved many of my queries, countless others remain unanswered. I am utterly incapable of furthering this damned formula. And that is the stark reality. After a brief pause, Samuel spoke with resignation, his eyes filled with a plea. After a moment of silent contemplation, the other individual finally spoke, if he would be willing to provide me with some samples. Perhaps I could work on the derivation when I have the time. Upon hearing this, Samuel exhaled in relief, excitement coursing through him as he paced around the laboratory. That is excellent news. I have plenty of samples available. With that, he gestured toward a side room. He opened a heavy door, leading to another chamber filled with numerous display cases, each containing bags of blood. These are the blood samples Mr. Green sent to me, which I have successfully replicated using technical methods. Now, I have an abundance of samples, though most are of little use. Let me take you to the innermost part of the lab, Samuel said, pulling open a display case that housed the highest concentration vials of blood. Gazing at the 3 vials within, each meticulously labeled with Mr. Green's name, batch number, and concentration details, he selected the one with the highest concentration, boasting a remarkable level of 1539. "This will do," he declared. "Here is my phone number and address. When I find a time to commence my research, I will reach out to you, and you may come to assist me. Should you have any matters to attend to, feel free to call or come directly to this address." Samuel retrieved his mobile phone, yet before he could utter a word, it began to ring. He was already aware of the identity displayed on the screen. Initially perplexed, he soon recollected the name. "Indeed, you have dabbled in this realm as well," he thought with a smile, his previous doubts about the individual's expertise dissipating entirely. Having acquired a blood sample, he felt a tinge of excitement. While examining the samples earlier, he had observed that the activity and capability of the cells bore a striking resemblance to those he had cultivated through extensive training and advanced techniques. Remarkably, these cells had not even reached their mutated state. Should he manage to instigate further mutations, he could enhance his physical prowess even further, a serendipitous discovery. Nodding to himself, he chose not to linger and promptly departed from the laboratory. Outside, numerous agents lay in wait, yet he paid them little mind. Having concluded his performance and ready to depart, unbeknownst to him, he believed he had unearthed something monumental, while in reality, he had merely stumbled upon something meticulously concealed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury perused the reports from his subordinates. Upon learning that a vial of high-concentration blood had been extracted from Samuel Stern, he instinctively pressed his forehead with his hand. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could they have truly incapacitated the Hulk? Ensure that Samuel Stern is under constant surveillance. I need to be apprised of every conversation he engages in and all subsequent communications, Fury instructed Hill, reclining in his chair with a sigh of frustration. Just as he contemplated indulging in a moment of respite, he turned to find the cat bed empty, with no sign of his elusive companion. "Damn it," Fury muttered irritably, while elsewhere, a jubilant figure sat upon the sword in the stone, having returned to the underground base. After handing the vial of blood to the worker bee, he instructed Draymond to secure it and took his place at the workstation. "Draymond, how fares the drone?" "The drone has successfully reached the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Fortunately, the base has not completely blocked external signals, allowing us to maintain remote control. However, we have encountered some complications. Switch to the feed. I wish to ascertain the situation." The projection device activated, revealing the drone's perspective. What unfolded before his eyes were several towering buildings, accompanied by multiple expansive water basins, beneath which something of great significance seemed to lurk. Yet, he dismissed these anomalies, focusing instead on a lazy cat basking in the sun atop one of the buildings. "A cat? Is that Gugu?" He furrowed his brow, captivated by the extraordinary feline. Johnny also emerged, observing the unfolding scene. "Indeed, it seems this little creature has noticed the drone. It can detect it even in stealth mode? This cat possesses some remarkable qualities." In silence, the database concerning Gugu has been imbued with remarkable perceptive qualities. Meanwhile, within the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Gugu, who had vanished from Nick Fury's office, now languidly reclines atop the building, its gaze occasionally darting towards a particular spot in the sky. As if sensing something, Gugu abruptly rises, glances at a drone, emits a soft meow, and then turns, walking while casting glances back at the cloaked drone. Is it beckoning us to follow? Having discerned something, it promptly directs the drone to pursue. The drone, equipped with built-in capabilities, requires no manual operation. It simply follows the issued command. Upon receiving the instruction, the drone ceases its vigilant watch over the peculiar feline and obediently trails behind. Though the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility is still somewhat unfamiliar to Gugu, it traverses the premises with remarkable familiarity. When it notices someone observing it, Gugu meows twice, urging them to follow. There is no suspicion, as one might wonder if S.H.I.L.D. would send merely a kitten to investigate a drone. Thus, they trust that this little cat is not a mere messenger of the black-skinned egg, boldly allowing the drone to keep pace. Chapter 145, The Kitten with Grand Designs. The kitten does not lead them to distant locales. Instead, it guides them through a ventilation shaft into the heart of the S.H.I.L.D. building, darting about with an air of nonchalance. The personnel of S.H.I.L.D. seem to recognize this little feline, aware that it is favored by their superior, and thus refrain from capturing it. Some audacious staff members even approach to pet Gugu, employing such deftness that the little creature remains unperturbed, behaving much like an ordinary cat. Were it not for the sword in the stone still residing within its belly, one might easily mistake it for a regular kitten. The drone follows Gugu as it weaves through the corridors of the building. It is evident that certain highly classified areas exist within S.H.I.L. inaccessible to ordinary employees. However, with Gugu present, the drone navigates freely. Even when confronted with locked doors, personnel rush to grant passage for Gugu, allowing the drone to slip through in the wake of its feline companion. With such a little insider, the operation proceeds with an ease that raises doubts about whether the preparations have been overly meticulous. At this rate, it seems plausible that a drone disguised as a dead mouse could be effortlessly carried in by Gugu. As they descend floor by floor with Gugu, they encounter numerous rooms within S.H.I.L.D. operations. Presuming Gugu to be merely an innocuous kitten, those engaged in experiments within the rooms exhibit little restraint, conducting their work openly. This also provides an opportunity to glimpse the technological landscape of S.H.I.L.D. Yet, the level of secrecy at this base is not particularly stringent. What they observe is merely the foundational technological prowess of S.H.I.L.D., with the true treasures remaining elusive. Their genuine aim, however, is to reach the S.H.I.L.D. archives. Gugu and Johnny took the elevator directly down to the underground level, where the atmosphere was markedly less populated. As no one was present to open the door, Gugu maneuvered through a series of pipes, fortunate that the drone was designed to be compact. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to navigate the tight spaces. After a considerable amount of time spent running, they finally entered a room where Gugu came to a halt. Upon entering this chamber, the drone conducted a thorough scan of its surroundings. Ultimately, it was confirmed that this was indeed the central database of S.H.I.L.D. Gazing at the seemingly innocuous little cat nearby, Gugu exchanged a look with Johnny, both expressing astonishment. Did this small creature possess knowledge of their intentions? It appeared so. Otherwise, the highly purposeful route they had taken would be inexplicable. But how could it possibly discern their objective? Surely it couldn't be through some form of perception, which would be rather terrifying. After a lengthy discussion, they prompted the drone to commence its operation. Rather than directly interfacing with the database, a method that would easily expose them, the drone adhered to the wall, extending a probe that penetrated a data line to begin transferring information. Simultaneously, another line extended into a nearby electrical wire, gradually siphoning off power. They were careful not to draw too much energy, as a sudden spike in power consumption could easily betray the drone's presence. Once the drone was securely concealed, they sighed in relief. Turning to the little cat, Gugu tentatively spoke to the screen, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, little one. Next time, I shall bring you some cat food." Hearing this, Johnny found himself perplexed, remarking that the drone lacked a speaker. Before he could finish his thought, the little cat let out a meow, seemingly in response. Before turning and disappearing into the ventilation duct, Johnny exchanged a glance with Gugu, both bewildered. Wasn't this perceptive ability a bit too extraordinary? It seemed beyond mere perception, giving Johnny the impression that the little cat had activated some sort of omniscient map, seeing everything clearly. Yet, it appeared the cat could not see Johnny. Pondering this peculiar little creature left Johnny in a state of confusion, but he ultimately decided to set the question aside for now. It was best to investigate the secrets hidden within S.H.I.L.D. With the drone serving as an interface, they could access the agency's internal network. After some effort, they successfully granted themselves reading permissions that could automatically erase records post-access. With these preparations complete, they began to search the database. The first item on their agenda was to locate the block that had inspired Howard to construct the reactor. However, despite searching for Howard's name and uncovering a plethora of information, a thorough examination yielded no intelligence regarding the new element. Could it be that such information was recorded in paper form, Or perhaps the database was too rudimentary to access it. Somewhat puzzled, I reflected on the fact that Howard had tragically succumbed to a car accident several decades ago. During that era, it is likely that such electronic databases did not yet exist. All information was stored on paper. Without yielding any results and undeterred, I observed the large model of the reactor projected nearby. After scrutinizing it for a while, I inputted a series of block characters into the database, yet found no fruitful outcome. It seemed that the energy supply to S-H-I-E-L-D was not reliant on the reactor. What other words could we attempt? I inquired of Johnny, who, unsure of what to say, recalled something else. Do you remember the item that the agent entrusted to you? Ah, yes, that box. I had nearly forgotten about it. I walked over, retrieved the case given to me by the S-H-L-A agent, placed it on the table, and opened it, revealing its contents to both of us. Inside lay a blue rectangular prism, seemingly cut from some larger object. As I gazed upon it, a fleeting vision passed through my mind, yet when I pursued it, I was met with a tangle of memories. Not wishing to ensnare myself in that labyrinth of recollection again, I placed the cube on the workstation and initiated a scan. Drummond. Understood, Drummond replied, promptly commencing a continuous scan of the rectangular prism. Soon, a cascade of data materialized before me. This was the preliminary scanning data of the prism. It measured 33 units in both length and width, and 10 units in height. Did that ring any bells? That object should have been housed within the reactor. Indeed, this rectangular prism had been severed from it. Oh, it was actually cut out directly. I had expected it to merely be scraped off. Is this item of little value? Or is it inexhaustible? I muttered, urging Drummond to continue scanning while I returned to the screen. Let me search for my name. I typed in my name, and a plethora of data appeared, mostly detailing tasks for them to undertake on my behalf. Observing this information, I became acutely aware of how many matters I had delegated to these agents. Wasn't this what one might call a model worker? I chuckled at Johnny, and the two of us resumed our examination of the data. Chapter 146, Spatial Transmission. While I was in pursuit of critical information, Johnny suddenly turned to me and said, "Would you like to know what these agents think of you?" "What is it?" I glanced over, and Johnny began to read aloud the text. Summary: unknown origins, no available data, self-identified as a mercenary. Exhibits formidable combat prowess, poses a significant threat, and possesses expertise in combat, stealth, scientific research, electronic intrusion, information gathering, and intelligence analysis, showcasing a remarkably comprehensive skill set. Its body has undergone extensive mechanical modifications, raising suspicions that it may be a mechanical life form or cyborg. Nevertheless, it continues to live in accordance with the normal physiological habits of humans. Response strategy: the subject can be employed through incentives and is capable of executing various high-risk, complex tasks with remarkable proficiency. However, vigilance is necessary, and caution should be exercised in interactions. It is advisable to impose strict oversight, ensuring that it does not feel agitated, allowing it to exist in a tranquil environment. Recommendation: not recommended. Reason: insufficient data to ascertain its true nature. After listening to the preceding remarks, I nodded slightly. This summary was quite commendable, as it had at least organized all the information available on the surface. However, the final recommendation sparked a frown. What were they recommending? There was a plan for a superhuman team, and that peculiar individual seemed quite eager to include you in that group. Yet your data was too scant for any decisive action. A superhuman team plan? What an absurd notion. I muttered under my breath, too indifferent to inquire further, and instead continued searching for pertinent information. Subsequently, I uncovered a series of details, in accordance with Director Nick Fury's request. A segment of the 103030 cube was to be excised from the Tesseract and delivered as remuneration for the Destroyer mission. The Tesseract. This was a fragment of the Tesseract itself. I called out, then entered the Tesseract's characters into the search bar. Yet, the results yielded only a few records. Upon a cursory glance, none contained specific photographs. Including the related entry, the textual information amounted to merely 3 entries. The first pertained to the slicing of the Tesseract, with a portion allocated to oneself. The second detailed their estimates regarding the restoration of the Tesseract. According to their observations, it possessed nearly limitless energy, which, when overflowing, would gradually form a blue solid material, encasing its core. Based on calculations, The restored tesseract would require approximately 3 months to recuperate after being severed. The third entry concerned the transfer of the tesseract to Base 03 for Phase 1 research. If progress proceeded favorably, it would advance to Phase 2. Within SHIELD's electronic database, records regarding the tesseract were limited to these 3 entries. It is uncertain whether this database is inadequately equipped, lacking extensive documentation, or if most records of the tesseract exist solely in physical form, considering that this entity could inspire Howard to discover new elements. Its antiquity and near-infinite energy suggest that both scenarios are plausible. After all, anything associated with the term infinite cannot possibly be trivial. Upon observing Base 03, I raised an eyebrow. This so-called Base 03 was likely situated within New York. It was rather evident. Moreover, this database previously held no records concerning the tesseract. Yet suddenly 3 entries had emerged. I suspect that peculiar individual has recently retrieved this from a clandestine warehouse to commence research. Therefore, I shall seek further information about Base 03, for I wish to investigate it. How do you intend to seize this object? Let us first observe. After all, there may not be an opportunity. I am indeed quite intrigued by this so-called universe cube, which is said to contain infinite energy. However, to my disappointment, this database lacks accurate records regarding Base 03. After some investigation, I discover that this database is located at Trident Base, which is Base 01. Furthermore, there exists another concealed base in New York, designated as Base 02, where it appears some significant figures are currently recuperating. Base 03, on the other hand, is a newly established base of high rank that is not recorded in this database. With the database proving unfruitful, I lightly tap my fingers on the table, directing my gaze towards the universe cube fragment being scanned by Drellman. Drellman, what is the energy reading of this fragment? A new thought emerged. Since the database route is unviable, perhaps I could glean some clues from this fragment. Apologies, but the energy within the fragment is somewhat peculiar. The existing scanning equipment cannot provide me with any accurate description. What on earth? Hearing this left me quite perplexed. Although the workstation that Drellman employs, while not on par with the advanced technology and materials from the year 2077, is still quite impressive. Yet, such a workstation is incapable of accurately scanning this fragment? Fascinating. I pushed off from my chair and glided over to the workstation, inspecting the universe cube fragment within a box. Drellman, activate auxiliary mode. I am eager to discern the essence of this object. As I began to take charge of the research, the mysterious veil surrounding the universe cube fragment was swiftly lifted. However, upon examining the data in my hands, I furrowed my brow, filled with confusion and astonishment. Johnny, do you believe this is genuine? The truth is unmistakable. The false cannot be true, nor can the true be false. Day after day, mere words are of no avail. What else can I say? The data lies before you, and yet you remain skeptical? Johnny muttered a few words, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Redirecting my attention back to the data, I could only concede that rascal truly did not deceive us. Had someone in the year 2077 told me that humanity had mastered spatial teleportation technology, I would have certainly met them with disbelief. As a leading scholar of that era, how could I have been unaware that humanity had achieved such capabilities? Even the technology of 2077 barely grazed the edges of spatial teleportation, as it was evident that such technology is beyond the reach of a race still tethered to their home planet. Furthermore, the words of Thor from Asgard validated my hypothesis. Throughout the universe, whether it be the Kree Empire that commands vast star systems or any federation, none have fully mastered long-distance spatial teleportation technology. Their teleportation technology remains rather primitive, and rather than being a true form of spatial teleportation, it is more accurately described as long-distance translocation. The process of translocation is not only time-consuming, but also lacks freedom, as both the starting point and destination are difficult to control. Only Asgard possesses this technology overtly within the universe, being the sole power that has mastered long-distance spatial teleportation. This capability, combined with the incredible destructive power of Asgard's formidable deity, endows them with the ability to deliver devastating attacks across star systems almost instantaneously. This is akin to a scenario on Earth where one has access to nuclear weapons before others even grasp their existence. It is a clear triumph of technology. Consequently, Asgard has inadvertently established itself as a preeminent force in the cosmos, revered and feared by countless powers. However, a grim reality now confronts them. That dark-skinned individual did not deceive him. Humanity, a primitive species yet to leave its home planet, has surprisingly made earlier strides in spatial teleportation than those cosmic empires. This is utterly astonishing. Chapter 147. Initiating the plan initially, there was no indication that this energy slice possessed any peculiar characteristics. After Delamon reported an inability to observe it, he took matters into his own hands. He first scanned the internal energy intensity of the slice, only to discover a constant fluctuation within. This left him perplexed. Given the uniform dispersion of light from the slice, one could ascertain that the energy within was remarkably stable and in a relatively calm state. How could there be persistent fluctuations, reminiscent of an impending explosion? Unwilling to accept this anomaly, he employed various scanning methods, only to find that each technique yielded different results. This clarified Delamon's assertion of an inability to provide an accurate description. With such disparate results, how could one articulate the findings? Consequently, he resorted to the simplest method, magnifying his vision to observe directly. Based on the current circumstances, visual observation appeared to be the most stable approach. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that as he magnified the surface of the slice, the light near its edges exhibited a certain distortion. Initially, he presumed this to be a mere refractive phenomenon. However, as his research progressed, he realized it was not refraction, but rather a genuine spatial distortion. Can one even believe this? Uncertain of the properties of the energy within the slice, he discovered that it could render the surrounding space increasingly fragile, causing it to warp autonomously without intervention. At times, this weakened space could even fracture, yet due to the inherently stable nature of macro space, such fractures would not result in anomalies like black holes. Instead, they would cause two objectively disconnected regions of space to connect. In other words, this phenomenon constituted spatial teleportation. Upon this revelation, he slumped back into his chair. He found it somewhat baffling why this world is replete with so many marvels of humanity. Even the cosmic empires cannot master the technology of spatial teleportation. Yet here it is perceived as a mere natural phenomenon. Is this Earth truly blessed with such outstanding talents? To be honest, upon discovering the characteristics of such energy, there was a fleeting moment when he contemplated storming into the S.H.I.L.D. base to seize the Tesseract. After all, the ability to teleport is immensely alluring, and no cosmic empire could afford to overlook it. However, after conducting a search in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database and inputting the term spatial teleportation, he quickly abandoned this notion upon reviewing the data retrieved. He realized that this energy had been weaponized by humanity during World War II. The Second World War in this realm was not vastly different from that in other worlds. The only distinction was the presence of the terrifying organization Hydra lurking behind the scenes. Hydra was the previous holder of the Tesseract, having discovered the properties of this energy and invented a weapon that seemed capable of annihilating all enemies it struck, leaving no trace behind. In reality, the essence of this weapon was to utilize spatial energy to teleport individuals to unknown locations. The destination remained a mystery, as this world was vast, and the capability for spatial teleportation was entirely unpredictable. However, according to probability theory, the chances of being transported to the cold, desolate void of space were far greater than landing on a habitable planet. Furthermore, whether such a planet could sustain life was an entirely different matter. According to reports from the Astronomical Bureau of this world, all observed planets were deemed unsuitable for life, particularly for Earth-based organisms. In summary, anyone struck by that weapon would be instantaneously teleported away, and the survival odds were dismal, saying there was a 1 chance would be an overestimation. It was nearly a certainty of death. Upon realizing this, he promptly relinquished the idea of forcibly breaching S.H.I.L.D. While the documentation stated that this weapon became obsolete following Hydra's eradication and the subsequent disappearance of the Tesseract, leading to the depletion of its energy, one must consider that the Tesseract is still in S.H.I.L.D.'s possession, as are those so-called obsolete weapons. Who is to say whether they have recharged those weapons? He certainly did not dare take that risk. If S.H.I.L.D. had indeed re-energized them, His attempt would likely result in a one-way journey to an uncertain fate. Though it would be best to avoid a direct confrontation, they resolved to prepare diligently. If an opportunity arose, they would undoubtedly strive to seize that artifact. Addressing Johnny, he noted that acquiring such a treasure would render them virtually invincible upon their return to the world of 2077. The inherent destructive capability is not particularly formidable. However, it possesses a plethora of technologies at its disposal. With these advancements, in the interconnected era of 2077, it can manifest an extraordinary power, capable of obliterating an entire city in an instant. Its sole vulnerability lies in its own frail constitution. Although it can physically overpower and crush adamantium to death, it remains excessively fragile in the face of nuclear weaponry and other instruments of mass destruction. Yet, should it acquire the ability of spatial teleportation, the dynamics would shift entirely. The reason the king of Asgard can instill terror throughout the cosmos is his capacity for instantaneous travel, allowing him to confront adversaries at will. Even when faced with the most devastating weapons of intergalactic empires, that deity can effortlessly relocate before calamity befalls him. If one were to master such technology, they could emulate this divine monarch, swiftly teleporting to eliminate any aggressors before vanishing just prior to the descent of a nuclear strike. This evokes the prowess of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Clearly, it is imperative to enhance our existing capabilities expeditiously. After considerable contemplation, he addressed Johnny. Initially, upon gaining a rudimentary understanding of this world, he perceived it as relatively benign, believing himself invincible unless faced with celestial foes. Nevertheless, as his insights deepened, he recognized the profound complexities of this realm. Now, he hesitated to claim invincibility even on terrestrial grounds. The mere fact that the SHIELD organization, armed with such weaponry, was monitoring him sent shivers down his spine. If he did not urgently bolster his strength, restful slumber would elude him. Thus, he resolved to initiate the plan. After all, the drones had already been designed, had they not? Indeed, SHIELD had commenced preparations for supplies, and we could begin our planning as well. Drummond immediately commence the production line modification. Understood. Chapter 148. Overwhelming pressure within SHIELD. Nick Fury has been closely monitoring Dr. Banner's situation, vigilant against any unforeseen incidents that could exacerbate the current state of affairs. Concurrently, he frequently visits Base 02 to check on the elderly scientist, despite the latter's apparent discomfort with his presence, as evidenced by the peculiar gaze cast upon him. Nick Fury dismisses any undue concern. Furthermore, he must contend with the daily upheavals in this world, particularly the recent escapades of General Ross, who, after finally locating Dr. Banner, has now allowed him to escape, inciting Ross's ire as he scours various nations and cities in vain. It is the formidable military strength of America that keeps many nations at bay. Otherwise, General Ross would have long since faced dire consequences. However, this has also led to widespread dissatisfaction among numerous countries, and within the United States, Ross has gradually found himself in a precarious position. However, General Ross's project yielded considerable profits, prompting the congressional figures to rally behind him, suppressing all dissent. Naturally, General Ross remained indifferent to other matters and even enlisted the cooperation of SHIELD. Absurdity. Isaaki Elade operates independently of the power structures of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. How could they refuse his request? They had no choice, after all. He was the financier, and SHIELD dared not act recklessly. While their financial stability was one concern, it was evident that although China consented to SHIELD's existence, they were disinterested in international affairs, merely dispatching a minor operative to oversee matters. As long as there were no disturbances on their soil, China preferred to remain uninvolved, paying their dues without further engagement. Beyond China, among the other 4 permanent members, Russia had waned, the British gentleman sought a peaceful retirement, and another nation had outright surrendered, leaving the United States in a position of dominance. CELD was ostensibly free from any jurisdiction, yet ultimately, They remained beholden to the 5 permanent members, with the United States being the most vocal. Consequently, Nick Fury had no choice but to acquiesce, granting General Ross access to several databases with limited authority and scant confidential information. Utilizing this database, Ross stumbled upon some extraordinary findings. Within a portable computer that had inadvertently fallen from Banner after his transformation into the Hulk were chat records between Dr. Banner and an individual known as Mr. Blue. It appeared they were collaborating on researching Banner's blood samples, presumably in search of a means to eliminate the Hulk. To Ross, the Hulk was far more precious than Banner, especially given Banner's despicable intentions to abduct his daughter, making Banner all the more detestable. Enraged, Ross, recognizing SHIELD's responsibility to monitor the internet, activated their database to track down Mr. Blue. On the other hand, Mr. Blue had yet to be located, and the promising protege he had introduced to his daughter unexpectedly informed him of their breakup, mentioning that his daughter seemed to have developed feelings for another. Understanding his daughter's character, General Ross immediately grasped the situation. That wretched Banner had infiltrated his home. How had he managed it? Nick Fury, perplexed, replied, "I do not know. I merely saw someone begging on the street, looking pitiful, and someone gave him a little money. Just a little." Ross immediately dashed back, while Fury began to feel anxious. He did not want General Ross, nor the individuals backing him, to acquire Hulk cells. They were his people. Thus, Nick Fury hastily organized a plan within New York to divert General Ross's attention. Achieving this proved to be quite a challenge, and Fury found himself exceedingly busy in the days that followed. After finding some leisure time, he finally had the opportunity to tend to another significant issue in New York. So, what has transpired recently? He has once again embarked on expanding his base, having modified the robots acquired from Hammer Industries to excavate soil at remarkable speeds. The earth they have unearthed has formed a small mound in his backyard. Furthermore, the production lines entrusted to him by Tony Stark have also been relocated underground, seemingly indicating the commencement of a grand project, albeit one concealed from our view. What materials has he requisitioned? A plethora, diverse in nature and substantial in quantity. I must express my concerns, Director Fury. I ponder whether we should continue to allow this individual free rein. Given the materials in question, I harbor serious doubts about the potential production of weapons of mass destruction. Agent Hill urged Director Fury, genuinely apprehensive about permitting this individual to act unchecked. Yet, recalling Black Widow's assessment, Nick Fury sighed. He had always possessed weapons of mass destruction, yet he managed to restrain their use, demonstrating his ability to wield power judiciously. As for what this individual intends to pursue, let him proceed. After all, in Nick Fury's eyes, armed with those formidable resources, he remains firmly in control. Currently, myriad responsibilities weigh heavily upon Nick Fury, leaving him with little energy to attend to other matters. Very well, Hill remarked, observing Fury's dismissal of her concerns, and she sighed as she exited the hall to attend to other affairs. Meanwhile, within the subterranean base, a bustling scene unfolded. Numerous worker bee robots toiled diligently, utilizing workstations to produce automated excavation devices, thereby incessantly enlarging the underground facility. They were directly constructing a second layer of the base, where production lines were being set up, and dozens of worker bee robots were engaged in modifications. On another front, he surveyed the large trucks and nodded in approval. He had managed to acquire several trucks from various sources. Considering these vehicles, he realized they were ideally suited to serve as mobile combat platforms and information nodes. Outfitting them with high-powered laser cannons and intelligent ammunition bays would render them perfect. Drummond, add this task to the agenda. Understood. By the way, how is the production of the Holy Blood Angel progressing? Based on the design schematics you provided, I am currently overseeing several worker bee robots that are ramping up production. We have completed all technical validations, and within a few days, the first Holy Blood Angel will emerge. Once production is complete, have Ethan come by for a test. After reviewing the construction progress and finding it aligned with his expectations, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It must be said that without pressure, he lacked the impetus to accomplish such a significant array of tasks in a mere few days. At present, he has successfully devised models for a drone battalion poised for production, blueprints for a modular intelligent submachine gun, designs for a camouflage truck-based mobile drone deployment platform, external prosthetics for the Seraphim, and even the application of laser weaponry. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming unease due to spatial energy, which led his thoughts to the spatial energy provided by Nick Fury. Contemplating the characteristics of this energy, he conceived the notion of weaponizing it. Chapter 149. The untamed young gorilla seated at his workstation, he gazed thoughtfully at a slice laid out before him. So, what weapon do you intend to create with it? A gun? Johnny inquired, having appeared beside him after discovering relevant information from the SHIELD database. Shaking his head in response, he remarked, "While the current projectile may not be exceptionally powerful, we possess limited spatial energy. With this design, I fear that we may exhaust our energy reserves after only a few shots. Until we have means for replenishment, we must proceed with caution." "What's your plan, then?" Johnny pressed, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. He glanced at his own hands, contemplating the Mantis Blade. The Mantis Blade, in fact, offered more than just the electric arc variant. It could also be equipped with components for the incandescent and toxic variants. He had designed several other components that would be utilized when appropriate. However, prior to receiving this information, he had been engaged in combat, where the incandescent and toxic variants proved largely ineffective, thus opting for the electric arc variant. Now, gazing at the cosmic cube slice, a new idea emerged. "I intend to design a blade of space, capable of severing anything in a single stroke." "That sounds promising, yet could be deemed too primitive?" Johnny questioned. "We have no choice. We must tread carefully. If only our energy reserves were ample, I would simply deploy a spatial teleportation cannon, obliterating cities with a single shot. Who would still bother with firearms?" He shrugged, as he had yet to conduct experiments and remained uncertain about the spatial energy expenditure for teleportation, thus adopting a highly cautious design philosophy. Beyond the blade of space, he entertained other ideas, particularly concerning self-preservation. After the incident in New Meg, he recognized that despite his considerable strength, there were still threats capable of ending his life. He could not afford to perish. While it is true that a fallen legend is a true legend, he preferred to exist as a living king rather than a mere legend. Thus, he contemplated the feasibility of creating a teleportation device that would allow for immediate escape in the face of a lethal threat. After much reflection, he sighed. "There are countless ideas, yet our spatial energy is limited. Although I have numerous concepts, unless our energy reserves increase significantly, I cannot implement them all. I can only hope to acquire the cosmic cube or other means of replenishing spatial energy sooner rather than later. For now, I shall make do with the blade of space." Upon reflection, as the industrious worker drones tirelessly operated below, I continued to delve into the study of this spatial energy. By evening, during the customary viewing of the nightly news, I stumbled upon a trending video that had captured the spotlight. The clip was brief. It commenced with a plethora of military equipment scuttling about the academy, only for a massive green behemoth to leap forth from within, pummeling the military apparatus before departing with the girl in tow. The comments section was rife with testimonials from numerous students, attesting to the authenticity of the occurrence. Beyond these first-hand accounts, a myriad of voices chimed in, each proposing various theories. Some speculated that the Academy's research lab had birthed a monster, leading the military to intervene. Others warned of an impending biological crisis, suggesting that foreign bioweapons were at play and urging immediate armament procurement. There were those who proclaimed it a discovery akin to Skull Island, insinuating that a wild juvenile gorilla had come to the Academy to rescue a damsel in distress, predicting a colossal primate would soon scale the Empire State Building, battling aircraft. Having watched this video, I raised an eyebrow, for the green behemoth evoked a memory. "Mr. Green?" Furrowing my brow, I promptly sourced the video's original file online, meticulously analyzing it frame by frame. Subsequently, I concluded that this video was indeed not fabricated. How intriguing. With a leisurely intent, I accessed the internal database of SHIELD to search for information regarding this green behemoth. According to the documents, I learned that this entity was scientifically designated as the Green Giant, colloquially known as Hulk. He was the product of a military super serum restoration program, with his true identity being a scholar named Bruce Banner. Upon experiencing anger, he would instantaneously transform into the Hulk. Research into the Hulk's blood revealed that the notion of anger was, in fact, a response to perceived danger, triggering the endocrine system to release various emergency regulatory elements. This cascade prompted mutated cells within his system to sense the threat and unleash their latent power, ultimately resulting in a dramatic increase in size and strength, culminating in the giant form. Notably, in this state, Banner's persona would recede, yielding to the emergence of Hulk's character. This phenomenon could be interpreted as a bodily protective mechanism, as the giant form might impose a strain on Banner's psyche, risking its integrity. Thus, either the body itself or an inherent flaw within Banner could have given rise to the violent persona of Hulk, designated to bear this formidable power. How fascinating! This implies that Hulk, nay, Banner, would soon be making his way to New York? Perusing the database, I found numerous records detailing DS surveillance and assistance regarding Hulk, classified at a high level, inaccessible to the average employee. The data indicated that since Banner's escape from the laboratory, SHIELD had maintained a vigilant watch over him, covertly aiding him in his efforts to master this overwhelming strength. However, even after several years, Banner had yet to fully harness this power, as I observed the rather primitive method employed by SHIELD to assist Banner, suggesting that he engage in some form of emotional control through martial arts. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. This is an organization renowned for its mastery of advanced technology, yet resorts to such rudimentary techniques to help him harness his powers? Even if there are factors they wish to keep concealed, this approach seems utterly inadequate. Furthermore, the database indicated that the Hulk is suspected to be Banner's alter ego. Should not psychological therapy be the more appropriate course of action? From my perspective, finding a martial arts master to slap Banner into submission and teach him to manage his anger is far less reliable than seeking out a psychologist skilled in personality integration. What a bunch of imbeciles! I muttered under my breath before returning to my workstation to delve into the study of spatial energy. As for the agents reporting that Banner might come to New York seeking Samuel's assistance to eliminate his mutation symptoms, I paid little attention to it. After all, I had already made it clear to Samuel that the fully mutated Banner could not revert to his original state. At best, a few preventive injections could help mitigate his transformations. In reality, Banner's optimal course of action would be to continue the Gamma experiments, striving for further mutations to eliminate the adverse effects. That is the true solution. At this point, reverting Banner is impossible, and seeking him out would be futile. Chapter 150. A sense of involvement, I found myself unable to assist Banner in alleviating his mutation traits, and I doubted that Samuel, aware of this limitation, would reach out to me. However, to my surprise, Samuel did not call. Instead, a few days later, I observed a group of individuals lurking suspiciously at the entrance, and I rubbed my nose in contemplation. I had stated clearly that I could not eliminate the mutation traits from his body. As a PhD in genetics, Samuel should comprehend this. Perhaps he simply refuses to confront the reality. It was perplexing. Having reviewed Bruce Banner's information, I realized that his intellect surpasses that of Dr. Samuel. Much of the paper's content likely originated from Banner himself, with only a minor portion attributed to Samuel. This could explain why it took Samuel so long to decipher a single formula, as it hardly aligns with the capabilities of someone who could author such a paper. Listening to his words, I saw the forlorn figure of Bruce Banner, his eyes brimming with despair. Through that formula, I could ascertain that he possesses remarkable achievements in biology, with his biological techniques at the forefront of global standards. Yet if even he expresses hopelessness, could it truly be that there is no salvation for him? Beside him, his girlfriend, Dr. Elizabeth Ross, the daughter of General Ross, gently grasped his hand, offering comfort. Banner, it will be all right. Meanwhile, the two of them whispered sweet nothings to each other, and witnessing their tender exchange stirred a pang of envy within me. No, the individual pursuing you is known as General Ross. It is one thing to approach his daughter, but to directly refer to her by the surname Ross. Does it not evoke thoughts of her father? Shouldn't there be some sense of involvement from others? With a slight shake of his head, he noted that in recent days, the news surrounding the Hulk had overshadowed even that flamboyant man, and he had been attentively following these developments. However, his source of information was not through entertainment news, which often tends to sensationalize for viewership, but rather directly from the SHIELD database, ensuring a comprehensive and objective collection of information. Thus, he was well informed about the unfolding events. Yet, Despite his knowledge, certain matters remained unclear. Glancing at Samuel beside him, he inquired, "What exactly brings you here to seek my assistance?" To be fair, Samuel possessed his own laboratory, even if they did not abandon their work. They could continue their research there. "I apologize, but we have recently noticed someone loitering near our lab." Banner mentioned that it could be someone sent to apprehend him. "We might have been discovered and need to relocate. I truly do not know where else to turn, so I came to seek your help." Banner? He recalled that the SHIELD database indicated that, in an effort to assist Banner in evading General Ross, they had indirectly taught Dr. Banner some counter-surveillance techniques. However, he remembered reading that General Ross had been stationed elsewhere recently and had not come this way. Could it be that those individuals were? He turned his gaze to the nearby SHIELD agents posing as security personnel. I must be this group. Their lack of skill has led them to keep a watchful eye on Samuel and the others, causing Banner to misinterpret the situation. "Can we temporarily take refuge here?" Samuel, with limited options as a reclusive engineering enthusiast, had few acquaintances, with Banner being his only confidant. With neither of them possessing a viable alternative, they found themselves seeking sanctuary here. Yet Banner shook his head. "No, we could easily become a burden. General Ross is not an easy man to deal with. Moreover, I am genuinely concerned about the possibility of our information being compromised, having evaded capture for years." He was acutely aware of how his physical transformations made him an object of fascination for those in power. How could he not discern Banner's apprehensions? He rolled his eyes. Did he truly appear to be someone willing to betray others? "Very well, in light of that vial of blood sample, I suppose I can allow you to take shelter for a while. Do not worry about Ross. I'm not afraid of him." In recent days, SHIELD had delivered a significant quantity of materials as per their agreement, thus enabling the production line, modified by worker bee robots, to commence, resulting in the manufacturing of a batch of drones and intelligent assault rifles. General Ross is indeed audacious, willing to test the capabilities of this batch of drones and weaponry against these individuals to ascertain if they meet his expectations. As for confronting the impending retaliation from the United States, he finds solace in the presence of Asgard, a renowned ally in the cosmos. Why should he fear a native force that cannot even escape Earth? He beckoned a group to enter, but upon Banner's arrival, new complications surfaced. "What blood sample are you referring to?" Banner inquired, sensing an ominous foreboding. His apprehension was mirrored in the eyes of the SHIELD agent feigning security, who exchanged glances before closing the door. "Mr. Green, it pertains to a vial of your blood sample. Did Dr. Samuel not inform you?" "A vial?" Banner questioned, perplexed. Had he provided Samuel with such a quantity? He glanced at Samuel. With an air of innocence, replied, "The blood sample you provided was exceedingly minimal, so I employed technical means to replicate some of your blood." At this point, Samuel, still oblivious to the change in Banner's demeanor, added with a hint of exasperation, "Though I managed to replicate it, the concentration of the new blood sample pales in comparison to what you originally provided. It can only be considered a diluted version." "Didn't I explicitly instruct you not to replicate my blood samples?" Banner could no longer contain his frustration, shouting at Samuel as he anxiously tugged at his hair. "Those blood samples must not fall into the General's hands. That would spell disaster." In his agitation, the health monitor on his wrist began to emit alarms, indicating that his heart rate was nearing a critical threshold. Should it reach a certain speed, his body would undergo a rapid transformation. Aware of the impending consequences, Dr. Ross promptly grasped Banner's hand, urging him to remain calm. "Banner, those blood samples have not yet been taken by my father," with his girlfriend as reminder. Banner regained his composure, striving to breathe deeply and recall the techniques of jiu-jitsu he had learned in an attempt to soothe himself. However, the issue of the blood samples incited such fury within him that maintaining tranquility proved exceedingly difficult. As the alarm blared increasingly insistently, he cast a glance at Dr. Ross, who was continuously reassuring her boyfriend, and at Banner, who was engaged in futile deep breathing. With a resigned sigh, she issued a command. The sword and the stone surged forth from the underground garage, executing a smooth drift to halt beside her. She leaned into the vehicle's medical kit and retrieved a potent calming spray, administering it directly to Banner. Moments later, the alarm ceased. and Banner observed the rapidly declining numbers on his health monitor with a sense of calm. What is this? A spray infused with neurocalming elements. Watching Banner regain his composure, she nodded approvingly. The transformation into the Hulk due to anger is not as mystical as it seems. It ultimately relies on hormonal adjustments within the body. He abruptly severed the line in the midst of the conversation, leaving you to ponder the scientific rationale behind such an act. Discarding the spray canister to the side for Dr. Ross, it would suffice to simply douse him should he become overly agitated. In that moment, Dr. Ross cast a glance at the unperturbed Banner, who nodded in calm acknowledgement. The reason for her tranquility lay in her proximity to Banner earlier, having inhaled some of the spray herself, which had inadvertently steadied her nerves. Meanwhile, Samuel observed this peculiar exchange with a look of confusion, unaware of Banner's alternate form, rendering him an outsider in this scenario. So where were we? The composed Banner took a few deep breaths before directing his gaze towards Samuel. Ah yes, Samuel had replicated a significant amount of my blood. However, that blood contained my gamma-mutated cells. Should it fall into the hands of the general, it could potentially enable him and the military to develop a method of mass-producing the Hulk. Impossible, Banner interjected. Your samples have been processed by Samuel. Although the quantity is considerable, the concentration is exceedingly low. Merely relying on your blood would not suffice to create a genetic serum. Furthermore, your genes have undergone mutations, rendering them nearly distinct from those of a normal human. There exists a reproductive isolation between you and ordinary individuals. Even if a genetic serum were produced and introduced into another's body, it would elicit anomalous reactions. The researcher, having conducted preliminary studies on Mr. Green's blood cells, shook his head dismissively. What anomalous reactions? If your genes are superior, they would invade another's body, proliferating by leveraging the host's nutritional resources, potentially endowing them with your strength for a limited time. However, this would inevitably lead to cell collapse and death due to the limits of cellular division. If your genetic prowess is not significantly greater, the host would still experience some degree of rejection, which, in severe cases, could be fatal. There are other scenarios to consider. One being that if the genetic disparity is negligible, the outcome remains death, akin to a powerful virus clashing with a super immune system resulting in loss of life. A rare possibility exists where the host genes are on the brink of collapse. Introducing foreign genetic material in such a case could lead to a fusion of genes, though the resulting combinations would be wildly unpredictable, leading to a genetic free-for-all within the body, again, resulting in death. The only chance for survival would be if the host's body possessed an extraordinarily potent regenerative capacity. Otherwise, it would be unsustainable. Given these constraints, I believe that apart from that foolish cab driver referenced earlier, no one else on Earth could achieve this. Upon hearing this, Banner still felt a tinge of unease. But ultimately, he was persuaded. Observing his demeanor, a new idea sparked in my mind. If you remain concerned, I can offer you this space to conduct your research on your blood and explore the potential for creating a genetic serum, providing you with some peace of mind. You may also investigate any issues pertaining to your own body here. Rest assured, no one will intrude upon your studies. His daily schedule has become overwhelmingly packed, with all his attention currently focused on the cosmic cube slices. He scarcely has the time to delve into the analysis of Mr. Green's blood samples. Yet, he is reluctant to relinquish this potent source of strength, while simultaneously grappling with the challenge of time constraints. What to do? He could seek assistance. However, the others are either ineffectual or unwilling to help, leaving him with no choice but to turn his gaze towards Banner. Upon hearing this, Banner appears visibly intrigued. After years of evasion, he finds himself reunited with his girlfriend and is loath to part ways. After much contemplation, Banner inquires, "Are you certain no one will come looking for me? Can you truly withstand the pressures from other factions? Anyone on Earth with a modicum of intelligence and idle time will undoubtedly refrain from causing me trouble. With the alliance from Asgard, I harbor no fear of earthly powers. Of course, lacking fear does not equate to behaving tyrannically, nor does it imply an absence of caution. Certain factions, including the world's foremost superpowers, such as the inscrutable Eastern Dominion and SHIELD, possess means of retaliation. Thus, indiscriminate actions are not yet on the table. Should they be pressed too hard, those entities might resort to drastic measures. After all, Even if Asgard were to seek retribution, they would be far removed. While these earthly nations, provided they are willing to absorb losses, could potentially extricate themselves before Asgard's arrival. But what would be the use of Asgard's intervention at that point? If one were already dead, what significance would revenge hold? He certainly does not intend to be so foolish as to sacrifice his life for a fleeting thrill. The alliance with Asgard serves more as a deterrent, akin to the existence of nuclear weaponry. It compels others to think twice before provoking him. In reality, who would recklessly deploy nuclear arms without cause? Yet, relying solely on Asgard is not a sustainable strategy. Eventually, he will depart from this world. Therefore, strengthening oneself remains imperative, which is the very reason he has been diligently enhancing his own power of late. Observing Banner's newfound confidence, he felt a burgeoning sense of trust. Upon entering the underground research facility through the garage entrance and witnessing the array of equipment within, that flicker of trust swiftly blossomed into certainty. He genuinely believes that he need not fear trouble from others anymore. Drones descended from the production line, briefly recharging before autonomously flying to another assembly line to be equipped with the Yinglong smart submachine gun modules, subsequently relocating to specially modified unmanned trucks. Each truck can accommodate nearly 1,000 small drones, and each is outfitted with a reactor. Although these reactors are somewhat antiquated, they are sufficient for the truck's operations and can charge all the drones aboard. Nearby, several worker bees are engaged in modifying additional trucks. As all trucks have been transformed into autonomous vehicles, equipped at most with a worker bee robot for emergency repairs, a considerable amount of space has been conserved within. Consequently, large-caliber laser cannons have been haphazardly installed. These formidable weapons can obliterate a tank with a single shot, categorizing them as anti-vehicle armaments. Adjacent to them, intelligent missile silos await installation, intended for air defense and to counteract advancing foes. Naturally, the presence of such weaponry indicates that the outer drone forces have already been breached. Their significance is akin to that of the Berlin Air Defense Tower, a final, desperate struggle. Chapter 152. The remaining Banner remains unaware of the true prowess of the designs before him. Yet upon witnessing these unprecedented weapons and equipment, he instantly recognizes the source of his confidence. These drones, though Banner is yet to comprehend the formidable capabilities of the embedded Yinglong intelligent submachine guns, possess such agility that, even without firearms, the mere attachment of a grenade could yield a formidable deterrent through kamikaze tactics. Had he known of Banner's thoughts, he might have playfully smacked his forehead, bestowing upon him a sharp reprimand. For these drones are not intended to be mere expendables. While his current production capacity is commendable, a handful of assembly lines is insufficient to churn out thousands of drones daily. Thus, he must prioritize quality over quantity. If his productivity were sufficient, there would be no need for the Yinglong intelligent submachine gun modules. He could easily produce hundreds of thousands daily, each laden with explosives for maximum chaotic efficiency. Every drone currently produced is outfitted with a hovering mechanism, compact propulsion systems, and lightweight high-strength armor, allowing for remarkable agility along with considerable defensive capabilities. Ordinary rifles cannot destroy these drones. Furthermore, they can navigate various constricted environments, such as sewers and other intricate terrains, equipped with multiple high-definition cameras and chain signal transmission devices, facilitating command and control for Dreamin' from the back end. Each drone is also equipped with a modular design housing various devices, enabling them to perform diverse functions such as item collection, device infiltration, and personnel rescue. Although each drone is furnished with rudimentary equipment, their computational limitations hinder them from executing overly complex tasks. The execution of sophisticated operations still necessitates Dreamin's oversight, prompting the establishment of a large server room to bolster his computational power. This endeavor has incurred significant expenses, but fortunately, a certain benefactor has graciously footed the bill, ensuring affordability. Banner remains oblivious to the costs invested in these innovations. He is not a weapons expert and lacks comprehensive knowledge in this domain. A cursory glance suffices to convince him of their potential to withstand pressure. After observing the production lines, Banner found a sense of stability and agreed to remain there. He was consequently provided with a newly constructed workstation and a vial of blood samples for his independent research. After all, it was his workstation, equipped with a memory function. Whatever Banner discovered would be known to him. This arrangement cost him nothing but the provision of meals, effectively bringing in a dedicated scholar of biology to assist him. I had also stored some foundational knowledge of biology in the workstation, a domain that perhaps remains unexplored by you. It would be wise for you to familiarize yourself with it before delving into your cellular blood research to avoid missteps. Upon hearing this, Banner nodded in agreement. With assistance, he quickly learned how to utilize the workstation. These workstations were specifically modified, equipped with a plethora of tools and standardized procedures, functioning as a professional assistant that was remarkably user-friendly. Banner was thoroughly pleased. After perusing the stored knowledge, he nodded once more. The foundational biology of 2077 surpassed the knowledge of his current era by considerable margins. Indeed, it contained many concepts previously unknown to him. Banner meticulously planned to complete his studies before embarking on his research, believing it would expedite his progress. However, despite acknowledging the advantages of this place, his gaze fell on the vial of blood he had been given, and unease lingered in his heart. He was perpetually troubled by the thought of destroying the blood samples housed within the academy. This had always been his objective, to prevent any part of his being from falling into the hands of the general and becoming the catalyst for war. Yet, he felt trapped. Venturing outside would be akin to walking into a den of wolves. Others sought his physical form, not his spirit. Should he be captured, no matter how resistant his mind might be, could he halt their investigations into his body? After considerable inner turmoil, Dr. Ross, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. If you're truly concerned, how about Dr. Samuel and I go and destroy those samples together? And what about my involvement? Samuel replied incredulously, looking at Dr. Ross, who in turn addressed him. I have no knowledge of where those samples are located. This was indeed a valid point, yet Samuel expressed his trepidation. But what if you're caught by those agents? Dr. Ross shook her head, her eyes filled with determination. Remembering her obstinate father, she clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips digging into her flesh. In the days spent fleeing with Banner, she had come to understand how relentlessly her father pursued him. The mere observations of these few days had left her heart heavy, prompting Dr. Ross to question in her mind. Was her father truly so obstinate and loathsome? Rest assured, the individual who apprehended Banner is my father. He would not harm me. I too wish to meet him and discern his true intentions. Ross, fear not, Banner. My father has always treated me well. However, this revelation has intensified Dr. Ross's suspicions regarding his own father. In response, Banner found himself at a loss for words. How could he articulate his thoughts? Although the martial arts instructor provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. had not enabled him to completely master his anger, the years of training had fostered significant personal growth. Particularly, the profound wisdom imparted by his extraordinary instructor had opened his eyes to many truths. He recognized that every individual harbors their own perspective, and the world is seldom a mere dichotomy of black and white. Gradually, he relinquished his animosity towards General Ross, redirecting his focus towards mastering his fury and seeking ways to eliminate his peculiar afflictions. Observing this transformation in Banner, it became evident that Nick Fury was also concerned about the potential darkness within this individual. Thus, he had arranged for a mentor whose guidance served a dual purpose, akin to that of a psychologist, ensuring that Banner did not devolve into a terrorist. Otherwise, with Banner's intellect in moments of clarity and his formidable power when enraged, the world would surely descend into greater chaos. Setting aside the immense effort poured into the creation of that serum, Banner and his companions ultimately resolved that Dr. Ross and Dr. Samuel would return to the academy together, attempting to obliterate the blood samples. Chapter 153. Times have changed indeed. While Dr. Ross was aware that his father would not turn against him, Banner remained deeply concerned and implored for assistance in safeguarding Dr. Ross. After some contemplation, a massive truck was dispatched. Was it merely a truck, or a mobile drone deployment and fire support platform? Regardless, this was no ordinary vehicle. Although the drones were not fully equipped, there were still hundreds aboard, and laser cannons and smart missile bays had already been installed. Positioned in the Middle East, it possessed combat capabilities equivalent to an entire nation. Within an urban setting, it could engage an entire battalion, annihilating the enemy without difficulty. With such a formidable unit dispatched, Banner finally felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, he retrieved the sword in the stone, instructing it to accompany him in his endeavors. This action signaled his stance, and Banner was undoubtedly grateful, readily acquiescing to various requests. Even the experimental data from the incident that had caused his mutation was laid bare before him. Of course, Banner's ability to present this information stemmed from his knowledge and prudence. He would not embark on any experimentation without the assurance of achieving a flawless mutation. In contrast, General Ross, a man driven by madness, lacked scientific understanding, yet remained obstinately convinced that success was assured simply by the act of attempting. From the materials provided by Banner, it became clear that the key to his successful mutation lay in the super soldier serum. When one speaks of the serum that grants extraordinary powers, it is essential to recall the legendary Captain America from decades past. It was through this serum that he acquired formidable strength, leading the Allied forces to countless victories and breaching the Axis powers' defenses. Yet, it is evident that his true prowess lay not merely in brute force, but in his exceptional leadership abilities. He served more as a banner, bolstering the morale of his comrades. Otherwise, how could he have sustained such an expansive front on his own? However, the tale of Captain America has become a relic of history, a legend etched into the annals of this world, while the serum remains the crux of the matter. Despite the unfortunate demise of the doctor who originally created the serum and the subsequent loss of the samples, General Ross, along with a cadre of scientists, including the yet-to-be-transformed Bruce Banner, endeavored to replicate the serum based on the notes left behind by the doctor. Alas, their attempts to forge a super soldier akin to Captain America were largely futile, with most samples meeting a grim fate. In a desperate bid to uncover the secret of the serum, Banner surmised that the pivotal element of energy infusion, initially present in Captain America's transformation, was absent in their recreations. Consequently, he took the audacious step of injecting himself with the serum and conducting gamma energy infusion experiments. In a certain sense, Banner's hypothesis proved correct. Through his examination of the initial enhancement trials documented in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives, he recognized that the serum's success stemmed from the ample external energy provided during cellular mutation, enabling the host to gain strength. After all, this enhancement process, in essence, involves the elimination of the original body S cells to forge a new, fortified physique. Without sufficient energy to support this transformation, the samples typically succumb during the enhancement phase. However, while Banner's intuition was astute, he may have overstepped. The intensity of gamma radiation he employed far exceeded the carefully measured energy that Howard Stark had originally prepared. The excessive energy resulted in an immensely powerful transformation, yet also amplified the serum's side effects, birthing a second persona within Banner. It seems he must tread carefully, lest he encounters unforeseen consequences in his quest for physical enhancement. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the original experimentation process, he set aside the materials, intending to revisit them later. For the time being, his immediate need for physical strength remained modest, and the pursuit of spatial energy promised a more rapid enhancement of his combat capabilities. Thus, he returned to his research on spatial energy, leaving the enhancement trials to Banner to advance at his own pace. Coincidentally, he discovered in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s extensive archives documents pertaining to past Hydra weaponry, which provided inspiration for utilizing spatial energy. It is undeniable that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s repository is a treasure trove of knowledge, brimming with resources just waiting to be uncovered. The sole drawback lies in the overwhelming size of their database, which is replete with an array of disorganized data. Without prior knowledge of what one seeks, it becomes utterly impossible to navigate this vast repository to unearth the desired information. Meanwhile, Excalibur in a truck departed from the confines of a home, observed by a covert agent posing as security, who promptly relayed this news upwards. However, the agent could not penetrate the glass of Excalibur, rendering him oblivious to its occupants. As for the truck, it was unmanned, containing only a worker bee robot and a drone, leaving him utterly incapable of gleaning any useful information. Thus, this nearly devoid of intelligence report was submitted. Nick Fury, upon reviewing this intelligence, found himself somewhat exasperated. He turned towards Hill. "General Ross, where have you reached?" It seemed he had sensed something amiss, as he had directly confined Coulson, though Coulson managed to relay a few messages, indicating they were advancing towards New York. Nick Fury did not perceive General Ross as unreasonable. In the eyes of those individuals, S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely a clandestine organization wielding advanced technology. their proverbial white gloves. This was a testament to Fury's meticulous concealment of their true capabilities, allowing SHIELD to morph into a colossal entity, yet remaining under the radar of global vigilance. Nevertheless, the fact that General Ross had confined Coulson still irked him. After a moment of contemplation, Fury glanced at Hill. General Ross's arrival in New York was likely to seek out Samuel Stearns for blood samples, though he doubted any significant findings could arise from them. Given Ross's radical disposition, he feared he might resort to human experimentation, potentially inciting chaotic scenarios. Therefore, it was imperative to exercise caution and seize the opportunity to gather intelligence to suppress General Ross. Fury had dispatched individuals to procure blood samples from Samuel Stearns for research, but even the Skrulls were incapable of deriving genetic serums from red blood cells, which had undergone extreme differentiation, losing many genetic fragments. Thus, Fury felt no genuine apprehension regarding Ross's potential discoveries. Currently, Banner had secluded himself, and there was little Fury could alter regarding this reality. Fortunately, agents stationed there were eavesdropping, and it was evident they could not resolve Banner's mutation symptoms, which brought Fury some relief. With Banner's retreat, a semblance of stability was restored. As anticipated, if Fury were to disclose the relationship with Asgard, the congressional officials would undoubtedly refrain from taking action. Consequently, Banner could remain there unscathed, and General Ross would lose the support of Congress. While it would not be an absolute dismantling of his authority, Ross would no longer wield the same arrogance as he did now. Indeed, the tides of time have shifted. General Ross. Chapter 154. Bronsky Nick Fury has made all necessary preparations. He has delivered intelligence to the esteemed members of Congress and received specific instructions. Should that audacious individual dare to confront Banner, despite his current arrogance and the audacity to deploy military forces within the city, he would swiftly find himself stripped of authority by the very congressmen who once supported him, reduced to a pitiful state. Meanwhile, General Ross, unaware of these developments, boarded a military helicopter and arrived at the vicinity of Greyburn Academy. His troops were already assembling within the institution, armed soldiers driving armored vehicles into the academy without regard for the civilians present. However, Ross's expression was far from pleasant after an extensive search at his daughter's academy. He had failed to locate Banner, and it finally dawned on him that Banner had escaped once more. As for how this individual managed to slip away, Ross's thoughts turned to the SHIELD agent who had been dispatched under the guise of offering assistance. It must be you. He pondered why the typically aloof SHIELD would send a high-ranking operative to assist them. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that every time they attempted to capture Banner, this agent had been present, demanding that their communications be routed through him, even during internal operations. Initially, Ross believed this agent was genuinely there to help, but a closer examination revealed that each operation had ended with Banner eluding their grasp. Who were they? One of the most elite units in the nation, and yet they allowed an untrained scientist to escape their encirclement time and again. How could this be believed? Their plans had undergone meticulous reconnaissance and rehearsals, leaving little room for error. Yet, Banner, time and again, managed to slip through their fingers. Once or twice might be acceptable, but the frequency with which Banner evaded capture raised suspicions. Moreover, Banner's ability to reach distant locales with unexpected speed further convinced Ross that there was something sinister at play. Even begging for alms could yield enough to purchase several garments or procure transportation to far-off places. Such profitability seemed more lucrative than holding a job. And where was Banner soliciting these funds? In Brazil, a nation where wealth was scant, capable of expressing admiration for investments in the University of East. Yet how affluent could they truly be? Yet, in such a place, Banner managed to amass considerable funds in a short time. Who could believe there was no foul play involved? In any case, General Ross had lost faith in the only outsider present, the SHIELD agent. He ordered Coulson to be detained and contemplated holding SHIELD accountable later. However, it was likely that he would not live to see that day. The armed helicopter hovered above the academy, yet did not descend. It was not due to a lack of landing spots, but rather the presence of Banner's second form, that ferocious green behemoth. Remaining aloft was the best assurance of safety and allowed for more effective battle coordination. Below, soldiers brazenly invaded the campus, driving everyone toward the exits. Concurrently, several elite squads swiftly approached Samuel's laboratory, reaching strategically advantageous positions they had previously identified, and quickly established themselves. Among them, one squad on the ground stood out, particularly because their leader wore an electric shock collar around his neck. This device is typically used to restrain high-risk criminals, yet here it adorned one of their own. Not only that, but the soldiers surrounding him seemed to regard him with evident caution. It was difficult to fathom what had transpired to instill such wariness in these individuals towards their comrade. Despite the precariousness of his situation, the soldier appeared unfazed by the people around him or even the collar around his neck. His eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. He craved battle, the thrill of confronting a formidable foe. It was clear that he could hardly contain his impatience. Glancing at the entrance of the adjacent building, Bronsky pressed down on his radio. "Bronsky here. I've arrived at the location. When do we commence the breach? Hold your fire. Repeat, hold your fire. Await the sniper team's intel." General Ross bellowed from the military helicopter. His expression darkened further, for Bronsky, after being injected with a replicated version of the super serum, had become increasingly volatile and unpredictable, even defying his orders. However, the general had little combat power at his disposal, and even fewer capable of facing that green behemoth. Thus, he could not afford to lose Bronsky's capabilities, despite the fact that the latter had previously been kicked out of the fray by that very monster due to his reckless confrontation. In terms of agility and engagement, Bronsky still held some value, but considering the darker side of the super serum's effects on him, General Ross had no choice but to place an electric collar on him and assign personnel to monitor his actions. Listening to these directives, Bronsky's expression soured slightly, but he steadied himself, glancing at the feeble soldiers around him who had already placed their fingers on their triggers. At least he did not show any signs of dissent. On the armed helicopter, having calmed Bronsky, General Ross inquired about the sniper team's status. To his surprise, the sniper team reported that there was no one else inside the laboratory. "Damn it," General Ross cursed, furrowing his brow, uncertain whether Banner had received intel and fled. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pressed the radio again. "Bronsky, breach the laboratory and inspect for any residual traces." "Understood," Bronsky responded with excitement, then forcefully kicked the door, deforming it as he stormed into the laboratory building. Moments later, he burst into the lab, brandishing his grenade launcher, but ultimately, with a grim expression, he lowered his weapon. "General, that fellow is not here. Search for any residual traces." "Understood." Bronsky, feeling particularly irritable, was eager to unleash his pent-up aggression on a few individuals and relish the thrill of battle. However, an unsettling sensation of being watched restrained his impulse. The sniper team was still monitoring the laboratory. If he exhibited any suspicious behavior, those operatives would promptly report to that damned general and fire tranquilizer darts at him. Although Bronsky was reluctant to admit it, his physical prowess was fundamentally inferior to that of the green behemoth. Aside from his richer combat experience and techniques that allowed him to engage the Hulk for a brief moment, he lacked the means to defeat his opponent. Moreover, those tranquilizer darts were ineffective against the green giant, yet exceedingly potent against him. He could not act recklessly, at least not until he amassed sufficient power to do so. "But wait, Ross, General, I shall find the opportune moment to repay your kindness." Concealed from the sniper team's view, a bloodthirsty and terrifying grin spread across Bronsky's face. Chapter 155. General Ross's frustration after indulging in his own delusions and momentarily satisfying his desires. Bronsky finally calmed himself enough to scrutinize the surrounding traces. Observing the items on the experimental tables, he irritably averted his gaze, as he was oblivious to their purpose. What was the point of examining things he could not comprehend? However, on another table, a few cups of water captured his attention. 3 cups of water. Yet according to intelligence reports, there should only be one person in this laboratory. Glancing at the thermos nearby, Bronsky unscrewed the lid and watched the steam rise, a smile creeping onto his face. "General, there were 3 individuals here previously, but now their whereabouts are unknown." 3 individuals? Damn it, that fellow actually brought Ross along. General Ross, realizing the implication, gritted his teeth and commanded, "Search that laboratory. I want to know what could be salvaged." There are some samples here, though I am uncertain of their utility." Bronsky slightly raised his hand, feeling the air flow past his fingertips as his gaze fell upon a nearby cabinet. It seemed, according to the designs, there was a room behind it, approaching the cabinet. Bronsky gripped it and forcefully yanked it open. As he peered inside, he was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Meanwhile, Dr. Ross and Samuel had arrived at the academy. Observing the helicopters overhead and the soldiers stationed at the entrance, Samuel suddenly felt hesitant to proceed. "I believe it is time for us to return. This place has been occupied by the military." "Occupied?" "Just in time. I had hoped to inquire about some matters with my father." However, Dr. Ross shook her head, gazing at the vehicle, and called out, "Drummond, are we able to proceed directly? The obstacles have been scanned, and a route has been plotted for transit. Please fasten your seatbelts." Energy is being drawn from the new elemental reactor and channeled into the engine. With the infusion of power, the engine's output began to escalate, causing the vehicle to tremble slightly. Sensing this commotion, Samuel swallowed hard and gripped his seatbelt firmly. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of bystanders, the Excalibur emitted a thunderous roar, its horns unfurling as it violently shoved aside the armored vehicle blocking the entrance. Behind it, a large truck deftly maneuvered, following the Excalibur into the academy. The two soldiers stationed at the entrance were caught off guard, witnessing the truck barreling toward the laboratory building. As for the Excalibur, it vanished from sight entirely. "Report immediately." The news swiftly ascended the chain of command. Upon learning of the intrusion, General Ross ceased all other matters, ordering heightened vigilance and the encirclement of the two vehicles that had breached the scene. A group of individuals, armed with rifles, stood alert, watching the Excalibur intently. Yet, due to its opaque glass, none could discern who occupied the interior. General Ross promptly rose, flinging open the door of the armed helicopter, positioning himself at the threshold to observe below. Moments later, an unexpected figure emerged from the Excalibur. "Ross, damn it, everyone lower your weapons, cease fire." Upon seeing his beloved daughter, General Ross panicked, disregarding all else, and shouted over the communication channel. Simultaneously, the armed helicopter began its descent toward the ground. Upon landing, General Ross hurriedly leaped from the helicopter and made his way toward Dr. Ross. The reunion between father and daughter was devoid of warmth, instead enveloped in an ineffable atmosphere that compelled General Ross to slow his pace. Elizabeth Ross, upon seeing her father, felt tears welling in her eyes. Caught between her boyfriend and her father, she experienced profound discomfort. Yet today, she needed to clarify certain questions. General Ross spoke first, observing the Excalibur and keenly sensing another presence within the vehicle. He called out, "Ross, I understand you have many inquiries, but please come over. We can discuss it in due time." As he spoke, General Ross motioned for someone to fetch his daughter. However, Elizabeth shook her head, asserting, "It is not Banner inside. We are not foolish enough to bring him directly here." With that, Samuel tremulously exited the vehicle, glancing around at the scene, filled with trepidation. Upon witnessing Samuel disembark, General Ross realized that Banner was indeed absent. Understanding this, he strode purposefully to his daughter's side, eager to convey his thoughts, yet Elizabeth dismissively waved him away. "Let us clarify some matters first. Otherwise, I wish to avoid any interaction with you." The general, observing the resolute gaze of his daughter, could only acquiesce with a resigned nod. "So, you have been pursuing Banner all these years?" "Indeed. But why?" "You explicitly assured me that once you located Banner, you would ensure his safety. Keeping him in a laboratory is a form of protection. You have witnessed his power. Allowing him to roam freely poses a genuine threat to his safety. Besides myself, there are others searching for him. Do you truly believe they will treat Banner kindly? If Banner were to lose control in the city center, with his destructive capabilities, he could effortlessly raze several buildings. What would be the toll in terms of casualties? At that point, forget about protection. Banner would become a public enemy, and that would be the end for him." The general endeavored to justify his actions, his intentions. Though not entirely pure, were not wholly malevolent either, and he managed to momentarily convince Elizabeth Ross. It must be acknowledged that his eloquence, which had enabled him to rise to the rank of general and maintain congressional support for such an extended period after the calamity, was quite commendable. Elizabeth regarded him thoughtfully, hesitating for a moment before slowly articulating, "Then why can't you engage him in a civil conversation? Why do you treat him like an adversary upon your first encounter, resorting to armored vehicles to assault him?" Recalling the harrowing scene of Banner besieged by the military, Elizabeth Ross found it difficult to breathe. The general, upon hearing her words. Shook his head. I wish to speak with him amicably, but he gives me no chance. I have sought him out several times over the years. Yet each time he sees me, he flees. What can I do? That is because you intend to replicate what has transpired within him, to develop countless weapons. Elizabeth exclaimed, and after a moment, she fixed her gaze upon him. Is it true? Do you wish to treat him like a lab rat, confining him in a laboratory for research? As these words hung in the air, the general began to ponder how to respond, but Elizabeth Ross denied him the opportunity for contemplation. She advanced towards him, locking eyes. Tell me, is it true? The general, bereft of the chance to formulate a reply, stammered, there's no choice. The initial project was sanctioned by Congress. They sought to replicate the serum once utilized by the captain. Observing the disappointment in her gaze, the general lamented, I have no option. Congress is compelling me to pursue this endeavor, and I am powerless to refuse. Can't you resign? It is not feasible. I cannot simply withdraw. The success of this project hinges on my involvement. If I invest so much and fail to yield results, those congressional figures will not spare me, nor you. The general found himself trapped, truly a pawn in a game far beyond his control. How could he be oblivious to the relationship between his daughter and Banner? Unaware of Banner's remarkable qualities? Yet, everything has shifted. Banner has become a harbinger of destruction, having taken numerous lives in that fateful incident. In a certain sense, Banner has morphed into a murderer, to appease the congressional lords and shield himself and his family from trouble. He is compelled to forsake Banner and pursue the Hulk in an attempt to replicate the original experiment. Should he succeed in this endeavor and procure sufficient benefits for the congressional lords, perhaps circumstances could yet be altered. Chapter 156. Congressional Files. The world is not merely black and white. Even the most malevolent individuals may harbor a flicker of kindness, while the most virtuous may conceal a capacity for great evil. General Ross exemplifies this duality. Despite his relentless pursuit of the Hulk, he cannot be deemed a true villain. After all, in a manner of speaking, the Hulk did indeed take many lives during that catastrophe. It is only natural that General Ross would seek to apprehend him. Moreover, as the project's overseer, he bears a heavy burden of responsibility. Compounding this is the fact that his daughter, Elizabeth Ross, was also involved in the project. If the congressional lords were to hold someone accountable, he would be the first in line, inevitably jeopardizing his daughter's safety as well. Thus, both from a legal and emotional standpoint, General Ross must choose to abandon his once favored son-in-law, Banner, in pursuit of the Hulk, striving to rectify the damages wrought by the project. Only in this way can he hope to secure a reprieve for himself and Elizabeth from the congressional scrutiny. Consequently, capturing the Hulk has transcended mere ambition. It has become an imperative command that he must obey. However, Elizabeth remains oblivious to this reality. She recognizes Banner as a victim, but fails to see that her father is also ensnared in a similar plight. This fundamental misunderstanding renders any reconciliation between them impossible. After a brief exchange of heated words, General Ross realizes that this impasse cannot persist. The soldier within him stirs, prompting him to dismiss the discussion with a wave of his hand. What is there to discuss? Let us defer such matters until after our objectives are accomplished. At that moment, several soldiers approached, intent on detaining Elizabeth and Samuel to interrogate them regarding Banner's whereabouts. As they encroached, the sword in the stone detected an anomaly. The directive was to ensure Elizabeth and Samuel's protection, preventing their capture. Consequently, action was taken. Warning, you are prohibited from detaining my passengers without authorization. Please step back immediately, or I shall resort to force to safeguard my passengers. The once opaque windows of the vehicle transformed into screens, revealing Drummond's visage. Observing Drummond, General Ross furrowed his brow in confusion. What manner of creature is this? As the soldiers continued their advance, Drummond ceased to repeat his warning. When language fails to convey one's intentions, one is left with no choice but to resort to force. Following the events surrounding the large truck that had long been overlooked, it suddenly unfurled, revealing armor panels that contracted and opened, allowing a swarm of drones to rapidly deploy. These drones, equipped with anti-gravity devices and pulse jet propulsion systems, far surpassed the ordinary drones of this world, boasting a maximum speed of 350 kilometers per hour and the ability to perform exceedingly complex aerial maneuvers. Under the watchful gaze of General Ross and others, these drones, moving at nearly 100 meters per second, surrounded them in an instant, seemingly defying the laws of inertia and leaving them utterly astonished. Simultaneously, the intelligent assault rifle modules emerged from the drones, their barrels trained on the soldiers, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Even more alarming was the appearance of a massive cannon protruding from the truck's front, as the muzzle began to glow ominously. Though none understood the nature of this weapon, its size alone deterred any inclination to test its destructive power. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, and General Ross found himself at a loss for what to do. He turned to Elizabeth, unsure of how she had acquired such advanced drones, but urgently advised her, "Do not fire. If you do, you will be seen as enemies of the United States, and resolving this matter will become impossible." Elizabeth, equally surprised by the capabilities of the seemingly ordinary truck, heeded her father's warning for once. "Draymond, do not fire." "Understood, but I will maintain a state of vigilance." Draymond replied calmly, alleviating some of the tension in the atmosphere. As the standoff persisted, a voice emerged from behind. "If circumstances permit, may I report a matter?" General Ross turned to find Coulson, who should have been confined within an armored vehicle, had somehow emerged. "I apologize, General, to facilitate my exit. I had your soldiers take a brief nap," Coulson said with a faint smile, exuding an oddly amiable demeanor. Approaching the perimeter of the drones, Coulson presented his credentials, flashing them at the machines. "I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I have an announcement that may aid your situation." After a brief analysis, Draymond chose to retract the drones, allowing the now harmless agent, whose head, heart, and legs were all targeted by the intelligent assault rifles, to enter. "Thank you," Coulson acknowledged Draymond, his expression turning serious as he approached General Ross, producing a document stamped with the seal of Congress. "General Ross, by order of Congress, your unauthorized conflict with the gentleman has resulted in your immediate forced retirement, and you are hereby stripped of all authority. Please comply at once." "What?" General Ross and Elizabeth, at this moment, displayed a remarkable father-daughter synergy, both expressing their astonishment with incredulity. Elizabeth was evidently taken aback. She had not anticipated that someone so seemingly ordinary among them could wield such influence. A general, who could simply decide to withdraw, appeared to have prompted Congress to sever ties with her father in an effort to mitigate misunderstandings. General Ross, equally surprised, received the order from Coulson, scrutinizing the directives inscribed upon it. After perusing the document, Ross's expression remained impassive, lost in contemplation. Eventually, he turned to Coulson and inquired, "So, I've been abandoned? Congress will no longer concern itself with me?" "Indeed, General. Congress currently wishes to refrain from any association with you." "Does this imply that Congress will not hold me accountable?" "I believe so." Coulson, too, was somewhat taken aback. Upon receiving the document, he had not anticipated Congress would exhibit such timidity, resulting in a decision that ultimately favored General Ross. After all, what Ross yearned for most was to extricate himself from his quagmire. He could hardly fathom that the mire he had once been unable to escape would, one day, liberate him unexpectedly. Initially perplexed, Coulson soon grasped the situation. The information relayed by S.H.I.E.L.D. to Congress had thoroughly elucidated Asgard's capabilities and its standing within the cosmos, derived from intelligence on Thor and the Skrulls. Consequently, Congress was gripped by trepidation. After all, who would dare to confront Asgard when they possessed weapons capable of obliterating stars? Those allied with Asgard naturally found themselves in a position of relative parity with it. Though Asgard might not perceive this relationship as equal, it certainly appeared so to the esteemed members of Congress. For them, mere mortals, there was little distinction between a colossal wheel and a giant foot. Upon realizing this, Ross fell into a brief silence before erupting into hearty laughter. He turned to gaze at his daughter, eyes glimmering with a hint of liberation. "It seems my mission has reached its conclusion." Chapter 157. A mutation, a new monster. Meanwhile, Banner, present at the base, was also observing the scene through the signal transmitted by the sword and the stone. He was astonished to witness Ross's immediate dismissal from his position, surprised by the extent of his influence. It appeared that the relationship with Asgard was more advantageous than he had initially surmised. Indeed, the Mida nuclear weapon is greatest when it remains on the shelf. Its direct deployment may yield lesser impact. Beside him, Banner, too, was taken aback by such significant influence. Previously, he had believed that high technology and armament were the means to instill caution in Ross, but now he was aware of other, unknown factors at play. As they observed Ross's dismissal and the subsequent cancellation of operations, the soldiers present found themselves in a state of bewilderment. General Ross waved his hand, instructing them to board the vehicle, as it was time for them to return and report. As for him, the sunlight bathed his figure, rendering him akin to a free man. Power also signifies duty. Upon ascending to the rank of general, the will of Ross had become inconsequential. Turning to his daughter, he tore the insignia from his shoulder and tossed it to a nearby soldier. Now, you need not worry about my actions towards your young suitor. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's eyes welled with tears as she rushed forward to embrace General Ross, enveloping the moment in warmth. Thus, everything came to a close. In the background, Coulson muttered, but the next instant, a deafening crash resonated from afar, as a piece of equipment violently shattered through the wall, revealing the scene within. A yellow monstrosity was forcefully prying open a cabinet's door, seizing a blood bag and bursting it, greedily consuming the crimson liquid. Strength. I can feel the strength. The yellow creature extended its elongated tongue, licking the blood from the corner of its mouth, its eyes radiating an eerie yellow glow. What is that thing? Elizabeth swiftly turned to Samuel. I do not know, but it seems he has consumed all the blood samples I left behind. Samuel appeared puzzled, but recalling their prior conversation, he remarked with astonishment, strange, shouldn't an ordinary person perish quickly after ingesting Banner's blood? How does this fellow appear so vigorous? Ordinary person? Damn it, that's Blonsky. Reacting to Samuel's words, General Ross suddenly grasped the situation. Could Blonsky truly be classified as an ordinary individual? After receiving the serum, his physical capabilities had already surpassed those of the average person. Furthermore, the doctor had privately discussed with him that Blonsky's entire skeletal structure had undergone mutations, with the spine and hand bones exhibiting the most significant changes. From a physiological standpoint, he could no longer be considered human, coupled with his drastic personality shift. General Ross had deemed it necessary to equip him with an electric collar and assign a guard. However, an unforeseen incident had transpired. In a laboratory, the transformed giant Blonsky paid no heed to the wall he had inadvertently breached, trampling over the lifeless body of the soldier who had once guarded him. He tore open another cabinet, indulging in the small beverages contained within. After consuming an entire cabinet's worth, Blonsky finally sensed a diminished thirst for blood. It seemed that within these blood samples resided an extraordinary energy capable of facilitating some form of evolution for his body. Herein lies the truth. It was due to the potent energy inherent in Banner's blood. Or rather, every single cell within Banner harbored a terrifying energy. Otherwise, the creature's own energy could not possibly sustain its ferocious power after transformation. It may be said that even if Banner were to forego sustenance, he would not perish from hunger. Although he would experience hunger, the energy stored within his cells could sustain him for millennia. However, all of this energy has now been siphoned by this new monstrous entity, fulfilling its evolutionary needs. Yet, when one observes the situation, it is evident that the scale of energy possessed by Banner is far less formidable. After all, the creature derives its energy from Banner, and during the blood extraction, he could only have provided Samuel with a few vials at most, with the highest concentration remaining in his own body. Consequently, the creature possesses merely a fraction, about 1%, of Banner's total energy. Of course, Blonsky's physique seems more suited for explosive bursts. Or perhaps it is that the cells within him are rather unstable, their energy continuously igniting, unlike Banner, whose internal energy has stabilized. Without any special conditions for an outburst, he would remain inert, operating at minimal efficiency. It is akin to one individual possessing an energy reserve of 100, consuming 10 per second, while another boasts tens of thousands, yet still consumes only 10 per second, resulting in comparable outputs. As long as their energy reserves are not depleted, their combat capabilities remain relatively similar. Samuel, Dr. Ross, the situation on the ground has changed. Those blood samples are essentially ruined. We must prepare to withdraw. Using Excalibur, he urged the two to retreat hastily. Samuel promptly opened the car door, while beside him, General Ross tapped his father's shoulder. Come on, Dad, let us go. However, gazing at the monstrous entity, General Ross clenched his fists, memories from over a decade ago flooding his mind, recalling the scientists who had perished. Now, observing the soldiers around him, he understood that if he were to abandon the scene, once the creature finished its drink and emerged, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc. At that moment, his loyal soldiers, who had stood by him for years, would face their doom. With this thought, General Ross raised his arm and called out, "Everyone, form a battle formation and spread out. Let us concentrate our firepower. Before that creature approaches, we must send it straight to hell." The surrounding soldiers, now galvanized by their general's command, swiftly fell into formation, shedding their previous hesitance. Though the general had been stripped of his rank, they still heeded his orders. In many ways, General Ross was indeed a commendable leader. His integrity surpassed that of most generals in the nation, including a steadfast commitment to avoid needless slaughter of civilians and valuing the lives of his subordinates. As the soldiers began to marshal their firepower, General Ross turned to his daughter. "Now, you must leave this place immediately. But do not worry. I have my ways of dealing with such a behemoth." At this, Banner murmured, "I think I should go take a look." "Why are you worried about your girlfriend?" "No, I'm concerned about General Ross." "Him? Why do you care about him?" "Although that man has pursued me for many years," Banner took a deep breath at this point, "I believe he is not entirely at fault." Having been chased for so long, Banner often reminisced about that fateful experiment. Recalling those hazy memories, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Had he not stubbornly insisted on conducting experiments on himself, events would not have unfolded as they did. However, had they failed to produce results back then, the project would have been disbanded, and in his youthful arrogance, how could he have allowed that to happen? Thus, tragedy ensued. When pondering the root of it all, even Banner, who had been relentlessly pursued for years, could only conclude that the origin lay within himself. Was General Ross at fault? Yes, but the primary responsibility does not rest with him. The course of events leading to this point was also a consequence of his own escape. Given another chance, he would flee once more. For he had inadvertently overheard military representatives discussing their desire for General Ross to capture him and study the mutations within him to develop a genetic serum. The military believed that the mutations he harbored were far superior to the super serum once utilized by Captain America, despite the side effects of losing one's senses upon transformation. Its strategic significance was immense. In extreme circumstances, they could inject this serum into criminals or even civilians, casting them into the fray without concern for the aftermath. He did not wish for his power to fall under military control. Otherwise, the memories of his past killings would replay endlessly in reality. Aside from this matter, he harbored little animosity towards General Ross. After the initial incident, General Ross had not directly apprehended him. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to escape. So, in a sense, were it not for General Ross's relentless pursuit, he might even feel gratitude towards him. "So you think they cannot defeat that foul yellow creature?" Seeing Banner like this, it was rare for him to nod in agreement. Often, the definitions people assign to things are inaccurate because most perspectives are incomplete and colored by subjective judgment. Once emotions settle and more information is gathered, people may arrive at vastly different opinions about the same event. In the world of 2077, this is frequently the case. You may believe you are doing the right thing, yet in reality, you are merely being led by others. Banner's ability to set aside his subjective perspective and analyze the entire situation from an outsider's viewpoint is indeed admirable. All right then, let us proceed and conduct an experiment. Experiment? What kind of experiment? Perhaps due to the incident that transpired earlier, Banner harbored some reluctance towards the term experiment, and he immediately retorted, "Testing a medical device? Medical device?" Banner felt a twinge of confusion as he snapped his fingers. Behind him, the elevator began its slow ascent, revealing a colossal creation akin to a mechanized warrior gradually being elevated by the lift. The Sacred Blood Angel, scientifically known as the Mobile Battlefield Emergency Rescue Mech. You refer to this as a medical device? Banner's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the imposing 5-meter-tall mech. Its oppressive presence, accentuated by the cannon-like barrels and the unusual tubes adorning its hands, eliciting an involuntary gasp from him. "Remain calm, Draymond. Summon Ethan. We shall conduct a mech experiment." Understood. Within Greben University, the soldiers had previously dispersed the faculty and students, allowing them to engage in operations without concern. Upon General Ross's command, dozens of soldiers armed with rocket launchers positioned armored vehicles beneath the building, while helicopters took to the skies. Their 6-barrel rotary cannons aimed at the yellow beast still indulging in beverages inside. Once all heavy artillery was assembled, General Ross inhaled deeply as he settled back into the helicopter. Fire! At his command, everyone simultaneously pressed the fire button. Dozens of rockets, accompanied by a visible storm of bullets, surged into the building. With a cacophony of explosions, smoke billowed forth. Yet the soldiers could still discern the general outline of the structure. After enduring a relentless barrage, the building's integrity began to falter, with portions already succumbing to collapse. Just when the calm led everyone to believe it was over, a massive chunk of debris suddenly erupted from the smoke, crushing an armored vehicle beneath it. In the next instant, a colossal figure burst forth from the haze, landing squarely atop another armored vehicle, deforming its structure with a single stomp. "Ross, you have thoroughly enraged me." The once calm Bronsky, interrupted mid-sip by the sudden assault, became increasingly furious. Gazing up at the helicopter, he raised a nearby cabinet and hurled it skyward with precision. In the face of his immense strength, the cabinet transformed into a projectile, severing the tail of the armed helicopter. Though the helicopter's balance was disrupted, the pilot skillfully maintained control, preventing an immediate descent. However, the armored vehicle, now crushed beneath Bronsky's foot, was lifted and thrown once more. This strike directly impacted the cockpit, resulting in the immediate demise of the elite pilot. And the armed helicopter flipped over in the air, crashing to the ground in a most unfortunate manner. The high-intensity propeller etched deep grooves into the ground before ultimately shattering, fracturing into several pieces that scattered across the battlefield. A hapless soldier was tragically bisected, collapsing to the ground while emitting a pitiful wail. If fate did not intervene, his demise would be imminent. Having effortlessly downed the armed helicopter, Bronsky erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "This is the consequence of provoking me." As he reveled in the immense power coursing through him, Bronsky felt invincible, the strongest being on this planet. However, before he could fully indulge in his fantasies, a barrage of heavy machine gun fire suddenly erupted from nearby, targeting him directly. The ammunition, capable of easily shredding concrete walls, barely left marks upon his body, creating mere indentations that left the surrounding soldiers in stunned silence. "Do you mere ants dare to challenge me?" Bronsky roared in fury, charging toward the armored vehicles that had opened fire on him. Chapter 159. The power of technology faced with the superhuman Bronsky, who could contend with the Hulk. The soldiers' rifles had entirely lost their intimidating prowess. Even the heavy machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles were rendered nearly ineffective, only managing to make shallow impressions on Bronsky's skin. Those armored vehicles, which could once navigate the chaos of gunfire with ease, were crumpled by a single punch for Bronsky, rendering them useless, much to the dismay of the soldiers who were not sheltered within. To Bronsky, these soldiers were no more formidable than dolls, even less resilient than dolls that would not shatter at a single blow. Should we make our escape while he is distracted? Under Drummond's intelligent analysis, as the soldiers initially concentrated their fire on Bronsky, Excalibur had retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Ross, hearing Samuel's urging, turned her gaze toward the fallen helicopter. "No, I must save my father. You go ahead," she insisted, shaking her head. The helicopter had not fallen from a great height, and thus, despite its crash landing, there had been no explosions. General Ross still held a chance of survival, and Elizabeth could not abandon her father. Without hesitation, Elizabeth pushed open the car door and sprinted towards the armed helicopter. Samuel, seated in the driver's seat, cursed under his breath as he witnessed Bronsky catch up to a soldier, silencing him with a single kick. A reclusive science nerd, who spent his days studying cell biology, was utterly unprepared for such brutality, rendered speechless by the sight. Yet, upon seeing Elizabeth rush toward the helicopter, Samuel hesitated for a moment. "Damn it, Drummond. Let's get out of here." His timidity rendered it implausible for him to remain. Although Samuel felt a twinge of shame at the prospect of fleeing, he ultimately made the decision to do so. The primary reason being that Bronsky was simply too terrifying. However, the figure on the screen, Delamon, shook his head, apologetically stating that his directive was to safeguard both individuals. The repetition of the word both struck Samuel with realization. Damn, with no means of escape, He could only slap the steering wheel in frustration, inadvertently honking the horn. Although the sword in the stone was capable of driving, manual control was prioritized to prevent unforeseen circumstances. The sudden honk drew Bronski's attention. "Ah, your ally's a Hulk, are you? Tell me, where is that fellow?" In confronting the soldiers, Bronski displayed a brutal dominance, yet such slaughter could not satiate his thirst for battle. Recalling the moment he was felled by Hulk's kick, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Bronski's eyes. These feeble adversaries were unworthy of his enmity. Only Hulk, that individual, could provide the exhilarating thrill of combat he craved. With a roar directed at the sword in the stone, Bronski charged forth, intent on seizing the occupants within and extracting Hulk's whereabouts. As Samuel beheld Bronski barreling towards him, terror rendered him paralyzed in his seat. "No, think of something. Run," Samuel shouted at Delamon, who remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the impending danger. "Threat detected. Activating protective mode," he announced. As Bronski advanced, Samuel's heart raced, drowning out Delamon's words. Just as Bronski was about to crash into the sword in the stone, a black truck suddenly surged from the side. With its sharp front, propelled by formidable momentum, it collided with Bronski, sending him flying. Despite his increased size, challenging the king of the road, particularly this modified behemoth, proved too much. He was knocked to the ground, rolling twice and stirring up a cloud of dust. "Damn you! I will tear you to shreds." Though hurled aside, Bronski emerged unscathed. His physique was remarkably robust. The evolution within him continued unabated, allowing for rapid recovery even from injury. After halting his roll, Bronski regained his footing and bellowed at the truck. Yet, in the next instant, a series of whirring sounds filled the air. Momentarily taken aback, Bronski found himself encircled by a swarm of tiny drones, each no larger than his fist. "What in the world are these?" he muttered incredulously. Despite his current explosive temper, his memory was intact. He could not recall the military possessing such weaponry. However, Delamon did not respond to him. From Delamon's perspective, Bronski was enveloped in a crimson aura, signifying that he had been entirely locked onto by the surrounding drones. Subsequently, the Shenlong intelligent submachine gun, presented to the world by Kanta Military Industry from the year 2077, commenced its performance in this realm. A series of faint activation sounds echoed as smart bullets, equipped with propulsion systems, were discharged from the drone's muzzles. With the aid of these propulsion mechanisms, the intelligent bullets traced graceful arcs through the air, striking Bronski's massive form in the blink of an eye. Despite his skin, capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire, being penetrated by these intelligent projectiles, the damage was not as catastrophic as it appeared. After all, in the year 2077, nearly every individual traversing the streets of Night City was outfitted with remarkable subdermal armor. The Shenlong intelligent submachine gun was still capable of breaching such defenses. Bronski was no exception. The relentless bullets tore through Bronski's skin, causing blood to flow profusely, transforming him into a veritable figure of crimson. Yet, despite the gruesome appearance, Bronski's injuries were not dire. The power of the intelligent bullets, though formidable, paled in comparison to that of a sniper's round. Even as the smart bullets breached his skin, they struggled to inflict significant damage upon his denser musculature. Once he regained his composure, Bronski, enduring excruciating pain akin to 1,000 needles, focused on a drone and hurled a punch towards it. The force of his blow was tremendous, parting the air itself. However, under Delamon's comprehensive surveillance, every muscle of Bronski was meticulously monitored. Just as he prepared to unleash his strike, Delamon had already anticipated his action. With a sudden surge of speed, the drone targeted by Bronski deftly evaded the punch. Bronski continued to throw punches, each imbued with significant power and speed. Yet he found himself unable to connect with even a single drone, akin to a beleaguered worker battling mosquitoes on a summer night, left in impotent fury. Delamon effortlessly discerned Bronski's movements, maintaining an expression of calm indifference. After all, in the presence of substantial technological superiority, a being reliant solely on physical strength could hardly mount an effective counterattack. Noticing that the current damage inflicted upon Bronski was negligible, Delamon swiftly devised a new combat strategy. Having completed the target scan, he recalibrated the target and aimed for its vulnerabilities, namely the eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and anus, to distract the target's attention. The application type laser cannon began to charge, targeting the neck. Chapter 160. The dog chews mud. Upon updating the battle plan, all drones abruptly ceased their fire, leaving Bronsky momentarily bewildered by the sudden cessation of attacks. Believing that these devices had long since exhausted their ammunition, he cautiously shifted his arm and glanced at the surrounding drones. However, in the next instant, an excruciating pain surged from his eye. Several intelligent projectiles traced arcs through the air, deftly circumventing Bronsky's arm that shielded his face and striking his eye with unerring accuracy. Moreover, some drones flanked him from the side and rear, unleashing a relentless barrage of intelligent bullets that seemed to possess a sentient aim, targeting the vulnerable areas of his body. These projectiles, guided by the preemptive calculations of Delamon, exhibited precision surpassing that of typical hackers, burrowing into Bronsky's ear, inflicting a torment akin to having one's brain pierced, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. This was also attributable to the newly established server center. Generally, the trajectory deviation of the Inglong intelligent submachine gun relies on the computational prowess of the user's cybernetic enhancements. The higher the computational capacity, the more sophisticated the calculations of the projectile's arc. With a large server center providing logistical support, Delamon could dictate the intelligent bullet's flight path mid-air, ensuring they struck their intended targets. As Bronsky had grown in size, so too had his ear holes, which now resembled magnetic conduits, drawing in countless intelligent bullets that curved around to pierce through. According to Delamon's newly devised combat strategy, Bronsky was simultaneously vulnerable to attacks on his nose and other delicate areas. In fact, had Bronsky not transformed into a giant form, whereupon a certain organ seemingly vanished, that area would have been subjected to concentrated fire from Delamon as well. Though one weak point had been eliminated, the remaining vulnerabilities were ruthlessly exploited, leaving Bronsky writhing on the ground in pain. After all, while he had become more resilient, it did not mean he was impervious to suffering. Thus, the once arrogant Bronsky found himself relentlessly pursued and battered by drones. Yet, the pain he endured was far from lethal, allowing the laser cannon mounted on the truck to begin its charge. As Bronsky rolled chaotically across the ground, evading the drones, he inadvertently found himself at the edge of the forest, seizing the opportunity to uproot a large tree and brandish it wildly. The massive trunk wielded in his hands, indeed forced the drones to retreat. After all, the force behind it was considerable, and a strike from such a tree would surely necessitate repairs on their part. In Delamon's combat plan, he sought to maintain a no-damage approach. With the tree providing a barrier, Bronsky finally caught his breath. However, a sudden sense of impending danger crawled up his spine, sending a chill through him. Turning his head, he beheld the laser cannon on the truck nearing its charge completion, its ominous glow sending shivers down his spine. "Damn it!" he roared, hurling the tree towards the truck with all his might. Drummond swiftly maneuvered the truck in reverse, while simultaneously, the missile bay mounted on the vehicle sprang open, unleashing a barrage of missiles that soared through the air and obliterated a towering tree, reducing it to mere splinters. As the truck continued its retreat, it deftly avoided the debris, evading the advancing Bronsky. Surrounded by a multitude of drones, Drummond possessed countless eyes. Even though Bronsky's plan to use the tree's remnants as cover to assault the truck was astute, he was nonetheless detected by drones positioned at various angles, and Drummond denied him any opportunity. Bronsky, in a moment of clumsiness, stumbled and fell right in front of the truck. At that precise moment, the laser cannon finished charging, its barrel lowering gradually, yet Bronsky, gritting his teeth, executed a tactical roll towards the truck. Restricted by the cannon's central positioning on the vehicle, it was unable to lock onto Bronsky's neck. If it maintained its aim, it would inevitably strike the front of the truck first. With no other options available, the cautious Drummond aimed directly at Bronsky's exposed shoulder, which was significantly larger in size. There was no thunderous roar. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the laser cannon, instantly striking Bronsky's shoulder as he attempted to inch closer to the truck. Conceived from Tony Stark's new element reactor and refined with the power of the Asgardian destroyer armor, the laser cannon's potency had been further augmented. The flesh and blood of Bronsky stood no chance against such force, and he was vaporized on the spot, leaving a scorched trench 3 inches deep in the ground behind him. Bronsky's shoulder was severed from his body, crashing to the ground before he had even registered the pain. leaving him momentarily stunned. His once invincible physique had been felled in a single strike. Yet, Draman did not allow himself to bask in the glory of this victory. This was one of his strengths. He maintained his composure, controlling the truck to continue its retreat, while another laser cannon began to charge. The missile bay and drones were also prepared to further harass Bronsky. Suddenly, he halted the actions of the drones and missile bay. "You have arrived." Descending from the sky, a figure landed atop the truck, leaving two distinct impressions on the roof. Upon noticing this, Draman's code surged frantically, erasing the target that had sustained no damage without realizing the fluctuations in Draman's code. The newcomer, relaxed, remarked, "Well, it seems the results of the first battle are quite promising. This truck is rather impressive, Draman. Have you identified any areas for improvement?" The position of a laser cannon is ill-conceived, leading to a constricted firing arc. The truck's maneuverability and concealment are insufficient, and the number of drone modules is too few. We should incorporate modules for electric shocks and burns, which would be effective against specialized enemies. Noted. Let's document that for future improvements. Nodding, he then looked upwards. "All right, Ethan. There are many injured here. It's the perfect opportunity for you to test your medical mech. Wait, I'm still not quite adept. Be careful, or you might fall." Under the watchful gaze of a group of soldiers, a nearly 5-meter-tall mech suddenly crashed down from the sky, creating a massive pit upon impact. After a moment of stunned silence, I shook my head in resignation. It seems we indeed need to outfit him with one. "Delamont, it's up to you to train a specialized model for this purpose." "Understood. Proceeding now." Chapter 161. Experimental material. Delamont immediately began to replicate part of his own program and commenced the training of his new self. After all, this approach was the most efficient. However, in a certain sense, what he was doing was rather perverse. The frantic surge of code, triggered moments ago, was also copied into the subroutine, influencing the personality therein. Meanwhile, casting a glance at the mech nestled in the pit, I couldn't help but shake my head. Although I held high hopes for Ethan, it was evident that he truly lacked the skill to operate a mech. Shifting my gaze to Bronsky, I couldn't ascertain whether the recent blast had affected his nervous system. For he stood there, seemingly dazed. I could still sense his life force, yet he remained immobile, which piqued my curiosity. I jumped down from the truck and slowly approached Bronsky. Even as I drew near, he remained unresponsive. "What's wrong? Did that blast short-circuit him?" I crouched down for a closer look, but Bronsky appeared utterly soul-drained, failing to react at all. As I furrowed my brow in confusion, I suddenly noticed something peculiar, a bone spike protruding from Bronsky's arm. My eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Is he still experimenting with external augmentation?" Muttering to myself, I observed as Bronsky suddenly swung his arm and launched a powerful punch toward me. Yet, I swiftly transformed into an afterimage, evading the blow. This guy is still mutating? I stepped back, watching as Bronsky struggled to rise, emitting a primal roar devoid of reason, filled with raw, beastly fury. Soon after, his body began to convulse, with spikes erupting from his back, and simultaneously his size began to increase. Is this the emergence of a second personality? As I witnessed Bronsky's violent transformation, marked by a feral gaze, a realization struck me. It seemed that Banner had experienced a similar phenomenon. When provoked, his rationality would vanish, replaced by what could be described as a second persona, leading to physical mutations. After Bronsky transformed, he still retained some semblance of his sanity. But that recent blast must have frightened him, or rather, his body. In the midst of an already altered state, he underwent yet another transformation. Although it was somewhat perplexing, it remained within the realm of understanding. Observing Bronsky's increasingly swollen physique instilled no fear. After all, it was merely flesh. Could it withstand a laser cannon? Behind him, Draman had already begun charging the laser cannon, diligently documenting Bronsky's transformation, as it constituted exceptional research material. After a while, curiosity began to blossom. Through thermal vision, Bronsky's body temperature surged, implicating the utilization of internal energy. Clearly, in such circumstances, Bronsky's threshold for energy consumption had been elevated, a benefit derived from his rage. In truth, no individual can entirely harness the full force of their own body. This serves as a safeguard against excessive exertion that could lead to muscle strain or even fainting. When an ordinary person succumbs to uncontrollable fury or other extraordinary situations, these bodily limitations dissolve, allowing for a momentary surge of tremendous strength. The cases of Banner and Bronski appear to align perfectly with this premise. Thus, one might ponder whether appropriate stimulation could enhance Banner's physical output efficiency. Muttering softly, calculations commenced. At that moment, Bronski had completed his transformation. This creature's spine seemed to have had pre-existing issues, resulting in a substantial alteration post-mutation, his length extending several meters. Additionally, nearly 2 meters of bony spikes protruded from his back, and his elongated tailbone sprouted numerous joints, rendering it remarkably flexible, akin to a serpent's tail. Consequently, his entire body length reached nearly 7 meters. While one arm remained intact and had grown even more robust, the other side bore a wound from which flesh continuously morphed, sprouting an array of appendages that resembled either tentacles or fleshy growths. It was, to say the least, quite grotesque. However, the rapid elongation of his body rendered Bronski unstable. For balance, he adopted a crawling posture, embodying an animalistic stance. His eyes, devoid of any human emotion, fixated upon Draymond. A peculiar roar emanated from his throat as Bronski lunged forward, his massive jaws aimed to bite. In a swift movement, Draymond stepped forward, delivering a kick to Bronski's face. "Close your mouth." The blow forcibly shut the creature's jaws, causing it to stagger back, and Draymond regarded the monster with a sense of intrigue. Indeed, the efficiency of exertion had increased, although such a posture was unsustainable for prolonged combat. Elevating the limits of explosive power proved beneficial. Nevertheless, the creature's reliance on its jaws for attack, rather than employing hands or similar appendages, indicated a complete loss of rationality. This flaw was sufficient to undermine all the advantages of this mode. Yet, it remained worthy of study, as it might aid in restoring Banner's sanity in another form. Murmuring under his breath, the monstrous creature showed no signs of respite, relentlessly attacking with a long body reminiscent of a many-legged centipede. This time, it employed its limbs and even its bony tail, which sliced through the air like a dagger, incessantly striking. Aware of the creature's newfound strength, he refrained from a direct confrontation, transforming his form into a series of afterimages, gracefully evading the creature's frenzied assaults. Despite the prolonged skirmish, the creature failed to land a hit. After a while, Delamon sent a communication, indicating that the intelligence gathering was complete. Having acquired the necessary information, he swiftly evaded the creature's attack range. It was evident that Cyanwiston remained excessively formidable. Suppressants? 3 times a day? What on earth is that? Having escaped the creature's onslaught, he halted Delamon from initiating cannon fire. "Cease fire. I believe this specimen still holds research value. We must not obliterate this material, no matter how mutated it became. As long as it was a carbon-based life form, it could not evade the consequences of high temperatures, unless the heat was insufficient, so he felt no fear. Yet, he understood that subduing this creature would require considerable effort, and he wished to avoid triggering its hypermode. Thus, he turned to the large pit nearby and knocked on the mech that had yet to rise. "Are you still in there? Come out." Upon his words, the mech opened, revealing Ethan lying in the seat he had prepared, his head adorned with neural control apparatus, his face flushed as he struggled to manipulate the mech with his mind, attempting to make it stand. However, no matter his efforts, the mech could only shuffle slightly within the pit, utterly incapable of rising. "It appears your neural thought intensity is too low. You cannot directly control the mech yet. Fortunately, I had Delamon devise a plan for you. It won't be long now." Ignoring Ethan, he reached in and pulled out Banner, who had been hitching a ride. "How are you holding up?" "Not too bad. Thankfully, you administered the calming spray, or I would have transformed right inside." "Is that so? But I actually need you to transform now." "What?" Banner exclaimed in surprise. But a deafening roar from the nearby creature interrupted him. Turning to see the source, he felt a chill run down his spine, his hairs standing on end. "That's it. Go and smash it." "Are you joking? I can't transform right now." "Don't forget, you just gave me the calming spray." Banner attempted to protest for facing such a creature. It was a feat just to remain unafraid. "Don't worry, I have a plan." With that, he produced another bottle of spray and aimed it at Banner's face. The moment the mist enveloped him, Banner's expression dulled, nearly causing him to collapse. Seizing Banner, he hurled him forward, propelling him directly in front of the creature. "Now's the time. It's your moment." Chapter 162, The Hulk Strikes. Double eruption. A figure crashed before him, yet the monster showed no signs of halting. In this form, The energy expenditure was exceedingly high, and the vitality within him was insufficient to sustain such a guise, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of hunger. With a hand gripping Banner, the creature sought to shove him into its maw. As the sensation of fullness increased, its movements remained undeterred. What was once a minuscule morsel, upon reaching its lips, had transformed into something too unwieldy for the monster to grasp with a single hand. Yet the creature remained oblivious to this fact. Suddenly, a powerful fist struck its jaw, propelling its body backward. In that instant, a figure lunged onto it, unleashing a furious roar. Hulk cannot be consumed. The green giant made his first true appearance, and the roar widened the creature's eyes in astonishment. This being possessed intellect? In sheer surprise, it employed a peculiar spray to forcibly incite anger within Banner, summoning Hulk into existence. Yet this harbinger of rage exhibited awareness, a stark contrast that even drew the attention of onlookers. The astonishment, however, did not hinder Hulk's actions, having been absent from the world for so long. Coupled with the grotesque creature's desire to consume him, Hulk's fury intensified. He forcefully pried open the monster's hand and dropped to the ground. Facing a creature more than twice his size, Hulk roared defiantly, unacquainted with fear, and charged forward once more. Enveloping the monster with both arms, he executed a body slam, sending it crashing to the earth. Without hesitation, Hulk lunged forward, delivering a relentless barrage of fists upon the creature's grotesquely transformed head. Each punch inflicted grievous wounds, the sound of flesh meeting flesh causing the hearts of all present to race with adrenaline. Yet, the monster remained unfazed by its injuries, or perhaps, like Hulk, it feared no such harm. With a sudden motion, it shook off Hulk and lunged at him anew. Ignoring Hulk's blows, the creature's upper body tackled him to the ground, and its massive jaws clamped down upon Hulk's shoulder. Blood gushed forth, and after a few hearty gulps, the monster's eyes widened in astonishment. Hulk's blood possessed enough potency to temporarily empower an ordinary person to feats akin to that of a diminutive Hulk, the energy within undeniable. In this moment of unexpected nourishment, the monster clung on tenaciously, undeterred by the roughness of Hulk's flesh. Observers could not help but furrow their brows at this scene. Much like Hulk, this creature possessed not only immense physical strength, but also remarkable regenerative abilities. Its cellular division occurred at an astonishing rate. Unless it were dispatched instantaneously, it would prove nearly impossible to eliminate effectively. In a manner reminiscent of Hulk's previous display of brute force, he unleashed a flurry of strikes that rendered the creature battered and bruised. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those wounds vanished without a trace. Upon activating his overclocking mode, he could unleash hundreds of strikes in an instant, decapitating the beast. However, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in such a mode, aware that it would inflict damage on his own cybernetic enhancements. Thus, he opted to allow Hulk to confront the creature directly, seeking to exhaust its energy reserves. However, the Blonsky of earlier days was no match for Hulk, and this newly transformed, limited-released monstrosity was beyond Hulk's capabilities. Presently, Hulk could not allow the creature to replenish its energy, for the duration of their battle remained uncertain. With a muttered remark, he sprang into the fray, aiming for the creature's neck, his hands wielding the Mantis Blades, and he struck down with ferocity. Despite the strength of his strike, capable of cleaving through steel, the blade penetrated only a short distance before being halted by the creature's spine. Following its second mutation, the creature's bones had grown increasingly resilient, to the extent that one might consider fashioning a weapon from them. Although the Mantis Blades could not sever its bones, they still conveyed a sense of lethal threat to the beast. Its primal instincts compelled it to abandon Hulk as its target, pivoting instead to deliver a powerful slap. With no leverage in midair, Hulk ingeniously employed his grappling hook to ensnare the creature's body, using its own turning motion to propel himself forward, landing in front of Hulk. The mindless creature appeared tragically bewildered, unable to locate its target. Standing before Hulk, it produced a canister of red spray. "Shall we test your limits and unlock more of your power?" It grinned, addressing Hulk with a sense of camaraderie. Hulk exhibited a noticeable lack of hostility towards this creature that would not recklessly fire a weapon at him. However, upon observing the spray, a flicker of recognition ignited in his muddled memory. "Hulk, yes, let's do this." With a glimmer of eager anticipation in his eyes, The creature unleashed a torrent of the peculiar spray towards Hulk. Hulk inhaled deeply, and his eyes transformed into a vibrant crimson as his muscles began to swell. Though his metamorphosis was not as pronounced as the creature's, likely due to the stability of his cells in contrast to Blonsky's tumultuous transformation, it was evident that Hulk had ascended to the second phase of his evolution. Hulk fight. Despite the rising tide of fury, Hulk retained a modicum of rationality, hinting at a peculiar nature where his anger seemed to enhance his clarity. Gazing at the creature, Hulk propelled himself from the ground, leaving two massive craters in his wake, and launched himself like a cannonball towards the back of the creature's head, gathering his strength for a devastating punch. Boom! A sound akin to an explosion reverberated through the air as a single punch unleashed a shockwave, propelling the creature's head violently forward, along with its massive body, which crashed into the laboratory building. Taking advantage of his considerable weight, the Hulk remained grounded, not rebounding, but instead taking two powerful strides forward, denying the creature any opportunity to retaliate as he lunged into the building, relentlessly pummeling the monster. The already precarious structure of the building shuddered under the impact, collapsing partially, with dust and debris swirling, obscuring everyone's vision. However, this did not include those with thermal vision, who observed the Hulk grasping the creature by its tail, thrashing it about with ease, the monster utterly incapable of defending itself. Nodding in acknowledgement, it became evident that the Hulk could indeed transcend limitations through emotional fluctuations, though the theoretical limits of such power remained uncertain. With newfound strength, the Hulk treated the creature as though it were but a toy, confirming a hypothesis. It must be noted that while today's adversary was not particularly formidable, it provided a wealth of data. With this information, perhaps the Hulk formula could be advanced towards its ultimate potential more swiftly. Chapter 163. The Cursing Celestial Angel. After gathering data with great satisfaction, Draymond relayed a message. The medical exosuit had been fully calibrated, and the individual was now familiar with all its equipment and protocols, capable of assisting Ethan in completing his medical tasks. Is that so? Turning to observe the medical exosuit still stuck in the pit, Ethan had been attempting to maneuver it for 2 minutes without success. It remained immobile, unable even to roll over. This left Ethan somewhat speechless. While it was true that he had not undergone cybernetic enhancements and lacked the internal interfaces and neural signal receivers necessary for optimal control, one could not ignore that when Tony Stark had been utilized as a guinea pig, he managed to control multiple arms with remarkable ease. Thus, it seemed improbable that Ethan's skills were so deficient as to be unable to turn the exosuit over. Yet reality dealt a harsh blow. Ethan's neural signal intensity was simply no match for Tony Stark's. Perhaps it was not that Ethan was lacking, but rather that Stark was extraordinarily gifted. In any case, Ethan relinquished the hope of the exosuit operating autonomously and opted instead for assistance in his actions. This would alleviate some of his burdens, as imparting knowledge of the medical exosuit's full range of functions and equipment would undoubtedly take several months. By integrating Draymond's calibration directly, this laborious process could be bypassed. Very well, proceed to integrate it into the medical exosuit immediately. Understood. Initiating integration. With those words, the calibration devised by Draymond swiftly entered the medical exosuit, which then jolted to life upon full activation. Ethan was still endeavoring to make the mech rise, yet despite his utmost effort, he could not facilitate its smooth operation. A sigh escaped him. In truth, he was capable of coaxing the medical mech to a certain extent. His ability to guide it from the base indicated he possessed some level of control over the machine. However, his prowess was rather limited, allowing him to manipulate only a relatively uncomplicated structure at any given time. During its flight, he had solely directed the levitation apparatus and propulsion system, thereby realizing his aspiration of flight. Yet now, his task extended beyond controlling such a simple framework. The humanoid structure of the medical mech rendered it exceedingly agile, yet it was inherently designed to mirror the complexities of the human anatomy. For instance, the hand boasted a multitude of structures and joints akin to that of a human hand. This singular hand was already intricate enough for Ethan to struggle with, let alone the entirety of a mech. Thus, it was evident that Ethan could not solely rely on his own capabilities to activate this machine. Fortunately, an alternative plan existed. Once the artificial intelligence integrated into the medical mech, designated the Holy Blood Angel, it sprang to life. The hatch before Ethan abruptly shut, and amidst his astonished gaze, various displays within the mech illuminated. Soon, the medical mech completed its self-diagnostic, followed by a voice echoing, "Beep, you lazy bum, it's time to commence the rescue mission." Taken aback by the reprimand, Ethan momentarily froze, yet the machine required no further guidance from him. It effortlessly emerged from the pit. While it had been immobile within the pit, the surrounding soldiers had not grasped the sheer magnitude of the mech. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, its imposing stature and robust form conveyed a sense of formidable strength, evoking an overwhelming aura. Paradoxically, this apparent weapon of mass destruction was, in fact, a medical unit. Upon completing a site scan and detecting multiple casualties, the mech exclaimed, "Hey, you over there, you cannot die without my consent." After assessing the scene, the colossal mech called out vigorously, then took a running start, executing a slide that uprooted a patch of grass before gliding to the side of the soldier. Why refer to this soldier as merely half a man? Because he was the unfortunate victim of a helicopter rotor that had severed him in half. Struck by the devastating force of the helicopter's wing, the soldier's pelvis was shattered, his lower body completely severed. Fortunately, his internal organs had not been directly impacted, but the rupture of 2 major blood vessels resulted in a rapid and significant loss of blood. Such an injury, one might argue, is beyond salvation, even a hospital surrounded by dozens of doctors and nurses. Therefore, his comrades resigned themselves to the grim reality that this unfortunate soul was beyond rescue, turning their attention to other soldiers who had a greater chance of survival. At this moment, the unfortunate individual had lost a significant amount of blood, leading to shock. His brain would soon suffer irreversible damage due to insufficient blood supply, and thereafter, he would succumb to death. Time had already elapsed, and the soldier's condition grew increasingly perilous. However, even though the specter of death loomed ominously, as long as there remained a flicker of life, there was still hope for survival in the face of the medical technology of 2077. Upon detecting the massive blood loss and imminent demise of the brain, an urgent need for blood transfusion arose. To his dismay, the blood supply was depleted. What on earth was the logistics team doing? The blood angel cursed under his breath, casting glances around. "It's you." During the recent skirmish, several soldiers had fallen victim to the monster's assault, their lives extinguished in an instant, a fate even the advanced technology of 2077 could not reverse. Yet, the blood angel's concern was not for their lives, but for the blood coursing through their veins. "Just expired, are we? The blood should still be warm. I shall take your blood to save your comrade." Raising his arm, small punctures appeared along it, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a series of needles that pierced the bodies of the fallen soldiers. He extracted a significant quantity of blood directly from their still warm corpses. After all, these individuals were already deceased, and the blood angel harbored no qualms as he vigorously drew forth blood. Following a swift analysis to determine blood types and a rudimentary sterilization, he stored the precious fluid in several protective blood vials within his own body. Indeed, fresh, warm blood, just what we needed. As the blood vials gradually filled, the blood angel let out a triumphant shout, then extended another transfusion tube from his arm, inserting it directly into the soldier's vein to deliver the blood. Simultaneously, a series of miniature mechanical structures emerged from his palm, penetrating the soldier's chest to grasp his heart and assist in its rhythmic beating. Concerns of hygiene were cast aside. In the chaos of battle, survival took precedence over sanitation. Moreover, additional mechanical apparatuses began to address the severed blood vessels. Otherwise, the soldier would bleed out as blood was infused. Rapidly, mechanical arms reconnected the severed vessels in a precise manner and applied specialized treatments. Thus, the remaining blood would circulate within the soldier's upper body, preventing any further loss. With the blood loss managed and the heart revitalized, the blood angel proceeded to provide urgent care to the other organs, spraying healing fluid within and swiftly stitching the gaping wounds closed. In that moment, the blood angel had temporarily snatched the soldier from the clutches of death's scythe. "Enough! I command you not to die, and thus you shall not perish." The entire rescue operation transpired with remarkable swiftness. Within mere minutes, this soldier was granted a chance at survival. Such efficiency left the medic, who was still busy applying bandages to his comrades, utterly astonished. "What are you staring at? Come over here and take this rascal away." I've only conducted emergency measures. If we don't expedite his transport to the hospital, he is doomed. Damn it. Why are there still so many injured? For heaven's sake, you all must survive. The celestial blood angel muttered a few curses, yet despite its massive form, it executed a surprisingly agile turn to attend to other wounded soldiers. Observing this figure and listening to his words, he studied Delamon for a while before slowly remarking, "Why is your childcare ability still so lacking? I distinctly recall providing you with an upgrade." I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it's an extremely rare individual symptom. Delamon recalled the fluctuations in his code earlier, and when those large feet were planted atop the truck, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Subsequently, it seemed that code had transferred to this new unit. It all makes sense now, but cough cough, let us just pretend nothing happened. Chapter 164. Repulsion Field Device. While pondering the celestial blood angel's peculiarities and wondering how Delamon had encountered another mishap, he continued to observe the angel's medical procedures. To be fair, despite the angel's incessant grumbling, its work was impressively proficient. Numerous ailments deemed incurable by the doctors of this era were swiftly remedied by the celestial blood angel, with remarkable efficiency that left the medics unable to intervene, relegated to merely repositioning the injured. Calculations indicated that this performance could potentially optimize the celestial blood angel's medical mech to an ideal efficiency rating of 79. Considering this was achieved without prior material resupply, one could only conclude that Delamon had trained this unit exceptionally well, though it exhibited a minor flaw. Its seamless compatibility with the mech rendered such imperfections trivial. As for the pilot, Ethan's sentiments, he felt that this cantankerous companion suited him rather well. A straightforward individual deserves a fiery temperament. Otherwise, they might find themselves bullied wherever they go, unable to retaliate. Having documented the evaluation of the celestial blood angel's efficiency, he turned to inquire about Hulk's situation. However, upon turning, a colossal figure erupted from the building, calmly stepping back to evade the creature hurled by Hulk. He watched as it crashed to the ground and skidded across the floor, ultimately pinning Samuel, who had inexplicably crept closer beneath it. Stunned for a moment, he widened his eyes. Samuel, this unfortunate engineering enthusiast who should have been safely spectating atop Excalibur. Why in the world did he come over? Just as I intended to assess the situation, the Holy Blood Mecha rushed ahead. Damn it. It only complicates matters for me. Grasping the creature that had been battered by Hulk, the Holy Blood Angel forcefully hurled it aside, then turned to observe Samuel, who was pinned beneath the creature. Oh my heavens, dear brother, you might as well attempt to channel Hawking, though I dare say his plight pales in comparison to yours. What occurs when a monstrosity larger and significantly heavier than Hulk bears down upon you? Quite simply, it feels akin to being crushed by a compactor, resulting in catastrophic fractures throughout your body. Alas, this poses quite a conundrum. Let me consider how to remedy your condition. Samuel's injuries were so grave that even the advanced technologies of the 2077 era left little in terms of effective first aid. In such scenarios, individuals typically resort to complete body transplants. Yet here, there exists no prosthetic to modify Samuel. Thus, matters have become rather complicated. At this juncture, Hulk leapt from the building, eyeing the nearly lifeless creature, intent on further attacking it. However, the Holy Blood Mecha evidently could not tolerate this any longer. It abruptly pivoted, raising its hand towards the charging Hulk. Stop. Please do not complicate matters further. With that gesture, everything in Hulk's vicinity suddenly froze. Dust leaves, and Hulk himself appeared to be ensnared by an invisible hand, suspended in the air, utterly immobile. It seems the new repulsion field device performs admirably. Perhaps expanding its functionalities merits consideration. Observing this scene, I nodded and approached Samuel, crouching beside the unfortunate engineer. Oh, cough, cough. I feel somewhat unwell, he murmured, his expression bewildered as he lay on the ground. It seems I can no longer sense my body, and I cannot lift my head. In truth, the inability to perceive your body is perhaps a blessing, and as for not being able to lift your head, trust me, that is a minor issue at present. Gazing at Samuel's contorted form, blood oozing from various wounds, I could only shake my head in resignation. What possessed you to venture out here? It was Dr. Ross. She's at the helicopter and requires assistance, so Before he could finish, Samuel succumbed to a fit of coughs, blood trickling from his mouth, nearly splattering my face. Hush now, do not speak. Close your eyes, if you please. As I observed Samuel obediently shutting his eyes, I sighed and glanced back at Hulk, who hovered in the air, visibly irritated. Do you comprehend the chaos you have wrought? Hulk does not appreciate flying. Very well, if you dislike it, then so be it. Turning my gaze back to Blonsky, who was on the brink of death, it was evident he fared no better than Samuel. This individual appeared as though he had been compressed into a sphere by the Hulk, and subsequently kicked around for an extended duration. His symptoms were akin to Samuel's. Yet due to his formidable regenerative capabilities, his injuries were gradually mending. However, the energy within him was dwindling. Without any external energy infusion, he could at best restore his own body, leaving behind a flawless specimen before meeting a noble demise. Observing the gradual recovery of his physique, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. He seemed to have discovered a way to save Samuel. Can you hear me, Hulk? He approached the Hulk, who was flailing helplessly in midair without a point of leverage. You good man, Hulk friend. It appeared as though he aimed to liberate Hulk's form, allowing him to unleash his pin-up fury outside. This notion resonated well with Hulk's senses, prompting him to make a gesture that signaled the cancellation of the repulsive force field device, as indicated by the Saint Blood Angel nearby. This repulsive force field device was an experimental apparatus, an amalgamation of various technologies and theories acquired from this region, repurposed from a levitation device. The Saint Blood Angel was the first and, as of now, the only entity equipped with this device. Through the repulsive field, the Saint Blood Angel could not only soar, but also deflect numerous attacks, serving as a crucial asset that enabled him to rescue others on the battlefield with greater assurance. With this mechanism, he could shield against various assaults and transport the injured back for aid. Moreover, the repulsive field was not merely a shield. By exponentially amplifying the device's power, the Saint Blood Angel could even reflect the physical attacks of adversaries. At this juncture, the Saint Blood Angel utilized the levitation function of the repulsive field to negate gravity in Hulk's vicinity, counteracting his forward momentum and rendering Hulk suspended in midair, immobilized. It could be said that this contraption was indeed a nemesis to Hulk, a warrior renowned for his prowess in physical melee combat. It seemed that Hulk, having learned from his previous impotence, discerned the degree of suppression exerted upon him by the Saint Blood Angel. He immediately ceased his tumultuous behavior, obediently crouching in a corner, refraining from further mischief. Perhaps it was due to the continuous efforts to soothe him that this great infant, seemingly ageless, finally ceased his unrestrained wrath. Chapter 165, Worthy of Hulk's Blood. Observing Hulk, who, despite his evident rage, managed to retain a semblance of rationality, one could conclude that he was indeed the type to grow more composed as his anger intensified. Taking note of this trait, he pointed towards the incapacitated Samuel behind him. This fellow is quite commendable. Could you spare some of your blood for his healing? Upon hearing this, Hulk leaned forward to glance at Samuel, who lay on the ground with closed eyes, uncertain whether he had comprehended the words or had succumbed to unconsciousness. Although his current injuries rendered him oblivious to the pain coursing through his body, it did not imply that he was invincible. His body was riddled with shattering fractures, organs excessively compressed and damaged, spinal nerves impaired. A multitude of injuries converged upon him. That he had not succumbed on the spot was a stroke of fortune. He was not a friend. Hulk shook his head, as if a vague memory whispered to him that this man had conspired with Banner to erase him, leading to an instinctual reluctance to assist Samuel. Observing Hulk, one could discern a look of grievance etched upon his face. After a moment of contemplation, the understanding of Hulk's thoughts dawned upon him. Well, how should I put this, Hulk, do you know? Huh? Hulk gazed back in utter confusion, his expression remarkably innocent, akin to that of a child. The reason Samuel still clings to the notion of eliminating you is that he is rather foolish. He perceives you as a threat, believing you ought to be eradicated. However, if you manage to save him, he will regard you favorably and abandon the idea of your destruction. Really? Hulk glanced at the motionless Samuel on the ground, scratching his head in uncertainty. Indeed, do you not trust me? He looked at Hulk with utmost sincerity, convinced that if Samuel were to learn of Hulk's act of salvation, even his stubbornness would not compel him to act against Hulk. Moreover, Samuel was not truly obstinate. In many ways, he was quite sincere. Hulk hesitated for a moment, then nodded, extending his hand. As he observed the Blood Angel decisively withdrawing the needle. Preparing to draw blood, Hulk abruptly clutched his arm, murmuring, less slowly, fear pain. He cast a glance at the nearby corpses, those that had been directly slain by Blonsky and subsequently bled dry by the Blood Angel. It could be said that the blood within those bodies had been nearly entirely siphoned away. Looking at those lifeless forms, Hulk felt a twinge of fear at the sight of the long needle in the Blood Angel's hand, especially knowing this being seemed capable of suppressing him. This fear intensified when the Blood Angel scrutinized Hulk and selected a thicker needle. "Fear not. We shall proceed with caution," the Blood Angel reassured him, observing Hulk's trepidation. "We cannot afford to be slow. If we delay further, Samuel may perish." With this assurance, Hulk finally extended his hand. The Blood Angel, without hesitation, plunged the needle into Hulk's vein. After all, Hulk's veins were robust enough to require no precise aim. Even with eyes closed, insertion was virtually guaranteed. Better to exert a little extra force than risk failure. Fortunately, the materials used to craft the needle were of excellent quality, allowing it to penetrate successfully. Had Hulk agreed but blood not been drawn, that would have been truly awkward. Then, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Hulk's blood was drawn through the vein, and in the midst of his involuntary convulsions, a substantial portion was extracted. "That's enough." Hulk swallowed hard, urgently calling out, "Cough, it's done." With a cough, the Holy Blood Angel quickly urged to stop, turning to Hulk with a complaint. "With the amount you've drawn, you could have sold Samuel directly. What's the point of extracting so much?" Observing Hulk's apparent displeasure, the Holy Blood Angel expressed a sense of innocence, saying, "Wasn't it you who messaged me to extract more of Mr. Green's blood in Hulk form for the experiment? Now that I'm obediently drawing a bit more, you're still grumbling." Oomph. The Holy Blood Angel had little desire to elaborate further. It wasn't out of fear of confinement in the Black Room, but rather an urgency to rescue Samuel. The data from previous studies concerning the experiment that birthed Hulk, along with subsequent analyses of Mr. Green's blood, had begun to be feverishly processed within the server cluster of Dralaman. At this moment, the Holy Blood Angel had been granted access by Dralaman to view the data within the data center. Gazing at the information, the Holy Blood Angel looked at Samuel, contemplated briefly, and allowed a droplet of blood to trickle from his veins in a Samuel's wound. Instantly, the site where the blood had dripped began to swell dramatically. However, to call it swelling was somewhat misleading. Samuel had previously been crushed by a creature, and in a sense, his body had been flattened. Now, as it swelled, it merely returned to its normal state. Upon scanning Samuel's body, the Holy Blood Angel discovered that, after the intrusion of Hulk's blood, his internal organs rapidly restored to a healthy condition, even enhancing their functions. Shocked, he stared at the blood stored within the vial. What was this? This was no mere blood. It was a miraculous elixir, the essence of life. In that moment, the Holy Blood Angel incorporated a command into his program to collect blood from Hulk at every opportunity. In the future, if anyone were to face death, a single drop of blood would suffice to restore them. With Hulk's blood, they would not only survive, but become stronger. Excitedly, the Holy Blood Angel administered 2 more droplets of blood onto Samuel. Under the influence of Hulk's blood, Samuel's body continually restored itself, yet due to nerve damage. Although his physical form was mending, his consciousness remained dormant. Perplexed, the Holy Blood Angel scanned his brain and discovered that the spinal cord was severely damaged, effectively severing the connection to the brain. No wonder Samuel had been oblivious to his lower body. The nerves had been cut off. The Holy Blood Angel sighed in relief and dripped several droplets of blood onto his spinal cord. However, to his astonishment, the blood did not repair Samuel's spine. Instead, it was drawn upward to his brain, as if something that was beckoning the blood. Ultimately, witnessing Samuel's transformation, the Holy Blood Angel couldn't help but exclaim, "What is happening?" Having just calmed the Hulk, I gazed at him as he regained his composure, feeling a strong urge to express how easily he could be deceived. If General Ross had not sent in soldiers to pave the way, but rather had simply tossed a handful of lollipops, it is likely that the Hulk would have obediently followed him back. After soothing the Hulk, I heard the voice of the Seraph of Holy Blood calling me, prompting me to approach in astonishment. Upon witnessing Samuel's condition on the ground, I could not help but frown. This fellow, has he been fed 3 different kinds of formula? No, that cannot be right. He has long surpassed the age for milk. I mused, ultimately shaking my head. Whatever, he is alive, and that is what matters. I decided to take him back, and I also needed to collect the monstrous specimen over there. I instructed Delamon to prepare a large jar, as I must preserve that peculiar entity meticulously. With the experimental data gathered and all desired items secured, I had no inclination to linger any longer and resolved to return home. However, as I boarded the large truck, a sudden confusion struck me. No, it seemed I had forgotten something. Meanwhile, Elizabeth had finally managed to drag her father and a few other surviving soldiers from the wreckage of the helicopter. Observing the group on the ground, she cast a puzzled glance to the side. Why hadn't Samuel found the others yet? Chapter 166. Mental signal extraction. Be obedient, Hulk. Come, take a breath. No, Hulk does not want to go back. In the underground base, I held a sleep spray while chasing the Hulk around. Though I could forcibly administer the spray, I felt it unnecessary to pressure him so. When I had previously deceived him, I realized that the Hulk was less a monster and more akin to a child. He merely possessed a remarkably powerful physique, and when you consider it, he is only 8 years old. He is still just a child. Thus, I deemed it unnecessary to coerce him, especially since he harbored considerable trust in me. I had no desire to betray that trust. As I observed the Hulk stubbornly refusing to return, I sighed and looked over at Dr. Ross. Otherwise, shall we forego Banner and consider an alternative? Dr. Ross remained silent, deep in thought. Very well, let us retrieve Banner after all. I sighed again, realizing I had no choice. What could one do with such a physique? Seeing the Hulk so unwilling to return, I thoughtfully rubbed my chin. How about I extract Banner's consciousness instead? With a sudden idea forming, I set the spray down. All right, my friend, I want to force you back. Come here. Let us conduct a scan and see if we can separate the other S-Wolf from your body. Separate? Yes, Hulk's body. Upon hearing this, the Hulk ceased his escape and obediently seated himself on the workbench. I retrieved the scanning device, but upon examining the Hulk's large head, I paused contemplatively. Wait a moment. I shall create a larger one. With no other option, I turned and hurried to the adjacent workbench, crafting a more substantial scanner with my hands. All right, put it on. Hulk obediently donned the device, instantly commencing the scanning of his mental patterns. Indeed, there was a significant divergence from the mental profiles of ordinary individuals. Typically, when a person succumbs to anger, their rationality invariably diminishes. However, in Hulk's case, regardless of the intensity of his rage, he retained a semblance of reason, suggesting that his mental characteristics were markedly distinct from those of an average person. Presently, Hulk's mental profile corroborated this notion. Simultaneously, within the recesses of Hulk's mind, another mental pattern emerged, one that resonated more closely with the characteristics of a typical individual. Indeed, Banner was present as well, though it seemed he was in a state akin to slumber. Muttering to himself, he removed the scanning device and began tinkering with it, ultimately transforming it into a helmet-like apparatus. This should suffice. He instructed Hulk to wear it once more and procured a worker bee robot. Lamentably, he had no other robots at his disposal. Otherwise, Banner would have had the opportunity to select a different form. After making slight modifications to the worker bee robot, he activated the device to commence the detection of Hulk's mental profile. Due to the substantial disparity between Hulk's and Banner's mental patterns, the separation was achieved with relative ease. Then came the pivotal moment. Hulk's formidable physique resulted in a mental intensity that far surpassed that of a typical individual, effectively obliterating the feeble disposition of someone like Ethan. The task was then entrusted to Drellman. As the thought signals were being read, a lock was established, and upon completion, the signal was transferred. Drellman reported on the situation, and once the signal was successfully relayed, the worker bee robot, which had previously stood motionless, suddenly swayed and collapsed onto the ground. Where am I? The worker bee robot fell to the ground, only to spring back up with remarkable agility, a stark contrast to its earlier stiff movements, exuding an almost organic grace. Rose. Let us just separate the name from General Ross. Calling her Elizabeth feels cumbersome, he thought. Oh my, I'm relieved you're unharmed. The worker bee robot gazed at Rose, visibly relieved, before turning to find Banner, shaking his head in resignation. I must say, could you refrain from tossing me out like that next time? It's quite rude, you know, he remarked. Next time? There should be a next time. What do you mean? Because Hulk is here. A voice, seemingly simple yet tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, resonated. Banner found it oddly familiar, as if he had heard it before. When he turned around, he was taken aback. What is going on? How is Hulk still here? No, wait, I'm here too. What have you done? Look down and see. What am I looking at? You've turned me into a robot. not entirely accurate. Banner remained puzzled, glancing around, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, until another voice emerged. Dr. Banner, your thought signals have been read and exported into this robotic body. Banner, controlling his mechanical form, turned to see a man seated in a wheelchair. Who are you? Samuel, Dr. Banner, long time no see. How did you end up in a wheelchair? And what happened to your head? Banner touched his own head, producing a sharp metallic clang that irritated him immensely. Haha, it's a long story, but I must say I find my current state quite satisfactory. Samuel chuckled, sitting in a specially designed wheelchair that almost completely concealed his lower half, leaving only his disproportionately large head exposed. Due to the actions of the Blood Angel, Samuel's body exhibited signs of mutation. However, thanks to the meticulous control over the quantity of blood administered, he did not suffer from the dual personality or emotional upheaval that plagued Hulk and Blonsky. Of course, this might also be attributed to his lack of prior exposure to the super serum. Ultimately, it was concluded that Samuel's body had been revived by Hulk's blood. Yet due to spinal nerve damage, he remained unable to control his lower body. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Samuel, as he stated. The blood that was supposed to restore his spinal nerves was inexplicably absorbed by his brain, resulting in a transformation that enlarged his brain while drastically enhancing his computational abilities. With his brain fortified, Samuel rationally declined further treatment requests. After laying out all the data, he calculated that continuing the blood infusion might yield unpredictable consequences, potentially jeopardizing even his intellect, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. As it stood, his enhanced intelligence and the unprecedented activity of his brain left Samuel thoroughly satisfied, for it meant he could rival a genius like Banner with his own abilities. Now, he was indeed exceptionally intelligent, a true genius among geniuses. Chapter 167. 1 hour later. Banner, still encased within the body of the worker bee robot, had been conversing with Samuel in the wheelchair for quite some time. From an outsider's perspective, the two appear to be patients exchanging experiences. Nonetheless, Banner had come to accept the current situation primarily because his consciousness had not been directly transferred into the robotic form. It had merely been transmitted through the helmet worn by Hulk. If he had truly become a robot, he would have had to engage in a struggle. Now aware of the circumstances, Banner nodded, yet he regarded Samuel. So, is this transformation truly acceptable for you? Banner had come to terms with the situation. Yet as he watched Samuel, a flicker of sympathy arose within him. Samuel shook his head, expressing his contrary sentiment. I actually think it's quite good. Just then, a mosquito landed atop Samuel's head. With a quick glance, a mechanical arm emerged from his wheelchair and struck the insect with force. Had it not been for the softening glove fitted onto the arm, that blow could have easily left a mark on Samuel. Nevertheless, even with the cushioning, the strike caused him to grimace in pain. It merely requires some adjustment. A shift in habits cultivated over the years suffices. This wheelchair is quite advanced, employing neural signal control, equipped with a nitrogen propulsion system and a levitation device. If needed, I can float through the air. As he spoke, Samuel's gaze shifted, and the wheelchair lifted him into the air. See? Quite impressive, isn't it? Banner could not help but express his envy at the sight of Samuel soaring above. Alas, my own body is rather ordinary. Is it? However, you might consider approaching that individual over there. He called Drawman. You could ask him for modifications. At this juncture, Samuel recalled something and leaned closer to Banner. He has numerous enhancement projects. I even saw them working on that. What that? Samuel glanced down, prompting Banner to do the same, and they quickly grasped the implication. Ahem, could we discuss this more seriously? What is the point of such an enhancement if I currently feel nothing? Who said so? You could integrate an entire neural system. That apparatus would allow you to share sensory perception with machinery. Is that true? How does it work? Quite well. It can be quite substantial, boasting comprehensive functionality. It can replicate any physiological structure. Really? Observing the dimensions Samuel indicated, Banner fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Hulk reveled in the freedom of being outside, gleefully running about, necessitating multiple reminders not to remove his helmet, for doing so would sever Banner's connection. Hulk complied eagerly and then dashed down to the lower base, where he found Ethan being compelled by the Blood Angel to study medical knowledge. Yes, Ethan was indeed being forced to learn by the Blood Angel. It was a bizarre reversal of roles, a pilot being coerced into education by a mech. However, Ethan did not resist. He knew he was no match for the Blood Angel, who could unleash a torrent of blows followed by miraculous healing. That temper was genuinely formidable. Of course, Ethan's self-awareness had reached impressive heights. During yesterday's battle, he felt utterly ineffective, merely a passenger as the blood angel led him, reducing him to a mere ornament. This left him feeling quite discontented, which spurred him to learn from the blood angel, aspiring to one day take charge. Hulk leapt effortlessly, landing beside the sacred blood angel, observing as she imparted her teachings to Ethan. Despite his trepidation towards the sacred blood angel, Hulk felt an undeniable desire to remain in her presence, much like a child drawn to those who exhibit strength. However, in the eyes of the sacred blood angel, it was Hulk who possessed unmatched power. To put it plainly, she relied on her repulsion field device to subdue Hulk, and even then, it was a strenuous endeavor. The sheer force of Hulk, particularly after his secondary awakening, was formidable enough to challenge the limits of the device. Had his strength been even slightly greater, the repulsion field device would surely have succumbed. Beyond the realm of combat prowess, the sacred blood mech regarded Hulk's blood with great intrigue. This unique aspect earned Hulk a modicum of respect from the sacred blood angel, who exhibited a warmth far surpassing that directed towards Ethan. Observing their interaction from above, Rose pressed Banner for updates, her brow furrowed in concern. Allowing Hulk to roam freely each day seemed imprudent. Given his newfound rationality, perhaps it would be wise to enroll him in some form of study. Conveniently, there was Sprinter at home, who had successfully raised 4 turtles and now found himself with ample free time. Since Sprinter had managed to nurture the turtles to maturity, he undoubtedly possessed valuable experience in caregiving. It would be beneficial for him to impart some basic etiquette lessons to Hulk. Moreover, it would be advantageous to teach Hulk some combat techniques. With Hulk's robust physique, he could likely contend with someone like Adam Warhammer, even with sheer brute force. If he were to acquire a few martial arts skills, a well-executed military boxing routine could very well dismantle Adam, leaving his headgear scattered. With a plan solidified in his mind, he casually deflected Rose's concerns. His technical expertise was highly developed, and he anticipated no significant issues. Nonetheless, Rose remained anxious until Banner took her aside, whispering something that prompted the couple to depart with palpable eagerness. Finally, he found himself at leisure again. Returning to his workstation, he gazed upon the prototype of the space blade he had created, stretching lazily. After a day of relaxation, it was imperative to seize the time available. Although yesterday's battle appeared perilous, even without his intervention, Draymond could have easily dispatched Blonsky with the truck. His involvement was merely a product of Banner's incessant murmurs and the timely completion of various tasks that warranted experimental data collection. Consequently, he had transported his equipment to conduct the necessary tests. The results, upon examination, were promising and largely met his expectations. Thus, in the absence of new technologies under his command and prior to any modifications to enhance strength, those matters can largely be disregarded. After all, should they falter, they could simply be repaired by Draymond, while he continues his research on the Blade of Space. During his studies, he cast a sidelong glance at the adjacent screen, which displayed a map of New York. In the upper right corner, a string of text was visible. Number of satellites over New York, 3. Scanned area, 357. No signals matching energy intensity detected. Where could you be? 03. Chapter 168. The Blade of Space, my supreme master. I bring good news. We have received a signal from the cosmos. Another infinity stone beckons us. In the boundless universe, a colossal spaceship floated, and a being clad in a robe, with an unusual visage yet exhibiting remarkable grace, knelt reverently on the ground, his eyes aflame with fervor, fixated on the entity seated before him. A signal? Has the energy of that infinity stone already been captured by them? No, my master. According to the detector's readings, the signal from the stone is intermittent. Analysis suggests that the other party is attempting to study the infinity stone, vainly seeking to harness its limitless power. However, those fools cannot even mask the stone's signal. Given their level of scientific understanding, it is utterly impossible for them to seize the stone's might. Is that so? And where is the source of this signal? One of the 9 realms of Asgard, Midgard. Upon hearing this name, the being seated in the chair furrowed his brow. That individual is not easily dealt with. Indeed, my master, but according to the intelligence from the supernova, that God King has sustained injuries due to conflicts among his offspring. Is that so? The entity in the chair expressed surprise, astonished that the timing could be so fortuitous. Or perhaps, was there a connection between these two events? Never mind. With a multitude of issues in the world, he need not know all secrets. Ultimately, he only desires the stone. Since the God King is wounded and the stone is not located on the continent of Asgard, it should not pose much trouble to swiftly seize the stone and depart. However, he could not formulate a comprehensive plan based solely on such superficial information. More intelligence was required to devise a feasible strategy. Instruct the supernova to remain undercover. I wish to ascertain the situation of that God King. Furthermore, summon the other generals, Gamora and Nebula, back as well. Though Thanos is revered and feared throughout the cosmos, that is merely from the perspective of ordinary beings. For the empires within the universe, while Thanos presents a threat, it is not sufficiently lethal. After all, those who occupy substantial territories in the cosmos invariably possess some trump cards of their own. Should a confrontation arise, the opposing party could readily unleash a multitude of fleets, equipped with forbidden weaponry. Sacrificing an entire star system to eliminate Thanos and his entourage would not be beyond their acceptance. Thanos is acutely aware of this reality, which is precisely why his plan for salvation is confined to remote planets, avoiding the territories of powerful factions. In stark contrast stands Odin, the All-Father, whose wrath knows no boundaries. Should he be provoked, he would not hesitate to strike directly at the core of any empire. This level of intimidation far surpasses what Thanos could ever hope to achieve. The Mad Titan holds a deep-seated apprehension towards this deity. Were it not for his insatiable desire for the Infinity Stones, he would rather not confront Odin, even with one stone already in his possession. Hence, the forthcoming plan necessitates utmost caution, meticulousness, and comprehensive preparation. Every individual must be accounted for. Meanwhile, on Earth, the prototype of the Space Blade has been successfully constructed. As its usage remains uncertain, it has not yet been transformed into a module for personal attachment. Instead, it has been fashioned into a short dagger. Theoretically, this weapon should be functional. Holding the dagger in hand, he retrieves a piece of new elemental material from a nearby table. Affixing this uncharged new elemental material to a slice of the Tesseract, it does not take long for the material to be imbued, transforming into a blue space energy battery. This concept derives from Howard's research notes. In essence, the new element constitutes a component of the Tesseract, its uniqueness stemming from the spatial energy contained within. This spatial energy cannot exist in the material world without a carrier. After countless years of dissipation, it spontaneously formed the new elemental material, encasing the singularity within. Thus, the new elemental material was originally intended to house spatial energy. Its compatibility with spatial energy is exceptionally high. Attaching it to the Tesseract slice allows for the extraction of the energy contained within. Consequently, numerous space energy batteries have been prepared. The reason for this elaborate process is simple. He does not dare to directly cut the Tesseract slice himself. Nick Fury possesses advanced technology, likely having procured the slice from extraterrestrial sources. Should he attempt the operation himself, he could inadvertently ignite the spatial energy within, potentially obliterating the entire base. After producing a significant number of batteries, the energy within the Tesseract slice has diminished considerably. Gazing at these batteries, he shakes his head in resignation, hoping for a swift replenishment of energy. Armed with the Space Blade, he descends to the lower level. As previously communicated, the worker bee robots have already set up several targets. These targets, constructed from super alloy, are impervious even to a Mantis Blade, while the Space Blade, observing the dagger in his hand, takes a deep breath before placing a battery directly onto the blade. Suddenly, a cerulean energy surged through the circuitry, converging upon the blade of the dagger. With the weapon in hand, the wielder glanced at the targets and, with a swift flick of the wrist, sent the dagger slicing through the air, leaving a luminous blue arc in its wake. In the next instant, the targets disintegrated, fragmenting into scattered pieces that fell to the ground. A satisfied glimmer sparkled in the wielder's eyes as they regarded the dagger in hand. The name Spatial Blade was indeed aptly chosen. Based on the recent experience, the prowess of this spatial blade transcended mere sharpness. It felt as though the act of striking was non-existent, yet all targets were obliterated. However, it was understandable that such ferocity stemmed from harnessing spatial energy, albeit at a considerable cost. In truth, This spatial energy was quite unstable and could not maintain its cutting capability indefinitely. The Hydra of World War II had also acknowledged this flaw, opting solely to develop firearms. After all, the essence of firearm weaponry lay in ensuring that spatial energy could erupt upon striking the enemy. The notion of achieving a stable manifestation of spatial energy was beyond their aspirations. Yet, their reliance on firearm-based spatial weapons was facilitated by their possession of the Cosmic Cube, granting them access to virtually limitless spatial energy, which they could exploit to the fullest. In contrast, limited energy resources compelled a more gradual approach, beginning with the mastery of cold weapons.